transcending into a mutant of the same name at Xavier's academy. He awakened a peculiar X gene, which astonishingly was a creation of the system. With thoughts manifesting, the system materializes. Haotian felt undeniably invincible. However, upon discovering that he had arrived on the eve of the Third War, a tremor of dread gripped his heart. Even though he wasn't a devoted fan of American comics, he had absorbed enough knowledge to understand the perils of this world. It seemed the only adversaries in sight were the notorious troublemaker. Oh no, Magneto, alongside the impending wars erupting in Gotham. Who were the foes? Aliens, malevolent deities. As if that weren't enough, there was the terrifying Sentinel Program, which had already been quietly completed. Did he think it ended there? The Dark Overlord from the neighboring universe expressed a desire to visit, bringing along a certain purple sweet potato known for its enthusiasm in promoting population control across the cosmos. How was one to navigate such a life? Could he rely on the hulking green giant in shorts, the flying ironclad hero, or others for salvation? Yet, each rescue seemed to cost the lives of many. For the sake of safety, my first system must be strong, and ideally, I should be able to grow powerful while lounging in the sun. Chapter 1. In Xavier's, my X gene is exceptional. Xavier's academy. Am I not dead? Haotian was instantly beset by a throbbing headache, as if his entire being were on the verge of disintegration. What is this place? Instinctively, he scanned his surroundings, which appeared to be an opulent apartment or villa, simultaneously unfamiliar yet oddly familiar. Why does this place feel so familiar despite being my first time here? Suddenly, a torrent of memories surged into his mind, and Haotian comprehended the truth. He had traversed realms. However, unlike others who often descended to lower dimensions, he had been thrust into a higher realm. Others might find themselves in parallel worlds, becoming a literary genius, producing a song that rocked the music industry, or crafting a film that shook the entertainment world. Some might even traverse to ancient times, wielding modern knowledge to amass wealth or conquer vast territories. But he, on the other hand, had been catapulted into a realm where gods and demons coexisted, where aliens invaded, and mutants, superheroes, and superpowered beings roamed freely. Within the Marvel universe, chaos, combat, and slaughter seemed to lurk around every corner of this tumultuous world. Particularly dire was the plight of mutants, who found themselves in a precarious situation. Dangerous, to say the least. One could meet their demise at any moment. Damn this world. In truth, Haotian was not as eager about his transmigration as many others. Though not a second-generation heir, he was a master's graduate from a prestigious university and had worked diligently for years to secure a position at a major corporation, finally becoming a supervisor. His annual salary had surpassed $1 million, and life was improving steadily to in just a few years. He might achieve financial freedom and return to his modest hometown, where property prices were less than $2 million for a newly renovated villa. He could buy luxury cars, reside in a villa, and perhaps marry a lovely young woman, leading a tranquil, carefree life. Yet, upon opening his eyes, he found himself in this terrifying world. The original body was quite unfortunate. The awakening of the X gene was too powerful, leading to a mental breakdown. Haotian murmured to himself. This was the reason for his transmigration. According to the logic of consciousness, to create certain equivalent exchange powers. As he sensed the memories of his former self and the powers that came with the awakening of the X gene, he began to form hypotheses. After all, he had once been an academic achiever, with decent cognitive abilities that in an instant, he conjectured, isn't this akin to a system? The more he pondered, the more peculiar his expression became. He had read several novels, and almost every tale of transmigration featured a protagonist with a system. For instance, a divine lottery system, where one could spend points to draw prizes, or a supreme task system, where completing tasks yielded rewards. Even a one-hit kill system, where delivering a lethal blow would instantly elevate one to level 999, and so forth. All were merely forms of equivalent exchange governed by specific rules. Typically, the sacrifices made by the host were significantly less, hardly considered fair, for after all, they were the protagonists. Shouldn't they receive a discount? With this in mind, Haotian began to comprehend the potential of his X-gene abilities that if utilized effectively, they could indeed be a formidable force. Wait. Does that mean I can effortlessly create exceptional systems? Suddenly, Haotian froze. His X-gene's capability was tantamount to the ability to conjure systems that were based on the logic of his consciousness. With a sharp intake of breath, Haotian couldn't help but contribute to global warming. This X-gene is truly extraordinary. After a brief moment, he let out a deep sigh. Even though Li Haotian initially harbored little interest in transmigration, he now found himself brimming with excitement. The future seemed promising. Li, are you awake? At that moment, a girl with flaxen hair approached, holding a cup and a warm, damp towel. Katie? Li Haotian's memory instantly recalled the name of the girl. The charming girl with flaxen hair was none other than Kitty Pryde, the elusive shadow cat. It seems the original had a good relationship with her. Through fleeting memories, Li Haotian gained some insight into Kitty. He gazed at her, 17, and in the bloom of youth, she was radiant, a fair-skinned girl with delicate features, making her one of the most sought-after beauties at Xavier's Academy. Are you feeling better? Katie asked, her expression laced with concern. Haotian had been at Xavier's for 6 months, but his X-gene had remained unstable until an explosive surge of power occurred yesterday, even attracting the attention of the professor, although it was ultimately subdued. This left Katie, who had developed a close bond with him, feeling apprehensive. She held a deep interest and affection for this black-haired, black-eyed Asian mutant, fostering a strong connection between them. Don't worry, I'm much better, Li Haotian nodded. The original body had perished, and he had taken its place. Even though he had not wished for this transmigration, there was no point in expending energy on something that had already transpired. Regret, confusion, and fear would only squander precious time. This was something Li Haotian had understood since childhood, that I must survive and thrive. Although the danger in this era was immense, and he could encounter peril at any moment, Li Haotian had yet to truly experience life. He would never concede defeat, thus that he needed to survive, and he needed to live well. To achieve that, the first step was to grow stronger. Utilizing the X-gene to create my first system, Li Haotian was a man of vision, and ideas began to form in his mind. This first system would be pivotal and essential. Moreover, it can be regarded as an exploration of the X-gene, warranting meticulous study. You're awake. I shall fetch the professor. Katie gently touched Li Haotian's forehead, and, upon realizing the fever had subsided, she dashed out with a beaming face to share the joyous news with Professor X. What a delightful young lady. Li Haotian shook his head in amusement. Despite their brief encounter, he felt a profound fondness for this girl. After all, who could resist a beautiful and kind-hearted maiden? What form should my first system take? Taking a deep breath, he focused his mind. It was then that Li Haotian earnestly began to investigate the X-gene within him. According to the lore of Marvel Comics, the X-gene originated 1,000,000 years ago when the cosmic deities visited Earth and conducted experiments on humanity. They bestowed upon a select few the capacity for random mutations. Should one manage to activate the X-gene within, they could transform into a mutant. Whether one becomes a formidable Omega-level or a feeble Epsilon-level mutant is entirely a matter of chance. This randomness mirrors the genetic factors responsible for human appearance, possessing an array of combinations and mutation forms. Just as two strikingly attractive parents may produce a child of less than stellar appearance. Thus, it is neither assured nor definitive. Consequently, there are instances where both parents are powerful mutants, yet their offspring may turn out to be utterly inept. For example, Bailey, his mutant ability, dubbed one-time human fireworks, has been officially recognized as the most lackluster and most abysmal mutant power. Conversely, consider Franklin Richards, the son of Mr. Fantastic and the Invisible Woman. Though neither parent is a mutant, he is a naturally born Omega-level mutant. In fact, even in his early years, he surpassed many ordinary members of the cosmic deities. Such is the nature of uncertainty. Chapter 2. The creation of the system. What about me? Li Haotian's original X-gene is extraordinarily potent, even if it does not reach the pinnacle of Omega level. It is at least Alpha level. However, with his current knowledge and experience, he cannot discern the exact tier it belongs to. Furthermore, his mutant ability is rather singular. In simple terms, it revolves around the capacity to create certain forces of equivalent exchange based on cognitive logic. Yet, Li Haotian understands that this seemingly touches upon some fundamental rules. If wielded adeptly, it could indeed be an immensely powerful ability. The more he contemplates it, the more he perceives this as the nascent form of a system. What kind of system should be created? A flurry of systems from novels and comics he had previously encountered raced through his mind. The One-Blade 999 system, the Invincible upgrade system, the Daily Check-in system, the Multiverse phishing system. Numerous names of systems flashed through Li Haotian's consciousness. Yet, many concepts cannot simply be conjured from thin air. For instance, the Multiverse phishing system, as described in those novels, allows one to fish for treasures across countless realms, elixirs, divine weapons, and martial arts, all within grasp. However, in reality, Li Haotian's X-gene ability cannot breach the cosmic crystal barriers to fish from the myriad worlds. While cognitive logic may allow for boundless imagination, the power of equivalent exchange remains finite. Moreover, it cannot transcend the limits of the universe. At least within this Marvel universe, Li Haotian is unable to break free. The one-blade 999 system would undoubtedly fail as well. The increase in energy cannot occur instantaneously, and reaching level 999 requires a reference point. Yet who is level 1? This conundrum is rather intricate. Creating a system is certainly not as simple as a chime indicating your system has been credited, nor is it a matter of inexplicably declaring system load successful. Li, you are awake. At that moment, a gentle voice broke through his thoughts. Li Haotian looked up to see a man in a wheelchair, being pushed by Kitty, approaching him. It is he. This individual is unmistakable, his profound gaze, confident demeanor, and a countenance radiating immense wisdom, coupled with a warm, amiable smile. Professor X. Li Haotian regarded this man with a hint of caution. The other's psychic prowess is exceedingly formidable. Even someone as powerful as Magneto requires protection to avert control and telepathic intrusion. He fears that his secret might be uncovered. Ding. The mental shield system has been successfully established. Detecting the presence of psychic energy in the surroundings, the system automatically activated a mental protective barrier. At that moment, a clear chime echoed in Li Haotian's mind. The system was created just like that? How did this happen? Wait a moment. I was merely thinking about not being sensed by Professor X, preventing him from reading my inner secrets, and the system emerged. Could it be? Li Haotian's heart jolted, as understanding dawned upon him. Based on cognitive logic, the creation of equivalent exchange power unfolds in such a manner. He finally grasped it. Just then, Professor X's brow furrowed slightly, casting a somewhat surprised glance at Li Haotian. Yet he spoke in a gentle tone. Li, there is no need for such wariness. Even though I could effortlessly manipulate, erase, browse, or even create another's memories, I generally refrain from doing so. After all, we are not enemies. And each individual is entitled to their own privacy. Upon hearing Professor X's words, Li Haotian forced a smile, feeling somewhat awkward. Professor, you misunderstand. I merely had a sudden thought regarding an application of my abilities, so I conducted a little experiment, without any intention of being cautious of you. Everyone at the school holds you in high regard. As he spoke, Li Haotian smiled. Indeed, you are the esteemed Professor X. I have only just created a system, and you already perceived it. Your telepathic abilities are truly remarkable. However, at this moment, Li Haotian felt a sense of relief. This was not solely due to Professor X's assurance that he would not invade his mind, but rather because his X-gene power had manifested. With the mental shielding system safeguarding his thoughts, no telepath or superhuman could pry into his mind henceforth. For a moment, he felt emboldened. You are my student. If you have any issues, feel free to consult me anytime. It is my duty to impart knowledge, nurture, and resolve doubts. Professor X spoke in a warm voice. I understand. Li Haotian nodded. Then I shall not disturb your rest. Please recover swiftly and join us in our activities. I will, Li Haotian replied. He had just traversed into this realm, and this school for mutants could serve as his sanctuary, especially since he was now aware that this era is fraught with peril. I must hasten to harness my X-gene and bring the system into existence. Li Haotian took a deep breath, contemplating. His X-gene is undoubtedly formidable at its weakest. It is alpha level, and it may even be the legendary omega level. However, if not utilized properly, it could fall short of even gamma level. Having seen Professor X depart, Li Haotian began to recollect that inexplicable sensation from earlier. At that moment, he was merely contemplating not being sensed by Professor X, preventing him from uncovering his inner secrets. That feeling was akin to the intense urge one experiences when two individuals reach their peak during an intimate moment. That was the threshold. Once crossed, it could lead to rebirth. If closed, it might result in abject submission. Though the analogy may be somewhat imprecise, Li Haotian felt that when creating the system, an extraordinary force surged within him, reminiscent of that very impulse. Once activated, the system materialized. Ding. Indeed. Reflecting on that previous sensation, along with the principles he had mastered since the age of 15, Li Haotian successfully recreated the system once more. The sunbathing enhancement system is successfully created. Whoosh. With the emergence of this system, Li Haotian shuddered, as if something within him had been expended. He felt a hint of fatigue, yet his spirit entered a state of profound clarity. In this state, his mind was not only remarkably calm, but also incredibly agile, with enhanced deduction and logical reasoning abilities. So this is how it is. What he had previously merely speculated and tentatively attempted in creating the system was now thoroughly comprehended. Moreover, he gained deeper insight into his X gene. It appears that the special rule power contained within the X gene has a finite quantity, once depleted. It requires time to replenish. Furthermore, the more formidable the system, the greater the consumption of rule power. In Li Haotian's view, this could be considered a shortcoming. However, during the replenishment of rule power, one briefly enters a state of remarkable enlightenment and superlative mental agility, akin to that of a sage. Li Haotian comprehended this thoroughly. Is there a system that makes one stronger by basking in the sun? Just now, I actually intended to create a system that enhances strength through sleep. But suddenly a scene from an action film featuring a certain individual flashed through my mind, and his banner inadvertently appeared. So, did it transform into a system based on sunbathing? It seems that cultural infiltration is indeed quite formidable. Unbeknownst to us, we are like frogs slowly boiling in warm water. Li Haotian glanced at the system and couldn't help but murmur to himself. This system is rather commendable. As long as one basks in the sun, it enhances strength, stamina, endurance, cold resistance, fire resistance, and so forth. It is an almost comprehensive enhancement of attributes. However, sunbathing requires daylight, which pales in comparison to Li Haotian's previous plan of a system that strengthens one through sleep, as one could sleep the entire day. Never mind. I shall create another system once the power of rules is fully accumulated next time. Li Haotian decided to set aside those thoughts. Feeling somewhat hungry, he decided to prepare something to eat. He promptly rose from his bed and walked towards the outside of his bedroom. Although Li Haotian possessed all the memories of school, nothing could compare to the vividness and reality of seeing with one's own eyes. Even the teachers in the films, no matter how excellent their lectures, could not compare to the genuine presence of a 200 waitress. Soon, based on his memories, Li Haotian arrived at the cafeteria. What is this? As soon as he entered, his eyes brightened. Laser-eyed Scott and Iceman Bobby, along with the mischievous Anna. The moment Li Haotian stepped into the cafeteria, he spotted numerous familiar faces. These were all well-known X-Men. He had watched the films countless times, but this was his first encounter with them in real life. It was quite a remarkable experience. Li Haotian couldn't help but sigh in admiration. Before long, he approached the cafeteria entrance and ordered some fast food. The meal looked quite appealing, not inferior to those fast food chains outside. He couldn't help but wonder just how much money the professor had. Li Haotian mused. With so many students in this mutant school, the professor must cover all their meals and accommodations. Just how enormous must the monthly expenses be? He scanned the surroundings and quickly found a less crowded spot to sit down and prepare to eat. At that moment, a black-haired girl in her teens suddenly approached him and sat down in front of Li Haotian. Who is she? Memories flooded Li Haotian's mind. Clarice Ferguson. He instantly recalled that she was nicknamed the Blink Girl. According to the memories of the original body, Clarice wasn't particularly popular. However, Li Haotian understood this well. After all, where there are people, there are social dynamics. And with social dynamics, there are naturally circles. Thus, Clarice's luck was rather unfortunate, as she was left outside the small circle. After all, there weren't many black-haired individuals in this mutant school. Her ability should be teleportation. Li Haotian had seen X-Men, Days of Future Past, so he was well aware of Blink's powers. Of course, none of this was particularly important. What intrigued Li Haotian was that although she was named Clarice, she would grow into a quintessential Asian beauty. After all, she resembled Bing Bing. Hey, there's still space here. Would you like to join me? At that moment, a few other students entered the cafeteria. Sorry, I've already found a spot. Thank you for the invitation. Li Haotian waved his hand with a smile, then turned his attention back to Clarice. After all, there were not many black-haired people in this mutant school. Besides Clarice's future beauty, the main reason he felt a sense of familiarity was her black hair. Otherwise, facing a group of mutants right after his arrival would have made Li Haotian feel quite out of place. Friend, may I join you for a meal? Thus, he quickly walked over to Clarice and asked with a smile. You sure? It seemed that no one had ever actively wanted to sit with her, causing Clarice to appear somewhat flustered. Indeed, she already displayed the traits of a budding beauty. As Li Haotian sat down, he began to carefully observe Clarice. She had bright eyes, pearly teeth, and a heart-shaped face, with exquisite features that possessed the quintessential characteristics of an Eastern beauty. However, due to her mutant nature, her eyes were not black but a light green, which added an unusual allure. Fortunately, she had not grown unattractive. She remained quite beautiful. Li Haotian silently thought to himself. Having watched X-Men, Days of Future Past, he knew that Blink would grow into a stunning beauty and would not lose her charm. After all, many individuals are exceedingly adorable in their youth, but become less appealing as they grow older. much like the child star who portrayed Harry Potter, often referenced in jest. No need to be nervous. I harbor no ill intentions. I merely wish to make a friend. My name is Haotian. He noticed Clarice's anxiety and extended his hand with a smile. Fortunately, both of them had black hair, making them appear somewhat similar. This eased Clarice's tension considerably. Why you hello? My name is Clarice Ferguson. Although in days of future past, Blink utilized her abilities to assist many and even restrain Sentinels multiple times, exhibiting a heroic demeanor. In her current state, she was still quite timid and introverted. Therefore, Haotian did not engage her in extensive conversation. After all, with someone as shy and reserved as her, one must not be overly enthusiastic at the outset. Otherwise, she would instinctively wish to reject or avoid him. Thus, Haotian smiled at Clarice and began to eat. He was indeed feeling somewhat hungry. As Haotian commenced his meal, Clarice also began to eat slowly. After a while, she finally finished her food, wiped her mouth, and slowly lifted her head, only to find Haotian gazing at her with a cheerful expression. Is there something on my face? Clarice immediately grabbed a napkin and began to wipe her face again. Not at all. I merely realized that you perfectly embody the definition of beauty from my hometown. You resemble a little fairy. Haotian replied with a smile. Clarice's face instantly flushed, but soon a hint of sadness flickered in her eyes as she murmured softly, I am not. They all say I'm very ugly. How could that be? Those who claim you are ugly simply lack the appreciation for Eastern beauty. Haotian shook his head, not to mention the future Blink. Even the current Clarice was undoubtedly a lovely young lady. At this age, she was just entering middle school. If she were in her home country, she would have already stirred the hormones of many budding young lads. Really? Upon hearing Haotian's words, Clarice lifted her head with a glimmer of hope in her eyes. Of course, I mentioned wanting to be your friend, so how could I deceive you? Moreover, if you were truly unattractive, I wouldn't choose to befriend you. Haotian said with a smile. Thank you. Clarice raised her head, and her eyes glimmered with gratitude as she softly replied. See you later. He immediately rose, choosing not to say more. When it comes to forging friendships, one must proceed with caution. After all, Clarice embodies the modesty and introversion characteristic of Eastern women. Unlike their Western counterparts who boldly shower compliments before hastily requesting contact information, as long as the other party does not harbor any disdain, fortune may favor one with an enchanting evening. The following day, however, everyone returns to their own lives, each to their respective homes. Such is the essence of freedom and abandon. Thank you, Lee. Watching his retreating figure, Clarice felt her eyes moisten slightly, for it was the first time someone had praised her, respected her, and valued her. After leaving the cafeteria, Haotian made his way to the library. My ex-gene, although I suspect, is inclined toward the creation of rules. Yet, whether it possesses other capabilities or perhaps a derivative ability remains to be thoroughly examined. Haotian mused quietly to himself. After all, the X-gene remains shrouded in mystery and is not easily mastered. Chapter 4. After perusing some literature, I have grown several times stronger. The evolution of life is a protracted journey, perhaps spanning millennia or even tens of thousands of years. The genesis of evolution lies in genetic mutations. Haotian settled onto the ground, leafing through various texts on genetics. Perhaps due to being a mutant, he found that not only could he effortlessly recall what he read, but he could also swiftly connect the content to his prior knowledge, drawing inferences and constructing a coherent network of understanding. This led Haotian to lament that had he possessed such abilities in his previous life, he would have undoubtedly excelled, gaining admission to prestigious universities in a heartbeat and swiftly pursuing a doctoral degree, ultimately becoming a leading figure in a particular field. Thanks to this capability, Haotian found himself increasingly captivated by the data he consumed. The allure of knowledge lies in one's ability to grasp it. Those who feel drowsy or dizzy upon reading do not actually detest knowledge. Rather, they are instinctively repelled by their inability to comprehend it. However, once one conquers that knowledge and swims in the vast ocean of learning, one discovers the grandeur and beauty it holds. Moreover, the afternoon sun bathed him in warmth and comfort, empowering Haotian with each passing second. After all, his system strengthens him through sunlight. Thus, in this brief interlude, not only had his knowledge expanded significantly, but his physicality had also taken strides toward robustness. His strength, reflexes, skin elasticity, and sensory perceptions were all enhancing at an astonishing pace. It was no wonder that in the novels he had read, protagonists with systems could effortlessly transcend limits. The realization struck him. Having a system truly is exhilarating. The notion of becoming stronger simply by basking in the sun, what could be more delightful than that? Oh, perhaps next time, he mused, I should create a system where one grows stronger merely by breathing. The thought crossed his mind. Previously lacking experience, he realized that breathing to gain strength would be simpler still. After all, whether gaining strength through sleep or sunlight requires certain conditions, breathing to grow stronger has none. Breathing is essential to life. Thus, Haotian would be perpetually enhancing himself. With this thought, his spirits lifted, and he delved into his reading with even greater fervor. Furthermore, as he continued to grow stronger, his cognitive abilities, mental clarity, and quickness of thought seemed to be developing simultaneously. Consequently, his comprehension grew increasingly extraordinary. According to the texts, mutant X genes indeed have their limits. If I manufacture a system using my X gene, does that circumvent this boundary? Would that then be considered a flaw in the system? Haotian began to ponder deeply. Having read the Marvel series, he recalled that characters like Magneto and Professor X, while capable of cosmic destruction, would find annihilating Earth a formidable challenge. In reality, they are at most planetary-level threats. Otherwise, mutants wouldn't seek refuge at Xavier's school, but would dominate and enslave humanity. Haotian shook his head. The portrayals in comics are already exaggerated, yet reality is vastly different. Of course, some might argue for Jean Grey, or rather, the Phoenix, as a formidable anomaly, standing apart from the rest. However, her powers do not stem from her mutant abilities, but rather from the Phoenix Force, which she cannot always control, often leading to destruction and fury. Perhaps my X gene is of Omega level, Haotian mused. His X gene is somewhat unique and cannot be simply measured by the magnitude of power. For instance, the system he created, which allows him to grow stronger under sunlight, enables his cells to undergo a special transformation, enhancing his entire being. Yet, this perception remains vague and unfocused. If my evolution has no limits, then perhaps my X gene could transcend even Omega level. Haotian felt a flicker of anticipation. He lifted his head and moved his body. A surge of power, several times greater than before, coursed through him. Merely from reading for a while, he had grown exponentially stronger. How wonderful it is to have a system. Although this system was born from his X gene, Haotian couldn't help but marvel. Those who possess systems are truly extraordinary. The sunlight is splendid. It seems I can read a while longer. Stretching, he prepared to continue his studies. Yet, his gaze inadvertently fell upon a corner not far away, where a girl with black hair sat quietly, seemingly engrossed in her book while wearing headphones. Andersen's fairy tales? Haotian was taken aback. He had not anticipated Clarice to be here as well. He had been so engrossed in his reading that he hadn't even noticed her presence. At this hour, most girls would likely be engaged in games with others. He shook his head. In this vast library, aside from himself, only Clarice remained. This indicated her profound solitude. However, if his memory served correctly, the comic he had read indicated that Clarice's guardian was a saber-toothed tiger. At this point in time, she should still be in elementary school. Yet here she was, blossoming into a 13 or 14-year-old young woman. It appeared that the chaotic timeline of the Marvel Universe diverged significantly from what he understood from comics and films, which posed a bit of a conundrum. Haotian shook his head. His greatest advantage lay in his extensive knowledge of the characters and plots from comics and films. While he wouldn't dare claim omniscience, he was certainly well informed. However, it now appears that the timeline of this world is rather inaccurate. If one were to calculate based on this premise, it is highly probable that the narrative would also differ somewhat. Nevertheless, given the plethora of parallel universes within the Marvel realm, one cannot expect temporal precision. The current chaos is, therefore, of little consequence. Haotian sighed softly, rubbing his head, choosing to abandon such thoughts. The more he pondered, the greater his headache became. After reading for a while longer, the sun gradually descended. Thus, Haotian quietly departed, opting not to disturb Clarice. After all, there would be plenty of time ahead. There was no need to rush. 3 days swiftly passed. Haotian had grown increasingly familiar with Xavier's academy. More precisely, he had seamlessly integrated with his original self. From that moment forth, he had wholly transformed into a complete Haotian. The power of rules within him seemed to have restored somewhat. It appeared that before long, he would be able to create a second system. Lying on the lawn, he gazed up at the sky, basking in the warmth of the sun. As his cells grew stronger, his strength was continuously augmenting. Perhaps I should test just how powerful I have become. Chapter 5. Becoming slightly stronger surely. I am stronger than Spider-Man. When I watched that movie, I had once marveled at the premise. The impoverished rely on mutation, while the affluent depend on technology. After being bitten by a spider, Peter Parker acquired extraordinary physical prowess and the abilities of a spider, dramatically changing his fortunes and becoming the renowned Spider-Man. However, now Haotian felt that he surpassed the original Spider-Man by a significant margin. beyond the explosive strength coursing through his body. He could distinctly observe the ants crawling on leaves a dozen meters away, as well as the wings of flies vibrating mid-flight. His vision had enhanced to nearly the caliber of dynamic sight, rivaling Spider-Man's compound eyes. Furthermore, his reaction speed and cognitive abilities had also seen substantial improvement. Li Haotian felt a surge of anticipation. As he contemplated these thoughts, savoring the sun's warmth, time gradually slipped away. Before long, the sun sank below the horizon, and dusk approached. With no sunlight left to bask in, Li Haotian's moment of enhancement came to an end. Now it was time to indulge. However, before that, I must first test the extent of my current strength. With that thought in mind, Li Haotian made his way to the training facility of the academy, where various training equipment awaited him. In truth, Xavier's academy housed even better facilities to gauge his true abilities, but that particular place was generally reserved for those deemed worthy, namely, the X-Men. Indeed, the location to which Li Haotian referred was the training ground of the X-Men, a venue to which ordinary students lacked access. Yet, he felt no urgency. After all, just a few days prior, he had merely been an office worker. Though the salary was decent, in terms of strength, he was not incapable of facing off against a primary school student, yet he would still need to tread carefully around more skilled junior high and high school students. The current student body was extraordinarily formidable. Thus, despite feeling an explosion of power within and possessing remarkably enhanced vision, Li Haotian remained humble, believing that the ordinary training ground would suffice for his tests. Soon enough, Li Haotian arrived at the academy's training arena. Gazing at the expansive facility, which was even larger than a basketball court, he couldn't help but exclaim once more, "The professor is indeed wealthy. Xavier's academy is truly grand." He decided to start by testing his strength. A quick glance around revealed an array of fitness equipment, with many pieces being oversized, as even the average training ground catered to individuals who were anything but ordinary. Mutants typically possessed physiques superior to those of regular humans. Even those not classified as strength-based mutants would still benefit from the influence of their X gene, enhancing their overall capabilities beyond that of the average person. He recalled that previously, he could only manage to lift a 60-pound barbell. Thus, Li Haotian approached a particularly imposing set of dumbbells. Each side was adorned with 6 weight plates, each weighing 10 pounds. This meant that the total weight of a single dumbbell amounted to a staggering 120 pounds, equivalent to nearly 109 pounds. Truly, this training ground befitted a school for mutants, with even a single dumbbell rivaling the barbells found in typical gyms. Li Haotian shook his head in resignation. Although smaller options were available nearby, most were indeed larger than this 120-pound dumbbell. Feeling the explosive strength within him, he mused, "I should be able to handle a 100-pound dumbbell without issue." He approached the dumbbell, grasping it firmly with both hands before heaving it upwards. Boom! A surge of formidable power coursed through his arms instantaneously. The intensity of this strength undoubtedly exceeded 1,000 pounds, perhaps even more. In an instant, Li Haotian found himself taken aback, toppling backward with a thud onto the ground. Have I become this powerful? He wondered, momentarily dazed by the unexpected outcome. Li, are you all right? At that moment, Clarice entered, noticing Li Haotian sprawled on the ground and rushing over with concern. I'm fine, Li Haotian replied, feeling somewhat embarrassed. He had intended to test his strength, only to be caught off guard by its overwhelming magnitude. This scene was fortuitously witnessed by Clarice, who had just arrived at the training ground. Are you here to train? Li Haotian inquired. His curiosity piqued as he observed Clarice. She wore a white athletic t-shirt, and the blue round neckline accentuated her fair neck. Although she appeared to be merely 13 or 14 years old, her youthful charm was already beginning to blossom. Below, she donned blue athletic shorts that highlighted her long, shapely legs. Her delicate face, adorned with violet-hued eyes, radiated the vivacity of youth. She seemed to possess a livelier demeanor than when they had encountered each other in the cafeteria and library, exuding a hint of allure and energy. Particularly, the combination of her youthful features and smooth skin, paired with the snug shorts, was almost distracting. Cough, cough. Li Haotian's face flushed crimson. What was he thinking? After all, she was still just a child. While it was true that in the Western world, individuals matured early, one ought not to entertain such thoughts, at least not like this. I aim to master my abilities as soon as possible. The professor emphasized the importance of physical training, so I frequently come here to work out. Clarice stated earnestly. You are truly diligent. Li Haotian couldn't help but commend her. Thank you. Perhaps it was because she had never received praise before. But Clarice's cheeks flushed with a rosy hue. Well, if it isn't Clarice, we've been searching high and low for you. At that moment, 3 unexpected intruders sauntered into the training area. Jason, I have already made it clear that I do not wish to be friends with you, Clarice said, a hint of fear in her voice. Not want to be friends with me? Is it that you desire to be with that yellow-skinned pig? Jason, the leader of the trio, scoffed contemptuously. You. Clarice's complexion changed instantly, tears brimming in her eyes. At 15, Jason possessed the mutant ability of enhanced strength. His companions included Yorkney, a 14-year-old whose power allowed him to elongate his body, and 16-year-old Spick, who had the ability to transform into a canine form. Upon seeing the three, Haotian recalled their information. All three were classmates of Clarice, who was often bullied by them due to their small clique. Haotian, belonging to a different class, had little interaction with them. He had always detested bullies and was surprised to encounter them again in this chaotic comic book world. His eyes narrowed at the sight. In his previous life, he had faced bullying for reporting a school bully and had learned a crucial lesson. The only way to counter such tyranny was through violence. Chapter 6. With a single punch, heads will roll. No matter where one goes, the clichés remain unchanged. Haotian shook his head. After living 2 lives, he was nearly 30 and had no intention of stooping to the level of these youngsters, provided they did not provoke him. Do you not know that Clarice is my girlfriend? Jason declared, his tone dripping with arrogance. Yet, as fate would have it, when one seeks to avoid conflict, there are always those who unwittingly impose themselves upon you. I don't know. Haotian slowly stood up. Although he harbored feelings for Clarice, she was still a young girl, merely in her formative years. He had no intention of usurping another's affection, for he was no villain. No, do not listen to Jason's lies. I am not his girlfriend at all. Clarice interjected urgently. For reasons unknown, she was determined to prevent the boy with the similar dark hair from misunderstanding her. I have never agreed to be with him, and I truly despise him. Clarice vehemently shook her head in denial. Oh, now you have heard that? Haotian chuckled. Had Clarice acknowledged her relationship with Jason, he would have turned and walked away without a second thought. But it was clear that she held Jason in disdain. You little slut, do you wish to be shunned by everyone in class for eternity? Jason roared with fury. Clarice's rejection left him humiliated in front of his friends. I say, Jason, let's not waste words. Let's teach this yellow-skinned pig a lesson. Yorkney, the 14-year-old, smirked with a cruelty that belied his age. Though of mixed Mexican and Han descent, Haotian found Yorkney's words deeply offensive. You will pay for uttering those 3 words. He retorted, his expression turning cold. He could tolerate childish antics, for it was the responsibility of Xavier's teachers and Professor X to guide them. However, he would not allow anyone to insult his heritage. Please, be quiet. Just as Haotian prepared to intervene, Clarice stepped forward. Lee is my very best friend. I will not permit you to insult him. You must cease at once, or else. Clarice stood protectively in front of Haotian. Earlier, upon entering the training room, she had seen him seemingly pinned beneath a 100-pound dumbbell. Despite being only 13 or 14, her mutant genes allowed her strength that belied her appearance. She instinctively believed that Haotian had just awakened his X gene and was still too weak, as she had long considered him her closest friend, even her only friend. Thus, she would never allow anyone to bully him. This was the first time in her life that Clarice had summoned the courage to stand up against adversity. You truly are a filthy slut. My interest in you is a blessing. Yet, you not only reject me, but choose to stand against me for this yellow-skinned pig? Jason was enraged, his fury palpable. I have made it clear that I do not appreciate hearing those 3 words. Haotian forcefully grabbed Clarice and moved forward. Come back. Clarice cried out, panic rising within her. Jason was a strength-type mutant, while Haotian could barely lift a 100-pound dumbbell. She was nearly in tears with worry. Jason, no need for you to intervene. This yellow-skinned. Yorkney sneered, stepping forward. He harbored a deep-seated disdain for those of Chinese descent, stemming from his ancestors' involvement in past invasions. However, before he could finish his sentence, a sudden, excruciating pain shot through his face, and he beheld a familiar figure. Is that my body? He gasped in disbelief, realizing only then that his head had been forcefully struck away. His ability to elongate his body had only amplified the absurdity of his situation as his neck stretched grotesquely. What? Jason's expression shifted dramatically at the sight. Though Yorkney could manipulate his body length, it did not imply weakness. His body possessed remarkable resilience when he chose not to alter it. The fact that Haotian had sent Yorkney's head flying indicated an extraordinary strength. No one had known what Haotian's mutant ability truly entailed, but it was now evident that he likely belonged to the same category of strength-type mutants as Jason. Jason's demeanor grew serious. Strength-type mutants were formidable in close combat, and judging by the speed and power Haotian had just displayed, he was certainly no weakling. Despite his bullying nature, he was no fool. Spick, let us strike together. Jason spoke in a low voice. All right, Jason. Spike's expression also turned grave. His mutant ability was canine transformation, although he was not purely a strength-based mutant. Once he activated his powers, his speed, strength, and resilience would increase several-fold. However, even with his enhanced abilities, he could not simply knock Yorkney's head off with a swift strike. The situation was clear. Li Haotian was likely a pure strength-type mutant, and one must never underestimate such individuals. Pure strength mutants typically possess considerable resilience and tremendous power. If you strike them, they can withstand the blow, yet, should they strike you, you may not survive the encounter. There are two straightforward strategies to confront such mutants. One could either engage in long-range attacks, employing a kite-fighting tactic to wear them down gradually, or one could unleash greater strength in close combat to overpower them. It was evident that Jason had chosen the latter. I am also a strength-type mutant. I refuse to believe that your power exceeds mine. He amplified his strength 20-fold. With a fierce shout, Jason charged forward, unleashing his full power immediately. Chapter 7. The astonished X-Men. Be careful, Clarice exclaimed in alarm. Jason was not merely adept at intimidating his classmates. He belonged to the category of strength mutants, possessing a baseline strength superior to that of his peers, an impressive 500 pounds. Once he activated his mutant power and amplified it 20-fold, his strength skyrocketed to a staggering 10,000 pounds, equivalent to 5 tons. The sheer force behind a single punch delivering 5 tons of damage was truly terrifying. Rest assured, I won't kill you. Otherwise, I would face punishment from the professor. I will merely break your legs and shatter your hands, then remove your teeth, so you can comprehend the grim consequences of crossing me. A cruel smile spread across Jason's face. Although he was only 14 years old, at that moment, he resembled a demon unleashed. That doesn't feel particularly strong, Li Haotian thought, a slight frown creasing his brow. Despite the imposing display and Clarice's panicked outcry, he felt that Jason's punch, while formidable, did not instill fear within him. It seemed he could withstand it. This was an instinct he could not ignore. He instinctively raised his hand, delivering a punch of his own with tremendous force. With a resounding crash, their fists collided. It's over, Clarice thought, her heart racing with dread as she turned to seek help from a teacher. If treated promptly, perhaps Li Haotian's mutant recovery abilities could heal him. Otherwise, he might become disabled. Clarice, who regarded Li Haotian as her only friend, could not bear the thought of witnessing such a fate befall him. She had experienced bullying herself, and she knew all too well the pain of being victimized. Suddenly, a scream pierced the air, causing Clarice to pause instinctively and look back. What she saw was beyond her comprehension. Jason's right arm had bizarrely contorted, with the bones of his forearm protruding through his skin, muscle laid bare. Wow, what is happening? Clarice gasped, covering her mouth in shock. Li Haotian had not only bested Jason, the strength mutant, but appeared to have the upper hand? How could this be? Spike, who had been poised to intervene, froze in place, his body trembling. Having just completed his canine transformation, he now resembled a beaten dog. Jason's punch was said to possess the force of 10,000 pounds. The horror and fear in Spike's eyes were palpable. Even with his beastly transformation, his power barely reached 4,000 pounds. The sheer strength of Jason, a pure strength mutant, was now being overpowered by this seemingly frail yellow-skinned individual. Spike halted his thoughts, realizing he could not utter those 3 words again. If Li Haotian could incapacitate Jason with a single punch, he could easily do the same to him. Although the professors at Xavier's institute maintained order, he had no desire to end up as a cripple. My arm. Jason rolled on the ground, clutching his injured limb, howling in agony. Ultimately, he was still just a 14-year-old student. Despite the advantages granted by mutant genes, which amplified their strength far beyond that of ordinary individuals, their emotional maturity remained similar. I never wish to see you near Clarice again, nor do I want to hear those 3 words. Otherwise, I won't hesitate to tear your mouth apart, Li Haotian stated calmly, though internally, he was shaken. To think my strength is this immense. In that moment, he finally grasped the magnitude of his power. According to his recollections, Jason was classified as a pure strength-type mutant, capable of delivering nearly 5 tons of force with a single blow. Yet, he had been unable to withstand Li Haotian's strike. This indicated that Li Haotian's strength was undoubtedly above 5 tons. Earlier, he had only exerted about half of his strength, which equated to around 5 tons. If that were the case, he must possess close to 10 tons of strength. Li Haotian's heart raced at the revelation. This figure astonished even him. Truly, those endowed with a system have their advantages. It is exhilarating. He was thoroughly satisfied with this outcome. However, now that he had a system, creating an attribute panel should pose no challenge. Suddenly, He recalled that he need not engage in this absurd testing. By simply generating an attribute panel, he could ascertain his current status entirely. How foolish of me to overlook such a crucial detail. Li Haotian chuckled to himself, feeling a bit embarrassed for having forgotten such an important aspect despite having read numerous system novels. You. Jason lifted his head, his eyes red with anger as he glared at Li Haotian. That's enough. Just then, a man and woman entered the training area, Storm and Cyclops. Li Haotian looked up and recognized them immediately. This matter ends here. I do not wish to see severe fighting within the school, Cyclops declared. Teacher, he broke my hand. Jason bellowed in outrage. Silence. Jason, do not presume I am unaware of your actions over the past 2 years, colluding with classmates to isolate Clarice and bully weaker students. I had intended to warn you in due course, but it seems Li Haotian has provided you with a lesson. Consider this a fortunate turn of events, and I hope you learn from it. Storm, Aurora, spoke up, not because she was a teacher at the academy and could not openly intervene, but because she could hardly resist the urge to teach that detestable Jason a lesson. Youthful in age, yet profoundly malicious in disposition. Jason had not made much progress in his abilities over the past 2 years, but his arrogance had swelled tremendously. I hope you do not let the powers of mutants lead you astray. Otherwise, the day you confront me will not be against a mere teacher from Xavier's academy, but against me as a member of the X-Men. Cyclops, Scott, uttered coldly, harboring a deep-seated disdain for weaklings like Jason who bullied their own kind. However, Professor X wished for all members of Xavier's academy to be united as a family. Li Haotian, your performance was commendable. You stood up for your bullied companions at a crucial moment. May you always retain your original intentions and not be consumed by the powers of mutants. Storm, Aurora, remarked. The two then engaged in brief conversation with Li Haotian and Clarice before turning to leave, accompanied by the disheveled Jason and his companions. Upon returning to the teaching building, Storm finally turned her gaze to Cyclops. It is truly astonishing. That frail Li Haotian possesses the terrifying strength to shatter Jason's arm, a mutant purely reliant on brute force. Cyclops expressed his surprise as well. They had previously concealed their astonishment to uphold the image of the X-Men, but now, the shock was evident in their exchanged glances. Chapter 8. Creating the attribute panel. According to what the professor mentioned a few days ago, Li Haotian seemingly possesses the ability to shield himself from psychic perception. To think his strength would be so formidable as well. Storm mused. Although both were surprised, they felt no confusion. After all, the abilities of mutants are complex and varied, with individuals capable of possessing 2 or more powers. Even within the academy, there were those endowed with multiple abilities, making it not so unusual. Nevertheless, Li Haotian's strength was indeed remarkable, easily discernible to their trained eyes. His power undoubtedly exceeded 10 tons. Such terrifying strength, in terms of pure might. Rivals that of a newly awakened Colossus, Cyclops commented. Of course, after enduring countless battles and training, our strength has far surpassed that of our initial awakenings. I believe we should propose to the professor to include Li Haotian in the list of X-Men interns, Storm suggested. Let us observe a while longer. If he proves to be without issues, we shall approach the professor. They exchanged knowing glances and nodded, clearly recognizing Li Haotian's capabilities and character. On another note, upon witnessing Storm and Cyclops depart, Li Haotian turned to Clarice. Thank you for stepping in to protect me. You are the bravest girl I have ever met, he exclaimed, a smile brightening his face. I did nothing, Clarice replied, her cheeks flushing at Li Haotian's words. In truth, she had not given it much thought. She simply did not want her only friend to be bullied. However, upon reflection, Clarice realized she had indeed changed significantly. The old her would never have dared to act so boldly, and all of this transformation was thanks to Li Haotian. I should be the one thanking you, she said softly, coming to this realization. What did you say? Li Haotian, preoccupied with thoughts of creating the attribute template, did not catch Clarice's words. Suddenly, not understanding his inquiry, Clarice stepped forward and pecked him on the cheek. Like a shy fawn, she joyfully bounded away. Did I just get pecked? Li Haotian shook his head in exasperation, yet his heart swelled with delight. Having devised a superior method to assess his attributes comprehensively, Li Haotian saw no reason to linger in the training grounds. He made his way back to his dormitory. Upon his return, he harnessed the rule's power that had partially recovered within him and began constructing the attribute template. Having previously created 2 systems, this task felt familiar, and he swiftly completed the attribute template. Host, Li Haotian strength, 11 tons mentality, 121, average person, 3, stamina, 1000, average person, 10, speed, 50 ms system space, 100 cubic meters existing systems, psychic shield system. Sunlight empowerment system indeed. My strength has surpassed 10 tons. Li Haotian exclaimed, his eyes lighting up at the sight of the attribute template. With this template, his power could be systematized, quantified, and presented before him. His mental capacity was equivalent to 40 times that of an ordinary person, and his stamina was 100 times greater. His speed, however, lagged slightly, being only around 10 times that of an average individual. Li Haotian murmured to himself. Yet, considering the brevity of time since he had created the system, he felt quite satisfied with these figures. After all, his original self was merely a novice, possessing formidable X genes, but unable to utilize mutant abilities. Now, having successfully manifested the powers of the X genes, he had perfectly unleashed his mutant capabilities. All that remained was to patiently await his growth and strength. Li Haotian felt no urgency. Unlike others who needed to train tirelessly to enhance themselves, he simply needed to bask in the sun and sip tea to grow stronger. Moreover, once his rule's power reached full capacity, he could create new systems anew. Next time, perhaps I shall devise a breath empowerment system, he mused, contemplating. After all, the sunlight empowerment system was somewhat limited, only allowing for enhancement during daylight hours. Yet, it seemed that the more potent the system, the greater the rule's power required. He wondered if, upon reaching full capacity, he could indeed create the breath empowerment system. If not, he would settle for a drinking or sleeping empowerment system, allowing for strength gains around the clock. With these thoughts swirling in his mind, Li Haotian decided to visit the library. After completing the attribute panel, he realized he had little else to occupy his time. While foundational stamina and strength were powerful assets, possessing a broader array of combat techniques would enhance his ability to wield that strength effectively. Thus, he resolved to seek out martial arts literature in the library. As time passed, another day slipped by. On his way to class the following morning, Li Haotian's mind was still flickering with the combat techniques he had studied the previous day. Due to his extraordinary mental capacity, which is 40 times greater than that of an ordinary person, he effortlessly achieved photographic memory. However, possessing such memory does not necessarily equate to physical mastery. Simply seeing something does not guarantee the body has learned it. This realization struck Li Haotian suddenly, causing him to pause in disbelief. How could I forget such a simple thing and act foolishly? He found himself chuckling absurdly. If I can create a system, why not devise one that allows instant learning at a glance? This way, there would be no need to laboriously study combat techniques. I could simply watch more battle films and observe the engagements of the powerful, instantly absorbing their skills. It seems my X gene is truly remarkable. I must thoroughly explore its full potential. Li Haotian murmured to himself. After all, he had only recently become a mutant, and his grasp of the X gene was not yet refined. Nevertheless, this was not a matter of great concern, as it still allowed him to savor the little joys of becoming stronger. As he pondered, he strolled down the corridor of the classroom. Oh, isn't that our dear friendly? At that moment, he encountered Jason, York, and another companion. However, the trio exhibited no hostility, particularly in Jason's eyes. There was a glimmer of familiarity akin to that of long-lost friends. What is happening here? Li Haotian's brow furrowed slightly, sensing something was off due to Jason and his companion's unusual demeanor. Chapter 9. The Genuine Professor. This is undoubtedly suspicious, even though he had demonstrated formidable strength yesterday, evoking trepidation in Jason and the others. Their earlier animosity, resentment, and hatred had been conspicuously apparent. Yet now, all that animosity had dissipated, as if they bore no grudges at all, but rather shared a bond akin to that of old companions. This bizarre scene instantly heightened Li Haotian's vigilance. Do not worry. I merely made a few simple modifications to their memories and thoughts. At that moment, the voice of Professor X echoed in Li Haotian's mind. Come to my office. The professor extended an invitation. Although Li Haotian felt a mixture of confusion and caution, he nonetheless made his way to Professor X's office. Soon, he arrived at the professor's chamber, where Professor X sat in his wheelchair, gazing out the window, with Storm, Aurora, by his side. Upon seeing Li Haotian enter, Storm smiled and nodded in acknowledgement. The fact that Storm took the initiative to greet him indicated that Li Haotian had indeed earned her respect. He returned her smile politely before turning his attention to Professor X. Are you curious as to why I have acted in this manner? Without turning his gaze from the window, Professor X inquired. Indeed, Li Haotian did not shy away from expressing his curiosity. I have devoted my life to studying the distinctions between ordinary humans and mutants. Do you know the conclusion I reached? The professor slowly turned to face Li Haotian. I do not understand. Li Haotian shook his head. How could I grasp something that you have spent your entire life researching? In truth, Li Haotian had little interest in such matters. Whether or not there was a difference between ordinary humans and mutants mattered little to him. His singular focus was to live well and endure. This had been the case in his past life, and it remained so in this one. However, should the opportunity arise, he longed to return to his former world once he had grown stronger. After all, his parents were still there. And despite the fact that he had crossed over into this life, he still bore the traits of an orphaned character. Yet in his previous life, he had loving parents and a harmonious family. If given the chance, he would undoubtedly want to return to that world, at least to provide for his parents in their old age and accompany them on their final journey. This required immense strength. Currently, Haotian felt he was far from that goal. Thus, he chose to bury this regret deep within his heart. The most significant difference lies not merely in physical mutation, but in the transformation of the spirit. Professor X observed Haotian's expression and smiled wryly. It was evident that Haotian was unlike most individuals the professor had studied. He was a rare exception. Perhaps due to the influence of the X gene, the professor had discovered that nearly all mutants experience psychological issues upon awakening. Their personalities would be amplified to extremes or even distorted. Alternatively, their darker sides could be exaggerated, leading to increased volatility, cruelty, and bloodlust. Conversely, they might develop distorted personalities, with the potential for dissociative identity disorder. Many became fearful of the outside world, terrified of their own powers, and some even came to loathe themselves, resorting to self-harm. This was the psychological state common to nearly all mutants. Hence, I sought to establish Xavier's school for gifted youngsters, hoping to provide them with a haven for their spirits and to guide them out of their mental obstacles. Professor X explained slowly. This had been his original intention. And what about Jason and the others? Haotian inquired promptly. Earlier, Professor X had mentioned that Jason and his companions had undergone memory alterations due to the professor's application of mutant abilities, resulting in their altered behavior. This left Haotian somewhat perplexed. Wasn't the goal to guide them? Why then forcibly alter their memories and even their personalities? Although my responsibility is to guide them out of their psychological flaws, helping them achieve self-redemption and become masters of their powers rather than being dominated by them, you must understand that sometimes mere guidance, meaning persuasion and education, is insufficient, the professor replied with a smile. However, Haotian felt a chill in his heart. He suddenly realized that he had previously underestimated Professor X. Many had remarked that the professor was excessively idealistic, treating both humans and mutants with a seemingly nonviolent approach, and often embodying the archetype of a forgiving figure. Yet the professor before him struck Haotian as somewhat unfamiliar, even frightening. It turned out he was not simply a benevolent figure but a man with principles, willing to enforce his ideologies, even if it meant forcibly altering others' memories and personalities. Though the professor had expressed his aversion to manipulating people's hearts, Haotian suddenly comprehended a crucial truth. This was why Professor X had repeatedly defeated Magneto without killing him, and why he had adopted a lenient approach towards those mutants who had allied with Magneto. He would simply defeat them and then depart, never truly intending to deliver a fatal blow. It became clear that it was not a matter of reluctance to kill. Rather, he required a cleaner approach. Haotian's understanding deepened. He recalled the Hidden Leaf Village from Naruto, where the ideals of the third Hokage burned brightly. Yet beneath the light lay the shadow of Danzo as the root of darkness. In this context, Magneto served as Professor X's cleaner. Perhaps even Magneto had never grasped this reality before his demise. Haotian felt an increasing awareness of the professor's formidable nature. Perhaps it is only through such a professor that his true essence is revealed. The labels of a nice guy, White Lotus, or saintly monk, ascribed by others, are mere superficial perceptions. From this moment forth, Haotian resolutely etched the professor into his memory, vowing to remain ever vigilant. I summoned you here partly out of concern for your thoughts and potential psychological turmoil, and partly due to Aurora mentioning your inclusion in the X-Men intern roster. The professor remarked with a smile directed at Haotian. Unbeknownst to him, Haotian, well-versed in the intricate narrative of the X-Men saga, had already assigned a daunting label to the professor deep within his psyche. Rest assured, Professor, I shall not overthink it, Haotian replied with a smile. For now, he needed to lie low and conduct himself discreetly. Otherwise, he risked having his memories forcibly altered by Professor X. Even with his mental shielding system, he dared not display the slightest negligence. After all, the professor's prowess permeated the entire X-Men narrative. Regarding the prospect of joining the X-Men as an intern, I still require contemplation. I have only just begun to awaken my X gene and harness my mutant abilities. I am not yet proficient and must engage in thorough self-reflection and exploration, Haotian expressed. Before the advent of the attribute panel, he had indeed considered joining the X-Men. For within their ranks, he could more accurately gauge his strength and attribute data. However, with the establishment of his attribute panel, he could now self-monitor effectively, rendering membership in the X-Men unnecessary, especially now, as his wariness towards the professor intensified. His X gene was exceedingly formidable, although his combat power might not be the absolute strongest. The diversity and adaptability of his abilities left few mutants capable of comparison. Thus, Haotian could not guarantee that the professor would remain unperturbed. Yet, he firmly believed himself to be an Omega-level mutant. Once he became sufficiently powerful, he would no longer fear Professor X. That would be the moment to reveal his true intentions. But for now, the timing was not yet ripe. Mental shielding system. Has my memory been altered? He pondered, a shiver running down his spine at the thought of his greatest fear. Chapter 10. A long-awaited return to academia. Rest assured, Master. The mental shielding system has detected no breaches. The system's voice resonated in Haotian's mind. Thank goodness. His X gene was indeed powerful. During the last creation of the attribute panel, he had also enhanced the system's intelligence slightly. System, can you now withstand the professor's psychic powers? He queried anxiously. I regret to inform you, Master, that my strength is insufficient. While I can detect whether an opponent has initiated a psychic attack, their mental power is overwhelmingly potent. At my current level, I am unable to defend against it. However, as you grow stronger, so too will my defensive capabilities, the system responded. No surprise there, Haotian thought, acknowledging the professor's true strength. Though unable to defend against the professor, the ability to sense whether psychic powers were in play was indeed sufficient. Moreover, he was making daily progress, enhancing the defensive capabilities of his mental shielding system. Haotian felt a wave of relief wash over him. If someone could unconsciously alter your thoughts and memories, it would be terrifying. Especially considering Jason and the others' earlier behavior, a chill ran down his spine. Fortunately, he had the protection of the mental shielding system. As long as he was not confronted by someone with psychic powers far exceeding his own, he could withstand even a considerable disparity. Furthermore, Haotian was continually improving, and it would not be long before even the professor could not sway him. However, the professor was not as benevolent as he seemed. He had to remain ever vigilant. You needn't concern yourself with Jason and his companions, the professor said with a smile. But Professor, have you considered that what you perceive as proper guidance may, in fact, lead to unforeseen consequences? The human heart is notoriously inscrutable and treacherous. One day, those whose memories you have altered may not express gratitude, but rather wrath and resentment. After all, no one enjoys being a mere puppet. Haotian's heart grew colder at the professor's words. Very well, attend to your responsibilities. Should you have any thoughts, feel free to approach me for discussion. As your principal, it is my duty and obligation, the professor smiled warmly. Understood, Haotian replied politely, nodding before departing the professor's office. What did he say? Aurora, Storm inquired eagerly upon seeing Haotian exit. After all, the X-Men were in need of formidable allies, and Aurora held a favorable impression of Haotian. He possessed great talent, yet exhibited excessive caution, particularly regarding his own mind, which he guarded fiercely. The professor's gaze flickered as he watched Haotian leave, a smile gracing his lips. What an intriguing young man. It has been quite some time since I encountered such an interesting mutant. Moreover, his abilities appear to hold great promise. He possesses psychic powers and rapidly increasing physical strength. Quite a remarkable combination. The professor seemed to harbor expectations. Should Haotian successfully develop his potential and become a guardian for their side, he would undoubtedly serve as a formidable shield. And what of the X-Men in turn opportunity? Aurora inquired. Let fate take its course. The wheels of destiny will align all paths, the professor smiled, choosing not to elaborate further, redirecting his gaze to the window. Upon leaving the office, Haotian entered the classroom, though he felt a weight upon his heart. Earlier, he had received an unexpectedly warm greeting from Jason and his companions, as if they were entirely different people. This only heightened Haotian's wariness toward the professor. The power of the mind was indeed fearsome. In addition to his growing vigilance toward the professor, Haotian also felt a sense of caution toward mutants with psychic abilities. He had to focus on strengthening himself. A quiet sigh escaped his lips. Yet, these matters could not be rushed. The laws governing the birth of the X gene had yet to fully manifest. Nevertheless, he was improving day by day, including his mental prowess. Once his psychic strength reached a certain threshold, it would similarly enhance his mental capabilities. Thus, Haotian was engaged in an all-encompassing process of growth. The day's lecture was not particularly profound. It comprised common knowledge and easily comprehensible concepts. After all, this was not an institution dedicated to cultivating scholarly experts, but rather a refuge for timid, introverted mutants who had faced persecution, ensuring they did not become illiterate or left behind. The atmosphere in the classroom was rather cheerful, devoid of the usual tediousness associated with typical lectures. Most students wore beaming smiles. However, this joviality had little impact on the Haotian. After all, he had been a graduate student in his past life, rendering him indifferent to such trivialities. He simply settled into a seat by the window, relishing the invigorating sensation that sunlight imparted. With each golden ray that graced his skin, he could feel his cells rejoicing. From head to toe, both his physical and mental faculties were enhancing at a pace visible to the naked eye. Why could he perceive this transformation? Because the numbers on his attribute panel were continuously fluctuating, far more exhilarating than the stock market's ups and downs. He never anticipated that after so many years post-graduation, he would once again find himself in a grand classroom. As Li Haotian basked in the sun, his thoughts wandered aimlessly. Is it permissible for me to sit here? At that moment, a delicate fragrance wafted toward him. He looked up to see Clarice approaching with a thick notebook in hand. Of course, he smiled, finding joy in sitting beside such a lovely companion. There is a saying, one lives longer by gazing upon beauty. Thank you. Clarice responded with a sweet smile before sitting beside him, diligently taking notes. With a chuckle, Li Haotian shook his head in resignation and laid his head down on the desk, succumbing to sleep. In the midst of her note-taking, Clarice glanced at Li Haotian's peaceful slumber and couldn't help but stifle a giggle. Time always seemed to fly when one was asleep. Li Haotian felt as though he had merely dozed off for a moment before the bell rang, rousing him to prepare for lunch. May I join you? Clarice asked, tucking her notebook away and approaching him with a smile. You've become much more cheerful than before, Li Haotian remarked with a grin. It's because of you, Clarice replied, her smile radiant. You look lovely when you smile. Do it more often, Li Haotian encouraged as they made their way to the cafeteria. Along the way, he regaled Clarice with several jokes, two of which were rather risque, causing the young girl, just entering her teenage years, to blush deeply, resembling a ripe peach. 2 kernels of corn got married, but the next morning, the male kernel discovered that the female kernel was missing. Beside him lay a popped corn kernel. Confused, he asked, Who are you? Where's my wife? Can you guess what the popped corn replied? Li Haotian burst into laughter. That's annoying. I'm not talking to you anymore, Clarice retorted. Her face flushed as she dashed away. Yet, her youthful silhouette appeared particularly joyful under the sun, a sign that she hadn't felt this relaxed in a long time. Chapter 11. Practical training. Before long, afternoon classes commenced. Li Haotian and Clarice entered the classroom, still engaged in light-hearted conversation, only to find it eerily empty. There were no lectures scheduled for the afternoon. Instead, practical training was taking place. The students remaining in the classroom promptly informed them of this. Practical training? Li Haotian exclaimed, momentarily taken aback. He and Clarice exchanged glances before turning to head toward the training grounds. Not long after, they arrived at the training arena, which was already bustling with numerous familiar faces, including Phantom Cat Kitty, Iceman Bobby, and Cyclops Scott. To his surprise, both upperclassmen and underclassmen had gathered for the session. Li Haotian surveyed the scene. On a small podium not far away, Storm was addressing the assembly. This afternoon, we will engage in practical training. As mutants, the most crucial aspect of our existence is mastering our own powers. Those who can harness their abilities will thrive in this world. Due to the X gene, we mutants are innately more formidable than ordinary humans. Even if you are not a strength-based mutant, but rather an energy, psychic, or physical mutation type, our bodies surpass those of regular individuals. Thus, it is imperative to acquire proficient combat skills to fully unleash our tremendous potential. Otherwise, we risk harming those around us, or even ourselves. Storm smiled at the crowd as she continued. You are all aware that only exceptional students can join the X-Men. Therefore, to become an X-Man, mastering your mutant abilities is a fundamental requirement. At this point, Storm turned her gaze towards Cyclops Scott. Indeed, only by thoroughly mastering your powers can you qualify to become an X-Man. In time, you too can become heroes safeguarding the world of mutants, Scott declared, thumping his chest with enthusiasm, eliciting applause and cheers from the surrounding students, some upperclassmen even whistling in excitement. All right, quiet down now. We are about to begin our training. I, Storm, alongside Iceman, will serve as your sparring partners. I hope you will cherish this opportunity, diligently familiarize yourselves with your abilities, and also gain insight into your companion's powers. After all, you may well be fighting alongside them in the future. Cyclops Scott gestured for silence. Li Haotian found it peculiar. Typically, upperclassmen and underclassmen wouldn't train together. A sense of curiosity crept in as he pondered whether the professor had sensed something unusual. Despite the chaos of this world, resembling a blend of various Marvel universes, Li Haotian had gleaned some insights during his few days here. Based on his previous life's memories and the news he had gathered, he realized that they were on the cusp of the third X-Men battle. Danger was looming. However, Wolverine had yet to return, and Jean had not been resurrected. There was still time. As Li Haotian mentally calculated the timeline, a heavy thudding sound interrupted his thoughts. Two figures approached the empty space before the podium. Colossus, Li Haotian observed as a towering man, encased in metal, stepped forward. The ground reverberated beneath his considerable weight. I wonder just how immense Colossus' strength is, he mused. Colossus, my freezing prowess has grown stronger recently. You'd best be cautious. Following closely behind Colossus was Iceman Bobby. An old friend. Here I come, Colossus declared, clapping his fists together with a resounding thud. I'm on it, Bobby replied with a grin, pressing his hands down to the ground. In an instant, a wave of blue energy erupted from him, sending icy tendrils radiating outward like ripples. The surrounding moisture crystallized into ice, transforming the entire area into a winter wonderland. Steel Titan's feet were suddenly enveloped by a chilling aura, as if to freeze him entirely. This mere chill cannot possibly encase me, Steel Titan exclaimed, exerting tremendous force in his legs. With a resounding crash, the formidable power shattered the frost enveloping his limbs, causing the ground beneath to crack. Upon witnessing this spectacle, the Iceman Bobby could only shake his head in resignation. It appeared that this place would require repairs afterward. Old friend, let us indulge in some friendly competition, Steel Titan declared, sprinting forward. I have no desire to engage in such camaraderie with you, you giant, Bobby retorted with a grin, as a brilliant blue light radiated from him once more. In an instant, 3 ice walls, each over a foot thick, materialized before him. Steel Titan collided with them, producing a cacophony of sound. Remarkably, the 3 ice walls offered no resistance against his onslaught. Truly, Steel Titan was as formidable as he appeared. Li Haotian observed this scene, his eyes sparkling with intrigue. With his newfound strength of 21 tons, he knew he could achieve the same feat indeed. Li Haotian had experienced rapid growth in his abilities, escalating from 11 tons to an astonishing 21 tons in recent days. Terrifyingly impressive. However, his prowess paled in comparison to the effortless display of Steel Titan's might. While Li Haotian had made comprehensive improvements in skin toughness, muscle strength, and more, he could not yet rival the sheer metallic transformation that Steel Titan commanded. As Steel Titan barreled forth like a tank, Bobby swiftly waved his arms, causing the air beneath him to crystallize. He glided atop the frozen surface as if surfing, his speed multiplying exponentially. Simultaneously, he gestured rapidly, conjuring ice spheres the size of soccer balls. With a swift motion, these icy projectiles shot towards Steel Titan like cannonballs. Though devoid of explosive power, their rapid impact carried an undeniable force. Moreover, the freezing energy contained within those spheres was formidable, rendering them no less lethal than conventional artillery. Steel Titan found his advance impeded by these icy orbs, momentarily halting his momentum, but only leaving faint white traces upon his form. This demonstrated clearly the extent of Steel Titan's defenses. The strength of Steel Titan and Bobby's mastery of freezing power far surpassed that depicted in cinematic portrayals. Li Haotian's eyes glimmered with realization. The Iceman, once perceived as inept in film, was now exhibiting remarkable speed and proficiency in conjuring ice walls and attacking with ice spheres. This was a stark contrast to his previous impressions of Bobby. Thus, it became evident that this world diverged significantly from the cinematic universes Li Haotian had known, prompting him to remain vigilant. One must never underestimate anyone, lest they find themselves in dire straits. Chapter 12. A stunning battle. Your attacks are insufficient to breach my defenses, Steel Titan proclaimed with a resonant voice. Truly, he was a force to be reckoned with, powerful and swift, akin to a humanoid tank. Li Haotian marveled at his opponent's undeniable strength, as their combat unfolded with palpable intensity. The immersive experience of witnessing such a real battle was unparalleled by any 3D film or virtual reality. Rest assured, I have many more tricks up my sleeve for you. Bobby laughed heartily as he charged forward once again. Gliding effortlessly across the icy surface like a surfer, his speed surged multiple times over. This time, several colossal ice hammers materialized around Steel Titan, each as large as a grinding stone, a sight to behold. Li Haotian's expression shifted to one of intrigue. Bobby's command over ice reminded him of Gray from Fairy Tale, the ice sculpting mage. Bobby's control over ice seemed to rival that of Gray himself. With a thunderous crash, Steel Titan was sent soaring by the massive hammers, but before he could descend, another hammer struck him anew. Thus, Steel Titan was mercilessly pummeled by Bobby's ice hammers midair. It appeared that Bobby was indeed on an Omega level, while Steel Titan was somewhat outmatched. Li Haotian contemplated this development. He realized that he and Steel Titan were quite similar, both excelling in close-quarters combat. Yet, in terms of strength, Steel Titan likely surpassed him at this moment. Moreover, while their defenses were comparable, Steel Titan's were more holistic, whereas Li Haotian's advantages lay in skin resilience and muscle strength. However, in absolute defensive capability, he fell short compared to a being capable of transforming into a metallic entity. If I were to battle the Iceman Bobby, Li Haotian mused, how would I counter Bobby's formidable ice manipulation akin to that of an ice mage? He pondered the attributes displayed on his status panel. Host, Li Haotian strength, 21 tons mentality, 191, average human, 3, stamina, 1,800, average human, 10, speed, 100 ms system space, 100 cubic units possessed systems, mental shield system. Sunlight empowerment system. My strength is 21 tons, which is somewhat inferior to Steel Titan. However, my speed has reached 100 ms, likely surpassing Steel Titan's capabilities. In this regard, even Bobby cannot match me, Li Haotian surmised, estimating that Bobby's normal speed hovered around 40 to 50 ms. When traversing ice, his velocity could nearly double, reaching close to 80 to 90 ms. Though this was approaching Li Haotian's speed, the 10-meter disparity per second could prove pivotal. Furthermore, Li Haotian's speed and strength were continually on the rise, showing no signs of stagnation, with a mental prowess exceeding that of ordinary individuals by over 63 times. His reaction speed and agility were undeniably superior. As long as he refrained from employing reckless tactics, he would not falter against either Steel Titan or Iceman Bobby. Li Haotian's thoughts crystallized with clarity. Steel Titan, impervious to such relentless assault, remained unscathed. It was said that in his fully armored state, even rockets and tank shells could not penetrate his defenses. At that moment, Clarice softly interjected, "You seem quite knowledgeable." Li Haotian turned to her with a bemused expression. "Do not concern yourself too much, Clarice. I harbor no ill will toward him. During ordinary times, I have diligently collected information about my classmates, as advised by the teacher. This will be beneficial for our future endeavors, allowing us to fight side by side." Clarice hastily explained to Li Haotian, "There's no need for all this. I trust you," Li Haotian replied, shaking his head in exasperation. He merely intended to jest with Clarice, unaware that the little girl would overthink it so much. If one were unaware, they might think he had offended her. "All right, let us put a stop to this." At that moment, Storm, Aurora, waved her hand from the small podium, signaling that Colossus and Iceman, Bobby, need not continue their battle. "You both performed admirably, especially you, Colossus. It seems your defenses have strengthened. And you, Bobby, your ice hammer attacks are truly creative." Cyclops, Scott, stepped forward to offer his critique of the two. "Hey, Colossus, your skin is remarkably tough," Iceman Bobby joked. "But your massive ice hammer leaves me feeling quite uncomfortable." Colossus couldn't help but retort. "All right, you two can step down." Next up are Aurora and Newt. Soon, another mutant, slightly shorter in stature, approached. His ability was short-range teleportation. While it may not be as convenient as Nightcrawler's, it excelled in speed and lacked the numerous restrictions Nightcrawler faced. He dazzled everyone with his rapid movements. Unfortunately, he encountered Storm, Aurora, with a swift motion of her arms. A tempest enveloped the surroundings, and lightning seemed to materialize from thin air. In an instant, Newt found himself caught in the whirlwind, akin to being tossed in a washing machine, rendered utterly disoriented and immediately incapacitated. Despite his prowess in attrition warfare, capable of wearing down opponents, he could not withstand even a minute against Storm. The battle concluded almost instantaneously, highlighting the vast disparity in combat experience between the two. Subsequently, several other mutants engaged with Bobby, Colossus, and Cyclops in a series of bouts. These confrontations significantly broadened Li Haotian's perspective. After all, the fight scenes he had witnessed in films could hardly compare to the visceral reality of this spectacle. One was a mere burn of budget, while the other was tangible sweat and effort. Thus, this actual combat training undeniably expanded his horizons and enriched his experience. Particularly with his mental acuity being 63 times that of an average person, he could virtually remember everything he observed, acquiring numerous combat techniques and insights. Moreover, he gained a deeper understanding of the diverse abilities possessed by mutants, leading him to reflect on the astonishing variety of mutant powers, far exceeding those he had encountered in films. Just as he was engrossed in observation, Cyclops approached him. "Aurora holds you in high regard, and the professor has high hopes for you. Therefore, I have arranged for Colossus to be your sparring partner. You both are strength-oriented mutants, and I hope this proves beneficial for you," Cyclops announced. Chapter 13. Does a punch of 20 tons hurt? Facing Colossus? Li Haotian felt a stir of excitement at the prospect. In truth, he had found the previous battle between Colossus and Iceman rather exhilarating. In certain respects, Li Haotian could also be considered a strength-type mutant, at least for the time being. After all, his enhancement was comprehensive, while Colossus, despite his formidable strength and high defense, exhibited a singular approach to attack, revealing notable weaknesses. Given Li Haotian's X-gene capabilities, he would undoubtedly evolve into a well-rounded fighter in the future. A comparison Colossus could not aspire to match. All right, Li Haotian nodded in agreement. Thud, thud, thud. Colossus strode toward the open space in front of the small podium once more. Come on, Junior. However, he did not transform, clearly deeming Li Haotian, a junior, unworthy of such a display. Go, Li. You can do it. Clarice cheered him on from the side. Is this Li Haotian? I heard he could hardly control his mutant abilities before. Didn't he cause an explosion a few days ago? Cyclops is raising his expectations too high by letting him spar with Colossus. I doubt he can last 5 minutes. The surrounding students began to murmur. Let us not speak so disparagingly. Li is our classmate. We should support him. Kitty, the shadow cat, interjected. Although her original form was not particularly adept at conversation, she maintained a decent rapport with Clarice. Don't say such things. Li is very strong. Clarice mustered her courage. Addressing the onlookers. While others may not be aware, Clarice knew that Li Haotian possessed immense strength, capable of overwhelming even pure strength-type mutant Jason with a single punch. Oh, look who it is, our quiet Clarice, now daring to speak up, a tall, long-faced upperclassman remarked teasingly. You. Clarice's eyes glistened with tears at the remark, feeling somewhat aggrieved. However, being gentle by nature, she was at a loss for how to retort. Merely biting her lip and standing aside, her fingers nervously fidgeting. Shut your mouth, or I won't hesitate to teach you a lesson before facing Colossus. Li Haotian shot a cold glare at the individual. The world is perilous. He never aspired to be a standout or a savior of the world. Yet if anyone dared to bully his friends, he would not easily acquiesce. You. The individual attempted to respond, but faltered at the intensity of Li Haotian's gaze. Kuba, as an upperclassman, how can you bully a freshman? Storm, Aurora, furrowed her brow and interjected. Having been bullied before meeting the professor, she held a strong disdain for those who preyed on the weak. My apologies. The long-faced youth, Kuba, offered an awkward smile, seeking an escape from the situation. Come on, Junior. Show me just how strong you are. Aurora highly recommends you, believing your potential rival's mine, and you are also adept in strength. Colossus proclaimed with a booming voice. He was genuinely curious, given that Aurora had praised Li Haotian multiple times in his presence. Colossus, I think it would be best if you transformed into your metallic form first, Li Haotian suggested, raising an eyebrow. While facing an enemy might warrant surprise tactics against an underestimation, he certainly didn't wish to take advantage of Colossus in a friendly sparring match. Nor did he want to be accused of ambushing him. Moreover, he was eager to ascertain the extent of his current strength. During his prior encounter with Jason and the others, he had scarcely unleashed his true potential. Very well. Upon hearing this, Steel Titan nodded affirmatively. In his perspective, engaging with Li Haotian did not necessitate his metallic transformation. After all, due to his X-gene, even in his ordinary state, his strength was remarkably formidable. Nonetheless, out of respect for Li Haotian's pride, he opted to undergo the transformation regardless. Senior, I am here. With a thunderous roar, Li Haotian's expression sharpened as he propelled himself forward with immense force. He did not take a tentative approach. Instead, he unleashed his full might from the onset. He had observed carefully when Steel Titan battled with Iceman Bobby earlier. Although his opponent possessed great strength and robust defenses, his attacks were rather singular and his speed was relatively sluggish. Such an adversary was the most straightforward for Li Haotian to confront. The sheer force of his assault shattered the ground beneath him. Like a cannonball, Li Haotian surged forward with incredible swiftness. So fast, Steel Titan's countenance shifted dramatically. He had not anticipated Li Haotian's speed to be so astonishing, nor the magnitude of his strength. In the blink of an eye, Li Haotian had arrived before Steel Titan, delivering a punch with terrifying inertia aimed at his face. This punch, harnessing a staggering 21 tons of power, possessed a force that surpassed that of a cannonball. With a resounding crash, Steel Titan was propelled backward, crashing into the ground and carving a deep trench. In an instant, everyone was rendered speechless, their disbelief palpable as they beheld this scene. The Steel Titan, renowned for his strength and likened to an iron tank, had been struck down by a single punch. Such terrifying power. Just moments ago, he had claimed that without metallic transformation, this punch could have left him gravely injured. Slowly, Steel Titan rose from the ground. A solemn expression etched upon his face. "Junior, you are formidable. I shall now engage seriously," he declared with a low rumble. "Bring it on." A smile flickered across Li Haotian's face. He had not held back in that previous punch, delivering a staggering 21 tons of power to Steel Titan's face without inflicting any harm. This revealed the true strength of his opponent's steel-like physique. Thud, thud, thud. Steel Titan began to charge toward Li Haotian. "Come at me." Witnessing this, Li Haotian did not retreat but advanced to meet him head-on. Boom. The two fists collided with a deafening roar, producing a sound akin to two heavy hammers striking together. My heavens. Li Haotian is actually trading blows with Steel Titan. They are evenly matched. The spectators gasped in astonishment. This was the first time they had witnessed someone engage in such an intense close-quarters battle with Steel Titan. Although he felt a slight ache, Li Haotian realized he could withstand it. His gaze sharpened, and he gained an accurate understanding of his skin's resilience and the strength of his bones. Bang, bang, bang. In an instant, the two began a furious exchange of blows, each punch landing with a thud that reverberated through the air. The surrounding students were ignited with fervor, many unable to contain their excitement as they cheered and whistled. This was the essence of combat between men. Chapter 14. A brief warmth. He slept soundly. Boom. The dreadful force of their clash transformed into a fearsome whirlwind. The onlookers' clothing fluttered wildly, and several students in short skirts were nearly lifted off their feet. Yet, the surrounding students remained transfixed, their blood pumping as they watched the fierce battle between the two titans, oblivious to the beautiful scenery around them. The intensity of their fight escalated, surpassing the earlier sparring match between Steel Titan and Iceman Bobby. Both being strength-oriented fighters, the destruction to the training ground was evident. As their confrontation reached a fever pitch, Li Haotian's balanced attributes began to shine through, and Steel Titan found himself at a slight disadvantage. Roar. Steel Titan, typically mild-mannered, could no longer contain his frustration and unleashed his full power to an extreme degree. "All right, you two, cease your skirmish." At that moment, Cyclops Scott stepped in. He had discerned that if the fight continued, Steel Titan might very well succumb to Li Haotian. Although Steel Titan boasted greater strength and defense, even surpassing Li Haotian in those aspects, Li Haotian's speed, stamina, and even recovery rate exceeded Steel Titan's. This disparity meant that the longer the fight persisted, the smaller the gap between them would become. Clearly, Ororo's assessment was correct. Li Haotian's mutant abilities were indeed formidable, encompassing more than just raw strength. Scott recognized this truth. "Li, you are truly impressive. No one within the Academy has been able to match me in strength to this extent. You are the first and the only one." Steel Titan reverted to his normal state, yet admiration was evident in his gaze. After all, he was several years older than Li Haotian. "Senior Steel Titan, you are quite strong as well, especially when you unleash your mutant abilities. It feels as though I'm battling a block of iron." Li Haotian chuckled in response. The difference in their strength was marginal, yet in battle, Li Haotian found himself somewhat constrained. Steel Titan's mutant ability allowed him to transform his entire body into a substance akin to steel. This material, while not actual steel, possessed a hardness second only to adamantium and vibranium, capable of withstanding the impact of a 110mm howitzer shell. It could even endure the collision from a 1-ton truck loaded with 450 pounds of TNT traveling at 100 miles per hour. Such formidable defenses rendered Li Haotian's combat efforts quite exhausting. While Li Haotian's skin resilience, bone density, and muscle resistance were indeed formidable, they still paled in comparison to Steel Titan's steel form. Thus, he could only rely on relentless attacks to exhaust Steel Titan's endurance and stamina. Unfortunately, Steel Titan himself possessed superhuman endurance. Had it not been for that, he would have succumbed to Li Haotian's torrential onslaught of power long ago. Nevertheless, Li Haotian had a remarkable recovery ability, a trait that Steel Titan could not rival. His strength lay in his versatility. If the battle continued, within an hour, Li Haotian could potentially deplete Steel Titan's stamina entirely. Enough with the mutual flattery, you two. We now know that within Xavier's Academy, you both are Titans. At that moment, Storm Ororo approached, smiling as she spoke. She was thoroughly satisfied with the battle between Steel Titan and Li Haotian, and Steel Titan had already been added to the X-Men roster. As for Li Haotian, she had already informed Professor X about him. In the past, the professor had extended an invitation to Li Haotian. However, at this moment, Li Haotian had yet to accept. Nonetheless, from Ororo's perspective, it was inevitable that Li Haotian would join their ranks. This would undoubtedly enhance the strength of the X-Men team. Having a close combat ally was always a source of great reassurance. Suddenly, a wave of applause erupted around them. In that instant, everyone dared not underestimate Li Haotian any longer. Many had even begun to regard him as an idol. Adolescents, naturally, idolized the powerful, especially someone like Haotian, who, like them, was still a student yet could engage in combat with the senior, Colossus, to such an extent. This was both astonishing and inspiring for them, a tangible representation of their own potential for growth. After all, figures like Cyclops, Storm, and Professor X were formidable, already renowned in the world of mutants. To see Haotian, who was merely a student like them and had previously been inconspicuous, suddenly shine brightly instilled hope within them. Lee, you performed remarkably in that battle. Though there were a few areas that could use improvement, Cyclops, Scott Summers, remarked, promptly pointing out some minor flaws he had discerned during the fight. In truth, these aspects had little impact on Haotian's critical engagement with Colossus and were barely significant. However, as a teacher at the academy, Scott felt compelled to offer guidance, especially after having boasted that he could assist Haotian in gaining valuable insights. It felt only right for him to share some feedback after such an impressive display. Haotian recognized this, yet chose to remain silent on the matter, seeing no detriment in it for himself. Ultimately, Scott and Aurora shared additional experiences and combat techniques with the others. Lee, you truly are impressive, Kitty Pryde, known as Shadowcat, approached with enthusiasm. Not too shabby. Haotian responded with a smile. Are you hungry? At that moment, Clarice approached him, whispering the question softly. You truly understand me. Upon seeing the shy and bashful girl, Haotian affectionately ruffled her hair. Let's head to the cafeteria. Clarice immediately lowered her head, her face flushed, her voice barely audible. The earlier battle had indeed drained much of Haotian's energy, and he needed to replenish it. Of course, aside from dining at the cafeteria, Haotian had another method of recuperation, sunbathing. His system thrived on sunlight, allowing not only his physical data to enhance, but also his stamina to recover swiftly, seemingly converting solar energy into biological energy, a remarkable phenomenon. Let us go. The two departed the training grounds, heading to the cafeteria. Although basking in the sun could restore energy, Haotian preferred to indulge in the pleasure of savoring delicious food. It must be said that the cafeteria at Xavier's Institute was quite commendable. Even the fast food and Western cuisine rivaled that of many restaurants outside. After their meal, the pair strolled around the academy, appearing like a young couple, warm and romantic. Throughout their walk, Haotian would share a few risque jokes, causing Clarice to blush deeply. As dusk approached, Haotian finally parted ways with Clarice. Upon returning to his dormitory, he collapsed onto his bed, relishing a brief moment of tranquility while reflecting on the earlier battle with Colossus. It was undeniable that this confrontation had yielded significant gains for him. After all, strictly speaking, it was his first battle since becoming a mutant. He had fought without reservation, fully unleashing his formidable strength of 21 tons. The earlier skirmish with Jason and others had scarcely served as a warm-up. However, I must admit that my techniques remain somewhat singular. My combat skills are similar to Colossus's, yet I should possess greater agility. I failed to leverage that advantage in battle, indicating that my combat awareness requires enhancement. Furthermore, my transformation ability appears quite impressive. Iceman's elemental form, Colossus's metallic transformation, and even Storm's radiating cold and flashing lightning, all exude a flair. Should I consider acquiring an ability with a similar aesthetic appeal next time? Lost in such thoughts, Haotian soon drifted into slumber, enjoying a deeply restorative rest. Chapter 15. The potent third system. Time flew by in the blink of an eye. 5 days had passed in this manner. On one particular morning, Haotian found himself in a large classroom. Initially feeling listless, he rested his head on his desk, sleepily. Beside him, Clarice diligently took notes while occasionally stealing glances at him. Captivated by the handsome Haotian, Clarice could not resist the impulse to playfully poke him. With her delicate, slender fingers, she gently tapped his nose. In truth, Clarice merely intended to engage in a light-hearted jest with a good friend. However, at that moment, Haotian suddenly jolted, lifting his head abruptly. Ah! Clarice gasped in surprise. Did I hurt you? Upon witnessing Haotian's reaction, her expression shifted, and she nearly burst into tears. No, you're wonderful, Haotian exclaimed, his face beaming with joy, even unable to resist planting a kiss on her cherubic cheek. Fortunately, they were situated at the back of the classroom, or else Clarice might have wished to vanish from embarrassment. Smack! Clarice's cheeks flushed bright red, and she dared not meet Haotian's gaze. He kissed me? The unexpected kiss sent Clarice's heart racing, her delicate face resembling a ripe peach, utterly adorable. Yet, at that moment, Haotian was too preoccupied to admire the scene. The power of the rules had reached its zenith. Haotian felt a surge of elation, his eyes sparkling with excitement. After waiting for so many days, he had finally replenished the power of the rules. He had been anticipating this moment eagerly. He could once again create a system. Over the past few days, Haotian had contemplated this for quite some time, even drafting a few possibilities. There was the strength-enhancing system, the invincible upgrade system, the infinite amplification system, the one-punch invincibility system, and the god-level inheritance system, among others. However, these systems were merely ideal constructs of his imagination. Whether the power of the rules was sufficient to manifest them remained to be tested one by one. Nevertheless, Haotian had already created two systems, so he had developed some hypotheses. The fundamental power of the rules he wielded stemmed from the X gene within him. In the Marvel Universe, the mutants on Earth possessed the X gene, which, eons ago, was infused into a select portion of humanity by the Celestials, who descended upon Earth and imparted random, mutated genes upon their genetic foundation. However, this mutated X gene is intricate and capricious in nature. Its potential can be exceedingly low, resulting in individuals akin to the officially recognized weakest mutant, Bailey, whose abilities resemble a one-time human firework. Yet, conversely, it can reach staggering heights. For instance, akin to Franklin Richards, a prodigious child of Marvel known for his unfathomable powers, including the ability to create pocket universes at will. The abilities birthed from the X gene encompass a vast spectrum of universal powers, ranging from animalistic traits to physical prowess, magical capabilities, and even laws of reality, rendering the strength of mutants a perplexing enigma. Haotian's X gene belongs to the domain of the laws of reality. As for its upper limits, they remain indeterminate for the time being. Although I cannot ascertain the upper limits of the X gene, I can strive to surpass my own limits repeatedly. Haotian mused inwardly. Thus, he commenced the process of creation. In the next moment, he effortlessly began to forge his system. The systems he had previously contemplated were promptly put to the test. The invincible breathing system failed. The billion-fold amplification system failed. The one-punch invincibility system failed. The infinite surge system failed. The divine legacy system success. At last, after numerous attempts, Haotian succeeded in his creation. Ding. Master, please select a divine legacy template. Might Guy, Uchiha Sasuke, Uzumaki Naruto. Kurosaki Ichigo, Astro Boy, Inspector Black Cat, Sakazuki, Borsellino, Gray, Idagawa Conan, Gojo Satoru, Edward Elric, Jeffrey, Sakata Jintoki, Eren Yeager, Sakuraji Hanamichi, Kamadu Tanjiro, Vegeta, Master Roshi, Kakarot's son Goku, and the Gord brothers. An overwhelming array of character templates flashed through Haotian's mind. Many of them were unfamiliar to him, so he decisively chose a character from a beloved anime. From the Dragon Ball universe, the scion known as Kakarot's son Goku. Ding. Congratulations, Master. The Divine Legacy system has successfully awakened, granting you the character template, Kakarot's son Goku. In the next instant, a status panel materialized before Haotian's eyes. Character, Kakarot's son Goku race, Scion progress, 5 abilities, instant transmission, Kamehameha, solar flare, key control, energy blast, rage boost transformation, great ape, power increases tenfold. Requires over 17 million Bloods waves. Talent, blood of a warrior, power surges dramatically after near-death healing. Only a progress of 5? Haotian felt a tinge of disappointment. However, upon reviewing the abilities and talents, excitement surged within him. He realized that the solar power-up system could indeed be combined with the Divine Legacy system. Consequently, Haotian would not need to endure the grueling training that Goku underwent in the original story. He could merely bask in the sun to enhance his legacy progress. Once his progress increased, so too would his strength. Though he had access to only the Great Ape transformation for now, the prospect of attaining Super Saiyan forms 1 through 4, Ultra Instinct, and the legendary White God form filled him with anticipation. In the realm of Dragon Ball, while Goku may not be the strongest, he is renowned for his relentless pursuit of breaking limits and growing ever mightier. As if the concepts of bottlenecks and limits did not apply to him at all. Excellent. With this, my combat prowess is assured. I can wield great power without the fear of being unable to utilize it. Haotian felt a surge of exhilaration, for within his legacy, all of Goku's might would be passed down to him, as if he were born with it. This, indeed, is the protagonist's halo. This is the essence of life. Though the power of the laws was once again depleted, Haotian was immensely satisfied. It was worth it. Not only did it satisfy his desire for strength, but the forthcoming transformations and rage boosts promised dazzling effects. The utilization of ki would also be extraordinarily magnificent. The Scion bloodline must surely rank among the upper echelons of mutants. He could not help but chuckle. Chapter 16. There's nothing quite like sunbathing in the academy cafeteria. Clarice inquired curiously, Lee, you seem quite cheerful. It appeared that since the beginning of class, Haotian had maintained a smile, leaving Clarice puzzled. Could it be that something simple yet delightful had transpired? Indeed, it had, Li Haotian thought to himself, just as he had surmised. The solar power-up system could indeed synergize with his divine legacy system. After basking in the sun for half the morning, his progress had surged from 5 to a remarkable 63. Although no new transformation had emerged, he could sense the enhancement within him. His ki had doubled at the very least. Now, Li Haotian could perceive his ki. If he so desired, he could sense the presence of everyone within Xavier Academy instantaneously. However, the strength of a mutant primarily stems from the abilities granted by the X gene, rather than the magnitude of ki. For instance, in terms of perception, Steelman's ki far surpasses that of Professor X. Yet, in a contest of strength, the professor could easily triumph over Steelman. Nonetheless, for Li Haotian, the mere strengthening of his ki would undoubtedly elevate his overall strength. Unlike the arduous training that characters like Vegeta and Kakarot underwent in the original narrative to enhance their ki, he only needed to bask in the sun to effortlessly amplify its intensity. This is the advantage bestowed by his X gene. It seems that before long, I shall surpass the likes of the Professor and Cyclops, Li Haotian mused inwardly. Based on his observations over the past few days and the insights gained from his recent training exercises, he had discerned that the character dynamics in this world exceeded those he had previously encountered in films and dramas, yet were significantly weaker than in comics. After all, in the comics, Iceman Bobby could freeze the world, and Storm Aurora could control the Earth's atmosphere. Not to mention, Cyclops Scott could obliterate planets with ease, let alone the even more formidable Professor X and Magneto. Yet, in reality, they were not only incapable of dominating their foes, but also suffered persecution at the hands of ordinary humans, leaving them battered and bruised. Meanwhile, Li Haotian had only spent a few days, and he was already on par with Steelman. If he were to utilize his transformation abilities now, even Steelman would likely find himself outmatched. A smile once again graced Li Haotian's face. However, for a scion to transform into a great ape, it required the illumination of a full moon, necessitating at least 17 million Blutz waves. Yet, Li Haotian was not in a rush. After all, his potential is exceedingly high. There are still the forms of Super Saiyan 1, 2, 3, and 4, as well as the god forms of Red and Blue, among others. At that point, he could easily obliterate stars, even shatter the universe itself. Characters like Professor X, Magneto, the Hulk, and Thor would be utterly powerless against him. Li, what are you laughing at? At that moment, Phantom Cat Kitty approached with a tray in hand. Would you mind sharing a meal? She asked, casting a slightly provocative glance at Clarice. I don't mind, Clarice replied, momentarily taken aback, somewhat puzzled by Kitty's intentions, especially since she had not wronged her. Li, I really didn't expect you to be so strong, able to hold your own against Steelman. Kitty praised him enthusiastically. Women are drawn to strength, and this is no exception for mutants. Kitty had always had a good rapport with the original, especially since Li Haotian was genuinely handsome. The allure of Eastern beauty is something that Western men cannot rival. Now, seeing him so powerful, her admiration only deepened. Would you like to catch a movie after lunch? Kitty extended an invitation. Xavier's Academy even had a small cinema, albeit more of a multimedia classroom, yet well decorated. This made Li Haotian marvel at yet another remarkable talent of the professor. Meanwhile, Clarice felt a pang of jealousy. Her eyes reddened slightly as a sense of grievance washed over her. It dawned on her why Kitty had said what she did earlier. She too wanted to pursue Li Haotian and viewed her as a rival. The mere thought of Kitty inviting Li Haotian to a movie made Clarice's heart ache, especially considering Kitty's appearance, which could easily be classified as a beauty. Western girls tend to be more open and charming, traits that Clarice felt she could not compete with. In that moment, a sense of discomfort washed over her, causing her nose to tingle. Sorry, I prefer to soak up some sun, Li Haotian replied with a smile, shaking his head. He had no time for movies. The dimness of the theater held no appeal for him. The afternoon sun was far more inviting, especially as it was the perfect time for him to enhance his strength. He could not possibly consider a movie when he was on the cusp of a power surge. Observing women was permissible, but before gaining strength, he could not allow himself to get too involved. Otherwise, it would impede his progress. Soak up the sun? Kitty was momentarily taken aback. As one of the Academy's sought-after beauties, she had many admirers, but her standards were high, and she often overlooked the average suitor. Many had sought to invite her to a movie. She never anticipated that Li Haotian would turn her down for sunbathing. Was it because of Clarice? Kitty interpreted Li Haotian's words as an excuse for rejection, for who would believe that someone would choose sunbathing over watching a film with a beautiful woman? I will not give up, she resolved, her gaze narrowing as she looked at Clarice. Once I finish eating, I'm heading out to soak up the sun. Li Haotian paid no mind to the odd atmosphere. After all, basking in the sun was his priority. Although he was uncertain when danger would arrive, he knew it would come soon. Therefore, before that crisis struck, he needed to elevate his strength by dozens or even hundreds of times. Otherwise, it would be perilous. And to grow stronger, he must diligently bask in the sun. Leaving the cafeteria, Haotian made his way to the small park, a verdant patch of grass that received the most sunlight in the afternoon. He relished lying there, feeling the warm breeze while soaking up the sun. Thank you," he heard, eyes closed and lying on the grass. Before long, a fragrant scent wafted through the air, and Clarice settled beside him. This unexpected gratitude left Haotian momentarily bewildered. Clarice lay quietly next to him. Though puzzled, Haotian chose not to question it further, simply enjoying the afternoon sun and the growing power within him. Time passed slowly. 3 days later, on an afternoon bathed in sunlight, as Haotian lay listening to music, he suddenly felt a tremor in his body. An intense change surged within him, as if a terrifying potential had erupted from somewhere deep within. It was overwhelmingly powerful. Chapter 17, Super Saiyan First Stage Boom. This immense strength exploded from within him, instantly transforming Haotian's very being. Although he had yet to release his energy, he sensed that he had undeniably grown stronger. If previously his energy had resembled a water tank filled to the brim, now it was akin to a flowing river. This marked a fundamental distinction. One was stagnant, while the other brimmed with infinite possibilities. It seemed ready to morph into a mighty river, a vast ocean, or even an endless sea. The sudden transformation left Haotian astounded. The formidable force felt as though a torrent of river water had burst forth from the tank. Boom. In an instant, a terrifying aura erupted from Haotian's body, radiating a golden luminescence. Even those unable to perceive energy could visually comprehend it. The golden waves of energy swirled around him like flames, creating an overwhelming pressure that uprooted the grass around him, sending Clarice, who lay nearby, tumbling several meters away. What is this? Haotian's mind raced as he activated the attributes panel of the inherited character. Indeed, the data displayed had changed. Character: Kakarot Son Goku Species, Scion Progress, 101 Abilities, Flight Technique, Kamehameha Wave, Solar Flare, Energy Control, Energy Blast, Rage Boost, High-Speed Flight. Instant Transmission Transformations, Super Saiyan 1 First Stage, Great Ape, Battle Power multiplied by 10. Requires over 17 million Blutz waves. Talent: Battle Blood. When on the brink of death and healed, battle power surges exponentially. He had indeed unlocked the transformation into Super Saiyan. Haotian was elated. The concept of Super Saiyan was entirely distinct from that of a Saiyan. Moreover, he had also mastered instant transmission. This was an incredibly potent ability for self-preservation. As long as Haotian's perception range was sufficiently broad, the distance he could teleport would be considerable. With his current Super Saiyan First Stage energy, he could sense the entire world. Finally, he possessed the strength to protect himself. From that moment on, Haotian felt a measure of relief. Though he was still unsure if Super Saiyan First Stage could dominate the Marvel Universe, at the very least, there were few who could threaten him on Earth. However, he remained cautious. After all, the powers of mutants were complex and varied, rivaling those of superhumans. In the Dragon Ball universe, many superpowers existed that could pose challenges even to a Super Saiyan. For instance, Hit from Dragon Ball Super possesses an incredibly formidable ability known as Time Skip. In their initial encounter, without prior intelligence, one could easily fall victim to a potentially lethal strike. Moreover, the abilities of mutants are certainly comparable, if not superior, to that of Time Skip. Take Quicksilver, for example. Under the acceleration of his speed, time seems to nearly halt. There are numerous similar mutant abilities, which means that even with the transformation into a Super Saiyan, Haotian remains cautious. He would only feel secure once he fully inherits Kakarot's powers. However, even if he were to completely inherit Kakarot's abilities, it remains uncertain whether he could contend with the Infinity Gauntlet-wielding Thanos. Haotian finds himself intrigued. Yet, if I could entirely inherit the abilities of the Omni King, Thanos would surely be a trivial challenge, he muses inwardly. The path to inheriting the Omni King's powers, however, requires an immense amount of rule-based energy. At the very least, Haotian must become stronger, with a more potent X gene, for such a feat to be feasible. Setting these thoughts aside, Haotian immediately delves into the study of the recently unlocked Super Saiyan Stage 1. So that is how it is. After meticulous examination, he realizes that there are actually 4 phases within the Super Saiyan 1 form. The first phase, second phase, third phase, and full power. However, given his current rate of enhancement, it won't be long before he directly ascends to Super Saiyan 2. Thus, despite Haotian's curiosity, he refrains from further investigation, as his pace of growth is exceedingly swift. What a splendid day it is. Regardless, with the awakening of the Super Saiyan form, Li Haotian's power has surged at least 100-fold. He wonders if he could now hold his own against Cyclops and Storm. After all, in the first phase of Super Saiyan 1, utilizing the Kamehameha wave at full strength would suffice to obliterate the Earth. While the Super Saiyan form is indeed powerful, it cannot sustain survival in the cosmos. It seems I must devise a compact system that enables me to exist in space. Or perhaps enhance my capabilities by adopting a character template that thrives within the universe. Majin Buu? Frieza? Cell? A plethora of thoughts flashes through Li Haotian's mind. Although their strengths may not match Kakaroto's later stages, they possess a myriad of superpowers and can perfectly endure in the cosmos. Particularly Majin Buu, who can resurrect as long as a single cell remains. Such abilities are undoubtedly invaluable. The god of destruction and angels require an exceedingly high amount of rule-based energy. Yet conversely, the requirements for Majin Buu and Frieza are considerably less. Li Haotian promptly arrives at a decision. After all, in terms of combat prowess, he still relies on Kakaroto's legacy, while templates of Majin Buu or Frieza are merely intended to enhance his superpowers and survival capabilities in the cosmos. These golden auras are truly magnificent. Li Haotian raises his hand, observing the Super Saiyan aura enveloping him, his eyes gleaming with increasing brilliance. At last, I too possess an aesthetic transformation. Previously, despite his formidable strength, it merely manifested as sheer power, appearing rather unremarkable without any semblance of grandeur. This left Li Haotian, who had once indulged in fantasies, feeling somewhat regretful. But now it has arrived. The aura swirling around him resembles a blazing golden flame, vibrant and resplendent, radiating authority. With a swift motion, Li Haotian takes a deep breath and retracts the aura. Li, are you all right? Clarice cautiously approaches as the golden flames dissipate. A hint of concern etched upon her face. The sudden emergence of such an anomaly leaves her somewhat flustered. Fear not. It is not a harbinger of misfortune. It seems I have awakened a new mutant ability, Li Haotian replies with a smile. After all, mutant abilities are diverse, intricate, and devoid of logic. He harbors no fear of being exposed. Is this your new mutant ability? It is simply astounding, akin to a burning golden flame. Could it be an energy-based power? Clarice's eyes sparkle with curiosity as she excitedly inquires. Energy-based? Li Haotian is momentarily taken aback. Perhaps. He chuckles. The energy within him could indeed be considered a form of energy. I never expected you to awaken a new ability. At this moment, Storm Aurora and Cyclops Scott approach, both wearing expressions of shock and excitement. They had merely passed by but were captivated by Li Haotian, who was engulfed in golden flames. Is this a second awakening of the X gene? Cyclops Scott muses quietly. Recently, he has indeed felt himself growing stronger, and just moments ago, he sensed a surge of energy within him yearning to be unleashed. I simply decided to give it a try. Li Haotian chuckles. I'm unsure of the specific type of energy form. Storm Aurora expresses her curiosity. Li, the professor wants us to come over. Cyclops Scott states. It seems they can inquire with the professor. Storm Aurora beams. All right. Li Haotian nods, yet a flicker of unease crosses his mind. The professor did not communicate directly through telepathy, but chose to relay the message via Cyclops Scott. Li, you are becoming increasingly formidable. Clarice observes their departing figures, her eyes reflecting a complex array of emotions. Soon, they arrive at Professor X's office. The door is ajar, allowing them to enter without hesitation. Welcome. The professor greets with a smile, turning his gaze to Li Haotian. I hear you've awakened a new energy-based ability. Upon hearing the professor's words, Li Haotian is at a loss for words. Given the professor's capabilities, he must have sensed the energy when Li Haotian unleashed it earlier. Surrounded by so many people, the professor could easily invade a mind and witness the transformation through their eyes. However, choosing not to expose his awareness, Li Haotian merely smiles and nods slightly. It should be some form of energy-based ability, though I am not yet entirely certain of its specific functions, he humbly replies. After all, the utilization of energy can manifest in numerous forms. Energy blasts, Kamehameha, solar flare, key sword, and key bombs, all of which are not overly complex. Having transformed into Super Saiyan 1, Li Haotian can employ all the aforementioned techniques. His attributes panel now lists abilities so numerous that they can only be denoted with ellipses. The Academy also hosts some energy-based students, yet it seems their powers do not rival yours in strength, the professor remarks. Earlier, he had sensed that surge of energy, which was indeed formidable, certainly at the alpha level. Yet unbeknownst to the professor, The energy Li Haotian unleashed was only a fraction of a thousandth. Otherwise, if he had fully unleashed his power, he could very well have leveled Xavier's school. Is that so? I'm not entirely sure. Li Haotian instinctively touched his head and chuckled. The second awakening of the X-gene ability is indeed a rare phenomenon. I am genuinely pleased that you have awakened. The professor smiled and continued. It appears that your X-gene is likely connected to your physical form. After pondering for a moment, he spoke again. In truth, even I find it somewhat elusive to ascertain the exact nature of Li Haotian's mutant ability. He possesses formidable strength, and now he has awakened an energy-related capability. Could it be that he belongs to the category of infinite physical enhancement? The professor thought to himself. This particular type allows a mutant's physique to be infinitely reinforced. Once the body reaches a certain threshold, it manifests various powers. For instance, one's eyes might develop ray-like abilities, or one could unleash powerful shockwaves or ultrasonic waves. Alternatively, one might experience enhanced mental faculties, gaining telepathic abilities. In essence, the five senses and limbs of the body may acquire additional capabilities. This is the essence of the infinite physical enhancement category. However, such mutants are not commonly encountered. Among the Academy, the most powerful energy types are Scott, Bobby, and Kane. When you have the time, you might seek their counsel, the professor suggested. Scott and Bobby I know, but who is Kane? Li Haotian inquired, somewhat puzzled. Yet, he quickly recalled information about Kane from his memory. Kane's mutant ability involved energy shockwaves, which could be emitted through his limbs, resembling a form of ki blast. Li Haotian contemplated inwardly. The professor engaged the others in conversation for a while longer before asking Aurora to stay behind for a discussion. Scott and Li Haotian then departed the office. Li, shall we head to the training ground to test your newly awakened abilities? Scott suddenly proposed. Is that wise? What if we damage the training ground? Li Haotian replied, though his curiosity was piqued. After all, knowing how to use a ki blast was quite different from actually utilizing it. It was akin to suddenly becoming a racing champion, without taking a few laps. How could one truly appreciate the exhilaration of being a champion? However, techniques like the ki blast and energy cannon were not easily wielded. Fear not, with Mr. Base present. There is nothing to worry about, Scott reassured him with a grin. Mr. Base? Li Haotian was taken aback, as he had no recollection of this Mr. Base. Oh, you may not have encountered him. Mr. Base does not teach classes. He is the Academy's maintenance instructor. As he spoke, Scott led Li Haotian to the training ground. Upon arrival, Li Haotian was astonished to see that all the damage from the previous combat training had been completely repaired. He had earlier wondered why the renovation crew had not arrived at the Academy. It was now evident that the Academy had no need for such a crew. Considering Scott's earlier words, it was clear that Mr. Base must possess a unique mutant ability capable of restoring the training grounds. All right, let me be your sparring partner, Scott declared with enthusiasm. In truth, he was eager to see just how powerful Li Haotian's new abilities truly were. After all, the blazing golden flames he had witnessed earlier, while not overtly formidable, had instilled a sense of danger within him. Excellent. Li Haotian's eyes sparkled with excitement. He had long wished to engage in a spar with Scott, as it would serve as a gauge of his current strength. Teacher, I'm going in. With anticipation coursing through him, Li Haotian took a deep breath. His muscles tensed, and in an instant, he surged forward. Boom. The ground cracked beneath him, and Li Haotian's figure transformed into a blur. So fast, Scott's expression changed dramatically. His speed was more than double what it had been during his previous battle with Colossus. Now, even without transforming, my base speed has reached 200 meters per second. Not far from the speed of sound, Li Haotian thought with exuberance. He was indeed growing stronger by the day. However, my strength is even greater. Boom. An overwhelming force erupted from him. At this moment, Li Haotian's strength, in his normal form, had reached an astounding 48 tons. A single punch could shatter mountains. Oh no. The terrifying punch sent the air roaring, and Scott's face paled. He crossed his arms defensively, bracing for impact. Bang. Scott's body was propelled like a cannonball. What the hell was that punch? It felt more like a train. He thought in disbelief, feeling somewhat aggrieved. His body was forcibly slammed to the ground, skidding several meters and leaving a deep trench before finally coming to a halt. Teacher, are you all right? Li Haotian rushed forward in concern. While he was aware of the terrifying might of his 48-ton punch, he truly had no grasp of how powerful that was. After all, he had never before witnessed such strength unleashed at such high speed. But now he understood. Cough, cough. Scott, the laser-eyed mutant, stood up from the ground. His gaze towards Li Haotian filled with astonishment. I'm fine. I just didn't expect your strength to have increased so drastically. He waved his hand dismissively. However, his arms still trembled, particularly the one that had taken the brunt of the impact, hanging limply at his side, reluctant to move at all. Li, when you faced Colossus last time, your strength was roughly on par with his, around 20 tons, right? But that last punch was at least twice as powerful, exceeding 40 tons. You are now the strongest individual I have encountered, Scott remarked, somewhat at a loss for words. Typically, after the awakening of the X gene, while one could enhance their abilities through training, a doubling of strength in such a short span was rather extraordinary. Had it not been for the Academy's specialized methods to bolster mutants' physiques, that punch could have rendered me unconscious, he thought. A punch exceeding 40 tons was simply outrageous. Scott chuckled wryly. However, I am not a strength-type mutant. We shall now proceed with ability training. I will use my laser vision to attack you. Of course, I will restrain the intensity of my blasts. Nevertheless, they will still hurt, so do your best to evade or use your newly awakened energy powers to defend yourself. He took a deep breath and then spoke earnestly. After all, I am laser-eyed. It is only natural that I am somewhat weaker in terms of raw power. But with my signature techniques, it won't be so dire. Li Haotian's eyes suddenly sparkled with excitement. In truth, he did not need to engage in combat to assess the intensity of his power. A mere strike against the ground or a mighty blow to a mountain would suffice for such an evaluation. Yet, facing the formidable abilities of a mutant, utilizing his own powers in direct confrontation was precisely what Li Haotian yearned for. Moreover, within the realm of comics, Cyclops could unleash his optic blasts to such an extent that they could obliterate planets, an impact comparable to that capable of annihilating Earth itself. Although the Cyclops in this universe appeared considerably weaker than his comic counterpart, he was undoubtedly more powerful than the portrayal in cinematic adaptations. Therefore, Li Haotian was eager to ascertain the current stage of his own strength. Be cautious. Scott immediately touched the device on his face, a surge of confidence flooding through him once more. He possessed absolute faith in his optic blasts. Since you are using your optic blasts, I shall also test my newly awakened abilities. Li Haotian inhaled deeply, a smile gracing his visage. Boom. Instantly, a wave of white energy erupted from within him, akin to a tempest. What is this? Scott was momentarily taken aback. Previously, he had witnessed a golden flame-like energy, yet now a white aura surrounded Li Haotian. Although faint, likely imperceptible to the average individual, his optic blasts nonetheless detected it. While not golden flames, this white energy seemed formidable. Scott felt an intense sense of danger. He had some faith in his sixth sense. Thus, despite the absurdity of the situation, he had to concede that Li Haotian truly posed a life-threatening challenge to him. The leader of the X-Men, Cyclops. It was ludicrous that a teenager mutant could instill such fear in him. Yet, he was convinced of this sensation. What a terrifying talent. Perhaps his future achievements will surpass even Magneto. Cyclops mused inwardly. To him, the two most powerful mutants were Professor X and Magneto, with the former being invincible in Scott's eyes. Thus, for Scott to consider Li Haotian capable of surpassing Magneto was the highest praise he could bestow. Boom. As he summoned the energy within him, the transformation into a Super Scion unfolded instantaneously. What an exhilarating sensation. Li Haotian reveled in the energy coursing through him. Although he had unlocked this template for several days, he had never truly unleashed his inner energy, fearing that the professors might find out and create complications. It was prudent to exercise caution until he was undeniably powerful. However, now, he felt no need for concealment. He was strong enough. Transformation. Boom. With the metamorphosis into a Super Scion, the white aura surrounding Li Haotian surged dramatically. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. In the blink of an eye, a circular pit appeared within several meters around him, and a terrifying tempest swept outward, even propelling Scott away. Scott's expression changed drastically, but there was no time to feel embarrassed. He stared at Li Haotian in shock. With a thunderous crash, a terrifying beam of golden energy erupted, obliterating the roof of the training facility. This moment startled many within the academy. How beautiful. What is that? Is someone fighting? Instantly, everyone rushed toward the training area. Even Professor X and Storm, who were engaged in discussion in the office, were taken aback by this spectacle. Inside the training ground, Li Haotian was engulfed in golden flames, his hair standing upright. The originally jet-black locks transformed into a striking golden hue. All right, Professor, we can begin. Li Haotian was brimming with power. He had never felt so invigorated, as if an infinite wellspring of strength resided within him. Why do I feel a tinge of sadness? A glimmer of moisture appeared in the corner of Scott's eye. Who is the student, and who is the teacher here? Because I sliced an onion. Upon hearing Scott's words, Li Haotian smirked, unable to resist making a jest. Unfamiliar with the reference from a culinary show, Scott failed to grasp the joke. Yet he sensed that Li Haotian appeared to regard him with disdain. Li, I am about to strike. Scott, feeling a rare sense of indignation, finally let his temper flare. Brilliant red flashed in his eyes. Chapter 20. A fraction of power. It is rumored that Cyclops connects to a terrifying alternate dimension. The optic beam emanates from within, and Cyclops serves as the key to unlocking that dimension. Who knows the true extent of its power? Haotian was filled with anticipation. Whoosh! In the next moment, a horrific red beam, dense as molten lava, shot forth from Scott's eyes. Sizzle, sizzle, sizzle. The extreme temperature caused the surrounding air to boil. What a formidable optic blast! Haotian's eyes glinted with excitement, a surge of battle intent igniting within him. Was it the Scion's innate warrior blood boiling? Come forth. Boom. The surrounding energy instantaneously condensed and coalesced around his form. He raised both hands, preparing to meet Cyclops' attack with his palms. Sizzle, sizzle, sizzle. In an instant, the optic beam collided with Haotian's palms. My heavens, is he actually receiving Cyclops' optic blast with his hands? Exclaimed a nearby onlooker. Is that even human flesh? Or is it steel? Even steel cannot withstand Cyclops' optic blasts. This is unbelievable. At that moment, numerous students had gathered, witnessing this astonishing scene, unable to contain their astonishment. What? Cyclops remained remarkably composed. Were it not for his eyes currently unleashing beams, he would have been left utterly dumbfounded. Someone actually received his optic blast with their hands. Indeed, energy can be defended against through the use of ki. Haotian contemplated. Scott's optic blasts were undeniably powerful. Their temperature could melt steel and pierce through rock. Yet, he had managed to envelop the energy within his palms, effectively halting its searing and destructive force. As for its penetrating power, it was inconsequential to Haotian, who possessed 48 tons of strength. Moreover, in his Super Scion form, his power likely multiplied several dozen or even hundreds of times. In that moment, Haotian was confident that he could overpower the Hulk with sheer strength. Clap, clap, clap. Just then, Professor X and Storm arrived. Lee, you truly possess extraordinary talent. Storm praised without reservation. This talent is truly astonishing. It seems that ever since Haotian's genetic eruption, he has undergone a remarkable transformation. His abilities have intensified, and he has become significantly more cheerful. Is this the manifestation of your energy-based powers? Such a peculiar force. The professor, too, appeared somewhat taken aback. He could sense the extraordinary potency of this golden flame, which was undoubtedly exceptional. In fact, it seemed that Haotian had not yet fully unleashed his potential. Otherwise, its might would be unimaginable. Moreover, you appear to have undergone a transformation, the professor remarked, observing Haotian's golden hair. However, the ability to transform is relatively common among mutants. Steel Guy adopts a metallic form when activating his powers, while Iceman resembles a being made entirely of ice. There are numerous mutants of a similar nature within the Academy. Lee, I must amplify the power of my optic blasts. Scott suddenly interjected. After all, he was the leader of the X-Men. Yet he found himself in a state of uncertainty against this newcomer. Consequently, a hint of resentment brewed within him. All right, Haotian replied, feeling his own energy elevate. This was an opportune moment for him to master his control over power. Only through combat could he better harness his abilities. After all, the divine-level inheritance system merely endowed Haotian with these powers. Perfecting their execution would require time and practical experience. Boom. The terrifying laser beam suddenly thickened. The searing heat caused the surrounding air to boil. Everyone witnessed the air igniting. The formidable, thick laser beam radiated an overwhelming force, enhanced fivefold. Haotian, feeling the scorching energy emanating from his hands, was somewhat astonished. It was evident that Scott's capability to lead the X-Men was not mere talk. The potency of this current laser beam was far beyond that of Steel Guy. Now, this is interesting. A glimmer of battle spirit flashed in Haotian's eyes. Boom. Transparent, circular waves of light materialized in the palms of his hands. Miniature turtle shockwave. 2 azure energy waves shot forth from his palms, clashing against the laser beam, establishing a standoff. What? Scott's expression shifted dramatically. He had unleashed the full force of his optic blasts, yet not only had Haotian withstood it, but he was now launching a counterattack. Sizzle. The red and blue shockwaves collided fiercely, each striving to overpower the other. Haotian was momentarily taken aback. He was currently in Super Scion form. Even a fraction of his power should not be underestimated. Yet, Scott was managing to hold his ground. While Haotian was astonished, Scott's mind was reeling. The optic blasts he had unleashed with all his might were on par with his opponents. Given that Haotian's energy-based abilities had just awakened, he could potentially grow significantly stronger. Would this mean that Haotian could soon surpass him? All right, you too. let's call it a day, the professor suddenly interjected. He surveyed the training room's ceiling and then glanced at the tumultuous red and blue beams of energy, feeling a sense of exasperation. Although Mr. Base could repair the damage, such extensive destruction would take considerable time to mend. Moreover, the professor sensed that Li Haotian's power was likely far from its peak, harboring substantial untapped potential. If released, it could potentially devastate Xavier's academy. If the laser beam and Li Haotian's shockwave were to explode, the training ground would surely be reduced to rubble. Teacher, let's withdraw our powers together. Li Haotian, having discerned the outcome he sought, was not inclined to continue. After all, he could not genuinely unleash a mini-turtle shockwave that would obliterate Scott. All right. Though somewhat reluctant, Scott nodded in agreement. He had exerted himself to the utmost. Yet it appeared that Li Haotian remained more composed. Swish. The two simultaneously retracted their energies. However, while Scott's optic blast dissipated upon shutting down, Li Haotian's turtle shockwave did not. Whoosh. In the next instant, Li Haotian dashed swiftly before Scott, and in the midst of his bewildered gaze, he struck the mini-turtle shockwave away with a punch. Boom. The two azure waves soared through the training room's ceiling and erupted in the air. The powerful shockwave caused all the students within the training ground to feel the terrifying wind pressure. For a moment, everyone was left in stunned silence. Chapter 21. Wolverine arrives strong. Unbelievably strong. Initially, Li Haotian's shockwave had been at a standstill with Scott's optic blasts. The onlookers had merely been entertained, feeling little of the intensity. Yet now, with the explosion of the mini-turtle shockwave, the residual force made everyone acutely aware of its formidable destructive power. The professor's eyelids twitched. Although he was aware of Li Haotian's strength, he had not anticipated such overwhelming destructive capability. By this measure, Li Haotian's power was indeed nearing that of Scott and the others. However, the professor was unaware that the previous force was merely a fraction of Li Haotian's true potential. If he were to unleash his full strength, could he possibly obliterate the Earth? Li Haotian mused internally, concluding that he most certainly could. The might of the Super Scion was beyond question. Even in a world teeming with mutants, deities, infinity stones, and other supernatural entities, surpassing his former Earth by countless magnitudes, the power of a Super Scion remained unfathomable. Roar! Li! 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 After a brief interlude, the crowd emerged from their astonishment, unable to contain their fervent cheers. If one is only slightly stronger than others, they might elicit envy. But when one is vastly superior, the reward is admiration and respect. At this moment, Li Haotian had proven through sheer strength that he was on par with Scott and the others. The X-Men were, after all, the idols and aspirations of all the students at Xavier's academy. Professor, I wish to return and contemplate. I believe I have gained some insights, Li Haotian said, feeling somewhat out of sorts with the attention he had received. Hastily, he sought an excuse to depart, leaving behind a bewildered Scott and countless exuberant, thrilled students. Professor, Li is incredibly strong, Aurora remarked with admiration. Although she was slightly older than him, she felt that if they were to fight, even she, as Storm, would not have the slightest confidence in claiming victory. Did you see his speed just now? The professor replied. Speed. Upon hearing the professor's words, Aurora's eyes widened in surprise, her mouth forming a perfect O. In the blink of an eye, 3 days had passed. Li Haotian lay on the grassy expanse of the park, a book resting upon his face. At that moment, he wished for nothing more than to bask in the sun. He finally understood why celebrities don masks wherever they went, exercising such caution. Over the past few days, Li Haotian had seemingly transformed into a major star, akin to a social media influencer. Wherever he went, he attracted attention. While most of it stemmed from admiration, with many greeting him and even requesting autographs, he found this atmosphere somewhat uncomfortable. We were once in the same position. At that moment, Storm approached, speaking with a smile. The members of the X-Men could empathize with Li Haotian's predicament. Who would have thought that mutants could also exhibit such fervent fandom? Li Haotian managed a resigned smile. Mutants are still human, just significantly stronger than ordinary folk, Aurora remarked. Indeed, Li Haotian replied. Have you given any thought to joining the X-Men? Storm inquired, as this was the primary reason for her visit. Given Li Haotian's current abilities, he was more than qualified to join their ranks. I'll contemplate it for a few more days. After all, my X-gene has only recently awakened, and I would prefer to wait until my powers stabilize, Li Haotian responded thoughtfully. Although he had become quite formidable, the threats in this world were no less daunting. He was not afraid of adversaries like Magneto, but what about the formidable extraterrestrials, malevolent deities, or the celestial host? What of the power of the Infinity Stones? Thus, until he achieved true invincibility, it was wiser to remain low-key. All right then, Storm sighed, shaking her head in resignation. Aurora could see that Li Haotian's nature was excessively cautious, practically overzealous in his prudence. However, should you come to a decision, remember that the doors of the X-Men will always be open to you. Although Aurora hoped for Li Haotian to join the X-Men immediately, they would never coerce anyone into membership. If one did not resonate with the principles of the X-Men, what purpose would their inclusion serve? In the face of genuine peril, it could even lead to greater crises for the entire team. Therefore, despite Storm's strong desire for Li Haotian to join, they would not pressure him if he was not sincerely inclined. Manipulative tactics, such as emotional appeals or promises of benefits, were beneath their dignity. Yes, I will. Li Haotian smiled. Although uncertain of what the future held, he was not yet inclined to such thoughts. Oh, just as Storm prepared to depart, she suddenly gasped in surprise. Li Haotian, curious about her reaction, followed her gaze. To his astonishment, a vehicle had entered the premises and parked beside the teaching building. A man who appeared exceedingly capable emerged from the vehicle. I can't believe he's back. A flicker of surprise crossed Li Haotian's eyes. Did this signify the onset of the plotline? He mused internally. It's Logan. Storm exclaimed joyfully, rising to greet him. The news of Wolverine's return quickly spread throughout Xavier's academy. After all, he was a former member of the X-Men, having participated in both the first and second battles, as well as numerous rescue missions. Many students and faculty members at the academy were quite familiar with him. Instantly, the academy buzzed with excitement. However, Li Haotian felt little joy. He had originally intended to quietly develop his abilities until he could transform into Super Saiyan 3, or ideally, attain Ultra Instinct. But Logan's return signaled that the plotline was now unfolding. The third battle was imminent. Jean would be resurrected, and both Cyclops and the Professor were destined to perish. Moreover, the emergence of a mutant cure would likely incite internal conflict within the Academy. His powers largely stemmed from the X gene. Would they vanish if the gene did? He could not afford to gamble, so the mutant cure must be destroyed. Li Haotian pondered. What a pity. With his current rate of advancement, given just another year, or even 6 months, he would undoubtedly reach a level akin to that of a Super Saiyan god. At that point, the likes of the Celestials or any deities would be easily vanquished with a mere Kamehameha. Yet for now, he should be able to ensure his own safety. He sighed softly. Lee, what's the matter? Clarice, having just peeled grapes, offered the translucent fruit to Li Haotian's mouth, her brow furrowed in confusion. To her, he seemed perpetually cheerful, handsome, and powerful. There shouldn't be anything troubling him. Chapter 22, Professor X. He is the most brilliant individual I have ever encountered. Nothing. Come on. Let us go have lunch. Li Haotian replied with a smile, shaking his head. Even if he were to share his concerns with Clarice, she would not grasp their significance. Furthermore, some matters simply could not be disclosed. Soon, the two made their way to the cafeteria. Unbeknownst to Li Haotian, in a conference room within the school, nearly all of the X-Men had gathered. Even the still-enrolled Shadowcat and Colossus were present. This assembly comprised the elite and pivotal figures of the Academy. The atmosphere was tense. Here's what transpired. Logan addressed the assembly, his voice steady. An immediate silence fell upon the room, as the weight of his words settled heavily upon them. Within that mutant research facility, there are numerous children. Unfortunately, my own strength is limited, and despite several attempts, I could not rescue those trapped inside. Clearly, this is no ordinary research facility. Should we attempt a rescue, or not? Wolverine continued. In truth, had Logan possessed a viable solution, he would not have returned to Xavier's academy seeking assistance. Who would have thought such a vile mutant laboratory still exists? We mutants are not mere experimental subjects. It must be destroyed. This is not a matter to be taken lightly. We must inform the higher-ups. When shall we depart? Let us aim for 9 o'clock tonight. We can leave from here at 10, under the leadership of Scott, Aurora, and Logan. Oh, and let us bring Kitty along. Her abilities will be invaluable in a rescue situation. The group quickly solidified their plans. The remaining members would stay at the academy, as it was imperative to maintain a defensive presence. The professor glanced at those not called upon, then spoke. If we were to deploy everyone, the defensive capacity of Xavier's academy would be severely compromised. Relying solely on these students, it is impossible to safeguard this place. Should any enemies invade, it would undoubtedly result in catastrophic casualties, a scenario that Professor X is utterly loath to witness. Especially of late, he has been plagued by an unsettling sense of foreboding, as if something dire is imminent. Professor X is, after all, widely recognized as the most formidable telepath in existence, his mental prowess having reached unfathomable heights. Although it differs somewhat from telekinesis and cannot directly alter reality, he possesses the ability to infiltrate others' minds, traverse their memories, and even manipulate them directly. Such immense power has endowed Professor X with certain unique abilities, such as an acute sixth sense. This is not a specific superpower, yet it is undeniably significant. Recently, he has frequently felt a sense of unease, as if an ominous event is on the horizon. However, Professor X ultimately lacks the gift of prophecy, rendering him unable to discern the nature of the crisis that fuels his anxiety. Nonetheless, exercising caution is always prudent. I have utilized the brainwave enhancer several times, yet I still cannot identify the source of the danger, Professor X mused. Moreover, these concerns cannot be shared with others, as he fears inciting panic. Professor, I propose that we include Haotian in this operation. Storm, Aurora, suddenly interjected. In an instant, all eyes turned toward her. While it is true that Haotian possesses considerable strength, he has not undergone professional training. Directly involving him in such a mission could be perilous, Steelman remarked. He had witnessed the earlier confrontation between Haotian and Cyclops, Scott, and noted that Haotian had grown significantly stronger since their duel. He surmised that Haotian's abilities likely now exceeded his own. Thus, from a standpoint of strength, taking Haotian along posed no issue. However, the difference between training and actual combat is stark, particularly in battles where blood is shed and lives may be taken. Generally, students find their first experience overwhelming. This upcoming mission is of utmost importance. Any misstep at a critical moment could endanger the children we aim to rescue. Indeed, I believe Steelman raises a valid point. Cyclops nodded in agreement. While he acknowledged Haotian's strength, one-on-one sparring differs vastly from participating in a life-or-death mission. In such situations, individual prowess is important. Yet teamwork is paramount. Should a problem arise, it could jeopardize the entire team, potentially leading to catastrophic consequences or even annihilation. You speak of this Haotian. Aurora mentioned him to me previously. I have heard he is a prodigy, but he is still quite young, Logan spoke up. As one of the oldest among them, he had witnessed countless individuals and events, including many gifted talents. Therefore, he did not consider it wise to involve a teenager in such a mission. Regardless of his impressive abilities, I contend that age is not an issue. He is inherently cautious and possesses a composed demeanor. With a modicum of training, he could evolve into an exceptional X-Man. And what better training than the crucible of real combat? Storm countered passionately. She had taken a keen interest in nurturing Haotian's potential. Aurora, I did not anticipate your high regard for him. Professor X expressed his surprise. Although Storm had been by his side for a considerable time, he had never witnessed her hold anyone in such esteem. I have been closely observing him. He is truly the most gifted individual I have encountered, Aurora asserted. At that moment, Professor X nodded in agreement. Professor, you concur? Logan's eyes widened in astonishment. If Aurora's endorsement was noteworthy, the fact that Professor X himself, recognized as the foremost leader among mutants and the strongest telepath, echoed her sentiments about Haotian was indeed remarkable. Such praise was unparalleled. Even Magneto had never received such accolades from Professor X. Go and inquire. Professor X assented to Aurora's suggestion. In truth, he harbored a desire to have Haotian partake in the upcoming operation, though he feared that Aurora's proposal might ultimately falter. Given that Haotian had previously declined to join the X-Men, let alone engage in combat. Having just finished dinner, Haotian was making his way to the library terrace with Clarice to bask in the afternoon sun when he noticed Storm approaching him, accompanied by Logan and others. Chapter 23, The Warrior's Blood Library, Open Terrace. What? You want me to join your mission? Clarice exclaimed, astonished at the sight of Storm and the others. Meanwhile, upon hearing the proposal, Haotian fell into a contemplative silence, taken aback. Indeed, although Lee is not yet an X-Man, I still wish for you to join the operation. The risks involved are minimal, and it will enhance your combat experience, which will be invaluable for your future battles, Aurora stated earnestly, directing her gaze at Haotian. Rest assured, Professor has approved this mission. There is no danger, Scott added, noting Haotian's silence and assuming he was merely concerned about potential threats. However, in truth, Haotian's mind was engaged in a fervent inner struggle. I cannot go. Though I possess the means for self-preservation, what if an unforeseen circumstance arises? My presence could very well trigger a butterfly effect. Besides, this world is chaotic, far from the absolute safety of the X-Men's domain. I must refrain. The prideful scion blood within him clamored for action. Enemies are to be confronted. Do you not yearn to test your mettle against true masters? Having gained power, do you not wish to seek out worthy opponents? No, you would not, for you are a warrior of scion lineage. I cannot go. This world is fraught with dangers. If faced with a problem beyond even a super scion's capabilities, what would become of me? I may not have the chance to traverse dimensions again. Death means the end of everything. Nonsense, you must go. Have you forgotten the pride of the Scions? Moreover, you possess the blood of a gifted warrior. Peril will only serve to strengthen you. Do you not wish to break through the Super Scion plateau? Calm down. You absolutely must not go. This world is replete with various strange mutant abilities, rivaling superpowers and divine beings wielding immense power. While Super Scions are powerful fighters, encountering bizarre abilities could prove perilous. In an instant, two voices unexpectedly emerged in Li Haotian's mind. Am I experiencing a split personality? He found himself at a loss for words. This was the first time he had encountered two distinct voices within his consciousness. Li, what is wrong with you? Clarice, noticing the peculiar expression on Li Haotian's face, inquired with concern. Please, don't pressure him any further. Such a perilous endeavor is not something we should be undertaking. We are merely students. Clarice, who had always been rather introverted, bravely stepped forward at that moment, daring to speak up to the Academy's instructors. This surprising transformation caught Storm, Cyclops, and the others off guard. They had not anticipated that Clarice would exhibit such courage. No, Clarice, you have misunderstood our intentions, Aurora interjected. As instructors of the Academy, how could they possibly engage in such actions? They merely wished to take Li Haotian to witness the operations of the X-Men and allow him to experience the joy of being a hero. Perhaps Li Haotian would come to cherish this feeling and choose to join the X-Men. After all, the upcoming operation posed minimal danger. With her, Cyclops, and Logan leading the charge, confronting a mutant research facility guarded by merely a few dozen special forces was not an insurmountable task. The reason for inviting Li Haotian was simply that Aurora held him in high regard and wished to broaden his horizons and combat experience. Should Li Haotian harbor genuine concerns about the risks and decline to participate in this operation, Aurora might feel a tinge of disappointment but would not coerce him into joining. After all, their intentions were benevolent. How could they morph into coercion? No, Clarice, you have misinterpreted something. I have chosen to participate in this mission. After a moment, Li Haotian suddenly declared. Although he was still somewhat perplexed by the seeming disarray in his mind, he ultimately resolved to engage in this task. Given his current abilities, self-preservation was assured. Even if he encountered a mutant possessing rare superpowers or a deity of immense strength, he could simply teleport back to Xavier's academy. After all, his sensitivity to energy extended across the globe. Li, please don't act impulsively, Clarice exclaimed, her anxiety palpable. Even though Li Haotian was indeed powerful, they were still just students. Rest assured, Clarice, I will be fine. The instructors have already stated that the danger of this mission is minimal. They intend for me to gain experience, not to act as the primary force, Li Haotian reassured her with a gentle pat on the head and a smile. Moreover, as long as you remain safe at school, nothing can happen to me. This statement implied that as long as Clarice was at the academy, he could teleport back from any perilous situation. However, to Clarice, this carried an entirely different meaning. Her earlobes flushed crimson in an instant. All right, just be sure to stay safe, Clarice murmured, lowering her head. I'll be waiting for your return, her voice barely a whisper. Yet everyone present, none of whom were ordinary, heard her clearly. Ha! Cyclops laughed heartily and gave Li Haotian a thumbs up. He had not anticipated that the young man was not only gifted but also adept at charming the ladies. This was Cyclope's unspoken thought. While Storm did not voice her thoughts, the amusement in her eyes was unmistakable. Youth is indeed a wonderful thing. Logan, who had remained silent until now, shook his head with a sigh. For no other reason than Li Haotian's words, he acknowledged him. Strength could be developed over time, but charm was innate. The objective of this mission was to rescue a child from a mutant research facility. Their defenses were not overly formidable, consisting of a few dozen special forces alongside an unruly mob. The only significant concern was the presence of two controlled mutants within the facility, whose powers were formidable and required caution. Naturally, besides this intelligence, there could be other covert tactics and dangers at play, especially since Logan's previous infiltrations had all ended in failure. This constituted the extent of their known intelligence. Storm began to relay the information she had gathered to Li Haotian, hoping to ease his apprehensions. After all, given Li Haotian's prowess, facing the current defenses of the research facility posed no threat. Thus, the danger is indeed minimal. Otherwise, the professor would not have consented, Storm remarked with a smile. When she initially proposed that Li Haotian accompany them on this mission, it was because she considered it to be low risk. Were it otherwise, she would never have invited him. After all, Aurora admired Li Haotian and had no intention of jeopardizing him. If, after this operation, you find the experience of participating in X-Men missions to your liking, you might consider formally accepting our invitation to become a regular member of the X-Men. This would allow you to register with the defense departments of friendly nations. which would be immensely beneficial for your future, Cyclops added. Although Cyclops did not regard Li Haotian with the same admiration as Aurora, he nonetheless recognized his strength and talent. In their earlier training session, Cyclops had exerted himself to the fullest, yet Li Haotian had managed to hold his own. This earned him Cyclops' respect from the depths of his being. After all, the strong are always deserving of respect. Moreover, given Li Haotian's significantly younger age, his potential was even greater. Cyclops believed that it would not be long before Li Haotian surpassed him. Registering with the Defense Department, Li Haotian was momentarily taken aback. His curiosity piqued. Though mutants had faced rejection from ordinary people over the years, the professor's efforts had not been in vain. As X-Men, whenever we undertake missions, we are permitted to operate within the airspace, territorial waters, and territories of friendly nations without being treated as hostile forces and attacked. The X-Men are regarded as akin to certain specialized departments in these nations. In critical moments, we can even request assistance from local law enforcement. Cyclops proclaimed with pride. After all, there were indeed many mutants in this world, often hidden among ordinary people, making them difficult to identify. However, should a mutant commit a crime, it could spell disaster for ordinary citizens. Just like Cyclops and Iceman, powerful mutants who, if they chose to wreak havoc, could easily cause hundreds or even thousands of ordinary casualties in a short span. Over time, the number of victims could even reach into the tens of thousands. It is during such times that the X-Men are needed, for only extraordinary power can counter extraordinary threats. I knew it. Li Haotian suddenly resolved a lingering question in his mind. He had often wondered, while watching various films and television dramas, why the X-Men's aircraft frequently traversed the globe without ever being subjected to missile attacks. This seemed rather peculiar, given that every nation possesses airspace defense systems. The X-Men's aircraft were not mere drones that could freely roam wherever they pleased. To traverse another country's airspace without consequence would typically invite interception or even bombardment. Yet, the X-Men had never encountered such adversities. At that moment, Li Haotian's curiosity was piqued, and now it appeared that it was a result of Professor X's efforts, granting them certain privileges. After conversing for a while longer, Storm and the others took their leave. Li, please be careful. Clarice couldn't help but remind him once the others had departed. All right, I'm just going to soak up some sun. As dusk descended, Li Haotian relished lying on the sun-kissed lawn when suddenly, a tremor coursed through the ground. Moments later, a technologically advanced aircraft ascended gracefully into the sky, roaring before vanishing into the horizon, inciting envy and admiration among many students. They all knew that the X-Men were embarking on yet another mission. By the window of the self-study room, Clarice gazed at the departing aircraft, her hands clasped, silently offering a prayer. This uniform is rather impressive. Li Haotian assessed the distinctive black attire of the X-Men. Thanks to acquiring the template of Kakarot, his physique had been transforming remarkably over the past few days. Now, clad in the X-Men's uniform, he appeared spirited and dashing, an unmistakable harbinger of justice. Li Haotian glanced at his companions, the gallant Storm, the rugged Wolverine, and the suave Cyclops, all exuding their unique charm in their attire. Even Li Haotian couldn't help but muse that there was some truth to the notion that looks equated to justice. However, regrettably, none could overshadow Li Haotian's aura. Youthful, handsome, and imbued with the formidable confidence of a scion, he radiated an even more potent presence. Li, you look incredibly handsome, exclaimed Kitty Pryde, her eyes sparkling with admiration. Hee. Li Haotian felt quite pleased. Although he had long surpassed the age of juvenile fantasies, who could entirely shed the heart of a youthful dreamer? Moreover, he was still merely in his teens. We have over 3,000 miles to go before we reach our mission site. At our flying speed, it will take no more than 2 hours. Our primary objective is to rescue the hostages. We won't need to engage in a confrontation with those individuals. When the mission commences, Aurora and Colossus, you two will advance with me to draw all enemy fire. Meanwhile, Logan, Lee, and Kitty, you will proceed directly to rescue the hostages. With Kitty's abilities, I trust you can infiltrate the core of the research facility. There is only one stipulation: ensure the children's safety. Once we regroup, we will charge out together. Cyclops spoke decisively, as he was the X-Men's leader, responsible for each mission. A role initially intended for him by Professor X before circumstances led to Storm shouldering the burden instead. Lee, since this is your first mission, you may not be aware. If you encounter enemies and they do not surrender, and you perceive them as a threat, then, Cyclops paused, his glasses glinting ominously. Eliminate them. It is a matter of self-preservation. After all, the world can be treacherous. Chapter 25. Assault on the Research Facility and Securing the First Blood. Understood. Li Haotian nodded in acknowledgement, indicating his comprehension. Young man, you are quite remarkable, Wolverine remarked, surprised by Li Haotian's calm acceptance of the gravity of the situation. Typically, students would exhibit signs of trepidation or moral hesitation, yet Li Haotian's demeanor was one of unflinching resolve, as if this were all a matter of course. It was a sight Wolverine had never witnessed before. You are exceptionally brave, Kitty praised, giving Li Haotian a thumbs up. When she had participated in her first mission, it had taken her considerable time to come to terms with such realities. No wonder Aurora believes in you so much. Your strength far surpasses mine, and your mental fortitude is something I could never compare to. Composed, courageous, and undeniably handsome. Oh my, I am utterly captivated. Kitty unabashedly lauded Li Haotian. Embarrassed, Li Haotian felt a flush rising to his cheeks. Although he had received compliments before, it was the first time someone had expressed admiration so directly, especially from a charming young woman radiating a distinct Western allure. Who could resist such flattery? Unless one were named Lu. The aircraft accelerated, drawing closer to their destination. Li Haotian felt a surge of excitement, eagerly anticipating the forthcoming action. After all, prior encounters had merely been exercises in testing skills. Now, there lay the promise of genuine combat, the potential to eliminate adversaries on the spot. A thrilling prospect indeed. In the Corn Nation, a country of vast population yet lacking stable peace, chaos and violence were frequent occurrences. However, in the outskirts of a certain city, an anomalous semblance of peace had emerged. Owing to the presence of a mutant research facility, dozens of special forces and notorious local gangs united to safeguard this location, resulting in an order surpassing that of many major urban centers within the Corn Nation. At that moment, an aircraft descended from the sky, its thunderous roar startling the guards stationed at the mutant watchtower. Enemy attack. Intruders detected. All personnel assumed defensive positions. Instantly, alarms blared throughout the research facility as a cadre of special forces and gang members armed with automatic rifles and even rocket launchers surged forth. Their Desert Eagles, automatic rifles, and submachine guns were all of the latest models. Were they attired differently, one could easily mistake them for a local military force. The might of the Corn Nation's gangs was indeed formidable. This is also one of the reasons the mutant research facility is concealed here, safeguarded by an overwhelming display of armed force. Otherwise, given Wolverine Logan's prowess, infiltrating this place would not prove so arduous. We shall make our move. At that moment, the aircraft opened, and Storm and her companions emerged. Before the guards of the facility could react, a tempest began to swirl around them. A terrifying storm swiftly enveloped the entire facility, and the surrounding air turned frigid. Storm ascended slowly, her eyes glowing white as powerful energy waves radiated outward. A chilling aura rapidly spread, accompanied by flashes of lightning above. With her extensive experience, Storm unleashed her full power at once. Perish, invaders. A gang member, armed with a rocket launcher, aimed at Storm, ready to fire. Boom. However, before he could pull the trigger, Cyclops Scott unleashed a beam of crimson light. In an instant, the man ignited and was reduced to a pile of ashes. Despite Scott's laser beam appearing less formidable against Li Haotian during their earlier confrontation, it was merely a testament to Li Haotian's overwhelming strength. Against ordinary foes, such a force was insurmountable. Attracting firepower, Scott shouted, plunging into the fray. The vicious laser beam struck down upon the special forces and gang members, causing grievous injuries, and death was but a mere touch away. Crack, crack, crack. Meanwhile, Storm finally commenced her offensive. Thunder rained down densely from the clouds under her command, cascading like a waterfall. Steel Colossus charged through the crowd like a human tank, impervious to the automatic rifles and submachine guns that merely pattered against him like raindrops, failing to inflict any harm. What exhilaration! Li Haotian felt a rush of excitement. In his previous life, he had occasionally played battle royale games, but this moment was far more electrifying. The scion blood coursing through him began to boil. We must proceed. At this juncture, Storm and her advance team had already established a foothold. All the firepower of the mutant research facility was drawn to this location, allowing Wolverine to beckon Li Haotian and Kitty to charge into the facility. In truth, Li Haotian yearned to join Storm's advance team, where the excitement thrived. However, he had previously promised Storm to ensure Kitty Pryde's safety. Moreover, Kitty had engaged him in delightful conversation, and their friendship was blossoming. The firepower within the mutant research facility was indeed formidable. Although Steel Colossus remained unscathed, a stray bullet could spell disaster for Kitty. The trio swiftly entered the corridors of the facility. Watch this. At that moment, Kitty Pryde grasped Li Haotian and Wolverine's hands. Whoosh. In an instant, a peculiar force enveloped them, and Kitty led the two through the wall as if it were mere air. What an extraordinary ability. A glimmer of curiosity flickered in Li Haotian's eyes. The powers of mutants varied widely. Individuals like Iceman Bobby and Cyclops Scott were classified as heavy hitters, while Kitty, with her seemingly weak attack capabilities, possessed an extraordinary ability. In future confrontations, he resolved to exercise caution when facing unfamiliar adversaries. If one knew their opponent's abilities, one could devise strategies accordingly. However, unfamiliar foes required meticulous attention, much like Goku's nemesis in Dragon Ball, Goldo, whose weak strength belied his lethal potential when wielded effectively. Who goes there? Just as the trio passed through one wall, charging towards another, two gang members armed with automatic rifles spotted them. Uffed. Wolverine instantly released Kitty's hand. In a flash, his adamantium claws sprang forth, effortlessly shredding the gang members' rifles to pieces. In the next heartbeat, he aimed to deliver a fatal strike. But Li Haotian was swifter. Two beams of light shot forth from his fingertips, striking the men squarely between the eyes. In an instant, they collapsed. Chapter 26. The mysterious mutant energy beams? Wolverine was momentarily taken aback. He had not witnessed the confrontation between Li Haotian and Scott in the training grounds. So seeing Li Haotian emit laser beams from his fingers piqued his curiosity. You are far more composed than I imagined. Although Wolverine had absolute confidence in his ability to eliminate those two without Li Haotian's assistance, the fact that a student participating in their first operation could remain so calm and react swiftly to eliminate adversaries impressed him greatly. Li, you are truly brave, Kitty exclaimed, patting her small chest, visibly taken aback. While she had joined several X-Men missions, she had never taken a life. It was not due to inability, but rather a fear of taking such a step. We must hurry. We need to rescue the children before the enemy discovers our presence. Wolverine's expression turned grave. Now was not the time for levity. Dealing with the personnel within the mutant research facility was not particularly difficult. Yet the reason for Wolverine's past failures stemmed from his concern for the children's safety. Otherwise, he could have easily resorted to assassination. With his strength, eliminating everyone within the facility would pose little challenge. After all, whether they were special forces or gang members, even with their advanced weaponry, they appeared woefully fragile against formidable mutants. His apprehension lay in the potential danger to the children, as the adversaries might use them as hostages, rendering him hesitant. In such a scenario, not only would he fail to rescue the children, but he might also jeopardize his own life. Follow me. Kitty nodded, grasping their arms once more. And the three sprinted forward. They dashed through the corridors, dispatching any armed personnel they encountered with remarkable speed. Li Haotian's mastery over his newfound strength grew increasingly adept. Soon, they arrived at the final corridor, where Wolverine halted Kitty. The mutant children are all confined within the rooms on either side. We must split up. Wolverine turned to Li Haotian and Kitty, instructing them to proceed to one side. They nodded in agreement and moved in that direction. The walls, infused with metal, were constructed of a special concrete far sturdier than ordinary cement. The doors, forged from a unique alloy, were impervious to standard automatic rifles or submachine guns. Yet, to someone as powerful as Wolverine or Li Haotian, such defenses appeared rather flimsy. Wolverine extended his adamantium claws, effortlessly tearing through the metallic door as if it were mere cardboard. Meanwhile, Li Haotian punched through the door panel and yanked with great force, pulling the door down from its hinges with sheer strength. However, the most effortless of all was Phantom Cat Kitty. Though the walls were sturdy, they were as insubstantial as air before her abilities. Before long, the trio successfully rescued each individual trapped within the room. Just as they were about to leave, one of the mutant children suddenly trembled, tugging at Li Haotian's shirt. What is it? Li Haotian inquired, a hint of confusion in his voice as he looked down. Brother, we mustn't go there, the timid mutant child exclaimed. Why not? Li Haotian's curiosity was piqued. There's a strong smell of blood and countless souls in anguish. The boy replied earnestly. His mutant ability allowed him to perceive things beyond the reach of ordinary eyes. Previously, Logan had mentioned that there were mutants tasked with guarding the research facility. Could they be the ones? Li Haotian's interest was ignited. After all, he possessed the bloodline of a scion. In that moment, his scion blood surged within him, a force known as the blood of the reckless. Yet, Li Haotian cared not for that. He yearned for a thrilling battle. Stand back, he commanded, pushing the four mutant children behind him before unleashing a powerful punch. The immense force created a shockwave that obliterated everything in its vicinity. In an instant, the previously dilapidated and chaotic corridor had become significantly clearer. Many mechanical devices adorned with flickering red lights shattered simultaneously. Laser traps? Li Haotian scoffed at the sight. Such contraptions might pose a challenge for ordinary individuals or lower-tier mutants. but they were insufficient against someone of his or Wolverine's caliber. Before long, Li Haotian reached the end of the corridor, where a door awaited. This room was likely the very place the young boy had described, filled with blood and tormented souls. However, he remained uncertain whether it housed the mutants Logan had spoken of. Intrigued, he delivered a forceful blow to the door. Instantly, a chill emanated from within, not the frigid cold of Iceman Bobby, but a soul-piercing frost. Chilling. How interesting. Li Haotian stepped inside. Whoosh. The moment he crossed the threshold, a purplish-red starfire surged towards him. Though it appeared as flame, it bore an icy touch. Li Haotian's expression shifted. Clearly, this was a mutant's ability, and he could not afford to underestimate it. A white aura erupted around him in a frenzy. Boom. The starfire was instantly dispersed by the force of his energy. However, before Li Haotian could advance further, he noticed a purple flame rising from the ground. So hot. Even with his energy protection, the heat was unbearable. The unique abilities of mutants were indeed remarkable. Strength alone did not guarantee immunity to all forms of power. Who goes there? Li Haotian called out in a low voice. He had failed to detect any presence, indicating that the opponent was adept at concealing their aura. Yet, no one answered him. Boom. Instead, the ground erupted with more and more purple flames. Is this never-ending? Li Haotian felt a surge of irritation. While the flames posed no danger to him, they were certainly uncomfortable. Show yourself, he shouted, launching a flashbang towards the ceiling. The energy was not particularly powerful, but radiated brightness. What is that? As the light illuminated the room, Li Haotian's eyes widened in shock. Chapter 27. Fallen Angel. Li Haotian's gaze flickered with astonishment. Not far away, a woman of exquisite beauty, clad in a purplish-red light armor, floated in midair. Her striking features were not the sole reason for his surprise. It was the pair of purple-black wings that sprouted from her back. An angel? She bore a striking resemblance to a mutant angel. Yet her wings differed from the typical white feathers. Instead, they were a deep purple. Her dark purple eyeshadow lent her an otherworldly allure, and her purplish-red hair cascaded over her shoulders, resembling a fallen angel. Kill, kill, kill. The fallen angel's eyes gleamed with a hint of madness upon seeing Li Haotian. Her voice was sweet, yet laced with a frenzied undertone. Sizzle. In an instant, the ground around Li Haotian began to bubble with that terrifying purple flame. Whoosh. At the same time, 9 purple chains erupted from her body, appearing to pierce through the void and bind themselves around Li Haotian. Buzz. A strange force enveloped him, causing Li Haotian to feel dizzy and disoriented, his surroundings blurring into obscurity. The energy within him began to deplete rapidly. The fallen angel, drawing closer with the chains, extended her elegantly slender fingers, shimmering with an eerie glow, as if they could penetrate steel. Her fingers aimed straight for Li Haotian's heart. What kind of superpower is this? Li Haotian gasped in alarm. Break. He did not dare to be complacent and immediately heightened his energy, unleashing a furious burst. Boom. The surrounding purple flames were instantly blown away. Come here. In the next moment, Li Haotian seized the chains and yanked with all his might. The fallen angel was thrust uncontrollably towards him, akin to a cannonball. Stay still. He unleashed an energy blast. Though he found her stunningly beautiful, she had attacked him, thus marking her as an enemy. An enemy was not defined by age or gender. Yet at that instant, a radiant glow enveloped the fallen angel, and a spherical shield materialized around her. A protective barrier. The powerful energy blast collided with it and was neutralized. Can it truly withstand the force of impact? Li Haotian's eyes gleamed with surprise. However, I refuse to believe your shield has no limits. Boom. Another powerful shockwave surged forth. Moreover, this time, Li Haotian infused a power into his aura that was several times more formidable than before. With a resounding crash, the protective shield was instantly shattered. The fallen angel was propelled by the force, crashing down to the ground, rendered utterly devoid of combat capability. I told you, an invincible shield is simply a myth. Li Haotian swiftly darted to her side, flipping her over and pinning her to the ground, unfastening her trousers. He then bound her hands together with his belt. Kill. The fallen angel, now restrained, began to thrash wildly. Still not compliant. With a sharp slap, he struck her. However, considering her appealing visage, it would be a pity to mar it. Thus, Li Haotian delivered a forceful blow to her rear. The powerful slap contorted not only her face, but also her entire being. The searing pain finally brought a flicker of clarity back to the fallen angel's eyes. Slap. Can you articulate coherently now? Slap. I am a good person, not a villain. Slap. Is your mind still muddled? Slap. Can you speak now? Slap, slap, slap. Each strike grew in intensity. There was no alternative. He sought to rescue this lost maiden, to pull her back from the brink of despair. and slaps were an unfortunate necessity. Pain. At last, after the fallen angel had grown more dimensionally acute, she uttered her first lucid words. Wonderful. You have finally emerged from the chaos. Li Haotian exclaimed with a smile. He glanced at his palm, a flicker of regret crossing his eyes. You. The fallen angel gazed at Li Haotian with a hint of trepidation. I am a good person, rest assured. Li Haotian reassured her. Yet, the fallen angel, looking at her bound hands and the lingering agony coursing through her, harbored doubts. Ha, my apologies. Li Haotian hastily untied his belt and resecured it around his trousers. With a flick of his finger, a wave of light illuminated the surroundings. He approached an antiquated switch and activated it, instantly brightening the room. Only then did Li Haotian truly take in the fallen angel's appearance. The eyeshadow on her face was not merely cosmetic, it was a testament to her mutant genetics. Furthermore, her lips bore a seductive dark purple hue, evoking a sense of suppressed desire. In comparison, Clarice and Kitty Pryde paled beside this fallen angel. For her beauty was steeped in corruption, inherently alluring. However, the surrounding scene left Li Haotian at a loss for words. Debris littered the ground, and scorch marks from flames marred the space. The acrid stench of decay and filth permeated the air. It was difficult to fathom that such a stunning angel resided in such a dismal room. The owner of this laboratory was truly a scoundrel. Li Haotian shook his head in resignation. Regrettably, despite having watched the entire X-Men series, he could not possibly know everything. After all, the films merely chronicled details of some pivotal characters, neglecting the broader narrative of the world. The richness and diversity of this universe could not be captured even in written form, let alone in films. Moreover, all the series he had watched had been edited, further fragmenting his understanding of this world. Nevertheless, such considerations were inconsequential. Li Haotian turned to look at the fallen angel, only to find her clutching the hem of her garment, cowering beneath a table. In that moment, she bore no semblance to the formidable mutant from earlier. She appeared as a frail, helpless ordinary girl. Do not worry, I am truly not a bad person. Do you see my attire? This is the uniform of the X-Men. Thus, I am genuinely a good person. I am here solely to rescue you. Of course, I too am a mutant. Seeing the fallen angel in such a state, Li Haotian felt a pang of helplessness. Do I truly exude the aura of a villain? Are you genuinely a mutant? The fallen angel scrutinized the young man before her more closely. His alabaster skin, a face as flawless as jade, a striking uniform, and a perfectly proportioned physique rendered her momentarily self-conscious. In comparison, her own appearance felt grotesque, akin to that of an ugly monster. Chapter 28, Edelman Metal Chains. But how can you not resemble one at all? The fallen angel murmured softly. Li Haotian was momentarily speechless. Must one possess bizarre mutations to be deemed a mutant? Mutants come in myriad forms. Some appear entirely ordinary, merely endowed with extraordinary abilities. He chuckled as he explained to the fallen angel. How wonderful. Upon hearing Li Haotian's words, the fallen angel's eyes sparkled with envy. Are you truly envious of me? Li Haotian inquired, intrigued. Yes, you are handsome and appealing, while I look like a hideous monster. The fallen angel instinctively touched her face and glanced at her wings behind her. These features had set her apart from others, rendering her the target of disdain and bullying throughout her life. Thus, she harbored a deep-seated loathing for them. Not at all. I find you incredibly beautiful, alluring, and striking. Li Haotian quickly shook his head. After all, she was a fallen angel. In his past life, he had fantasized countless times about becoming an angel himself, soaring freely through the skies. Moreover, in a certain light, having such a female companion would be the fulfillment of a dream. How exhilarating, how tantalizing. Really? The fallen angel was taken aback by Li Haotian's words, her disbelief palpable. For throughout her life, she had never encountered such sentiments, only enduring endless humiliation, bullying, and scorn. Of course it is true. Did I not tell you? I am one of the X-Men, a special agent among mutants who uphold order, hence I would not deceive you. Li Haotian asserted with utmost seriousness. Thank you. The fallen angel's eyes immediately glistened with tears, unable to suppress her emotions any longer. Enough with the tears. Such beautiful eyes should not be swollen from crying. Li Haotian instinctively stepped forward, gently wiping away the tears from the corners of her eyes. Whoosh! The fallen angel trembled, her exquisite face flushing for the first time in her life. All right, let us hasten our departure. Our companions await us outside. Li Haotian swiftly pulled the fallen angel to her feet. Thank you for rescuing me, but I cannot leave. The fallen angel replied despondently. Why? Li Haotian was momentarily taken aback upon hearing those words. Could it be that she was experiencing Stockholm Syndrome? Had she truly grown fond of this place? Or perhaps this girl harbored a penchant for SM? Just as Li Haotian was lost in his thoughts, The fallen angel pointed downwards. Li Haotian lowered his gaze and was astonished to discover a chain wrapped around her ankle. Earlier, the room's oppressive darkness had concealed this detail from his notice. It was only upon switching on the lights that he became aware of its existence. Is this merely a chain? No worries. Li Haotian smiled and shook his head. With his current strength, he could easily snap not just a chain of 3 fingers thickness, but even one as thick as a thigh. Allow me to assist you in breaking it. He immediately stepped forward and grasped the chain, exerting a powerful pull. Clang. The chain emitted a resounding noise, but remained utterly unyielding. Witnessing this, Li Haotian stood in disbelief. Had the energy expended in the previous battle been too great? Yet even if he had drained his energy, his fundamental physical strength should remain intact. A sense of confusion washed over him. Taking a deep breath, he summoned all his might. His formidable strength caused the uniform to strain against the pressure. With bulging muscles, he unleashed an unimaginable explosive force. However, to his astonishment, the chain still showed no sign of yielding. Futile. The fallen angel's voice was tinged with sorrow and anguish. This chain is crafted from a special alloy of adamantium metal. It can only be unlocked with its key. External force has no effect. I have tried numerous methods, even scorching it with my flames for days on end. Yet to no avail. This was one of the reasons for her earlier disorientation. Confined in this place, she was on the brink of madness. Adamantium and special alloy? Li Haotian was momentarily speechless. Indeed, such materials were not easily dealt with, at least not by him in his current state. He could obliterate the entire research facility, even reduce the entire nation of Khorne to dust. Yet, the chain forged from adamantium was another matter entirely. However, the inability to destroy the chain did not imply that Li Haotian could not rescue the fallen angel. Your chain may be resilient, but I refuse to believe the entire house is constructed from adamantium. He chuckled confidently. The fallen angel was taken aback, perplexed by his words. Be cautious, Li Haotian declared as he seized the chain and exerted all his strength in a mighty tug. Whoosh! Instantly, the chain tightened. A glimmer of realization sparked in his eyes. It was evident that the point of anchorage for the chain was also made of adamantium. Yet, he was determined not to believe that such an excessive amount of adamantium was used for the construction of a single room. With gritted teeth, he unleashed a wave of golden energy. In the next moment, his hair transformed into a radiant gold. Super Scion transformation. His hair. The fallen angel's eyes widened in astonishment. How stunning. The golden hair, accompanied by a fiery aura, was simply breathtaking, surpassing any man she had ever encountered. Recalling how Li Haotian had previously wiped her tears and showered her with compliments, her heart raced, as if a flurry of butterflies had taken flight within her. At that moment, Li Haotian summoned every ounce of his strength. It was undeniable that this chain was connected to something weighing over 100 tons. Under normal circumstances, he would be powerless. Yet, after his transformation, his might surged exponentially. Boom. The entire research facility trembled. Outside, Storm, Cyclops, and others witnessed a shocking sight. A brilliant golden light erupted from the depths of the facility. Li Haotian emerged, dragging a solid metal block that towered 3 stories high, with several children perched atop it. Chapter 29. I trust no one but him. Li Haotian. Storm, Aurora, was momentarily stunned. Why had he emerged alongside Wolverine, Logan, instead of rescuing people? Moreover, the sheer size of the metal block he was pulling was utterly absurd. It was akin to a colossal metal building. Alice, could you assist me in safeguarding these precious children? With a resounding crash, the metal block was tossed to the ground, though the adamantium chain remained. Alice's strength was sufficient to withstand attacks from ordinary individuals. I will protect them with my life. The fallen angel, Alice, nodded firmly. Although her name was common and unremarkable, this was the first time in a decade that she had shared it with a stranger. I shall find someone to help you unlock the chain. Li Haotian smiled, gently caressing Alice's cheek. Though it wasn't particularly fair, it was soft and supple. Whoosh. He ignited a golden aura and dashed back into the depths of the research facility. The only force capable of shattering magic was magic itself. Consequently, only adamantium could break the chain. Li Haotian's target was none other than Wolverine, Logan. The information about this mutant had not been disclosed by Logan. Storm observed Alice's vigilant demeanor with surprise, questioning where Li Haotian had rescued her from. Yet, the aura surrounding Alice was undeniably potent. Boom. A terrifying laser beam erupted nearby, obliterating the remaining threats outside the research facility. Hello, I am Aurora. Storm approached Alice. However, before she could draw near, a spark of fire shot towards her. Hurricane. In an instant, a powerful gust surrounded them, dispersing the flames. I bear no ill will. Aurora was taken aback. astonished by the mutant's heightened wariness. "Approach, and you shall perish." Alice's voice turned icy, her eyes reflecting a chaotic and bloodthirsty glint. "We are the X-Men, not villains. We are the good guys." Colossus stepped forward. "Aside from Lee, I trust no one." The chaotic glimmer in Alice's eyes intensified. Boom. Purple flames erupted from the ground, engulfing Colossus. "Ouch, that burns." The searing flames sent Colossus into a frenzied retreat, narrowly escaping the inferno. "Storm, this one seems rather difficult to deal with," Colossus exclaimed as he dashed away from the area engulfed in flames. The flames exhibited an unusual quality, inflicting upon him a sensation akin to searing pain. He found himself perplexed, pondering how that fellow Haotian managed to coexist with him in such harmony. With a resigned shake of his head, he was suddenly met with an earth-shattering shockwave that erupted from within the research facility, carving a passage several meters wide into the ground. Haotian emerged, one hand gripping Logan and the other hoisting a large bag made of curtains, from which multiple children were seen flying out. Logan, the illustrious Wolverine, found himself being yanked by the scruff of his neck. Yet, considering the safety of the children, he refrained from resisting and allowed Haotian to pull him along. "Huh!" exclaimed Cyclops, witnessing Wolverine in such a predicament, unable to suppress his laughter. After all, his relationship with Logan was far from amicable. In truth, they were rivals in love. "Wow." Steel Man stared wide-eyed, finding the situation rather amusing. The image of the typically formidable Logan in such a state was indeed a novel sight. However, as they observed Haotian's ability to soar, they exchanged glances filled with astonishment and a hint of resignation. Just how many powers did this individual intend to awaken? Even Steel Man felt a twinge of envy towards Haotian's X gene, which matched his own strength and rivaled Cyclops' energy. Now, like Storm, he could fly with remarkable speed. Truly, it was a case of comparison breeds envy. "Let us go," Storm declared, rising to head toward the aircraft now that the children had been rescued. "Logan, break Alice's chains." Haotian urged Logan to follow. Upon seeing Haotian's return, the chaos and bloodlust in Alice's eyes vanished in an instant. "Lee," she called out eagerly. Steel Man could not help but feel a pang of jealousy. He had merely exchanged a few words with her and had been scorched in return, whereas Haotian was met with gentle, watery eyes. "Adamantium chains?" Logan's expression shifted to one of surprise as he regarded Alice with newfound caution and curiosity. The fact that the research facility utilized adamantium to bind this mutant indicated something significant. She was extremely dangerous. The presence of a massive metal block, the size of 3 buildings, only added to the incredulity. He himself had not experienced such treatment during his time in captivity. "Break those chains. With your claw's sharpness, it's absolutely feasible," Haotian instructed. "All right." Logan hesitated momentarily before launching his claws with a swift motion. The sound of clashing metal echoed as sparks flew, the chains vibrating under the force. This time, the once impenetrable adamantium chains were no longer unscathed, a gash appearing upon their surface. Though not yet shattered, a few more strikes would suffice to tear them apart. With fervor, Logan unleashed a flurry of slashes, and in an instant, the chains fell away. "Alice, congratulations on your newfound freedom," Haotian exclaimed, a smile spreading across his face. Before Logan could utter a word, Alice leaped into Haotian's embrace. "Lee, thank you," she said, her eyes glistening with unshed tears. The concept of freedom was one she had not heard in what felt like an eternity. It had been her lifelong dream to escape that wretched room. Now, that dream had been realized, all thanks to the handsome man before her. "Let us move." Kitty Pryde, known as Shadowcat, suddenly emerged with a hint of irritation. They had promised to protect her, yet she had been abandoned, only to find herself accompanied by another woman. The most infuriating part was that this woman was undeniably beautiful. Even Kitty, a beauty in her own right, had to concede that Alice surpassed her in appearance. As the aircraft ascended from the fiery ruins, it roared into the distance, eventually disappearing from sight. Inside the aircraft, Haotian was in high spirits. While searching for Logan, he had stumbled upon the research facility's documentation. He hoped to uncover intriguing insights within. Chapter 30. Hydra and the Hellfire Club at Xavier's Academy. Haotian and his companions disembarked from the aircraft. This mission had posed no challenge whatsoever, and it could hardly be deemed a close call. A total of 11 children had been rescued, making it 12 when including Alice. Steel Man and Kitty were tasked with escorting the mutant children to their dormitory, while Storm and Cyclops went to report to Professor X about the mission. Haotian, however, took Alice back to his dormitory. It was unavoidable. Alice trusted no one else and would only accompany Haotian. Upon returning to the dorm, Alice appeared utterly exhausted, collapsing onto the bed and falling into a deep slumber. It was evident that she had not enjoyed a single peaceful night during her time at that dilapidated research facility. Seeing her sleep so soundly, Haotian sighed softly. The persecution endured by mutants was beyond the comprehension of ordinary individuals. The inhumane experiments inflicted upon them rendered existence a torment. The tortures of the Mongols paled in comparison to the suffering experienced in mutant experiments. "Let me see what research materials they have," Haotian said, approaching the computer and taking a seat. The documentation he obtained from the research facility was stored on a floppy disk. Shortly thereafter, he opened the files, and a plethora of mutant research data flooded onto the screen. The data encompassed X-gene mutation statistics, various brutal experimental data, and analyses, categorized into distinct documents based on experimental subjects, data, results, and conclusions. He perused the information swiftly. His enhancements encompassed not just physical strength, but also mental acuity and neural speed, granting him remarkable cognitive abilities. He absorbed the material with clarity, retaining every detail in his mind. Even the videos played at 32 times speed were easily comprehensible. In merely half an hour, he had reviewed all the materials, an endeavor that would have taken an ordinary person at least a month. It appeared the research facility was far from ordinary. Haotian gleaned considerable knowledge about mutants and the research outcomes. He then opened the document containing the identities of the experimental subjects, discovering that all 11 children were included. However, the identity document revealed that the facility had a total of 76 experimental subjects. Ultimately, only 12 remained, the 11 children and Alice, confined within a room by the adamantium chains. The extensive materials and videos he had previously examined documented the gruesome experiments and the tragic demise of numerous mutants. Soon, Haotian discovered Alice's profile among the experimental subjects. Designation: N0033 name, Alice gender, female age, 16 codename, Fallen Angel X gene, hypothesized, a rare triple mutant ability wielder. Abilities: Star Eclipse Flame, Hellfire, Energy Shield, Soul Chains, Berserk Transformation, Flight, Devouring. Status: Experiment paused, detained. Assessment: Malevolent, powerful, exceedingly uncontrollable. 17 experiments conducted, all unsuccessful. Background: Orphanage in Carl City, Eagle Nation. A tragic fire occurred, resulting in the loss of all lives, yet the bodies remained unscathed. Agents were deployed to uncover the truth, ultimately at the cost of 112 lives, capturing a girl with wings. She was subsequently integrated into the organization and subjected to the mutant X gene NO23 experiment. However, all 17 trials ended in failure, resulting in the loss of 5 mutant guards and 43 regular special forces. Ultimately, she was imprisoned in cell number 1 by adamantium chains. The organization's headquarters achieved breakthroughs in research technology, advancing the mutant X gene experiment to stage NO31, the second phase of the Fallen Angel project. Haotian was taken aback by the revelations. The information regarding Alice was rather limited, yet it was evident that she had endured considerable suffering over the years. This research facility was indeed more complex than he had anticipated. The earlier site he had dismantled appeared merely to be a branch. The so-called headquarters remained a mystery. Could it be Hydra? Haotian pondered, stroking his chin. In the Marvel universe, there were numerous malevolent forces lurking in the shadows. However, the most notorious among them were Hydra and the Hellfire Club. Hydra, with its extensive personnel, had infiltrated organizations such as S.H.I.E.L.D., while the Hellfire Club was a haven for the affluent and influential. Thus, the question arose, was the force behind this research institute Hydra or Hellfire? Haotian felt a twinge of curiosity, yet he knew these matters were beyond his concern. For him, the priority was to hone his own strength. In due time, whether facing Hydra or Hellfire, they would be but trifles to him. This world was indeed far more intricate than he had imagined. He gazed at the slumbering Alice on the bed, murmuring to himself. Although Alice posed no significant threat to him, the mere fact that a random mutant could wield power exceeding level 3 and potentially nearing level 4 left him contemplative. Was there perhaps an even stronger entity hidden in the darkness? Everything remained uncertain. Though this mission bore little danger, his engagement with Alice had illuminated his shortcomings. Haotian silently analyzed the operation. In terms of absolute strength, he, capable of transforming into a super scion, was undoubtedly the most formidable participant in this mission. Yet, when it came to the execution of the task, he was not the most effective. Despite his prowess surpassing Alice's significantly, their confrontation had been evenly matched. This indicated that while he had inherited Kakarot's scion strength and could transform into a super scion, he had yet to fully translate that power into his own capabilities. It was akin to the character Su Zhu from Demigods and Semi-Devils, who, despite inheriting the formidable internal energy of the Xianyun sect's leader, found it challenging to wield. Li Haotian seemed to be in a similar plight. It appeared he needed to devise a method to enhance his practical combat abilities. Suddenly, he froze. After days of accumulation, the power of rules within him had reached its zenith. This signified that he could create a new system once again. Chapter 31. The Birth of the Super Combat Space. What fortuitous timing. Li Haotian's eyes sparkled, just as he contemplated improving his combat prowess. The power of rules was fully charged. A timely boon indeed. He resolved to create a combat space system. In fact, he had already envisioned this earlier. A place capable of infinitely simulating battles, coupled with suitable training opponents, would be ideal. Little did he expect that the rules would be fully charged just as he was pondering this. Now, with renewed vigor, he began the creation process. Having already established 3 systems, he found the task increasingly effortless. Ding! The Super Combat Space System has been successfully established. Moments later, the power of rules was entirely depleted, leaving Li Haotian feeling somewhat faint, a side effect of the significant consumption. Yet, another notification chimed in his mind. System creation successful. Now, he need not worry about gaining combat experience. A satisfied expression graced his face. The newly created Super Combat Space System offered 2 modes of operation, mental entry and physical entry. The system's primary functions were twofold. First, the flow of time. Within the Super Combat Space, when the mind entered, the time dilation ratio could reach 1 to 5. In simpler terms, 5 minutes spent in the combat space equated to merely 1 minute in the outside world. Conversely, if one entered physically, the time dilation increased to 1 to 10. The second function pertained to training opponents. Within the combat space, Li Haotian could conjure opponents not exceeding 3 times his own strength, tailored to his specifications, whether through mental or physical entry. Moreover, the combat space system could permit others to enter, be it mentally or physically, with Li Haotian's consent. Although created as a system, this combat space existed as a genuine microcosm, governed entirely by Li Haotian's rules. Due to the power limits of this small world being thrice that of Li Haotian's own strength, anyone entering would be unable to disrupt the small world if their strength did not exceed that threshold. Should one enter mentally, their consciousness would be ensnared within this small world. Conversely, if one entered physically, they would be imprisoned within it. Thus, this combat space held a third function, domain space. In the realm of combat, it serves to enhance Li Haotian's prowess. It can also function as a vast storage space or even as an otherworldly prison. Truly, this is an impressive system. Li Haotian felt a profound sense of satisfaction. He then cast a glance at his attribute panel. Host, Li Haotian's strength, 96 tons mentality, 412, for an average person. It is 3, stamina, 4681, for an average person. It is 10, speed, 360 ms system space, 30,000 cubic meters possessed systems, mental shielding system, solar empowerment system, divine legacy system, combat space system. It appears that the advancements made in recent days have been substantial. Li Haotian regarded his current statistics and nodded in contentment. His foundational strength had reached 96 tons, bringing him ever closer to the coveted 100-ton mark. His speed had soared to 360 meters per second, exceeding the speed of sound, which is 340 meters per second under standard atmospheric conditions, thereby surpassing Mach 1. Previously, his system space was a mere 100 cubic meters. Now, it has expanded to an impressive 30,000 cubic meters. Li Haotian sighed softly. Yet he understood that this was due to the combat space system merging the original 100 cubic meters into a singular vast expanse. This 30,000 cubic meters represented the size of the combat space system, ample indeed. He was thoroughly pleased with the magnitude of this space. In terms of mentality, he surpassed the average individual by 137 times, and his stamina was an astounding 468 times that of an ordinary person. However, he was acutely aware that his limits had yet to be fully realized. He could still sense that basking in sunlight would augment his strength. Li Haotian mused silently. The solar empowerment system also has its boundaries. It cannot facilitate an endless increase in strength. This limitation stems from the inherent cap of his X gene. Therefore, the extent of Li Haotian's foundational abilities is contingent upon the ultimate potential of his X gene. It remains uncertain whether his X gene is classified as alpha or omega. However, he speculated that it is likely omega. Dismissing these thoughts, Li Haotian glanced at the legacy template. Character, Kakarot, Son Goku. Race, Scion Progress. 111 abilities. Instant transmission, Kamehameha. Solar flare, Key control, energy blast, Fury, high-speed flight, instantaneous movement transformations, Super Saiyan 1, first level, Great Ape, power multiplied by 10. Requires a battle power exceeding 17 million Blood's waves. Talent, Blood of Warriors. Upon near death and subsequent healing, battle power exponentially increases. His progress had reached 111. Perhaps not far from Super Saiyan 1 second level. Li Haotian's spirit soared. Everything was moving in a positively favorable direction. Observing the sky, he noted it was already morning. Alice was still soundly asleep. Approaching her, he gently caressed her cheek, which remained exquisitely tender. However, he noticed her eyelids were slightly furrowed, indicating that her dreams were not particularly pleasant. She would be all right in time. Li Haotian whispered softly in her ear. Gradually, the tension in the corners of Alice's eyes eased, and her expression became markedly more serene. It seems that, although I lack psychic powers, my mentality, which exceeds the norm by 137 times, still possesses some efficacy. He chuckled softly. Ordinary hypnotists might only have about double the mental strength of the average person. Yet they can employ various techniques, such as watches, settings, and props, to hypnotize regular individuals. With his mental strength vastly surpassing the norm, Li Haotian could achieve similar results. Thus, offering Alice a simple mental comfort proved to be somewhat effective. Should I perhaps learn hypnosis? He chuckled again, dismissing the thought. With Li Haotian's capabilities, mastering hypnosis seems superfluous. When faced with a problem, there isn't a single punch that cannot resolve it. If there is, then a Kamehameha will suffice. If that fails, then the spirit bomb shall be employed. Glancing at the sky once more, Li Haotian promptly turned and departed the dormitory, heading towards the cafeteria. He ordered a hamburger and a cup of hot milk and had just settled into a corner when a weary Clarice approached him. Upon seeing Clarice in such a state, Li Haotian's brow furrowed, and he spoke with a cold edge to his voice. Who has wronged you? The thought that someone had bullied Clarice struck Li Haotian immediately. After all, there was no reason for her to appear so haggard, as if she had not slept a wink. However, he was oblivious to the fact that his current demeanor bore a far more intense aura of ruthlessness than before. And no, Clarice stammered, evidently taken aback by Li Haotian's fierce expression. She had never witnessed him looking so menacing. No one has bullied you? Li Haotian pressed, furrowing his brow in skepticism. Then why do you look so worn out, as if you haven't slept at all? That is because... Clarice faltered, not anticipating that Li Haotian's concern stemmed from this. Her face flushed slightly, and she lowered her gaze, mumbling softly. Yet, after much hesitation, she still struggled to articulate her thoughts. What is it? Li Haotian inquired. What else could it be? It's certainly because I was worried about you, and thus couldn't sleep all night. At that moment, the phantom cat, Kitty, approached, balancing a tray containing a hot dog and a cup of coffee. Hearing Kitty's words, Li Haotian was momentarily taken aback. He cast a puzzled glance at Clarice, only to find her head lowered even further, nearly touching the blooming flower buds. So that was it. Li Haotian found himself both amused and exasperated. He had initially thought someone had bullied Clarice. How did you know? Li Haotian asked curiously. Turning to Kitty. None of your business. Kitty retorted sharply. The memory of the stunning mutant who had been rescued and spent the night in Li Haotian's dormitory gnawed at her. Though she understood that nothing inappropriate could have occurred between them, it still left her feeling somewhat unsettled. In an instant, the rivalry she felt towards Clarice faded, and she began to see her as an endearing companion. The beautiful mutant was the true adversary. After all, Kitty believed herself not inferior to Clarice. Yet in the presence of that mutant, she felt a pang of inadequacy. The other was simply too enchanting. There was an alluring quality about her that made Kitty momentarily view Clarice as an ally in the same trench. How perplexing. Li Haotian shook his head in resignation. Was it because he had promised to protect her only to rush off to save Alice? He suddenly recalled this incident and felt a wave of embarrassment wash over him. Indeed, his actions had been somewhat inconsiderate. Rest assured, my strength is formidable. Only my adversaries will suffer. Li Haotian promptly shifted the subject, casting a smile at the downcast Clarice as he spoke. That's a relief. Clarice inhaled deeply, patting her chest in a gesture of relaxation. Observing Clarice's demeanor, a flicker of tenderness crossed Li Haotian's eyes. He had not anticipated that she would be so concerned for his well-being. How did yesterday's mission unfold? With the knowledge that Li Haotian was unharmed, Clarice's curiosity was piqued once more. Thus, as he dined, Li Haotian recounted the details of the previous day's mission to Clarice. As time passed, the three finished their meal. Just as Li Haotian was preparing to head to class with Clarice and Katie, Steel Sentinel summoned him and Katie away. Before long, Steel Sentinel led the two to a room in the basement. Upon entering, Li Haotian discovered it was a conference room. With all the principal members of the X-Men gathered, including Professor X seated at the head of the table. "Please, have a seat," Storm addressed the trio. Turning her attention back to the group, she continued, "Yesterday's mission was executed flawlessly. 11 young mutant children and 1 mutant girl were successfully rescued from the laboratory. Ultimately, we utterly demolished that facility." After delivering her report, Storm glanced at Li Haotian, offering him a smile and a nod. "Li, your performance in this mission has garnered unanimous satisfaction among us. Therefore, I extend another invitation for you to join the X-Men. Have you made your decision?" Professor X regarded Li Haotian with a warm smile. Although he was aware of Li Haotian's considerable prowess, he had not expected such outstanding performance during this mission, which earned him accolades from Storm, Cyclops, and the others. The rest of the team looked at Li Haotian with eager anticipation. After all, his abilities had been thoroughly demonstrated. Should he choose to join the X-Men, their success rate in future missions would undoubtedly increase. Who would refuse the inclusion of a powerful and dashing ally? "Indeed, Li, your performance has exceeded my expectations," Wolverine Logan remarked, unable to contain his words despite his initial impression of Li Haotian's arrogance. Especially during the mission, Li Haotian's decisive actions resonated well with Logan's sensibilities. When dealing with enemies, one should act with resolute ferocity. "I appreciate everyone's high expectations, but I feel I am still young and should prioritize my studies. I cannot shoulder such responsibility," Li Haotian replied earnestly. Although being an X-Men sounds appealing, nothing compares to the comfort of basking in the sun, sipping coffee, and reading to grow stronger. Particularly now, having established the super combat space system, he could arrange opponents for himself during idle moments, facilitating more rational and perfect battles. What reason would he have to join the X-Men and undertake missions? "Li, this will not hinder your studies. The X-Men are not frequently engaged in activities. We only intervene in instances of mutant crimes or, as in this case, to rescue our fellow mutants from peril. The workload is not overwhelming. Moreover, with responsibility comes corresponding benefits. Not only will you enjoy visa-free privileges in friendly nations, but you will also gain access to confidential documents. And of course, the most significant incentive is a monthly base salary of $15,000. Additionally, for missions, you will receive bonuses based on the difficulty of the tasks," Professor X explained with a smile. Noticing a slight change in Li Haotian's expression when he mentioned benefits, Professor X proceeded to outline the perks of being an X-Men member. "What? $15,000 a month, in dollars, and substantial allowances for missions." Li Haotian was momentarily taken aback, a glimmer of excitement flashing in his eyes. Upon arriving in this world, he had been devoid of funds. Although he had no expenses at Xavier's academy, he could not rely on the goodwill of others indefinitely. He could not exploit his strength to rob or make money, as he had been raised with values that disallowed such behavior. Thus, financial stability remained paramount. Yet, he had not yet devised a plan to secure income. Hearing Professor X mention that joining the X-Men not only offered a salary, but also allowances for missions, with little to no tasks in between, seemed like the perfect high-paying job. "Money is not my primary motivation. I simply relish the idea of being a hero," Li Haotian declared with a smile. "Oh, by the way, there must be allowances for this mission as well." Professor X was momentarily speechless. Money is indeed a valuable asset, Li Haotian mused inwardly. After all, throughout history and across realms, one could scarcely escape the necessity of money. Even in the chaotic world of Marvel, financial resources remain crucial. Just ask Iron Man and Batman, both of whom wield significant financial power. "Yes," Professor X replied promptly. "How much?" 100,000. "Just give it to me in cash." The matter was quickly settled. Professor X then discussed further details regarding the living arrangements for the 11 mutant children at Xavier's academy. After an hour, the meeting was adjourned. However, Li Haotian remained behind to complete some formalities regarding his membership in the X-Men, such as obtaining access to certain restricted areas of Xavier's academy. Soon, Li Haotian followed Professor X to an office. He felt a twinge of confusion, as this did not resemble a place for administrative procedures. "We are here mainly because I have something for you," Professor X explained, noticing Li Haotian's bewilderment, and smiled. He then nodded to Logan, who was beside him. "This is for you." Logan approached the desk and lifted a large metal box. With a thud, he tossed the box to Li Haotian, who felt its substantial weight. Upon opening it, he discovered several chains. Erdman metal chains? He recognized instantly. These were the very chains that had been placed on Alice's feet. "Indeed, we have thoroughly examined them, and over 90 of these chains are composed of Erdman metal, with the remaining 10 being a special alloy," Professor X confirmed. "Impressive composition." Li Haotian nodded. Erdman metal is known to be the hardest metal on Earth, and once cooled, It requires temperatures exceeding 500,000 degrees Celsius to be remelted. It is indeed quite challenging to remelt. According to the intelligence we have gathered, the core element of this adamantium metal is derived from a particular type of meteorite, which has been alloyed and smelted. However, the specific methodology appears to be known only to the authorities of the United States. This material is extraordinarily hard, making it exceedingly difficult for the average person to process. Moreover, its price far exceeds that of gold of equivalent quality. A conservative estimate places the value of this chain at no less than $10 million. Professor X lamented. Even someone as affluent as Professor X must exercise caution when dealing with items valued at over $10 million. So much. Upon hearing Professor X's statement, Haotian's eyes flashed with surprise. While he was aware that the adamantium chain was anything but ordinary and should be worth a considerable sum, he never anticipated it would exceed $10 million. Since this chain was brought back by you, it naturally belongs to you, Professor X said with a smile. Of course, if you wish to sell it, I can have Scott assist you. I wish to forge it into a weapon. I wonder if you could assist with that, Professor X. Haotian said after a moment of contemplation. Forge it into a weapon? Professor X nodded in understanding. As a member of the X-Men, I have an obligation to help you prepare your weapons. This adamantium chain rightfully belongs to you, so assisting in its transformation into a weapon is certainly within my means. What kind of weapon do you wish to create? These adamantium chains are quite heavy. If forged into a weapon, a typical design would be insufficient. I need it to be crafted into a dagger 3 fingers wide and 1 foot long. The remainder should be fashioned into a nebula chain, Haotian replied thoughtfully. A dagger and a nebula chain? Professor X was momentarily taken aback. He could comprehend the dagger and found it quite feasible to create, but what was a nebula chain? Allow me to demonstrate, Haotian said as he approached the table, picking up a book and flipping to the last blank page. He then took a nearby pen and began to sketch. Ah, I see. Soon, Haotian had sketched the design of the nebula chain. After reviewing the drawing, Professor X nodded, beginning to understand. Lee, given your power, utilizing a dagger and a chain as your weapon seems somewhat incongruous. He questioned, puzzled. After all, Haotian's strength was comparable to that of Colossus, and he possessed the ability to fly with astonishing speed. He could easily transform the adamantium chain into a massive two-handed sword, or perhaps a cleaver, a mace, or a heavy hammer. Such weapons would allow him to descend from the skies, delivering devastating blows that few mutants could withstand. Yet, Professor X could not fathom why Haotian would choose to forge what appeared to be less lethal weapons, more suited for an assassin. I'm not making it for myself. Haotian laughed and shook his head. The dagger is intended for Clarice. Her mutant ability allows her to blink through space. If paired with the indomitable adamantium dagger, it could deliver a fatal strike, significantly enhancing her capabilities. As for the nebula chain, it is meant for Alice. Oh, Alice is the fallen angel mutant we rescued yesterday. Haotian explained with a smile. In truth, with his current strength, he had no need for weapons. Selling the adamantium chain had never crossed his mind. Such a precious item, while valuable, was rare and irreplaceable. Money can be earned in various ways, but the adamantium chain is not something one encounters every day. Thus, Haotian resolved to forge it into weapons for Clarice and Alice, as both were among his closest female friends. Giving it to those he cared for felt like a worthy investment, especially considering both were merely teenagers, which imbued Haotian with a sense of nurturing satisfaction. However, nurturing requires resources, and this expenditure was undoubtedly justified. I never expected you would be willing to part with such a valuable adamantium metal as a gift for your friends, Professor X remarked with a hint of admiration. Previously, he had assumed Haotian to be someone who held a strong affection for wealth. Yet, it appeared that Haotian valued emotional connections far more. This was a sight Professor X was pleased to witness, if one were solely focused on monetary gain. The risk of moral corruption was ever present, a scenario Professor X was keen to avoid. As time flowed, 3 days had passed in the blink of an eye. In the small garden of Xavier's academy, Haotian lay languidly on the ground, basking in the gentle sunlight. He could feel his cells growing stronger, as if they were undergoing a transformation. It was akin to breathing, akin to growth. Once the power of the rules was abundant, he would delve into the legacy of Majin Buu. When it came to survival and learning abilities, Majin Buu was truly formidable, capable of adapting to any environment, even in the vastness of space. Just then, a fragrant aroma wafted through the air. Clarice, you've arrived. Although he did not need to look, Haotian instinctively recognized her presence. A crisp sound accompanied by a hint of sweetness filled the air. Haotian was momentarily taken aback. What did this mean? Lee. Thank you, Clarice exclaimed, smiling as she revealed a dagger shimmering with a metallic sheen from her embrace. Its design was ancient, yet exuded a sense of quality. Professor X has informed me that this is the dagger you had him forge for you. It's adamantium. I heard that each gram is worth over 20 times that of gold. Clarice's eyes glistened with emotion as she spoke. Receiving a gift should be a joyful occasion. So why are you crying? Haotian said, utterly perplexed. The complexities of a girl's emotions, whether mutant or human, remained inscrutable. I have never experienced such kindness from anyone throughout my life. Clarice's shoulders trembled slightly. Even after arriving at Xavier's academy, no one had treated her with such generosity. In the past, individuals like Jason had taken pleasure in bullying her, while others kept their distance. Only Haotian had treated her as a friend, standing up for her and encouraging her. Now, he had gifted her such a precious weapon, prompting Clarice to genuinely thank him from the depths of her heart. Coupled with the infatuation of youth, encountering someone so handsome, powerful, and gentle, someone willing to spend money on her, how could she not be moved? Well then, this is certainly a cause for celebration. Your mutant abilities, when paired with this adamantium dagger, will undoubtedly augment your strength. Haotian patted the other's shoulder, smiling as he spoke. Indeed, I shall grow more powerful and accompany you on future missions, Clarice declared with unwavering determination in her gaze. Haotian felt a sense of helplessness wash over him. He had gifted Clarice the dagger solely with the hope that she would be able to protect herself, not to engage in missions alongside him. I believe in you. Yet, gazing into Clarice's resolute eyes, Haotian nodded earnestly. Off to train I go. Without waiting for Haotian's reply, Clarice darted away like a startled fawn. This girl, Haotian mused, stroking his face and shaking his head with a smile. Such audacity. He thought to himself, in a few days, as the fruits ripen, I shall surely savor them. Stretching his back, he noted that the day was still young. With sunlight plentiful, he reclined again, pulling out a book to shield his face, continuing to relish the languorous afternoon. Before half an hour had passed, a delightful fragrance wafted through the air, accompanied by a distinct and enchanting aroma, one that no girl at Xavier Academy possessed. It was a scent unique to fallen angels. Therefore, without needing to look, Haotian could surmise the identity of his visitor. Thank you. A melodious voice came forth, imbued with an alluring charm. However, Haotian felt somewhat bewildered. Another round of gratitude? He thought, shaking his head in exasperation. Wasn't it said that beautiful girls often take and assume it as their right? Yet Clarice was not like that, and neither was Alice at present. It was truly perplexing. I adore the chain you gifted me. It integrates seamlessly with my abilities, forming a perfect union. Alice remarked. Well, I'm glad to hear that. Haotian nodded. Seeing Alice's clear, bright eyes, he exhaled a sigh of relief. He genuinely feared that Alice might break into tears, which would be quite unfortunate. Haotian was particularly averse to seeing women weep. I have informed Professor X that I will remain at Xavier Academy. However, I intend to be by your side, Alice stated plainly. Yet her words resonated with a firm resolve. In truth, you are already free, Alice. The world is vast. You may go wherever you wish. Haotian spoke earnestly. Although he felt a bond with Alice, he did not wish for her to be deprived of her freedom. This world may not be small, yet neither was it overwhelmingly vast. There would always be a haven to find solace in. Regardless, with Haotian's capabilities, he could sense familiar energies across the globe, and he had already attuned himself to Alice's essence. Whenever he desired, he could teleport to her side. Thus, he held no concern regarding Alice's intentions. No, this world has rejected me since childhood, hence I do not belong to it. Yet you have not rejected me, so I belong to you. Alice gazed at Haotian, her tone calm, yet filled with unwavering conviction. Her gaze was refreshingly direct. Haotian was momentarily taken aback. He realized that she was a woman who loved fiercely, with a stubborn and unique spirit. All right, as long as you are content. Given Alice's determination, Haotian had no intention of feigning reluctance. Then stay by my side. Having an exotic beauty around is not only pleasing to the eye, but also exhilarating. However, the next moment, Haotian found himself once more under assault. The dark purple lips bore a softness unlike Alice's vivid crimson, accompanied by a distinct fragrance. I shall hone my proficiency with the starry chain. Next time, I shall protect you, Alice declared, turning and departing with a casual grace that was both refreshing and cool. She truly contrasts with Clarice. Haotian thought, amused. Cold yet captivating. I like it. Nonetheless, he marveled at Professor X's remarkable efficiency. In merely 3 days, the weapon he had requested was crafted and presented to both Clarice and Alice. He felt indebted to the professor. In 4 or 5 days, the power of the rules would renew, prompting him to consider what system to create. As he pondered, fatigue began to set in. Yet, Just as he was on the verge of slumber, a delightful fragrance wafted into the air. Li, a voice echoed. Another visitor. Li Haotian turned to see Kitty. The phantasmal cat, approach. Enough already. Do not keep taking advantage of me. Chapter 35, defeated by myself. Kitty departed. As expected, Li Haotian was once again met with a forceful kiss. However, when Kitty suggested that they could take things further that evening, he found himself unable to refuse. Am I that kind of person? He chuckled. At this moment, he was solely focused on growing stronger, dismissing any notions of romantic entanglements. Women would only hinder his progress toward basking in the sun. Thus, he resolved to cultivate his strength first. After all, once he had absorbed enough sunlight, he would no longer need to worry about distractions. For instance, during the night, when the sun was absent, it was indeed a burden to be too handsome. In the past, he had read novels where the protagonists were depicted as strikingly handsome, yet he could not relate, as none were as handsome as he. However, now he felt an overwhelming sense of identification. He shook his head, dismissing such thoughts, and resumed his sunbathing with focus. Before long, night descended. Li Haotian emerged from his room, heading toward Kitty's dormitory. He intended to borrow a book, nothing more. However, before he could knock, Alice seized him and pulled him away. In no time, Li Haotian found himself in a small grove behind the dormitory, led by Alice. Did she intend to? Suddenly, Li Haotian's mind raced with thoughts of her alluring lips and her figure, which far surpassed Clarice and Kitty's. His throat felt parched, and he craved a cold beer. Li, if I were to become unattractive, would you despise me? Alice asked suddenly, breaking his reverie. Upon hearing her question, Li Haotian was taken aback. I just realized something has sprouted on my forehead. Alice continued, lifting the hair that concealed her brow. To his astonishment, he beheld a horn protruding from the upper right side of her forehead, a gently curved, purplish-red horn. At that moment, Li Haotian could even hear Alice's breath, as she gazed at him intently, leaving him utterly speechless. If Li were to disdain me, I would depart from Xavier Academy, retreat to a secluded mountain, and never emerge again, Alice silently vowed. What a splendid horn! How could you speak of yourself in such a manner? Li Haotian suddenly interjected. This time, it was Alice who was left utterly bewildered, gazing at Li Haotian with a look of confusion. She had envisioned numerous responses from him, ranging from indifference to acceptance, but never once did she anticipate such a reply. This horn complements you perfectly, enhancing the allure of your already enchanting visage, Li Haotian declared with unrestrained admiration. This was not merely a consolation for Alice, it was a heartfelt sentiment. She inherently possessed a captivating beauty, reminiscent of a mesmerizing fox spirit, imbued with exotic charm. With the addition of this singular horn, her uniqueness flourished even further. Much like certain individuals who are enamored with cat girls, bunny girls, or fox girls, Li Haotian found Alice, adorned with her horn, to be strikingly beautiful rather than unattractive. Are you serious? Alice asked incredulously, her eyes shimmering with unshed tears. I can demonstrate it to you, but please do not be upset. Li Haotian responded earnestly upon noticing her reaction. All right. Alice nodded emphatically. Her curiosity piqued as she pondered whether Li Haotian was merely flattering her or genuinely believed what he said. However, the next moment, she was taken aback as Li Haotian reached for Clarice's hand, a sincere expression gracing his features. In an instant, Alice felt her cheeks flush. What? Half an hour later, Li Haotian returned to the dormitory in a daze. How extraordinary. He realized he had been thoroughly enlightened. It turned out that there truly are those who exhaust themselves without ever finding a more advantageous path. Even the fierce scions, it seems, have their limits. Oh no. I forgot. I intended to find Katie. But it's all right. I haven't lost anything. He chuckled to himself as he entered his dormitory. This was his previous dormitory, now occupied by Alice. Just as he settled down, Clarice knocked on the door. All right. What a tiring day. I made pizza. Would you like to try it? Clarice exclaimed. Pizza, huh? Li Haotian felt a flicker of disappointment. Nevertheless, given the sanctity of the moment, he did not mind too much. The late-night snack was delightful, and Clarice left with a smile, touched by a single statement that resonated within her all night long. Clarice questioned Li Haotian about his kindness towards her, to which he responded, somewhat perplexed. Is there a need for a reason to treat others well? Thus, Clarice departed with a smile. Yet once she left, Li Haotian fell into deep contemplation. Is a reason truly necessary? In essence, perhaps it is. However, as the night wore on, Li Haotian found it increasingly difficult to sleep. I might as well check out the combat space. Though he had already created the super combat space system, he had yet to formally train within it. Intermental state. Whoosh. In an instant, Li Haotian's consciousness entered the super combat space. Here, he was akin to a deity. Much like the moon reading space, he could manipulate time, space, and matter at will. He swiftly transformed his surroundings into the venue of the world's greatest martial arts tournament. Next, he had to select his opponent. According to the rules of the super combat space, Haotian could conjure foes with up to 3 times his strength. Let us start with an opponent of equal strength. He thought. Whoosh. Suddenly, a figure identical to Haotian appeared. This second Haotian was a creation of the system, possessing powers equivalent to his own. Come on, Haotian shouted, and in an instant, the seemingly dull second Haotian charged forward. Boom. A terrifying force erupted from the opponent, delivering a punch that broke the sound barrier. So fierce, Haotian was momentarily stunned. There was no time to brace himself. However, he was not a mere target. He retaliated with a punch of his own. The two forces, each weighing hundreds of tons, collided like 2 trains crashing together, causing the very air to explode. The overwhelming shockwave sent Haotian flying. Despite the equal strength, his opponent remained unfazed, while he was sent reeling. Kamehameha. But before Haotian could react, the second Haotian unleashed a Kamehameha wave. Boom. Haotian was left charred, and in an instant, his consciousness dissipated, returning to reality. He had been defeated by himself. Haotian stood up, utterly bewildered. The second Haotian had dispatched him in just 3 moves. Was this the result of a significant experience gap? Haotian finally comprehended the disparity in his combat abilities, realizing he was significantly weaker than Su Zhu, who had just acquired the skills of Wu Yizi and Tian Long Babu. I certainly need extensive practical experience. He took a deep breath and once more entered the combat space. Again, whoosh. The second Haotian, who had just defeated him, reappeared before him. Boom, boom, boom. The second Haotian was relentless and silent, charging forward without uttering a word. The two engaged in a ferocious struggle, exchanging blows like ferocious beasts. At crucial moments, the second Haotian unleashed shockwave attacks, executing them with near-perfect timing. The combat style bore an uncanny resemblance to the episodes of Dragon Ball that Haotian had once watched. Gradually, Haotian's fighting mode began to evolve under the influence of the second Haotian. Unfortunately, this time, he could only endure for less than 15 exchanges before his consciousness was forcefully ejected from the combat space. In reality, Haotian was drenched in sweat, panting heavily. Although he had not sustained significant injuries, the mental exhaustion was substantial. Once more, after catching his breath, Haotian re-entered the combat space, engaging in a frenzied battle. Time and again, he was defeated, only to re-enter. It continued until his mental energy was entirely depleted, rendering him unable to return to the combat space. Finally, he ceased, having been vanquished by the second Haotian a staggering 11 times. Yet the results were undeniably remarkable. From the outset, Haotian could barely endure 3 exchanges, but now he has remarkably managed to withstand 68 before succumbing. His progress in strength is evident. Indeed, it is only through the crucible of genuine life and death battles that one can experience such explosive growth. He is now nearly twice as formidable as he was before, all while external factors such as strength and aura remain unchanged. The enhancement of his combat awareness has significantly improved his mastery over power, leading to a tangible increase in his abilities. However, despite this advancement, Haotian still cannot match Haotian II in combat prowess, not to mention the combat space, which could amplify Haotian II's strength to 3 times that of Haotian. It appears I still have a long way to go. Haotian lamentingly shook his head before wearily collapsing onto his bed, drifting into slumber. As a scion of the Scion bloodline, he awoke once again brimming with energy. After a refreshing shower, Haotian summoned his neighbor, Alice, to join him for breakfast. Curiously, Clarice was absent. Typically, she would be here around this time to share a meal with him. Soon, the two finished their breakfast, and Haotian took Alice to class, only to discover that there would be no lessons today. Instead, they were heading to the city for some shopping. In essence, it was a leisurely outing to relieve the students from the monotony of their prolonged stay at Xavier's academy. After a while, some students felt as though they were confined in a prison. The prospect of wandering the city was nothing short of a celebration for them, igniting a wave of excitement among the students. However, Haotian found himself rather disinterested. Just then, he was taken aback as Clarice approached him. Today, she donned a slightly yellowed dress. Though antiquated, it still looked beautiful on her. Do you think it's pretty? Clarice inquired softly, a hint of blush gracing her cheeks. Indeed, Haotian nodded affirmatively. Typically, Clarice wore her uniform, so this was the first time he had seen her in a dress. Humph. The phantom cat, Katie, could not help but huff indignantly. You look lovely too. Haotian turned to see that Katie was sporting a casual floral t-shirt paired with green shorts and black sunglasses. She looked quite charming. Coupled with her Western features, it exuded a certain allure. You certainly have good taste. Katie's face brightened at his compliment, satisfaction evident in her demeanor. Aren't you upset? Haotian curiously glanced at Alice beside him. The strong should possess more than the ordinary. Otherwise, what is the purpose of striving for strength? To charge forth for love? Alice coolly remarked. Haotian was momentarily taken aback, unable to suppress a thumbs up of admiration. Just look at her. What a wonderful woman. I've struck quite the jackpot. He couldn't help but feel grateful to Storm for compelling him to participate in the last X-Men mission. Otherwise, such fortune would have eluded him. Soon, a bus rolled up from outside. Storm promptly ushered the students onto the bus, which quickly filled to capacity. However, due to some mutants whose appearances were ill-suited for a shopping trip, the bus was predominantly populated by those who bore a close resemblance to humans, with very few exhibiting inhuman traits. As for Alice, her wings could retract, and with a coat draped over her, her true nature was less conspicuous. A new horn had sprouted on her forehead, but a hat effectively concealed it. This attire rendered her even more enigmatic and alluring. Moreover, prior to their departure, Professor X had kindly distributed $200 in shopping money to each student, allowing them to purchase snacks and toys in the city. While in the city, please do not wander off. If you wish to indulge in cake, you may accompany me, Storm began to explain to the group. As X-Men, they could leave the academy at any time, so Storm, Cyclops, and Colossus frequently ventured to the nearby city for shopping or leisure, becoming quite familiar with the local stores, specialties, and supermarkets. The bus soon buzzed with lively chatter. However, Haotian found himself feeling somewhat bored, opting to lower his head and feign sleep. While his spirit delved into the combat space once more. Boom. The clashes resumed. An hour later, Haotian had been vanquished 8 times, yet during his 8th endeavor, he managed to endure 100 exchanges. However, he refrained from engaging in a 9th battle, as the bus had entered the city. The team leaders were Storm, Wolverine, and Colossus. Upon their arrival in the city, everyone disembarked from the bus. We have 3 hours. After 3 hours, we must regroup here. Everyone must return on time, or you will never have the chance to partake in such outings again. You may form pairs or larger groups. Of course, you may also choose to accompany me or Logan. However, students under 10 must stay with Colossus and visit the amusement park. All right, you are dismissed, Storm announced. Naturally, Haotian was among those called by Aurora to join in the shopping excursion, prompting Alice, Katie, and Clarice to follow suit. Meanwhile, in Xavier's academy, Scott's dormitory, he jolted awake. Jean, are you calling for me? Cyclops murmured, wiping away tears from his eyes. Wait for me. He sprang to his feet, dashing toward Professor X's office. Chapter 37. Shopping. Scott, your heart is troubled. Professor X remarked upon seeing the frantic Cyclops burst into the room. Teacher, I can feel it. Jean is summoning me. Cyclops exclaimed. Scott, Jean is gone. Professor X sighed, understanding the depth of Cyclops' feelings for Jean, but he had to acknowledge the painful truth. No, we never saw Jean's body. Perhaps she is not truly dead, Scott insisted, unwilling to accept her demise. No one can survive under such immense pressure, not even Jean. Professor X stated, though he knew it was a harsh truth for Scott. One must live in the present and not dwell on the past. Teacher, please let me go see her, Scott implored, aware that Professor X meant well, but unable to ignore the call of his heart for Jean. For days, he had felt her genuine summons. It was not a figment of his imagination. The sensation was unmistakable. Very well, go, Professor X finally conceded. He was acutely aware that if he did not allow Scott to embark on this journey, the latter would remain ensnared in this torment indefinitely. I'm truly sorry, Professor. Scott exhaled deeply, his voice laden with regret. After all, he understood that the X-Men were already stretched thin and the situation was perilous, particularly in recent days. Professor X had sensed an impending, unknown crisis, a revelation known only to Scott, as the professor had refrained from disclosing this information to others. Yet, at such a critical juncture, Scott was compelled to journey to Lake Alkali in search of Jean, who had been presumed dead. This weighed heavily on his conscience. Take care, and I shall await your return, Professor X replied, a smile gracing his lips. In the city, Haotian followed closely behind Storm, feeling somewhat listless. Clarice and Alice, too, wore rare smiles on their faces. It was evident that, for girls, be they ordinary or mutants, shopping had an irresistible allure. However, upon glancing at the prices of goods within the stores, the girls felt a wave of pressure. Despite their mutant status, their finances were no different from those of any other girls. Only X had generously provided them with 200 beautiful coins for shopping, inciting waves of envy among them. Come on, What do you wish to buy? Go ahead and swipe the card. Li Haotian promptly extended a card towards Clarice. Clarice was momentarily taken aback. Fear not. There are 200,000 beautiful coins on it. It should suffice for your shopping, he assured, also gesturing to Alice beside him. Oh, where on earth did you acquire such wealth? Clarice exclaimed in astonishment. Meanwhile, Alice did not linger on questions. She seized the bank card and entered the store without hesitation. After all, to Alice, everything, including her life, could be entrusted to Li Haotian, rendering any need for formality unnecessary. Moreover, she was eager to indulge in shopping. Clarice, you ought to learn from Alice, and not be so distant with me, Li Haotian remarked, affectionately ruffling Clarice's hair. In the blink of an eye, he had grown quite a bit taller over these past few days, now nearing 2 meters in height, bestowing upon him a delightful sense of fulfillment from such gestures. Rest assured, this money is from the rewards and wages earned during the last X-Men operation. You can spend it freely, he said with a smile. I'm not worried. Even if it were obtained through nefarious means, as long as it comes from you, I can spend it without hesitation. Clarice replied, taking a deep breath and nodding earnestly. This child is indeed worthy of guidance. Li Haotian chuckled. That's the spirit. The women associated with me, Li Haotian, shall never be naive. Soon, Clarice followed Alice into the store. Previously envious of one another, the girls now felt liberated to indulge their shopping impulses, excitedly trying on clothes and accessories. Li, you're biased. Kitty Pryde, standing nearby, pouted. All right then, you should go as well. Li Haotian responded with a resigned shake of his head. Oh yeah, Kitty exclaimed, her excitement palpable as she dashed inside. Li, you need to manage these relationships carefully, otherwise it could become quite perilous, Storm warned, shaking her head in exasperation. In this regard, Li Haotian was undoubtedly more reckless than Logan. After all, Wolverine at least loved one at a time, rather than several simultaneously. Rest assured, Professor, I shall handle it, Li Haotian replied with a grin. In this chaotic amalgamation of worlds, compounded by the fact that he had traversed here from the realm of the deceased, maintaining a mindset akin to that of an ordinary person would lead to despair. Moments later, Clarice emerged from the store, clad in an exquisite burgundy dress adorned with hints of rubies. Her lips were painted a deep shade of purple, and her eyelids shimmered with wine-colored eyeshadow. With her willow-like eyebrows lightly made up and her hair elegantly pinned with a lavender hairpin, her delicate features were accentuated to perfection. Stunning, Li Haotian exclaimed, his eyes widening in awe. Indeed, one's attire can significantly elevate their presence. While Clarice was already naturally beautiful, her transformation after makeup and a splendid outfit had enhanced her allure to an extraordinary degree. This was not merely an enhancement from 1 to 11. It was a transformation that magnified her beauty manifold. Do you find me beautiful? Clarice asked shyly, lowering her gaze. Ha ha ha, look over there, Li Haotian replied, diverting her attention by pointing. Clarice turned, puzzled. She noticed a group of men nearby, utterly captivated, their gazes fixed upon her. One man, so entranced, collided headfirst into a lamppost. Uffed. Seeing this, Clarice couldn't help but chuckle. So I truly am this lovely. No matter how beautiful, you are still exclusively mine. Clarice whispered softly in Li Haotian's ear. Let us go. Just then, Alice emerged from the store as well, her presence equally breathtaking. She donned a Western-style trench coat and knee-high boots, her hair cascading down her shoulders, crowned with a black hat. Her beauty rivaled that of Clarice, creating an exquisite tableau. Absolutely stunning. The last to emerge, Kitty, felt a twinge of embarrassment. While she herself was undeniably attractive, in the bustling streets, she felt overshadowed by Clarice and Alice. Kitty, you look beautiful too. Clarice, sensing Kitty's feelings, approached her with a warm smile. Really? Kitty asked, lifting her head, disbelief etched on her features. Of course. Clarice affirmed with a nod. Thank you. Kitty beamed, her smile brightening at Clarice's words. Witnessing this exchange, Li Haotian felt a swell of pride. Clarice was indeed a remarkable young woman, a blessing that any man would cherish. Come, I'll take you all for a hair makeover. Storm interjected, approaching the girls with excitement. Wow, that sounds fantastic. I have long desired to change my hairstyle, Katie exclaimed with palpable excitement. The others echoed her enthusiasm, and upon reflecting on hairstyles, it struck me that my own had remained unchanged for quite some time. Li Haotian suddenly recalled that he had inherited the legacy of Kakarot. Thus his veins flowed with the pure blood of a scion. Henceforth, the shape of Li Haotian's hair would remain eternally fixed. Moreover, scions age at an exceedingly slow rate, ensuring that they are predominantly in their prime fighting condition. Shortly thereafter, Orolo led everyone to a fashionable salon. They all eagerly entered to begin their transformations. As a result, nearly 2 hours slipped by in what felt like an instant. With time drawing near to their agreed schedule, the group purchased some food and hurried back to the designated location. To Li Haotian's surprise, Alice revealed a fondness for desserts. Consequently, several nearby patisseries were nearly cleaned out. Before long, the group returned to their prior meeting spot, each member laden with numerous bags filled with clothing, snacks, and toys. However, upon encountering Clarice and her companions, they were instantly taken aback. In just a few hours, the transformation of Clarice and her friends was astonishing. The male classmates gaped in disbelief, while the female classmates looked on with envy, their eyes nearly brimming with tears. Clarice, you are truly stunning. May I befriend you? Finally, one brave male classmate could no longer contain himself and approached to strike up a conversation. Alas, before Clarice could respond, Alice brandished a chain in her hand. In a shocking display, she lifted the male classmate and hung him from a nearby tree amidst the astonished gazes of the onlookers. Clarice belongs to Lee, Alice declared coolly, her eyes glinting as she surveyed the surrounding male classmates. A shiver ran through the crowd. All right, little ones, it's time to get in the car. Logan, standing nearby, helplessly rubbed his nose. Is this how the youth of today amuse themselves? The seasoned Logan couldn't help but voice his disbelief. Had he lived so long that he could no longer keep pace with the trends of the times? The group hurriedly boarded the vehicle, their eyes cast upon Alice with a hint of trepidation. She was a rose with thorns. The male classmate hanging from the tree dared not glance in Alice's direction again. Indeed, Alice was no ordinary girl. Witnessing this scene, Li Haotian wore a satisfied expression. The bus swiftly took off, making its way towards Xavier Academy. Upon returning to school, Li Haotian took a refreshing shower and then returned to his dorm to continue his training. He had to be able to match the strength of the second generation of Li Haotian, who possessed double his power, or else it would be utterly embarrassing. How could a genuine original be outperformed by a mere imitation? Of course, the primary reason was that Li Haotian had realized that he was drawing closer to the strength of his second-generation counterpart. Previously, he had managed to endure 100 exchanges before being defeated. If he could just grit his teeth and hold on a little longer, he could achieve a tie. With identical powers, there was no reason he should be unable to win. Thus, Li Haotian continued to fight fiercely. Although the flow of time within the super combat space differed from reality, the evening came swiftly. Li Haotian had engaged in combat for a staggering 30 hours. Finally, at the brink of mental exhaustion, he unleashed a Kamehameha wave that obliterated the second generation of Li Haotian. Panting heavily as he exited the super combat space, Li Haotian was drenched in sweat and felt utterly drained. Yet, his eyes sparkled with a newfound brightness. He had finally triumphed over the second generation of Li Haotian. This training outcome pleased him immensely. Although it took longer than anticipated, victory was his. Next time, he would strive to defeat him within 100 exchanges. Li Haotian immediately set another small goal for himself. Feeling a pang of hunger, he headed to the cafeteria to grab a bite to eat, then returned to wash up and retire for the night. The super combat space, while convenient, significantly drained mental energy. Even with his mental capacity being hundreds of times that of an ordinary person, he still found himself utterly fatigued after each session. Nonetheless, the evident results of his training brought him a mix of pain and joy. A silent night passed. The following day dawned clear and bright, with nary a cloud in the sky. It was another splendid day to bask in the sun. In the familiar spot, he lay comfortably, a magazine shielding his face from the sun, relishing the warmth and the enhancement of his powers. Lee, I heard that Teacher Scott has gone on vacation. At that moment, Clarice approached and sat beside Li Haotian, a hint of envy in her tone. Laser Eye Teacher is on vacation? Li Haotian was taken aback, sitting up to look at Clarice. When did he leave? Given Scott's character, it was inconceivable that he would abandon the X-Men to vacation during such a critical time at Xavier Academy. It was absolutely impossible. Therefore, Scott was not on vacation at all. If Li Haotian's instincts were correct, he was likely at a Kali Lake searching for Jean. Indeed, the plot was unfolding. Li Haotian's gaze sharpened. The next sequence should involve Scott being consumed by the resurrected Jean, or the Phoenix. This signified that the third battle of the X-Men was about to commence. With my current strength, I should be able to rival Magneto or Jean, right? Li Haotian mused inwardly, feeling a twinge of uncertainty. If tasked with annihilating the Earth, he might unleash a supercharged Kamehameha wave capable of obliterating the planet. That would be simple. However, defeating Magneto or the Phoenix was not guaranteed. Much like in Dragon Ball, many villains could effortlessly destroy the Earth, yet ultimately fell to Kakarot. The reasoning was the same. Yet, within the third battle, numerous threats loomed over Li Haotian. For instance, the mutant cure. All of Li Haotian's abilities stemmed from his X gene. He could not guarantee that if one day his X gene vanished, leaving him devoid of mutant powers, he would still retain the abilities he had acquired. Perhaps he could still possess them, but there was also a chance he might lose them. Hence, Li Haotian was unwilling to gamble. Chapter 39, The Great Misfortune of Laser Eye. Considering this, that Jean character might indeed be my future adversary. Should I intervene and save Scott, that poor unfortunate soul? Li Haotian contemplated. After all, he had looked out for him during their time at Xavier Academy. Li, Professor X calls for you. At that moment, Katie approached, her face alight with a hint of excitement. Why are you so happy? Li Haotian inquired, curiosity piqued. Looking at the professor, it seems like he might be assigning a mission, which means there's money to be made. Katie replied, last time I went to the city, I spotted a necklace that I adored, but it was too pricey for me to purchase. Last time, didn't I give you guys my card? Li Haotian asked, a touch of confusion evident in his voice. That necklace costs over 17,000. I felt too embarrassed to use your card, Katie chuckled. Well, all right then. Li Haotian was taken aback by Katie's thoughtfulness. Just for this, she outshined those superficial gold diggers from his previous life. He had presumed that Western women were quite liberal, especially when it came to spending money, but he never anticipated that she would save him some. Let's go? Li Haotian promptly rose to his feet. He wouldn't let free money slip through his fingers. Moreover, he was contemplating whether to mention to Professor X about Cyclops Scott's situation later. Li, be careful, Clarice said gently. Don't worry, I'm quite capable. Li Haotian replied with a smile as he affectionately ruffled Clarice's hair. A sweet gesture, which made Katie pout slightly. As she watched Li Haotian and Katie leave, Clarice clenched her fists. I will work hard too. I won't always be here, just waiting for your return. A flicker of determination shone in Clarice's eyes as she turned towards the training ground. Before long, Li Haotian and Katie arrived at Professor X's office. Wolverine Logan, Storm Aurora, as well as Colossus and Iceman Bobby, were already waiting nearby. You must have heard about Scott's departure from the school. Professor X addressed the group as Li Haotian and Katie entered. Yes, I was just about to ask you, Professor, where did that guy Scott go? Aurora inquired. Xavier Institute is already short-staffed, and the X-Men are not adequately equipped. At such a critical time, Scott has left the academy. Aurora expressed her exasperation. After all, aside from the professor, she and Scott were primarily responsible for managing the institute. They were not merely combatants within the X-Men, but also had to oversee the entire academy, which was far from a leisurely task. A large institution entails a plethora of responsibilities regarding internal affairs, logistics, and administration, making it undeniably demanding. Now that Scott had departed, Xavier Institute was left with only Storm to shoulder the burden, as the professor had his own obligations. Scott has gone to Alkali Lake, Professor X stated. The moment he spoke, Logan's expression shifted noticeably. Everyone was well aware of what Alkali Lake represented, and they knew that Cyclops Scott's visit there was certainly not for leisure. Scott sought me out earlier. He mentioned feeling Jean's call. Professor X continued. What? Logan's expression darkened. The others shared his perplexity. Jean was known to be deceased. This was common knowledge among them. Yet now Scott claimed to be sensing her summons. Could it be a trap? Storm spoke gravely, in my opinion. Jean is dead and could not possibly summon Scott. Besides, Scott isn't known to have any enemies. This must be a trap targeting the X-Men. Upon hearing Storm's assertion, the others adopted a solemn demeanor. The X-Men had numerous adversaries. The Xavier Institute was not as tranquil as it appeared at that moment. However, most of those present would refrain from conveying such urgency within the academy, especially Professor X, who hoped the students could live joyfully and peacefully until they graduated or successfully joined the X-Men. Only then would he reveal the truth of the situation to them. This was, after all, the very purpose behind Professor X's establishment of the school, to provide sanctuary for those budding talents until they flourished into their full potential, before extending protection to new sprouts. From this perspective, Professor X's philosophy bore a resemblance to the will of fire. However, I don't believe this is a trap. It could very well be Jean, Li Haotian interjected at that moment. Everyone turned to Li Haotian, their faces reflecting confusion. After all, he ought not to know Jean. I've come across her name in the school records and have read the X-Men logs, gaining a rudimentary understanding of her and her abilities. Her telekinesis is an exceptionally powerful mutant gift. I don't think she could easily perish. Is it possible that during a life-and-death crisis, her latent powers surged, leading to a second awakening of her mutant abilities, allowing her to survive? Li Haotian articulated. In truth, Jean's survival was not due to a second awakening of her mutant abilities, but rather because the power of the Phoenix, sealed within her, had erupted. This was what caused her drastically altered personality upon her resurrection. Cyclops could be deemed a tragic figure, having died in vain. However, Haotian could not disclose this information, for it would complicate matters further. Yet, the notion of a mutant achieving a second awakening of their abilities, while rare, was not impossible. Even Haotian himself was currently considered to be experiencing a second awakening. Upon hearing Haotian's explanation, the group's expressions shifted slightly as they pondered. They had some understanding of Jean's strength. While they believed she might not surpass Professor X, she certainly exceeded the majority present. If her powers were indeed to awaken a second time, she could potentially reach the same level as Professor X and others. It was entirely plausible that she could survive under such immense pressure. Oh no. However, unlike the others, upon hearing Haotian's words, Professor X's heart sank. He began to fear that Jean might truly still be alive. For no one understood better than him just how terrifying the power sealed within Jean could be. Chapter 40. Power beyond Omega level. This is dire. If Jean's persona awakens, then Scott is in grave peril. Professor X's anxiety surged. Although he regarded the Phoenix Force within Jean merely as another aspect of her personality, one thing was clear to him. The resurrected Jean would be exceedingly dangerous. If Scott were to encounter her, he could very well be killed. Professor X was acutely aware of this. Scott had departed on his motorcycle, and the distance to Alkali Lake was no less than 2,000 kilometers. If you took a fighter jet, you should still be able to catch up. Logan, you and Storm, take Haotian and Bobby, and head to Alkali Lake immediately to intercept Scott, Professor X proclaimed. As long as they could halt him before he encountered the resurrected Jean, there would still be a chance. Understood, Storm replied promptly, following Haotian's earlier remarks. Although the others were not as cognizant as Professor X regarding Jean's other powerful sealed persona, a twinge of unease had crept into their hearts. Now, with Professor X's approval, they hesitated no longer and swiftly turned aboard the aircraft in pursuit of Scott. Particularly, Wolverine Logan wore an expression of even greater complexity. At that moment, as Haotian and the others departed from Xavier's academy, Scott was already less than 300 kilometers from Alkali Lake, racing ahead on his motorcycle. The roaring machine stirred up a fierce wind as it sped along the road. Scott's mind was somewhat chaotic, yet deep within, a voice persistently beckoned him. As time passed, after more than 2 hours, Scott finally came to a weary stop. Not far ahead, the lake's surface shimmered with sunlight. Gazing upon the tranquil Alkali Lake, Scott's memories drifted back to that fateful day, further muddling his already turbulent thoughts. In truth, he was unsure whether the call from deep within was a figment of his imagination or a tangible reality. Scott. Yet at that moment, the voice resonating within him grew ever louder. This. Scott was momentarily taken aback, his gaze fixated on the lake's surface. The previous voice was unmistakable. It was one he had heard countless times in his dreams. Instinctively, he began to stride toward the depths of Alkali Lake. Scott. As he approached the lake's edge, the internal voice intensified. However, it felt as though his head had been struck with tremendous force. Nevertheless, Scott gritted his teeth and staggered to the shore, breathing heavily as he gazed at the calm waters. The sudden silence of the voice ignited a surge of rage within him. His eyes turned a shade of crimson. It's all a lie. Jean, Scott could no longer contain his fury and erupted. Boom. In the next instant, his eyes unleashed a terrifying beam of laser light. The searing heat tore through Alkali Lake, creating a chasm as torrents of water cascaded outward. It's all a lie. Scott choked, roaring in despair. Gurgle. Just then, the lake, which had begun to calm, suddenly roiled with agitation, and a horrifying siphoning phenomenon materialized before him. As the swirling vortex expanded, it seemed as though a monstrous entity was awakening from the depths of the lake. This unforeseen turn of events left Scott momentarily stunned. He stared intently at the center of Alkali Lake, where the vortex grew larger, even piercing the heavens. Buzz. In the next moment, a familiar yet alien power erupted from the vortex. Boom. In an instant, it felt as though the entire earth trembled. Blinding light radiated outward. And before Scott's astonished gaze, a figure he had envisioned countless times in dreams slowly emerged from the center of the whirlpool. The overwhelming presence instantly froze the very fabric of reality. The violent waves suspended in midair, as if time and space itself had been solidified. Jean. Upon seeing this familiar figure, Scott's eyes overflowed with hot tears, and his body trembled with excitement. Gradually, that figure floated closer to him. Everything about her visage was strikingly familiar. Yet, Scott failed to notice the cold, rigid expression she bore, tinged with a hint of cruelty. It was not the indifference of a heartless lover, but rather an impassive demeanor as if the heavens showed no mercy, treating all beings as mere fodder. The Jean he knew felt entirely different. But seeing his beloved, resurrected from death, Scott had no time to ponder such thoughts. All he desired was to embrace Jean. Scott. Just as he prepared to greet his beloved, Jean abruptly spoke. Before Scott could respond, she leaned in and kissed him. The long-awaited kiss melted his heart, sending waves of excitement coursing through him as if he might explode. However, he soon realized the energy within him surged, even more fearsome than the siphoning phenomenon he had witnessed earlier. The radiant energy of his laser vision surged directly toward Jean's mouth. Jean, are you draining my energy? Scott's body trembled, his eyes wide with shock. He had not anticipated that the love he had longed for would, in their first moment of reunion, seek to siphon him dry. As Jean absorbed Scott's laser energy, she seemed to grow even more formidable. An unimaginable force radiated from her, causing the lake to ripple and the earth to tremble. At that moment, above Alkali Lake, a fighter jet soared through the sky. My God, what is that? Bobby's expression turned to one of astonishment. Is that a siphoning phenomenon formed by mist and water vapor? Storm, witnessing this spectacle, was equally taken aback. She, who could control the weather and summon storms, could not help but feel astonished in the presence of such a terrifying siphoning phenomenon. Its reach extended nearly 10,000 meters, with a radius of over 100 kilometers. Even at an altitude of 10,000 meters, the grandeur of the scene was unmistakable, surpassing the mushroom cloud of an atomic bomb. Is this the power of Jean? No, more accurately, it is the power of the Phoenix. Li Haotian regarded the scene with a grave expression. The power Jean exhibited far exceeded that of a typical Omega-level mutant. Furthermore, this was merely Jean's preliminary release of her Phoenix Force, already achieving such a terrifying magnitude. Chapter 41, Super Scion vs. Phoenix Force, truly formidable. Li Haotian could not help but marvel. This Phoenix power differed from his own combat prowess, which stemmed from his mastery of energy. After all, energy is inherent to every individual. In theory, an ordinary human could enhance their energy through practice, thereby increasing their combat abilities. While they might not surpass an alpha-level mutant, they would certainly not fall short of delta or beta-level mutants. Such a pitiful display from a mere rank 5 is hardly worth mentioning. Moreover, this is merely theoretical. Is that truly Jean? Storm was utterly astounded. This formidable telekinesis carried an oddly familiar sensation, yet it was a stark contrast to Jean's previous powers. If her former abilities could be likened to a gentle stream, her current prowess resembled the vast ocean, or even the boundless cosmos. They were no longer of the same dimension. Could it be? This is overwhelmingly powerful. Iceman Bobby could not suppress his astonishment. With such telekinetic force, he instantly felt that his ice would scarcely touch her before being dissipated. In that moment, he experienced an overwhelming sense of helplessness in the face of Jean. Jean. Wolverine Logan felt his eyes moisten. Though he could not see Jean below, he could feel that familiar telekinetic presence, even if it was now far more potent than ever. Logan still sensed that recognizable aura. He too cherished Jean. The realization that she was alive filled him with excitement. However, the thought of Scott still being down there made Logan's heart ache. Scott was fortunate to have just made it. Had he arrived any later, he would surely have been drained dry. Li Haotian silently contemplated. He genuinely wished to assist Scott, as it would require little effort. After all, Scott had looked out for him during their time at the academy. Furthermore, apart from him, no one else could rescue Scott in time. With this in mind, Li Haotian turned to Storm and declared, Aurora, open the hatch. I must descend. Although Li Haotian possessed the ability of instantaneous teleportation, which would allow him to relocate directly, he regarded this as his trump card and would not reveal it unless absolutely necessary. Besides, he could fly, and soaring from 10,000 meters above was hardly a concern. Li, this is high altitude. Opening the hatch is tantamount to suicide. Iceman Bobby exclaimed in alarm. The others also turned their gaze towards Li Haotian, evidently perplexed by his intentions. Let me go, Storm interjected. Though I may not reach him in time, at least I won't fall to my death. She then glanced at Logan. Don't look at me. Even with my healing abilities, jumping from this height is still risky. Even if I survive, by the time I heal, Scott will be lost, Logan replied, his tone tinged with resignation. This was certainly not Logan's unwillingness to save his rival. Rather, he simply found himself incapable of doing so. While he might not perish from the fall, it would ultimately be futile. Though he too yearned to descend and see Jean, he felt utterly powerless. Hey, have you all forgotten that I can fly? Li Haotian chuckled, shaking his head at their expressions. Indeed, Logan's eyes brightened at this realization. He suddenly recalled that Li Haotian could indeed fly. During their previous X-Men missions, Logan had been whisked away by Li Haotian from a mutant research facility. Storm and the others finally remembered. Li Haotian not only possessed strength rivaling Colossus, alongside energy attacks comparable to Cyclops, but he could also fly, perhaps even surpassing Storm herself. After all, Storm's abilities could hardly be classified as true flight. She merely levitated. Whoosh! The aircraft's hatch was instantaneously opened. A powerful gust of wind swept over everyone. Fortunately, they were all prepared, preventing them from being blown away. Haotian, however, seized the opportunity presented by the wind and soared out. Boom! He radiated a shimmering white aura, slicing through the air, leaving a long trail of white energy as he plunged into the misty vortex below. How wonderful it is to fly! Iceman Bobby remarked with a hint of envy. Indeed, Logan nodded in agreement. Despite his remarkable healing abilities, he lacked flight and often found himself a mere target on the ground. Haotian truly was extraordinary, his powers remarkably balanced. Storm also nodded in appreciation. With strength exceeding Colossus, energy attacks rivaling Cyclops, and mastery of flight, such an individual would be a formidable adversary, yet an incredibly reliable ally. Fortunately, Haotian had now joined the X-Men. Whoosh! Haotian's speed was astounding, reaching supersonic levels in an instant. This was the utmost limit of his flight under normal conditions. Had it not been for the protective energy surrounding him, the sheer velocity might have ignited him into a fireball due to air friction, though 10,000 meters seemed distant. With the aid of supersonic speed, he traversed the misty vortex in mere minutes, entering Jean's telekinetic domain. Such powerful telekinesis! Haotian marveled. The telekinetic energy surrounding him was as dense as seawater, saturating the entire space. In an instant, he found himself not merely flying, but swimming through an ocean of telekinetic force. The immense power created resistance, pushing against him. Jean, are you truly willing to kill your most important person? Haotian called out, his voice resonating with authority. In that roar, a tremendous force pierced through the space, blasting a circular void in the misty vortex. Jean, are you truly willing to kill your most important person? The echo of his voice reverberated throughout the telekinetic realm. No response. Yet through the circular void, Haotian noticed Jean appeared unresponsive. Time was running out. If this continued, Scott would be drained of life. Haotian's gaze hardened, disregarding everything else. Transform. In an instant, golden flames ignited around him, the powerful aura of a super scion enveloping his form. Huh! He roared once more. Previously, Haotian had merely created a circular void in the misty vortex. However, in his transformed state, he tore through layers of space, directly penetrating Jean's telekinetic domain. Whoosh! Haotian surged forward, swiftly arriving in front of Jean and Cyclops. However, at that moment, a terrifying telekinetic storm erupted around Jean. The powerful tempest coalesced as if it were a tangible force, rapidly swirling around and isolating Haotian. Break through! Haotian shouted, raising his fist and launching a powerful strike. In his super scion form, he was filled with exhilaration and an intensified thirst for battle. Boom! The full force of his punch in super scion mode exceeded 1,000 tons of power, capable of shattering a small asteroid into fragments, let alone the telekinetic storm surrounding Jean. Chapter 42, The Laws of the Universe. Boom! The powerful telekinetic wave was instantly shattered. Haotian abruptly shattered the defense surrounding the piano and appeared before it, forcefully pulling her away from Scott's lips. How grotesque! Yet, upon witnessing the blood vessels protruding from her face, resembling swollen lymph nodes on her rough skin, Haotian could hardly contain himself. Although he had seen photographs of Jean Grey from the X-Men, she was never regarded as a goddess, but at least she was somewhat presentable. However, the Jean before him was akin to a demon from the depths of hell. As Haotian yanked Scott away from Jean, she let out a furious roar. The Phoenix, having just revived within Jean, was in dire need of energy to awaken her inner power. Scott's optic blast, connected to the pure energy of the laser world, was precisely what she required to replenish her strength. Yet, in such a critical moment, Haotian had thwarted her efforts, driving Jean into a frenzy. Boom! In an instant, a terrifying telekinetic force erupted from Jean's body, radiating outward. This force was indeed formidable. Haotian furrowed his brow. Although this power differed from Ki, he could still sense the destructive energy contained within it. Suddenly, he contemplated acquiring a legacy template from the god of destruction, Beerus. If Haotian possessed destructive energy at this moment, he could effortlessly annihilate anything in his path. In this regard, no scion could rival a god of destruction, even if they were propelled by rockets. However, there was one aspect that Beerus lacked, the protagonist's aura. After all, Kakarot was the main character of Dragon Ball, and if Haotian were to obtain his legacy template, he might also inherit that aura. Of course, all of this was mere speculation on Haotian's part, and he was uncertain about its validity. Yet, this was not the crux of the matter. as long as he possessed the power of the rules. He could forge new templates anew. At worst, he could simply add characters he desired to the mix. Thus, aside from Beerus, Li Haotian had decided to incorporate the template of Majin Buu, whose survival and adaptability surpassed even that of a god of destruction. Break for me. Despite the current circumstances, Li Haotian was not easily subdued. The power of the Super Saiyan erupted instantaneously. A terrifying aura, akin to a golden tempest, collided with Jean's telekinetic storm. Sizzle. The two storms clashed, generating arcs of lightning. Thunder rumbled. In that moment, the sky dimmed, and the earth trembled, as if the very fabric of space were about to distort. It appeared that even though he had transformed into the first form of a Super Saiyan, the disparity in world rules rendered him not as powerful as in the Dragon Ball universe. From his engagement with Jean, Li Haotian gained profound insights into his own strength and speculated about his limits. He would undoubtedly surpass Magneto and Professor X, who possessed Omega-level powers. Yet compared to the awakened Phoenix, Jean was not far behind. He might have a slight edge, but it was not enough to claim absolute dominance. However, there was one thing that others could not compare to. If Li Haotian wished to obliterate the Earth, the task, though possibly more complex than Thanos's, would still be merely a trivial challenge. While Thanos could accomplish it with a snap of his fingers, Li Haotian could easily resolve it with a Kamehameha wave. It seems I must unleash something formidable to awaken you. Li Haotian promptly unleashed all the power within him. Kamehameha. He executed the energy wave most favored by Kakarot, positioning himself to the left. Boom. A terrifying blue beam instantly shattered Jean's telekinetic storm, the powerful shockwave propelling her away. Following this, a cataclysmic explosion vaporized the Akali Lake, causing the weakened Phoenix to plummet. Deprived of energy replenishment, Jean found herself at a disadvantage, utterly drained. Annihilate all life. Boom. An unimaginable cold glimmer radiated from Jean's eyes, a gaze that no human could possess. It was a disdainful expression towards all living beings, viewing them as mere food and energy sources, an indifferent countenance. Li Haotian grasped the meaning of the universe's indifference, where all things were treated as mere fodder. Is this truly the Phoenix? A solemn expression settled upon his face. This meant that they were now destined for a genuine life-and-death struggle. Throughout their previous combat, Li Haotian had held back, refraining from delivering a lethal blow. Considering Jean's ties to the X-Men and her history with Scott and Logan, it was not appropriate for him to eliminate her directly. However, it seemed that mercy would no longer suffice. A surge of unfathomable power erupted from within her, and the consciousness of the Phoenix began to fully dominate Jean's body. Was this triggered by the pure energy from Scott's optic blast, or was it the deeper stimulation from their battle? Sensing the power unleashed by the Phoenix, Li Haotian's gaze flickered. Though his body was strong, it paled in comparison to Kakarot's in the Dragon Ball universe. After all, Kakarot had endured countless battles, teetering on the brink of death, and trained in the Kaioken, enhancing his physical prowess with every encounter. In contrast, while Li Haotian grew stronger daily, his overall physical strength remained somewhat inferior. He believed that it wouldn't be long before he surpassed his limits, yet for now, he was still lacking, causing him to be weaker than the true Kakarot at the same level. Additionally, the cosmic rules of this amalgamated universe were evidently distinct from those of Dragon Ball. This discrepancy explained why, despite being a Super Saiyan, he did not possess the overwhelming power to dominate the entire universe. However, this was only natural. The amalgamated universe was far from simple. Countless evil gods, aliens, and deities, along with the 5 great creation gods, parallel universes, individual universes, multidimensional universes, and omniversal realms represented a complexity that the Dragon Ball universe could not compare to. In that moment, Li Haotian comprehended these truths more deeply. In reality, he had been slightly ensnared in this convoluted reality from the beginning. Nevertheless, it was not too late. He still had ample time to grow stronger. With renewed determination, Li Haotian resolved to become the strongest in the world, to live a carefree and liberated existence. Jean, let us now determine our fates through this contest. Instantly, golden waves of energy coiled around him, refining his aura. Meanwhile, Jean, reduced to a mere shadow of her former self, resembling a wraith more than a living being, murmured in her unconscious state. Boom. This utterance suddenly caused the Phoenix before Li Haotian to shudder, and a flicker of confusion momentarily crossed her icy gaze. In the next moment, he cast his gaze towards Scott, who was now in a pitiable state nearby. This sight instantly drove him into a frenzy. His terrifying telekinetic power surged, doubling once more. Boom, boom, boom. Li Haotian's expression grew grave as the golden energy waves erupted around him. He prepared to unveil his trump card, ready to utilize teleportation. All he needed was to breach the telekinetic storm, then teleport behind Jean and crush her skull. It would undoubtedly result in her swift demise. However, just at that moment, Jean's telekinetic energy suddenly halted, vanishing in an instant, and she collapsed. This abrupt change left Li Haotian momentarily stunned. Whoosh! Before he could take further action, a battleship rushed in from the side and came to an abrupt stop. Storm, Wolverine, and others hurriedly emerged. Especially Wolverine, Logan, who was so agitated he could hardly contain his roar. Chapter 43. The Perils of Rapid Power Enhancement. Jean. Upon witnessing the scene before him, Logan was overwhelmed with excitement. He had not anticipated that Jean was truly alive and had now revived. The most infuriating part was that the one who sensed Jean's call was not him, Logan, but Scott. A bitter pang struck Logan's heart. Was he really worth less to her than Scott? What a tragic fate. Seeing Wolverine in such a state, Li Haotian couldn't help but smirk. As Jean fainted, Storm and the others approached, and Li Haotian finally withdrew the energy enveloping him. Li, you were simply spectacular, Iceman Bobby exclaimed, his face radiating admiration. They had witnessed the fierce battle from the battleship, and it had been nothing short of intense. Huh, Li Haotian responded with a nonchalant smile. He had expended considerable energy in that fight, and now he felt ravenous. Let us make haste, Storm said, her face etched with concern as she examined Scott. Indeed, Li Haotian nodded. He too wished to return to Xavier's academy swiftly. His hunger was overwhelming, and he longed to replenish his energy. It finally dawned on him why the Science and Dragon Ball could consume so much food. Their energy stemmed from within, a unique force of the human body. This energy was predominantly generated from the body, with food being its primary source. Thus, it became evident that one must consume 3 meals a day, otherwise, a lack of energy could disrupt the body's energy flow. At Xavier's underground base, Storm inquired worriedly, Professor, how is Scott? Rest assured, though his life force is exceedingly weak, his mind remains intact, and his psyche has not suffered significant trauma. With careful treatment, he should recover, Professor X reassured, observing Storm's anxious demeanor. This was indeed a stroke of luck. Had they been even a moment later, or if Li Haotian had not intervened in time, the leader of the X-Men would have perished at the hands of Phoenix. Such a loss would have devastated Professor X, who had intended for Scott to succeed him as the next head of Xavier's academy. Upon hearing Professor X's words, everyone exhaled in relief, their tension easing. They certainly did not want Scott to die. And what of Jean? Storm hesitated before asking. At her question, the others held their breath, turning their attention to Professor X. The earlier scenes of Jean's attack on Scott were fresh in Iceman Bobby's mind. Although Anna, Colossus, and Shadowcat had not experienced that battle, the sight of Scott returning in such a gaunt and disfigured state was still shocking. It was unimaginable what cruel acts Jean had inflicted upon Scott. Doubts began to creep into their minds regarding Jean's true identity. Was this really Jean resurrected? They even pondered if this person merely resembled Jean, but was not her at all. It was hard to reconcile the image of the fierce yet caring Jean, who would sacrifice herself to save her friends, with the one who had committed such acts. Jean's life signs were intact, but her mental fluctuations were exceedingly erratic. High one moment, low the next, a chaotic turmoil. As for when she might awaken, it was uncertain, prompting a moment of silence from Professor X. Seeing the professor's silence, the others did not press him, but simply watched. Finally, Professor X sighed and shook his head before continuing. She is indeed Jean, yet she is not entirely Jean. Colossus was left utterly bewildered. Professor, what do you mean by that? Although the others did not voice their inquiries, they too looked at Professor X with confusion, struggling to grasp the meaning behind his words. To put it simply, while her body is indeed Jean, her consciousness at this moment is not entirely hers. It is more akin to an instinct buried deep within her, or more directly, a second personality. Professor X explained to them. A second personality? Storm was taken aback, her brow furrowing in confusion. Are you suggesting that Jean has developed dissociative identity disorder? Typically, only those with such a condition exhibit multiple personalities. This notion left Storm perplexed, even skeptical. After all, Jean was a mutant with telepathy. Her mental prowess formidable enough to influence reality and create storms. Such a powerful mental force was surely highly refined. How could it possibly lead to a split personality? In fact, Jean had possessed a second personality long before Professor X began to recount the tale. Initially, he had intended to keep this information to himself for a lifetime. But now, with Jean dead and revived, her second personality had seized control of her mind and body, compelling Professor X to disclose the truth. Failing to do so could lead to misunderstandings among the students, potentially triggering Jean's instability again. which could result in harm or even fatalities, an outcome Professor X was desperate to avoid. Only Li Haotian, standing nearby, shook his head. The issue with Jean was not merely about a second personality. It was also due to the Phoenix Force residing within her. That was the primal force of the universe, not something to be taken lightly. Moreover, the portrayal of Jean in films was far from the comic-esque depiction of her mastery over the Phoenix Force. Otherwise, such uncontrollable incidents would not occur. However, at present, Professor X seemed to view the Phoenix Force within Jean simply as her second personality. So that is the case. The crowd suddenly comprehended the situation. They had not anticipated that within Jean's being, there resided a second persona. Moreover, this time, it was not Jean's intention to harm Scott. Rather, the resurgence of this second identity had awakened a voracious hunger due to a lack of energy, leading to a loss of control that resulted in Scott's injury. This was evident from the moment Jean discovered the state in which she had harmed Scott, and her primary consciousness erupted, regaining control before fainting. Thus, the truth of the matter unfolded. They hoped that none would blame Jean, and certainly, they should refrain from provoking her. Professor X spoke, and the others nodded in agreement. Regardless of the circumstances, Jean had once saved them, and her reputation among the X-Men was quite commendable. After exchanging a few more words, they departed. However, Li Haotian was retained by Professor X. "Professor, do you require my assistance?" Li Haotian inquired, a hint of curiosity evident in his voice. "Li, I have heard that during your encounter with Jean, you unleashed a formidable power, manifesting as a seemingly more robust transformation," Professor X queried. He was somewhat aware of Li Haotian's transformation, having heard mentions of it from Storm during a previous mission. Yet, the magnitude of the power Li Haotian displayed this time was astonishing. Professor X even harbored doubts that Li Haotian's current strength might surpass his own. Fully aware of the formidable capabilities of Jean's second persona, which could undoubtedly overpower him. However, the fact that Li Haotian could contend with Jean's second persona without succumbing spoke volumes. This was precisely what concerned Professor X. "Indeed, my power has indeed grown stronger," Li Haotian affirmed with a nod. He felt no inclination to conceal this development from Professor X. As the ability of mutants to undergo a secondary transformation was not considered a great secret, many within the Academy possessed similar abilities. Thus, Li Haotian did not perceive himself as unique in this regard and had no intention of withholding information. "Li, while it is advantageous to grow stronger, and the secondary awakening of the X gene leads to a swift enhancement of power, there are occasions when this may not be entirely beneficial." Professor X's expression turned grave. "Professor, do you mean to imply?" Li Haotian's curiosity was piqued by the seriousness etched upon Professor X's face. Was there hidden information concerning the X gene that he was unaware of? Chapter 44. The hypothesis of the X gene. Chuckling softly at Li Haotian's puzzled expression, Professor X clarified. "In truth, based on my research on the X gene, once a mutant awakens their abilities, it is exceedingly rare for those abilities to undergo further alteration. Even after extensive training and development, resulting in the emergence of auxiliary powers, such changes remain merely extensions of their original mutant capabilities. Yet, there are always exceptions." He proceeded to elucidate to Li Haotian. "Exceptions? Are you referring to the secondary awakening of the X gene?" Li Haotian pondered aloud. "Close enough. I once encountered a mutant who was merely a weak Delta-level mutant, yet due to certain circumstances, he evolved in a fit of rage. Originally, his ability was simply the release of light, a rather trivial mutant power, less potent than military-grade outdoor lamps. However, upon evolving, he could emit searing high-temperature rays, the strength of which rivaled that of Scott's laser beams. Unlike Scott's laser vision, which could only unleash beams from his eyes, this individual could emit powerful scorching rays from any part of his body. He could even manipulate these rays to form an energy shield, impervious to even the most formidable heat weaponry. Initially, a multitude of powerful mutant operatives were dispatched by the government, yet none returned. Eventually, they sought my assistance. As per the agreement between the X-Men and various high-level authorities regarding the apprehension of such illicit mutants, it was a perilous mission. And just as I prepared to mobilize the X-Men for the task, it was abruptly cancelled. Professor X's gaze shifted to Li Haotian, a hint of seriousness gleaming in his eyes. "Why was that?" Li Haotian instinctively inquired. "Because that mutant ultimately turned to ashes." Professor X's expression conveyed a sense of regret. It was a remarkable power that, if properly controlled, could have classified him as at least an alpha-level mutant. Regrettably, he met his end in broad daylight, reduced to ashes. Li Haotian was rendered speechless. He suddenly grasped the implications of Professor X's words. Perhaps his recent rapid enhancement in strength had reminded Professor X of that bygone mutant. For so many years, that incident has lingered in my mind, which is why I have never ceased my research on the X gene. My conclusion, as I previously mentioned, is that at the moment of awakening, a mutant's abilities become fixed, their potential forever locked away. The X gene resembles a shackle within the human body. It serves as the key to liberating one's internal power while simultaneously functioning as a lock to safeguard the life of the mutant. Those with strong potential awaken more formidable powers, what we refer to as innate talent. Conversely, mutants with weaker potential will possess feeble abilities upon awakening. However, mutant powers are incredibly diverse, and even genetic inheritance struggles to replicate them. Yet, I have uncovered the secret of the secondary awakening of the X gene. As he spoke, Professor X's demeanor grew earnest. Once a mutant undergoes a secondary awakening, they expend their life force. He continued, some individuals can break boundaries, forcefully achieving a third or even fourth awakening. Yet the life force they burn in the process is exponentially greater. Although science has yet to prove the existence of life force, or lifespan, it is indisputable that humans have a lifespan limit. The multiple awakenings of mutants consume this life force, shortening their lifespans. The reason that mutant turned to ashes in broad daylight was that his life force had been entirely consumed. Once life force is depleted, one can only turn to dust. No power can restore them. Thus, you must exercise caution in utilizing your increasingly potent abilities. Professor X earnestly advised Li Haotian. Though he was unaware of the reasons behind Li Haotian's newfound strength, his extensive research on the X gene led him to speculate that Li Haotian was likely undergoing multiple awakenings, hence the remarkable enhancement in his powers and the diversity of abilities he had developed. However, the consequence of this was the rapid consumption of his life force, ultimately leading to a fate similar to that of the mutant he had once encountered. Rest assured, Professor, I understand, Li Haotian affirmed with a nod. However, in reality, he was not overly concerned. The nature of his newfound strength diverged entirely from Professor X's conjectures. Li Haotian's enhancement stemmed from a system birthed by the X gene within him. Indeed, all of these abilities were conferred by the system. Whether it was his augmentation from basking in the sun or the divine inheritance template, the power he wielded was fundamentally governed by the tenets of the X gene. Furthermore, Li Haotian harbored suspicions that his X gene belonged to a formidable cosmic force within this universe, perhaps even the most potent universal force in existence, transcending the mere singular or multiversal energies. As for the exact tier it occupied, even Li Haotian could not ascertain. He could only wait until the potency of his X gene approached its limits, drawing near to its zenith, before any deductions could be made. Nevertheless, at present, his trajectory of growth showed no signs of waning. However, Li Haotian knew he must never divulge these matters to Professor X. Although he did not distrust him, Li Haotian deemed it prudent to preserve his trump cards to the utmost. In this chaotic realm, rife with superhuman abilities and rampant mutants, one could easily find themselves unaware of their demise. After all, this was no ordinary Earth, but a terrifying world brimming with singular universes, multiverses, parallel universes, and even colossal omniverse. Therefore, it was wise to refrain from employing his transformation abilities unless absolutely necessary. Observing that Li Haotian appeared unconcerned, Professor X felt compelled to reiterate his warning. This was the most gifted student he had ever encountered. Perhaps in the future, he could assist Scott and emerge as a leader among mutants in this world, enabling the X-Men to better protect both the world and their kind. Thus, Professor X began to pay closer attention to Li Haotian. In this regard, he suddenly appreciated Storm's discerning eye. Indeed, Li Haotian was a worthy candidate for cultivation. After parting ways with Professor X, Li Haotian returned to his dormitory. As for vitality and lifespan, an idea flashed across his mind. He believed it prudent to augment his attribute panel with additional elements. Upon inspecting the power of rules, he realized that while the creation of a system might still be insufficient, adding an attribute bar to his panel was entirely feasible. Chapter 45. The greatest teacher is myself. Creation. A sudden spark ignited within Li Haotian's mind. Harnessing the power of rules, he commenced an upgrade of the system. Moments later, the amassed power of rules was wholly expended. However, his system emerged with an entirely new attribute, imparting to Li Haotian a sensation akin to donning a fresh skin. Host, Li Haotian lifespan, 101 years origin, power of rules, 00, strength, 121 tons spirit, 556, average human, 3, stamina, 5,387, average human, 10, speed, 472 ms system space, 30,000 cubic units existing systems, mental shielding system, sun basking enhancement system, divine inheritance system, super battle space system. Divine Inheritance System Template 1. Character, Kakarot, Goku. Race, Scion Progress. 123. Abilities. Instant Transmission, Kamehameha, Solar Flare, Control of Ki, Energy Blast, Rage Boost, High-Speed Flight. Instantaneous Movement Transformation, Super Saiyan Level 1, Great Ape, 10x Power Increase, requires 17 million or more Bloods Waves, Talent, Battle Blood, upon near-death recovery. Combat power surges dramatically. My lifespan is merely 101 years. It seems that becoming a Super Saiyan does not significantly enhance longevity, just slightly surpassing that of an average Earthling. Li Haotian gazed at the attribute panel, stroking his chin in contemplation. Even some long-lived, ordinary individuals on Earth can reach 110 years, outliving him, a Super Saiyan, by several years. Nonetheless, I have resolved that when my origin power is fully charged, I shall create a Majin Buu template. At that time, my lifespan will undoubtedly extend. This origin power refers to Li Haotian's power of rules. His lifespan is determined by the current cellular energy, metabolic rate, and other factors such as aging, time, and space, all synthesized into data by the system. Moreover, this data is instantaneous. Next comes the slow wait. Li Haotian mused inwardly. The restoration of origin power demands considerable time. Likewise, the inheritance of templates also requires time. Thus, it could be said that what Li Haotian currently lacked most was time. However, I am not idling. There are numerous matters I can attend to. Within his super battle space, he had just vanquished a duplicate of Li Haotian at double his strength. The upper limit of the super battle space allowed for a triple strength Li Haotian duplicate, indicating he still had a considerable journey ahead. Entering. With a simple stretch and a deep breath, Li Haotian settled into a comfortable position, promptly immersing himself in the super battle space for training. Whoosh. Suddenly, the dazed Li Haotian duplicate appeared, still at double strength. He chose not to elevate the duplicate's strength to triple, as he was currently unable to defeat the double with ease. Thus, even setting the goal at double strength would prove futile, merely subjecting himself to a thorough beating. Li Haotian's logic was straightforward. He would wait until he could effortlessly defeat the double before increasing the level to a triple strength duplicate. Boom. The taciturn Li Haotian duplicate, as per usual, launched a direct assault without preamble. Now, I am not so easily defeated. Upon witnessing the rapidly approaching duplicate, Li Haotian's lips curled into a faint smile. After enduring such relentless torment, he could now face death with calm composure, exuding an air of unflappable confidence. Though he could not yet vanquish the duplicate with ease, he was no longer as vulnerable to defeat as before. With a resounding crash, their fists collided, unleashing terrifying ripples that reverberated through the surroundings. In that single exchange, they appeared evenly matched. Li Haotian abruptly lifted his foot, mirroring the duplicate's actions. Boom. Their knees clashed, triggering another violent explosion. In the next moment, Li Haotian's right hand delivered a powerful punch, causing an energy blast to erupt. Yet, the law of smoke without injury was fully manifested at this juncture. The Li Haotian duplicate remained unscathed and countered with an energy wave of his own. Bang! Li Haotian was sent flying, but at that instant, he suddenly vanished from sight. The next moment, he reappeared behind Li Haotian's duplicate. Instantaneous movement. As he executed this maneuver, he delivered a fierce punch to the duplicate's head. Whoosh. However, in the blink of an eye, the Li Haotian duplicate also disappeared, swiftly appearing beside Li Haotian. The duplicate possessed all of Li Haotian's abilities, including instantaneous movement. Boom, boom, boom. The two engaged in a fierce and frenzied battle, exchanging punches while intermittently unleashing energy blasts. In the blink of an eye, they had already exchanged over 200 blows. Yet, neither seemed fatigued nor inclined to cease their relentless onslaught. This indicated that the prowess of Li Haotian and the second generation of Li Haotian were quite comparable. The intense combat persisted until they reached nearly 500 exchanges, at which point Li Haotian finally seized an opportunity. Whoosh. He swiftly maneuvered behind the second generation of Li Haotian and executed an energy sword attack, instantly piercing through his opponent's heart. You didn't see that coming, did you? Li Haotian couldn't help but chuckle. Although the combat space system could replicate his strength, it only mirrored his condition at the moment of entry. As long as Li Haotian could advance during the battle, the system's version of the second generation of Li Haotian would inevitably fall short. Through the fierce exchanges, Li Haotian had grasped a new mastery over energy. He compressed the energy, creating an effect akin to a lightsaber. This technique had previously been employed during the fusion of Kakarot and Vegeta. In the past, Li Haotian had been unaware of how to compress energy into a sword. But after this frenzied 500 exchanges, his understanding of energy utilization had gradually elevated. He finally devised this technique himself. Despite the nearly 500 exchanges, Li Haotian was merely slightly breathless, having sustained no significant injuries. The two were indeed evenly matched in strength, but during the battle, Li Haotian had acquired a new skill, enabling him to defeat the second generation of Li Haotian. If they were to face each other again, Li Haotian was confident he could triumph within 200 exchanges. Of course, if he were to exit this space now and select another opponent, that adversary would also possess the newly comprehended lightsaber technique. In this regard, the combat space system was undeniably extraordinary. It was indeed the most formidable combat mentor. No one could surpass it. After all, no one understands oneself better than oneself, especially when that self can evolve alongside you, improving and even becoming thrice as powerful. That is the true essence of a supreme teacher. Chapter 46. The first simulation battle of the X-Men. Feeling somewhat peckish, Li Haotian decided to procure some sustenance. He promptly exited the combat space. Although he bore no injuries, the depletion of his stamina was significant. Moreover, he had noticed a recent increase in his energy expenditure. Fortunately, the cafeteria at Xavier's school offered late-night snacks, so he had no concerns about finding food. Departing the dormitory, he headed to the cafeteria in search of a meal. To his surprise, he found Alice standing at the dormitory door. What are you doing standing here? Li Haotian inquired with curiosity. I went to your room looking for you, but found you absent, and I couldn't locate you anywhere else, so I decided to wait here for you, Alice explained. Though she spoke little, Li Haotian discerned a hint of grievance and a subtle fear in the corners of her eyes. It seemed he had not considered her feelings. Li Haotian pondered thoughtfully. Earlier, he had chosen to enter the combat space with his physical body, thus Alice could not find him. I was just training, Li Haotian said after a moment's reflection. Training? Alice's brows furrowed slightly. She was not entirely convinced by Li Haotian's response. After all, she had just been to the training area and had not found him there. Yet now, Li Haotian claimed he had been training. Consequently, Alice instinctively assumed he was evading her. In an instant, the grievance on Alice's face deepened. But her aloof demeanor would never allow her to weep in front of Li Haotian. Her body trembled involuntarily. You don't believe me? Seeing Alice's reaction, Li Haotian realized her disbelief in his words and helplessly shook his head. However, anyone in her position would likely feel the same. After all, she had searched the entirety of Xavier's academy without finding him, and she had even visited the training area. It was only natural for her to suspect deceit. Come on. With that thought, Li Haotian smiled and took Alice's hand. Alice remained silent, still feeling immensely wronged. Before long, they returned to Li Haotian's dormitory. This secret is just between us, okay? Noticing Alice's lingering sense of grievance, Li Haotian playfully pinched her cheek and said cheerfully. He offered no further explanations, simply focusing his mind. In an instant, both Alice and Li Haotian's bodies vanished, appearing in the super combat space. Where's this? Upon witnessing this scene, Alice, who had previously felt deeply wronged, was momentarily stunned, her eyes filled with astonishment. What you see now is my greatest secret. This is one of the reasons I have grown stronger. You may refer to this place as the super training ground, a battle space exclusively belonging to me. Here, I can engage in combat at will and even choose my opponents, Li Haotian declared. Is this also your mutant ability? Alice exclaimed in shock. She could distinctly sense that the surrounding space was different from before. Here, even when she attempted to utilize her powers, a mysterious force seemed to suppress her abilities. It felt as though, without the permission of this space's master, she was merely an ordinary girl, powerless to do anything. Indeed, this is one of my mutant abilities, primarily for assistance. Whenever I have free time, I come here to train. You couldn't find me earlier because I had entered this combat space, Li Haotian explained with a smile. So you misunderstood me. I never intended to avoid you. I'm sorry. It's all right. I shouldn't have doubted you. This isn't your fault. I should have communicated better. You are truly kind to me. Stop saying silly things. Can you promise to take me with you wherever you go? If my strength is insufficient, you can tell me, and I will wait for you. But please don't make me lose sight of you. I will remember that. Oh, don't be like this. You needn't feel that way. It is my pleasure. Oh, do you like it? Of course. Half an hour later, Li Haotian took Alice to the cafeteria for a late-night snack. Satisfied, Alice retired to rest. As for Li Haotian, he returned to the combat space for a mental battle. In the sage mode state, he found himself undistracted and more suited for combat. Time passed gradually, and 5 days elapsed. Scott had fully recovered, as the academy housed mutants skilled in healing. Though not particularly powerful, with the aid of the healing pod, he returned to normal after 3 days. However, at this moment, Scott appeared extremely weak. No longer speaking of battles, even walking requires assistance. On ordinary days, he resembles Professor X, seated in a wheelchair. Indeed, he has become the most esteemed pupil of Professor X, to the extent that their wheelchairs bear a striking resemblance. This has prompted many to tease him. Yet Scott remains unfazed. In fact, one could say that his spirits have been exceptionally buoyant these days. For Jean lives on. Furthermore, he has learned from others the reasons behind Jean's actions that harmed him. It was not her intention. Rather, it was the hunger of her second persona, driven by a depletion of energy, that led to his injury. This revelation has rekindled hope within Scott's heart. During these 5 days, Haotian has diligently trained within the combat space. He has now reached a level where he can defeat the second iteration of Haotian within 100 moves. However, this does not satisfy him. He aims to vanquish the second iteration of Haotian within 30 moves before unlocking the double version of it. The sun over these 5 days has been exceedingly fierce, significantly accelerating Haotian's enhancement. The power of the rules has also accumulated to 10%. Based on the progress percentage of the template, he estimates that in no more than 5 days, he can reach a level of 20. At that point, he will be able to create a new inheritance template. Haotian has already determined that the new template character will be Majin Buu. This would not only grant him regenerative abilities that surpass Wolverine's, but also enable him to exist in space, greatly enhancing his survival capabilities. One day, just after lunch, Haotian took Clarice and Alice to bask in the sun on the library's open balcony. No sooner had they sat down than Clarice peeled grapes for him, which he had not yet tasted, when Storm approached. In recent days, Storm and others have been caring for Scott and managing school affairs. Thus, upon seeing Storm come to him, Haotian felt a surge of curiosity. We are to conduct a joint simulation training exercise for the X-Men, and as an X-Man yourself, your participation is required. This will be your first joint mission with the X-Men. Storm, Aurora, said with a smile. Joint simulation? Haotian was momentarily taken aback, curiosity piqued. Indeed, during missions, collaboration is often essential. Therefore, we engage in cooperative combat exercises from time to time. Since you have only recently joined the X-Men, you are still unfamiliar with the abilities of others. This joint simulation will enhance your understanding of their capabilities and improve your teamwork. Storm explained cheerfully. All right. Haotian nodded in agreement. After all, if left to his own devices, he would merely enter the combat space to train. Participating in a joint simulation with the other X-Men seemed rather enjoyable, especially as the scion blood within him began to stir at the mere mention of combat. He hoped that after acquiring additional inheritance templates, he could temper the scion's inherent love for battle. At that moment, Clarice and Alice both stepped forward, declaring, I want to join too. Storm was momentarily taken aback. Initially, she had intended to invite Haotian alone, not expecting that Clarice and Alice would also wish to participate in the joint simulation. Clarice, Alice, this is a cooperative combat exercise for the X-Men, Storm replied, shaking her head. This was tantamount to rejecting them. After all, the cooperative combat belonged to the X-Men, and since Clarice and Alice were not X-Men, their participation would serve little purpose and could potentially disrupt the coordination of others. But we can join the X-Men, they both exclaimed in unison. Storm was taken aback by their response, surprised by their determination. While Alice's strength is indeed sufficient to join the X-Men, your inclusion still requires Professor's approval, Storm stated. That is fine. Alice nodded. As for you, Clarice, your strength is still somewhat lacking. You should focus on your studies at school. Once your abilities have improved and if you still wish to join the X-Men, I will extend an invitation to the Professor on your behalf, Aurora said. No. My strength has been increasing rapidly, and I have been training diligently. I also possess the adamantium dagger that Lee gave me, which is quite useful in conjunction with my abilities, Clarice declared, her eyes filled with determination as she gazed at Storm. Very well, I shall consult the Professor, Storm replied, noticing Clarice's unwavering resolve. Ultimately, Aurora chose to relent, shaking her head in resignation. Yay! Clarice signaled a victory gesture towards Haotian. Storm then turned and left to seek the Professor's opinion. Why go through all this trouble? Haotian remarked, looking at Clarice and Alice. Alice remained silent, simply watching him intently. I've been working hard too. Clarice insisted earnestly, pouting slightly. You too. Haotian shook his head. A moment later, Storm returned. The Professor has agreed to let Alice join, but Clarice, you will only be a temporary intern for now, she announced. All right, that's acceptable. The two girls nodded eagerly. Then let us proceed. Soon, Haotian followed Storm to the training room. This place far surpassed the previous training ground. It exuded a strong sense of technology, and the scenarios within could be simulated. What do you think? Storm smiled at Haotian's curious expression. Excellent. Such training facilities are not easily constructed. They must utilize mutant abilities, Haotian complimented. Indeed, As X-Men, we are always on the front lines, so naturally, our training rooms will not be subpar. Aurora replied with a grin. All right, everyone has arrived. Come here. I would like to introduce our new member, Storm called to the gathered crowd. Everyone, this is Alice, who will now be our teammate. The professor has approved her membership in the X-Men. While Clarice will serve as an intern, Aurora introduced them to the team. Wait, what? Alice is fine, as she is only slightly younger than Kitty and possesses considerable strength. But Clarice is still quite young. Is it all right for her to be merely an intern? However, I cannot shake the feeling that Clarice should be diligently studying in class at this moment. The professor's agreement on the matter indicates that it has been duly considered, so there is no need for you to fret unnecessarily. Very well. The crowd immediately began to murmur among themselves. Nevertheless, they ultimately consented to the inclusion of the two new team members. Now, everyone, lend me your ears. Storm summoned their attention with a sharp clap of her hands. With the team now assembled, she proceeded to outline the details of the upcoming joint simulation. This mission has been personally selected by the professor. Primarily involving robots, these mechanical beings also possess mutant abilities. Our main objective is to collaborate effectively to eliminate all of these robots. As the group turned their gaze towards Storm, she revealed the particulars of the joint simulation. Storm, you cannot be serious. How could robots possibly possess mutant abilities? One exclaimed. Does it truly matter if they have mutant powers? They are all targets. We simply need to destroy them. Another retorted. They're merely machines. I can freeze them into solid ice in an instant. The group erupted in playful banter, seemingly unfazed by the prospect. Robots with mutant capabilities? Li Haotian raised an eyebrow, as the image of a sentinel flashed through his mind. However, the professor should not be aware of the Sentinel Program, should he? Li Haotian found himself consumed by confusion. All right, let us prepare at home. Storm reminded everyone. In an instant, the training room began to transform. Before long, the surrounding environment morphed into a desolate commercial street. Indeed, the recent spatial distortion had altered the rules of engagement. Li Haotian's eyes gleamed with realization. This indicated that the construction of the training room undoubtedly incorporated mutant abilities. Be cautious. At that moment, Wolverine Logan shouted, sensing impending danger. Boom. Dozens of rocket launchers suddenly erupted into the air. This is an exaggerated display of weaponry for robots. Kitty remarked, somewhat exasperated. Equipped with rocket launchers? If they were to strike Logan or Colossus, they might withstand the impact. But for me and Rogue, that would be unbearable. Thus, she hastily sought shelter. Yet, some were unconcerned by this so-called rocket artillery. Iceman Bobby swiftly conjured an ice wall around himself to shield against the rockets. While Colossus decided to absorb the impact with his own body, Wolverine Logan chose not to take the rockets head-on. Instead, he hurled debris from the surrounding structures to obliterate the projectiles. Clarice and Alice had already taken cover. Just then, another barrage of projectiles simultaneously hurtled toward Li Haotian. However, at his current level, such conventional weaponry posed no threat. He did not flinch, but instead released a low growl, unleashing a formidable wave of energy. The rockets detonated a mere meter away from him, the force of the explosion unable to graze him, merely propelling him back. Lee, you're incredible, Clarice exclaimed excitedly, waving at him. Whoosh. At that moment, two rockets appeared overhead, bearing down on Clarice. She gasped, momentarily panicked. Yet, she swiftly clapped her hands, summoning a portal that she leaped into. Whoosh. Moments later, she emerged from a distant void. Well done, Li Haotian praised, giving her a thumbs up. Despite her earlier turmoil, Clarice demonstrated remarkable skill in utilizing the portal. Humph. At this juncture, Alice scoffed, unfurling her wings and ascending into the air. In the next moment, she waved her hand, sending a barrage of starfire towards three incoming rockets. Boom. The projectiles erupted in a brilliant explosion. Alice, you're fantastic too, Li Haotian acknowledged, nodding in appreciation. In truth, Alice's power was on par with Storm's, possessing a well-rounded set of abilities. She could fly, deliver ranged attacks with starfire, unleash area damage with hellfire, and even wield a protective shield. Her prowess was indeed formidable, placing her among the upper echelons of the X-Men. Buzzing. Suddenly, a thunderous sound reverberated from above. The group looked up to see 5 colossal robots hovering in the sky. Is this what the professor referred to as robots? They look impressive. Iceman Bobby and the others could not help but tease. However, Li Haotian's expression turned serious. Indeed, they were Sentinels. The Sentinels before him resembled the original model but appeared more advanced, albeit not as exaggerated as those from the future timeline. It seemed Professor X had long been aware of the situation. Li Haotian speculated that the professor might have accessed others' memories through the psychic amplifier. Everyone, exercise extreme caution. These robots are no ordinary machines. Storm warned as the Sentinels emerged. Clearly, Aurora understood the gravity of the situation far better than the others. They are merely metal contraptions. What is there to fear? Iceman Bobby scoffed, gesturing dramatically as the surroundings transformed into a frigid realm. He glided swiftly across the icy surface. And soon a chilling aura enveloped the area. Freeze them, he commanded. Boom. The overwhelming cold instantly encased one of the Sentinels in ice. I told you, there is nothing to fear from these metal nuisances, Bobby proclaimed, his pride swelling. However, Storm's face paled, and she shouted, be careful. Yet, her warning came too late. A surge of intense heat erupted from within the Sentinel, rapidly melting the ice encasing it. Crack. In an instant, a dark, menacing cannon emerged before Iceman Bobby. Damn. He cursed, his expression shifting to one of alarm. With rapid-fire intensity, the cannon unleashed a relentless barrage, its power surpassing that of a Gatling gun. The bullets transforming into a serpentine inferno that engulfed Iceman Bobby entirely. Oh my, this robot truly possesses the abilities of a mutant. At this moment, astonishment washed over the faces of the onlookers. Whoosh. In the distant void, a portal materialized. Iceman Bobby and Clarice emerged from within. In that crucial moment, Clarice had utilized her powers to rescue Iceman Bobby. Otherwise, the supersonic attack, exceeding 3 times the speed of sound, would have pierced through steel plates of several millimeters thick. Had it struck Iceman Bobby, the consequences would have been dire. Attention, everyone. Although simulated training does not result in death, any participant who is eliminated during the exercise is deemed to have failed, resulting in a deduction from their stipend. Conversely, those who flawlessly complete the simulation will be rewarded with 200,000 beautiful coins. Storm exclaimed. Upon hearing this, everyone stood in stunned silence. Despite being X-Men, earning money was not a simple endeavor. They could not exploit their abilities like those mutant criminals to amass wealth, which left them less than affluent. The prospect of having their allowance cut for failing a task, while a successful completion would yield 200,000 coins, was exhilarating. Previously shocked, Iceman Bobby momentarily forgot the threat of the cannon, already fantasizing about how to spend this newfound fortune. Rat-a-tat-tat. At that instant, the other Sentinels launched their assault. The air erupted with a cacophony of gunfire, prompting everyone to evade the onslaught. Even Li Haotian dared not confront the cannon's fire with his body alone. After all, the cannon's penetrating power was formidable. Whether Scion or Super Scion, they were fundamentally human. Unless enveloped in energy for protection, the cannon's attack could inflict harm. However, Li Haotian, at present, had not yet inherited sufficient power. In his normal state, he could not withstand the cannon's assault unless transformed into a Super Scion. Yet, he was reluctant to transform, as it would negate the training's effectiveness. Thus, he opted to evade. In this moment, the fruits of Li Haotian's training in the combat space became evident. Though the cannon's assault was fierce, it could not graze him in the slightest. Clack! Despite the cannon's ferocity, firing over 3,000 rounds in a minute, the ammunition quickly ran out. Seizing the opportunity, the others rushed forward. With the cannon's firepower diminished, they immediately initiated a counterattack. Steelman seized Wolverine's foot and hurled him upward. Wolverine extended his claws, aimed menacingly at the Sentinel's neck, and slashed downwards with ferocity. The adamantium claws, indestructible and razor-sharp, could slice through steel with ease. Meanwhile, Iceman Bobby harnessed his powers to encase the surroundings in ice. Aware of the Sentinel's ability to emit high heat, he unleashed the ice hammer he had previously employed against Steelman. Shatter, you iron lump, Bobby commanded, directing the ice hammer forcefully towards the Sentinel's head. Storm ascended swiftly, her body crackling with electricity. Thunder rumbled as dozens of lightning bolts descended upon the Sentinel. Let us see how these iron lumps remain so arrogant. Iceman Bobby reveled in his triumph. However, at that very moment, the group was astounded to discover that the Sentinel remained entirely unscathed. Bobby's ice hammer struck the Sentinel without leaving a mark, and Storm's lightning failed to inflict any damage. Wolverine's claws pierced the Sentinel, producing fierce sparks as if he had struck steel. Yet, even with claws capable of puncturing thick steel plates, the Sentinel was utterly unharmed. Look! At that moment, the group noticed a change in the Sentinel's exterior. My goodness, this robot can actually utilize Steelman's abilities. Could it be? Is it truly akin to Steelman? They realized that, unbeknownst to them, these Sentinels had somehow transformed to mimic Steelman's state. Bobby and Storm's earlier attacks had evidently been ineffective. Just as astonishment gripped them, 2 Sentinels simultaneously radiated a white glow. Gradually, hundreds of bolts of thunder materialized, hurtling towards the group. It was Storm's power. What in the world is this mechanical being? Curse it, This wretched scrap metal. The group was once again taken aback, never anticipating that the Sentinels would prove so formidable and capable of wielding their abilities. The Sentinels truly possessed unique qualities. Li Haotian's expression grew solemn. The Sentinels' objective was to eradicate all mutants. In the future, even ordinary individuals with a trace of mutant genes would face annihilation at the hands of the Sentinels. Thus, in a strict sense, Li Haotian was also a target for their extermination. A confrontation with the true Sentinels was inevitable in the future. Therefore, engaging with these Sentinels now would allow Li Haotian to absorb valuable experience. He was eager to ascertain whether energy would affect the Sentinels. After all, these Sentinels could absorb and perfectly mimic mutant powers. But could they absorb the energy from Dragon Ball? Kaioken. With this thought, Li Haotian unleashed a powerful energy blast towards the Sentinel. Boom. The terrifying blue beam struck one of the Sentinels with a resounding impact. Sizzle. The Sentinel's body rapidly transformed into Steelman's state. However, the immense blue beam began to erode the Sentinel's exterior layer. Crack. Realizing Steelman's power was ineffective, the Sentinel attempted to employ Iceman Bobby's abilities to freeze the Kamehameha. Yet, the Kamehameha's destructive force was tremendous, its temperature not high but possessing greater explosive power. In an instant, the freezing attempt dissipated. A violent explosion obliterated the Sentinel, reducing it to mere fragments. Excellent. Although the Sentinels were powerful, demonstrating remarkable resistance and mimicking capabilities against X-Gene powers, they faltered before the might of my energy. Witnessing this, Li Haotian felt a wave of relief wash over him. If the Sentinels could absorb and mimic energy, they would indeed be a formidable challenge. After all, the Sentinels were not merely one or two. They came in swarms. Li, you are incredible. Your energy attacks are terrifying. The destructive capability seems even superior to Scott's optic blasts. Impressive, the crowd exclaimed in unison. Having recently engaged with the Sentinels, they understood just how challenging these mechanical foes were. They never expected that the first to vanquish a Sentinel would be Li Haotian. Moreover, the adversary effortlessly dismantled a Sentinel robot with alarming ease. Continue. Everyone, exercise caution. The enemy has not yet been entirely vanquished. Storm promptly cautioned. This time, I shall not be negligent. Let us eliminate these metallic monstrosities. The group instantly resumed their assault. With Li Haotian leading the charge, the morale of the team surged significantly. Clearly, including Li Haotian in this joint simulation was indeed a wise decision. Observing this scene, Storm couldn't help but nod approvingly to herself. One more. Li Haotian pressed forward once more. He had come to realize that while the Sentinels were formidable, they were incapable of mimicking his aura. This presented him with a distinct advantage. In a flash, a surge of white energy enveloped him, drastically augmenting his speed. In the blink of an eye, he found himself behind one of the Sentinels. Its combat awareness was lacking, far inferior to that of Li Haotian's second iteration. With a swift motion, he lunged forward, seizing one of its massive thighs. Then, with a tremendous exertion of strength, he jolted his arms. Crack! Accompanied by a thunderous sound. The Sentinel's thigh was audaciously snapped in two by Li Haotian's bare hands. Sparks erupted from within, and a viscous liquid, either oil or blood, began to ooze forth. Damn! Li, you are truly formidable. From now on, I, Iceman Bobby, shall refer to you as the mightiest of Xavier's Academy. Bobby, who had just encased a Sentinel in ice nearby, exclaimed with astonishment. Steel Colossus, isn't your strength comparable to Li's? How is it that he can shatter a robot with his bare hands while you get sent flying? Bobby remarked, glancing at Steel Colossus, who had just been hurled away by a Sentinel's punch. Steel Colossus was momentarily at a loss for words. He too aspired to break a robot with his bare hands. But the Sentinel was exceedingly powerful. The moment they made contact, his body morphed into an extraordinary material. Though their compositions were alike, the Sentinel's size dwarfed his, and its strength was undoubtedly on par with his own. Consequently, Steel Colossus found himself at a distinct disadvantage, even feeling somewhat aggrieved. Were it not for the Sentinel's ability to mimic his powers, he was confident he could snap its arm in its normal state. Boom. Watch out. At that moment, the Sentinel before Bobby began to emit a fiery red light from its head. Laser eyes? It even possesses Scott's abilities? Bobby was momentarily speechless. Though his ice powers were formidable enough to instantaneously form a wall of ice over 20 centimeters thick, they were insufficient to contend with the laser beams of Cyclops. You handle it yourself. Bobby disdainfully raised his middle finger, and then a chill radiated from his body. Crackle. In an instant, the surroundings transformed into a realm of ice and snow. With a swift slide, he vacated the premises. Boom. The searing laser beam shot backward, heading straight for Li Haotian. He immediately raised his hand, unleashing a mini-turtle shockwave that collided with the beam. A blue and a red beam of light clashed in the air, locked in a stalemate. Just then, beside the Sentinel, the air suddenly rippled. A portal appeared, and out stepped Alice and Clarice. Alice's celestial chains intertwined, ensnaring the Sentinel's neck and arms, binding it tightly. Meanwhile, Clarice descended from above, thrusting an adamantium dagger forcefully into the Sentinel's crown. Plop! Though the Sentinel was incredibly resilient, it could not withstand the onslaught of adamantium when it was not utilizing Steel Colossus's abilities. Upon being struck, the Sentinel's laser beam dissipated, and it whirled around in a rage, intent on retaliating against the two. However, in that instant, Clarice grasped Alice's hand and leaped into the portal, vanishing from sight. On the other hand, Wolverine Logan descended from the sky. With a swift motion, his claws plunged into the wound Clarice had inflicted. This time, Wolverine brutally tore the Sentinel's head apart, severing it from its neck. Clarice's timing in the collaboration was impeccable. Witnessing this, Haotian's eyes sparkled with admiration. Although Clarice's individual strength was somewhat lacking, her supportive role was undeniably powerful. The remaining members soon joined in unison, exhibiting greater composure than before. In no time at all, the 5 Sentinels were entirely eradicated. This joint simulation could be deemed a resounding success. Your performances were commendable. I am certain the professor will be exceedingly pleased. Now, you may return and rest. I must go report to the professor, Storm announced before departing to seek out the professor. The others left the underground training facility, heading back to their respective dormitories. Haotian, however, accompanied Clarice and Alice directly to the dining hall, feeling somewhat famished and eager to treat them for their commendable efforts, both verbally and with tangible rewards. Before they could finish their meal, Bobby and Kitty joined them, turning the atmosphere lively. I hope we're not intruding, Kitty said with a smile. What do you think? You little rascal, you're incorrigible. Lee, you're truly exceptional now, apart from the professor. You're the strongest in our school, Bobby remarked. Despite Haotian's youth, he believed that even Cyclops Scott and Wolverine Logan could not compare to him at present. Thus, in all of Xavier's academy and among the X-Men, Haotian stood as the mightiest. Perhaps only the professor could rival him. Given the professor's renowned prowess in the mutant world, Haotian would undoubtedly need more time to grow before he could hope to defeat the professor. But he possessed the potential to do so. Unbeknownst to Bobby, had Haotian wished to eliminate the professor at that moment, it would not have been a daunting task. Although Professor X was immensely powerful, his strengths lay in telepathy. In terms of true combat ability, he was rather weak. As long as one could withstand the professor's mental control, he was not formidable. He was merely an ordinary, elderly man with a disability. There were numerous means to resist the professor's telepathy. Magneto often donned a large helmet for protection, while Haotian had a mental shielding system, allowing him to withstand Professor X's control without the need for such a helmet. You're no slouch either. If you fully develop your freezing powers, you'll be incredibly formidable. And who knows, if one day you experience a secondary awakening of your X gene, you could become even more powerful, Haotian said with a smile. Katie's abilities, when properly harnessed, are indeed formidable. However, if I may express my opinion, Clarice's powers are far more practical. Alice's abilities are also commendable, particularly her capacity for flight, which I find myself envious of. At that moment, the crowd began to engage in animated conversation. I truly envy all of you. Your powers are remarkably useful. Yet here I stand, with my meager strength and lackluster abilities, utterly ineffectual. At this juncture, the nearby sorceress Anna spoke up, her voice tinged with discomfort. Instantly, the group fell silent, uncertain of how to respond. After all, they were aware that Anna's abilities were not particularly conducive to her development. Nonsense. When we inevitably encounter foes that we cannot defeat, we will rely on your powers to save us, the Iceman Bobby offered reassuringly. Anna's abilities were rather peculiar. She could absorb others' powers through touch. However, prolonged exposure could lead to the loss of those abilities and, in some cases, even pose a threat to life. Although Anna had diligently worked to gain control over her powers over the years, successfully ensuring no harm came to others, it had resulted in her own abilities being suppressed to their bare minimum. In everyday situations, they proved to be of little utility, relying solely on the innate physical prowess of a mutant during combat. After all, mutants are significantly stronger than ordinary humans in terms of strength and stamina. Indeed, Sister Anna, your abilities might very well save a life in a critical moment, Katie exclaimed with a bright smile. Thank you, Anna replied with a faint smile, though it appeared somewhat forced. Just then, the television in the cafeteria erupted with enthusiastic applause. The group instinctively looked up. Indeed, it was the mutant cure. This is the latest product of our company's research, capable of permanently suppressing mutant genes, allowing them to return to being ordinary people. A confident man declared. Countless reporters surrounded him, fervently capturing the moment. The Worthington Laboratory has developed the mutant cure. Upon seeing the news broadcast, Haotian's gaze sharpened. Mr. Worthington, is it true that your company's serum can indeed revert mutants back to normal? Another reporter inquired. Absolutely. The man responded. In my view, these so-called mutants are, like us, merely human. They have simply contracted a disease that affects their healthy cellular activity. But today, I stand before you to declare that everything is about to change. This site, once the most notorious prison in the world, is about to become the sanctuary for mutants. Ladies and gentlemen, I am honored to present the mutant cure. It is an antidote that promises complete liberation for mutants, healing them of their affliction. The man passionately introduced the serum. The sound of frantic camera clicks echoed as applause resonated throughout the room. No way, does such a serum truly exist? The elusive Kitty gasped in astonishment. It appears to be a press conference. It must be genuine. Clarice whispered. Who would want such a serum? Bobby scoffed dismissively. However, Anna remained silent. Her gaze fixated on the vial in Worthington's hand. Indeed, who would be so cowardly as to require such a serum to fit into society? Just then, Storm Aurora approached. Well said. Logan nodded in approval. I must respectfully disagree with that notion. At that moment, a burly man with blue skin, pushing Professor X, made his way over. He gazed at Storm and Logan, shaking his head as he spoke. Is it cowardice to save oneself from destruction? Not everyone can seamlessly integrate. His tone seemed jestful, yet his expression was notably earnest. Fuzzy, who are you? Wolverine, Logan asked, his displeasure evident. Hank McCoy, Minister of Mutant Affairs, the blue-skinned man replied. Ah, the minister. Nice suit. Logan remarked with a hint of amusement. Hank, this is Logan. Professor X quickly facilitated the introductions. Wolverine, I've heard tales of your ferocity, Hank said. Ferocity? Likewise. Logan quipped, raising an eyebrow. So Hank, what brings you here? Professor X interjected, sensing a shift in the atmosphere. He wished to avert any potential conflict between Wolverine and Hank. I am delighted to meet you all so promptly. Hank replied with a smile. Of course, you are always welcome here. After all, you were once part of this place. Professor X smiled back. My purpose here is quite straightforward. I merely wish to share some recent developments, Hank stated. Recent developments? Could it be news of Eric? Professor X's face lit up with excitement. Not quite. Just look at the television. Hank shook his head, turning towards the screen mounted in the cafeteria. The Worthington press conference was still ongoing. The others had already gleaned some information, and Wolverine, Storm, and Professor X were beginning to comprehend the situation. We have made some progress. Worthington Laboratories pharmaceutical company has developed a mutant antibody that can suppress mutant genes, and it is permanent. Hank explained. Is this serum genuine? Can it truly cure us? Anna, the sorceress, stood up with excitement, directing her question to Hank. How absurd. When did we ever fall ill? Storm interjected, her expression growing cold. Anna, we do not require treatment. We are not sick. For Storm, being a mutant was a source of pride, and she did not perceive it as a disease in need of a cure. I suspect this is likely a government ploy, Logan stated, a hint of skepticism in his eyes. This matter has nothing to do with the government. Hank quickly refuted. Oh, I've heard that line countless times. Logan replied with a touch of sarcasm. Kid, I was fighting for mutants long before you had claws. Hank shot back. Professor, is he being serious? Logan asked, bewildered. Looking at Professor X also appeared speechless. He certainly understood that Logan was significantly older than Hank, given that he was a man from over 20 years before World War I. However, he could not disclose to Hank that Logan's age was more than enough to be his grandfather. This situation appears to be genuine indeed. Thus, Professor X could only shift the topic once more. We do not require a cure at all. I am not ill. Anna is not ill. And none of the mutants are afflicted. Therefore, we do not need treatment, as the ones with the problem are them. Storm interjected immediately. Alice, what do you think? Haotian turned to Alice beside him, unable to suppress his curiosity. In truth, he was eager to comprehend Alice's perspective. Should she desire to lead the life of an ordinary person, he would indeed seek a mutant cure for her. That would not pose a challenge for him. In the past, I believed being a mutant was undesirable, facing discrimination and bullying wherever I went. However, now I find it quite advantageous to be a mutant, for it is only through possessing power that I can remain by your side. Before Alice could respond, Clarice spoke up first. Haotian was taken aback. He had not anticipated Clarice to hold such sentiments, and even to possess the courage to voice them. Do you like me as I am now? Alice countered. Not answering directly, but instead posing a question to Li Haotian. I do. Li Haotian instinctively nodded. Who could possibly reject such a captivating fallen angel? Graced with delicate features and an alluring figure, exuding an enchanting fragrance? Even if I were truly afflicted, I would not mind. Alice nodded, speaking with an air of calmness. Ha. Upon hearing their responses, Li Haotian could not help but laugh. The others, noticing his sudden burst of laughter, turned their gazes toward him. Li, what is the matter? Bobby, sitting across from Li Haotian, inquired with a hint of confusion. Li, are you all right? Kitty, the phantasm cat, also expressed her concern. Li Haotian merely smiled gently at them before rising to his feet. He took a few steps forward to stand before Logan and the others. Storm, Wolverine, and Professor X all regarded Li Haotian with curiosity, perplexed by his sudden laughter. Meanwhile, Hank scrutinized Li Haotian with intrigue, although he had never encountered him before. The youth's demeanor was unlike any he had witnessed. Blue-haired one, let us not even entertain the notion that the X gene is a disease, even if it were. I would embrace the sickness. What business is it of yours? Li Haotian directed a light-hearted mockery toward Hank. Swish. The moment those words escaped him, everyone fell silent. Taken aback, they had not expected the typically amiable, even languorous, Li Haotian to utter such declarations. At that moment, he radiated a sharpness that was strikingly evident. Indeed, you speak truly. Bobby could not help but applaud. Initially, he had harbored doubts about his abilities, even contemplating the life of an ordinary person. But he later realized, what is wrong with being a mutant? This is precisely the superpower that people in those science fiction films longed for. Now that we possess it, why not embrace it joyfully? There is nothing to be disheartened about. Moreover, to regard it as a disease necessitating treatment is absurd. Only a madman would seek treatment for it. While Storm remained silent, the glimmer in her eyes sparkled as she nodded at Li Haotian. Professor Aurora is right. We mutants are not at fault, and the X gene is certainly not a disease. It is a divine gift. Those ordinary people do not fear or discriminate against us. Rather, they envy us, yet can only harbor that envy. Thus, they convert their jealousy into anger and hatred. Do you think they do not wish to possess superpowers? Dream on. They simply cannot obtain them. And you, little furball, do you despise mutant abilities? No, it is not the powers you loathe, but rather your inability to forge friendships and gain attention from ordinary people. You simply crave acceptance from the masses, seeking to please everyone, devoid of self-identity. That is indicative of a psychological ailment. I suggest you consult a psychologist. Li Haotian stated with disdain. Do those ordinary people genuinely fear or discriminate against mutants? Not at all. They are merely envious. If everyone were a mutant, there would be no fear of mutants at all. Furthermore, I believe mutants represent the ultimate goal and direction of human evolution. Li Haotian mused inwardly. If everyone could awaken their X genes and possess mutant abilities, then humanity would truly progress and evolve. Chapter 50. Professor X left dumbfounded. All right. Li, you are absolutely right. We mutants have no issues. This is not a disease at all. Storm could no longer contain her excitement. Clap, clap, clap. Bobby, Kitty, and the others could not help but join in applause. Hank, upon witnessing Li Haotian's assertion and noting that Professor X did not intervene, understood that gaining support this time was futile. The professor was clearly on the side of the mutants. Consequently, Hank departed. The meal was not particularly enjoyable for the group. After Hank's departure, Anna the Demoness also took her leave. Li Haotian paid little mind to this minor episode. In his view, the X gene was a marvelous thing. He was confident that if given the choice, selecting 100 individuals at random, there would undoubtedly be at least 101 who wished to possess the X gene. The midday sun was warm and gentle. Li Haotian lay with Clarice on his left and Alice on his right. Simply lying there, they felt a deep sense of cellular relaxation. Meanwhile, the power of the rules gradually increased. This tranquil sunbathing, accompanied by two lovely companions, was a source of great satisfaction for Li Haotian. As the afternoon sun began to wane, Li Haotian prepared to rise and return to his dormitory for training in the battle space. However, he was interrupted by Kitty, who wished to attend a public lecture. This lecture was conducted by Professor X. Yet, the venue was not the usual classroom, but rather the large office where the professor typically worked. When Li Haotian and Clarice arrived, dozens of students had already gathered in the office, ranging from upperclassmen to freshmen. After all, the knowledge imparted by the professor was not merely ordinary foundational courses, but rather focused on ideological education and philosophical content. His primary goal was to guide and cultivate the worldviews and cognitions of mutant students, ensuring they developed a complete and healthy perspective. Thus, age was of little consequence. In the eyes of the professor, both older and younger students were treated equally in the face of moral and ideological education. Welcome. Upon seeing Li Haotian and the others enter, Professor X smiled and nodded. Now, let us continue our previous discussion. Once your power surpasses that of ordinary individuals, it inevitably begins to influence everything in your vicinity. For instance, if you wield your abilities to assist society, benefit the community, and protect the vulnerable, you become a hero. However, should you choose to employ your powers to disrupt the harmony and stability of society, aspiring to elevate yourself above the world through an insatiable desire for power, wealth, and beauty, then you shall ultimately become a part of evil. Regardless of whether you transform into a hero or a villain, you have already begun to impact your surroundings. As Professor X spoke, his gaze swept over everyone present, briefly lingering on Li Haotian before he turned to continue. We mutants, from the moment we awaken the X gene, cease to be ordinary individuals. Regardless of whether your abilities are formidable or feeble, you must rise above the common populace. Thus, we must earnestly contemplate this question. Once endowed with extraordinary power, how shall we wield it? We must discern the boundary between heroism and villainy, and understand what that boundary truly signifies. The professor's words immediately provoked deep reflection among all those present. Professor, what exactly is this boundary? A student, perplexed, inquired. I believe many here are uncertain about how to define this boundary. In response, Professor X asserted, this boundary is not dictated by anyone, nor does it possess a clear numerical value or threshold. It resides within our hearts. It is what we refer to as morality. Only those mutants who harbor moral constraints within their hearts will not succumb to desire and become slaves to power. Professor X elaborated, however, I recall you mentioning that morality is a form of consciousness that stems from the societal environment and evolves with societal awareness. If that is the case, there is no definitive standard. Given that we mutants are marginalized by ordinary society, what form of morality are we to adhere to? At that moment, Iceman Bobby, intrigued, posed the question. The other students were taken aback by Bobby's inquiry, as it was a question they had never contemplated. Upon reflection, they realized Bobby's question struck at the heart of the matter. In contemporary society, ordinary individuals harbor profound hatred and fear towards mutants, making it exceedingly difficult for them to exist within mainstream society. But if this is the case, what are they to do? That is an excellent question. Professor X responded, a glimmer of satisfaction appearing on his face. He nodded affirmatively and addressed the group. I have previously stated that morality originates from societal consciousness, continuously evolving with the times. Therefore, it is challenging to provide a definitive standard. It cannot be confined to a specific framework. Yet, there exists one element that can elucidate its parameters, the law. For the law serves as the bedrock of morality. It represents the absolute minimum threshold. Thus, any consciousness that falls within the framework of the law can be encompassed by morality. After all, morality can be regarded as an extension of the law. It is more limitless, broader, and multifaceted. Professor X continued, this is the very reason for the establishment of our X-Men. Some mutants have misused their abilities to steal, rob, and commit murder, resulting in unimaginable consequences. All of these actions violate the law, thereby crossing the line and shattering the fundamental tenet of morality. Consequently, all of us have been ostracized from mainstream society. Because we possess power, we can easily rise above the law, which allows us to transgress the boundaries of morality. Ordinary individuals fear us for this reason. They wish to engage with us within the confines of the framework, to compete. Yet they absolutely detest our ability to transcend that framework. At this juncture, Professor X turned his gaze towards Li Haotian. You were quite correct during lunch in the cafeteria. It is precisely because we mutants can effortlessly transcend the framework that ordinary individuals fear us. This fear breeds jealousy, making it arduous for us to integrate into their society. If one day we mutants could coexist within the framework, like ordinary individuals, then they would no longer harbor fear. The eradication of fear would extinguish jealousy, rendering us equal beings alongside them. Within the framework, adhering to the moral boundaries, we would no longer face their exclusion. Upon concluding his remarks, a profound silence enveloped the room. But Professor, does this framework require us mutants to become ordinary humans, or does it necessitate that all ordinary individuals possess mutant abilities? Only through complete uniformity can we potentially eliminate mutual fear and reduce the jealousy stemming from disparities in power. But how can we bridge this gap in power? At that moment, Li Haotian, intrigued, posed a question. Even within the confines of moral constraints, such balance may not exist. After all, mutants inherently possess powers that allow them to rise above the framework at will. You may not provoke me, and we may coexist within the framework. But should I become enraged, I can easily transcend it. Can such an existence genuinely eliminate the barriers of fear? Li Haotian remained skeptical. unless mutants lose their powers, or ordinary individuals acquire mutant abilities, the disparity in power will persist. This would simply narrow the gap between us. However, this raises a new dilemma. The power disparity among mutants themselves can be quite significant. A powerful mutant can easily overpower a weaker one, and the difference can be even greater than that between ordinary mutants and ordinary humans. If this is the case, what then? It mirrors contemporary society, where, although all are ordinary individuals, the wealth gap can be immense, giving rise to individuals who harbor deep-seated animosity towards the affluent. What distinguishes those who resent the wealthy from ordinary individuals who harbor animosity towards mutants? This is a question worthy of contemplation. Professor X was momentarily taken aback. He had not anticipated that Haotian would pose such a question. Yet, it was one that even Professor X found himself unable to answer. He fell silent, contemplating the depth of Haotian's inquiry. Meanwhile, within the borders of a nearby nation, mutants began to congregate, seemingly guided by an unseen force towards a particular city. As night descended, the atmosphere in the city grew tense. Chaos and danger seemed to loom overhead. Few dared to venture outdoors, and those who did appeared hurried and anxious. Inside a grand cathedral, shadows danced about, but these were not devout worshippers. They were mutants drawn by a powerful force. At the pulpit of the cathedral stood a tall, slender man, fervently expounding on some fervent ideology. Surely, everyone has witnessed the news conference and is now aware of the matter regarding the antidote. However, I am consumed with indignation. We mutants are formidable, endowed with extraordinary powers. This is the finest gift bestowed upon us by the heavens. Yet they dare to label us as afflicted with a disease. Their intention is not to heal us, but to dismantle our strength, to strip us of our very essence. I refuse to be cured, for I am not ill. Thus, we, the powerful, must unite. We must forge a formidable collective. Only in such unity can we avoid being scattered like chaff and harness greater strength. Let us raise our voices against those scoundrels who deem us diseased. We are not sick. We are powerful, and it is they who are the true afflicted. We must make it abundantly clear that we are not to be trifled with. The middle-aged man shouted hoarsely. Chapter 51. Love is not meant for discussion. Indeed, we are not ill. Those feeble humans are our common adversaries. I refuse to relinquish my power. At that moment, the mutants erupted in a frenzy of roars. Witnessing this scene, the middle-aged man's eyes gleamed with satisfaction. If this continues, we shall face extinction. Their objective is not to accept us, but to annihilate us. Just then, an ancient voice resonated from behind the crowd. Suddenly, the atmosphere fell silent, for it was the first time someone had openly stated that the ordinary were afraid of their powers. They seek to obliterate us. The mutants, intrigued, turned to discover who dared to utter such words. They beheld an individual clad in black, draped in a crimson cloak, gazing at them with an air of nonchalance. This person, with graying hair indicative of age, commanded a formidable presence. A few individuals stood beside him, exuding strength in their own right. Are you merely indulging in fearmongering? The middle-aged mutant retorted from the podium. He sensed that this group had come to seize control of their power, which was precisely his ambition, to organize these mutants into a unique faction under his dominion. However, it appeared that this individual aimed to usurp that power. Thus, he felt compelled to assert his position. Fearmongering? Magneto's gaze turned icy as he surveyed the assembly, ultimately fixating on the middle-aged man at the podium. Believe it or not, at this very moment, special task forces are being deployed. It could be today, or it may be tomorrow, when armed individuals will storm your refuge. And under your desperate pleas, you will be forcibly subjected to treatment. He spoke with an icy indifference. Impossible. That is merely The middle-aged mutant's expression shifted, and he hastily interjected. Boom. Before he could finish, a searing fireball hurtled toward him. The middle-aged mutant awkwardly leaped aside. Yet the violent explosion left his back a bloody mess. He raised his head, fear flickering in his eyes as he glanced at Magneto and his companions. What a nuisance. The fireman scoffed, defiantly raising a middle finger. Am I fearmongering? I believe you know better than I. Magneto's demeanor remained as calm as a still lake. He had no regard for a mere worthless mutant. As he spoke, Magneto navigated through the crowd and ascended the podium. My purpose here is straightforward. I seek allies to realize a grand vision. Whether you choose to align yourselves with the humans, wagging your tails to survive, or to rise as masters of our own destiny, instilling fear in humanity rather than scuttling like rats in the sewers, is a choice for you to make. Will you be kings or beggars? The decision lies with you. With that, Magneto turned and departed, his crimson cloak billowing with an air of dominance. The fireman cast a look of disdain at the mutants. In his eyes, Those who grovel before ordinary humans, scurrying into the sewers like rats, were even inferior to them. In an instant, as the crowd watched Magneto and his entourage retreat, various expressions emerged. Even amidst the throng, a ripple of unrest began to stir. Had the morning's inquiry by Haotian to Professor X been posed in Magneto's presence, he would undoubtedly have declared that ordinary humans could never coexist with mutants. Thus, for mutants to live openly and freely, like ordinary humans, there exists but one possibility, that the entire planet is populated solely by mutants. The means to achieve this are twofold. Either all humans become mutants, or all ordinary humans are eradicated. If Professor X embodies the pacifist seeking harmony between humans and mutants, then Magneto represents the Hawk, willing to employ any means necessary to achieve his ends. For decades, Magneto has tirelessly fought for this ideal, even if it meant severing ties with his dearest friend, Professor X, and becoming adversaries. As Magneto exited the hall, someone in the crowd could no longer contain their impulse to follow. After all, for decades, tales of Magneto's exploits had circulated among mutants, slaying the Black King, commanding the Hellfire Club, assassinating the president, clashing violently with the X-Men, and thwarting Stryker's mutant extermination plan. Magneto's legend could fill volumes. He remains a hero and idol in the hearts of many mutants, and his prestige rivals that of Professor X. Thus, as Magneto and his companions departed the church, more than a dozen individuals trailed behind. Though most were ordinary mutants, Magneto discerned some promising talents among them. For instance, the Nightcrawler, adept at short-range teleportation and capable of sensing mutant levels and numbers, and Arclight, who could unleash shockwaves with a palm strike. This prompted a nod from Magneto. He sought not a horde of useless dregs, but mutants who could genuinely make an impact. 3 days swiftly passed. Throughout this time, Xavier's Institute was abuzz with discussions surrounding the antidote. Some students were fraught with anxiety, others were gripped by fear, while a few expressed a desire to experiment, and still others were seething with rage. The matter of the antidote felt akin to a bomb being dropped into a tranquil river, sending ripples and waves cascading forth. Everyone has been quite uneasy these past few days, Clarice remarked with concern. After all, the mutant treatment serum merely suppresses the X gene within, rendering them indistinguishable from ordinary humans. However, fundamentally, mutants remain mutants, possessing an intrinsic distinction from ordinary individuals. The most tragic aspect is that after consuming the mutant serum and losing their powers, they are not treated as common people. There exists a significant likelihood that they may be captured and utilized as test subjects for research. Once bereft of their abilities, they become considerably easier to control. The fate that awaits mutants is indeed dire. Haotian exclaimed. Is the truth really this way? Clarice gasped, covering her mouth in disbelief. After all, in her perspective, losing powers from the mutant serum equated to becoming an ordinary person, deserving of the same rights and treatment as others. Little did she expect that the grim reality was so harsh. To transform into an ordinary person would subject them to even more brutal experimentation? Those wretched individuals deserve to be punished. At that moment, Alice could no longer contain her disdainful scoff. When it came to mutant research, her aversion was profound, having been imprisoned for many years in a mutant research facility. Her mind was haunted by unpleasant memories. Were it not for Haotian's emergence, which brought a glimmer of hope and warmth, Alice's spirit might have long since succumbed to boundless suffering and darkness, lost amidst chaos and bloodshed. I'm sorry, Sister Alice. Noticing the icy glare from Alice, Clarice spoke with an air of apology. Essentially, my power also stems from the X gene. Therefore, this mutant serum poses a significant threat to me as well. Haotian contemplated silently. Mind your own affairs. Just then, he heard Anna's furious outburst. Curiosity piqued, he turned to look. Not far away, beside a flower bed, Iceman Bobby and the Demoness Anna seemed to be embroiled in a heated argument. Anna, this mutant treatment serum is truly not as beneficial as it appears. Those individuals certainly harbor ulterior motives. Iceman Bobby implored earnestly. Be quiet. If you persist in this manner, nothing will be resolved. If your sole intention is to dissuade me from accepting this mutant treatment serum, then cease your words. I do not care about their motives. I just want to be rid of this detestable mutant ability. Do you understand? I no longer wish to be a mutant. Truly, I have had enough. Do you want to see me transformed by this cursed ability into an old woman? A lonely, unloved old woman, deprived of affection and love for a lifetime. Anna roared. No, it is not like that. Anna, am I not your boyfriend? How can you claim that no one loves you and that you cannot enjoy love? Bobby retorted, caught in an argument. You be quiet. Anna's face flushed with anger, She no longer wished to converse with Bobby. It's Bobby and Sister Anna, Clarice remarked, intrigued. It seems Anna is indeed contemplating taking that antidote. Li Haotian sighed softly. Observing Bobby's vexed and puzzled expression, Li Haotian felt a wave of exasperation. Did Bobby not comprehend that love is not merely a topic for discussion, but an experience to be shared? What enjoyment can there be in a love that cannot be realized? Li Haotian shook his head. However, he would refrain from voicing such thoughts, as it was something Bobby needed to realize on his own. Ding. Congratulations, Master. The power of rules has reached the designated threshold. At that moment, the system's notification chimed. This was a small function Li Haotian had set up, enabling him to receive alerts regarding the power of rules once it reached a specified percentage. This way, he would not need to constantly check his attribute panel. Moreover, it allowed for timely utilization of the power of rules, preventing waste during the recovery period. Chapter 52. Astonishing. Clarice and Alice were truly taken aback. However, the threshold he had set this time was not for maximum value, but rather for 20. Finally, it had reached 20, allowing him to unlock a new template. A satisfied expression crossed Li Haotian's face. He had been eagerly anticipating this moment. After all, while Kakarot's template was formidable and seemingly limitless in potential, he was merely an ordinary scion, constrained by many limitations. Thus, Li Haotian resolved to stack a few buffs for himself, opting for Mage Imbue without a moment's hesitation. With growing familiarity in creating templates and adding functions within the system, he proceeded with ease. Shortly thereafter, a new template character was added to the Divine Inheritance panel. Now, the attribute panel displayed an additional subpanel, Divine Inheritance System Template 2. Character, Bue Race, Mage in Progress. 3 abilities, Flight, High-Speed Movement, Abdominal Attack, Energy Wave, Energy Blast, or I. Explosive Wave, Telekinesis, Transformation Beam, Restoration, Division, Shape-Shifting, Healing Beam. Talents, Cosmic Survival, Ultra Cell Regeneration. Impressive. He had not anticipated that with a mere progress of 3, such a wealth of abilities would be available. Moreover, it encompassed nearly all the powers possessed by Fat Bue. Li Haotian nodded in satisfaction. Consequently, his survival capabilities had become extraordinarily formidable. Time to test those abilities. Some of Mage Imbue's abilities overlapped with those of Kakarot, such as Energy Wave, Energy Blast, and High-Speed Flight. However, there were also unique powers like Telekinesis, Transformation Beam, Restoration, Division, Shape-Shifting, Healing Beam, as well as 2 innate abilities, Cosmic Survival and Ultra Cell Regeneration. Li, what are you pondering? You seem so cheerful. Clarice inquired, her curiosity piqued. Since earlier, Li Haotian had appeared lost in thought, followed by bursts of silly laughter, causing Clarice to worry about his well-being. Ha! It's a breakthrough. Of course it's worth celebrating. Li Haotian laughed heartily, playfully nudging Clarice's cheek. Alice's expression turned cold at that moment, prompting Li Haotian to quickly amend his words, which helped ease her demeanor. What breakthrough? Clarice asked, covering her face, a hint of shyness in her tone. Alice remained silent, yet her eyes mirrored curiosity. I seem to have awakened a new ability, Li Haotian declared. After all, he had already experienced several awakenings, so he was unperturbed by the prospect of more. Wow, you've awakened another ability? Clarice exclaimed, her interest piqued. In her eyes, Li Haotian was nothing short of an all-capable boyfriend. His strength surpasses that of the Steel Titan, his energy attacks outshine those of Cyclops, and his speed in flight exceeds that of Storm. While his combat skills may not rival those of Wolverine, he possesses nearly all the advantages of every member of the X-Men, save for Logan's remarkable healing factor and Jean's telekinesis. With numerous minor abilities at his disposal, would you care to see? Li Haotian exclaimed with a smile. Absolutely, Clarice replied with palpable excitement. Come, hand me the dagger. Li Haotian continued cheerfully. What do you need the dagger for? Clarice asked, momentarily taken aback, yet she obediently retrieved it. With a swift motion, he plunged the dagger forward. In truth, Li Haotian wished to test whether being attacked would inflict pain. After all, in Dragon Ball, even the puppets showed no reaction to being struck. Of course, that applied only to standard attacks. Later on, many assaults could indeed cause him harm. Thus, Li Haotian deduced that as long as no damage was inflicted, pain would not be felt. Clarice gasped in surprise as Li Haotian used the dagger on himself. Just as she prepared to bandage his wound, she froze in astonishment. To her amazement, no blood flowed from the wound on Li Haotian's arm, and the injury healed rapidly, as if it had never existed. What is this? Clarice was left speechless by the sight before her. Li, do you possess a healing ability akin to Wolverine's? And your recovery speed appears far superior to Uncle Logan's. Not quite. At that moment, Alice interjected, her voice steady. The absence of blood from his wound indicates that the dagger did not inflict any damage. Wolverine's healing factor operates on the principle of sustaining injury, with cells healing rapidly to stop bleeding. Alice's serious tone conveyed her understanding, and beneath her composed exterior, a flicker of astonishment could be seen in her eyes. Excellent observation, as expected from Alice. Haotian praised her with a thumbs up. My goodness, Li, you possess such formidable regenerative abilities. Clarice exclaimed, genuinely thrilled for him. With this newfound capability, Haotian's chances of survival would significantly increase during perilous missions, a source of greater joy for Clarice than even her own enhancements. This is not merely a healing ability, it is a capacity for restoration. Haotian replied with a grin. Through the dagger's incision, he had discerned certain nuances. Though healing powers and Majin Buu's restorative abilities appeared similar, they were fundamentally distinct. Wolverine's healing factor requires injury to initiate the healing process, whereas Buu's restoration occurs without damage. His form merely reverts to its original state. As the dagger sliced through Haotian's skin, his body instinctively contorted along the blade's edge, appearing as if cut, yet sustaining no real harm. Thus, it was restoration, not healing. This distinction also elucidated why, in battles against Buu, many attacks seemed ineffective in diminishing his energy, while later engagements, upon receiving injury, resulted in a drastic drop in his power. Therefore, one of Buu's innate abilities is supercell regeneration, which consumes excess energy during the process. Excessive use of this regeneration diminishes Buu's restorative capacity, highlighting the fundamental differences between his abilities and Wolverine's. Comparatively, Buu's powers are significantly superior. Is there more? Is there? Clarice inquired, her excitement palpable, reminiscent of a young girl in an amusement park. Indeed, Haotian replied with a smile. He then gingerly touched the dagger to Clarice's hand, creating a small cut resembling a mosquito bite. Clarice was puzzled. Though it didn't hurt, she was uncertain of the significance of this small mark. Healing light, Haotian said as he gently placed his palm over the tiny wound. A crimson beam emanated from his hand, enveloping Clarice's injury. In an instant, the small cut was miraculously healed. Goodness, Li, you have awakened a healing ability. Clarice was genuinely astounded. While possessing a healing factor is impressive, many mutants share this trait, with Wolverine being a notable example. However, the ability to heal others is decidedly rarer. Not only that, Haotian grinned, swiftly turning the dagger. In the next moment, Clarice's hair was severed at the temple. But before she could react, Haotian raised his hand and pointed forward. Restoration light. A turquoise beam illuminated Clarice's hair. In the blink of an eye, the severed locks bizarrely reformed. What is happening? Clarice was left in shock, her eyes wide with disbelief. In such a brief moment, the astonishment Haotian had instilled in her was overwhelming. Initially, she thought he had merely awakened some simple powers. Yet each minor ability he described was increasingly extraordinary. Whether it was surpassing Wolverine's healing factor, the healing light, or the restoration light, each ability was immensely powerful in its own right. Yet, all three had converged within a single individual. Moreover, this was merely the tip of the iceberg, as Haotian also wielded incredible strength, formidable energy attacks, and the ability to fly. Clarice had previously mused that if Haotian possessed a healing factor comparable to Wolverine's, he would be nearly omnipotent. Little did she expect him to possess an even more astonishing restoration and healing ability. Clarice was genuinely astounded. Even if Haotian mentioned other abilities, such as telekinesis akin to Jean's, she would not be surprised in the least. Alice remained silent, yet she too was rendered numb by the sheer magnitude of astonishment. She had spent such a considerable amount of time at the Mutant Research Institute that she possessed a certain understanding of mutants. Thus, Alice was acutely aware of the extraordinary abilities that Haotian currently exhibited. Any one of these powers, if showcased individually, would be exceedingly precious. The fact that all these abilities resided within a single individual was simply unfathomable. At this moment, however, Haotian chuckled softly. He abruptly released his grip on the dagger, which then began to levitate slowly before Clarice's astonished gaze. Whoosh! In an instant, the dagger danced around him like a delicate sprite. Clarice swore she would never be shocked again, yet her mouth hung agape in disbelief. Haotian had genuinely awakened his telekinetic powers. Words eluded her. She even began to question whether he was truly a mutant like her, or perhaps a deity descended from the heavens. Yet, even a god would not possess such a plethora of abilities, would they? Beside her, Alice was no better off. She stood there, utterly dazed. What kind of man was Li? Women have eternally pursued the strong. This truth remains immutable through the ages. A beautiful woman paired with a hero, This is the essence of natural selection. Therefore, if one is truly incapable of charming the opposite sex, possessing strength and excellence will naturally attract admirers. When the flower blooms, the butterflies come. This is not merely a platitude, it is a stark reality. At this moment, Alice, who had always held Li Haotian in high regard, found herself further ensnared in his allure. Do not be so astonished, for I have yet to unveil all my abilities. Li Haotian observed the two women in their astonishment and couldn't he help but smirk. Even someone as formidable as Li Haotian felt the need to exhibit himself before the girl he admired. Clarice and Alice were left speechless, their minds numbed. What followed was even more astonishing. Li Haotian grinned and, in the midst of their stunned silence, grasped both of their arms. Boom. A terrifying white shockwave suddenly erupted around him. Instantly, a pale purple protective shield materialized around Li Haotian. Whoosh. In the next moment, he soared into the sky, taking both women with him. What was happening? It seemed Li Haotian was flying with Clarice and Alice. Students of Xavier Academy were taken aback by this unexpected turn of events. Yet soon, they beheld the trio standing within the purple sphere. Their expressions a mixture of shock and envy, as many among them longed to fly as well. What on earth is Li up to? Kitty Pryde pouted, clearly displeased that Li Haotian had taken Clarice and Alice into the skies without her. Such incredible speed. Professor X, who stood at the office window gazing outside, was equally astounded. Li Haotian's velocity was astonishing, surpassing even the X-Men's Blackbird jet. Professor, what is that? Scott, who had been discussing Jean with the professor, was taken aback by the sight as well. Yet, Li Haotian's speed was simply too remarkable. It seemed Li had grown even stronger. Professor X marveled. Though a note of concern tinged his voice, he worried that Li Haotian had not heeded their previous conversation. He attributed Li's newfound strength solely to the awakening of the X gene. If this continued, Professor X feared for the potential shortening of Li Haotian's lifespan. Lamenting the possibility of such a promising individual succumbing to an overwhelming surge of power. Li, where are we going? Clarice exclaimed as she observed Xavier Academy shrinking beneath them. Alice remained silent, but her previously numb expression grew even more vacant. Although Alice could fly, she could only ascend to several thousand meters. Beyond that altitude, her body could not withstand the strain. Yet at this moment, Li Haotian had already taken them soaring to 10,000 meters, and at an astonishing speed, far exceeding her own. I am taking you to a romantic place, Li Haotian declared with a smile. Ah, I know. Is it the land of romance? Clarice exclaimed excitedly. She had heard tales of this nation, renowned for its beauty, spanning the Eurasian continent, surrounded by seas on three sides. It boasted the profound Black Sea to the north, the civilized Mediterranean to the south, and the romantic Aegean to the west, along with magnificent remnants of the Ottoman, Byzantine, and Roman empires, including Pamukale and the otherworldly fairy chimneys. Tew's Lake, in particular, was revered as the sky mirror of the land of romance, its surface shimmering with a gentle pink hue, resembling a fantastical paradise. It was a place of hospitable people, vibrant culture, enchanting landscapes, and mysterious legends, a romantic destination long yearned for by many. When Clarice heard Li Haotian mention a romantic place, her mind immediately conjured images of this enchanting nation, filling her with anticipation. Romantic nation? No. I am not taking you to a romantic nation, but to the planet of romance. Li Haotian burst into laughter, and the white shockwave enveloping him transformed into a golden hue. Simultaneously, his hair turned golden as well. Super Saiyan transformation. Boom. In an instant, Li Haotian's speed surged tenfold. In the blink of an eye, he had propelled himself beyond the Earth, heading directly towards Saturn, one of the 9 planets nearby. Oh my God! Clarice and Alice were utterly astonished. It turned out Li Haotian was not taking them to any country. He was leading them away from Earth. The vast starry sky was a brilliant blue, twinkling with mesmerizing depth. The Earth appeared as a blue marble. Beautiful. Magnificent. Is this the universe? We can actually breathe in space. Clarice and Alice were left in utter disbelief. A hint of pride flickered across Li Haotian's face. This was, of course, the power of Majin Buu. Let us go. Whoosh. Li Haotian instantly pushed his speed to the limit. With a resounding boom, radiant light enveloped him as he sped through the deep blue cosmos, leaving a trail of golden light resembling a comet's tail. This was the first time he had pushed his speed to the extreme. At this moment, the rapidity of their flight astonished even Li Haotian. So this is what it feels like to soar at full throttle. The journey from Earth to Saturn took merely a handful of breaths. They had arrived. Li Haotian abruptly halted, gazing at the magnificent planet before him. The romantic allure of Turkey paled in comparison to the resplendent beauty of Saturn. He turned his attention to Clarice and Alice. It is breathtaking, Clarice exclaimed, her eyes wide with amazement. Although she had previously glimpsed the 9 planets of the solar system in images, none could compare to the awe-inspiring reality that lay before her. The slowly rotating Saturn, enveloped by a vibrant, multicolored ring, exuded an air of mystery amidst the profound cosmos, imbued with a touch of fairy tale charm. Truly exquisite. Lee, thank you, Clarice said, her eyes glistening with emotion as she beheld Saturn. This is the most precious and wonderful birthday gift I have ever received. A single tear, crystalline and bright, trickled from the corner of her eye, cascading down her cheek to drip onto the protective shield, evaporating instantly. Li Haotian was momentarily taken aback. He had merely intended to experiment with the abilities of Majin Buu, casually bringing Clarice and Alice along to witness Saturn, unaware that today was, in fact, Clarice's birthday. A twinge of embarrassment washed over him, though he would certainly not voice it. After all, as long as he did not acknowledge it, the awkwardness would not be his burden. Moreover, the atmosphere had already been set, so he exclaimed, "Happy birthday." He clapped his hands and produced a tissue from his pocket. In an instant, a dazzling light burst forth. Clarice and Alice instinctively closed their eyes. Transformation beam. However, when they opened their eyes, they were astonished to find that Li Haotian now held a small, delectable cake. "Happy birthday," Li Haotian said with a smile. Wah. Upon seeing the cake, Clarice could no longer contain her emotions and leaped into Li Haotian's embrace. Despite her usual reserve and Alice's presence, she was overwhelmed. She was simply too moved. What woman could resist such a tender atmosphere? Especially someone like Clarice, who had long been deprived of affection and warmth. Li Haotian, witnessing this scene, noticed a flicker of warmth in Alice's eyes. While most women could not tolerate the notion of their partner having other women, Alice was unfazed. After all, whether it was she, Clarice, or Li Haotian, none of them were ordinary individuals. For Alice, the absence of a formal label mattered little. She had once been a despised and marginalized mutant. Without Li Haotian, she might still be leading a chaotic and debased life in a mutant research facility. Or perhaps, had it not been Li Haotian who entered her room that day, but someone else, the outcome would have been entirely different. With her abilities, she might have even killed a couple of X-Men personnel, and they certainly would not have spared her another potential ending entirely. If that were the case, who could predict what the future would hold? Thus, for Alice, Li Haotian had not only saved her life, but had also extricated her from her descent into chaos. Furthermore, Li Haotian's kindness towards Clarice only reaffirmed his worthiness of trust. Meeting Li was indeed her fortune, she mused silently. As for everything else, what did it matter to her? Chapter 54. The gears of fate begin to turn. Clarice, eat the cake, or you'll drool all over. Li Haotian chuckled as he patted Clarice's back. How rude. Clarice's cheeks flushed crimson, and she finally extricated herself from Li Haotian's embrace. She glanced at Alice, whose rosy face glowed even more adorably in the light of Saturn. In truth, Li Haotian, being a time traveler, had been influenced by the values of his previous life. Thus, even though he was aware of Clarice and Alice's feelings, he had yet to openly address the dynamics of their relationship. In this regard, he exhibited a somewhat evasive mentality. In his view, this world was far from ordinary. Had he been an average person, he might have simply sought a job, married, and lived a mundane life. But he was not an ordinary individual. Though he did not subscribe to the adage that greater power entails greater responsibility, possessing strength made it exceedingly challenging to evade the malevolent forces of this world. As the saying goes, one cannot escape their fate when entangled in the world. When one's abilities reach a certain level, and one cannot completely dominate the world, trouble will inevitably find them, even without seeking it out. Thus, Li Haotian was striving to alter his mindset, embracing the chaos of this world, believing that those with strength ought to receive commensurate treatment, such as accepting the love of both Clarice and Alice. Yet, just as the three were reveling in their cake outside Saturn, a violent explosion erupted at Xavier's academy. In the next moment, a terrifying psychic force manifested as a tempest, sweeping through the atmosphere. The entire Xavier Academy trembled. A pair of senior students, secretly rendezvousing in the academy garden, were nearly paralyzed by fear. Several younger students, laughing and playing card games by the lakeside, were thrown into disarray. In the indoor basketball court, a male student, stunned after using his powers to shoot a basket, muttered in disbelief, "Is my ability really this powerful? I just wanted to make a basket. Fool, did you think you had that kind of power? It wasn't you. Go outside and see what happened." In an instant, chaos engulfed Xavier Academy. Boom. Just then, a building suddenly exploded. The terrifying psychic storm surged forth, leaving the astonished faculty and students aghast at the collapsed structure. Whoosh. A figure emerged from the wreckage, surrounded by psychic energy, clearing the debris with ease. In the next moment, the individual shot into the sky like a cannonball, vanishing from sight. What on earth transpired? Could there have been an enemy attack? Such terrifying power. The surrounding students could not help but speculate, some growing increasingly concerned. Jean. Scott, who had rushed from the classroom in a wheelchair, could no longer contain his anguish. His face awash with pain. Rest assured, students, the academy is safe. The X-Men will protect you. What just occurred was not an enemy attack, but rather Jean Grey, one of the former X-Men. Professor X's voice suddenly resonated in the minds of everyone within the school. Jean Grey, they exclaimed. Is she not dead? It was said she sacrificed herself to protect the X-Men. Could it be that a malevolent spirit had clawed its way from the depths of hell? Instantly, fear gripped the hearts of the students, and confusion swirled in their minds. There were no malevolent spirits. Jean had not perished. She had merely sustained severe injuries years ago. In truth, she had been undergoing treatment all this time. Her recent awakening had merely caused her immense powers to spiral out of control, concerned for the safety of others. She had left the school, but there was no need for alarm. Professor X swiftly sensed the chaos and anxiety in their minds. With his formidable psychic abilities, he calmed each individual's spirit. A collective sigh of relief was released. They trusted Professor X. If he had spoken, then all would be well. In that moment, the students resumed their activities, eating, drinking, and the couples by the lake continued their playful exchanges. However, the X-Men bore a heavier burden. They were privy to far more information than the ordinary students. Each face reflected grave concern. Kitty Pryde's expression turned anxious as she considered Jean's second persona, which the professor had previously disclosed. Thus, witnessing Jean's sudden outburst filled them with apprehension. Fear not, all will be well. Professor X reassured them with a gentle smile. Is that so? That is a relief. Otherwise, I might have been terrified. Kitty Pryde exhaled deeply. The force of Jean's psychic eruption had been terrifyingly potent. Scott Summers wore a pained expression. Storm approached him, placing a comforting hand on his shoulder before turning to the professor. Professor, should we not go retrieve Jean? Her feelings towards Jean were complex. Bobby, please fetch Lee. Professor X did not respond to Storm's inquiry, but instead turned to Iceman Bobby. Understood. Bobby nodded and began to leave, only to halt midway. Professor, where is Lee? He awkwardly inquired. He will soon appear in the small garden, Professor X replied. He had already seen through the eyes of other students the approaching figure of Lee Haotian, along with Clarice and Alice, soaring towards them. In truth, with his abilities, he could have easily penetrated the minds of Clarice or Alice to convey messages. However, out of respect for Lee Haotian, he refrained, knowing well that Lee detested such intrusion and remained ever vigilant. All right, I understand. Bobby nodded and proceeded outside. Sure enough, as he reached the small garden, he spotted Lee Haotian descending rapidly with Clarice. What is happening? Are we under attack? Lee Haotian had noticed a building collapse into ruins as he approached Xavier's academy. Some teachers were already clearing the debris and repairing the structure. Yet, this did not appear to be a mere accident from a routine experiment. It bore the hallmarks of devastation wrought by a powerful mutant, piquing Lee Haotian's curiosity. After all, with Professor X, Wolverine, Iceman Bobby, and others present, their strength was formidable. Surely, no one would recklessly attack Xavier's academy. It's Jean. Bobby quickly recounted the recent events and the professor's words to Lee Haotian. So, Jean truly has lost control again. Lee Haotian paused, a soft sigh escaping him. He had assumed that his presence would alter the course of events. After all, Scott had not perished, and they had brought Jean back to the academy. Yet, he had not anticipated her to erupt once more and leave the school. This left Lee Haotian feeling somewhat discontented, for fate is often inscrutable. However, it also seemed to follow a predetermined path, with the gears of destiny slowly turning, ensnaring all in its web. Yet, most time travelers loathe the concept of fate. The professor has summoned me to find you. Perhaps there is something of importance to discuss. After concluding his account, Bobby beckoned Lee Haotian to follow him to the professor. Lee Haotian nodded and trailed behind Alice and Clarice. They soon arrived where the professor awaited, where nearly all the X-Men had gathered. The others appeared somewhat composed, yet Cyclops wore an expression of anguish and regret, while Wolverine's face bore a complex silence. Lee, you have arrived. Professor X greeted Lee Haotian with a warm nod, though a vague, inscrutable emotion flickered in his eyes, leaving Lee Haotian slightly bewildered. This nuance was only perceptible to him. The others remained oblivious. In that moment, Lee Haotian began to form a different perspective towards the professor. Professor, how is Jean faring? Lee Haotian inquired with curiosity. Surely, Professor X had been observing Jean closely. How could she have suddenly erupted? Jean possesses formidable powers, and within her lies not just mutant abilities, but a unique force as well. It is this very power that renders her both immensely strong and perilously dangerous. Should it erupt, the resulting chaos could threaten not only ordinary humans, but mutants, and even the world itself. Therefore, we must bring her back and assist her in controlling that power, Professor X declared. So, the Phoenix Force has indeed manifested. Haotian understood instantly. Moreover, Professor X had already discerned the presence of that Phoenix Force within Jean, perhaps having done so long ago. A thought struck him. Charles, while Jean's powers are perilous, one must recognize that relying solely on suppression will ultimately yield nothing but a backlash and an unimaginable explosion. Wolverine interjected gravely, addressing Professor X with earnest intensity. No one wishes to be controlled. After all, Wolverine had once nearly fallen victim to manipulation, becoming a merciless killing machine. Thus, he understood the discomfort of being dominated. As Wolverine uttered these words, Alice instinctively clenched her fists beside Haotian, for his statement resonated deeply within her. Whether mutant or human, no one relishes being controlled. As long as one is human, the yearning for freedom remains. Freedom? Haotian nodded in agreement. He too could comprehend this sentiment. He detested being controlled. Wolverine's implication was unmistakable. He wished for Professor X to refrain from exploiting his abilities to suppress Jean's innermost feelings. Such an approach would not only prove ineffective in the long run, but would also incite a more vehement backlash from her. Although Haotian understood that Professor X's intentions were likely benevolent, he recognized that not all actions deemed good by one party are indeed beneficial. For instance, parents often claim, "I do this for your own good," while many realize that parents do not wish harm upon their children and genuinely seek their well-being. The question remains, is their perception of what is good truly advantageous for the children? Not necessarily. The crux of the matter lies in the persistent control exercised under the guise of concern, which inevitably leads children into a rebellious phase fraught with unimaginable dangers. Logan, I comprehend your sentiments. However, you cannot fathom the terrifying force residing within Jean. After a brief silence, Professor X spoke slowly. But I can assure you, this time I will not exert control over her. He gradually raised his gaze towards Wolverine, a gentle smile gracing his features. This moment left Haotian momentarily stunned. He sensed an unusual glimmer in the professor's eyes, a light that remained unseen by others. This peculiarity only deepened his intrigue. Reflecting on the professor's prior gaze and the current extraordinary gleam, he couldn't shake the feeling that something was amiss with Professor X today. Charles, I extend my gratitude on behalf of Jean, Wolverine Logan exclaimed, a flicker of excitement crossing his visage. Scott lifted his gaze towards Logan and then glanced at Professor X, who remained silent, the anguish on his face undiminished. Logan, Aurora, let us proceed to bring Jean home, Professor X declared. Certainly, Professor. Storm nodded eagerly. Wolverine appeared genuinely elated, considering Professor X's apparent epiphany a moment worthy of celebration. Lee, you should come along as well. Professor X turned his gaze towards Haotian. All right. After a moment's hesitation, Haotian nodded. He had participated in several missions recently. Although there was monetary compensation, at times, he longed for a more leisurely existence. Suddenly, a thought struck him. Each time he had been called upon for a mission, it was others who sought his assistance. If my power of rules operates on the principle of equivalent exchange, then does accepting and completing a task not qualify as such? If so, might I not have engaged in a form of exchange? If this were the case, could fulfilling requests or completing tasks enable me to acquire the power of rules in reverse? In that instant, a bold possibility ignited within Haotian's mind. What if he were to create a system that rewards him with foundational power for accepting requests or completing tasks? Wouldn't that be akin to exploiting a loophole? The foundation referred to the elucidation of the power of rules contained within his newly established attribute bar. A surge of excitement coursed through him. If this audacious hypothesis could materialize, it would mean he would no longer need to endure the arduous wait for the power of rules to replenish gradually. Instead, he could simply accept others' requests or fulfill tasks to amass a considerable amount of power. The prospect was exhilarating. Lee, what is troubling you? Clarice and Alice, nearby, were the first to perceive Haotian's unusual demeanor. It was rare to witness him so animated over something. Their curiosity piqued. They wondered what could possibly elicit such joy from him. I'm fine. Just contemplating a few matters, Haotian replied with a smile, playfully pinching Clarice's cheek. Oh, Clarice's cheeks flushed with color. Let us be on our way. Professor X observed Haotian with mild surprise, having noticed the shift in his demeanor. Yet he refrained from probing further. Professor, do you know where Jean is? Storm inquired, a hint of confusion in her voice. While she may resist me, I have discerned her location, Professor X replied gently. Indeed, Jean's formidable powers rendered her immune to Professor X's telepathic intrusion. Nevertheless, it was undeniable that such immense mental energy could be sensed in a specific vicinity. Thus, even without invading Jean's mind, Professor X could ascertain her whereabouts. Let us proceed. And soon, the group set off. A large truck sped along the highway, flanked by police and agents, exuding an air of seriousness. Inside the truck, the President of the United States was vociferously demanding his release. Let me out. Do you not recognize who I am? I am the President. The voice emanated from a white-haired elder, confined within a special cell, his hands and feet shackled. Oh, Mr. President, kindly be quiet. A stocky police officer retorted coldly. However, as he turned away, a young girl's voice emerged from the cell. Why are you treating me this way? Please let me down. I'm a good girl. I beg you, set me free. The stocky officer turned back, his expression one of exasperation. To his astonishment, the elderly man had transformed into a delicate, pitiable little girl. If this continues, I shall spray you in the face. He barked, brandishing a canister of spray. Once I am free, I will personally ensure your demise. The little girl flashed a sly smile. Is that so? That sounds delightful. The officer turned with a dismissive smirk. Suddenly, the truck jolted violently, causing the officer to lose his footing and crash to the ground, colliding with the front of the cell. Oh, anger flared on his face. He was ready to unleash a torrent of curses upon the driver. Yet before he could lean against the cell's iron bars for support, a pair of blue feet shot out from within, swiftly twisting around his neck. Crack! The stocky officer met his end. I spoke the truth, did I not? A scornful blue-skinned mutant within the cell remarked, gazing at the lifeless body. This was Mystique, the shapeshifter. In the next instant, she skillfully retrieved the keys from the man's waist with her toes, and, performing an aerial split, used them to unlock her handcuffs. Thus, Mystique effortlessly emerged from her confinement. At that moment, the iron gate of the massive truck swung open from the outside. Magneto, adorned with a helmet and exuding an imposing presence, strode in with confidence. Have you located the object? Upon witnessing Mystique's self-liberation, Magneto displayed no hint of surprise. Yes, the formula for the antidote resides within a mutant child. Mystique promptly replied. This child, housed at the Washington facility, possesses a unique ability. Without him, their endeavors are futile. In truth, this was the primary reason for Mystique's capture. Otherwise, the likelihood of apprehending her during an escape would have been exceedingly slim. Excellent. You are indeed the woman I require. A smirk of satisfaction crept across Magneto's face, clearly pleased with Mystique's performance. With a mere flick of his hand, Magneto summoned the roster detailing the mutants on board. The list, chronicling the identities of the mutants, soared into his grasp. He casually handed it to the nearby Pyro. Number 41205, Jimmy Mador, has robbed 7 banks. Pyro glanced at the first name and succinctly relayed the information. Magneto raised his hand towards the cell imprisoning the mutants. With a sharp crack, the sturdy door crumbled like a pretzel. 7 individuals emerged from within, simultaneously robbing 7 banks. Pyro exclaimed, now fully aware of the gravity of the situation. And he was momentarily taken aback. A splitting mutant ability? I can certainly make use of someone like you. Magneto nodded in approval. All right, I'm in. Mador shrugged, readily joining the ranks. The imposing figure before him radiated an immense sense of pressure, compelling him to acquiesce to Magneto's authority. Welcome aboard. Magneto acknowledged Mador with a nod, then proceeded towards the next cell. This one requires extra caution. As they walked, Pyro flipped to the second page of the roster, reading the details aloud. Number 88,393. Coin Marco is under solitary confinement. Oh, listen. The inmate must be permanently detained. Once he gains momentum, he becomes unstoppable. Pyro gasped, though the description seemed somewhat exaggerated. Magneto's expression brightened upon hearing Pyro's words. Splendid. He raised his hand, and the 88,393 cell swung open. Inside was a towering, muscular man, bound by specialized restraints on his limbs, waist, and neck. The security measures far exceeded those placed on Mystique and Mador, indicating the high level of danger posed by this inmate. Very well. Magneto surveyed the imposing figure before him, satisfaction evident on his face. The treatment bestowed upon this mutant indicated his extraordinary power, necessitating such extreme precautions. After all, even Mystique had not received such treatment. What do they call you? Magneto inquired, gazing at Coin Marco. Red Tank. The hulking mutant replied. Red Tank. I can't fathom the reasoning behind that. Magneto responded, somewhat taken aback by the peculiar name. Let me out. I need to relieve myself. Red Tank declared loudly. Pyro stood by, utterly speechless. With a swift motion, Magneto raised his hand and effortlessly shattered the restraints binding Red Tank, as though they were made of clay. With a mighty thud, Red Tank stepped out of the cell, his substantial weight causing the truck to rock. Just then, Mystique suddenly cried out, positioning herself protectively in front of Magneto. Unbeknownst to them, a police officer had regained consciousness, aiming a gun containing mutant antidote directly at Magneto. With a sharp crack, the bullet struck Mystique's shoulder, as she had shielded Magneto. "Damn it!" Pyro exclaimed, raising his hand to unleash searing flames that incinerated the officer. As Magneto's bodyguard, this should have been his responsibility. Yet, unexpectedly, Mystique had interposed herself to protect Magneto, becoming the target of the mutant antidote. Mystique collapsed, trembling in agony, her form convulsing as her mutant traits began to dissipate. The ability to transform into any appearance gradually faded, replaced by the skin of an ordinary human, though her complexion remained fair and smooth. Magneto's eyes were filled with sorrow and disappointment. "Eric." Mystique's gaze met Magneto's, her heart racing. "You saved me." Magneto's eyes flickered with resolve as he turned to depart. "I'm sorry, dear. You are no longer one of us." His words struck Pyro with a jolt. If it had been him who was shot, would Magneto have reacted in kind? He dared not ponder the thought, fearing the collapse of his own convictions. What a pity, she was truly beautiful. Magneto lamented, quickening his pace, leaving Mystique with a look of helplessness, filled with shock and disbelief. "Where are we headed?" Red Tank inquired with curiosity. "Boss, I have pinpointed the source of that terrifying magnetic disturbance." Before Magneto could respond, Shadowcat interjected. "Excellent. We shall invite her to join our ranks," Magneto declared with a smile, a glimmer of intrigue in his eyes. "Charles, I once stated that we should either eliminate her or refrain from sealing her away. Such immense power cannot simply be contained." Upon hearing Magneto's words, Shadowcat hesitated. "Boss, are we truly going after her? The source of that power is extraordinarily formidable. She is the most powerful mutant I have ever encountered, far surpassing even you. She likely transcends the 5th level classification. If we cannot control her, she may not become an ally but instead a harbinger of destruction, jeopardizing our very lives. Let us proceed." Magneto's expression revealed a hint of eagerness. "Jean, she is mine to claim." Storm drove the vehicle swiftly towards a small town not far from the city, Jean Grey's home. Initially, it was Professor X who brought her away from that place. Previously, he had discovered that Jean had returned to her home. "Professor, have you ever contemplated what we would do if we were to confront Jean and find ourselves unable to prevail?" Haotian inquired curiously, sitting beside Professor X. Noticing his silence, although Haotian had previously engaged in combat with Jean, where they seemed evenly matched and even favored him, he was acutely aware of the overwhelming strength Jean possessed. Back at Akali Lake, when Jean first awakened, the Phoenix force within her was minuscule. Yet, astonishingly, she managed to contend with Haotian for an extended period, a testament to the might of the Phoenix Force. After all, the Phoenix Force is said to originate from the primordial universe, born at the dawn of all things, embodying chaos, immortality, and the eternal flux of existence. It serves as the creator and wellspring of all spirits and minds across the infinite multiverse, both existent and yet to exist. From this, one can discern the true magnitude of the Phoenix Force. While Haotian's Super Saiyan form is undeniably formidable, it merely resides within the realm between God level and single universe level, failing to reach the multiverse tier. In stark contrast, the Phoenix Force represents a genuine multiversal power. Thus, Haotian harbored uncertainty. "Even if we cannot triumph, I must go, for it is my duty." Professor X finally spoke after a moment of contemplation, directing his gaze toward Haotian. "Your duty?" Haotian was taken aback, perplexed by this assertion. After all, the original narrative made no mention of any responsibility borne by Professor X. Few were privy to this matter, not even Aurora or Scott. Swiftly, Professor X elaborated. "In truth, back in 1998, I, along with several formidable humans, established a confidentiality agreement that we must uphold. As the events transpired in 1998, this accord became known as the 1998 Confidentiality Agreement. The mutant representatives at that time were myself and Magneto, while the opposing side comprised terrifying human powers. Many discussions ensued, and battles were waged as a result. Ultimately, the agreement's resolution mandated that both parties manage their own affairs without interference until a critical juncture arose. Should one party overstep, the agreement would dissolve, leading to a potentially cataclysmic conflict. Professor X gradually unveiled this long-concealed truth, stating that to this day, no mutants are aware of it, save for himself and Magneto, who hold the knowledge of the original confidentiality agreement. Chapter 57. A terrifying reflection, Professor X's plan what? Are there such potent beings among ordinary humans? Aurora exclaimed, her face a mask of astonishment. Indeed, ordinary humans can possess formidable existences. Professor X sighed softly. For instance, the formidable Ancient One during our battle back then. Mutants merely awakened the X gene within them, granting them unique superpowers. However, the human realm encompasses a plethora of extraordinary abilities, such as magic, sorcery, ancient martial arts, and cultivation. These powers, while perhaps initially inferior to the might of mutants and laden with restrictions, can become exceedingly formidable when cultivated to their zenith. They can even slay deities with mere mortal forms. The battles during the 1998 Confidentiality Agreement were brutal, resulting in the demise of many mutants. Numerous powerful mutants perished, their fates unknown to the world. Only Magneto and I emerged unscathed. Fortunately, the strength of mutants garnered recognition from the human powers, leading to the establishment of the 1998 Confidentiality Agreement. Otherwise, the existence of mutants would have been far more dire than it is today. As Professor X recounted this hidden truth, Aurora, Logan, and the others fell into a contemplative silence, astonished by the revelation of such a secret they were unaware of. So, this is how it is. Haotian suddenly grasped the situation. Realizing why the mutants were in such turmoil, without the intervention of superheroes or powerful entities akin to the Ancient One, it became clear that a layer of agreement existed between the mutants and the human powers. However, it also suggested that the timeline of this chaotic world was indeed convoluted. Haotian sighed inwardly, yet he understood. After all, this world harbors many forces capable of altering time, even reshaping the past and future. In the Dragon Ball universe, each instance of time travel results in the emergence of a parallel universe. He pondered whether this interconnected world operated similarly. Though uncertain about how parallel universes manifested in this amalgamated realm, Haotian was convinced that it indeed possessed numerous parallel universes. Due to the existence of the Confidentiality Agreement, the other party could not interfere with mutant affairs. Moreover, I must refrain from meddling in human society, Professor X stated slowly. Despite appearing vulnerable before Jean Grey, it was merely due to the overwhelming strength of her Phoenix Force. Even Haotian, transformed into a Super Scion, could not confidently assert he could defeat Jean's Phoenix Force. Much less could Professor X. After all, Professor X's abilities are confined to the limits of a single universe. Should his mind be protected, he would be even weaker, perhaps not surpassing an ordinary mutant. Ultimately, Professor X's mental prowess lacks the capacity to influence reality, a shortcoming compared to psychic abilities. In contrast, Jean's Phoenix Force is of multiversal caliber. Thus, he appears somewhat diminished. Nonetheless, Professor X's strength is not something an ordinary mutant can withstand. The only defenses against Professor X's powers are Magneto's helmet and Haotian's mental barrier system. Others would likely not be able to resist. Therefore, if Professor X were to utilize a brainwave amplifier, he could potentially annihilate all humans in an instant. While some exceptionally powerful individuals might barely withstand his brainwave amplifier, such an event would lead to the near-total destruction of humanity. The human superpowers would seek vengeance, eradicating mutants, leaving no trace of humanity on Earth. Whether ordinary humans or mutants, all would perish. The resultant cataclysmic power could very well shatter the planet, or at the very least, drastically alter the Earth's ecological balance, rendering it inhospitable for human life. Should such a scenario unfold, it would indeed herald the end of the world. For so many years, both parties have adhered to the Confidentiality Agreement. Is there truly such formidable existence among humans? Storm, also known as Aurora Monroe, spoke up, as she believed that mutants were the most powerful beings. And Professor X, as one of the premier mutants, was indeed a top-tier powerhouse. Could an ordinary human truly stand against him? There are always beings beyond beings, realms beyond realms, and universes beyond universes. No one dares to proclaim themselves invincible. Thus, whether it be mutants more powerful than I or ordinary humans, they are indeed countless. Moreover, this world harbors more than just one form of intelligent life. Professor X spoke slowly, and his words left Storm, Wolverine, and others in a state of shock. Even for Haotian, it was immensely enlightening. Therefore, regardless of whether I can defeat Jean, I must come, Professor X declared. However, given Jean's animosity towards the professor, it seemed he was facing perilous odds. Was it truly wise to venture forth knowing he might face death? Haotian found it difficult to comprehend Professor X's resolve. What significance lay in his arrival if he could not stop Jean? As long as Professor X remained alive, perhaps the Confidentiality Agreement still held some weight. But once he was gone, what value would it possess? Furthermore, even if Professor X survived, as long as he did not thwart the Sentinel Program. The future would still see the extinction of mutants. In fact, without a reversal of future events, the Sentinels would annihilate all of humanity. After all, the evolution rate of the Sentinels was alarmingly rapid. Moreover, a single Sentinel could amalgamate the powers of multiple mutants, rendering even the strongest humans incapable of defeating them. This demonstrated a grave oversight on the part of the human stronghold, akin to nurturing a tiger for disaster. In this light, the existence of the confidentiality agreement became inconsequential. Thus, Professor X's life remained of utmost importance. If he were to perish before addressing these dangers, would that not render everything futile? Wait, addressing dangers? Professor X's life? Suddenly, Haotian was struck by a shocking possibility. Could it be that Professor X deliberately allowed Jean to kill him, thereby releasing his pent-up resentment? And then, with that rage unleashed, Jean would regain her rationality. In such a scenario, even if Professor X were to die, Jean could still protect the mutants. Moreover, in a certain sense, Jean's power was even more formidable than that of Professor X. After all, her abilities stemmed from the Phoenix Force, a power of multiversal magnitude. In an instant, Haotian conceived yet another potentiality. A mutant imbued with the Phoenix Force would be younger and stronger. Coupled with Professor X's earlier remarks upon leaving the Academy, it seemed as if he was paving the way for Jean. Indeed, if he recalled correctly, in the final Easter egg of the final confrontation, Professor X appeared to have resurrected through his comatose brother. Chapter 58. Is the essence of a person the soul or the consciousness? It appeared that Professor X was far from being as simple as he seemed. Haotian mused to himself. After all, having ascended to such heights and endured numerous trials, how could he be uncomplicated? Upon reflection, this notion began to seem entirely reasonable. Furthermore, even if Jean's outburst led to an awakening of the Phoenix Force, rendering her even more powerful, she would not be able to kill him. While the former Haotian may not have possessed this confidence, the current Haotian, endowed with the template of Majin Buu, certainly did. Although his overall strength had not increased dramatically, his survival capabilities had multiplied by at least 100-fold. Li, your emotional fluctuations are quite pronounced, came Professor X's voice, unexpectedly resonating within the depths of Haotian's mind. Had he invaded my psyche? No, the mental shielding system did not react, indicating that Professor X had not intruded upon him. It must be some form of psychic ability pertaining to the mind. Haotian suddenly gained clarity. He recalled the evil sorcerer Babidi from Dragon Ball, who possessed a similar capacity to communicate telepathically with humanity across the earth. He could even discern their innermost thoughts with clarity. Regrettably, he had no such abilities, nor did Majin Buu. Haotian thought to himself. However, Majin Buu did possess telekinesis, albeit more akin to the conventional telekinesis Jean wielded. Given Haotian's current prowess, his telekinetic abilities would likely not pale in comparison to Jean's, though this referred solely to her innate mutant capabilities, excluding the Phoenix Force. Professor Haotian attempted to gather his thoughts, for this was a challenging topic to articulate. No need to speak, simply think it, Professor X interjected with a glance, indicating that he did not wish for Logan and Aurora to overhear. Understood. Haotian promptly responded in his mind. It seems you have indeed surmised my intentions. You are the most astute child I have encountered. Alas, you arrived a tad too late. Had you come 2 or 3 decades earlier, the plight of mutants would not be as dire as it is now. Professor X sighed, reflecting on Haotian with growing admiration. He was powerful, intelligent, and now appeared to possess a sense of responsibility. Such a person, had they appeared sooner, would undoubtedly have been his ideal successor, capable of leading mutants into a promising future. Even if Haotian aspired to become the king of mutants, Professor X would have endorsed it. For he perceived no trace of ambition in Haotian's eyes, only a pure gaze, distinctly different from Magneto's. In truth, Haotian possessed a somewhat adaptable nature, further complemented by the cockroach template he inherited, which bestowed upon him a heart of sincerity. Additionally, the benign nature of Majin Buu, stemming from his absorption of the Grand Haotian, rendered Haotian a person of genuine purity, if not outright kindness. This was why Professor X held such high regard for him. Professor, what fundamentally defines a person, the soul or the consciousness? Haotian inquired, somewhat perplexed. After all, Professor X had turned to ashes during the final confrontation, yet he was able to resurrect through his comatose brother. This comparison inevitably led Haotian to think of Orochimaru, though there seemed to be a distinction. What, then, is the core of a person, the soul or the consciousness? He pondered. If it is the soul, then in his case, did he transmigrate through the soul or the consciousness? This is the first time someone has posed such a question. Professor X was momentarily taken aback. Was it the soul or the consciousness that constituted the core? Li Haotian's inquiry had caught him off guard. Consciousness, in a certain sense, may indeed be synonymous with the soul, albeit more ephemeral and not a singular entity. For instance, regarding Jean, I initially sealed her powers, resulting in the emergence of this second consciousness within her. It is brutal and insatiable. So one must ask, does this second consciousness possess a soul? The distinction is indeed nebulous. Consequently, it remains unclear which is the essence, consciousness or soul. The intricate relationship between these two is deeply intertwined. Professor X spoke. Although he could not fathom why Li Haotian posed such a question, yet he articulated his understanding and speculations. If one were to harness consciousness, could rebirth truly be attainable? Li Haotian suddenly inquired. Professor X fell silent for a moment. It seems you have indeed discerned the truth of the matter, as well as my impending course of action, he remarked with a hint of admiration. Li Haotian's intellect was formidable, capable of unraveling even this complex issue. Is it truly feasible? In truth, even Li Haotian harbored doubts. Had he genuinely traversed dimensions, or was he merely the original self's consciousness, the second persona born of warfare? Alternatively, had he utilized consciousness to resurrect from the original's essence? I cannot ascertain whether rebirth can be achieved with absolute certainty. This is merely a fragment of my research undertaken over the years. Nonetheless, I estimate a 70% probability of success, Professor X gradually articulated. Since Li Haotian had grasped the truth, Professor X felt no further need for concealment. Since you have already formulated a plan, I shall refrain from saying more, Li Haotian responded. In truth, he yearned to disclose to Professor X that this time he had died in vain, for Jean's consciousness had not awakened and nearly led to the planet's destruction. Ultimately, it was Wolverine who, while enduring chaotic disintegration, managed to heal himself, tearfully professing his love and inadvertently causing Jean's demise. However, Li Haotian remained uncertain whether his presence would induce any alterations in the narrative. He was skeptical, having previously established that the gears of fate progressed along a predetermined trajectory. Even if one altered their direction, the ultimate destination remained unchanged. Ororo, please halt. We have arrived. At that moment, Professor X suddenly called out to the driving storm. Should I descend briefly and take Jean with me? Li Haotian contemplated inwardly. Although Jean could also levitate, if Li Haotian were to carry her away from Earth to Saturn, would she be capable of returning? Given her powers, perhaps she would survive on Saturn. Li Haotian merely needed to bide his time, confident in his ability to defeat Jean eventually. Even if she were to awaken all her Phoenix powers, what of it? He was no mere bystander. Here we are again. Professor X had already disembarked and with Wolverine's assistance, settled into his wheelchair. Indeed, at that time, you could never have anticipated this, my old friend. At that moment, a voice suddenly emanated from the side. Chapter 59, The Red Tank, merely the Red Tank. Everyone turned to gaze. Not far away, Magneto, clad in a grand cloak and helmet, strode forward with fervor. His imposing gait seemed to herald the imminent zenith of power, exuding palpable excitement, particularly upon sighting Professor X. It's Magneto. Storm instantly braced herself, while Logan appeared rather awkward. He would confront any adversary, but with Magneto, Logan could only feel a twinge of discomfort. Eric, you can't possibly be passing by here by chance. Professor X exclaimed with a smile. Of course, if you can come here to see an old friend, why should I not? Magneto replied, breaking into laughter. You scoundrel. Storm's expression soured. Seeking death, Pyro stepped forward, igniting flames in his hand. That's merely fire control. I assure you, Iceman is far superior. Upon witnessing this, Ororo displayed a hint of disdain. Oh, Charles, your young friend seems to lack basic manners and decorum, Magneto remarked. Glancing at Storm, I have no desire to engage in trivialities with you today. Professor X waved his hand, signaling Storm and the others to refrain from escalating the situation. Coincidentally, I am also disinclined to reminisce here. Magneto nodded in agreement. Let us proceed. At that moment, the two appeared akin to long-separated friends as they walked towards the house. You need not enter. I can handle this matter alone, Professor X stated, casting a profound glance at Li Haotian. For in the gathering, only Li Haotian had discerned his intentions and thoughts. Li, do not reveal the truth to Ororo and the others. Otherwise, they will not consent. Yet this is a task that must be undertaken. The individuals Eric has brought are formidable. Please assist in watching over Ororo and the others. At that moment, Professor X's voice resonated once more in Li Haotian's mind. Li Haotian regarded Professor X and nodded gently. He had gradually come to understand this man, a figure markedly different from the Charles depicted on screen. Neither good nor bad. yet his stance was unwavering. Soon, Professor X and Magneto entered the house. Haotian could sense the formidable presence within. Should they possess methods of harnessing energy, their combat capabilities would surely soar. Truly, the Phoenix's daughter exuded a depth of energy that rivaled his own. He could feel the immense potential within her. If fully unleashed, she would undoubtedly match, if not surpass, the current Haotian. Regrettably, the inhabitants of this world were not adept at wielding energy. The Red Tank, Nightcrawler, Pyro, and Quicksilver were the only individuals he could recognize. The rest, largely unrecognizable, were likely mere foot soldiers. "Hey, kid, what are you staring at?" At that moment, the hot-headed Red Tank abruptly spoke. He disliked being scrutinized as though he were a commodity. "Mind your own business. I can gaze at whatever I please without your perverse oversight." Haotian furrowed his brow. He too disliked being addressed in such a manner. Presently, Haotian was imbued with two formidable templates. Whether it was the valorous and combative spirit of Kakarot or the capricious nature of Majin Buu, who would devour you if displeased, neither would permit him to endure indignities. These two templates precluded him from ever becoming a mere ninja turtle. The very purpose of striving for strength was to ensure that no one dared to turn the table when he was serving food. "You dare call me perverse? Kid, I will turn you into meat sauce, and no one will save you." Red Tank erupted in fury. "Do you, a bunch of ivory tower dwellers, seek to provoke a confrontation?" At that moment, a short young man beside the Red Tank suddenly revealed a fierce expression adorned with sharp spikes, and said menacingly, "You are quite arrogant, handsome." In a flash, Nightcrawler emerged from the crowd, standing defiantly before the Red Tank. "Let me see what you truly possess," she declared with a hint of provocation. The mutant's powers instantly surged forth. Yet, in the next moment, her body trembled, and she could not help but take several steps back. How formidable! The opponent's mutant level evidently surpassed that of Magneto. Although it appeared not yet fully realized, the vast potential that astonished her undoubtedly eclipsed that of Magneto. Nightcrawler even suspected that this dashing mutant's potential was on par with that of the one inside the house. This was unmistakably her mutant ability, and she would not be mistaken. "Red Tank, eliminate him. Otherwise, he may become our greatest adversary." Nightcrawler exclaimed in alarm. Although he was indeed powerful, she could sense that a significant portion of his mutant potential remained undeveloped. Now was the optimal moment to strike him down. Otherwise, once his potential erupted, he would be exceedingly difficult to vanquish. However, Nightcrawler was unaware that Haotian's powers indeed stemmed from the X gene. But his combat prowess arose from a series of systems created by the X gene. His strength exceeded the potential already unlocked by the X gene. "That is precisely my intention," Red Tank roared, gathering his energy as he retreated a few steps. "Just a mutant." Haotian revealed a faint cold smile. In the Marvel comic lore, Red Tank is known as Cain Marko. Although frequently mistaken for a mutant, his powers do not originate from the X gene. Rather, they derive from the Dark God, Sidorak. The Dark God Sidorak can produce a gem imbued with magical power. Anyone who comes into contact with the gem will gain magical abilities, transforming into the Red Tank. This grants the Red Tank inexhaustible strength, allowing him to render his body virtually indestructible. He can even withstand the might of Thor's hammer and Wolverine's adamantium claws, especially when the Red Tank's body activates, converting terrifying energy into kinetic force. Nothing can stand in his way, only destruction awaits. While the current individual, also called Red Tank, possesses abilities akin to those of the comics Red Tank, he is merely an ordinary mutant sharing the name. Haotian detected no aura of a dark god emanating from him. "Kid, perish." Boom. At that moment, Red Tank charged towards Haotian. Chapter 60. The Indestructible Foe. This kid is finished. No one or nothing can withstand the Red Tank. Even tanks and armored vehicles would be utterly obliterated. Others, witnessing this scene, wore expressions of smug satisfaction, as if Haotian would be reduced to a mere puddle of flesh under Red Tank's onslaught. "Damn it, Storm," seeing her opponent directly assault Haotian, prepared to intervene. Boom. However, at that instant, a violent tremor suddenly reverberated from within Jean's house. Everyone paused, turning their gazes toward the structure. The wooden cabin began to tremble violently. In the next moment, even the ground nearby started to shake as if a magnitude 10 earthquake had struck. The intense vibrations caused surrounding buildings to collapse, and vehicles were overturned. "Professor." Storm's expression changed drastically as she turned and dashed toward the house. "Don't even think about it." At that moment, Nightcrawler vanished and reappeared in front of Storm, attempting to block her. After all, Magneto's orders were clear. No one was to enter the house. Hence, they could not allow Storm and the others to proceed. "Get out of my way." Yet, Storm, in her urgency, would not allow anyone to hinder her. Boom. Her eyes turned white, and an overwhelming force radiated around her. A terrifying surge of lightning erupted, crashing into Nightcrawler. Bang! Nightcrawler was sent flying. Damn it! She had not anticipated Storm's attack would be so swift and resolute. Storm dashed once more toward the house. However, Nightcrawler, having just been knocked back, vanished from her spot. Bang, bang, bang. In the next moment, the sounds of a fierce battle erupted from within the house. Evidently, Nightcrawler was unwilling to back down and engage Storm in a fierce conflict. Wolverine Logan, witnessing this scene, also sprinted toward the house. Don't even think about causing trouble. But the nearby Human Torch would not allow Wolverine to enter so easily. He immediately raised his hand, igniting a flame in his palm. Boom. Under his fire-controlling ability, a massive fireball, several meters in diameter, surged toward Wolverine. Wolverine swiftly unsheathed his adamantium claws. PFF. The claws tore through the flames. He disregarded the Human Torch's obstruction and charged straight into the house. The Human Torch's expression changed as he saw his attack fail to stop Wolverine. Damn beast. He cursed under his breath, rushing in alongside Iceman. At this moment, the sounds of battle within the house intensified, indicating that both sides had engaged in combat. Yet, their struggle did not affect the occupants within the innermost part of the house, including Professor X. At that moment, Jean sat on a bench, her eyes darkened, her face marred with peculiar veins. Get out of my head. Jean gritted her teeth, declaring, That's right. Do not let him control your mind. Charles loves brainwashing people. You are free. No one can control you. Magneto, observing the scene, immediately interjected with persuasive words. Eric, you bastard, shut up. Do you want Jean to lose control? That could lead to the end of the world. Professor X admonished sternly. Get out. Now. Boom. Suddenly, a terrifying psychic force erupted from Jean's body, manifesting as a visible storm of terror that swept through the surroundings. Centered on her, everything began to disintegrate, returning to chaos and reverting to its most elemental molecular state. Jean, do not succumb to the evil consciousness. Professor X, however, wore a gentle smile, showing no fear even as this immense psychic force surged toward him. To him, it seemed that death was not something to be feared. As long as the piano can restore its master persona, everything will be worthwhile. Boom. At that moment, a sudden, thunderous sound erupted from outside. The red tank, which had already begun its charge, was forcefully halted by Haotian. The terrifying force exploded outward, creating a massive crater over 10 meters deep and long, as if a missile had detonated beneath their feet. The red tank, renowned for its invincibility, had been thwarted by Haotian. Yet, in that instant, Haotian's body seemed to disintegrate like mud. Ha, you little brat. I told you I would turn you into mincemeat. Now you shall perish. Go to hell and repent slowly. The red tank roared with exhilaration upon witnessing this scene. True to its reputation, the red tank, while slightly less formidable than its comic counterpart, undoubtedly reached an alpha level and was among the very best. Haotian couldn't help but admire its power. Indeed, the red tank's might was astonishing, especially when it had the opportunity to gather strength and charge. The force of its collision was truly formidable. The simplest way to deal with the red tank was to strike before it could fully engage. Otherwise, should it gain momentum, the dreadful power unleashed would be insurmountable, even for a typical alpha-level mutant. Even Wolverine would be severely compromised by such a collision, though he would not succumb to death, as his body was fortified with the renowned adamantium and possessed extraordinary regenerative abilities. However, Haotian, endowed with the template of Majin Buu, surpassed Wolverine's survivability. Sizzle. Thus, before the astonished gaze of the red tank, that seemingly disintegrated body began to writhe, transforming back into Haotian's form as if it were a mass of sticky rice paste. The red tank was momentarily dumbfounded, its eyes wide with disbelief. Why you? The red tank, a typical brute with brawn over brains, was utterly bewildered. Encountering a mutant who could reform after being pulverized into a pulp was a first for him, especially since earlier, the opponent had managed to halt his charge with sheer strength. Although the collision had turned him into mush, it was evident that the other's power was immensely formidable, indeed, possibly even stronger than his in a normal state. After all, once the red tank gained speed, its power multiplied exponentially. The fact that someone could withstand its charge indicated an extraordinary level of strength. Yet now, this opponent seemed unkillable. Was it possible that he possessed an immortal physique? Chapter 61. The despairing red tank. I refuse to believe it. The red tank roared, swiftly turning to flee. Boom, boom, boom. After creating some distance, the red tank charged once more at Haotian, this time with even greater speed. A crimson glow began to emanate from its body. generated by the friction against the air, igniting flames and releasing an explosive energy. The terrifying kinetic energy surged forth, surpassing the might of a cannonball. Die. Boom. The red tank crashed into Haotian once again. Come on. Haotian braced himself, arms outstretched, a glint of exhilaration gracing his features. With a thunderous explosion, yet another crater formed beneath them, this one even larger, measuring dozens of meters in length and depth. The street lay in ruins, and Haotian was once more reduced to a puddle of muck, looking quite pitiful. Haha, I told you there was no such thing as immortality. You are dead. The red tank bellowed, laughing triumphantly. But before it could finish its laughter, the mud on the ground began to stir. Sizzle. In an instant, it morphed back into Haotian's form. The red tank was left in shock. Once could be a coincidence, but after the second time, it had unleashed its full might. Unless it could gain several hundred meters of distance for a running start, it was already in its most powerful state. Yet, astonishingly, it had failed to obliterate Haotian. The opponent's capacity for unscathed recovery was unfathomable. You've exerted all your strength, but I have yet to unleash mine. Haotian smirked at the bewildered expression of the red tank. Boom. In the next moment, a wave of golden energy erupted around him, akin to flames. Faced with a mutant of this caliber, Haotian opted for his scion transformation. Ordinary attacks would struggle to penetrate the formidable defenses of such a tank-like adversary. You can transform again? The red tank paused in surprise. Be cautious, for I may be a tad ruthless in this form. Haotian grinned widely. Boom. In an instant, he vanished from his position, darting forward at breakneck speed, colliding forcefully with the red tank. Thud, thud, thud. This impact sent the red tank flying, its massive body rolling across the ground, leaving shallow drag marks in its wake. The red tank was momentarily stunned. It had always been the one to charge at others, never anticipating being hurled away itself. Truly, the red tank was a force to reckon with. I've unleashed my fastest speed and super scion form, and yet I could only send you flying a few dozen meters. Haotian marveled. The red tank was indeed a formidable shield. Given the force of his previous charge, he could have punctured several mountains, and yet, the red tank had only been knocked back a short distance. This was a testament to the red tank's remarkable resilience. I refuse to believe this. It must be a trick. The red tank rose from the ground, thumping its chest furiously and letting out a wild roar before sprinting away. Haotian, observing this spectacle, did not attempt to impede its retreat. In the blink of an eye, the red tank had covered nearly 300 to 400 meters, reaching the maximum distance it could exert its strength. You dare not stop me? This is your own demise. The red tank bellowed maniacally. Boom, boom, boom. With all its might, the red tank charged towards Haotian once more. It could not believe the strength of its opponent. As long as the red tank was running, it was invincible. Until its kinetic energy was expended, no one could hinder its advance. It appears that you possess an unwavering confidence in the power generated by your own sprinting. In that instant, a glimmer of battle intent flickered in Haotian's eyes. The scion's combative and fierce blood surged forth, igniting his spirit. Suddenly, an aura of energy enveloped him, shimmering with intensity as he maximized his ki. Surrounding him, golden flames coalesced into a perfect sphere. This was the technique of completely unleashing one's energy. Boom. In the blink of an eye, a long beam of light erupted from behind Haotian as he soared into the air. His speed was akin to that of a bullet, hurtling directly toward the red tank. At that moment, the red tank too, with arms crossed, charged headlong at Haotian, refusing to believe that his opponent could truly possess such strength. I will crash into you and leave you in a shattered heap. The red tank's eyes glowed with fervor. Crash. The two collided with tremendous force. In the next instant, a terrifying shockwave erupted, forming a mushroom cloud. The overwhelming impact radiated outward, transforming the surroundings into a vast crater, as if a meteor had descended from the heavens and struck the earth with formidable might. Dust and debris hung in the air, taking a considerable time to dissipate. Within the crater, the red tank lay trembling on the ground, his entire body quaking. The invincible warrior had, in a single blow, shattered every bone in his body. This cannot be real. It must be an illusion, a manipulation of my mind. The red tank muttered to himself, but the agony coursing through him made it painfully clear that this was no mere illusion. Everything was undeniably real. He, the red tank, had been bested in a clash by that mutant. Meanwhile, Haotian had also been contorted by the impact. His arms, chest, and abdomen were mangled beyond recognition, leaving less than a third of his body intact, with even his head reduced to the size of a fist. The red tank's assault was indeed extraordinary. Despite Haotian's maximum defensive capabilities, he had still suffered this fate. In that moment, ordinary weaponry, even rocket launchers and missiles, would have failed to inflict damage upon him. Yet, here he lay in tatters. It was evident that the red tank's strength was formidable. Had it been anyone else, even the likes of Steel Man would have been reduced to mere pulp. Even Wolverine, while surviving the impact, would have found himself in a dark corner, uncertain of how long it would take to recover. However, it was regrettable that Li Haotian, possessing the template of Mage Imbue, felt no injury whatsoever. Whoosh! In an instant, Li Haotian restored himself to his original state. Witnessing this, the red tank, convulsing on the ground, rolled his eyes back and fainted. He was utterly engulfed in despair. Chapter 62. The Death of the Professor. Upon witnessing this scene, Li Haotian felt a surge of curiosity. Little did he know that this was not merely a result of grievous injuries, but rather the consequence of the red tank's despair, as his heart exploded from the pressure exerted by Li Haotian's ki. Nevertheless, Li Haotian paid no mind to the unconscious red tank and instead began to analyze the battle that had just transpired. It appeared to be an issue of cosmic rules. As Li Haotian reflected upon his confrontation with the red tank, he began to uncover some clues. Had he not possessed the template of Mage Imbue, with a power so immense it defied the very concept of death, he would have struggled to engage in such a direct clash with the red tank. He would have been compelled to adopt a more agile strategy, soaring to great heights and employing energy attacks like the Kamehameha wave. However, such attacks would likely only inflict some damage upon the red tank without achieving a decisive victory, for the red tank could both endure blows and continue to advance. Once he began to run, his capabilities would not only enhance his striking power, but also significantly bolster his endurance and defense. Yet, the red tank before him was merely a mutant and not the red tank born of the malevolent god, Setarak-S Ruby, which meant his true strength was not overwhelmingly potent. Even so, he could still contend with Li Haotian to such an extent. Thus, Li Haotian became convinced that a unique cosmic law constrained the powers within the Dragon Ball universe. Otherwise, not even Super Saiyan Goku, in his first form, nor Vegeta, who had arrived on Earth with a combat power of merely 18,000, could have easily obliterated a planet. The reality of the situation proved far more complex than anticipated. Consequently, Li Haotian understood that there existed some cosmic regulation governing their powers. It was this very rule that limited the abilities derived from his templates. However, he gradually began to comprehend that all his abilities stemmed from the X gene, meaning neither the systems he created nor the powers of these template characters could contravene the laws of this universe. Yet, it appeared that his X gene was of an exceptionally formidable caliber, likely surpassing the conventional definitions of alpha or omega levels. It seemed to represent a far more terrifying existence. Hence, he possessed such extraordinary abilities. In that moment, many previously puzzling thoughts crystallized into clarity. Meanwhile, within Jean's residence, a flicker of shock, even horror, crossed Magneto's face. Although he was aware of Jean's immense power, and that Charles could not hope to control her, he had not anticipated her strength would escalate to such heights. Charles had not even been afforded the chance to resist, as he was swiftly disintegrated by her telekinetic force, leaving no trace behind. In truth, this was never Magneto's intention. Initially, he had merely wished for Jean to teach Charles a lesson for constantly opposing him, intending to drive Charles and his team away. Afterward, he would take Jean and proceed with his subsequent plans. However, he had not anticipated Charles's demise at Jean's hands. Charles. Magneto inhaled deeply, striving to maintain his composure. In an instant, his expression grew cold and merciless. At that moment, Jean, having experienced the loss of Professor X, seemed to have calmed down considerably. Magneto approached her, gazing into her vacant eyes, and spoke, "Let us depart." At this juncture, Jean's mind was in disarray, her consciousness muddled. The professor's death had momentarily disoriented her. Seizing the opportunity, Magneto took Jean away. How did it come to this? Yet, as Magneto stepped outside, he was met with a scene of utter devastation. The area had been transformed into ruins. As though it had endured a harrowing battle, one fought between the red tank and the young man accompanying Professor X. Nightcrawler's face reflected shock as he remarked, "I witnessed the battle between the red tank and Li Haotian. It was utterly terrifying. Whether it was the overwhelming force of the red tank's hundreds of meters of sprinting or the golden flames unleashed by Li Haotian, it was all astonishing. It surpassed her perception entirely. At that moment, the sheer force unleashed by the two was undeniably greater than that of the formidable Magneto before them. What would be the outcome of this clash?" Magneto furrowed his brow, contemplating the situation. He had garnered a fair understanding of the red tank's prowess. Yet he had not anticipated that anyone could engage in battle with the red tank to such a degree. It was crucial to note that this was not a confrontation where he had managed to subdue the red tank before it could unleash its full potential. Rather, it was a terrifying struggle that allowed the opponent to fully exert their capabilities. Otherwise, even Magneto would have to strike before the red tank could act. Otherwise, the latter's immense power would be too much for him to endure. Over there, Nightcrawler gestured towards the distance, indicating a massive crater. I feel that boy is still there. At this point, she fell silent, but her meaning was clear. Since Li Haotian remained in that vicinity, she dared not approach. Nightcrawler, you stay behind. Once that person departs, bring the red tank back. Magneto pondered briefly before speaking decisively. The immediate priority was to safely extract Jean from this place. Otherwise, should she be further provoked, it would not be easy to retrieve her. Understood. Nightcrawler was momentarily taken aback, her expression darkening. Nevertheless, she recognized that she had no grounds for refusal. Soon, Magneto took Jean and departed. Is Professor dead? Li Haotian sensed the absence of Professor X's aura within Jean's residence. He immediately dashed towards the house. Indeed, upon arriving at the dilapidated villa, he found Storm and Wolverine staring blankly at the wheelchair before them. Both were silent, their faces etched with sorrow and anguish. Where's the professor? Although Li Haotian was aware of Professor X's demise, he feigned excitement as he inquired. After all, he had promised the professor not to disclose the truth of the matter. Storm wished to speak, but found herself at a loss for words. Her gaze fixed intently on the wheelchair. It was Jean. She killed him. After a brief silence, Wolverine's face revealed a hint of regret as he spoke. He suddenly felt how absurd it was to have encouraged the professor to relinquish control of Jean's mind, allowing her to break free completely. Indeed, no one relishes being manipulated. Yet, if one does not exert control, destruction may ensue, leading one to act against their true will. So, was this situation right or wrong? Chapter 63. The terrifying transformative ray. If Jean had been conscious, she would never have harmed the professor. Wolverine mused internally. He believed in Jean's inherent goodness, convinced she would never take the life of the very man who had raised her since childhood and served as both mentor and father. Yet the truth remained. Jean had not only killed the professor, but had utterly disintegrated him into molecules, leaving no trace behind. At this moment, Wolverine truly felt a pang of regret. Let us depart. Li Haotian addressed the two. With Jean now in Magneto's custody and the professor deceased, remaining here served no purpose. Storm remained silent for a considerable time before finally picking up the wheelchair, clutching it tightly as she made her way outside. Wolverine cast a complex glance around before slowly following suit. The three emerged from the ravaged villa, greeted by a scene of utter devastation. Deep craters, charred vehicles, and collapsed buildings lay scattered about. What a catastrophic battle. Both Aurora and Logan were visibly stunned, their eyes wide with horror. My apologies, the red tank is indeed formidable. I have exhausted all my cards and means merely to hold him at bay. However, I could not make it in time to protect Professor X. Li Haotian spoke up. In truth, he had had the opportunity to save Professor X, but he had promised not to reveal the truth to Storm and Wolverine. Thus, he had to feign regret, sharing an alternate reality with them. I'm sorry, Li. After a moment, Aurora turned to Li Haotian with genuine sincerity. Why do you say that? Li Haotian was taken aback by her words. The professor is dead, and as the most powerful among us, you were not there to protect him. I held resentment towards you, but now I realize you were battling such a formidable foe. I misunderstood you. Aurora's eyes were filled with remorse as she gazed at Li Haotian. It's of no consequence. Li Haotian waved his hand dismissively, smiling as he spoke. In truth, he had intentionally allowed Professor X to perish. While this was indeed the professor's wish, it could not be said that Aurora was at fault. Our vehicle has been destroyed. Let us seek another in the next town, Wolverine suggested. The devastation surrounding them left little untouched, and naturally, their vehicle had not escaped unscathed. Never mind. I shall fly you back, Li Haotian declared after some contemplation. The prospect of traveling to the next town only to search for a vehicle to return to Xavier's academy was simply too cumbersome. Is that feasible? Logan raised an eyebrow. Intrigued. Very much so, look over there. Li Haotian smiled, pointing towards a direction behind them. The two exchanged puzzled glances, but turned to look nonetheless, only to find nothing of note. The transformative ray becomes chocolate candy. With that, Li Haotian raised his hand and pointed at the two. In an instant, a purple-pink beam shot from his fingertip, enveloping both of them. Boom, boom, boom. Suddenly, two puffs of smoke erupted, and Storm and Wolverine found themselves transformed into chocolate candies. He then converted the wheelchair into a lump of clay, tucking it into his pocket. Now, isn't this convenient? Li Haotian chuckled, snatching up the two candy pieces as a swirl of white waves enveloped him. He transformed into a brilliant streak of light, vanishing into the skies. A mere 10 minutes later, Haotian reappeared above Xavier's academy. Transformative ray, restore. Boom, boom, boom. Once again, 2 puffs of smoke materialized. This time, Storm and Wolverine reverted from their candy forms. Both were momentarily bewildered. Given their strength, they had temporarily lost consciousness when transformed into candy. Thus, their minds lingered on the moments just prior when Haotian had directed their attention behind them. We have arrived. Haotian offered no explanations. How did we return? Logan questioned, still dazed. Naturally, we flew back. Haotian replied, lifting Logan by the scruff of his neck with one hand while cradling Storm in the other, gradually descending towards the ground. Logan felt somewhat displeased with this position, but upon glancing below and seeing they were still thousands of meters high, he refrained from resisting. Soon, the trio reached the entrance of Xavier's academy. This is one of my newly awakened abilities, known as the transformative ray. One can transform individuals or objects into mere trinkets. Haotian proclaimed, extracting a clay block shaped like a wheelchair from his pocket. He then demonstrated the transformation ray before the two, reverting the wheelchair back to its original form. Truly astonishing. Wolverine was momentarily taken aback. Such a mutant ability is utterly fearsome. Your power is no trifling matter. If you could turn an enemy into a cookie, wouldn't it be possible to devour them whole? Logan exclaimed in astonishment. Storm gazed at Haotian with a similar expression of shock. After all, for them, this mutant ability was undeniably formidable. In principle, one weaker than me can indeed be transformed. Haotian shrugged, neither confirming nor denying Wolverine's assertion. In truth, possessing the template of Majin Buu, Haotian could, if he so desired, utilize Buu's abilities to absorb others. However, to him, absorbing those weaker than himself would serve no purpose. As for those stronger, absorption would not be so easily accomplished. Yet, apart from this reason, the primary factor remained that Haotian had no inclination to absorb others. He always felt that such an act would diminish his authenticity. It's utterly terrifying. Wolverine and Storm exchanged glances, each seeing astonishment reflected in the other's eyes. Clearly, Haotian's seemingly minor ability appeared to them as overwhelmingly powerful, bordering on the grotesque. Earlier, Jean's disintegration telekinesis was already formidable enough to leave no trace of a body. Yet, Haotian's ability was even more horrifying. Not only did it obliterate all remnants, but those consumed would also be excreted as waste. The very thought was unimaginable. Nevertheless, this shock allowed the two to momentarily emerge from the grief of Professor X's death. Let us be on our way. Everyone is still awaiting us, Haotian suggested, shaking his head at their astonished expressions. The ability of Majin Buu is rather average, he mused. If it were otherwise, Buu would have long since dominated the universe, transforming it into an endless array of delectable and entertaining creations. This ability also harbors numerous drawbacks. For instance, using the transformation ray consumes his internal energy. If an opponent's energy surpasses that of Majin Buu, he cannot transform them, and might even face a backlash. In essence, this ability is merely a tool for bullying. Chapter 64, Seeds of Hatred. Even so, it remains a power to be feared. Storm sighed softly, shaking her head. Perhaps a person as upright and kind as Haotian has yet to grasp the terror of this ability. However, Aurora and Logan exchanged glances, both sensing the underlying concern in each other's eyes. If Haotian were to misuse this power, it would spell disaster. In reality, the expressions of the two had not escaped Haotian's notice, yet he remained indifferent. The transformation ray ranked low among his myriad abilities, serving only as a supplementary tool. Should Haotian wish to obliterate the world, it would be a trivial endeavor. Although the power from the Dragon Ball universe had shifted somewhat upon entering this chaotic amalgamation of the Marvel world due to the laws of power, the disparity was not insurmountable. Far in the distance, Vegeta's combat power of 18,000 could effortlessly annihilate a planet. Currently, Haotian could undergo the transformation into Super Saiyan 1's second form, boasting astonishing might. The destruction of a planet would merely take a moment. Thus, there was no necessity for the transformation ray. Indeed, just moments ago, Haotian's progress had surpassed 13, unlocking the second form of Super Saiyan 1. Yet, these details were inconsequential. Within this chaotic Marvel universe, achieving God-level status would suffice to obliterate Earth. Not to mention, reaching the level of a singular universe could annihilate an entire universe. Above the singular universe level, there exists the multiverse level, the macrocosmic level, the omnipotent universe, and various parallel universes. Thus, it is no small feat that Earth has managed to endure until now. The three promptly made their way toward the academy. How shall I convey this to Scott? As they entered the gates, Storm felt a weighty heaviness settle upon her heart. Professor X had not only regarded Scott as his successor, hoping to pass on his mantle, but had also treated him like a child. Yet now, with Professor X deceased, especially under their watch, and the one responsible being none other than Scott's beloved, Jean Grey, Storm was uncertain whether Scott could bear such a devastating blow. Nevertheless, the truth must ultimately be revealed to all the students. Thus, the entire Xavier Academy trembled with the weight of this revelation. All mutant students became agitated, their disbelief palpable. They could not fathom that their omnipotent, powerful, and erudite headmaster had been slain. Observing the crowd's fervent reactions, Storm took a deep breath, suppressing her own sorrow, and began recounting the events. Excluding the absence of Professor X's mental dialogue with Haotian, she disclosed nearly all details, including how Jean's second persona erupted with overwhelming hatred, unleashing her terrifying disintegration telekinesis that utterly obliterated Professor X, leaving not a trace behind. In an instant, the crowd erupted in shock and indignation. How could Jean treat the headmaster in such a manner? Ugh, she is unworthy of being called a senior. She is a murderer. The professor met a most tragic end. And Magneto, they are to blame. Vengeance. I will not forgive them. They must not be forgiven. The students shouted, their faces etched with grief and fury. Deep within some, seeds of hatred began to take root. This was something Professor X may never have anticipated. Storm and Logan witnessed this scene, rendered speechless. They too harbored resentment towards Jean, especially Wolverine, who regretted having spoken such harsh words to the professor. Perhaps Jean should have never been released from control. She is truly too dangerous. Lee, the professor is gone. Clarice sobbed, her grief evident. Fear not, he shall return. Haotian gently patted Clarice on the back, unable to bear seeing her so heartbroken. Really? Clarice looked up, her red eyes wide with innocent curiosity. Of course. I would never deceive you, Haotian replied softly. I believe you. Clarice nodded earnestly, though the words sounded somewhat implausible, even fanciful. Yet, whatever Haotian said, she believed unconditionally. Laser Eye remained silent, his expression ominously dark. It was evident to all that he was engulfed in profound sorrow. Storm wished to offer words of comfort, yet found herself at a loss for what to say. Nearby, Wolverine Logan gently patted her shoulder, subtly shaking his head. Scott gritted his teeth, rising from his wheelchair to take the professor's seat. He approached the window, standing silently as ex-professor would, gazing out into the distance. I know everyone is filled with grief and anger, but we must gather our strength. I believe the professor would not wish to see us in such a state. Storm addressed the anguished crowd, taking a deep breath to compose herself. With the absence of Professor Xavier, she realized she had to be resilient. Otherwise, Xavier's institute would crumble entirely. Upon hearing Storm's words, the group momentarily reined in their emotions. Tomorrow we will prepare a funeral for the professor. I hope everyone will arrive on time. Simultaneously, in the town where Jean's family resided, a multitude of individuals arrived. Firefighters, medical personnel, police officers, and agents clad in black attire. These individuals canvassed from house to house, seeking any information from the remaining survivors. Indeed, a distance from Jean's villa, some had taken refuge in a cellar, thereby avoiding the dreadful aftermath of battle. Through their accounts, the black-clad agents gleaned some understanding. Moments later, several individuals emerged from Jean's villa, led by a one-eyed bald man wearing an eye patch. Nick, the head of the Special Division of the United States, S.H.I.E.L.D. According to the instruments, the last individuals to leave were Storm Ororo, Wolverine Logan, Magneto, Nightcrawler, Arc, Fireman, Hedgehog, Lizard, and an undocumented mutant. At this juncture, a middle-aged man adorned with peculiar scientific instruments approached, holding a tablet-like device. As he scanned the data, he addressed Nick. Cantor, are you referring to the undocumented mutant? Nick's gaze sharpened instantly. Indeed, look. The middle-aged Cantor promptly presented the device to Nick. To his astonishment, the image on the screen was none other than Haotian. I know this individual. At that moment, Maria Hill interjected. Hill, do you recognize this dark-haired youth? Nick queried, turning his attention to Hill. Yes, Director Nick. Hill affirmed with a nod. This dark-haired youth is named Haotian, a Chinese from the East. He was taken in by Professor Charles a few months ago. His parental lineage remains untraceable, rendering him an orphan. Following investigation, he has resided in 3 different welfare institutions. Ultimately, a few months prior, his X-gene awakened, granting him mutant abilities, which led to his adoption by Charles. Recently, Charles reported to the Defense Department that Haotian had become a newly inducted X-Men. However, the documentation has yet to reach our S.H.I.E.L.D. office. Hill relayed all the information she had gathered about Haotian in one breath. What are his abilities? Nick inquired, his gaze fixed on the image of Haotian. After a moment's silence, Hill replied, according to Charles S. report, he is classified as a physically enhanced mutant. Director Nick, you should take a look at this. At that moment, another individual approached, similarly equipped with a device. Fitz, what findings do you have? Cantor inquired. Yes, I have made a significant discovery. Fitz exclaimed, unable to contain his surprise. Curiosity piqued, the others stepped closer. Behold. Fitz held out the device resembling a tablet, which Nick accepted. The screen displayed footage of Haotian's last confrontation with the Red Tank. Is this the so-called Red Tank? Reputed to be unstoppable once in motion? A flicker of astonishment crossed Hill's face. Indeed, it is confirmed that the imposing figure in iron armor is the Red Tank. Days prior, he was released from a mobile prison by none other than Magneto, Eric. This youth, Haotian, managed to stand toe-to-toe with him. No, it is not merely a stalemate. The final clash evidently showed that Haotian triumphed. In an instant, silence enveloped the group. They were well aware of the Red Tank's formidable strength, catalogued in S.H.I.E.L.D.'s archives as an exceptionally powerful alpha-level mutant. Yet, they had not anticipated that this young dark-haired boy could contend with such might, let alone emerge victorious. Even Magneto, a mutant of considerable power, would need to employ his abilities to eliminate the Red Tank before he could unleash his full fury. Once the Red Tank was in full motion, his strength was almost unimaginable. Few could withstand his charge. Perhaps only the Hulk could match his raw physical power. Charles S. records indicated that this dark-haired youth possessed enhanced physical abilities, yet it appeared he also wielded energy-based powers. Nick remarked, that remains uncertain. Hill shook her head, her astonishment lingering. It seems we are confronted with yet another potentially alpha-level mutant, and one of considerable prowess, whose potential exceeds even that of the Red Tank, far surpassing the likes of Laser Eye and Storm. Should we classify him as a threat? Hill inquired solemnly. For now, let us refrain from drawing too much attention. Although Charles has passed, the confidentiality agreement is rendered void. I am still convinced that he had contingencies in place. Therefore, we must proceed with caution. However, Hill, return and instruct May to find a way to infiltrate Xavier's institute to engage with this dark-haired youth. After all, she too is of Asian descent and may communicate more effectively. Understood. Hill nodded. Nonetheless, with Charles' demise, the X-Men's strength has significantly diminished. Recently, Laser Eye seems to have sustained severe injuries and has yet to recover. Furthermore, Magneto has taken Jean, further augmenting his power. It is plausible that chaos and disaster may ensue. Should we intervene? Hill pondered aloud. Even with Charles gone and the confidentiality agreement voided, it is still not prudent to act directly. As I mentioned earlier, I have an inkling that this individual is far from simple. I do not believe he will be easily subdued. Thus, we remain momentarily stationary, yet you may proceed to negotiate with Trask Industries. Should Magneto and his cohorts truly spiral out of control, our confidentiality agreement with Charles would be rendered null and void. At that juncture, we could permit their sentinels to take action. I, too, am eager to witness whether Trask Industries sentinels are indeed as formidable as they claim. Nick pondered for a moment before speaking. If Charles were still alive, the confidentiality agreement would undoubtedly remain intact. After all, Charles poses a significant threat, as there are many powerful entities in the world. However, no one dares to underestimate Charles. Yet now that Charles is deceased, those who participated in the confidentiality agreement years ago may very well be stirred into action. This is not a promising omen for Nick. After all, in a certain sense, the X-Men stand on the same side as S.H.I.E.L.D., both dedicated to maintaining peace on Earth. The members of Xavier's Institute are unaware of the events unfolding here. The professor's funeral was conducted with great solemnity. All students donned black attire to attend the ceremony. In less than a day, Xavier's Institute underwent such a significant transformation that many matured considerably. Scott has even assumed the role of the new principal. In truth, Storm had also proposed selecting Haotian as a candidate, but he declined the offer. Such a languid individual as he could hardly take on the burdensome task of being principal. Thus, Haotian rejected the position, citing his youth and lack of experience as reasons. Since Haotian declined, Storm and Wolverine had little to say. After all, Scott was more than capable of fulfilling the role. Moreover, Storm was aware that Professor X had long intended for Scott to succeed him. Everything proceeded smoothly. Xavier's Institute once again settled into a tranquil routine. A week passed swiftly, with no significant events occurring at the academy, while Magneto seemed to have vanished without a trace. However, Haotian knew that the fellow was surely plotting something. Nevertheless, these matters were of little concern to Haotian. His current desire was to grow stronger. At the very least, he wished to be able to annihilate an opponent of the caliber of Red Tank in a single blow. After all, due to the constraints of this world, despite possessing the ability to transform into a Super Saiyan, he lacked the overwhelming power typical of that scene in the Dragon Ball universe. Moreover, his Super Saiyan transformation had only just reached the initial stage, leaving vast potential yet to be unlocked. On the rooftop of the academic building, Haotian reclined on a mat, gazing quietly at the sky. Beside him, Clarice peeled an apple while Alice shelled sunflower seeds. The scene was warm and harmonious. Ding! Congratulations, Master, your power of rules has reached the designated value. At that moment, the system's notification chimed in his mind. Chapter 66, All-Purpose Mission System, Value Achieved. Haotian's eyes sparkled with excitement. Finally, he could attempt to exploit the bug in the X gene. This was something he had been eager to explore recently. Given that his power of rules operates on the principle of equivalent exchange, could it be possible to externalize the power of rules? This way, in addition to patiently waiting for the power of rules to replenish itself, he could utilize the cosmic rules to expedite its restoration. After all of Haotian's abilities stemmed from the X gene, which in turn derives from the cosmic power of rules. Thus, could it be inferred that his power of rules is a refined branch of the universal rules? If so, wouldn't it mean that as long as there is equivalent exchange, he could absorb the power of rules? Although this appeared complex, Haotian felt it held great promise. With this thought, he became somewhat impatient. If this experiment succeeded, he would no longer need to wait idly for the power of rules to gradually restore itself. Instead, he could rapidly replenish it through some form of equivalent exchange with others. For instance, the task system he envisioned. Creation. With this thought, Haotian focused his mind and began. He was already quite familiar with the creation system, having mastered it thoroughly. After numerous adjustments and attempts, he finally succeeded. Ding! All-Purpose Mission System, Creation Successful. As the voice echoed in his mind, the new system had finally been established. Excellent. A smile of satisfaction spread across Haotian's face. Initially, he intended to create a system that could issue tasks at will and set rewards independently. However, such stipulations exceeded the limits of his power of rules. Since the first time he created a system, Haotian realized that while he could generate numerous systems, they must adhere to one crucial premise. They could not surpass the upper limit of his X-gene abilities. Therefore, although he could create systems freely, not every system he envisioned would necessarily come to fruition. This necessity for experimentation meant that each time he sought to create a system, he had to engage in various trials. Sometimes, even if he couldn't achieve the ideal state, he could reach a similar effect through alternative methods. For instance, the system he initially created did not revolve around becoming stronger through sunlight, but rather through breathing or heartbeats. This way, he could grow stronger every second of the 24-hour day. However, that exceeded the limits of the X gene, rendering it impossible to create. Thus, Haotian opted for the more straightforward approach of gaining strength through sunlight, which was easily accomplished. The all-purpose mission system. A look of contentment graced Haotian's face. What had initially been a mere hypothesis had, surprisingly, materialized into reality. Lee, what are you smiling about? At that moment, Clarice, having finished slicing the apple, curiously glanced over. She cut the apple into small pieces, speared them with toothpicks, and presented them to Haotian. I was just thinking of something delightful, Haotian replied, taking a small piece of apple on the toothpick and smiling. What delightful thing? Clarice inquired, her curiosity piqued. Isn't it a joy to have you and Alice by my side? Haotian responded. You're incorrigible. Clarice's face flushed with embarrassment as she swiftly covered her face with her hands, though her body leaned slightly towards Haotian. Alice remained silent, but wore a gentle smile. She found immense satisfaction in these moments, which were a far cry from her previous confinement in the mutant research facility. It could be said that the disparity between the two realms is so vast that they cannot be compared. At that time, she had never envisioned that one day she would possess such a life as the one before her. This was, in her past, nothing short of a grand aspiration. Yet now, it has undeniably materialized before her eyes, which makes Alice hold it in great esteem. The architect of this transformation is none other than the man standing before her. Clarice, Alice, do you both have any pressing matters you wish to attend to? Haotian suddenly inquired. Alice remained silent, merely shaking her head. For her, merely being beside Haotian was already the fulfillment of her greatest desire. She did not crave anything beyond that. I, too, have no particular wishes. Just being able to spend my days with you and Sister Alice brings me immense joy. Clarice earnestly nodded in agreement. Upon hearing this, Li Haotian was momentarily rendered speechless. While he appreciated the sentiments expressed by both Clarice and Alice, it made it impossible for him to experiment with the effects of the new system. All right, let us go for a meal. Li Haotian glanced up at the sky, noting that it was nearing noon. Rising, he led the two women down from the rooftop. Before long, the trio arrived at the cafeteria. They adeptly ordered some fast food that they often enjoyed together and began their meal. Li, Professor Aurora requests your presence in her office. At that moment, a senior mutant student approached them. Are you asking me to visit Professor Aurora's office? Li Haotian's eyes lit up as he looked up at the student, smiling. Yes. The senior student was taken aback, but quickly nodded in affirmation. Indeed, it was Storm, Aurora, who had summoned Li Haotian, and he was not fabricating this. Very well. I accept your request. Li Haotian nodded and stood up, addressing the two women. You both continue eating. I shall be right back. With that, he made his way to Aurora's office. Ding. Congratulations, Master, you have fulfilled the requirements of the Stelldark task and have acquired Origin 001. At that moment, a mechanical notification echoed in Li Haotian's mind. This was the sound of the system completing a task. Indeed, he had succeeded. A smile of satisfaction spread across Li Haotian's face as he promptly opened his attribute panel to examine it. Host, Li Haotian lifespan, 101 years origin, power of rules, 001, strength, 149 tons mentality, 595, average person, 3, stamina, 5,912, average person, 10, speed, 499 ms system space, 30,000 cubic meters possessed systems, mental shielding system, sunbathing strengthening system, divine legacy system, super combat space system, omnipotent task system. Indeed, the origin he had depleted, which should have been at 0, had now increased by 001. A satisfied expression graced Li Haotian's features. This time, the creation of the system was a resounding success. Chapter 67. Parting the Earth as hair. Although the reward for the origin was slightly meager, it mattered little. After all, this was merely the simplest of tasks. Should the next endeavor involve a confrontation with a foe of the caliber of the Red Tank, it could potentially yield a 2-digit percentage increase. Li Haotian mused to himself. The more outrageous and challenging the request made to the omnipotent task system, the greater the origin earned. Suddenly, he felt an exhilarating anticipation for the tasks involving the X-Men. Before long, Li Haotian arrived at the office. He surveyed the surroundings and noted the presence of Wolverine Logan, Cyclops Scott, Storm Aurora, Iceman Bobby, and Shadowcat Kitty, all gathered within. Ah, quite lively here, Li Haotian remarked with a smile as he found a spot to sit. However, most of the individuals were enveloped in silence, leaving Li Haotian feeling a bit curious. Even the typically loquacious Iceman Bobby was uncharacteristically quiet. What could have transpired? Seeing this scene, Li Haotian furrowed his brow slightly. While the death of Professor X had left everyone in a state of despondency, this was a matter of the past. The group had since resumed their normal lives. Why? Then, this sudden pall of silence. It seemed that something was amiss. Have you all come to a decision? At that moment, a blue-haired individual entered, none other than Hank. Upon entering, he spotted Li Haotian, and his eyebrows raised slightly, his eyelids fluttering. After their last encounter, where Hank had been rebuffed by Li Haotian, he had developed a profound impression of this young mutant. To Hank, Li Haotian was somewhat of a thorn in Xavier Academy's side. Nevertheless, he felt it unnecessary to engage in further disputes with him. I do not know, what about you? At that moment, Shadowcat Kitty spoke up, her voice tinged with melancholy. She slowly lifted her gaze, her nose slightly tinged with sorrow as she surveyed the surroundings. Then, she walked directly to Li Haotian's side and sat down, leaning gently against his shoulder without uttering further words. This question was too weighty for her to answer. Professor, like Kitty, I feel as if life has lost its direction. Iceman Bobby chimed in. In the immediate aftermath of the Professor's death, they had merely felt heavy-hearted and despondent. Yet now, they faced another challenging choice. Hank, by what authority do you pose this question? Storm spoke slowly. I am the Minister of Mutant Affairs. Hank was momentarily taken aback by Storm's words, but after a brief pause, he responded earnestly. Though Hank was no longer part of Xavier Academy, his fundamental ideals aligned with those of Professor X. Both wished for harmony between humans and mutants. However, their methods of pursuing that aim had diverged completely. His current role as Minister of Mutant Affairs meant that his purpose in visiting Xavier Academy was also related to mutant affairs. Then you should leave. This is a matter for Xavier Academy, Storm declared in a low voice. She understood the intent behind his visit, but it would only serve to further agitate the students. Aurora, you must understand. With Charles gone, the academy lacks the authority to endure. Many are watching this place. Even if the students remain here, what purpose does it serve? It will only entangle them in danger. Rather than this, it would be safer for them to return home, especially now that a cure for mutation has emerged. Once they take the cure, they will revert to normal, indistinguishable from ordinary people. This is the safest course of action. Do you truly wish to see the students face danger, torn apart, and dismantled by various factions, and then be filled with regret? I believe even Charles would not wish to witness such a scene. While I understand this academy was Charles's labor of love, you are reluctant to abandon it so easily. However, it is only through this means that true safety can be attained. The students shall not be compelled to relive those horrific memories. Hank spoke forth. But have you ever considered that these children have long been rendered homeless? To send them away from the school would be akin to condemning them to death. What difference would it make? Storm raised her voice, filled with urgency. Scott, what is your perspective? Hank turned to the silent Cyclops, who sat by the window, lost in thought. I do not know, Scott replied. Although he held the position of principal, he now found himself more perplexed than ever. Among those present, he was undoubtedly the most directionless. The one he cherished most had slain the teacher he revered above all. Cyclops felt as though he were on the brink of collapse. Throughout Xavier's school, everyone gradually emerged from the shadow of Professor X's death. Yet, Scott remained ensnared in its depths, unable to extricate himself. Did you come here to persuade Ms. Aurora and the others to close the academy? Haotian interjected. He had finally grasped the reason behind the somber expressions adorning their faces. Should Xavier's academy close, many would find themselves without a home. This included himself, Clarice, and Alice. Although Haotian could rent a property or even purchase a quaint farmhouse in the suburbs, enjoying the idyllic life of a farmer while gradually amassing strength to become more powerful, he was somewhat lethargic and nostalgic. Thus, he had no immediate plans to relocate. The blue-haired individual attempting to persuade Storm and the others to shut down the academy irked Haotian. Indeed, if Xavier's academy were to continue operating, it would surely lead to complications, and the students would no longer be safe. Hank asserted. Closing the academy and administering the mutant cure to everyone makes us safe, does it? Haotian laughed derisively. Precisely. Hank nodded earnestly. His aspiration was for humans and mutants to coexist in harmony. This had been the original vision he shared with Charles. Though their paths had diverged, the ultimate goal remained unchanged. Now that the opportunity had arisen, Hank was exerting himself vigorously. For once mutants ingested the cure, they could blend into the ranks of ordinary humans. In such a scenario, would not all problems be resolved? What folly! Haotian's expression turned cold. Hank was not merely an ordinary person. He was a mutant and a scientist. Yet, he failed to perceive even this fundamental truth. Did ordinary people truly fear mutants themselves? In the face of such high intelligence, yet stubbornly narrow-minded individuals, any explanation or debate would be futile. Blue-haired one, please convey a message to the President of the United States. Haotian suddenly declared. What message? Hank inquired, his brow furrowing, yet his tone remained earnest. The message shall come later, but first, allow me to show you something. Haotian replied with a sudden smile. What is it? Hank's curiosity deepened. You shall soon find out. Haotian did not respond directly, but turned his gaze toward another large window in the office. He approached the window, slowly raising his hand. Zzz. In the next moment, a terrifying energy wave began to coalesce in his hand. What is this? Hank's expression shifted dramatically. The energy beam in Haotian's grasp radiated power that was certainly not inferior to Cyclope's laser beam. Moreover, it appeared that the control exhibited by Haotian far exceeded that of Cyclops. What was he planning? Witnessing this scene, Hank felt a sudden apprehension, as if something momentous were about to transpire. Boom. Just as Hank was engulfed in confusion and unease, a blue beam, as thick as a water barrel, shot forth from Haotian's hand. The terrifying energy wave raced forward, its velocity far surpassing that of the Blackbird aircraft. A chasm several meters wide and deep emerged in its wake. What is he trying to accomplish? Is he intent on destroying the school? No. The attack missed the school. What is this dreadful assault aimed at? In an instant, everyone was engulfed in bewilderment. Hank's confusion deepened, his face etched with skepticism. Yet, for reasons unknown, his inner unease intensified. Chapter 68. President, you surely do not desire such an outcome for our nation, do you? Zzz. The terrifying blue beam pierced the sky, vanishing from sight. What is he trying to achieve? Hank's anxiety escalated. The onlookers were puzzled, unable to comprehend Haotian's intentions. However, as he continued to unleash formidable energy attacks, Storm and the others dared not interrupt. It has begun. After a while, a smile crept upon Li Haotian's lips, and he soared out through the window. Come, let us see what he is doing. What was he referring to? The crowd was momentarily taken aback before hastening to follow. Although Hank was filled with doubt, he too pursued. Li Haotian suspended himself in midair, gazing at the sky above the academy. Boom. In the next moment, a terrifying white energy wave erupted from him. Li Haotian instantaneously escalated his power to its maximum threshold. This left the onlookers even more bewildered. Whoosh. Just as the crowd was engulfed in confusion, a point of light suddenly appeared on the distant horizon. It grew larger, gradually transforming into a fearsome energy wave with a diameter of over 10 meters. Particularly striking was the massive blue sphere, imbued with catastrophic destructive power. What is that? Surely not. Upon witnessing the emergence of the blue sphere, all present were taken aback. Even Hank was drenched in cold sweat, unable to believe his eyes. Could this possibly be the energy attack Li Haotian had just unleashed? In an instant, this possibility flashed through their minds, only to feel it was implausible. Whoosh. At that moment, the terrifying attack struck Li Haotian directly. The full-powered energy wave possessed immense destructive capability. The original Turtle Sage, with a battle power of merely 100, could annihilate the moon by employing the full-powered turtle wave. This underscores the formidable nature of the turtle wave. Thus, even Li Haotian had to brace himself defensively. Whoosh. In an instant, a tremendous shockwave radiated from Ron's position, enveloping the surroundings. A substantial cloud of smoke billowed forth. A small mushroom cloud erupted at Ron's location. Xavier's school was suddenly illuminated in a dazzling light. All the students were drawn out by the violent explosion and radiant brilliance. They rushed outside, gazing upward at Li Haotian, their faces awash with astonishment. Some were at a loss, covering their mouths in disbelief, while others clutched their heads in terror. Li, Clarice and Alice rushed out, their expressions shifting to one of concern upon witnessing Li Haotian under attack from above. Who is it? Clarice exclaimed, while Alice's face paled, her instinct urging her to leap into action. However, she quickly discerned that the energy signature closely resembled Li Haotian's own. A flicker of confusion crossed her eyes as she grappled with the perplexing notion of why Li Haotian's energy would be targeting him. As the dust settled, Li Haotian chuckled and shook his head. Ah, this Kamehameha really packs a punch. The Kamehameha, also known as the Turtle Destruction Wave, is a powerful technique mastered by the turtle hermit on Earth. Although energy attacks can take myriad forms, the Kamehameha undoubtedly stands out as one of the most formidable. In Dragon Ball Z, when Raditz first arrived on Earth, Kakarot's combat power was merely around 300, yet after unleashing the Kamehameha, it surged to approximately 1,000 in an instant. This illustrates the tremendous potency of the Kamehameha. Throughout the early to mid-stages of Dragon Ball, only techniques from the Earth faction could amplify ki. Most extraterrestrials, including the Scions at the outset, were unable to conceal their ki, let alone enhance the power of their techniques instantaneously. However, Vegeta quickly grasped this concept, developing an ultimate technique, the Final Flash, that rivals the Kamehameha in strength. Hank, you may return now and turn on the television to catch the news. Afterward, please convey a message to the President of the United States for me. As long as I, Li Haotian, remain, Xavier's Academy will not close. Should anything happen to the Academy, I may become quite displeased. Thus, the matter at hand is not as simple as it appears. Those who wish to disturb Xavier's Academy should weigh their options carefully, Li Haotian stated with a calm demeanor. Hank was momentarily taken aback by Li Haotian's words, struggling to comprehend their meaning. You'll understand once you turn on the television and watch the news. Li Haotian offered no further explanation, his tone remaining steady. All right, I understand. Hank replied, though his curiosity intensified, eager to uncover what Li Haotian had just done. He refrained from persuading Storm and the others to close Xavier's Academy and swiftly departed. Before long, he returned to the White House. Hank, how is your assignment progressing? The president inquired, perplexed by Hank's return. Mr. President, we can discuss this matter later. Hank responded, making his way to the television mounted on the wall, eager to uncover the implications of Li Haotian's earlier actions. This is New York News. I'm reporter Peter. An unidentified energy attack has just struck across the entire city. This is Houston Entertainment News. I'm your host, Sweetie. The recent attack was terrifying, with experts speculating it to be an alien assault. This is Mexico City. I'm your good friend, Dashin. Aliens are preparing to invade Earth. This is Manaus. Our city has been utterly devastated. As the television broadcast continued with subsequent reports, Hank's expression grew increasingly grave. My heavens, how did he manage that? Hank murmured, astonished. The president looked utterly bewildered, unable to grasp the unfolding events, while Hank remained in shock, offering no clarification. Feeling anxious, the president pressed. It appears the task you assigned to me may not be feasible. Taking a deep breath to suppress his astonishment, Hank finally addressed the president. What do you mean? The president inquired, genuinely confused. Someone asked me to relay a message to you. You wouldn't want the United States to face such turmoil, would you? The president was momentarily taken aback. Hank, do you know what you're saying? Mr. President, the situation is. Hank conveyed Li Haotian's message before elaborating on the circumstances. Chapter 69. I typically refrain from criticism unless I cannot contain myself. At Xavier's Academy, Li. What on earth just happened? Iceman Bobby gazed at Li Haotian, who was leisurely sipping coffee on the sofa, astonished. The others remained silent, their eyes fixed on Li Haotian, filled with a mix of shock and confusion. The attack they had just witnessed was undeniably powerful, and aside from a select few, most were unable to withstand it. Even those who could endure such force were left in disbelief at Li Haotian's unscathed demeanor. Yet, the crux of the matter lay in understanding why Li Haotian had acted as he did, a question lingering in their minds. I didn't do much. I merely gave the earth a stylish parting, Li Haotian replied with a grin. The room fell silent, everyone momentarily taken aback. What do you mean? Clarice asked. Her brow furrowed. Clarice, could you please turn on the television? Li Haotian requested, sipping his coffee while gesturing to Clarice, who was peeling an apple nearby. Nodding, she approached and switched on the television, which immediately began broadcasting news related to the recent mysterious attack. I released an energy wave that circled the earth. Giving it a stylish parting, Li Haotian declared with a chuckle. Gasp. Understanding dawned on the group, their faces reflecting astonishment. Although your energy wave appears comparable in power to Scott's optic blasts, he could never project his energy that far, Storm exclaimed, unable to contain her shock. Scott, what is the maximum range of your optic blasts? Logan asked, curiosity piqued. If I exert myself fully, it's about 100 kilometers, Scott replied. Indeed. Li Haotian thought to himself, acknowledging the peculiarities of this world, which seemed to adhere to cinematic character portrayals rather than the original comic book lore. Otherwise, considering Marvel Comics' depiction of optic blasts, Scott should be capable of easily penetrating planets, not merely achieving a range of a little over 100 kilometers. Yet, Li Haotian had long recognized that this world occupied a unique middle ground between the comic book and cinematic realms, a fortunate circumstance for him. Otherwise, given the comic book's adversaries, there would be far too many formidable foes to contend with. Li, I had no idea your energy attacks were so potent, Iceman Bobby exclaimed, still in shock. But why did you choose to do that? Kitty Pryde asked curiously. Because Hank was correct. The professor's death will put a target on Xavier's Academy, making it a focal point for those who wish to exploit it. This matter was originally not something I should share with you, but I feel it is better to speak out. Storm cast a glance at Logan and Li Haotian, and upon seeing their nods, she began to speak. Thus, Storm swiftly recounted the details of the confidentiality agreement from 1998 that Professor X had revealed to them. It was only then that the group realized the extent of the professor's covert actions. Moreover, they were taken aback to discover that there existed formidable humans who were not inferior to mutants. In fact, if it were not for the fear of Professor X's power, they could potentially annihilate mutants. The purpose of this maneuver was to deter those who might be emboldened by the professor's absence, making it clear that Xavier's school had not lost its strength. Without the professor, we remained formidable. As Storm spoke, her emotions surged. Clearly, even she had not anticipated these revelations until now. Surprisingly, among Wolverine, Scott, Iceman, and others, it was the youngest, Li Haotian, who had considered this issue. He had even demonstrated formidable power before Hank, using it to intimidate the authorities of the United States, thereby drawing the attention of all humanity. Those who might harbor ill intentions towards Xavier's school would certainly need to tread carefully, for even in the absence of Professor X, Xavier's school was not easily trifled with. Anyone contemplating an attack on Xavier's would have to seriously consider the consequences. Now, let the school proceed with its usual activities. The professor would not wish for us to descend into chaos in his absence. I am quite comfortable here and have no desire to change locations. Li Haotian stretched lazily and remarked. He glanced at the sky. It was indeed a splendid time to bask in the sun. Such glorious sunlight must not be wasted. He promptly took Clarice and Alice and left the office. Li is correct. We cannot allow the academy to descend into disorder. The teacher may be gone, but we, the X-Men, remain. Xavier's school continues to serve as a sanctuary and refuge for those homeless children, a haven for their hearts. Storm declared solemnly. She then began to reorganize the academy's schedule alongside Bobby, Logan, Scott, and others. This decision was quickly communicated to every student, causing them to rejoice and relax. The previously tense atmosphere of the academy gradually began to ease. For Haotian, basking in the sun to enhance his strength was of paramount importance. It was a means of elevating his overall power, even accelerating the transfer of template strength. Meanwhile, in the janitorial department of Xavier's school, a woman cautiously surveyed her surroundings before retrieving a miniature satellite phone. Beep, beep, beep. Soon, a call was connected. Nick, it's me, Mel. This woman was none other than Melinda May, the agent sent by SHIELD to infiltrate Xavier's academy. What is it? Make it quick. I'm busy dealing with mysterious energy attacks, came the voice of Nick, the director of SHIELD. I am aware of this matter. May promptly reported everything she had observed at Xavier's academy in detail. Continue monitoring. After a long pause, Nick finally responded. Understood. After hanging up, May returned to her duties, resuming her cleaning tasks. Meanwhile, Nick from SHIELD fell into deep thought. He'll instruct the people at Trask Industries to pause the Sentinel Program for now, then gather information on Haotian for me. After a moment, Nick spoke slowly. A few days later, Haotian and others were having breakfast in the cafeteria. You want me to be a teacher? Uffed. Haotian, who had just taken a sip of cola, could not help but spray it everywhere. Logan, sitting opposite him, was caught off guard and was splattered all over his face. Even bullets and energy blasts did not faze Logan, but he certainly did not expect to be showered with cola. My apologies. I'm usually quite professional and do not spray, Haotian quickly said, while Clarice hurriedly handed him a napkin to wipe his mouth. Unless I can't help it. Chapter 70. It finally begins. Wolverine, with a wry smile, took out a napkin to clean his face. This drink, while delightful, was incredibly sticky when sprayed on one's face. Huh. Seeing Logan in such a state, Haotian chuckled. But are you serious? After a moment, Haotian took a deep breath, putting aside the jest and looking earnestly at Wolverine Logan. After all, he was still a student, having only recently enrolled. The fact that Wolverine was now suggesting he become a teacher was unexpected and had led to his initial reaction of laughter. However, now that he had calmed down, Haotian could not help but inquire seriously. In truth, given his capabilities, taking on the role of a teacher was indeed feasible. Indeed, Aurora Scott and I have all considered it, and your strength is certainly sufficient to serve as a teacher at the academy. Wolverine nodded. Furthermore, do not worry about a salary. Although the professor is no longer here, the academy's funding comes from Charles' family company. There is no concern regarding a lack of income. The academy has long had a professional manager to handle its operations. Thus, even in his absence, the foundation continues to function. The academy receives a fixed income each month, which covers its daily expenses as well as the salaries of teachers, among other things. In fact, the funds for the X-Men's missions are also dispersed from this. Wolverine, wanting to alleviate Haotian's worries about finances, and thus any refusal to accept the role of teacher, quickly provided this explanation. However, at this point, he couldn't help but admire Charles from the bottom of his heart. Despite being much older than Charles, he had to concede the brilliance of the man. Charles had managed to establish a company and fund long before, a feat Wolverine could not match. Unlike him, who, despite having lived through both world wars, found himself alone and destitute in the end. Very well, I accept. Upon hearing this, Haotian ceased to refuse. Regardless of whether he was a student or a teacher, it made little difference to him. His days were currently spent basking in the sun, eating, and sleeping, a simple routine. Now, simply dedicating a bit of time to teaching would not disrupt much. Moreover, becoming a teacher would likely bring more requests and responsibilities. Ding. Congratulations, Master, for fulfilling Wolverine's request and earning 15 origin points. At that moment, the system rewarded him with origin points. Not bad. Haotian nodded in satisfaction. This was indeed the primary reason he agreed to become a teacher for Logan, to earn origin points and restore his rule power. He was eager to unlock the next inheritance template, and he had already decided on the candidates. I will send you the new class schedule later. Wolverine responded with a smile and nodded. As long as Haotian agreed, his mission would be considered accomplished. This also provided some reassurance to Storm and the others. Lee, are you truly going to become a teacher? Clarice inquired with a hint of curiosity. Let's hear you call me teacher. Haotian replied, raising an eyebrow with a smile. Hello, Teacher Lee. Clarice sweetly responded. Very well. Remember to wear your school uniform next time. Haotian remarked, a mischievous grin spreading across his face. How annoying. Clarice's cheeks flushed slightly. Hey, Can you all be a bit more considerate of the situation? I just experienced a breakup. At that moment, the icy mutant Bobby could not help but interject. Just a few days ago, the mutant Anna could no longer resist the allure of the mutant cure and ultimately chose to leave Xavier's academy, a decision she made on her own. Anna desired a life as an ordinary human. Thus Storm and the others did not intervene, despite their deep sorrow. After all, Anna had been with them for a long time and was one of the X-Men. Yet, they never expected that she would ultimately choose to take the mutant cure and become normal. Do you think we are invisible? Kitty Pryde, the Shadow Cat, pouted in irritation, especially casting a lemon-scented glance at Clarice. Just then, a loud explosion erupted from the television. Haotian and the others looked up to see countless people in the streets of the nation's largest city, holding signs and shouting, "Abolish the cure. Protest, protest. We are not patients. We are perfectly normal and do not need healing." These were mutants, numerous in number though lacking in strength. They marched towards the Worthington Experimental Company, brandishing their signs. The police, upon witnessing the scene, were thrown into a state of panic. Chaos ensued when someone fired the first shot. Although these ordinary mutants were not particularly powerful, they were all quite frenzied. Some used their abilities to break through the police barricades, while others charged into the company clutching explosives. Instantly, the scene descended into pandemonium, with explosions ringing out, and the Worthington Company suffered severe destruction. All of this was broadcast live by a few nearby reporters. Several news channels fervently reported on the events, causing their ratings to soar dramatically. The journalists, undeterred by danger, frantically shifted their cameras to capture everything. Gradually, a man began to descend from the sky. "Hello everyone, my name is Eric. Many of you may not have heard this name before, but that is of no consequence, for I have another name. Magneto," Eric proclaimed, spreading his arms wide with a commanding presence. Boom. As Magneto spoke, all nearby metallic objects, cars, metal structures, telephone poles, fire hydrants, seemed to be swept away by an invisible force, leaving only him in his immediate vicinity. At that moment, dozens of formidable mutants emerged behind him, led by Nightcrawler, Quicksilver, and Blob. I want to make it clear to all of you that mutants are not sick, nor do we require treatment. The true ailment lies with you. Weakness is a disease, a sin. From this moment forth, as long as the mutant cure exists, you are enemies of every one of us mutants. We will wield our power to defend our dignity. To all mutant brothers, if you do not wish to hide like rats in the sewers or be reduced to mere lab rats, join me in fighting for our rights. We are invincible. With that, Magneto gestured, and a figure appeared on the screen. It was Jean, taken by Magneto after the chaos that ensued from the professor's death. As she stepped forward, she casually waved her hand. Boom. In an instant, a towering skyscraper was reduced to ashes. Invincible, invincible, invincible. The mutants behind Magneto roared in unison. Chapter 71. The awareness of physical limiters. As long as the mutant cure remains, this battle shall not cease. With Magneto's speech concluding, the news footage abruptly cut off. Clearly, the reporters broadcasting live were likely in peril. How could this happen? Bobby exclaimed, astonished. What on earth is that bastard Magneto planning? Kitty cried out, unable to contain her anger. So, you are indeed here. Aurora has summoned you to discuss matters, Steelman said as he approached. The group promptly rose and made their way to the office in the teaching building. Upon entering, they found Storm just turning off the television, with Wolverine, Cyclops, and others present. You were all dining in the cafeteria. You must have seen the news. Storm spoke gravely. That bastard Magneto is utterly outrageous. Bobby lamented helplessly. It's infuriating. Kitty added. That guy just killed the professor and is already stirring up trouble, making the X-Men seethe with anger. However, no one elaborated on the matter. Each was internally vexed. That Eric fellow might as well rename himself the King of Chaos instead of Magneto. Storm, Aurora, then turned to the group, pondering aloud. What suggestions do you have? Given that the professor's confidentiality agreement stated that mutant affairs were to be resolved by the X-Men, it was evident that Magneto was causing disturbances that fell under their jurisdiction. Eric would not cease until he achieved his goals, and if this continued, more lives would be lost. We can no longer allow this to persist, Kitty declared first. You're right. We must take action. Wolverine nodded in agreement. The others fell silent, seemingly contemplating the suggestions made by Kitty and Wolverine. If Magneto continued this way, would the human allies who once signed agreements with the professor take action? At that moment, Bobby raised a question. The confidentiality agreement was signed by the professor. Now that he is gone, will they still adhere to it? Wolverine shook his head. But the key point is that even if we act now, we cannot stop them. Magneto is already formidable, and now he has numerous mutants by his side. Most importantly, Jean is with him. Storm's expression grew grave. The mention of Jean caused Scott, who had remained silent, to exhibit a range of emotions. Moreover, Scott's current state was not particularly stable. A heavy silence enveloped the room. Though these words may sound somewhat harsh, they are the unvarnished truth. The disparity between the two parties is indeed considerable. Lee, what are your thoughts on this matter? At this moment, Storm, Aurora, turned her gaze towards Li Haotian, inquiring about his perspective. The others also promptly directed their attention to him, clearly eager to discern his thoughts. After all, in terms of strength, Li Haotian currently stands as the most formidable member within the X-Men. Without his presence, it is highly probable that Xavier's school would have been temporarily disbanded due to the chaos instigated by Magneto, predominantly involving mutants. Hence, according to the confidentiality agreement the professor signed with the top human powers, we, the X-Men, are duty-bound to act. However, with the professor absent, we are unable to precisely locate those mutants. Moreover, considering the current state of Principal Scott, he is not in a condition suitable for combat. It can be said that the X-Men find themselves in an exceedingly bleak predicament, ill-prepared for immediate confrontation. I believe that maintaining the status quo in the face of change is the most prudent course of action, Li Haotian stated calmly. At present, his mastery of the fundamental laws has yet to reach the requisite threshold. While this does not diminish his prowess, Li Haotian envisions that once he creates the next successor, he may be able to contend with the Phoenix Force dwelling within Jean, thereby assuming a position of greater initiative rather than being relegated to passivity. After all, he has come to understand the disparity in the rules between the two universes. Although the precise difference is incalculable, it appears that the Dragon Ball universe is somewhat inferior to the Marvel universe. Otherwise, with his Super Saiyan first form, even having just attained the second stage, he would be far beyond Jean's capabilities. Furthermore, he currently possesses the template of Majin Buu. Nonetheless, Jean is still a singularly cosmic entity, and should she unleash all of her Phoenix Force, she could potentially reach a multiversal level. That Li Haotian can hold his own against Jean is already a testament to his strength, suggesting that the gap between the Dragon Ball universe and the Marvel universe exists, though it is not vast. After all, in the Dragon Ball world, there are far too many beings stronger than the Super Saiyan form of Kakarot or the Fat Majin Buu form. Just at the Tournament of Power in Dragon Ball Super, who among those competitors did not easily overpower the Super Saiyan and the former Fat Buu? However, there are not as many who surpass Jean's Phoenix Force. Thus, the starting points of the two are inherently different. Yet, once I create the third character template, I will be able to seize some initiative, Li Haotian mused within himself. Hence, a bit more time is required. To remain still in the face of movement, to respond to change with constancy, is indeed Li Haotian's current mindset. I concur. Li, you are absolutely right. I too believe this is the most prudent approach. I shall heed your counsel. In an instant, everyone expressed their agreement. Then, let us temporarily proceed according to Teacher Li's suggestion. As for the official matters with the beautiful country, Scott and I will defer them for the time being, Storm declared with resolve. Thus, this matter reached a temporary conclusion, and the group dispersed. Li Haotian then took Clarice and Alice to the rooftop to bask in the sun. He could already sense that his body had seemingly strengthened to a certain threshold. Suddenly, a vague boundary, or perhaps a bottleneck, emerged, imposing a restriction of sorts. It felt as though, given a little more time, he could break through this boundary and gain even greater power. This left Li Haotian curious and, in a sense, filled with anticipation. For all of Li Haotian's power originates from the X gene. He harbored a feeling that once he transcended this limit or bottleneck, everything within him would once again grow stronger, including the X gene. This would enhance all of his abilities while also augmenting the powers of mutants. At that point, he would possess a mightier force of rules, enabling him to create an even more formidable system. After all, Li Haotian's current ability to devise systems is also bound by certain limitations. Perhaps once he shatters that boundary within his body, the systems created by the power of rules will also surpass their constraints. Chapter 72. Creating the third template. Boom. 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 Terrifying waves of energy surged through the air. Kamehameha. Li Haotian unleashed a fearsome blue beam of light. A powerful shockwave erupted, illuminating the surroundings. However, the opponent was enveloped in a shimmering pink shield, effortlessly blocking the Kamehameha. In the next moment, the adversary, emanating an even more terrifying aura, forcefully pushed the Kamehameha back. Boom. An explosive blast resonated, engulfing the area, leaving Li Haotian severely wounded. Yet, before he could recover, a massive purple energy sphere hurtled towards him. In an instant, Li Haotian was obliterated, leaving not a trace behind. What the hell? Clarice, who had been shelling chestnuts for Li Haotian, turned in confusion upon hearing his exclamation, only to find him rubbing his head in exasperation. Alice approached Li Haotian, her slender fingers gently resting on his temples, moving slowly up and down, rotating side to side, applying a thoughtful yet firm pressure to ease his discomfort. "Li, are you all right?" Clarice asked with genuine concern as she came closer. "I'm fine. Just got blown up by a version of myself with double the power." Li Haotian squinted his eyes, relishing Alice's soothing touch. Hee. Clarice couldn't help but chuckle upon hearing this. She was aware of Li Haotian's super battle space. Sometimes, he would bring Clarice and Alice into this combat realm for three-way battles, both to familiarize themselves with each other's powers and to foster their bond. Is it really that difficult to defeat a version of yourself with double the power? After a moment, Clarice asked with curiosity, "Would you like to give it a try?" Li Haotian smirked, a mischievous grin spreading across his face as he inquired. "It's just a version of myself with double the power. Why not?" Clarice eagerly replied, her eyes sparkling with excitement. "All right." Li Haotian promptly led Clarice into the battle space. 5 seconds later, Clarice emerged looking like a wilted plant, utterly defeated. "Ha. Li Haotian could no longer contain his laughter at the sight. "Alice, do you want to give it a try?" He turned to Alice beside him, unable to resist asking. He was curious to see how Alice would fare against a version of herself with double the power. "I wouldn't willingly subject myself to that kind of suffering." Alice shook her head. She was fully aware that Li Haotian's battle space could unleash the full extent of a test subject's abilities. This meant that the adversary faced would be the pinnacle of their own self. Not to mention, even a version with double the power would be exceedingly difficult to overcome. After all, it is rare for an ordinary individual to fully unlock their potential, unless one is a master who has cultivated their powers for decades. Having completely mastered their strength, they can only engage in a relentless battle against their peak self, much like Li Haotian. Time and again, they face death, experiencing the zenith of power, achieving breakthroughs amidst slaughter and combat. This method serves to level the marks left by time. Otherwise, attaining one's peak state with ease is no simple feat. Sister Alice is indeed wise. Clarissa's face fell, a bitter expression crossing her features as she inwardly lamented her previous foolishness. Why did she choose to seek out suffering? With double the strength, Clarissa was terrifyingly formidable. The mastery of mutant abilities in the second generation of Clarissa was far beyond what the original Clarissa could compare to. She had not even anticipated how practical her mutant powers could be. Ding. "Congratulations, Master. The power of the rules has reached the set value." At that moment, a notification chimed in Li Haotian's mind. Finally, the set value has been achieved. Upon hearing this, Li Haotian's face lit up with joy. This meant he could create his third legacy template character, and he decided that this character would be Beerus, the god of destruction from the Dragon Ball universe. Although Li Haotian could choose any character from myriad realms for his creation, there were several considerations he needed to keep in mind. The first was that they could not be too weak. For instance, a character template from the pirate world would serve little purpose. One cannot simply wield island-level power when others can obliterate stars and even entire universes. The second consideration was that they could not be overly invincible. For example, the Grand Zeno could wipe out the universe with a mere gesture. Such power would undoubtedly place them at the level of omnipotent cosmic beings within the Marvel Universe. However, at Li Haotian's current divine legacy system, he was unable to create a template of such magnitude. He speculated that this was likely due to the limitations of his X gene, which had yet to reach the level of omnipotent universes. Yet, one thing was clear to Li Haotian. The character templates he was currently creating had surpassed the singular universe and attained the status of a multiverse. Thus, his X gene level had at least reached the multiverse tier. Whether he could grow even stronger and reach the ultra-cosmic level remained uncertain. However, Li Haotian had previously sensed something akin to a bodily limiter. It seemed that he only needed a fraction more to break through a certain constraint and become even more powerful. Perhaps, at that time, his X gene would truly undergo a second awakening. Although Professor X and others believed that Li Haotian's acquisition of so many abilities was a secondary mutation of his X gene, only Li Haotian knew that his X gene had never mutated. It remained in its original form. All of his abilities stemmed solely from the system created by his X gene. This time, Li Haotian speculated that if he were to truly break through that unseen limitation, it was highly likely that his X gene would awaken and mutate once again. Whether he could achieve the ultra-cosmic level or even reach the legendary omnipotent cosmic level was uncertain, but the possibility was significant. However, now was not the time for such thoughts. The priority was to create the character template. With a deep breath, Li Haotian seamlessly began to craft the character template. The power of Beerus, the god of destruction, should equate to that of Super Saiyan Blue's peak Goku. and the ultimate state of perfect Ultra Instinct would surpass even Beerus. During the Tournament of Power, Beerus had once asked Whis if Goku had truly reached that level. Whis answered affirmatively, and in that moment, all the gods of destruction across the universe stood in shock, gazing at Goku, for none among them had reached that realm. Although Kakarot's template was not as formidable as the god of destruction template Li Haotian was about to establish, he had faith in Goku. He was a character with exceedingly high potential. Moreover, he believed that Goku in perfect Ultra Instinct was certainly not limited to the capabilities of a mere monkey. Soon, the template for Beerus, the god of destruction, was completed. Having already created 2 legacy templates, he was quite proficient. I hope it does not disappoint me. Li Haotian eagerly opened Beerus's legacy template, excitement coursing through him. Chapter 73. The Woman Bound by Chains in Darkness Swish. Before him, the third template appeared on his Divine Legacy System. Divine Legacy System Template 3. Character, Beerus. Race, God of Destruction, Progress. 9. Abilities, Instant Transmission, High-Speed Flight, High-Speed Movement, Purple Energy Sphere, Heat Blast, Infinite Light Bullet, Ultra Instinct, Imperfect, Talent, Destruction Energy. Indeed, Destruction Energy is a talent, not merely an ordinary ability. Upon seeing Beerus's template, a glimmer of excitement flashed across Li Haotian's face. This was precisely what he had speculated. If Destruction Energy were classified as an ability, based on the progress of the template he had just created, it would be impossible to unlock. After all, Destruction Energy is immensely powerful, likely requiring a progress level above 80 to unlock. However, if Destruction Energy is considered a talent, then the scenario changes. Even with a progress level of merely 1, or even 0, 1, it would not hinder Li Haotian from mastering Destruction Energy. It is akin to Majin Buu's immortality, which does not stem from his strength, but from an inherent and formidable talent. Thus, Li Haotian was able to wield Destruction Energy. Although, due to Beerus's insufficient legacy progress, all his other abilities could not reach their utmost potential, and the same techniques would yield significantly differing results. At least Destruction Energy remained intact. This energy, now part of Li Haotian's capabilities, was intrinsically linked to his own strength. While it might not entirely obliterate someone like Qin, who possesses strength above the singular universe level, it would suffice to contend with her imperfect Phoenix Force. This was Li Haotian's trump card. At last, he had a winning hand. After all, while Super Saiyan transformations significantly boost combat power, sometimes the issue is not merely about strength. Certain evil gods, sorcerers, and the like possess unique abilities that can be exceedingly troublesome, and high combat power alone does not guarantee resolution. Just like Shenron from Dragon Ball, who, despite being comparatively weak, granted immortality to Dark Zamasu, making him exceedingly difficult to defeat in the later stages. Similarly, the power of the evil god Red Tank, influenced by the Ruby power, far surpasses that of the mutant Red Tank. Such forces transcend ordinary humanity. But now, Li Haotian need not worry, for in a certain sense, he, too, could be regarded as a deity. The god of destruction, endowed with destructive energy, he possessed the ability to effortlessly obliterate those extraordinary powers. Li, why are you daydreaming again? Clarice gently touched Li Haotian's forehead, her brow furrowed with concern. Recently, Li Haotian had often found himself lost in thought, occasionally breaking into a silly smile. This inevitably led her to ponder the possibility of a condition akin to Alzheimer's disease, commonly referred to as senile dementia. I'm perfectly fine. Li Haotian promptly pinched Clarice's cheek, managing a smile. However, if he were to grasp Clarice's apprehensions, his thoughts would be quite different. I'm heading to the battle space for some training. You all should get something to eat. I fear I may become quite hungry soon. Li Haotian remarked cheerfully. Due to the inheritance of the character templates of Kakarot, Fat Bu, and Beerus, Li Haotian often found himself ravenous. Indeed, he was certain he was not a glutton, but rather the voracious appetite stemmed from these inherited templates. Recently, his consumption had notably increased. All right, we'll be there shortly, Clarice exclaimed as she and Alice headed to the cafeteria to fetch Li Haotian a meal. Enter. Li Haotian swiftly immersed himself in the super battle system. He needed to thoroughly grasp the powers of the god of destruction, Beerus. Of course, this was merely the strength of Li Haotian II at double the power. After all, he aimed to familiarize himself with Beerus's formidable abilities, rather than seeking mere suffering. Moreover, having recently acquired new powers, Li Haotian was determined to start his training anew from his own doubled strength. Only by defeating a version of himself at double the power could he truly validate that his own strength had been fully assimilated. Otherwise, it would be akin to possessing a treasure trove without having unearthed its wealth. Come on. Let me witness just how powerful I am now that I possess the strength of the god of destruction. Beerus. Haotian's eyes glimmered with combat fervor. It seemed as though the scion blood coursing through him was once again ignited. Faced with the emergence of unknown adversaries, scions were invariably filled with excitement, particularly Kakarot, who seemed to have further purified this scion lineage. He reveled in battle, relished the enhancements brought by training, and savored the joy of clashing with formidable foes. Even if he often perished due to his own recklessness, were it not for the Dragon Balls, he would have lost count of how many times he had met his demise. Haotian, brimming with combat spirit, barely had time to deliver a striking opening line before the second incarnation of himself suddenly vanished. In the next moment, an unimaginable wave of energy surged down from the sky behind him. Boom. In an instant, the terrifying destructive energy obliterated Haotian without mercy. Moments later, as Haotian slowly opened his eyes, a peculiar expression crossed his face. I was actually annihilated in one blow? He mused, somewhat speechless. He had previously been capable of contending with the double power version of himself, yet he had not anticipated the significant power increase following the establishment of the Beerus template. However, that destructive energy was indeed overwhelmingly potent. Reflecting on the sensation of being annihilated by that energy sent shivers down his spine. It was a feeling difficult to articulate, yet undeniably terrifying, as if it could dismantle everything at its core. The destructive power of the Kamehameha was fundamentally different. Whether it was a standard energy blast, the Kamehameha, or various applications of ki, they fundamentally belonged to a certain physical logic of destruction. Yet the destructive energy was unlike anything else. It seemed to obliterate everything at its very essence. Haotian meticulously relished the sensation of being obliterated by that energy just moments ago. Excellent. This truly is an immensely powerful trump card. He nodded in satisfaction. Next, he needed to diligently train to fully master this power, and then defeat the version of himself that possessed the destructive energy at double strength. My mental state is quite good. I can continue to challenge the battle space. In the schoolyard, there lay a tranquil little garden. The gravestone of Professor X stood prominently there. At this moment, Wolverine sat beside the gravestone, a cigar clenched between his teeth as he took a long drag. Charles, what will the future of the school, the future of the X-Men, look like? He murmured. Lee, although talented and intelligent, his goals are utterly disconnected from yours. Logan leaned back against the gravestone, gazing up at the sky, lost in thought. The Academy, now without Professor X, felt foreign to Wolverine, prompting memories of his years of solitary wandering to resurface. Boom. Suddenly, a vision erupted in Logan's mind. In a darkened space, a woman bound by chains hung suspended in the air, crying out in agony as she struggled. Her body was marred with wounds, exposed and pitifully bare. Gradually, she lifted her head. In that instant, Logan's eyes widened in shock, and he shot up from the gravestone, for the face he beheld was none other than Jean Grey. Chapter 74. The Revelation. I am A.S.H.I.E.L.D. Agent. The chains emitted a chilling sound as they rattled in the dimly lit space. Although the area seemed devoid of light, Logan could distinctly see Jean's face. Jean. Logan instinctively rubbed his eyes, but in the next moment, the vision vanished, replaced by a haunting call from deep within his soul. Help me, Logan. I am in so much pain. Save me. The anguish pierced through to the very core of his being. Jean. Logan clenched his cigar until it crumbled to ash, the fiery embers no longer holding the charm they once did. Boom. At that moment, a dreadful aura erupted from the depths of his soul. Buzz. Logan felt a wave of dizziness wash over him. He shook his head vigorously, but the voice within him had dissipated. Jean. Jean. Yet there was no response. She must be in danger. Yes, it had to be her. The kind and beautiful Jean. Wolverine became frantic. He rushed to the Academy's parking garage, hopped onto Cyclops' motorcycle, and sped off into the distance. Logan. Upon learning of this, Storm's expression soured. At such a critical juncture, Logan had abandoned the Academy. When she attempted to call him, he simply stated, I'm going to find Jean and bring the real Jean back. Although she felt displeased and even harbored some resentment towards Logan, Aurora understood that with Logan's determination for Jean, there was no stopping him. This left the Academy's strength considerably diminished, causing Storm considerable distress. I think it's best not to inform Scott just yet. Let us just say Logan went to track down Magneto's location, she thought, feeling the weight of the situation. With a soft sigh, he immediately made his way toward the office building. Wolverine had departed from the school, and thus his previously assigned classes and responsibilities needed to be redistributed among others. In an instant, the burden fell upon the shoulders of his colleagues. What a capricious fellow. Aurora shook her head. However, there was little that could be done. It was hardly reasonable to chase after him in a car, staging a scene reminiscent of Fast and Furious. Moreover, Storm was well aware that, given Logan's temperament, even if she did catch up to him, it would be futile. He would undoubtedly not return. This incident could only be regarded as a mere interlude, causing minimal disturbance among the students. Whispers circulated, suggesting that Logan had quarreled with Aurora, which was the reason for his departure. Despite Storm's efforts to dispel these rumors and clarify that Logan had left to seek out the whereabouts of Magneto and others, such gossip, whether past or present, domestic or foreign, or even across parallel universes, proved impossible to contain. Lee, did Teacher Logan really leave after arguing with Teacher Aurora? Clarice inquired, her curiosity evident as the spark of gossip ignited in her eyes. Absolutely not. Lee Haotian chuckled, shaking his head. Wolverine would not depart over something so trivial, especially not at such a critical juncture. The only plausible reason for his departure is related to Jean. His interest had shifted from Logan's exit to the new dishes being introduced in the cafeteria. Let us head to the cafeteria. I've heard they've developed some new menu items today. Clarice smiled at the prospect of new culinary delights, perhaps influenced by Lee Haotian's enthusiasm. Unbeknownst to her, she had also become somewhat of a foodie. However, despite Lee Haotian's insatiable appetite, his physique remained unchanged, leaving Clarice feeling a twinge of envy. For she had recently noticed she had gained 3 pounds. This prompted her to engage in nightly battles within Lee Haotian's training space, fervently burning off the energy she had accumulated, as she was well aware that he preferred a more slender figure. Sister Alice, how is it that you can indulge so much without gaining weight? Clarice asked with genuine curiosity. I refine my body daily using starlight, incinerating any excess fat. Alice replied nonchalantly. Clarice was taken aback, her lips pouting in disappointment. Sister Alice, you're simply too cunning. Why didn't you share such an easy method with me? Alice regarded Clarice with a hint of amusement. I thought you enjoyed fighting. In an instant, Clarice transformed into a small lemon of discontent. Soon, the trio arrived at the cafeteria, where the new dish was a cod and bacon hot dog, garnished with onions, an adventurous culinary experiment. Lee Haotian promptly ordered 30 hot dogs and, with Clarice and Alice in tow, they settled into a cozy corner by the window. Will the onions truly enhance the flavor of the hot dog? Clarice pondered aloud, uncertainty creasing her brow. Before Lee Haotian could respond, a person clad in a janitorial uniform approached them. Is there something you need? Clarice asked, puzzled. Lee, may I have a word with you? The individual directed their attention solely to Lee Haotian, ignoring Clarice entirely. Who are you? Lee Haotian inquired after taking a sip of his soda. Actually, I am not a janitor. I am Agent Melinda May, a level 7 operative of S.H.I.E.L.D. The agent declared. Wait, you're with S.H.I.E.L.D.? Lee Haotian exclaimed, astonished. He hadn't anticipated that this seemingly unassuming janitor was associated with such a formidable organization. Melinda felt a pang of disbelief. She was merely 30 years old and had been referred to as Annie. Indeed, I am a level 7 agent, she stated with a tinge of pride. For such a designation was no small achievement. And what of that? Lee Haotian asked, taking another bite of his hot dog, which evoked a taste reminiscent of a bread roll filled with sausage and scallions. I represent S.H.I.E.L.D. and am here to formally extend an invitation to you. Agent May proclaimed. S.H.I.E.L.D. is inviting me? Lee Haotian's expression shifted to one of surprise. Was this an attempt to undermine him? I'm afraid I have no interest in S.H.I.E.L.D. He replied coolly, devouring another bite of his hot dog. Director Nick Fury holds your talents in high regard, which is why this invitation was extended. Should you decline, the consequences could be dire. Agent May's tone took on a menacing edge. Humph. At her words, Lee Haotian's demeanor turned icy. Was this a veiled threat? It seemed that after lying dormant for too long, someone had mistaken his patience for weakness. Did they believe that his amiable nature and reluctance to stand out made him easy prey? Rising slowly, he fixed Agent May with a steely gaze, the glint of anger evident in his eyes. He was no longer amused. Teacher Lee, Teacher Aurora wants to see you both. At that moment, a senior student rushed over, breaking the tension. Lee Haotian nodded in acknowledgement. Ding. Congratulations, Master, you have fulfilled the request of Ross Fat and obtained Origin 001, the system chimed, the notification resonating in his mind. The omnipotent task system would reward him for any endeavor imbued with a hint of demand or request. Though such occurrences were rare, their cumulative effect was significant. However, Lee Haotian was presently disinterested in the Origin 001 amidst the brewing turmoil. Since you are with S.H.I.E.L.D. and have infiltrated Xavier's academy. I presume you have gathered ample intelligence about me. Do you think your mission renders me easy to intimidate? Li Haotian spoke coldly. If it were a typical jest, he would have brushed it off. In the past, classmates like Jason had issued threats, only to be dealt with swiftly. But Agent May's threats carried a palpable malice. Clearly, if he were to reject her overture, she might indeed resort to violence. If she had collected information on him, she would know of his capabilities, at least those he had revealed, strength rivaling that of a steel behemoth, energy attacks comparable to Cyclops, and the ability to fly. Did they truly believe they could contend with him? Despite his anger, Li Haotian's mind raced, analyzing the situation. The agents of SHIELD were not fools. If they were willing to provoke him, they must possess some form of assurance. What was their strategy? Were they employing sentinels? Li Haotian suddenly recalled the sentinel. After all, he was a mutant, and for any mutant, this presented a distinct advantage in the eyes of a sentinel. It seemed that SHIELD had indeed made contact with the individuals from Trask Industries, possibly even establishing some form of collaboration. In an instant, Li Haotian comprehended the implications. It appeared he needed to extract some intelligence from this situation. Without hesitation, he stepped forward. Don't move, or I will shoot. Agent May's eyes glinted with malice at Li Haotian's approach, and she grew increasingly tense. After all, she was merely an ordinary human, while her adversary was classified as a high-level alpha mutant. In a flash, Li Haotian vanished, reappearing directly in front of Agent May. With a swift motion, he grasped her neck firmly. He remained silent, dragging her toward the office in the teaching building. Onlookers gaped in astonishment at the scene unfolding before them, bewildered by Li Haotian's grip on the janitor's neck. However, when they noticed the firearm in his hand, their astonishment morphed into confusion. Yet, none dared to intervene. They were well aware of Li Haotian's formidable prowess and his position as a teacher at the school. Curiosity piqued, some followed closely behind. Agent May struggled for breath, desperately attempting to wriggle free. Yet, she found the hand clasping her throat as unyielding as an iron vise. Despite exerting all her strength, she was unable to budge it even a fraction. Her face was turning a deep shade of purple. With her last ounce of energy, she fired a shot behind Li Haotian. However, the bullet ricocheted off his body as if it had struck the hardest of materials, like adamantium or vibranium. A jolt of alarm surged through Agent May. Yet, her visage, now resembling that of a liver, betrayed her shock. This pistol had been specially modified, boasting a power several times greater than that of an equivalent Desert Eagle. Yet, it failed to breach Li Haotian's defenses. If he were a mutant capable of morphing his form or structure, it would be understandable. But he appeared to be an ordinary mutant. How could his defenses be so formidable? Li Haotian paid no heed to Agent May's attempt to shoot. In truth, his body had grown increasingly robust with each day of sun exposure, surpassing the capabilities of an average human. Coupled with the templates he had created, Kakarot, Fatbu, and the god of destruction Beerus, his physical prowess had soared. Presently, his strength in a regular state rivaled that of a steel man after unleashing his abilities. He was no longer the cautious Li Haotian who once had to tread carefully around bullets. His might was ever present. During the day, he grew stronger under the sun. And even at night, though devoid of sunlight, the legacy of the three powerful templates continued to empower him. It could be said that Li Haotian was in a constant state of ascension. Before long, Li Haotian brought Agent May to Aurora's office. At this juncture, Agent May was on the brink of unconsciousness. With a thud, Li Haotian tossed her aside as one might discard refuse, before turning to Aurora and stating flatly, "What do you require of me?" His voice bore a hint of coldness, clearly indicating that he was still irate. Aurora, taken aback by Li Haotian's demeanor, cast a puzzled glance at the janitor. However, upon noticing the modified firearm still clutched in her hand, realization dawned upon her. "Hill, what are you doing here?" Recovering just enough to comprehend her surroundings, Agent May recognized that standing opposite Aurora was her colleague, Level 9 Agent Maria Hill. "Vice Principal Aurora, since you assert that the confidentiality agreement still stands, I urge you to expedite the resolution of Magneto's disturbances. Otherwise, we shall consider the agreement null and void." At which point SHIELD will take charge. Hill disregarded Agent May's words, instead addressing Aurora. "I have stated that even in Professor Xavier's absence, as long as Xavier's Institute remains, we will uphold the original confidentiality agreement. However, we have yet to locate Magneto. We have dispatched Wolverine to search for him." Aurora's expression darkened. SHIELD's intentions were evidently less than benevolent, and their demands were becoming increasingly overbearing. Yet, without Professor X, Xavier's Institute lacked the confidence to respond with defiance. Very well. We shall assist in the search for Magneto. I trust that clues will surface soon. At which point it will be time for you X-Men to act. Hill smiled, satisfied. This mission is accomplished. We shall take our leave. Behind the sofa stood 2 agents clad in black suits, donning dark sunglasses. Take Agent May with you, Hill instructed before turning to depart. Wait. At that moment, Li Haotian's voice rang out coldly. Did I grant you permission to leave? He fixed his icy gaze upon Hill and her associates. What do you mean? Hill raised an eyebrow, regarding Li Haotian with curiosity. Did I say you could leave? The chilling tone reverberated around them, causing the level 9 agent from S.H.I.E.L.D. to shiver involuntarily. A palpable aura of menace surrounded Li Haotian. Hill was certain she was not mistaken. The youth before her might strike her down at any moment. What is your intention? Yet, being a level 9 agent, Hill had seen her fair share of situations and endeavored to maintain her composure. Earlier, you inquired about Xavier's Institute, which still exists, and thus the confidentiality agreement remains in effect. We will handle Magneto ourselves. But your agent May attempted to undermine us and has resorted to threats against me? You dare to coerce our acting principal as if Xavier's Institute is without defenders? Such arrogance. Your trump card must be the Sentinel. Inform Nick that blind man I am quite displeased this time. Out of respect for Professor X, I shall not obliterate everything. I shall spare half. However, next time, I will consider the confidentiality agreement breached. If you seek conflict, let Nick the blind man give it a try. Li Haotian's words dripped with indifference. What do you mean by half? Hill's expression shifted dramatically upon hearing his words. S.H.I.E.L.D. had speculated about Li Haotian's strength. He was undoubtedly an alpha-level mutant, and a high-level one at that. If he were to engage, it would pose a significant problem without the Sentinel's support. Deep within, Hill found herself increasingly perplexed by the implications of the other party's words. However, it wasn't long before she grasped the truth. With a casual flick of his wrist, Li Haotian summoned a beam of dark purple energy at his fingertips. A mere flick sent forth a terrifying force of destruction from his fingertips. In a moment, the beam vanished, reminiscent of a flash of a blade, leaving the onlookers in stunned silence. All right, you can leave now. With a decisive wave of his hand, Li Haotian expelled both Hill and Agent May with a powerful thrust. Thud! The two were unceremoniously hurled away, tumbling across the ground. What a relief. Iceman Bobby could no longer contain his excitement, having suppressed his emotions until now. Hill, being part of S.H.I.E.L.D., had refrained from provoking them without Professor Xavier's protection. Yet, Li Haotian's appearance provided a much-needed stabilizing presence. A wave of reassurance washed over the crowd. You truly haven't disappointed me. Aurora felt a surge of emotion. She had always believed in Li Haotian's potential, and in such a short span, he had evolved from a mere student into a guardian of the Academy's dignity and interests. Well done, Phantom Cat Kitty chimed in. Had it not been for Clarice and Alice standing behind Li Haotian, she would have been unable to resist clinging to him in admiration. Outside, Hill and Agent May were utterly bewildered, unable to comprehend the magnitude of Li Haotian's actions or why he had been so unyielding. Nonetheless, they retreated in defeat. Unbeknownst to them, S.H.I.E.L.D. was in an uproar. An enemy attack? What manner of power is this? It is terrifying. Every agent stood in shock, their faces reflecting sheer disbelief at the sight before them. The S.H.I.E.L.D. headquarters had been cleaved in two. Even the hidden trump card, the Sky Carrier, had suffered the same fate. In short, everything within S.H.I.E.L.D. had been split asunder. One half remained intact, while the other lay utterly destroyed. The sheer force unleashed was unfathomable. Even with the protective shield activated, it proved utterly ineffective. Everything was obliterated in an instant. Had a deity descended upon them? Before the remaining half of the shield building stood Nick Fury, his astonishment still evident. He gazed at the scene, murmuring to himself, "This is a feat only the mightiest of gods could accomplish. Has an evil deity invaded Earth?" A grave expression settled on Nick's face. If that were the case, then Earth would once again be plunged into chaos. However, when Hill and the others returned to witness the devastation wrought upon S.H.I.E.L.D., they finally understood the meaning behind Li Haotian's words regarding half. In shock, they hastily informed Nick of the events, leaving him utterly flabbergasted. Although he had already overestimated Li Haotian's abilities, it was now evident that his strength surpassed even that of an alpha level. Could he possibly be omega level? While this conjecture left Nick astounded, he found no other explanation that could account for the current situation. At Xavier's Academy, Nick fell into deep contemplation. If Li Haotian truly was omega level, then even in the absence of the professor, the Academy could not afford to be careless or dismissive. Li, you were absolutely magnificent. Iceman Bobby, despite being older than Li Haotian, was like a starstruck admirer. Alternatively, One might say that Li Haotian embodied the ideal of what a mutant should aspire to be. Li, I am truly grateful. Aurora couldn't help but express her appreciation. Although Scott remained silent, seated in his wheelchair, he managed to give Li Haotian a thumbs up. Ever since Jean had killed Professor X, Cyclops had become increasingly reticent, and after nearly being drained by Jean, he had yet to regain his full mobility. While S.H.I.E.L.D. was trivial, it was evident that Magneto was up to something. I will keep a watchful eye, Li Haotian assured. Storm nodded in agreement. Seeing that Aurora had formed a plan, Li Haotian chose to say no more. He had simply wished to enjoy life, yet the world was not yet at peace, which compelled him to intervene. Nevertheless, he remained indifferent. Under the weight of immense power, all conspiracies and dangers appeared fragile and inconsequential. It wouldn't be long, perhaps 3 to 5 months at most, before Li Haotian felt confident enough to face any adversary in this world. Even the 4 great gods and 5 primordial deities would not daunt him. That would be the time of true freedom and delight, when he could genuinely savor life. For now, everything was about becoming stronger. Sunbathing? Yes. Completing the tasks of the omnipotent system? Absolutely. Had it not been for Agent May's earlier provocation, Li Haotian would not have felt compelled to act. He needed someone to take the initiative, allowing him to reap the rewards. With a sufficient number of origin points, unlocking more systems and templates for strength would significantly shorten his path to power. What lay ahead was the true climax. Li Haotian felt a surge of anticipation. Chapter 77, The Combat Power Detection System. A gentle breeze wafted through the sky. On a languid afternoon, Li Haotian reclined on a lounge chair on the library terrace, indulging in a moment of respite. Beside him, Clarice provided precise nourishment, while Alice showcased her exquisite culinary skills. This was the epitome of enjoying life. Ding. Congratulations, Master. The combat power detection system has been successfully established. As the mechanical voice resonated in his mind, a smile slowly spread across Li Haotian's face as he lay there. I shut in bliss. He had finally succeeded. Although some of his rule power had been expended, he had nonetheless created the system. The combat power detection system, while not enhancing strength or offering any special boosts, served merely as a means to gauge combat prowess, an auxiliary system. This world, while reminiscent of the Marvel Universe and the Dragon Ball realm, bore its distinctions. The measurement of combat power appeared somewhat chaotic, thus justifying the necessity of such a system. Li Haotian mused quietly. He had already acquired templates of 3 formidable beings, Kakarot, Majin Buu, and Beerus, the god of destruction. In the Dragon Ball universe, he would be nearly invincible, if not outright so. Yet, he realized he had not yet achieved invincibility even in this chaotic Marvel world. After all, beings like Jean, who had awakened the Phoenix Force, still existed. Numerous peak human entities lurked in the shadows. This left Li Haotian feeling somewhat unsettled. Hence, the creation of a combat power detection system would help ascertain just how far he had to go and provide data to measure against future adversaries. After all, his combat power detection system is not akin to the battle power scouters used by Frisia and his ilk. Even latent strength can be detected. The target's combat power stands at 39 points. Li Haotian, upon contemplating this, turned his gaze toward Clarice beside him. How low? He then glanced at Alice on the other side. Target detected, combat power 97 points. Li Haotian was momentarily taken aback. It was more than double that of Clarice. It seems Alice's strength is indeed formidable. Do I have something on my face? Noticing Li Haotian staring blankly at her, Alice instinctively touched her face. No, you look splendid. Li Haotian then playfully pinched Alice's cheek. The fact that her combat power reached 97 points indicated her considerable prowess. What about me? He curiously looked at himself. Target detected. Combat power 9,962 points, with hidden potential. Upon hearing the system's announcement, Li Haotian fell into a moment of contemplation. His normalized combat power of 9,962 points surpassed Clarice by 255 times and was approximately 103 times that of Alice. This was certainly not an issue. Generally speaking, possessing over double the strength allows for the easy defeat of an adversary. Should it exceed 10 times, it would be a complete rout. And surpassing 20 or even 50 times would place one in an entirely different dimension. Presently, Li Haotian's strength exceeded that of Clarice by 255 times and Alice by over 100-fold. If he desired to eliminate the two, it would be a simple task. For instance, utilizing Buu's superpower would effortlessly resolve the situation with the 2 women. Transforming them into candy or chocolate to consume would be a matter of moments. However, this is not Li Haotian's utmost combat prowess. It is merely hidden potential that the system seems temporarily unable to assess. Is it necessary for him to unleash it before it can be fully detected? This appears to be a limitation of the system. It seems that the meager consumption of rule power has rendered the system somewhat feeble. Li Haotian shook his head. Yet, despite having the omnipotent task system to accelerate accumulation, there remains an upper limit, determined by the strength of Li Haotian's X gene. I am growing stronger, and my X gene is indeed enhancing. But this cannot be rushed. As I strengthen, my X gene will ultimately grow stronger as well, Li Haotian mused inwardly. This is not a significant concern. He is merely in need of a bit more time. It is time to test his full combat potential. The hidden latent power must lie in his transformation abilities, along with the destructive energy of the god of destruction and the amplification of his energy to its peak, all of which would alter his conventional combat power. You two go prepare some afternoon tea. I shall join you in the cafeteria shortly. Li Haotian smiled and promptly soared into the sky. Utilizing his powers within Xavier Academy would cause damage, so he ascended beyond the Earth's atmosphere. First, let us witness the Super Saiyan transformation. Boom. A terrifying force erupted instantaneously, the golden aura shining like a miniature sun. Target detected. Combat power 79, 6,960 points. Indeed, the system's alert sounded, signaling a monumental surge in Li Haotian's strength. Nearly an 80-fold increase. A glimmer of contemplation flickered in his eyes. According to the settings, the transformation into Super Saiyan 1 grants a combat power increase of 50 times the norm. The initial source is from Dragon Ball Encyclopedia 7, which pertains to the Dragon Ball manga and animation, documenting Goku's battle power during the Namek saga. However, Li Haotian's baseline combat power is considerably lower than that in the Dragon Ball universe. Perhaps this discrepancy arises from the differing rules of the two universes. Li Haotian could only reason thus. Nevertheless, subsequent adaptations for the Dragon Ball manga in the Super Exciting Guide Story Edition further affirmed this premise. When the 2013 film Dragon Ball Z, Battle of Gods was released, the accompanying program also reiterated this notion. Thus, it is evident that this premise does not solely refer to Goku's initial transformation into a Super Saiyan, but applies to all characters capable of transforming into Super Saiyans throughout the entire series. This indeed suggests a variation in the rules of the two universes. He pondered thoughtfully. Different cosmic rules would naturally lead to certain anomalies. Currently, Li Haotian's baseline combat power is 9,962 points, with an enhancement of 80 times. As he has reached the second stage of Super Saiyan 1, he is significantly stronger than the first stage's 50-fold increase, thus achieving 80 times. However, the subsequent stages of Super Saiyan 1 and full power do not differ greatly. If Li Haotian wishes to further amplify his strength, he must await another progression to ascend to the realm of Super Saiyan 2. According to the specifications, Super Saiyan 2's strength is 100 times the norm, while Super Saiyan 3 can reach an extraordinary 400 times. As for the later stages, such as Super Saiyan God and Super Saiyan Blue, or even the ultimate state of Ultra Instinct, these represent a fundamental change rather than mere multipliers in strength. However, these transformations require Li Haotian to reach a certain level of progress with the inheritor characters. Contemplating this, he promptly opened his attribute panel. Chapter 78. Magneto begins to make moves swish. Li Haotian swiftly opened the attribute panel and scanned through it. Host, Li Haotian lifespan, 199 years origin. Rule power, 000. Strength, 293 tons mentality, 874. Ordinary person is 3. Stamina, 9901. Ordinary person is 10. Speed, 674 ms. Combat power, 9962. System space, 30,000 cubic meters. Available systems: mental shield system, sunbathing strengthening system, god level inheritance system, super battle space system, omnipotent task system, combat power detection system. God level inheritance system template 1. Character: Kakarot Goku race, Scion progress, 149 abilities: flight technique, Kamehameha wave, solar flare, key control, energy sphere, rage burst, high-speed flight. Instant transmission transformations: Super Saiyan 1 third stage, Great Ape, combat power increases 10 times. Requires over 17 million Blutz waves. Talent: Blood of combat, combat power surges drastically after near-death healing. God level inheritance system template 2. Character: Majin Buu race, Majin progress, 123 abilities, flight technique, high-speed flight, high-speed movement, belly flop attack, key blast, energy ball, destructive eye, super explosive wave, burst wave, telekinesis, transformation beam, regeneration, division, shape-shifting, restoration beam, healing beam. Talent: cosmic survival, ultra cell regeneration. God level inheritance system template 3. Character: Beerus title, god of destruction progress, 116 abilities, flight technique, high-speed flight, high-speed movement, purple sphere, heat ball, infinite light ball, ultra instinct talent, destructive energy. It appears there is still a long journey ahead. Haotian cast a cursory glance at the three major legacies. The earliest Kakarot template merely boasted a power level of 149. Nevertheless, he gained a more profound understanding of his own capabilities. His base power level reached an impressive 9,962 points, while in his transformed state, it escalated to a staggering 6,960 points. Although this fell short of the terrifying 150 million power level exhibited by Kakarot post-transformation in the Dragon Ball universe, it was attributable to the disparities between the two universes. It resembled the contrast in value between the currency of the United States and that of South Korea. Both may be denominated as one unit. Yet their worth is not equivalent. Due to differing rules and universes, a disparity inevitably exists. I must seek a metric unit. Haotian proceeded to test the destructive energy once more. The power level remained unchanged, indicating that the destructive energy is a form of divine power associated with the destroyers, distinct from the attack associated with the Kamehameha technique. Subsequently, Haotian unleashed the full power of the Kamehameha, elevating his combat strength to 1 million, surpassing his transformed base power level by nearly 200,000 points. It appears that my current peak power level hovers around 1 million. Haotian finally attained a concrete understanding of his capabilities. Whoosh! He swiftly returned to Xavier's academy. Wolverine. He first sought out Logan to assess his power level. To his surprise, it was only 88 points. It seems Wolverine's power level is not particularly high, possibly only at the third-tier mutant level. The true strength of his character appears to stem from his adamantium skeleton and formidable healing abilities. What about Storm? Haotian then visited Aurora and Scott. Their combat strength surpassed that of Wolverine. Aurora boasted an impressive 211 points, while Scott reached 231 points. In truth, Haotian had initially expected Storm to possess a greater combat strength, only to discover that Scott was marginally stronger. However, their power levels, being just over 200, did not meet his expectation of exceeding 1,000. Their mutant classifications should be at the alpha level. Next, Haotian evaluated the likes of Colossus and others. Iceman Bobby currently possessed a power level of only 199 points, while Colossus stood at 142 points. Kitty Pryde, known as Shadowcat, had an even lower score of merely 41 points, not significantly exceeding that of Clarice. Throughout the academy, the power levels of other students generally hovered around 10-20. Astonishingly, even the average janitor had only 0.3. Haotian shook his head in disbelief. He had assumed that ordinary individuals would at least possess a power level of 5. It appears that the power levels of ordinary citizens are likely around 0.11. In this context, even the weakest mutants typically possess a score of around 10, still surpassing that of regular humans. Of course, with a janitor at merely 0.3 points, perhaps a soldier might achieve 3 or 4 points. This comparison suggests that the power levels in this world are indeed lower in numerical value. Haotian pondered. In the Dragon Ball universe, even an ordinary person wielding a hunting rifle possesses a power level of 5. During the Dragon Ball Z era, Bulma utilized Raditz Scouter to discern the power levels of Master Roshi and Krillin, revealing Roshi's combat strength to be 139 and Krillin's to reach an impressive 206. This comparison highlights that the power levels in the Dragon Ball universe are generally higher than those within the chaotic Marvel universe in which Haotian currently resides. It is akin to the conversion of 1 pound being approximately 0.45 kilograms, equating to roughly 0.9 gene, although both may be represented as a single unit. The quality they signify is not commensurate. I wonder what Gene's current power level is. Haotian felt a curious intrigue. However, power level alone does not encompass everything. After all, beyond power levels, certain special abilities also cannot be quantified by mere numbers. For instance, although Haotian's peak explosive power level is around 1 million, it does not account for the destructive energy. The destructive energy from the God of Destruction Beerus template is a divine force, significantly more potent. I believe that Gene, Professor X, and others possess true strengths that surpass mere power levels. Haotian inwardly remained vigilant, recognizing that one must not grow complacent due to overwhelming power. After all, on Namek, Krillin and Gohan, whose power levels far exceeded that of the Ginyu Force's Guldo, almost fell victim to the seemingly feeble Guldo's psychic abilities. Professor Aurora is calling for us. At that moment, Shadowcat Kitty approached, her expression tinged with anxiety. Is something amiss? Noticing Kitty's unease, Haotian's curiosity was piqued. It seemed they had discovered Magneto's whereabouts. The X-Men were about to mobilize. Kitty spoke with slight apprehension, explaining that their target was not merely an isolated mutant, but Magneto himself, along with the formidable legion he had amassed. Has Magneto finally begun to stir trouble? Haotian understood immediately. He followed Kitty to Aurora's office without delay. Upon entering, he observed Wolverine wearing a grave expression. I apologize, Aurora. I left earlier because I sensed Jean's distress. Logan expressed his heartfelt regret to Storm. Although he had returned, he was well aware that his earlier departure had been irresponsible. What did you discover? Aurora inquired solemnly. Since he had departed in response to Jean's call, what had transpired? Chapter 79, Magneto's Triumph. Swish. Everyone turned their attention to Wolverine. Aurora fixed her gaze upon Logan, a flicker of frustration evident in her eyes. Although Storm was not known for her pettiness, Logan's departure during such a critical moment without providing an explanation left her feeling quite aggrieved. I witnessed Jean, trapped in that dim world, ensnared by chains. Logan spoke slowly, his voice laden with emotion, recounting a heartrending confession, akin to narrating a poignant tale. Instantly, the expressions of Storm and the others softened, and they ceased to reproach Wolverine. TSK, TSK, TSK. Who would have thought Logan possessed such oratory skills? Haotian could not help but marvel inwardly. Wolverine's eloquence was commendable. His storytelling was vividly expressive. In ancient China, he could have easily entertained audiences beneath the overpasses. Truly, as a man who has lived for so long, he has witnessed much. His vocabulary far exceeds my own. Nearby, Clarice was nearly brought to tears. S.H.I.E.L.D. has just relayed Magneto's location to me. Their intentions are abundantly clear. They want us to take action, Storm announced, her tone resolute, especially as her gaze fell upon Haotian within the crowd. It was evident that she regarded him as Xavier Academy's foremost powerhouse. Furthermore, after the recent events, Aurora had come to appreciate Haotian's approach to matters. Then let us take action, Haotian replied with a smile. Ding. Congratulations, Master, for agreeing to S.H.I.E.L.D.'s request and obtaining Origin 612. Ding. Congratulations, Master, for acquiescing to Aurora's request and acquiring Origin 015. At this moment, the omnipotent mission system experienced a surge in Origin points. Excellent. Haotian felt a profound sense of satisfaction. Let us prepare for departure. Aurora, upon hearing Haotian speak, felt a wave of relief. Without Haotian's unwavering support, Storm believed that her and Wolverine's combined strength would still fall short. After all, Scott was not yet ready to engage. Iceman Bobby, Colossus, and Kitty Pryde, among others, lacked sufficient combat experience and prowess. The X-Men promptly set out. The students at the Academy gazed longingly at the dashing X-Men in their uniforms, each silently vowing to strive for greatness and become one of them. Boom. Accompanied by the roar of engines, the aircraft vanished into the sky. Unlike the envious gazes of the students, those aboard the aircraft wore expressions of grave concern. For their adversary this time was no ordinary mutant, but the illustrious Magneto. He was a figure of awe, akin to Professor X, whose reputation loomed large. Moreover, intelligence indicated that Magneto had gathered a formidable cadre of powerful mutants. In that instant, all the X-Men fell into deep contemplation, having even steeled themselves for sacrifice. Yet, Haotian, seated nearby, exhibited no trace of worry, given his current combat capabilities. Even if he could not sweep through, he would undoubtedly remain safe. Lee, are you not at all concerned? Clarice, on her first mission, felt somewhat anxious. Fear not, for I am here. Haotian playfully pinched Clarice's cheek, smiling brightly. Yes, on the magnificent bridge, vehicles flowed like water through the city. Suddenly, a series of explosions erupted, causing cars traversing the bridge to spiral into chaotic collisions. Many people exited their vehicles to ascertain the cause of the commotion. Dad, what is happening? An earthquake? We're trapped. Countless individuals appeared frantic. The massive iron bridge began to sway. Ordinary citizens screamed in terror, rushing about in panic. Soon, an invisible force manifested abruptly. The vehicles seemed to be gently pushed aside by an unseen hand, and the congested bridge transformed into a wide expanse. Then, people beheld a man donning a steel helmet and a flowing cape, accompanied by a throng of followers, striding toward them. His expression was one of haughty detachment. Beside him, a blond youth wore an expression brimming with triumph. This entourage was none other than Magneto and his cohorts. The sight of them instilled even greater fear in the crowd. Humph. Magneto paid no heed to the frenzied escape of the ordinary citizens, his countenance betraying a hint of indifference. With a mere wave of his hand, the colossal bridge, stretching over 1,000 meters and weighing thousands of tons, was wrenched apart. In disbelief, onlookers witnessed the bridge seemingly come to life, akin to a merciless dragon. Heading towards the island of Genosha, Magneto and his companions stood atop it, appearing to ride the dragon. In that moment, the faces of the mutants were alight with arrogance. Inside the enclosed chamber of the Worthington Laboratory on Genosha, a bald child gazed in astonishment through the glass at this scene. "What is this?" The guard stood agape, utterly astounded. Charles had always dreamed of constructing a bridge, and now it had materialized. Magneto proclaimed triumphantly. Those officials from the United States, upon viewing this spectacle on their monitors, were rendered speechless. My heavens, they had never anticipated that someone could physically relocate the bridge. Clearly, they had underestimated Magneto. Magneto soared to the forefront, while a young boy inside a car stared with a mix of fear, curiosity, and admiration. Meanwhile, a woman in the passenger seat instinctively locked the car doors. Heh. A smirk curved Magneto's lips, his pride swelling further. After today, this world would truly afford mutants their rightful place. His grand scheme was on the cusp of fruition. Retreat. Retreat. Hide. The soldiers guarding Genosha were utterly terrified upon witnessing this scene. 100 mutants led by Magneto rushed forth. As twilight descended, the air thickened with an atmosphere of chill and menace. These damn mutants. In the laboratory on Genosha, Worthington's face contorted with anger and fear. Soon, Magneto and his cohort crossed the thousands of meters of the Golden Gate Bridge and arrived on the island. The child is in the southeastern corner of the building. Nightcrawler, standing beside Magneto, stepped forward to relay his sensory findings. Excellent. Once we capture them, we shall forge a new nation, and the history of mutants will be rewritten. Magneto's expression grew ever more smug, unable to suppress a smile. This was a smile of victory. Charles, do you see? The task you aspired to accomplish, but could not. I am about to fulfill. Chapter 80. No rush. Let the Sentinel fly a bit longer. The bridge between ordinary humans and mutants has indeed been established, thought Magneto, a faint smile gracing his face. Now seize them. The surrounding mutants could hardly contain their eagerness. Whoosh. At Magneto's command, they charged toward the laboratory with wild abandon. The air filled with screams and roars, instantly erupting into chaos. Stop these mutants. Kill them. Protect the laboratory. At that moment, dozens of armed mercenaries burst forth from the laboratory. Humph. The revived Red Tank was also ready to plunge into the fray. In chess, pawns always move first. But Magneto halted Red Tank, casting a scornful glance at the armed mercenaries, humans, and their weapons. Magneto then raised his hand to point. However, the anticipated scene of obliterating the mercenaries and their weapons did not unfold. One by one, mutants crumpled to the ground, punctured by syringe bullets. Those mutants with physical impairments but considerable strength were rendered ordinary. Humph. Have they learned their lesson? Plastic weapons. A flicker of derision crossed Magneto's face. These humans had resorted to non-metallic weaponry to combat him. Boom. Boom. A mercenary wielding a plastic rocket launcher fired off rounds of scattershot. Yet, these were not conventional bullets, but syringes filled with an antidote. Like a torrential downpour, the rain of flowers scattered wealth among the mutants, who fell victim to the shots and lost their mutant abilities, wailing in anguish. Firestar, Nightcrawler, and the others were taken aback by this grim turn of events. Thus, the pawns must move first. Magneto spoke with an air of indifference, utterly unconcerned with the lives of these mutants. Sacrifices are an inevitable aspect of war. A cold glint flickered in his eyes. Should this operation succeed, his grand design would unfold seamlessly, heralding a new era for mutants. Quickly, aim for the bridge. At that moment, the mercenary commander, observing Magneto's unwavering demeanor, promptly issued the order. Fire. Whoosh. Accompanied by the commander's directive, a dozen mercenaries wheeled out a plastic-made anti-aircraft gun. In an instant, thousands of syringe projectiles were hurtling through the air. Humph. With a swift motion, Magneto raised his hand. Debris from distant ruins converged before him, transformed into a formidable shield. Bang, bang, bang. The syringe projectiles collided with the shield, thwarted in their advance. Arclight, obliterate those weapons with shockwaves. As the mercenaries prepared for a second round of loading, Magneto felt a pang of urgency. Yes, Arclight stepped forward, hands moving rapidly to unleash shockwaves that rippled outward. In mere moments, every plastic weapon in the mercenaries' grasp was reduced to ruins. The anti-aircraft guns disintegrated into dust. What are the tanks and fighter jets? The official from the beautiful nation, who had been monitoring the situation, could not suppress his sharp exclamation. Sir, the tanks and fighter jets cannot be deployed. They would be crushed by Magneto. The deputy commander interjected, unable to hold back. What about ground support? The official pressed again. The rescue teams will take at least 30 minutes to arrive. The deputy commander replied, somewhat resigned. What of SHIELD? Don't they possess supernatural abilities? The official from the beautiful nation finally erupted in frustration. We are currently in contact. The deputy commander quickly responded. In truth, SHIELD had been monitoring the situation for some time. Above the island of Genosha, an enormous aerial aircraft carrier hovered, cloaked from view. Unbeknownst to the authorities of the beautiful nation and Magneto himself. Have the X-Men not yet arrived? Nick, aboard the aircraft carrier, remarked with a furrowed brow. The battle below had grown increasingly fierce, and it seemed the mercenaries from the Genosha laboratory would soon fall to Magneto's minions. I have already contacted Storm, the acting headmaster of Xavier's Academy. They have set out, Hill informed him. However, the mere thought of Xavier's Academy brought back vivid memories of that day when she returned and witnessed Li Haotian's formidable power. What manner of terrifying strength was that? Kill them. Eliminate them. Victory shall be ours. The mutants, witnessing their antidotes obliterated by arc light, were instantly galvanized. Hundreds of mutants surged towards the laboratory with fervor. Lee, are we not going to take action? Above, higher than the aerial aircraft carrier, the Blackbird jet encircled Genosha, stealthily flying. In reality, the X-Men had already arrived. However, Li Haotian had halted Storm from intervening. Among the X-Men was a temporary member, a faculty member from the Academy named Ocelot. While his combat prowess was modest, barely exceeding 20 points and weaker than Clarity, his ability was intriguingly useful, serving as a radar-like effect. Thus, the situation below was relayed through Ocelot's eyes. Iceman Bobby and the others were on the verge of impatience, yet they harbored an inexplicable trust in Li Haotian. Thus they held back. Still, their confusion lingered. They could not fathom Li Haotian's reasoning. You will soon understand. Li Haotian offered no further explanation. He was aware that SHIELD had also arrived. The aerial aircraft carrier below, while capable of evading the radar detection of the Blackbird jet, could not escape Li Haotian's sensory perception. Thus, he knew that SHIELD had arrived even earlier than they. Let the Sentinels remain airborne for a while longer. He was confident that SHIELD had prepared Sentinels. These entities posed a significant threat, and Li Haotian resolved to annihilate them all this time. He could not allow the Sentinels to manifest here, wreaking havoc and then departing. There were hundreds of mutants present, many of whom had reached level 2, with several even at level 3. Should the Sentinels acquire the data and information of these mutants, it was highly likely that they would evolve into a more fearsome incarnation in the future. Although Li Haotian was immensely powerful, he remained a mutant and thus harbored some wariness toward the Sentinels. I can no longer wait. Indeed, just then, Nick aboard the aerial aircraft carrier could no longer contain himself. Contact Trask. Let the Sentinels deploy. Chapter 81. The terrifying Sentinels and the mutants slaughtered the Sentinels were unleashed. Had it not been for the critical moment, Nick would have preferred to keep the Sentinels concealed for as long as possible. After all, they represented a formidable weapon against mutants, a trump card in their arsenal. However, should the X-Men discover this, it could lead to complications. Regardless, according to Hill, it seemed that Li Haotian was already aware of the Sentinel Program. Perhaps Professor X had briefed him before his demise. Charles, oh Charles, your abilities are truly formidable. It is exceedingly difficult to keep secrets from you in this world. Nick pondered to himself, harboring a sense of unease regarding Professor X's immense psychic power. Thankfully, that individual was no longer a concern. Otherwise, he would have posed a significant problem. Although the professor's death would be a source of sorrow for Xavier's Academy, for Nick, it was a boon. Meanwhile, aboard the aerial aircraft carrier, the members of the Blackbird jet observed the projections, their anxiety mounting. Magneto and his companions were pressing forward with relentless ferocity, their assault overwhelming the laboratory's mercenaries, who could not withstand the onslaught. Are we truly not going to intervene? Aurora could not help but glance at the composed Li Haotian beside her, whispering her inquiry. Soon, Li Haotian replied with a smile. Let the Sentinels remain airborne for a while longer. Look, what is that? Just then, Iceman Bobby exclaimed in astonishment. The others turned to see. Emerging from a certain location below, 21 towering figures, their forms gleaming with a metallic sheen. Bathed in the moonlight, they appeared cold and merciless, exuding an aura of terrifying malice. Mutants? They hardly resemble humans. The peculiar shapes seemed akin to armored beings. Are they robots? In an instant, the X-Men voiced their observations. Indeed, They are Sentinels. Haotian had long suspected that Nick and his associates would deploy the Sentinels. However, what Haotian had not anticipated was that these Sentinels were no longer the initial models. Although they bore some distinctions from the more terrifying killing machines seen in the future after the Third War, it was evident that they were far superior to the original models. Boom. As soon as these Sentinels emerged, they surged into the throngs of mutants like a tempest. Robots, watch me crush you. A formidable mutant, an elephant hybrid nearing level 3, displayed a disdainful expression. His ability was beast transformation, allowing him to morph into a terrifying mammoth towering several meters high. Not even a tank could withstand his might, let alone mere robots. Thus, he remained unfazed as the Sentinels approached. With a low growl, his already partially beastly form fully transformed. In an instant, a colossal mammoth charged towards the Sentinels, ready to trample them. Bang! But a shocking scene unfolded before this mutant's eyes. The Sentinel, instead of being crushed, raised its arms to form a steel shield, effortlessly blocking the monstrous stomp. Steel Titan, its ability seems to mirror yours. Bobby, the Iceman aboard the Blackbird, couldn't help but exclaim upon witnessing this transformation. My heavens! It can even breathe fire. Katie gasped in astonishment. The Sentinel's arms began to glow red, and in a heartbeat, it unleashed a torrent of terrifying flames. The mutant, who could flatten tanks, was incinerated in an instant. Although they were positioned at a distance, those inside the Blackbird could almost smell the charred scent. It was utterly horrifying. Yet, the spectacle of shock did not cease there. 21 figures, representing the 21 Sentinels, frantically plunged into the crowd, like tigers among chickens. The ordinary Gamma and Delta-level mutants stood no chance against the Sentinel robots. Whether transforming, spewing fire, or unleashing freezing blasts, the sheer power rendered the X-Men profoundly stunned. It turns out the robots the professor had us simulate in battle are real. Katie murmured, unable to contain her disbelief. They are far more formidable than the simulated ones we faced. Iceman Bobby was equally astounded. In a one-on-one confrontation, he doubted his ability to prevail against such foes. Who on earth created this? Wolverine Logan growled in frustration. Clearly, these Sentinel robots possessed mutant abilities while being mechanical. It was the perfect amalgamation of biology and machinery, a flawless killing machine. And Wolverine's initial transformation had aimed to create the ultimate weapon of slaughter. Thus, witnessing the Sentinels now filled him with rage. If the X-Men, who were already accustomed to battling the simulated robots, were so shaken, one could only imagine the chaos unfolding on Magneto's side. Charles, the very thing you feared has come to pass, Magneto exclaimed, equally stunned by the sight of these Sentinels. But weren't they supposed to be destroyed? His confusion was palpable. Yet, there was no time for contemplation. The horror of the Sentinels was beyond imagination. Although Magneto commanded hundreds of mutants, the Sentinels numbered merely 21. Yet, his forces were being mercilessly slaughtered. At this rate, within mere 10 minutes, hundreds of mutants would face annihilation. Where are those self-proclaimed champions of justice? They usually appear to thwart me, yet they are conspicuously absent this time. Magneto found himself reminiscing about the X-Men. Had they been present, perhaps they could have lent a hand. Yet, the X-Men, known for their tendency to falter, had vanished without a trace. Find that mutant within and eliminate him. Despite his irritation, the situation demanded that Magneto refrain from nostalgia. He turned to the nearby red tank and commanded, "Go." "Yes, at your service." The red tank, brimming with pent-up energy, surged forward, colliding with a Sentinel and sending it flying. He raced towards the laboratory with fervor. "Eliminate those Sentinel robots," Magneto instructed, prompting Fireman, Nightcrawler, and Arclight to take action as well. The other mutants could do nothing but succumb to the relentless slaughter. In a short span, dozens had already perished. The losses were staggering. Understood. Nightcrawler and the others sprang into action. This charade must come to an end. Magneto's face hardened with a touch of coldness. His mutant abilities surged to their maximum potential. The nearest Sentinel was swiftly under his control. However, before Magneto could leverage the Sentinel to counterattack the others, 3 uniquely colored Sentinels emerged from the fray. These 3 Sentinels, darker in hue and imbued with a richer texture, caught Magneto off guard. "Huh," Magneto scoffed, raising his hand to manipulate them. But in the next moment, he was left utterly flabbergasted. These 3 Sentinels were not made of metal, but rather of carbon fiber. Chapter 82, The X-Men Mobilize, Jean's Power. Damn it, Magneto's composure vanished. He had not anticipated that they would create Sentinels entirely composed of carbon fiber with specialized materials. Clearly, this was designed specifically to counter him. Die. Nevertheless, Magneto, being a man of the moment, could not simply concede. The one Sentinel he controlled charged towards the other 3 special mutants, but it stood no chance against their combined might. "I'll handle it." Fireman dashed forward, teaming up with Nightcrawler and Arclight to engage one Sentinel. Yet, even with this alliance, Magneto found himself at a disadvantage against the 2 remaining special Sentinels. Wonderful. The data we can collect this time will be invaluable. Trask aboard the aerial carrier was filled with excitement. With the data and intelligence gathered, he could enhance the Sentinels further. Is that the Sentinel from Trask Industries? Officials from the beautiful country, monitoring every move, were exhilarated by the sight of the slaughtered mutants. What a terrifying weapon, not only against mutants, but it could even be deployed on the global battlefield. In an instant, the official's eyes sparkled with ambition. Meanwhile, Haotian, who had been observing the events below, finally broke into a smile. It seemed that all the Sentinels were gathered here, 21 in total, with 18 standard metal Sentinels and 3 special ones. Haotian's eyes glimmered with determination. Now is the time to strike. He scanned his surroundings, noting the gazes fixed upon him, and couldn't he help but smile. The moment had arrived. Buzz. The Blackbird swooped down with urgency. "You all deal with Magneto. I'll take care of those Sentinels first. They must not leave Demon Island unscathed." Haotian instructed the X-Men. The personnel at Trask Industries typically find it quite challenging to acquire mutant data. In each research facility, possessing just a handful, perhaps a dozen mutant samples, is considered quite commendable. Yet now, with Magneto's cadre of mutants, it is as if they are generously offering their lives to provide data for Trask Industries. This opportunity cannot be allowed to slip away. "Leave it to us." Iceman Bobby was already becoming somewhat exhilarated. The others held their breath, awaiting Haotian's command. Although Haotian was neither the principal nor the leader of the X-Men, the group had long since acknowledged him in their hearts as one of the individuals they respected most, second only to Professor X. Even if Haotian was significantly younger than most present, his influence was undeniable. Boom. The horrific carnage continued unabated. Despite the efforts of Magneto, Pyro, Shadowcat, and others, the situation on the battlefield remained dire, with mutants still falling victim to slaughter. At this rate, it wouldn't be long before they were all wiped out. Damn humanity. Magneto felt a surge of anger within. The Sentinels were indeed formidable, each approaching the caliber of an alpha-level mutant. Moreover, they possessed an array of mutant abilities, boundless stamina, precise attacks, and an utter lack of fear, truly the epitome of a killing machine. "Jean, are you not going to act?" The death toll among the mutants was rising. Yet Jean remained disturbingly calm, hardly lifting a finger. This rendered Magneto utterly exasperated. What version of Jean do you prefer? If she were to take action, perhaps this situation would have been resolved long ago. Magneto had never doubted her powers, but at this moment, he noticed a look of turmoil in Jean's eyes, as if her consciousness was experiencing some form of chaos. Damn it, could her psyche be faltering again? Observing this, Magneto felt a wave of frustration. He was aware that Jean's mind was troubled, likely due to the presence of multiple personas within her. Yet, at such a critical juncture, the emergence of a struggle for her body was rather inconvenient. It seemed he could no longer count on Jean. Magneto pondered whether Red Tank had managed to eliminate that mutant. He thought to himself that if things continued as they were, even he would not be able to endure much longer. Retreat would be the only option. Magneto had faith that if he decided to withdraw, these robots would be incapable of halting him. Buzz. At that moment, the Blackbird suddenly descended to a lower altitude. Those traitors. Upon sighting the familiar aircraft, a rare smile broke across Magneto's face. For the first time, he felt that the X-Men were not so detestable after all. The aircraft soon landed, and the members emerged, each seeking their adversaries. Haotian addressed the group, instructing, "Let each of you engage your respective opponents." Given that the X-Men were notorious for their chaotic fighting style, Haotian did not bother crafting a plan. He merely cautioned Clarice to avoid unnecessary confrontations and to prioritize her safety, while also urging Alice to keep a close watch over her. After all, Alice's combat prowess surpassed 90, while Clarice's was below 40. Whoosh. The other X-Men leaped from the aircraft, commencing their individual battles. Scanning the targets, Haotian noted a power level of 307 points directed at Magneto. Indeed, his combat strength was significantly higher than that of Storm and others, and he was far superior to Wolverine. No wonder Logan often found himself toyed with by Magneto. It was not merely a matter of attribute countering, but also a substantial disparity in their fighting capabilities. Haotian contemplated this and cast a curious glance at Jean, who remained momentarily dazed nearby. Scanning her, he discovered a power level of 108 points, with hidden potential. Remarkably, her base power reached an astonishing 108 points, truly the mark of an Omega-level mutant. Moreover, was that hidden potential the Phoenix Force? Li Haotian's expression grew serious. Her base power exceeded his own, which stood at 10,021 points. Indeed, as his templates gradually unlocked, Li Haotian's base power would increase. Presently, he had surpassed 10,000, yet still fell short of Jean's current capabilities. Within a day or two, he would surpass her base power. However, he remained curious about the extent of her peak power with the Phoenix Force. His peak power was now approximately around 1 million. Intriguing. But given that she was currently lost in thought, Li Haotian decided to temporarily disregard her. He then observed a Sentinel, scanning and discovering a power level of 288 points. This Sentinel's strength was notably formidable. Within the X-Men, only Scott's power was comparable to that of the Sentinels. The others were considerably weaker. If only Magneto were not hindered. Otherwise, these Sentinels would not pose a threat to him. It was evident that Trask Industries possessed some remarkable capabilities. This level of power posed no challenge for Li Haotian. Though the Sentinels were currently weak, who could say how strong they might become if allowed to develop? They must be destroyed first. With this thought, Li Haotian sprang into action. Chapter 83, The Terrifying Template of Majin Buu. In an instant, Li Haotian soared into the sky. That was the young mutant who had previously been by Charles's side. Magneto quickly recognized the approaching Li Haotian, a hint of seriousness crossing his features. If his memory served him correctly, this was the same young mutant who had left Red Tank in such a dire state. Had it not been for one of the mutants under his command, who possessed healing abilities, Red Tank might still be bettered in now. Thus, Magneto held a profound impression of Li Haotian. This young mutant was incredibly powerful. If he chose to intervene, perhaps it could alleviate some of Magneto's pressure. Magneto thought to himself, disregarding the other Sentinels. However, these 3 Sentinels made from special materials were exceedingly troublesome. Although Pyro, Shadowcat, and others had managed to somewhat restrain one of the special Sentinels, significantly reducing Magneto's burden, the remaining 2 still prevented him from having the freedom to act. If Li Haotian could assist in holding one of the special Sentinels at bay, Magneto was confident he could dismantle the remaining one. Once those 3 Sentinels were neutralized, the rest would not only cease to be a threat, but could also be controlled, becoming a substantial asset. These Sentinels were far more powerful than typical secondary or tertiary mutants. Kid, hold one of the Sentinel robots for me. I'll handle the rest. Magneto called out as Li Haotian flew closer. Heh, Li Haotian chuckled at this. You want me to hold one while you take care of the rest? His smile deepened. Let us make it a bookmark. Li Haotian raised his hand, and swiftly, purple beams of light coalesced above him. Hiss. The moment this transformative ray materialized, it descended upon the special Sentinels still entangled in combat with Magneto's control. Magneto was momentarily taken aback. A mutant ability of the energy type? Doubt began to creep into his mind. Young mutant, you appear rather foolish. These Sentinels can absorb energy, even the powers of mutants. Your actions will only lead to. However, before Magneto could finish his thought, he was left agape in astonishment. The 2 troublesome special Sentinels, enveloped by the purple transformative rays, instantly morphed into 2 delicate bookmarks. Even a seasoned veteran like him had never encountered such a method. The might of the Sentinels is beyond question. While he could easily control ordinary Sentinels, these special ones were not crafted from metal, making them exceedingly difficult to manage. Even if Li Haotian were powerful, in Magneto's imagination, he could only hope to restrain one Sentinel. But this effortless resolution was utterly unexpected. And what precisely was that purple beam? What sort of mutant ability could transform a Sentinel, capable of absorbing mutant powers, into a mere bookmark? Unbeknownst to Magneto, Li Haotian was not wielding a mutant ability at all, aside from creating systems through the power of rules. Most of Li Haotian's abilities stemmed from the world of Dragon Ball. Thus, even the Sentinels could not absorb his strength. What did you just say? Li Haotian quipped, glancing playfully at the stunned Magneto. Magneto was instantly left flabbergasted, falling into a profound silence. He had faced situations of humiliation before, but never had he encountered such a stinging defeat, one that felt as if he were being thoroughly crushed. Ha! Seeing Magneto's discomfiture, Li Haotian couldn't help but chuckle softly. In an instant, he flashed and reappeared before another Sentinel. Transform into a bookmark. He commanded. If you had a transformative ray, what would you create? Hiss. In the blink of an eye, the transformative rays surged wildly. Across the battlefield, every Sentinel was turned into a bookmark one by one, collected by Li Haotian. Who is this person? The officials of the beautiful nation, closely monitoring the battlefield, were suddenly struck with shock. The Sentinels, who had just been dominant and imposing, were now transformed into bookmarks by a mysterious young mutant who had appeared out of nowhere? It was simply inconceivable. According to intelligence reports, this was a new member of the X-Men named Haotian. Charles had once submitted his dossier. A nearby researcher, holding a tablet, revealed Haotian's information displayed prominently on the screen. Haotian, X-Men. The official's face darkened, his eyes flashing with a hint of fear. If he could turn sentinels into bookmarks, could he also transform ordinary humans into bookmarks or something else entirely? The fear in his eyes deepened, filled with profound trepidation. However, the records only indicated a body enhancement mutant ability. There was no mention of such seemingly magical powers. The researcher wore a puzzled expression. This was simply outrageous. He had seen body enhancement mutant abilities before, but none were as absurd as Haotian's. Damn Charles, he must be concealing something. He cannot merely possess body enhancement abilities. I knew those mutants would never align with humanity. They must harbor ulterior motives. In an instant, the entire monitoring room erupted with hushed exclamations. The officials of the beautiful nation were genuinely intimidated by Haotian's display of power. After all, who would want to be turned into a bookmark or something else in an instant? Yet, beneath that intimidation lay a deeper anger, born from their own fear and impotence. Meanwhile, within the flying aircraft carrier above the laboratory, Nick and his colleagues wore equally expressive faces. Is this truly body enhancement? Nick couldn't help but exclaim again. During the previous incident with Jean Grey, he had sensed discrepancies in the information Charles had reported. Now, it was clear that the inaccuracies were not minor. They were utterly ludicrous. This ability was indeed terrifying. He recalled the previous occasion when Haotian had somehow split S-H-I-E-L-D in two. Now, this horrifying ability to transform sentinels into bookmarks had resurfaced. Just how many capabilities does Haotian possess? In that moment, the personnel of S-H-I-E-L-D fell silent, their expressions laden with intensified apprehension. Meanwhile, Trask aboard the flying aircraft carrier was raging uncontrollably. At that moment, he resembled a madman. This is impossible. Absolutely impossible. My sentinels are flawless. They cannot simply be dispatched in this manner. Trask's face was a mask of fury and resentment. These sentinels were the core of Trask Industries. Their very soul. Faced with mutants, they had been a slaughtering force. Yet now, they were effortlessly dispatched by a young mutant, transformed into bookmarks. He could not accept this. Chapter 84. Magneto's Ambition, an Astonishing Promise. How could this be? Pain etched Trask's features. These sentinels were like his children, the culmination of his life's work. Yet now, before Haotian, they appeared more fragile than a fish on a cutting board, awaiting slaughter. This reminded him of the term, paper tiger. The sentinels, once terrorizing the mutants, now seemed as fragile as if made of paper. A flicker of hatred crossed his eyes. I will have my revenge. Haotian, unaware of all that transpired, would not have cared even if he had known. After all, would an ordinary person be concerned with the hidden grudges of an ant on the ground? It would be better if they remained oblivious. But if one day that ant dared to crawl onto your foot, flaunting its might, even an ordinary person would not hesitate to flick it away with a gesture or simply swat it aside. If one were in a particularly foul mood, they might even hold it in their hand, gently rubbing it between their thumb and forefinger until it was reduced to nothing but ashes. Meanwhile, on the battlefield, the X-Men witnessed the terrifying spectacle of Haotian's abilities. However, unlike Nick from S-H-I-E-L-D, or the officials of the beautiful nation, their shock was intertwined with exhilaration. Lee is astonishingly powerful. Unbelievable. Is this a new ability of Lee? Such formidable robots, without the slightest chance to retaliate, transformed into bookmarks. Oh, how thrilling. The X-Men erupted with excitement. Clarice and Alice, the two women, wore expressions brimming with pride and elation. For the formidable man before them belonged to both of them. Suddenly, a series of explosive sounds erupted within the laboratory. The red tank, surrounded by a dazzling glow, madly surged forth from within. Did he kill them? Magneto inquired upon witnessing the red tank's emergence. The objective of Magneto's operation was to either eliminate or capture the mutant capable of creating the antidote. However, earlier, the presence of sentinels had instilled a sense of danger in Magneto. Thus, he had commanded the red tank to kill the mutant. Had he known that the X-Men would intervene and that Haotian was so extraordinarily powerful, Magneto would have certainly instructed the red tank to capture the mutant instead. If the mutant were to fall into his grasp, it would signify that Magneto held the key to the antidote. At that point, recruiting subordinates or eliminating disobedient mutants would become exceedingly convenient, significantly enhancing his power. Yet, it now seemed unlikely. After all, given the red tank's prowess, Magneto was confident that the opponent would not survive. Indeed, the red tank, upon hearing Magneto's words, broke into a foolish grin. Apologies, I charged in too recklessly. That mutant was reduced to a pulp. In the heat of the moment, the red tank had accelerated to his maximum capacity, obliterating everything in his path. Even the structure containing the captive mutant had been reduced to dust by the force of his preheated air. This overwhelming power had directly turned the child who possessed the antidote into mere mush. This diverged entirely from the original narrative, as the red tank had not foolishly collided with the wall, but had instead utilized the surrounding might to transform the mutant into a slurry at the moment his abilities dissipated. Enough. The nuisance is resolved. Everyone retreat. Although he had not captured the mutant, the objective of the operation was still deemed accomplished. Consequently, Magneto hesitated no longer in order to retreat. With this endeavor, his reputation would reach new heights. And without the antidote, this threat would be neutralized, allowing him to proceed with his next plan, marking the true beginning of Magneto leading mutants against humanity. Retreat. Everyone retreat. Mission accomplished. Hurry back. Upon hearing Magneto's command, all the mutants gasped in astonishment. In truth, a third of them had already perished in the battle thus far. However, Magneto remained indifferent. To him, these mutants were not particularly elite. They were merely high-level cannon fodder. Only individuals like Firestar, Nightcrawler, and the Red Tank were begrudgingly regarded as true subordinates by Magneto. Yet, the ruthless nature of the scene was evident. Even Mystique could be sacrificed. In a moment of crisis, all these mutants could be discarded without hesitation. Soon, the remaining mutants began to retreat while engaging in combat. Lee, Storm, Ororo descended gracefully and landed beside Lee Haotian. Although no one had explicitly stated it, nearly everyone had tacitly acknowledged Lee Haotian as the leader of the X-Men. His formidable strength commanded respect and loyalty. Everyone, gather your belongings and return to the aircraft. I will probe Jean Grey, Lee Haotian instructed as he looked towards Storm. Understood. Storm nodded without the slightest hesitation, immediately calling the other X-Men to commence their retreat. Clearly, Lee Haotian's words were taken as orders, and no one dared to oppose him. With a swift motion, Lee Haotian flew towards the direction of Magneto and the others. Young mutant, do you wish to stand against me? Magneto's voice resonated as he noticed Lee Haotian approaching. And if I do? Lee Haotian replied, a hint of amusement dancing on his face at Magneto's words. Charles is dead. A place like Xavier's Institute is unworthy of you. Come with me. Magneto smiled. To follow you would mean I am deserving? Lee Haotian questioned, intrigued by Magneto's assertion. Of course. What is Xavier's Institute but a well? I seek the vast ocean. This world is immense, teeming with billions, covering an area of over 500 million square kilometers. It is unfathomably large. Yet, this world is also strikingly small, incapable of accommodating mutants. Therefore, I aim to forge a realm for mutants. Henceforth, mutants shall stand in equal measure against humanity. Join me, and we shall govern this nation together. What say you? Magneto was indeed a master of persuasion, and his words left Lee Haotian astounded. The ambition to establish a nation, particularly one for mutants, was extraordinary. Lee Haotian could envision that once the nation was established, battles between mutants and humans would ensue. What he sought was not merely a country but dominion over this world, where humanity might ultimately face extermination or subjugation. Do not be swayed by his allure. Storm interjected, having floated closer to overhear Magneto's attempt to entice Lee Haotian. She understood all too well that the allure of Xavier's Institute paled in comparison to Magneto's proposition. In that moment, Storm genuinely feared that Lee Haotian might be beguiled by Magneto, agreeing to depart with him. If that were the case, not only would Xavier's Institute lose a prodigy, but the X-Men would also be deprived of a powerful leader. It was entirely plausible that Magneto could realize his ambitions with Lee Haotian's strength. Storm increasingly recognized Lee Haotian's formidable capabilities. Silence. Magneto's expression darkened as he saw Storm interrupt. Raising his hand, a massive metal beam hurtled toward her. Damn it. Storm's eyes glowed as she summoned a tempest to deflect the metallic projectile. Forgive me, but I am rather disinterested in ruling the world. For me, merely observing this world suffices. My desire is not to possess this world but to ensure that no one looms above me, for I dislike looking up to speak with others. The realm of mutants you speak of holds no allure for me. Yet Lee Haotian merely shook his head. This man, while not entirely apathetic, bore little desire for dominion or world unification. With food and drink at his disposal, leisure and pleasure readily available, and all material desires, wealth, gourmet delicacies, fine spirits, and companionship, satisfied. What need had he for the burdens of leadership? The role of a sovereign is arduous, and that of an emperor even more so. What Li Haotian yearned for was the freedom of a wanderer, one to whom even an emperor would bow. Such a pity. Upon hearing Li Haotian's words, Magneto's expression reflected a tinge of regret. This was not pretense but genuine lamentation, for in Magneto's eyes, Li Haotian's potential was scarcely inferior to that of Professor X. Their influences, albeit different, were equally formidable. One swayed the minds of men, while the other wielded unparalleled strength. Securing either would undoubtedly propel Magneto toward his grand ambitions. However, being a man of stature, Magneto would not indulge in the trifles of negotiation like Liu Bei's famed visits to the thatched cottage. He simply turned and departed. Yet, he understood that Li Haotian would not permit him to leave so easily. Thus, he issued a command to the nearby Juggernaut to intercept Li Haotian. In truth, had Magneto not spoken, Juggernaut would have been eager to engage, still haunted by the humiliating defeat he had suffered at Li Haotian's hands. Now, bolstered by a second awakening of his mutant powers, he had grown significantly stronger. During the recent attempt to capture a mutant cure, he had displayed such overwhelming power that he had reduced his opponent to mere pulp. With newfound strength, Juggernaut had nearly forgotten the wretched state he had once been in, becoming somewhat intoxicated by his own might. This prompted him to eagerly seek an opportunity to teach Li Haotian a lesson. With a ferocious roar, he charged forth, his combat power registering at 222 points, with hidden potential capping at an astonishing 999 points. The combat power detection system emitted an alert. A base power of 222 points? Quite impressive, indeed, though still not insurmountable. Among the X-Men, only Scott surpassed him. Li Haotian murmured in astonishment. Juggernaut's previous base power had been somewhat lesser, but after his recent awakening, he had gained considerable strength. However, the hidden potential must pertain to kinetic conversion. Once in full motion, he would be an unstoppable force. Approaching the threshold of 100,000 power points was indeed surprising. After all, this was the strongest mutant Li Haotian had encountered to date. Excluding Jean Grey, who could no longer be considered a fully fledged mutant. Possessing the Phoenix Force, even her base power would be significantly elevated, augmented further by her status as a peak alpha-level powerhouse, and now, following her transformation, she had ascended to Omega level. Thus, her formidable base power was not unexpected. Moreover, Jean Grey's hidden potential far exceeded that of Juggernaut, whose upper limit was merely 100,000 power points, his peak capability. In contrast, Jean's Phoenix Force rivaled the might of the 5 cosmic entities, one rooted in Earth-level power, the other encompassing multiversal strength. The disparity was vast. Nevertheless, these considerations held little significance for Li Haotian, whose own potential remained unpredictable. Even if the X gene did not enhance, the 3 legacy templates he possessed would inevitably amplify his strength once their powers were fully inherited. The degree of this amplification was uncertain, and it was one of the few aspects Li Haotian eagerly anticipated. At that moment, Juggernaut had accelerated, his power exceeding 10,000 points. A terrifying blaze of energy surging forth with ferocity. Though Juggernaut may have been somewhat dim-witted, his raw strength was undeniable. However, his limitations were glaringly apparent, rendering him far less adept than that young man. Magneto cast a glance at the charging Juggernaut, feeling a twinge of sentiment. Juggernaut's strength was indeed formidable, yet his weaknesses were all too evident. There were countless strategies to counter him. Far from being Magneto's ideal subordinate, only someone like Li Haotian would suffice. It was a pity, however, that Li Haotian had declined his offer. Despite Juggernaut's shortcomings, once he gained momentum, even Magneto would find it challenging to withstand him. Just as he prepared to turn away, his pupils suddenly dilated, shock washing over his face, filled with disbelief. Am I to be your protector, my friends? Li Haotian raised his hand nonchalantly, conjuring a sphere of dark purple energy. Juggernaut, charging with unstoppable force, collided fiercely with it. Before he could utter another word, he vanished in an instant. The once mighty Juggernaut, now nearing 30,000 in power, was reduced to mere dust. The purple-black destructive energy sphere, having obliterated Juggernaut, continued its relentless advance toward Magneto and his allies. With each sweep, regardless of their tier of power, the mutants were annihilated, reduced to nothingness. Even the Human Torch, in a frenzy, unleashed flames in a futile attempt to halt the destructive sphere, only for his fire to be extinguished in the process. In the blink of an eye, Magneto's mutant forces were decimated, leaving only a handful struggling for survival. The area where Magneto had stood was now marked by a massive crater, over 100 meters in diameter. Chapter 86, Awakening of the Phoenix Force, A Clash Among Gods. What is happening? Magneto hovered above, his face a mask of astonishment, his heart pounding with dread. Had he not been able to utilize the metal on his person to barely float and evade the devastation, he too would have faced instant annihilation. What manner of power is this? It is utterly terrifying. Surely, even Jean Grey's destructive telekinesis pales in comparison to this force? His eyes reflected shock, and a glimmer of fear flickered within. It was akin to witnessing Jean slay Professor X. This was the kind of power capable of instantaneously ending him. Ah, indeed, a man of the scene, fortunate to have survived. Haotian, too, felt a measure of surprise. He had not truly held back. Even if the destructive energy was not at its maximum potential, sufficient to annihilate everything, yet unexpectedly, Magneto narrowly evaded the onslaught. However, he now found himself in a disheveled state. The grandeur of the scene diminished. Beside him stood a short-legged nightcrawler, an archangel missing an arm, and a mutant with wings reminiscent of a moth. The rest of his legion had been reduced to mere ashes. In an instant, the once formidable throng of Magneto's minions had dwindled to a mere handful. Even he appeared utterly wretched. It seemed time for the curtain to fall on this spectacle. Haotian smiled faintly, preparing to make his move. Boom. At that moment, not far away, Jean Grey, who had been struggling, suddenly erupted with a terrifying force. Her pupils transformed into an abyssal black. A radiant light cascaded around her, unleashing waves of fire. Her long hair danced wildly, exuding an aura of dread. Haotian's gaze sharpened, drawn to her. Beep, beep, beep. The power detection system blared an alarm. Combat power, 321, 107 points, and still escalating. The Phoenix Force had erupted? Jean Grey's power certainly could not be this formidable. Now surging to 320,000, and still on the rise, there could only be one explanation. The Phoenix Force residing within Jean Grey was beginning to manifest. This is splendid. I yearn to witness the true might of the Phoenix Force. Said to rival the 5 cosmic deities. A glint of battle lust flickered in Haotian's eyes. Transformation. At his current standard power of just over 10,000. He was utterly no match for the Phoenix Force nearing 350,000. Moreover, the Phoenix Force was still surging. Boom. In an instant, a terrifying golden flame erupted, supplanting the white energy waves. Haotian's power began to escalate wildly. Kamehameha. Sizzle. Sizzle. Tremendous energy swiftly coalesced. In the blink of an eye, his power exceeded 500,000. A resounding boom echoed as a purple beam of light sliced through the sky, aimed directly at Jean Grey. Damn it! Jean's fury ignited. Her eyes, devoid of white, glimmered with a chilling murderous intent, brimming with ruthlessness and savagery. Was this due to the fragmented consciousness of the Phoenix Force, causing her to lack a coherent personality? Haotian contemplated this scene, realizing that under normal circumstances, the Phoenix's consciousness would never manifest in such a chaotic manner. It could only be said that the awareness contained within this Phoenix Force was minimal, more akin to disarrayed impulses, greed, brutality, destruction. Sizzle. Sizzle. A fearsome array of destructive telekinesis, empowered by the Phoenix Force, coalesced around her, spiraling into a tempest. Jean's telekinesis was astonishingly potent, forming a terrifying storm that repelled his massive energy wave. Truly, the Phoenix Force, rivaling the might of the 5 cosmic deities, was formidable even in fragments. While aware that Jean Grey's Phoenix Force was undoubtedly powerful, Haotian had not anticipated that mere destructive telekinetic storms could obstruct his energy wave exceeding 500,000. This indicated that Jean's strength had significantly increased since their last encounter. Her unlocked Phoenix Force more substantial than before. All shall descend into chaos. Jean's voice resonated with a chilling growl. Boom. A ghastly wave of destructive telekinesis coalesced into a terrifying crimson storm. The earth, buildings, ruins, and vehicles around her began to disintegrate into fine dust. This spectacle instantly horrified the officials of the United States, who had been monitoring the scene. How terrifying. The power of mutants is truly incalculable. Particularly Magneto, that young man, and the long-haired woman in red, posed the greatest threat. Deploy the final measures. Mobilize the entire fleet to the Golden Gate Bridge and obliterate Devil's Island entirely. However, Magneto had not perished, nor had he lost his mutant abilities. Missiles would be ineffective against him. Thus, they resolved to employ a blockade strategy, conducting indiscriminate bombardments in the waters surrounding Devil's Island, advancing layer by layer to deny Magneto any chance to regain control. Obliterate that place. In an instant, the U.S. officials abandoned all other considerations. No more S.H.I.E.L.D. No more X-Men. They trusted only in the weapons at hand. Among the officials, there were also S.H.I.E.L.D. moles. Therefore, Nick was the first to learn of the government's tactics. Damn it. Retreat. Return to base. The normally composed and astute Nick could not help but curse under his breath. This was not what they had previously discussed with the U.S. officials. This sky carrier represented the last of S.H.I.E.L.D.'s reserves. While it may be an older model, if it were destroyed, S.H.I.E.L.D. would be left with nothing. Moreover, the sky carrier's defenses could not withstand the onslaught of the entire U.S. fleet. Although the missiles aboard were not particularly powerful, far inferior to intercontinental missiles, the sheer volume was daunting. If a full barrage were unleashed, it could indeed annihilate the waters surrounding Devil's Island. By then, even Magneto would be powerless to intervene. This was akin to a strategy of inflicting 1,000 points of damage to oneself in exchange for inflicting 800 on the enemy. Yet the U.S. officials could no longer afford to consider such matters. Boom. Amid Nick's grumbling, the sky carrier began to hastily retreat. Haotian, however, remained oblivious to all of this. Even if he were aware, he would remain unfazed. Possessing the template of Majin Buu, he was impervious to such missile barrages. Even if the Earth were to explode, he would remain unscathed. Even a fragment of the Phoenix Force was outrageously powerful. Haotian noted that the opponent's power had climbed to 600,000 points. Though not the complete Phoenix Force, it was undeniably divine power. Only magic could vanquish magic. Only a god could oppose another god. A glint of brilliance flashed in his eyes. Boom. An inexplicable pressure emanated from him. This was the aura of the god of destruction. Let me witness the true strength of your incomplete Phoenix Force, which rivals the 5 cosmic deities. I am eager to discover whether your destructive telekinesis surpasses my destructive energy. Chapter 87. Breakthrough, Divine Technique. Boom. After transforming, Haotian's power surged directly to 700,000. At that moment, Jean Grey also finally elevated her power to over 750,000. The two were nearly evenly matched. Has her potential been exhausted? Gazing at Jean Grey, whose power increase had begun to plateau, a flicker of brilliance ignited in Haotian's eyes. Indeed, the Phoenix Force was formidable, comparable to the 5 cosmic deities. However, Jean Grey possessed merely fragments of the Phoenix Force, not its entirety. This power of over 750,000 had reached its zenith. It had been a long time since he had engaged in a battle of such parity. Haotian's aura erupted once more, reaching an astonishing 75,000 in an instant. With his current foundational combat power, when he exerted himself to the fullest, it had already surpassed 80,000. Yet, Haotian yearned for an exhilarating battle. A chance to savor the experience. Come at me, he exclaimed, excitement gleaming in his eyes. The scion blood coursing through him began to simmer, particularly igniting the impulse to confront strong opponents, reminiscent of Kakarot. This fervor erupted within him. In a flash, he darted towards Jean Grey, enveloped in golden flames. His speed was breathtaking. Such incredible swiftness. Magneto's face contorted with shock and disbelief. This was pure velocity, surpassing the limits of visual perception. He could not see it. In fact, it was not only him. Even Aurora and the others were unable to perceive it. The officials from the United States, who had been monitoring the situation, were equally at a loss. Sir, the speed is too overwhelming. Even at 64 times slow motion, I can only catch a blurry afterimage. The staff member responsible for monitoring the large screen wore a face of astonishment. He had never imagined that a human could move so swiftly, even if they were a mutant. After all, this was not a mutant ability. It was pure physical prowess. Achieving such velocity was utterly terrifying. How long until the fleet reaches the vicinity of the Golden Gate Bridge? The American commander took a deep breath, striving to maintain composure and not appear foolish. However, the astonishment etched on his face betrayed his true feelings. Sir, we are already at full speed. In no more than 10 minutes, we can deploy over 50 ships. A general interjected. The location of Devil's Island was of paramount importance. It housed a hidden underwater base of the United States. All nearby concealed fleets and submarines were mobilized solely for the purpose of firepower suppression, launching a missile barrage to obliterate everyone on Devil's Island. At this moment, the American officials were beyond caring about the collateral damage. Everyone must perish. Otherwise, they would be unable to find peace of mind. Meanwhile, aboard the swiftly moving aircraft carrier, Nick was equally taken aback. Is this truly the extent of Jean Grey and Haotian's powers? Even deities seemed to pale in comparison. Nick murmured to himself. Having witnessed powerful beings such as Thor, he was no stranger to might. Yet the forces displayed by Jean Grey and Haotian seemed to rival those of the Thunder God himself. Boom. In an instant, A cataclysmic clash reverberated through the heavens and the earth. Jean Grey's destructive telekinesis, infused with chaotic energy, represented true divine power. Though Li Haotian had transformed into a super scion, it was merely a means to amplify his combat prowess. His true offensive capabilities were rooted in the power of destruction. This was a confrontation of divine forces. With a sudden movement, Li Haotian evaded the hammer of destructive telekinesis, leaving the ground behind him reduced to ashes. The very fabric of space appeared to warp ominously. The terrifying power of the Phoenix seemed intent on reverting everything to chaos. Yet, Li Haotian's eyes sparkled with determination, devoid of any fear. Destruction. He raised his hand, unleashing a wave of destructive energy. PFF. Jean Grey barely managed to evade. The spot she had occupied instantly dissolved into nothingness. Destructive energy annihilated all. This was the might of a god of destruction, impervious even to divine beings. The aura of a deity. In Jean Grey's obsidian pupils, a grave expression flickered. The bloodlust, brutality, and malevolence began to wane. Phoenix. Boom. In an instant, the flames enveloping Jean Grey transformed into a magnificent phoenix, radiant and invincible. The potent divine aura seemed poised to crush everything in its path. Scorching blast. Li Haotian pointed his finger, and a terrifying projectile erupted forth. A blazing energy sphere, akin to a miniature sun, manifested, rivaling Jean Grey's phoenix in power. Sizzle. The terrifying forces clashed, the surroundings morphing into a crucible of destruction. Transmutation ray. With a swift motion, Jean Grey was transformed into a cake, surrounded by swirling flames. This won't do. Li Haotian chuckled. While the transmutation ray possessed considerable strength, it was merely a spell of mage imbue. If there were a significant disparity in power, it could easily overwhelm. Yet, the opponent was a deity. For a god, this seemed rather feeble. Destruction. He unleashed another wave of destructive energy. A technique befitting a divine master. Boom. The ominous destructive energy shattered the phoenix, reverting the cake back to Jean Grey. However, at that moment, her pupils suddenly flickered, oscillating between normalcy and an abyssal blackness. Had the phoenix's power drained her consciousness to the brink of dominance? Upon witnessing this, Li Haotian's eyes brightened. According to Professor X, within Jean Grey resided a secondary persona, essentially the consciousness of the phoenix. Now, with the phoenix's power depleted, it struggled to maintain control over Jean Grey's awareness. Allow me to assist you. He surged with an unimaginable aura, his combat power ascending to its zenith. 890,000 in strength. This was Li Haotian's true capability post-transformation. Yet, almost immediately, Li Haotian's aura erupted again. Deprivation. The essence of the god of destruction was released to its utmost limit. His combat power surged yet again. Previously, he had reached a combat power of over 79,000, but now, in an instant, it exceeded 300,000. The battle with Jean Grey had accelerated the rare inherent speed of Li Haotian's god of destruction template, amplifying his strength. In this moment, Li Haotian's mastery over the power of destruction expanded significantly. Boom. The terrifying divine aura transformed into an enigmatic chain, piercing through the void and embedding itself within Jean Grey's being. Buzz. In an instant, Li Haotian found himself enveloped in an exceedingly dim cosmos. In the depths of this darkness, a radiant light encompassed the entire starry expanse. The searing temperature, suffused with chaotic energy, permeated this shadowy universe. Before him loomed a creature of unimaginable magnitude, larger than a planet. No, larger than an entire galaxy. The galaxy seemed but a plaything in its presence. Am I fearsome? Surely. No one would think that the neighboring child would weep with envy at the sight of breadcrumbs. A chilling, brutal gaze slowly turned toward Li Haotian's consciousness. It was the embodiment of the Chaos Phoenix. Chapter 88. The terrifying nuclear explosion, the arrival of doom? Is this the true essence of your Phoenix power? Li Haotian pondered. Surprised. He had not anticipated that the consciousness of the Phoenix within Jean Grey would manifest in such a manner. A silent roar reverberated beneath the celestial canopy of this universe. Around him, an ethereal flame ignited, as if everything were destined to return to chaos. This was an attempt to incinerate the fragment of consciousness belonging to Li Haotian. Destruction. The exterior Li Haotian, however, merely chuckled coldly. The formidable energy of destruction began to coalesce with fervor. Divine technique, void destruction. This was a new ability unlocked after the further enhancement of his ancestral template. Although it fundamentally utilized destructive energy, it specifically targeted the realms of mind and soul. Bruce's destructive energy was not merely confined to the annihilation of matter. It was a force capable of obliterating all, including the ethereal. Boom. Terrifying violet-black chains, reminiscent of a divine dragon, swiftly entwined themselves toward the chaotic phoenix. If it were the complete power of the phoenix, Li Haotian, with his current strength, would have been unable to effectuate its destruction. Yet, it was merely a fragment of the phoenix's might. Sizzle. The two divine powers collided instantaneously. A dazzling brilliance illuminated the previously dim expanse of the universe. Accompanied by a mournful wail, the phoenix's power dissipated. This vast cosmos was plunged once more into darkness, a pitch-black void devoid of any light. However, Li Haotian understood that the phoenix's power had not been obliterated. It was simply concealed after being damaged. If he wished to utterly annihilate the phoenix's essence within Jean Grey, he was not yet capable. This shadowy universe seemed to connect to a multiverse. Should Li Haotian aim to extinguish the phoenix's power, he would need to dismantle this multiverse. Although he was now powerful, comparable to a deity, he was still merely at the threshold of a singular universe level and had yet to attain a multiverse level of prowess. Swish. In the tangible world, Jean Grey's body trembled violently, causing her to plummet. With a swift motion, Li Haotian caught her. Who are you? Jean's body was frail, unable even to struggle. Yet her gaze brimmed with caution. Hee. Do not be alarmed, Senior Jean. I am a student from Xavier's academy, your junior. Li Haotian replied with a grin. Jean Grey's consciousness had been suppressed by the phoenix, leading to a momentary confusion in her memory, rendering her unable to recognize Li Haotian. TSK. I must say, Senior Jean, your intrusion into others' minds is rather impolite, he remarked with a smirk. Moments ago, Li Haotian had received a system notification indicating Jean Grey's attempt to invade his psyche and read his thoughts. However, fortified by a mental shielding system, even Professor X could not penetrate it, let alone Jean Grey. After all, when it came to mental abilities, Professor X was Earth's most formidable. Yet he wielded pure telepathy, unlike Jean, who possessed telekinesis. Boom. Suddenly, a series of violent explosions erupted in the distance. A terrifying shockwave surged forth like a tsunami, wreaking havoc. The explosive force uprooted this maritime expanse, colossal waves crashing in from every direction, disrupting the magnetic field and enveloping the entire Devil's Island. It was as if the waves had formed a vessel, while above, thousands of naval vessels and missiles soared through the air, akin to a rain of arrows or the scattering of celestial blossoms. Alas, these were not beautiful flowers, but rather fireworks heralding an infernal onslaught. Among those missiles was one that bore the equivalent destructive force of 30,000 tons of TNT, a long-range missile. In that moment, Devil's Island was rendered a place of no escape, the entire sea poised to be erased from the map. Li Haotian furrowed his brow, his expression growing increasingly frigid. Not far away, Magneto, who had yet to fully retreat, widened his eyes at the sight. Damn those humans, this is a fleet missile. There's even a long-range missile contained within. Even Magneto, known for his composure, could not restrain himself. Should these missiles dare approach him, he would redirect them back whence they came, delivering a harsh lesson to those officials from the United States. Yet, it seemed they had learned little. As missiles were unleashed around Devil's Island, intending to obliterate this maritime region along with the island itself. It was over, everything was finished. Magneto's gaze turned hollow. Charles, it seems I must finally join you, he murmured, devoid of fighting spirit. Having previously evaded Li Haotian's assault, he had hoped that surviving such a disaster would yield some fortune, yet he found himself facing demise at the hands of the U.S. officials. In a room far from Devil's Island, a nurse had just left, and the man in the hospital bed slowly opened his eyes. Eric. The man attempted to rise, only to discover his legs had lost all sensation. He could not help but let out a low roar. Truly, it was the will of fate. Moments later, having seemingly vented his frustration, he shook his head in resignation. The soul transfer had succeeded, granting him a new life, yet he found himself crippled. The officials of the United States must not allow Li to come to harm. There was a glimmer of resolve in his eyes. Regrettably, without a brainwave intensifier, he had lost the psychic strength he had cultivated over the years. All he could offer was his blessing to Li. On board the Blackbird, Aurora leaped down. Yet, before departing, she issued a single command. All X-Men were to return to Xavier's academy immediately. As for Storm, she could not leave, not while Li Haotian remained. Should she abandon him now, Aurora would never forgive herself. They had already lost Jean Grey once due to such negligence. They could not afford to lose Li Haotian as well. If there was truly no other option, she would accompany him. He must not be left alone. Unfortunately, just as Aurora managed to control the storm and lower herself, she discovered that Clarice had already taken Alice and exited the aircraft. With her spatial traversal ability, Clarice was swifter than Storm. Li, we will not abandon you, Clarice declared with unwavering determination. Alice remained silent, but, with her haughty demeanor, gradually approached Li's side. Hee. Upon seeing Clarice and Alice, a hint of a smile broke through Li Haotian's previously icy facade. Your pain has not been in vain. He raised his hand to pinch Clarice's cheek and glanced toward Alice. Such companions in life were indeed fulfilling. Which flicker do you prefer? You need not have come. Li Haotian turned his gaze back to Aurora, insisting that she need not sacrifice herself. I will not abandon you. A glint of determination flashed in Storm's eyes. Boom. The explosions intensified further. The sea roared, and monstrous waves surged like a cataclysmic tempest, reminiscent of a hell on earth, a harbinger of the apocalypse. Chapter 89. In the Name of the Divine. Huh. Li Haotian chuckled, a hearty laugh emanating from the depths of his being. He had not anticipated that Storm would resort to such measures, nor could he have imagined that the officials of the United States would employ such base tactics. If missiles could slay a god, how feeble must that god be? Nevertheless, his adversaries had inadvertently done him a favor, revealing that Clarice and Alice were genuinely willing to share in his trials and tribulations. Moreover, Aurora was equally capable of such loyalty. Even if their relationship had not yet evolved to that intimate level, they were predominantly friends. From the outset, she had held Li Haotian in high regard and had consistently looked out for him. Li Haotian was no ingrate. He embodied the traditional virtues of a Chinese man, believing that even the smallest kindness should be repaid with a torrent of gratitude. Should he find himself at odds with someone, his retribution would be tenfold, 1,000-fold. Excellent. His spirit soared. However, the attempt by the officials to obliterate him warranted a response. Let us see how they fare against that. A glint of cold determination flickered in his eyes. Since they wished to extinguish his life, Li Haotian would not simply let it pass unchallenged. Within the legacy he had recently unlocked, beyond the godly art of nihilistic destruction that subdued the Phoenix, lay another divine technique. Destruction in the name of the divine. Although this also harnessed destructive energy, this particular invocation targeted fate itself. It appeared that the scope of the Dragon Ball saga was limited, unable to fully encapsulate the entirety of divine power. It merely offered a cursory overview of the Haotian, responsible for creating planets and life, as well as maintaining cosmic equilibrium. Were it merely a simple ki blast, how could it possibly create worlds and life? The destroyers, too, held the specific mandate of annihilating planets to preserve the balance between creation and destruction, wielding immense power capable of obliterating an entire universe, sharing common abilities like destruction. Both the Haotian and the destroyers were deities, naturally endowed with unique divine techniques. However, in the anime, only the most rudimentary abilities were ever showcased. In that moment, Li Haotian felt an epiphany wash over him. Had he not unlocked this divine technique, he would never have conceived that the seemingly casual act of gathering destructive energy could be executed by Beerus, who, until now, had only displayed the most basic of skills. To date, he had unlocked two divine techniques, nihilistic destruction and destruction in the name of the divine. The former targeted the annihilation of the spirit, consciousness, and soul, once unleashed. It would leave no opportunity for reincarnation, let alone existence as a ghost, spirit, or demon. The latter, however, was a more ethereal form of destruction, one that defied articulation yet undeniably existed. Let me test this out. Li Haotian brimmed with anticipation for the divine power he now possessed. After all, he was a god. First, he needed to address the immediate threat. He gazed upon the deluge of bombs cascading toward him, akin to a titanic wave. Transforming ray. Hiss, hiss, hiss. A formidable beam erupted, radiating outward from Li Haotian's center. It morphed into a spectacle of fireworks. Boom, 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 boom. In an instant, the once impending flood of missiles capable of flattening mountains transformed into a dazzling display of colorful pyrotechnics, soaring through the sky in magnificent splendor. Especially under the cloak of night, it exuded an air of romance. In his embrace, he held Jean Grey, while Clarice and Alice stood by his side, and before them stood Storm. It was as if a grand tapestry unfurled, imprinted against the heavens. Jean Grey was momentarily taken aback, gazing in awe at the man before her and the spectacle of fireworks she had never witnessed before. Alas, if only she were a decade younger. Observing Jean Grey's expression, Li Haotian couldn't help but sigh inwardly. Had she been a mere 10 years younger, perhaps she would have held a certain allure for him. After all, a woman 3 years his senior is often considered a treasure, while one 13 years older is viewed as divine. Yet, Jean Grey was over 20 years his senior, a reality Li Haotian found hard to accept. Though he had lived anew, indulging in wealth, status, power, women, and gourmet delights, He refused to settle for anything less than exceptional. He had the means to choose an exquisite life, and this aspiration fueled his endeavors, not just to rise above others, but to freely select what he desired. This ambition surpassed mere dining decorum, where no one dared to turn the table. Lee, how beautiful! Clarice, too, gazed at the scene in a daze. Having believed her demise was inevitable, only to be met with such a breathtaking tableau. Alice remained silent, yet a gentle smile graced her lips. In truth, both women were aware of Li Haotian's transforming ray ability, but they had not anticipated its capacity to extend across such vast expanses. Regardless, they were relieved to be alive and grateful to continue sharing life with Li Haotian. Moreover, his strength instilled a sense of pride in both women. For he was their man. Li, Storm, Aurora, was utterly astonished. This was a spectacle she had never envisioned. In truth, she had chosen to leave her aircraft to accompany Li Haotian, fully prepared to embrace death. Yet, the terrifying explosion had not occurred. Instead, it was replaced by a kaleidoscope of fireworks, breathtakingly beautiful. How could this be? The women were astounded. While the command center of the United States was left in a state of shock, everyone stared blankly at the large screen, their faces etched with disbelief. What manner of power could dissipate towering waves and transform countless missiles into fireworks? Was this truly within the realm of human capability? Even if the opponent were a mutant, they were still human, merely afflicted by a condition. Yet, this scene before them transcended their understanding. It resembled a miracle. Meanwhile, Magneto, present on the scene, grasped the terrors of the moment with stark clarity. For the first time, he was overwhelmed by the magnitude of the spectacle. Could this be an Omega-level mutant? A superlative being exceeding the Alpha level 5. He murmured to himself. Although he and Professor X were both pinnacle-level mutants, mere Alpha grade, many suspected they were Omega-level. Yet, Magneto knew he and Charles had yet to reach that echelon. Perhaps Jean Grey could, but Magneto believed that Li Haotian before him was undoubtedly Omega-level. Otherwise, such miraculous power would be unattainable. However, the events had only just begun. Destruction in the name of the divine. Li Haotian cast his gaze upon the fireworks in the sky, a cold glint flickering in his eyes. Those who sought to harm him would not find their efforts so easily concluded. Boom. In an instant, a terrifying power erupted from Li Haotian's body. A massive, purple-black energy swiftly transformed into an enormous holy sword. The surrounding space seemed on the verge of tearing apart. The overwhelming pressure caused the nearby sea to sink several meters in an instant. Suddenly, the holy sword swung through the void with a decisive slash. Buzz. The colossal holy sword shimmered with a purple-black radiance, lacking the noble brightness typically associated with the divine. Instead, it exuded a menacing aura capable of obliterating everything in its path. However, without a doubt, the potent divine essence seemed to suppress all. In an instant, the officials from the beautiful nation and the captains who had previously fired their cannons trembled visibly, as if something intangible had been severed in the ether. A deathly pallor suddenly appeared on their faces. Even without the skills of a fortune-teller, it was evident that their time was running short. I suddenly feel exhausted, as if an invisible weight has descended upon me, remarked one official from the beautiful nation. Is that so? I feel the same, as though an unseen pressure looms overhead, threatening to strike down at any moment. I feel as though my grandmother has come to escort me. After a brief moment of shock, the crowd could not restrain their murmurs. What has he done? At that moment, their minds were filled with an array of dark question marks. Those from S.H.I.E.L.D., having distanced themselves from the demonic island, gazed in silence at the distant, immense holy sword. Is that the power of a deity? Nick whispered, his single eye reflecting horror. He had witnessed gods before. Yet, even the mighty Thor, the god of thunder from Asgard, paled in comparison to the might of that distant sword. Nick had encountered both the god of mischief and the thunder god. Yet none matched the formidable presence of that holy sword. What manner of fearsome mutant has emerged from Xavier's academy? In that moment, Nick's eyes glimmered with a heavy apprehension. Meanwhile, in a distant chamber, the revived Professor X shared a similar sense of shock. Has Lee's power truly reached this pinnacle? Has it been many years since my demise? He swiftly assessed the passage of time and discovered that it was far shorter than he had anticipated. How could Lee's strength have surged so dramatically in such a brief period? Even with his high hopes for Li Haotian, Professor X was astounded. The rate of his progress is astonishing. It was as if a fledgling had just entered school a month ago, only to graduate from the most prestigious institutions in the blink of an eye, even earning a doctorate, an elite one, at that. This is simply terrifying. Could it be that Lee has undergone a third awakening of the X gene? After a moment of silence, Professor X began to worry. After all, He believed that only through a third awakening of the X gene could Haotian experience such extraordinary advancement. He had witnessed mutants who were once weak, failing to even reach level 1, and yet, after a second awakening of the X gene, they became comparable to powerful level 5 alphas. Given that Haotian was already formidable and had undergone an awakening, if he were to undergo the exceedingly rare third awakening of the X gene, he might reach the level of an Omega-class mutant, akin to a deity. Though Professor X is widely recognized as the world's most powerful telepath, he is well aware that he, like Magneto, is merely at the pinnacle of level 5 alpha mutants. There remains a substantial gap to the Omega level, a theoretical class of mutant yet to be discovered by the current Professor X. Perhaps Jean Grey could be considered one, for Professor X understands that Jean's true strength lies in the malevolent consciousness deep within her. However, at this moment, Haotian undoubtedly surpassed the pinnacle of level 5 alphas. Thus, Professor X surmised that Haotian had likely achieved a third awakening of the X gene, ultimately breaking through the constraints to enter the Omega class. Yet, this realization heightened the danger surrounding Haotian. Historically, no mutant has survived a third gene awakening. An immense concern settled within him. Haotian is someone he regards as an exceptionally talented mutant. Charles could not bear the thought of Haotian falling to ruin. In stark contrast to Professor X's concerns, the X-Men aboard the Blackbird were engulfed in excitement. Initially, Storm had departed alone, while Clarice and Alice had stealthily followed suit. This weighed heavily on their hearts, especially when they witnessed the terrifying scene through the abilities of their comrades. It resembled an apocalyptic vision. They began to mourn for Storm and Haotian, determined to hold the grandest funeral possible. Yet, to their astonishment, this horrifying spectacle transformed into a dazzling display of fireworks. Has his strength truly reached such heights? They marveled. This is wonderful. They are unharmed. What beautiful fireworks. In an instant, the X-Men aboard the Blackbird erupted in cheers. After all, Haotian and the others were alive. Furthermore, Haotian's immense power instilled a sense of reassurance within the X-Men. Since Professor X's death, they had felt as though they had lost their anchor. It was Haotian's repeated displays of strength and his dominant character that gradually restored their sense of security, culminating in the present moment of peak confidence. However, Haotian remained oblivious to the thoughts of the X-Men. Even if he were aware, he might not have cared at all. The colossal holy sword slowly dissipated. The divine technique had been invoked. None could escape judgment. Haotian smiled, embracing the two women while casting a glance at Storm. He had no spare hands to embrace her, so he communicated with his eyes instead. Aurora was momentarily taken aback, but quickly grasped Haotian's intent, a flush creeping onto her cheeks. Although she was younger than Jean Grey, she was still a decade older than Haotian. Nonetheless, she felt a hint of confusion at Haotian's meaning, but did not refuse. She stepped closer. Her complexion slightly flushed and wrapped her arms around Haotian's waist. Whoosh! In an instant, a purple light flickered, enveloping everyone. The next moment, Haotian's form shot upward, gradually disappearing into the horizon. All X-Men returned to Xavier's academy. Just as the others were filled with curiosity, Haotian's voice echoed in their minds. Everyone was momentarily stunned. Is this the power of telepathy? Could it be that Lee possesses telepathic abilities as well? Bobby the Iceman wore an expression of bemusement. The overwhelming prowess of his junior made him, as a senior, feel almost insignificant. Could it be possible that Lee has awakened yet another new mutant ability? This does indeed seem to be telekinesis. It was as if the professor had engaged in a profound mental communion with us once again. The expressions of the others varied, all marked by astonishment, yet the singular commonality among them was the look of sheer horror etched upon their faces. It was as if Haotian possessed an omnipotent aura. Truly, it was beyond belief. Chapter 91. Henceforth, Xavier Academy became a forbidden zone. Whoosh! Haotian, accompanied by several women, swiftly soared through the skies, heading towards Xavier Academy. Indeed, it seemed that battle served as the catalyst for progress. He couldn't help but recall that in many novels he had read, protagonists often experienced breakthroughs amidst combat. It was a reality. Only in the throes of battle could one achieve the most rapid enhancement of power. This led him to reflect on the fact that the advancement of practical practitioners far surpassed that of classroom learners. He had initially thought that the template from Beerus had significantly accelerated the inheritance process, a most unexpected delight. Yet he had not anticipated that the template of Majin Buu would also unlock certain abilities. To his amazement, he had acquired several new spells. A faint smile crept across Haotian's face. The communication with the mental powers of the X-Men was not merely telepathy, it was, in fact, a newly unlocked spell from Majin Buu. This spell could be considered minor, Even Babidi the sorcerer could wield it. After all, Bu was a mageon who had absorbed the Grand Haotian and possessed a plethora of spells. He could even cast some divine magic that did not rely on innate talent. However, it was important to note that while magic could be learned and thus used upon absorption, divine techniques were inherent and classified as innate abilities. Haotian departed, leaving behind the ravaged Demon Island and this expanse of sea. The X-Men quickly followed in pursuit, soaring towards Xavier Academy. Suddenly, the area was engulfed in silence. Yet from that moment forth, Haotian of Xavier Academy seemed to have entered the realm of humanity's peak powers, reminiscent of the initial days of Professor X. However, the authorities of the beautiful nation promptly designated Xavier Academy as a no-go zone, for it appeared that Haotian was even more terrifying and ruthless than Professor X. The SHIELD underwent a reassessment of Xavier Academy, marking it as a perilous territory. Haotian, however, was utterly indifferent to these developments. Soon, he returned to the academy with several women, setting down Jean Grey. "Jean, please check on Principal Scott. He is in a rather poor condition," Haotian said to her with a smile. This woman was far too aged for his liking, and unlike Clarice and Alice, he was not her first man. It was evident that Jean Grey's lips served purposes beyond mere sustenance. Thus, he held no interest in her. After all, not everyone could be likened to a brigand. Scott. Upon hearing Scott's name, Jean Grey's expression shifted, and she hurriedly ran off. "Professor Aurora, I leave this to you. I need to rest." Haotian turned to Aurora. "Am I wild enough? A bride price of 6,600. Is that acceptable? She is not unattractive, but she is not to my taste, and her age is rather advanced. Is there not a more youthful little girl I could nurture? Clear voice, supple form, easily toppled. Cough, cough. I'm off with Clarice and Alice. I might be injured and need proper rest." Casting aside the chaotic thoughts swirling in his mind, he promptly departed with the two women. Having Clarice and Alice was quite sufficient for him, while Katie had been persistently pursuing him. Haotian had yet to reach a decision. "Ah, Lee, are you all right?" Clarice exclaimed, unable to contain her surprise. She rushed forward to check on him, only to be embraced by Haotian, who also wrapped his other arm around Alice. Boom! As waves surged, Haotian ascended into the air with the two women, swiftly returning to the dormitory. Bubble House. With Majin Bu's magic unleashed, the dormitory instantaneously transformed into a dazzling and romantic bubble sanctuary. "Lee, it's so beautiful." The girls, naturally drawn to such adorable and enchanting sights, were captivated, and there's even more fun to be had. He chuckled, and with a flicker of light, he cast yet another minor spell. After a considerable duration, the X-Men, aboard their aircraft, finally returned. While the speed of the aircraft was commendable, it paled in comparison to Haotian's current velocity. Thus, the troubles of Demon Island had been resolved. After all, with Demon Island no longer in existence and the Worthington laboratory obliterated, even Worthington himself had perished in the chaos. What was meant to be a rescue by his son, Worthington III, had also been thwarted. Fate had taken a turn. Nevertheless, it could be considered a satisfactory resolution. With the antidote gone and the Sentinel robots destroyed, it seemed that the factors of threat had been thoroughly eliminated. This brought relief to the X-Men. Of course, what truly reassured them was the overwhelming power of Haotian, which had surpassed their wildest imaginations, an enigma. Much like the former Professor X, they were aware of the professor's formidable strength, yet remained oblivious to the extent of his might. In truth, Charles's power was no trifling matter. He had even delved into the complexities of the soul within a human form, achieving such remarkable insights that he could effectuate consciousness deprivation and transfer. This notion had previously led Haotian to liken the professor's consciousness transfer to Orochimaru's cursed seal in Naruto, wherein, as long as the cursed seal remained, Orochimaru would have a chance at resurrection. And it seemed the same could apply to the professor. If he could inhabit the body of his comatose brother, could he not also reside within other human forms? Haotian was uncertain about this, yet it struck him as highly plausible. The professor was far more cunning and intelligent than depicted in the films. However, Haotian was unconcerned, as long as the professor did not harbor ill intentions towards him. His impression of the professor remained quite favorable, considering that the professor had always shown him considerable care. The returning X-Men were soon summoned by Storm for a meeting. Originally, Aurora had intended to call Haotian as well, even sending Katie to retrieve him. Unfortunately, upon her arrival at Haotian's dormitory, she found it inexplicably locked. Yet, she could hear sounds from within, though the specifics were indistinct. This piqued Katie's curiosity, prompting her to utilize her abilities to penetrate the barrier. She quickly emerged, her cheeks flushed, and returned to the meeting room. She merely informed Storm that Haotian required rest, without divulging any further details. Storm, though slightly puzzled, chose not to pursue the matter further. This mission had come to a close. Due to Haotian's presence, the reputation and status of Xavier Academy had undergone a transformation, which could be considered a positive outcome. Aurora needed to re-strategize. Thus, Xavier Academy entered a brief period of recuperation. Yet on this day, as Jean Grey was accompanying Scott, her body suddenly shuddered. With tears welling in her eyes, she turned to look at Cyclops. "Jean, what's wrong?" Upon witnessing Jean Grey in such a state, Cyclops felt an immediate surge of anxiety. Chapter 92. The Return of Professor X, the Bottleneck of the Limiter. "Jean, are you all right?" Scott exclaimed, rising from his wheelchair with fervor, despite his body still in recovery. He braced himself, grasping Jean Grey's arms tightly, his gaze filled with concern. After all, he had only just emerged from the anguish of losing her. He truly did not wish to experience that heartache again. "I'm fine, just received a communication from the professor." A glimmer of tears shimmered in Jean Grey's eyes. The day she was controlled by the Phoenix's consciousness and inadvertently killed the professor remained a deep-seated anguish within her. Yet, she had not anticipated that the professor had survived and was now on the brink of returning to Xavier's Institute. What? With a thud, the exhilarated Scott sank back into his chair, slumping against it momentarily, his face blossoming with color. "This is wonderful news. The professor is alive, truly wonderful." He erupted in a jubilant roar. The deepest torment within him stemmed from the fact that the person he loved most had taken the life of the individual he revered most. Even now, with Jean's return, he was ecstatic. Yet, deep within, he was consciously attempting to forget the reality of her actions against the professor. After all, he had consistently reassured himself that it was not Jean who acted, but rather the second personality residing within her. Nevertheless, Scott occasionally pondered whether this was merely a form of self-deception. Yet now, everything was all right, all was well. Jean had returned, and the professor had not perished. Everything seemed so idyllic. "Let us share this news with everyone," Scott exclaimed, brimming with excitement. The two swiftly gathered the entire academy, preparing to host a warm welcome for the professor. The sudden announcement left everyone bewildered. After all, they had only recently held a funeral for Professor X. Now, shortly thereafter, they were to organize a welcome ceremony. For a moment, the crowd was utterly flabbergasted. However, when Scott divulged the news that the professor had not died and was preparing to return, the crowd erupted into cheers. Although they were not entirely clear on the details, whether the professor had truly survived or had returned from the dead, the outcome was joyous. The professor was alive and returning to Xavier's Institute. Instantly, the atmosphere within the school transformed into one of jubilance. Naturally, Haotian was also informed of this development. He had not expected the professor to return so swiftly. While he was surprised, it was not an overwhelming shock. After all, he had witnessed various resurrection methods, such as those employed by Orochimaru and the Otsutsuki clan. Moreover, in the fantastical novels he had read in his previous life, there were numerous instances of reincarnation through soul possession. Therefore, this method did not strike him as particularly astonishing. After all, being outright unkillable seemed far more reliable than any form of consciousness transfer. In fact, compared to the professor's method of consciousness transfer, Haotian held greater admiration for the immortality of Majin Buu. As long as a single cell remained, recovery was assured, especially when his energy was not excessively depleted. Recovery occurred almost instantaneously. This regenerative ability far surpassed that of Wolverine or Deadpool. However, with the professor's return, Haotian found himself pleased. He could once again indulge in leisurely pursuits. He still wished to reside at Xavier's Institute, at least until he had completed the inheritance of the 3 major templates to a proficiency of over 50. By that time, even if his power did not sweep across the Marvel Universe, he would undoubtedly traverse the multiverse with ease and freedom. Ding! Congratulations, Master. The power of rules has reached the designated value. At that moment, the system's notification chimed. The power of rules was at its maximum. A smile crept across Haotian's face. Recently, the increase in the power of rules had been quite satisfactory, especially with the omnipotent task system, which allowed him to acquire source points for any demand. For instance, when Alice playfully urged him not to stop in a certain scenario, it enabled him to swiftly harvest source points. Although it amounted to merely 0.01 points, a modest figure numerically, if Haotian remained diligent, it would accumulate over time. Of course, given that Clarice was still young, he could only harvest from Alice for now. This would eventually double in growth. Apart from this, any instance of request, demand, or plea would grant Haotian source points. However, he also noticed that the source points acquired in this manner were becoming increasingly scarce. It seemed that as Li Haotian's power grew, the requests diminished in value. He had yet to discern the reason behind this phenomenon. After all, he was merely a traveler and not an all-knowing deity. Moreover, gods were often just as flawed, especially those in the Marvel Universe, like Thor or those of the Dark Pantheon. Currently, Li Haotian felt no affinity towards them. Am I not a destroyer myself? If he wished, he could easily conjure an angelic or Haotian template without issue. The power of rules, if left unused, would ultimately be squandered. His current shackles primarily stemmed from the X gene, which constrained his abilities. And this X gene originated from his own body. While he possessed the sunlight strengthening system to enhance his physique, it seemed there were limitations. He had already sensed an inexplicable restraint more than once. Could this be the so-called limiter? Li Haotian pondered, recalling how Saitama's extraordinary strength in the One Punch Man universe stemmed from breaking his own limiter. However, Saitama's approach to confronting his limiter appeared rather peculiar, performing 100 push-ups, 100 sit-ups, 100 squats, and running 10 kilometers daily, all while foregoing air conditioning and defeating various monsters during his training. On the surface, it seemed rather unremarkable. Yet, Saitama gradually grew stronger. Now, it seemed he too had begun to recognize the existence of a limiter within the One Punch universe. Yet, how to shatter this limiter remained a mystery to him. If he could break the limiter, not only would his power surge, but the X gene within him would undoubtedly awaken anew. Li Haotian mused silently. Although Professor X believed Li Haotian had experienced a third awakening of the X gene, only Li Haotian understood that he had not even undergone a second awakening. All of this was fundamentally a result of the system created by his X gene. Essentially, it belonged to the realm of mutant abilities, but Li Haotian's mutant powers were conceptual, even rule-based. This form of strength far surpassed the material or elemental powers possessed by the likes of Iceman, Storm, or Colossus. If he wished to break the limiter, only two paths lay before him. The first was to attempt creating a new template, perhaps one based on Saitama from One Punch Man. Perhaps once he inherited Saitama's strength, he could break through the limiter. However, it was also possible that the differing rules of the two worlds would prevent him from overcoming the constraints of the Marvel Universe. The limiter might remain forever unbroken. If that is the case, I shall resort to the second method, Li Haotian contemplated thoughtfully. Chapter 93, The Refinement of Power. The Path of the Strong. The constraints are ethereal, a consequence of the divergent rules of this world. Perhaps my perceptions have been misguided, merely obscured by empiricism. After all, the animations and dramas I have consumed were all artificially crafted. Upon entering this realm, I discovered that many aspects are fundamentally different. Indeed, in such a vast world, how could mere minutes or a handful of episodes convey its entirety? Li Haotian's gaze flickered, gradually becoming more luminous. The templates I have created merely acquire those powers without truly transforming into them. The true mastery lies in effectively wielding these powers, thereby transforming them into my own. Yet, the X gene within me seems to be shackled. Those elusive constraints are not limitations of my body, but rather a confinement or bottleneck of the X gene itself. He seemingly reached an epiphany. Those familiar with Marvel's mutants should understand that mutants are not merely a new group arising from the natural evolution of humanity. They are the products of experimentation. Ordinary individuals cannot become mutants. Only those who possess the X gene can evolve into mutants. According to the background setting in Marvel's comic series The Immortal Volume 1, the origin of mutants is explained as a result of genetic experiments conducted by the Celestial Group on the inhabitants of Earth during ancient times. Thus, the X gene within me also has its limits, entirely dependent on the classification of the original X gene. The Celestial Group itself, in reality, is only of Omega-level strength at best. Therefore, if I were to rely solely on the power of the X gene, I might forever remain bound by these shackles. This unseen bottleneck could confine me for a lifetime. Li Haotian seemed to grasp this notion. The rules and laws of this world are inherently flawed. After all, the X gene is merely an experimental result of the Celestial Group. Consequently, the X genes within mutants also bear significant imperfections, and these flaws have been misinterpreted by Li Haotian as constraints. He mistakenly believed that once he shattered these constraints, he could, like Saitama, break free from bodily limitations, acquiring formidable physical strength and becoming a true hero. The X gene pertains to the physical realm, although some mutant abilities delve into the psychic domain, such as those of Professor X and Jean Grey. Even my own X gene is more aligned with rules and concepts, yet all of this emanates from the physical form. Ultimately, the source of power is still the X gene. If I wish to completely transcend these limitations, I must strengthen my body. Only through enhancing my physical form can the X gene evolve. Alternatively, I could entirely replace the power of the X gene with a different system of strength. Suddenly, Li Haotian's vision became exceptionally clear. Indeed, if I seek to break free from the shackles of this world's rules, I merely need to adopt a different system of power. Whether it be the inheritance of the three major templates or a system that enhances strength through sunlight, these fundamentally still draw upon the power of the X gene. They represent an evolution within the confines of the rules. It cannot be said that these powers are weak, yet they are ultimately limited. Otherwise, he would not have only achieved a fraction of the battle prowess that enables transformations into Super Saiyan 1 or the powers of a god of destruction. This is evidently a flawed state. It is akin to the fusion of Goku and Vegeta in Dragon Ball, resulting in the formidable Vegeto, who, despite his immense strength, was immediately separated upon entering Majin Buu's body and was even unable to break through the opponent's form due to being diminished in size. This illustrates the limitations imposed by certain rules, resulting in a compromised power. If that is the case, I shall personally strive to cultivate the powers of other worlds and universes. Li Haotian's eyes sparkled with brilliance. This does not imply that he should abandon the power of the X gene. On the contrary, possessing the X gene can significantly aid his cultivation. For instance, he could create a divine-level comprehension system, an infinite point allocation system, or a one-click leveling system to facilitate his training. Although these methods also utilize the power of the X gene, they serve merely as auxiliary tools. This will not hinder Li Haotian's genuine cultivation of strength. The focus will shift from primarily relying on the power of the X gene to utilizing the X gene as a supportive system. This transformation would not only shatter the shackles of the X gene, but also present limitless potential for growth. Particularly, Li Haotian was suddenly reminded of the unimaginable, colossal powers depicted in fantasy cultivation novels. Such power is beyond the comparison of any celestial group. Its limits are undoubtedly far more formidable. Perhaps it could rival the mightiest beings in the Marvel Universe, the omnipotent cosmic Ao, the legendary First Celestial. It is said that the First Celestial is the personification of the universe itself, the supreme existence within the Marvel cosmos from which all life originates. Excellent. Now, to resolve how to acquire the cultivation methods of other universes, Li Haotian fell into deep contemplation. Strictly speaking, the cultivation of energy in Dragon Ball can also be considered a method. However, Li Haotian is merely human. Even as a mutant, he still lacks advantages. In Dragon Ball, if one truly wishes to grow stronger, they must possess a unique lineage. For instance, Goku's Saiyan bloodline, Frieza's Frost Demon lineage, the Angel bloodline, etc. Only those special races can elevate their strength. Ordinary humans are devoid of such opportunities. Thus, Li Haotian resolutely discarded the power system of Dragon Ball. Although he possesses 3 powerful inheritance templates, these powers are all products under the rules of the X gene, not something cultivated from scratch within this world. Hence, they appear as if they are a castrated version, significantly weaker than the original narrative. With these thoughts in mind, Li Haotian was naturally disinclined to pursue the power of the Dragon Ball universe any longer. It seems that true strength is still rooted in the power systems found within our Chinese fantasy cultivation novels. Even the mythos that has been passed down in China, featuring figures like Pangu and Hongjun, is not to be underestimated. Li Haotian contemplated deeply. He had traversed into this chaotic Marvel world, signifying that those films, novels, and mythic tales may indeed hold a semblance of truth. Given this, it is imperative to create a system that can facilitate communication with myriad worlds, allowing me to draw upon powerful cultivation systems from diverse realms. I shall leverage the rules of the X gene to swiftly aid my ascension in strength. This is the most appropriate application of the power of the X gene. Li Haotian's eyes sparkled with determination. He had finally discovered a genuine path to advancement. No longer confined by the shackles of the X gene, he could cultivate a power that truly belonged to him. It was time to create. Upon reaching this thought, Li Haotian's mind began to construct the ideal system he envisioned. Chapter 94. The Supreme System, an Astonishing Plan. In this world, there exists neither love without reason nor hatred without cause. To acquire something, one must be willing to sacrifice something in return. A contemplative expression graced Li Haotian's face, his eyes shimmering with brilliance. Ding! The most formidable gang system of the myriad realms has been successfully established. Alongside Li Haotian's inner musings, an entirely new system materialized. The supreme gang system of the myriad realms can invite those endowed with great fortune from across the universe to join the gang. Utilizing the existing framework, Li Haotian transformed this gang into an immensely powerful domain. Indeed, this system has the capability to directly pull the physical bodies or consciousness of gang members into its spatial realm. As for the gang's name, Li Haotian had yet to finalize it. For the time being, he designated it as Tianlin Shui Country. This name was inspired by a novel he once read on a web platform titled Marvel. My X Gene is a creation system by an author known as Yushui Yao. The author's fans were notably vibrant. Li Haotian had once been among them, and, immersed within that community, he discovered that each individual was exceptionally talented. Their words melodious, a camaraderie he immensely cherished. Thus, he momentarily resolved to name the gang Tianlin Shui Country, as a tribute to those cherished companions from his past. Tianlin Shui Country is not merely a simplistic system space. Within it, Li Haotian has temporarily established 6 floating realms: the Martial God Hall, the Heritage Hall, the Mission Hall, the Inquisition Hall, the Holy Light Hall, and the Gang Warehouse. The Martial God Hall is the embodiment of Li Haotian's super combat space system, which he has reimagined as Martial God Island, enhancing the maximum capacity from 3 times his own strength to 5 times. Utilizing it once grants 12 hours of real time, equating to 60 hours of mental presence and 120 hours of physical existence within. Each use necessitates the expenditure of 1,000 points. The Heritage Hall, on the other hand, is a divine-level inheritance system housing 3 legendary lineages, Kakarot, Mage and Bu, and the God of Destruction, Beerus. To obtain an inheritance, one must expend 10,000 points. The Mission Hall is rather straightforward, derived from an omnipotent task system. By fulfilling Li Haotian's assignments, members can earn points, and they may also issue tasks to one another, with Li Haotian retaining a 50% share of the points earned. The Inquisition Hall serves a less significant purpose but proves invaluable in critical moments. It is a system for assessing combat power, allowing gang members to gauge the strength of their adversaries, thus circumventing the risk of being deceived. Each use costs 10 points. As for the Holy Light Hall, it employs a sunbathing enhancement system. Members can harness its power for auxiliary repairs, costing 1 point for every 10 minutes of usage. Points are accrued from 2 primary sources: completing tasks in the Mission Hall and a contribution mechanism within the Gang Warehouse. By uploading any items recorded by the gang system, be it divine weapons, medicinal pills, techniques, or rare materials, one can earn corresponding points. Anything deemed useful may be submitted for conversion into points. Directly inviting formidable individuals carries the risk of complications. Thus, Li Haotian opts to invite only those blessed with great fortune to acquire what he desires from them. The myriad realms are replete with diverse cultivation systems. Surely, there exist even stronger and more extraordinary systems. By leveraging the capabilities of the X gene to assist in his cultivation, he can ultimately shatter his limitations and grow more formidable, potentially integrating multiple power systems to attain an unfathomable state. Li Haotian felt an overwhelming sense of exhilaration. This was his devised strategy. Cultivating alternative power systems could liberate him from the constraints of the X gene. Furthermore, there exists a possibility that other cultivation systems might catalyze a transformation within his X gene. After all, the X gene is an integral part of his body. Should he strengthen his physical form, might the X gene not also enhance in tandem? If the X gene harbors flaws, then perfecting his physique to its zenith might rectify those deficiencies. Would a body strengthened through such cultivation prove more effective than one enhanced merely through the sunbathing system? Ultimately, a perfected X gene ability might transcend its limitations, surpassing even the divine assembly and rivaling one of the 5 primordial deities, eternity, standing shoulder to shoulder with the first firmament. Yet, this remains but a conjecture of Li Haotian's. He may eventually assimilate various cultivation systems from countless worlds, ultimately surpassing the first firmament. After all, which world possesses the most potent power is a question even Li Haotian cannot definitively answer. Thus, through practice, he shall witness the fruition of his aspirations. Therefore, Li Haotian resolved to experiment, for true excellence can only be achieved through endeavor. The system will randomly select individuals of great fortune from across the myriad realms to invite them to join the gang. Should they wish to partake in the gang's benefits, they must acquire points that are ultimately dictated by Li Haotian himself. Moreover, as the master of this gang system, he stands invincible within the gang's domain, the sovereign of this miniature universe. The rules are his to establish, ensuring he need not fear others usurping his authority. After all, those he invites are merely novices endowed with great fortune. He seeks to harvest their potential. Inviting established powerhouses would be tantamount to courting disaster. With the assistance of the X gene, Li Haotian is confident in the astonishing pace of his advancement. This supreme gang system of the myriad realms is primarily a synthesis of other systems. Thus, the power of rules is predominantly expended on inviting individuals from across the myriad realms. He mused quietly. Ding. The supreme gang system of the myriad realms has reached full capacity. Shall members be invited? Just then, the system's notification chimed. Each invitation can accommodate 12 gang members. And after depleting its energy, a brief period of recharge is required. Invite, Haotian declared eagerly. His curiosity piqued regarding the identity of the first individual to join the gang. Who could it be? In a flash, an unfamiliar figure materialized within Tianlin Shui country. However, given its ethereal appearance, it was evident that this was a consciousness entering, rather than a physical form. The new gang member appeared quite vigilant. Ding! Congratulations, Master. A new member, vowed to eradicate light, has joined Tianlin Shui country. At the instant this spectral figure appeared, the notification from the supreme gang system of the myriad realms resonated. Vowed to eradicate light? Haotian was momentarily taken aback. The name struck him as somewhat juvenile. Yet, there seemed to be an unfathomable animosity towards light. Who could this be? Chapter 95. A new power, terrifying training speed. Where on earth is this place? Sworn to eradicate the light, he cautiously surveyed his surroundings. Ding! You have a new message. Soon, a letter addressed to new members appeared in the gang's mailbox. The strongest gang in all realms, the kingdom of Tianlin Water. Gang leader Haotian. He promptly read the letter with utmost seriousness. The Martial God Hall, the Heritage Hall, the Mission Hall, the Pathfinding Hall, the Holy Light Hall, the Gang Warehouse. Is this truly genuine? It seemed to seek validation. Uploading the Spirit Enhancement Method of the Flat Blade School, Foundational Theories of Magic, and Explanations of Earth-Based Magic. Accompanied by the items he uploaded, the system's notification chime resonated. Gained 1 gang point. Gained 1 gang point. Gained 2 gang points. He quickly discovered that his gang panel had increased by 4 points. Together with the 10 points gifted to newcomers, he now possessed 14 points. Let us try the Pathfinding Hall. The counterpart promptly consumed 10 points to conduct a combat power assessment. Ding! Detection target. Level 8 mental strength. Level 7 fighting spirit. Hidden potential for dragon transformation. Comprehensive combat power of 277 points. They can even detect my hidden dragon transformation? The counterpart's expression shifted slightly. However, they were somewhat perplexed by the significance of the comprehensive combat power of 277 points. But that was inconsequential. As long as he could assess enemies and compare them to himself, he would generally understand their strength. What truly mattered was that the Pathfinding Hall could indeed be utilized. Does that mean that the Martial God Hall, Heritage Hall, Mission Hall, Holy Light Hall, and others can be accessed as well? Perhaps to verify, he uploaded a series of currently mastered items, including the essentials of magic training, earth-based magic spells, and wind-based magic spells. Soon, he gained another 11 gang points. He then spent 3 points to utilize the functions of the Holy Light Hall. Indeed, in reality, his body was perceivably accelerating in growth. This speed was astonishing. It was akin to what he would achieve after tirelessly training for half a day. The kingdom of Tianlin Water is truly a wondrous place. Who could the founder of this gang possibly be? Could it be a certain deity? His eyes sparkled with shock and disbelief. The Martial God Hall, the Heritage Hall, and the Holy Light Hall. But soon, he could not restrain his trembling, and a fervent desire ignited in his gaze. If I can use all of these, I shall soon become immensely stronger. Grandpa Derlin, just you wait. I will uproot the Church of Light in no time. A glimmer of hatred flickered in his eyes. Subsequently, his body gradually began to dissipate. This time, he had only entered as a spirit, so he would definitely enter in physical form next time. After all, entering the Martial God Hall in body would yield a time flow rate of 1 to 10. However, each entry would cost 1,000 points, a price he could not currently afford. Therefore, he needed to prepare some items to upload in exchange for gang points. To his astonishment, the first invited member turned out to be him. Haotian gazed at the dissipating figure, a hint of surprise crossing his face. It was, after all, the Dragon Blood warrior who would ultimately become the master of the primordial chaos. Did inviting him consume all of his energy? The counterpart's strength was not particularly formidable, yet it drained such a significant amount. Was it due to their future as the master of primordial chaos? Or perhaps the two worlds were simply too far apart? He felt a bit bewildered. Yet, this was not of paramount importance. What truly mattered was the contribution of the books. Magic? Haotian could not help but feel a flicker of interest. Unlike the magic learned from the Bu template, this was an entirely different magic. It seemed to suggest that once attained, one could enjoy infinite lifespan. As long as one is not killed, they could achieve immortality. He murmured to himself. This was certainly more captivating than the emperors in typical fantasy novels, who often enjoyed lifespans of merely 10,000 to 100,000 years. In the world of the Dragon Blood youth, The Holy Domain could nearly guarantee a lifespan without bounds. I wonder if my lifespan will change once I reach the Holy Domain. He suddenly felt a surge of anticipation. After all, Li Haotian's lifespan was currently just over 300. Indeed, after the last increase in the inheritance template process, Li Haotian's lifespan had also increased somewhat. But even so, it paled in comparison to the Holy Domain powerhouses of the Dragon Blood Youth's world. Even if the pinnacle power system of this world were lacking, possessing an infinite lifespan would still be a tremendous boon. Li Haotian eagerly awaited the contributions to come. He transformed the previously uploaded foundational theories of magic into a book. Then, holding the book, he reclined on the library's balcony, basking in the sun as he began to read. "Li, what are you reading?" At that moment, Clarice approached him with some pastries. And upon seeing him engrossed in a book, she couldn't help but feel curious. "A magic book. Would you like to take a look?" He promptly pulled Clarice closer, smiling at the girl in his arms. "No." Clarice's face flushed instantly. The two shared a moment of intimacy before Clarice, startled like a little rabbit, darted away. Previously, in the bubble house, Li Haotian had been teaching English to Alice, which had left Clarice utterly embarrassed. Elemental affinity and the height of mental strength? He gazed at the contents of the book, suddenly intrigued. "What is my elemental affinity?" Li Haotian then followed the meditative state described in the book, slowly closing his eyes. Although it was his first time, Li Haotian was a mutant endowed with the inheritance of 3 templates. Thus, what might take others considerable effort to meditate was effortless for him. He instantly entered a state of focus. Upon entering the meditative state, Li Haotian was astonished to discover a multitude of colorful light points floating around him. Densely packed, it was a veritable hell for those with a fear of density. "I actually possess multi-elemental affinity." Li Haotian's eyes shot open. Although he had withdrawn from meditation, he could still perceive the presence of those elements. They were not vague, but rather distinct. It appeared he possessed at least superlative elemental affinity. As for mental strength, a smile crept onto his face. Long ago, Li Haotian had surpassed ordinary individuals by over 200 times. Now, it had reached an astounding 315 times, sufficient for the practice of magic. The first step was to refine the elements into his body and cultivate magical power. Li Haotian immediately began his training as described in the book. The process was as smooth as a latte, nearly comparable to the texture of Alice's skin. Coupled with Li Haotian's inherent mastery over power, his control was remarkable. Vast amounts of earth elements were absorbed into his body and swiftly refined. In the blink of an eye, a considerable amount of magical energy emerged within him. If the Dragon Blood Youth were present, they would undoubtedly be astounded, as it had taken them years of cultivation to reach this stage. Li Haotian required merely a minute. What might be the extent of his power? Curiosity flickered in his eyes. In the next moment, a peculiar wave of magical energy began to emanate from him. His gaze drifted towards the balcony of the library, where below, the Steel Titan had just emerged from the adjacent building. Chapter 96, Cells in Exaltation, An Unexpected Visitor. The Steel Titan. Upon seeing the figure below, a smile crept across Li Haotian's face. Gravity magic. Boom. Instantly, the vibrant earth elements began to converge. In the blink of an eye, a radiant, earthy glow enveloped the feet of the Steel Titan. A terrifying gravitational force swiftly descended upon him. The Steel Titan, who had been walking, suddenly shuddered and collapsed to the ground. Bewildered, he glanced around, finding no adversary in sight. Is this the 5th level gravity magic? Li Haotian's eyes sparkled with realization. It seems my magical power exceeds expectations. After casting the 5th level spell, Li Haotian noticed little depletion in his magical energy. However, he surmised that his power had yet to reach the 7th level, likely hovering at the pinnacle of the 6th. He pondered silently. The distinction between a 6th and 7th level mage lies fundamentally in the liquefaction of magical energy. At that moment, although Li Haotian possessed abundant magical energy, it had not yet been refined into liquid form. Rain of Earth Spikes. Contemplating, Li Haotian swiftly unleashed another earth magic spell. Boom, boom, boom. Just as the Steel Titan struggled to rise from the ground under the weight of gravity magic, the earth trembled, and massive earth spikes, the thickness of a thigh and nearly 2 meters long, erupted from the ground, hurtling towards him with ferocity. Steel hardened. Witnessing this, the Steel Titan immediately activated his mutant abilities. Crack, crack, crack. Yet, at that instant, the earth spikes abruptly dispersed, vanishing into thin air. The Steel Titan was left in a daze. It appears I am indeed at the pinnacle of the 6th level, and my magical energy far surpasses that of an ordinary 6th level mage. Thus, while I managed to cast the 7th level earth spike rain, its true power was not manifested, leading to its disbandment. Li Haotian swiftly garnered a precise understanding of his own realm. This pace of cultivation is rather mediocre. A broad smile adorned his face. Should the Dragon Blood Boy learn of this, he might very well be infuriated. What are you doing, Li? At that moment, the Steel Titan finally noticed Li Haotian on the second floor of the library. Haha, nothing much, merely experimenting with a new ability. Do not mind me. I shall treat you to steak tonight. Li Haotian responded with a grin upon seeing the Steel Titan's gaze upon him. Steak? You better keep your word. The Steel Titan's face lit up with excitement at the mention of a steak dinner. Recently, he had lost a significant amount of his savings in the stock market. Considering he had no wife to console him, his spirits dampened. He decided to forego the steak, as he was still on the lookout for a partner. Yet, the prospect of a hearty meal with Li Haotian reignited his enthusiasm. Of course, Li Haotian waved dismissively. Did he lack money? Certainly not. With the capabilities derived from Bu, he could effortlessly turn soil into gold and spirit money into currency. The breakthrough to 7th level necessitated first liquefying his magical energy. Time passed gradually, and half an hour later, Li Haotian abruptly opened his eyes, muttering incantations. In the next moment, earth elements swiftly gathered around him, forming what appeared to be an ancient armor. The armor bore a resemblance to jade, but was infused with rich earth elements. 7th level earth magic, guardian of the earth armor. A glimmer of joy illuminated Li Haotian's visage. He had finally ascended to the rank of 7th level mage. However, it seemed his mental energy still had ample reserves. The essence of a mage lies in their mental and magical energy. Li Haotian's mental prowess exceeded that of ordinary individuals by several hundredfold. Coupled with his 3 inherited templates, his mental capacity was indeed extraordinary, allowing for such rapid advancement to the 7th level. Onward, he promptly dissipated the armor enveloping him, continuing to refine his magical energy. 10 minutes later, Li Haotian emerged from his meditative state, not due to another breakthrough, but rather because the Dragon Blood Boy had returned to their faction, uploading numerous texts. It appeared that the passage of time differed between the two realms. Li Haotian's consciousness entered the realm of Tianlin Water Nation, where he was the sovereign, capable of manipulating any forces within. He quickly discerned that the power of his counterpart had also escalated since his departure. This was a favorable development. The purpose of creating this system was indeed for such advancements. Li Haotian began to peruse the newly uploaded texts with fervor. To save time, he even entered the Hall of Warriors. In addition to the tomes, the Dragon Blood Boy had also uploaded a crystal ball for testing elemental affinity. Li Haotian was well aware of how to utilize it and, driven by curiosity, initiated the test. After all, during his earlier meditative state, he had glimpsed numerous elemental light points, indicating his affinity extended beyond just the earth element. Soon, Li Haotian discovered through his testing that he possessed affinities for all 7 elemental attributes: earth, fire, water, wind, lightning, light, and darkness. Moreover, he sensed 4 elusive forces entwined with him. He speculated they might be the 4 elemental rules: life, death, fate, and destruction. However, in the Dragon Blood Boy's world, such content was nearly non-existent, save for necromancy within the realm of death. Yet, the uploaded materials did not include any details regarding necromancy. All attributes that may not be entirely beneficial. Li Haotian recalled that the basic elements of earth, fire, water, and wind could lead to soul mutation, ultimately culminating in the fusion of a divine essence to become a master of the primordial chaos. Was that truly the only path to attain such mastery? Furthermore, there was no necessity to adhere strictly to the Dragon Blood Boy's world system for ultimate strength. What mattered was synthesizing the powers from various realms to shatter his own limitations, ultimately cultivating a uniquely powerful system tailored to himself. The more he contemplated, the brighter his vision became, diving back into his cultivation. Aside from magical texts, there were also numerous martial arts manuals and treatises. For the moment, he required the warrior's cultivation system more than that of a mage. Warriors trained in martial energy, absorbing the elemental forces of the world and refining them into pure martial energy within their bodies. The elements circulate within the body, enhancing one's constitution. The more formidable the warrior, the better their physique, and consequently, the longer their lifespan. Perhaps the warrior system could also provide some assistance regarding the X gene. So this is how the cultivation of fighting spirit unfolds. His vision became increasingly illuminated. Li Haotian immediately commenced his training in fighting spirit. Gradually, he perceived that his cells seemed to be bubbling with energy, as if the fighting spirit could better stimulate them. Just as Li Haotian was engrossed in his training, an elderly gentleman clad in a suit arrived at Xavier's academy. "I am here to find the young master," he stated flatly, gazing at Professor X. "Do not expect to probe my memories with your psychic abilities. My body is safeguarded by ancestral talismans. Your psychic force will be of no use, the suited elder replied, revealing his awareness of Professor X's mutant capabilities. The talisman was evidently intended to counter him. The Lee family of Chinatown. It was you who expelled Lee from his home. What do you seek him for now? Lee is now a part of Xavier's academy. Storm could no longer contain herself, loudly questioning the elder. If Li Haotian were present, he would surely be astonished, for he possessed scant knowledge regarding his predecessor's past. Thus, he had not paid much heed to the origins and background of his former self until now. Aurora, go fetch Lee. He has the right to know this, and the authority to choose his own path. Professor X interjected. He recognized the individual before him. The head steward of the Lee family, known as Vulture Li Jia, was indeed a formidable figure. The Lee family was also a member of the Pinnacle Humanity Society, and Professor X had previously encountered the head of the Lee family, who was as powerful as an alpha-level mutant, a true peak expert. Furthermore, the Lee family's influence was shrouded in mystery, seemingly rooted in some ancient mystical tradition from the enigmatic land of Haotian. Professor, Storm exclaimed, her anxiety palpable. While X's assertions were accurate, Aurora was reluctant to relinquish Lee to this man. The Lee family of Chinatown had been merciless, casting Lee aside. Had it not been for Professor X, Lee might have perished during his initial awakening of the X gene. Though the reasons behind Lee's apparent amnesia regarding that period remained unclear, Aurora wished to spare him from recalling such unpleasant memories. Go, Professor X replied with a gentle smile. This is a right that belongs to Li Haotian. No one else has the authority to decide. Very well. Storm, though displeased, departed to find Li Haotian, casting a fierce glare at Li Jia as she turned away. On the library balcony, Li Haotian found that the cultivation of fighting spirit was simpler than he had anticipated. He had already elevated his radiant fighting spirit to the 8th level. His physique had been reinforced several times, rendering him considerably more robust. This transformation was a process of cellular metamorphosis, not mere muscular expansion. To his surprise, the inheritance templates appeared to have loosened somewhat. Soon, Li Haotian's astonishment deepened, as it seemed that cultivating the power system from the Dragon Blood Boy world had led to advancements in his 3 inheritance templates. He even sensed a shift in the X gene. It appeared that his conjecture held merit. By studying other power systems, he might indeed break the shackles of the X gene and become even more formidable, ultimately forging a power system uniquely his own. Li Haotian's face lit up with excitement and exhilaration. This was a challenging yet intricate path. However, it presented a genuine opportunity for him to ascend to the highest peak. Thus, he would not relent. He was determined to amalgamate the power systems of myriad realms to shatter his own limitations. With the enhancement of his inheritance templates, his mental fortitude surged significantly, an astonishing 10-fold increase. His vision brightened. Previously, he had a foundation exceeding 300 times that of an ordinary person, compounded by the peculiarities of the 3 templates. This elevated his mental strength to over 500 times that of an average individual. Now, with the further enhancement of the inheritance templates, his mental prowess had skyrocketed to over 5,000 times that of an ordinary person. This was a terrifying level, suggesting that a qualitative change in his mental capabilities was imminent. It seemed that reaching the pinnacle of a 9th-level mage posed no issue. A satisfied smile graced Li Haotian's face. Transitioning from a 9th-level mage to the realm of sanctity marked a significant transformation, with exceedingly high demands on mental strength. Li Haotian had gleaned this from the texts transmitted by the Dragon Blood Boy. However, once he broke through the 9th-level threshold and entered the realm of sanctity, he would truly undergo a metamorphosis. His lifespan could approach the boundless. The reason it was described as approaching rather than truly eternal life was that ordinary sanctity-level beings, if they lived too long, were likely to become lost. Yet Li Haotian, having some understanding of the Dragon Blood Boy world, remained curious. After all, while the realm of sanctity was powerful, a mere glance at the statistics suggested he might already surpass it. Thus, he yearned to ascertain the lifespan that awaited beyond sanctity. Currently, his own was merely 800 years. Indeed, following another unlocking of the inheritance progress, Li Haotian's lifespan had increased once more. As the inheritance templates continued to unlock further, the growth of his strength became increasingly formidable. He resolved to elevate both his mage rank and fighting spirit to the pinnacle of the 9th level before anything else. He promptly closed his eyes again to meditate. I wonder if Dragon Blood Boy would be astonished to witness my ascent from 0 to the 9th level in a single day. A faint smile graced Li Haotian's lips. Of course, the early-stage Dragon Blood Boy would undoubtedly be left speechless in awe. However, the later stages of Dragon Blood Boy would likely be less taken aback, having encountered numerous prodigies and strong beings after venturing into the divine realm. Some individuals were even born as deities, while others became messengers of the supreme gods upon birth. Such beings or lives existed. Therefore, if Li Haotian attained the 9th level within a day, while remarkable, it would not be deemed extraordinary. The road ahead is long and arduous. He resumed his meditation as the surrounding elements began to swirl, rapidly being refined. Li. At that moment, Storm Aurora approached him. Aurora, is there something you need? Li Haotian slowly opened his eyes and addressed Storm. It was rare for her to seek him out, especially since, despite Professor X's return, the school's responsibilities remained demanding. Storm, assisting the professor, had little time to spare. Someone is here to see you. Storm promptly relayed the entirety of the situation. Moments later, Li Haotian finally exhaled a breath. Who would have thought? I am, after all, a second-generation heir, perhaps even a dark second generation or a forceful second generation. He chuckled at his own self-deprecation. These memories, surprisingly, were unknown to him. Clearly, the original self had encountered some issues. However, in the days that had passed, Li Haotian had not noticed any anomalies. Soon, the duo arrived at Professor X's office. Young master. Upon seeing Li Haotian, Lijia's face involuntarily exhibited a flicker of excitement. It was impossible not to feel thrilled. The news that Xavier's academy had been designated a forbidden zone had reached the Li family in Chinatown. What shocked them even more was the revelation that the reason for this designation was none other than the expelled young master of the Li family. Li Haotian, a super mutant of unparalleled prowess, surpassing even the alpha level. I have little impression of the Li family now, and I harbor no significant interest in it. Therefore, you may depart, Li Haotian remarked flatly, gazing at the fervent Li Jia. He lacked for nothing, wielded immense power, and held no fascination for authority. Why then should he return to a family that had cast him aside? Even if that family was not the true representation of himself, merely the original body he inhabited. Yet, it was not entirely separate, it was still a part of him. Chapter 98. The Soul's Obsession at the Depths of Consciousness. What? You want me to leave? The vulture like Li Zhu was taken aback, as if he had misheard, his expression rife with disbelief. He had anticipated various reactions from Li Haotian, but he never imagined the young man would say such a thing. Was this truly the once timid, insecure, and indecisive second young master of the Tang family? Young master. The master has been longing for you and is nearly ailing from his yearning. Therefore, you should return with me. Though astonished and even shocked internally, Li Jia took a deep breath and reiterated his request. After all, the master had issued a command. Li Haotian must be brought back, or the entire Li family would face catastrophic consequences. Even if he felt displeasure, he had to suppress it. How dare you, you bastard, command me to leave? How infuriating. Li Jia seethed inwardly. It had been ages since anyone had dared to speak to him in such a manner. Even within the Li family, aside from the family patriarch, Li Lin, no one had the audacity to do so. Yet now, a discarded scion of the Li family had the gall to behave in this way. Were they attempting to provoke him into action? Li Haotian furrowed his brow, gradually growing indifferent. He began to feel exasperated. The gaze directed at him by Li Jia was becoming increasingly irksome. Mr. Li, I suggest you take your leave. I have afforded you an opportunity. This is about Li. His own decision. Do you wish to forcibly take my student from Xavier Academy? At that moment, the professor unexpectedly interjected. The sorcery of the Li family from Chinatown had its intricacies, yet Professor X was unperturbed. The mystical artifact wielded by them was remarkable, capable of resisting his mental probing. However, should he be pushed to the brink, utilizing the brainwave intensifier to obliterate the Li family would not pose a challenge. After all, the only artifact capable of evading his scrutiny was a singular item among the entire Li family, a relic passed down from their ancestors, the most ancient of mystical tools. Yet, it was irreplicable, akin to Magneto's helmet. Thus, Professor X remained unconcerned by a mere artifact. Moreover, he was not alone. Xavier Academy had the X-Men. Young master. Upon hearing this, Li Jia's expression shifted. He had not anticipated such an unfavorable turn of events. In his mind, Li Haotian would be overwhelmed with gratitude upon learning that the master wished him back in the family, likely moved to tears. Yet, it appeared the situation was far from that. You ungrateful wolf. Have you forgotten who brought you into this world? The family has nurtured and raised you since childhood. And this is how you repay them. Seeing Li Haotian's cold demeanor, Li Jia could no longer restrain himself and erupted in a roar. The once lofty and aloof facade was now shattered. After all, Professor X had spoken. If this continued, there might truly be no opportunity left. He was aware of the confidentiality agreement signed by the Human Peak Conference participants. They understood the consequences of pushing Charles too far. At this remark, Li Haotian's visage turned frigid. How dare they? Just because the tiger refrains from roaring, do they think me a feeble cat? Or a god of destruction who does not comprehend rage, mistaking me for a hairless kitten? Buzz. A terrifying aura erupted instantaneously from Li Haotian. Since they refused to leave, they would remain. Transformative light. Swish. Sensing the dreadful energy emanating from Li Haotian, along with the sudden appearance of a violet beam, Li Zhou instinctively sensed impending doom. As if he were on the brink of plunging into a nightmarish abyss. It was Miss Xian who sent me to find you before her demise. Almost instinctively, Li Zhou roared. Swish. Upon hearing this, Li Haotian froze momentarily. He had intended to turn Li Zhou into a flea, but suddenly, his brow furrowed. In the depths of his mind, a memory that had never surfaced before suddenly emerged. His entire being began to tremble unnaturally. The poor Miss Xian. So kind-hearted, yet met with a tragic end. Have you truly forgotten her? Upon witnessing Li Haotian's reaction, Li Zhou could not help but bellow once more. Xian. Li Haotian's body quivered slightly. This was beyond his control, yet it was precisely this lack of control that rendered it all the more bizarre. Given his current strength, could he truly be rendered powerless? It was an inconceivable situation. Moreover, the moment the name Xian was uttered, such a transformation occurred. Clearly, this woman held profound significance for the original self, perhaps surpassing all else. Buzz. Gradually, the suddenly surfacing memory became increasingly vivid. A delightful little girl appeared in his mind, her lips rosy, teeth white, skin radiant, and eyes as bright as crystal. Though still young, it was evident she would blossom into an exquisite beauty. As the memory grew clearer, the little girl continued to mature, and before long, she had reached the age of 16. Her star-like eyes and plump lips surpassed any cosmetic enhancement. With a delicate face and snow-white skin, her shoulder-length hair, tinged with a hint of chestnut, cascaded effortlessly around her neck. Even in memory, she seemed to emanate a fragrant allure. Pure and beautiful, a figure to be cherished. It turned out she was a childhood sweetheart and a beloved companion. Finally, the memory concluded. These recollections were unfamiliar to Li Haotian. They were likely the deepest recesses of his consciousness. Though he had traversed into this world for some time, he had never discovered these memories. Had it not been for the old man's provocation in uttering Xian's name, perhaps this memory shall never resurface. Li Haotian gradually ceased his trembling. The sudden change that had just occurred left him momentarily bereft of control over his own body. Though fleeting, Li Haotian resolutely refused to accept it. His body had inexplicably slipped from his grasp. This was utterly unacceptable. It appeared that a lingering obsession lay hidden deep within the recesses of his soul. Was it this woman named Xian? Li Haotian pondered calmly within. Seemingly in response to his thoughts, the sea of consciousness within his mind began to churn vigorously. Indeed, at that moment, Li Haotian became certain. Within him resided a lingering soul's obsession from his original self. It was simply buried too deep for him to notice in recent days. Gradually, a silhouette of Li Haotian emerged above the tumultuous sea of consciousness. Come forth. He raised his hand, and his arm elongated. In the next instant, he grasped a fleeting apparition from the depths of his consciousness. Astonishingly, it bore an uncanny resemblance to him. I never imagined I would have the chance to witness my original self. Li Haotian exclaimed in surprise. The figure mirrored him perfectly, yet was entirely different, ethereal, and incomplete in form. Although I have traversed into your body, you were destined to perish. Had it not been for me, your body would have decayed. Hence, I owe you nothing. Nevertheless, as I have occupied the shell of your recently departed form and inherited all that belongs to this body, I, Li Haotian, will honor this bond. The vengeance against that woman named Xian will be avenged on your behalf. He seized the spectral figure by the neck and spoke with an air of calmness. The act of traversing was not his doing, for the original body had already succumbed to death, and it was Li Haotian who had come through. Yet, having taken possession of the other's corporeal form, he would assist in fulfilling this final obsession. As Li Haotian's words resonated, the original self's obsession seemed to find release, transforming into shimmering starlight that dispersed throughout the vast consciousness sea. However, at that moment, Li Haotian's mental energy began to boil over. Chapter 99, Refining Obsession. Breaking through the sacred realm. Vengeance he could indeed assist the original self in achieving. Yet, Li Haotian would not allow an obsession to influence his spirit and consciousness. Thus, he firmly grasped the ethereal figure's neck. The apparition showed no signs of anger. Rather, a hint of relief graced its countenance. As Li Haotian spoke, the original self's obsession appeared liberated, and a smile flickered across its face. It began to dissolve into radiant starlight, scattering throughout the consciousness sea. Do not deceive me. From the depths of the void, a figure echoed throughout the consciousness sea. This was the final obsession of the original self, now finally refined. From this moment forth, Li Haotian would simply be Li Haotian, with no remnants of the original self lingering. The previously dim consciousness space now shimmered brilliantly. Starlight flickered, illuminating the spiritual ocean below. With the scattering of starlight, Li Haotian's spiritual ocean began to boil. His mental energy surged dramatically in an instant. This was the complete unification of the soul, transforming into a truly whole spirit. The starlight represented the most fundamental, primal essence of spiritual power. Although Li Haotian had been unaware previously, his soul had remained incomplete. Deep within the recesses of the consciousness space lay the original self's lingering obsession. Had it not been refined, it could have ultimately become a vulnerability. But now that this strand of obsession had been purified, Li Haotian was truly whole from this moment onward. As the starlight twinkled and descended, the spiritual ocean began to churn violently. Li Haotian's soul also began to oscillate intensely. At this instant, the consciousness space of Li Haotian underwent tumultuous transformation. His spiritual ocean roared with ferocity. A divine door, shimmering with 9 colors, suddenly flickered into existence above. Li Haotian's soul seemed to tremble, causing his entire being to quiver slightly. Li, Professor X's expression changed, and he spoke softly. Yet, Li Haotian had no time to heed Professor X's concerns. Even his perception of the external world began to wane. Li, what is wrong? Aurora grew anxious, wanting to approach and check on him. Do not touch him. Storm was about to step forward, but was halted by Professor X. He seemed to have discerned that something significant was transpiring within Li Haotian's body. My apologies, Li. Concerned for Li Haotian's condition, Professor X unleashed a surge of psychic energy into Li Haotian's being. Boom. Just then, the gradually appearing 9-colored divine door above the sea of consciousness erupted in a blinding radiance. As the psychic energy entered, before the mental barrier system could activate, the divine door trembled slightly, unleashing a terrifying mental storm. Renowned for his psychic prowess, Professor X found himself akin to a fragile girl in the midst of a tempest. As this storm obliterated his psychic energy in an instant, Professor X's complexion paled, revealing signs of fatigue. Although the psychic energy he sent forth was minimal, it posed no threat to his essence. However, having it annihilated was a different matter entirely. Even during his prior invasion of Jean Grey's consciousness, not a shred of his psychic energy had been destroyed. Yet now, it had been shattered by Li Haotian's mental storm. What a formidable psychic storm! A glimmer of astonishment and dread flickered in his eyes. Though this body had lost the accumulated psychic energy from Charles, reducing his capabilities to merely 6 or 7/10 of his peak, Professor X's consciousness and psychic energy remained immensely powerful. Even at this diminished state, he still possessed alpha-level abilities. Yet, astonishingly, he had been instantaneously obliterated by Li Haotian's mental tempest. This was utterly unfathomable. Had the other's mental power truly grown to such heights? Indeed, Miss Xian's name proved to be of great significance. Witnessing this scene, Vulture Liege's face lit up with joy. If that were the case, he could successfully complete his mission. Second young master, think of Miss Xian, after all. You two, in a bid to intensify Li Haotian's recollections of Xian, Liege tirelessly continued. Yet, in truth, Li Haotian paid no heed to the external chatter. He sensed that his soul was undergoing a profound transformation. This was an experience unlike any he had encountered before. Not even during the awakening of his X-gene or the attainment of the 3 great legacy templates had he felt such a heart-pounding metamorphosis. The tumultuous ocean of the spirit began to gradually diminish. Yet, Li Haotian could distinctly perceive that his soul was growing stronger. The 9-colored sacred gate, once merely a translucent illusion, began to solidify into a tangible form. Previously, he had no control over his mental prowess. But now Li Haotian discovered that he could manipulate this vast ocean of spirit within his consciousness. This signified that he was beginning to possess powers related to the mind, akin to the telepathic abilities of Professor X. However, Li Haotian felt it more aptly described as mental or soul attacks, for he had come to understand that he had just refined the last vestige of his original self's obsession, achieving a complete soul, clear thoughts, and a dramatic surge in mental strength. He had finally broken through the bottleneck of a 9th-level mage, forcefully ascending to the realm of the Holy Magus. At this moment, he stood at the precipice of transformation. In the world of the Dragon Blood Boy, the process of cultivation was synonymous with the elevation of life's essence. The very foundation of life is the soul. Thus, as the level of life ascends, the soul itself naturally undergoes continual metamorphosis. The realm of the Holy Magus involves the cultivation of mental power. Attaining this realm signifies that the soul will evolve to a new echelon. Now regaining control, Li Haotian meticulously observed his own soul. At that moment, above the ocean of mental energy, which had intensified manifold, A sacred gate radiating with 9 colors floated in his mind. Subtle hues of green, red, earth yellow, purple, and more transformed into a luminous halo encircling it. My soul, astonishingly, takes the form of a door? Li Haotian was momentarily taken aback. In the world of the Dragon Blood Boy, the shape of the soul is not fixed. It can manifest as flames, stones, swords, scythes, and so forth. Yet, Li Haotian had not anticipated that his soul would take the form of a door. At last, he had reached the holy magus. A faint smile graced Li Haotian's face. Despite having refined his obsessions, achieving the holy realm within half a day thrilled him immensely. Oh, but what of my lifespan? He pondered, recalling that in the world of the Dragon Blood Boy, both mages and warriors, upon reaching the holy realm, nearly attained eternal life. Even Li Haotian found himself filled with anticipation. After all, immortality holds an irresistible allure for any human being. As expected, when Li Haotian opened his attribute panel, a considerable transformation had occurred. Host, Li Haotian lifespan, essence, power of rules, 000, strength, 500 ton spirit, 10,016, average person, 3, stamina, 15,132, average person, 10, speed, 43 Mach combat power, 110486 system space, 30,000 cubic possessed systems, mental shield system, sunlight empowerment system, divine inheritance system, super combat space system, omnipotent task system, combat power detection system, multiverse gang system, divine inheritance system template 1, character, Kakarot, Son Goku, race, Scion progress, 3,333, abilities, instant transmission, Kamehameha, solar flare, key control, energy blast, rage boost, high-speed flight. Instantaneous movement transformations, Super Scion 3, Super Scion 2, Super Scion 1, Great Ape, combat power increases tenfold. Requires over 17 million Blutz waves, talent, battle blood, massive power boost upon healing from near death, divine inheritance system template 2. Character, Majin Buu race, Majin progress, 2,889, abilities, instant transmission, high-speed flight, high-speed movement, belly flop attack, key blast, energy ball, menacing eye, super Buu burst, explosive wave, telekinesis, transformation beam, regeneration, splitting, morphing, restoration beam, healing beam talent, cosmic survival, supercell regeneration divine inheritance system template 3. Character, Beerus race, god of destruction progress, 2,344 abilities, instant transmission, high-speed flight, high-speed movement, purple sphere, heat blast, infinite light blast, ultra instinct, divine techniques, void destruction, divine techniques, destruction in the name of the god's talent, destruction energy though he speculated that he might gain eternal life akin to the holy realm of the Dragon Blood Boy's world. There was also the possibility of it being a diluted version. After all, the characters in his 3 major templates felt somewhat truncated in nature. Li Haotian's gaze flickered, deep in contemplation. Yet, this led him to the realization that his previous conjecture was indeed correct. The inheritance from the 3 templates appeared to be a diluted version, likely caused by the X gene. Conversely, this breakthrough to the holy realm involved cultivation within the world of the Dragon Blood Boy, a product of his own efforts, not merely acquired through the direct utilization of the X gene, with the strongest gang in the multiverse serving only as a transitional phase. All the power was genuinely cultivated from the ground up, hence the absence of any sense of diminishment. Gradually, Li Haotian began to attain clarity. The power from the 3 templates, in a certain sense, was merely his X gene drawing upon the forces of this universe, mimicking them. It could not be considered the true strength of Kakarot, Majin Buu, or the god of destruction. In contrast, the power of the holy realm had been genuinely cultivated. Thus, he felt no sense of reduction or castration. How intriguing! Li Haotian nodded inwardly. While he had indeed ascended to the holy realm, numerous questions still lingered in his mind. For instance, the power of the holy realm is rooted in the Dragon Blood Boy's world. How could it manifest successfully within the Marvel Universe? Or does the Marvel Universe have connections to the primordial space, or even to the primordial controllers? Many inquiries swirled within his mind. However, Li Haotian recognized that his current strength was still insufficient to comprehend these complexities, nor could he fathom the underlying reasons. Simply put, his realm constrained his imagination. But did that truly matter? As long as he could grow increasingly powerful and genuinely cultivate his own strength, was that not sufficient? The process and rationale were of little consequence. What he desired was the outcome. At last, Li Haotian's consciousness withdrew from the ocean of spirit. Just then, upon returning to reality, he heard Lija incessantly rambling. Kneel. He immediately frowned, unwilling to tolerate the other's insolence. Boom. A powerful mental storm erupted from his ocean of spirit. This was a common soul attack employed by holy magi. After all, he had only just broken through, leaving him little time to explore other forms of soul attacks. However, due to Haotian's previous focus on the wind and earth elements, he was not particularly adept at soul attacks, unlike the fire and light elements, which are more potent in this regard. Nevertheless, this was inconsequential. He had ample time and a complete affinity for all elemental attributes. Elevating these attributes to the level of a holy mage would not pose a significant challenge. Beyond the foundational accumulation of mental strength or fighting spirit, the realm following the holy domain necessitated the comprehension of the profound mysteries of elemental laws. Once one fully grasped the intricacies of a particular elemental law, they would transcend into a lower deity, with my witch artifact to guard me. Even if you wield mental power, you cannot harm me. Leisha bellowed, his brow seemingly unleashing a terrifying force. It manifested as an invisible mental barrier, repelling Haotian's mental storm. A witch artifact? A hint of disdain crossed Haotian's face. This mental storm was merely the simplest form of his soul attack. His powers extended far beyond this. Humph. A cold indifference graced Haotian's features. In the next moment, a terrifying aura erupted from him. The witch artifact could only defend against mental attacks, but could not withstand this overwhelming pressure. With a crack, Leisha was forced to kneel, the immense force even fracturing the wooden floor beneath him. How could this be? Leisha's expression shifted dramatically, disbelief etched across his face as he looked at Haotian. Could it be that he had forced him to kneel merely with his aura? How formidable must he be? Although rumors had circulated that Xavier's academy had become a forbidden zone due to a young mutant, and that individual was likely Haotian, Leisha found it difficult to reconcile the image of the weak, introverted, and self-deprecating second young master from months ago with the formidable figure before him. If you speak out of turn again, I will reduce you to a pile of excrement, Haotian stated flatly. The vulture-faced man's countenance twisted in anger, yet he dared not utter another word. Professor, I shall make a trip to Chinatown. Haotian turned to Professor X and spoke. This would help fulfill the original's final obsession. Very well, Charles replied with a gentle smile, nodding in agreement. As long as Haotian remained unharmed, he was content. Moreover, he had sensed that Haotian had grown stronger. The potency of that mental storm was formidable. Soon, Haotian accompanied Leisha aboard the Li family's private small aircraft, heading towards Chinatown. Now, you may tell me who our enemies are, Haotian began. The invitation for him to return was not for the sake of inheriting the family business or indulging in luxury, but rather due to a grave threat looming. Our enemy, young master, is a green-skin monster. Leisha began to recount slowly. A few days prior, a creature with green skin had stormed into the Li family in Chinatown, killing many of their elite, including Xian. This monster was incredibly powerful, and none of the Li family's experts could stand against it. However, they might not have sought out Haotian had it not been for the creature's ominous declaration that it would return in 5 days, with tomorrow marking the 5th day. Thus, the family head had issued a stern order to retrieve Haotian at all costs, or else Leisha would have preferred not to visit Xavier's academy. A green monster? Haotian's gaze flickered with intrigue. Could it be the Hulk? No. If Hulk transformed, he would not possess such meticulous and calm reasoning. Therefore, it was highly likely that the adversary was the Abomination. Emil Blonsky? Haotian was not well acquainted with this character, having hardly watched the films in the Hulk series. Moreover, this world was chaotic, diverging significantly from the original Marvel Universe. Even some characters exhibited altered personalities. Yet, Haotian remained unfazed, treating this realm as an entirely foreign world, which had little impact on him. In fact, his familiarity with certain plot lines provided a certain thrill of foreknowledge. However, it was also plausible that it could be a mutant version of the Hulk. While the Abomination was formidable, there might be other variables at play. As the comics' depiction of Hulk indicated, he suffered from multiple personalities, resulting in varied temperaments. Coupled with the inherent chaos of this world, the odds of encountering the Hulk were not negligible. Whether it be Hulk or the Abomination, both possessed superhuman strength, endurance, and resilience. If it were Hulk, his power would only escalate with his anger, and at times, he even exhibited regenerative capabilities that surpassed Wolverine and Deadpool, making him a particularly troublesome foe. Haotian mused internally. Such an adversary would be exceedingly difficult to contend with. However, when it came to recovery capabilities, he possessed the template of Majin Buu. Due to his prior refinement of obsessions, his mental strength had surged, enabling him to ascend to the holy domain. His entire being experienced a transformation. Although the physical metamorphosis of a holy mage was not as intense as that of a holy domain warrior, he was nonetheless a holy domain powerhouse. Thus, Haotian could sense that the X gene within him seemed to be stirring. Furthermore, his 3 major inherited templates had seen a significant enhancement, even surpassing the improvements he had made during previous battles. This only served to reinforce Haotian's suspicions. Cultivating his own power would lead to the evolution of the X gene. Consequently, any abilities he acquired through his mutant powers would also amplify. Hence, Haotian's baseline combat power surged from just over 10,000 to over 110,000. Additionally, with his current mastery of Goku's template, he had unlocked the Super Saiyan 3 state, resulting in an astronomical increase in his combat prowess by at least 400 times. This was the augmentation level of Super Saiyan 3, with a combat power exceeding 110,000, augmented by at least 400 times. His strength was formidable, so much so that Haotian found himself eagerly anticipating the outcome. Although this number felt somewhat diminished, akin to a watered-down version, his strength was undeniably substantial, not to be dismissed as weak. He was capable of suppressing Jean Grey, who had unleashed part of the Phoenix Force, relying on sheer power rather than the narrative advantages that allowed someone like Wolverine to reach his status. Suddenly, Haotian felt a surge of anticipation. Whether it be disdain or the Hulk, it seemed that only such adversaries could truly test his strength. Second young master, are you perhaps feeling apprehensive? At that moment, the nearby vulture, Li Jia, suddenly spoke up. Noticing Haotian's silence, a jolt of anxiety coursed through him. Could it be that the frightening description of that green monster had truly intimidated this fellow? He chuckled inwardly. Upon hearing this, Haotian revealed a smile that was more sardonic than genuine. Afraid? I fear he may not come. With that, Haotian pointed his finger, and in an instant, a transformation beam appeared, morphing him into a parrot. In a flash, a purple beam manifested. To everyone's astonishment, Li Jia, who had been a man just moments before, transformed into an utterly grotesque black parrot, one even less appealing than a common crow, for the top of his head was entirely bald. The flight attendants standing nearby, ready to serve, gasped in horror at this scene. Despite being trained by the Li family, and possessing skills comparable to those of ordinary FBI agents, they had never witnessed such a spectacle. A living man had turned into an unsightly bald parrot? Silence! Haotian commanded, and the 2 attendants immediately succumbed to unconsciousness, their bodies slumping into the airplane seats. You. Li Jia's eyes widened in disbelief, his wings flapping as he recoiled. He could hardly comprehend what was unfolding before him. How could Haotian possess such terrifying powers? Sorcery? Magic? Or something else entirely? The things you just mentioned are riddled with flaws, but I do not care. However, remember this. If you dare to show off again, be prepared to become excrement next time. Haotian lifted a glass of red wine, casually swirling it before finishing it in one gulp. Second young master, I was wrong. I was utterly mistaken. The cunning, ruthless, and cold-hearted Li Jia now resembled a pitiful creature, desperately begging for mercy. At that moment, he finally grasped the meaning behind Haotian's earlier words. To transform into excrement did not imply his death. Rather, the other party genuinely possessed the capability to do so. Thus, amid Li Jia's relentless pleas and the pitiful flapping of his wings against his own beak, he was restored to human form. The sight of the bird flapping its wings had amused Haotian enough to grant him a reprieve. As time passed, dusk approached, and the plane landed at the airport. Upon disembarking, they encountered members of the Li family awaiting them. So, you are the infamous second young master of the Li family? I find you rather underwhelming. I heard you were driven away like a mere pest. At that moment, a scar-faced man in a suit approached coldly, fixing his gaze on Haotian. Before he could finish his taunt, Haotian raised a hand. A flash of purple light enveloped the man, who instantly transformed into a cockroach. With a swift stomp, Haotian crushed the creature, leaving nothing but a splattered mess. With a flick of his wrist, an energy beam swept past, rendering his shoe immaculate. Let us go, he stated indifferently as he walked toward the waiting vehicle, leaving behind a crowd of bewildered onlookers. Chapter 102. The Bloodline of the Ancient Sorcerer Clan. This. Li Jia swallowed hard, his aged face twitching as he muttered to himself. Thank goodness I was wise enough not to provoke this terrifying harbinger of death. In an instant, he felt a wave of relief wash over him. Otherwise, his fate would likely have been far more tragic than that of the Li family's patriarch. How horrifying. The patriarch was crushed. He had just been transformed into a cockroach. This is the second young master of the Li family? He is truly a demon of unspeakable terror. The other henchmen of the patriarch exchanged apprehensive glances, their hearts filled with dread. What are you all standing around for? Return to Chinatown immediately, Li Jia commanded sharply. Why yes, yes. The shocked Li family subordinates finally reacted, hastily making their way back. Li Haotian had already settled into the car, resting his eyes. From that moment on, none of the Li family dared utter another word. The vehicle sped towards Chinatown. In this beautiful nation, there are 5 prominent Chinatowns: New York's Chinatown, Honolulu's Chinatown, Old Town's Chinatown, Seattle's Chinatown, and Chicago's Chinatown. Other locations, such as San Francisco and Boston, also have smaller Chinatowns, albeit on a lesser scale. The destination for Li Haotian and his companions was the largest Chinatown in the world, Old Town Chinatown. As time ticked by, they finally arrived at their destination. Is this Chinatown? Li Haotian lowered the car window, curiously surveying his surroundings. This was his first visit to Chinatown, and indeed, the largest one in the world. As the car traversed Old Town's Chinatown, he felt as though he had entered an entirely different country, an ambience starkly different from that of the beautiful nation. In this Chinatown, the essence of the Summer Kingdom was overwhelmingly rich. Not only were there distinctive Summer Kingdom trinkets for sale, but also numerous Chinese restaurants, all showcasing the unique characteristics of the Summer Kingdom. This familiarity stirred a sense of warmth within Li Haotian. Before long, the vehicle passed through Chinatown and arrived at the final destination, a standalone villa estate located in the southeastern corner of Old Town, situated just a few kilometers from Chinatown. This land was truly worth its weight in gold. The presence of a villa here spoke volumes about the Li family's standing and influence in Old Town Chinatown, as well as their formidable power. Second young master, we have arrived. Li Jia exited the car, respectfully announcing. The former arrogance had vanished entirely from him. The mere thought of the patriarch who had been crushed underfoot filled him with unease. While death itself was not particularly terrifying, the Li family had endured many losses in their ascent within Chinatown. Though Li Jia feared death, if that day were to come, he would accept it. However, he wished to avoid such a humiliating fate as being crushed like a cockroach. Moreover, Li Haotian had stated that if he dared to show off again, he would be turned into excrement, an outcome far more pitiful than being squashed like a cockroach. Li Haotian stepped out of the car, surveying the surroundings. The estate was a harmonious blend of Eastern and Western styles, embodying both the boldness of the West and the elegance of the East. The seemingly conflicting styles were flawlessly united, showcasing the talent of a truly exceptional designer. The main building was a luxurious 5-story villa. Luxury vehicles abound in the vicinity, with the least impressive being Rolls-Royces, Mercedes-Benzes, and BMWs, while not a single Mazda is in sight. Li Haotian even spotted several cars that exuded an extraordinary presence, likely equipped with missile-resistant armor and bulletproof glass. Second young master, let us proceed, Li Jia respectfully suggested. At that moment, the conference room on the ground floor of the villa was filled to capacity. A long table crafted from black and purple sandalwood surrounded by over 20 individuals, each flanked by 5 bodyguards who exuded an air of formidable prowess. These individuals were direct descendants and first-tier hall masters of the Li family from Chinatown. The hierarchy within the Li family consists of 3 tiers: first, second, and third. The hall master who previously fetched Li Haotian was merely of the 3rd tier, with no standing to enter this conference hall. Currently, all present were at least 2nd-tier hall masters. At the head of the table, facing south, sat a middle-aged man with a scruffy beard, his expression grave, eyes slightly raised at the corners, and lips thin and elongated. This man was none other than the head of the Li family, Li Lin. Despite the numerous attendees, the atmosphere in the conference room was notably hushed. Some played with their phones, others filed their nails, while a few closed their eyes in contemplation. Tomorrow is the final deadline. Head of the family, do you truly believe that sending Li Jia to retrieve that wretch can salvage the Li family? At this juncture, a Mediterranean man in a white suit and glasses spoke up. He was Bai Siyuan, a first-tier hall master of the Li family. As soon as his words were uttered, all eyes turned to Li Lin. After all, the monstrous figure they referred to was indeed terrifying. Their handguns, submachine guns, and even rocket launchers had proven ineffective against it. They were at a loss as to how to confront such a formidable adversary. Yet, the head of the family had the audacity to rely on a bastard expelled from the Li family for assistance. The direct members of the Li family were filled with doubt and even some resistance. To them, Li Haotian's existence was a source of shame, for he, like his mother, was a mutant. In the current societal climate, ordinary individuals still harbored prejudice against mutants. Even within a family like theirs, mutants were treated similarly. Thus, Li Haotian was cast out from the Li family. I have invested heavily to unearth intelligence indicating that the little wretch has significantly strengthened, reaching a level comparable to that of a great shaman as described in our ancestral texts. In terms of mutant classification, he is an alpha-level mutant. Upon feeling the gaze of the assembly upon him, Li Lin hesitated briefly before speaking. "Father, that little wretch has attained the power of a great shaman? How could that be possible?" exclaimed a man beside Li Lin, who was none other than Li Qinglin, the eldest son of the Li family. His name alone reflects the immense expectations Li Lin had for his firstborn. The Li family bore the bloodline of an ancient shaman clan, allowing them to practice ancient shamanic arts. However, despite training in the family's ancestral techniques from a young age and expending considerable resources, Li Qinglin had only just entered the spiritual realm. The prospect of becoming a great shaman seemed a distant dream, let alone achieving the level of great shaman. This revelation darkened his expression, twisting his heart with envy. Indeed, he has reached the alpha level, and it is a high-ranking alpha level. According to the intelligence, his abilities are comparable to both Magneto and Professor X. Li Lin sighed, his voice heavy with reluctance. This was the outcome he most dreaded. The Li family's treatment of Li Haotian had been excessively harsh, and now that he had grown stronger, he might harbor resentment against the Li family. Li Lin secretly hoped for the strength of his eldest son, Li Qinglin, rather than that of a mutant. A great shaman? An alpha-level mutant? The other Hall Masters were taken aback by these revelations. The reason the Li family had been able to establish its foothold in Chinatown was that none among the Hall Masters dared to harbor ill intentions. For the family wielded the fearsome power of ancient shamanic arts. This supernatural force was terrifying to the Hall Masters, even if they did not practice it themselves. They had some understanding of the distinctions between alpha levels and great shamans, given their status within the Li family. Legends spoke of great shamans possessing the capacity to annihilate the world. With a mere thought, they could bring about its destruction. Similarly, an alpha-level mutant could stand against an entire nation, capable of decimating a million-strong army with time on their side. Take Magneto, who had recently made headlines. If he so wished, he could trigger the self-destruction of global nuclear arms, obliterating the planet. Then there was Professor X from Xavier's school, rumored to be capable of eradicating all of humanity single-handedly. This was the reality of a high-ranking alpha-level mutant. Now, the expelled little wretch from the Li family had grown so powerful. The Hall Masters, having encountered lower-tier mutants, harbored a deep-seated disdain for these loathsome beings. This was evident from the earlier remarks of the Hall Master. To ordinary people, mutants were akin to pariahs. Only a select few could accept them. The majority were filled with hatred. This hatred stemmed from jealousy, confusion, and fear. Without such feelings, how would they dare to speak so openly about Li Haotian, the second young master of the Li family? Even individuals as formidable as Professor X or Magneto, who were aware of their own strength, faced derision and opposition from many. This notion that villains are mindless is far from the truth. Reality often mirrors such narratives. Just as one might think of business warfare as a calculated affair of espionage, stock manipulation, and clandestine strategies, the truth is often more chaotic. In reality, it can involve a bike manager tampering with shared bike seats, an executive downloading a rival's app to post disparaging images, or a subordinate sabotaging a competitor's network connections. This is the true nature of society, rife with mindless antagonists. Those with intellect tend to exist only in fiction, with few exceptions in reality. Thus, at this moment, the members of the Li family, who once appeared so formidable, now seemed almost foolish. The notion that the little wretch could possess such immense power was utterly implausible. Bai Siyuan, in particular, widened his eyes in disbelief, his mind swirling with frustration, unwilling to accept this reality. Due to the admonishments from Li Haotian's mother, Bai Siyuan's receding hairline can be attributed to her influence. Despite spending an exorbitant amount of money, he has been unable to restore it, which has fostered a lingering resentment within him. Master of the house, you must investigate thoroughly. That little wretch. His words were abruptly cut short as the conference room door creaked open, and Li Haotian strode in, casting a glance at Bai Siyuan. A hint of coldness and indifference graced his countenance. Li Haotian began to reflect. Was he perhaps too accommodating? Was he a deity to be insulted at will? With a decisive gesture, Li Haotian summoned two colossal hands of earth, which rose from the ground and seized Bai Siyuan with a vice-like grip. In an instant, a sickening squelch echoed as blood splattered, painting a gruesome tableau of carnage upon the onlookers. The mingling of crimson and ivory, along with splintered bone, besmirched the faces of those nearby. The first-tier leader of the Li family was thus brutally crushed before the astonished assembly. All present stood in stunned silence, their minds reeling from the spectacle. Deities demand reverence. Li Haotian's icy words reverberated in the ears of the onlookers. The hushed conference room was punctuated only by the sound of swallowed saliva. Even the dim-witted antagonists and gang leaders dared not utter another word. Their fear of mutants, already mingled with jealousy, and witnessing Li Haotian extinguished by Siyuan's life with such ease only intensified their trepidation. Little wretch, Li Lin attempted to speak, but the memory of Li Haotian's frigid gaze and apathetic tone silenced him. Tianer, please take a seat. He finally managed to utter, his throat constricting. Ah, second brother. Do sit. Li Chunlin hastily lifted his wife's chair, unceremoniously shoving the shocked woman aside. Though internally consumed by envy, he dared not display arrogance, for he had no desire for death. The old city would soon be his dominion. Li Chunlin needed to survive, even if it meant submitting to Li Haotian. I shall remain standing. Simply provide me with all pertinent information regarding that green-skinned creature. Then, secure me a room where I shall await their arrival. Li Haotian coldly surveyed Li Chunlin before speaking in a flat tone. Were it not for the original's lingering desires, he would not stoop to engage with such filth. Yes. Yes. Li Chunlin immediately handed a file to a subordinate beside him, unwilling to approach Li Haotian directly. Here you go, second young master. The trembling subordinate offered the file with utmost caution. Lead me to a place of repose. As Li Haotian turned to leave, he addressed Li Zhe as he passed. Understood. Li Zhe swallowed hard, though he remained notably more composed than the others, having previously witnessed Li Haotian reduce a person to a mere insect underfoot. Soon, Li Haotian was ushered into an opulent room. Let me see who this green-skinned monstrosity truly is, he mused, settling onto the sofa as he opened the file with curiosity. Upon seeing the image within, Li Haotian's brow furrowed slightly. This fellow seems rather peculiar. Chapter 104. The terrifying tenfold training speed. Hulk. Not quite, yet also not an abomination. Li Haotian's brow knitted in contemplation, his gaze flickering with thought. In his recollections, there seemed to be no creature of this nature within the Marvel Universe. He had encountered 9 distinct forms of abomination, including the 1996 animated version of The Incredible Hulk, the 2009 animated Big Hero 6, the 2010 animated The Avengers, Earth's Mightiest Heroes, the 2013 animated Hulk and the Agents of S.M.A.S.H, and the 2013 animated Iron Man, Armored Adventures. Additionally, he had seen the 2008 film The Incredible Hulk, the 2021 film Shang-Chi and the Legend of the Ten Rings, and the 2022 television series She-Hulk. Yet, none matched the bizarre visage before him. Thus, Li Haotian surmised that this green-skinned creature was likely not abomination. However, if it were to be Hulk, that too seemed inconsistent. To his knowledge, there existed 18 versions of Hulk, including Grey Hulk, Savage Hulk, and the merged persona of Hulk and Grey Hulk, among others. Yet, none of these bore any resemblance to the being before him. Undoubtedly, in the Marvel realm, there were not many green, towering monsters. According to the intelligence presented, this green-skinned giant not only possessed immense strength, but was also impervious to rocket fire. Remarkably, it had once effortlessly hurled a heavy road roller with a mere flick of its fingers. This was indeed intriguing. Could it be a creature beyond his knowledge? Neither Hulk nor abomination? Li Haotian flipped through the file, but found little clarity, as the figure depicted was unfamiliar to him. However, its power bore some resemblance to Hulk's, albeit with discernible differences. It appeared that he could only wait in silence for answers. He murmured to himself. Yet Li Haotian was acutely aware that the Li family was concealing certain truths. Otherwise, why would this green-skinned creature seek trouble with them? There must be a deeper issue at play. Nonetheless, Li Haotian felt little inclination to delve into these matters. Eliminating this green-skinned monster would fulfill the original's desires, allowing him to withdraw from this affair. For a strong individual, achieving clarity of the mind was the final obstacle for Li Haotian. Once accomplished, he would attain a harmonious union of spirit and purpose, free from impurities. Of course, he had yet to reach a state of complete detachment from desire. As he still harbored emotions and yearnings, he found himself reminiscing about Clarice, the young girl, and wondered what Alice was up to. With a sigh of resignation, Li Haotian stretched, feeling a sense of fatigue without Alice to massage his shoulders. Time to resume my training, he declared. Sleeping alone without a woman felt like a waste of time. Thus, Li Haotian commenced his meditation. Strictly speaking, he was a saintly earth mage. Yet with his affinity for all elemental attributes, he could also be regarded as a universal saintly mage. The young dragon-blooded boy, on the other hand, was a dual attribute saintly mage, wielding both earth and wind powers. Upon breaking through to the sanctuary, one immediately ascends to the status of a wind elemental saint mage and an earth elemental saint mage. However, the current Li Haotian has transcended to become an all-attribute saint mage, possessing strength formidable enough to sweep away any adversary of equal rank. He could effortlessly contend against 5 opponents at once. Of course, this refers solely to the power system within the realm of Dragon Blood Youth. If one were to factor in the might of the three primary templates, Li Haotian might very well be unrivaled below the divine level. As for whether he could contend with a deity, that remains a matter of speculation. After all, the world of Dragon Blood Youth is a singular plane, rather than a collection of individual planets, which may introduce certain distinctions. The training within the sanctuary phase presents little difficulty. One merely needs to accumulate fighting spirit, magical power, and mental energy. However, to transcend the sanctuary, one must delve into the profound mysteries of the laws. Aside from the four supreme attributes, I possess nearly all other elemental properties. The comprehension of these arcane laws will undoubtedly be a protracted endeavor, consuming considerable time. Li Haotian shook his head. Given this, he could only choose to study one of the arcane laws for the time being. He would first aim to attain the rank of a lower deity. And when the time was ripe, he could opt for a division of his soul, retaining his sanctuary form to further comprehend the other arcane laws. Consequently, he would gain an additional avatar as a lower deity. Speaking of avatars, the mere thought of them brought to mind a certain individual, he murmured to himself. At that moment, however, a notification sound resonated within his mind. Ding. Congratulations, Master, a new member, Ramen is Delicious, has joined the Tianlin Water Nation. As the notification chimed, a figure materialized within the world of Tianlin Water Nation. True to form, he had directly entered bodily upon arrival. Li Haotian was momentarily taken aback, astonished that the new member was indeed him. Yet, compared to this newcomer, who had merely entered with his consciousness, the Dragon Blood Youth was far more cautious. The second new member to enter was none other than Naruto Uzumaki from the world of Naruto. However, at this age and in this form, a smile crept across Li Haotian's face. Where am I? I haven't even properly mastered a single ninjutsu yet, despite possessing formidable scrolls. Surely, once I learn the ninjutsu from this scroll, I can graduate, right? Naruto scratched his head, gazing around with a somewhat foolish expression. But soon enough, he too received a beginner's email. Wow, how marvelous. Just like the Dragon Blood Youth, Naruto became exhilarated. Unlike the Dragon Blood Youth, who needed to verify the authenticity of the email, the naive Naruto accepted it without question, uploading everything he had learned thus far. Albeit his meager points led him to instinctively upload the sealing book he carried on his back. Instantly, he received a considerable influx of points. Excited, he promptly chose to utilize the Hall of Holy Light to commence his training. Indeed, it was the sealing book. Li Haotian's eyes brightened at once. Upon seeing Naruto's age and the large scroll on his back, he began to speculate that this might be the early timeline of the Naruto world. Now, witnessing Naruto upload the sealing book, he became even more convinced. This was undoubtedly the moment when Naruto was deceived by Mizuki, leading to the theft of the sealing book. Without the sealing book, the confrontation between Irika and Mizuki would not occur. Furthermore, without the sealing book for accountability, it was uncertain how the third Hokage would treat Naruto. How intriguing was the plotline of Naruto being altered from the very beginning. He suddenly felt a sense of anticipation for Naruto's future growth. However, this also presented an opportunity for me. Li Haotian had just been pondering how a clone could assist him in his training. After all, mastering the profound laws of the 7 elemental attributes, fire, water, wind, lightning, light, darkness, was an exceptionally time-consuming task. Training alone would likely consume many years. Yet, Li Haotian was aware that within the sealing book lay a future boon for Naruto, the shadow clone technique. If I were to master this, I could create 1,000 clones to train in the Hall of Martial Gods, effectively amplifying my training speed by a factor of 10,000. Li Haotian was instantly elated. First, let us see if I can condense chakra. Chapter 105. The Mage imbue as the chakra supplier of Saint Mage? Condensing chakra. If Li Haotian were unable to condense chakra, then even acquiring the sealing book would be of no use. Learning the shadow clone technique would also be impossible. According to Li Haotian's understanding, chakra is a form of energy produced by the perfect fusion of various elemental energies within the human body, serving as the source for ninjutsu, taijutsu, and jinjutsu. It generally refers to a product that is an average blend of spiritual and physical energies. In reality, the concept of chakra traces its origins to the wheels of energy in Indian mythology, which can be found in the teachings of both Hinduism and Buddhism. It is said that ancient warriors and ninjas from the land of cherry blossoms underwent rigorous training. Thus, the chakra in Naruto is derived from this very source. Li Haotian had previously perused relevant materials, finding them piquantly intriguing. After all, who hasn't he fantasized about supernatural powers that can be traced back to reality? He too had once indulged in such daydreams. The martial arts and cultivation practices of the Eastern Xia Kingdom had inspired many to pursue their paths, hadn't they? Moreover, Li Haotian had read the Book of Changes, which explicitly states that physical strength is composed of spiritual energy and physical energy, and that physical strength is distinctly separate from chakra. In other words, prior to undergoing certain transformations, one cannot claim that the chakra within the human body is solely constituted from the original spiritual and physical energies. Furthermore, the Book of Changes explicitly points out the mixture of bodily energy and spiritual energy produced by 130 trillion cells is termed physical strength. Physical strength forms the foundation for unleashing taijutsu. Within the body, physical strength is transformed into chakra, which ninjas can extract and utilize through hand seals. In simpler terms, regardless of whether one possesses chakra, every individual harbors spiritual and physical energies. This is precisely why Li Haotian felt a modicum of confidence. However, the generation of chakra requires the perfect blending of spiritual and physical energies, and it is not sufficient to possess both elements in order to produce chakra. To achieve the flawless fusion of spiritual and physical energies, one must first learn a basic ninjutsu, the chakra refinement technique. Li Haotian's eyes gleamed as he quickly skimmed through the content uploaded by Naruto. Therein lay the chakra refinement technique. Naruto had indeed grasped this fundamental knowledge rather well. With the template of Majin Buu enhancing his learning capabilities, Li Haotian's aptitude for learning was astonishingly formidable. Thus, after a mere glance, he observed Naruto within the Tianlin Water Nation as he began to condense chakra, and he too had mastered it. Whether it would work hinged upon this. Li Haotian promptly initiated the chakra refinement process. Spiritual energy. He was already a saint mage, and within the ocean of his consciousness, his soul had crystallized into the nine-colored sacred gate. Hence, he possessed absolute control over his inner spiritual essence. As for physical energy, no one wielded greater mastery over their body than Majin Buu. After all, Majin Buu's regenerative capability is such that as long as a single cell remains, he can restore himself. His mastery over his own body has reached a cellular level. The extraction of chakra is a harmonious blend of bodily energy and spiritual energy generated by the 130 trillion cells within. Hiss, hiss, hiss. As Li Haotian conducted his refinement, he indeed discovered a trace of chakra in his dantian. This chakra flowed through his body like blood, but rather than coursing through veins, it traversed the meridians. The existence of meridians, while enigmatic, has been substantiated beyond the traditional Eastern medicine of the Summer Kingdom. Certain life science research companies have employed technological means to uncover the presence of these meridians. For instance, a life science research institute belonging to a particular conglomerate utilized medical fluorescence imaging technology to observe, for the first time, a continuous fluorescence line migrating along the body's meridian acupoints, providing compelling evidence for the existence of traditional Chinese meridians. This revelation caused quite a stir. If meridians exist, then does inner power truly exist? Li Haotian currently harbored such sentiments. Possessing the template of Majin Buu, he could distinctly perceive every part of his body. Even without the ocular techniques such as the Sharingan or Byakugan, which can penetrate chakra, he could effortlessly sense the presence of chakra meridians. Excellent. A smile of delight appeared on Li Haotian's face. The ability to refine chakra indicated that he could learn ninjutsu. Although, in Li Haotian's perspective, the power of those ninjutsu seemed rather mundane, even inferior to the magic of the Dragon Blood Boy world. Not to mention the world of Dragon Ball, which boasts the capability to explode stars. Yet, this strength belonged to Li Haotian alone, not derived from the abilities of the X gene. This signified that his potential was unconfined by the X gene. Not only would it not be diminished, but he could also ascend to the pinnacle of this power system. Naturally, for Li Haotian, the power system of the Naruto world, even if it reached its zenith, was rather unimpressive compared to the high gods and ultimate deities of the Dragon Blood Boy world. Nonetheless, each power system possesses its unique attributes, which cannot be merely measured by numerical strength. For instance, the multiple shadow clone technique in the Naruto world was something Li Haotian greatly admired. As time gradually passed, half an hour later, Li Haotian suddenly opened his eyes. Have I truly reached the pinnacle of a Jonin? A peculiar expression crossed his face. According to the records in the Book of Seals, Li Haotian's chakra now rivaled that of a pinnacle Jonin. He had not anticipated that the Majin Buu template, combined with the mental energy of the Holy Magic Guide, would allow him to condense chakra so powerfully. A flicker of astonishment crossed Li Haotian's face. But this was indeed a fortuitous development. As he continued to refine, his experience grew, and the chakra within him began to surge uncontrollably. If Kakashi or Might Guy were present at this moment, they would undoubtedly be astounded. For the speed at which Li Haotian was refining chakra seemed akin to unlocking the 8 gates. Waves of blue chakra erupted from his body like flames, quickly filling the entire room. A tremendous pressure swept through the room, scattering everything in disarray. Second young master, are you all right? The Li family servants, stationed outside, rushed in. However, the powerful chakra storm sent several of them flying. Moments later, Li Haotian finally ceased his activity. Was it super shadow level? Or perhaps even above the 6 paths? He slowly opened his eyes, murmuring to himself. This overwhelming chakra was so astonishing that even Li Haotian could not ascertain its level. Nevertheless, he had reached his limit. As his mental energy had peaked, the limit of the holy magic guide. Unless he could break through, the level of his chakra could only remain at this tier. Although he was unsure of the specific caliber, mastering the multiple shadow clone technique was more than sufficient. This was Li Haotian's true objective. He was not particularly concerned with other ninjutsu. Second young master, are you all right? At this moment, the members of the Li family hurriedly approached. Their demeanor cautious and their voices filled with reverence as they whispered inquiries. Had the commotion in the room not been so thunderous, echoing throughout the entire villa, they would not have dared to intrude. Chapter 106. The terrifying green monster arrives. Hulk. Abomination? Second young master, are you all right? The Li family servants inquired cautiously. Each one sweating profusely, afraid to breathe too heavily lest they provoke this killing machine of a second young master. After all, the horrific demise of Hall Master by Siyuan had already spread throughout the Li family estate, and it had been nothing short of gruesome. I am training, retreat at once. Li Haotian glanced at the servants without making things difficult for them. Yes, the crowd immediately felt as if they had been granted a reprieve, promptly retreating with utmost respect. The hand seals for the multiple shadow clone technique were executed with a series of rapid motions. Suddenly, shadows began to flicker within Li Haotian's room. With a thunderous crash, the entire room collapsed, and countless figures erupted from within. The sheer volume of these shadows obscured the moonlight, and the room where Li Haotian stood shattered completely, along with several adjacent rooms. Fortunately, the Li family villa had been constructed robustly, leaving other parts relatively intact. An enemy attack. Has that monster come? Quickly. Everyone on high alert. The massive disturbance instantly alerted everyone within the villa estate. Members of the Li family, along with their associates and bodyguards, rushed out, only to be met with a scene that left them utterly stunned. Above the villa estate, thousands of Li Haotian clones hovered in the air, densely packed to the point that even the moonlight was blocked. Each clone gazed down with a cold indifference, causing the onlookers to tremble. With a thud, one of the Hall Masters collapsed to the ground in terror. What is this? Another Hall Master stammered, nearly biting his own tongue in shock. A miracle. This is a miracle. A Hall Master clad in a wine-red suit exclaimed in astonishment. He finally comprehended the earlier statement by Li Haotian. God should be revered. The fact that Li Haotian possessed the ability to create clones was nothing short of terrifying. How many clones were there? Damn it. Li Qinglin's eyes were filled with shock. But internally, he roared in frustration. Why was Li Haotian so powerful? He could not accept it. Meanwhile, the family head, Li Lin, experienced a rare moment of regret. Initially, he had discriminated against Li Haotian for possessing a mutant bloodline, treating him like an ordinary person. Had he made a mistake? If Li Haotian had remained in the Li family, then the Li family would not merely be the old Li family of Tangren Street. It seems that all the Chinatowns around the world must bear the surname Li. Bang, bang, bang. As Li Haotian dispelled his multiple shadow clones, he cast a glance at the gathered crowd. I merely experimented with my newfound powers. I require a different room, Li Haotian stated nonchalantly. Then, amidst the astonished gazes of those present, he floated away. The sheer number of 999 clones, alongside my own true self, totals a staggering 10,000. Considering the acceleration time provided by the martial god temple of Tianlin Water Nation, does that not equate to a cultivation speed of 100,000 times? This figure astonished even Li Haotian himself. He had initially thought that having 1,000 or 2,000 clones would be quite impressive. Yet he had not anticipated the astonishing total of 999. Soon, Li Haotian arrived at his new chamber. Truly, this villa was magnificent. This bedroom was even larger than the previous one, spanning at least 200 square meters. The lifestyle of the affluent is indeed extravagant. He had witnessed a room of over 200 square meters, and he wondered if the bedrooms of the elite would exceed 1,000 square meters. However, Li Haotian felt no envy, for it was meaningless. With the prowess of Majin Bu at his disposal, he could easily construct a house of any size he desired. Moreover, he possessed the vast expanse of the Tianlin Water Nation, which offered immeasurable space. Next, it was merely a matter of waiting for the monster to arrive, after which he could depart. Li Haotian murmured to himself. With his abilities, he could naturally discern the veracity of Li's words. While he could be certain that the Li family was concealing certain matters, the death of Xian at the hands of the monster was no fabrication. This was undoubtedly true, as the other party's breathing, heartbeat, and even mental fluctuations exhibited no signs of deceit. Even the most skilled of liars cannot mask their mental state. They must recall the essence of events to fabricate an alternate truth. Thus, Li Haotian was convinced that Xian had indeed perished, and it was the monster that had slain her. This was the original body's obsession, a mission he felt compelled to fulfill. Therefore, irrespective of the rationale, the monster that had taken Xian's life must be vanquished. This was a matter of utmost importance for the integrity of his soul and the clarity of his thoughts. With the multiple shadow clone technique, Li Haotian promptly created 100 shadow clones. He then entered the Tianlin Water Nation, proceeding directly to the martial god temple to commence his cultivation. Bang, bang, bang. After producing 100 clones, he then manifested another 100. Once again, he entered Tianlin Water Nation. In this manner, Li Haotian directly generated a total of 1,000 shadow clones. Coupled with the acceleration effects of the martial god temple, he stabilized his cultivation speed at approximately 10,000 times. He refrained from creating several thousand clones, as he needed to preserve a certain level of combat strength. Li Haotian could disdain his enemies, yet he would never let his guard down. Necessary vigilance must be maintained, for he was not yet truly invincible. Taking advantage of the cultivation speed reaching 10,000 times, Li Haotian directed all his shadow clones to delve into the profound laws of the Dragon Blood Youth world. Should he manage to condense a divine persona, it might yield unforeseen results. As for the power system of the Naruto world, in Li Haotian's eyes, it would merely serve as a supplementary tool. Aside from the multiple shadow clone technique, he regarded everything else with disdain. Time passed gradually, and before long, midnight arrived. Boom. Suddenly, while Li Haotian was engrossed in meditating upon the profound laws, he was startled by a tremendous noise. Bang, bang, bang. Following that came the sounds of gunfire. Shouts of curses, cries of agony, and wails of despair. Quick, summon the second young master. Someone shouted from outside. With his acute senses, Li Haotian could clearly hear and even discern the formidable aura of the intruder. Has the time finally come? Li Haotian promptly leaped through the window, eager to discover the identity of this green monster. Is it Hulk or Abomination? However, upon emerging, Li Haotian was momentarily taken aback. Before him, the creature was mercilessly slaughtering members of the Li family while donning a mask. If you possessed this mask, what would be your foremost desire? The Loki mask from the Invincible. A flicker of astonishment crossed Li Haotian's face. He had not expected this outcome. Yet, judging by the creature's physique, it was evident that he was not a mere human. Rather, he was a naturally tall and formidable individual wearing the Loki mask. Let me see who lies beneath that mask. Li Haotian felt a spark of interest. Roar. At that moment, the monster seemed to have noticed Li Haotian and sensed the impending danger, immediately letting out a low growl directed at him. Chapter 107. It is him. Superpower Showdown. Loki Mask versus Majin Buu. Have you realized that I pose a threat? Li Haotian observed the creature's expression with some surprise. It appeared that the creature's perception was quite acute, unlike other mindless villains who would charge in recklessly. Who are you? At that moment, the green monster suddenly spoke. There are no beings of your caliber within the Li family. Boom. The green monster effortlessly swatted away a rocket fired by one of the Li family's subordinates, coldly gazing at Li Haotian as he spoke. It seemed the Loki mask indeed affected the personality of its wearer, as this individual was powerful, detached, and merciless, yet remarkably composed. There was no trace of the comedic demeanor exhibited by the likes of the Abomination in the Invincible. The contrast was striking. Shouldn't you introduce yourself before inquiring about others? Li Haotian replied with a smile, curious about who this individual truly was. If you wish to know my name, you must demonstrate the capability to uncover it, the masked man said, a sinister yet confident smile gracing his features. How intriguing. Li Haotian felt his interest piqued. The power of the Loki mask would provide a splendid opportunity to assess the might of the divine forces within this chaotic Marvel universe. He raised his hand and unleashed a ki blast. Mutant. Upon witnessing Li Haotian launch a ki blast, the masked man immediately categorized him as an energy-manipulating mutant. However, in truth, Li Haotian was indeed a mutant. Such tactics will not be sufficient to contend with me. The masked man, showing no signs of trepidation at the ki blast, opened his mouth and swallowed it whole. Burp. Then, he exhaled a plume of white smoke and let out a satisfied belch. The flavor is truly delightful. Far superior to that of a bomb. The masked man declared with pride. I have heard tales that comedic characters are invincible. The Invincible could be considered a semi-comedic narrative. I shall see if you, endowed with the Loki mask, are truly invincible. As Li Haotian observed this spectacle, his interest grew even further. Chi Yuan slash. Whoosh. The terrifying golden spinning blade hurtled rapidly towards the masked man. Wow, mutant, are you delivering cookies to me? A hint of disdain lingered on the masked man's face. With a swift motion, he raised his arm and, astonishingly, attempted to catch it barehanded. In an instant, his arm was severed with a swift slice. Previously impervious to blades and bullets, even rocket launchers had failed to inflict any harm upon his body, until now. The second young master is formidable. Damn monster, get lost. With the second young master here, you can no longer flaunt your arrogance. Eliminate him. The members of the Li family erupted with excitement at this spectacle, their voices rising in a cacophony of rage. Ah, you seem quite elated, Li family's rabble. At that moment, a smirk of mockery appeared on the masked man's face. The next instant, the severed arm bizarrely sprouted two diminutive legs and scurried away. With a leap and a spin, it reattached itself seamlessly. Unscathed. What? How can this monster possess such abilities? Is he too a deity? In that instant, the Li family members were rendered numb and bewildered. What kind of adversary were they truly battling? A severed arm could grow legs and reattach itself? This body rivaled that of Majin Bu. Li Haotian was equally intrigued. It appeared that conventional attacks were futile against him. It was time to experiment with something new. Wind, elemental forbidden spell, dimensional blade. Moments later, an array of invisible wind elements, imperceptible to ordinary eyes, swiftly coalesced around Li Haotian. Within the confines of the villa, the winds suddenly stilled. In an instant, a semi-transparent azure wind blade, stretching 4 to 5 meters, manifested abruptly. This blade, swift as lightning, shot forth from Li Haotian, hurtling directly towards the masked man. Not only was its speed unfathomably rapid, but the most terrifying aspect was that the wind blade tore through the very fabric of space itself, creating a rift. To the onlookers, it appeared as though a piece of cloth had been rent asunder, exuding an eerie and chilling aura. The dark, gaping void sent shivers down everyone's spines. Wasn't he this place Earth? Wasn't he the outside merely space, the cosmos, and countless starry rivers? What then? Was this fabric-like entity being torn apart? For a moment, all present forgot the ongoing battle between the masked man and Li Haotian. Even Li Haotian himself was taken aback. It seemed that space was omnipresent, existing not merely within the material dimensions of the Dragon Blood Boy's world or the divine realm, but also on Earth, or perhaps in multiple layers of dimensions. 4-dimensional space, 5-dimensional space, or even higher. He pondered this intriguing notion, finding it worthy of exploration, though not at that moment. The rift in space was swiftly mended, evidently governed by some underlying rules that would not permit a breach in the fabric of reality to remain unhealed. What a mysterious force. This mutant is astonishing. Upon witnessing the azure wind blade, the masked man finally exhibited a flicker of solemnity, though he did not comprehend the nature of the spatial rift. The sheer fact that the void could be torn open startled him. Yet, reminded of his own formidable abilities, he regained his composure. I am invincible. This world shall undoubtedly be mine, Kingpin. He muttered quietly. Kingpin? Li Haotian was momentarily stunned by the revelation. A cold, sinister figure materialized in his mind. So it was he. I am Kingpin, a man who has thrived in the underworld for 2.5 years, relishing murder and conspiracy. And I hope you fear me. This man was notorious as Earth's Thanos. In the realm of Marvel villains, few ordinary individuals could rival him. Kingpin's overwhelming influence in the villainous sphere meant that no matter where superheroes fought evil, they would inevitably cross paths with him. Consequently, his enemies spanned the globe, with his archenemies being Spider-Man and Daredevil. He had also caused considerable trouble for the Avengers and even clashed with the Fantastic Four and the X-Men. Remarkably, Kingpin was but an ordinary man, yet his achievements were undeniably illustrious. Li Haotian had not anticipated that the masked figure was Kingpin. In an instant, the dimensional blade proved its might, shredding Kingpin apart. Ouch, that hurts. Yet, as expected, he did not perish. His dismembered body once again sprouted legs, reuniting seamlessly. It appeared that the Loki mask bestowed upon Kingpin various superpowers and an immortality of sorts. Li Haotian began to comprehend his opponent's abilities. This was becoming quite interesting. A playful spirit ignited within him as he sought to compare the powers of the Loki mask with those of Majin Bu. Transformation beam. With a flick of his wrist, a violet beam flashed forth, hurtling directly towards Kingpin. Transform into a dog. Chapter 108. The Arrival of Abomination and Hulk. The beam flickered, and with a bang, Kingpin was instantaneously transformed into a green dog. Wow, I didn't expect you to wield magic. However, upon becoming a dog, Kingpin exhibited no fear. Instead, he began to jest, speaking in human tongue. Is this the magic of the Loki mask? Li Haotian was equally astonished. Clearly, for an ordinary man like Kingpin, donning the mask endowed him with such formidable power, a notion that left him somewhat incredulous. All of this stemmed from that very mask. Try this. At that moment, a cannon barrel extended from Kingpin, the dog's mouth. Boom. A missile shot forth, hurtling into the air. The creativity of such an attack was undeniable. Transform into a cream-filled pastry. Yet, this assault was as inconsequential to Li Haotian as if it had never occurred. The missile, measuring over a meter in length, instantaneously morphed into a cream-filled pastry right before Li Haotian. Quite delectable, he exclaimed, taking a bite. Now it was Kingpin's turn to be dumbfounded. While he had previously consumed energy blasts and similar attacks, the taste had been far from pleasant, lacking the satisfaction that Li Haotian exhibited while relishing the pastry. Let me slice you up close, Kingpin declared, his entire dog form spinning around. A moment later, a fierce wind swept through, and he reverted to his monstrous green form. With both hands positioned behind him, he drew forth two massive swords, each the size of a door panel, exuding an aura of terror. Close combat is my forte. He grinned widely and charged forward. Two colossal swords, as massive as doors, appeared in his hands, wielded with a dexterity akin to that of chopsticks. The whooshing sound of the air being cut through resonated continuously. Close combat. Li Haotian could not help but chuckle. Possessing three formidable inherited templates, he was indeed no stranger to melee warfare. In fact, he was even stronger. Boom, boom, boom. The two immediately engaged in combat, and Li Haotian, unarmed, exchanged blows with Jean Bing in a thrilling back and forth. In the blink of an eye, they had clashed over 100 times, and Li Haotian reveled in the experience. It had been quite some time since he last fought, and the scion blood coursing through his veins stirred with excitement. For an ordinary person, such skills were undeniably impressive. Even with the Loki mask, Li Haotian found himself admiring Jean Bing's prowess. The Loki mask possessed a unique magical power. Otherwise, the dimensional blade would have easily torn him apart. In truth, it had indeed done so. Yet the Loki mask seemed to bestow some form of immortality upon its wearer. Even Majin Buu's transformation beam proved ineffective. Thus, only one final means remained to test. After exchanging another 100 blows, Li Haotian had thoroughly gauged his opponent's strength, leading to a waning interest. Having played enough, it was time to end this farce and return to Xavier Academy. Clarice and the others must be anxiously awaiting his return. With a powerful punch, he sent Jean Bing flying and swiftly raised his hand. A violet-black energy of destruction rapidly coalesced. The immense power of the Loki mask might stem from its divine essence. Therefore, to vanquish divine power, one must wield divine power. God of destruction. Boom. At that moment, two figures suddenly plummeted from the sky, crashing into the ground and creating a massive crater. Who could it be? What manner of being had just descended from the heavens? It seemed to be two green creatures. The onlookers from the Li family, who had retreated to a safe distance, were utterly bewildered. The second young master had yet to deal with the green creature before two more appeared. Moreover, these two green beings appeared even larger. However, the Li family dared not approach recklessly. The earlier battle between Li Haotian and Jean Bing had left them numb. Was this still a conflict between humans? Transforming missiles into bread and dogs, and the close-quarters combat was even more terrifying. It was simply absurdly powerful. Now, just when the battle was yet to conclude, an unexpected turn of events had arisen. Those damned creatures. Li Lin could not suppress his inner fury. He had a premonition that these newcomers were likely after that particular item as well. Boom, boom, boom. At that moment, the two green creatures in the crater resumed their battle, leaping out of the pit as they fought. Li Haotian was momentarily stunned upon recognizing them. It was Hulk and Abomination. How could they possibly be here? The situation had suddenly taken a more intriguing turn. You two again. At that moment, Jean Bing could not help but roar in frustration. He had thought he had led them away, but they had pursued him nonetheless. I told you. That item of the Li family is mine. You have no chance. Jean Bing exclaimed loudly. Boom. Abomination was immediately sent flying by a punch from Hulk, but he quickly regained his footing. Stop your nonsensical chatter. If it weren't for that peculiar mask, I would have smashed you to bits with a single punch. Abomination roared back. With his strength, he could have easily eliminated that gangster and claimed the artifact. However, just as he was about to finish him off, the gangster accidentally fell into the water and retrieved a strange mask. This drastically increased the gangster's power. Although he could not defeat Abomination, it seemed impossible to kill him. Moreover, this fellow had begun wielding a variety of absurd magic. It was an exasperating predicament. Yet, before he could devise a plan to remove the mask, Hulk discovered Abomination's whereabouts. That gangster, in a bid to shake off his pursuer, had divulged the artifact's significance to Hulk. He had cunningly lured both of them into a perilous situation. However, Abomination was unconcerned about those dangers. Yet, Hulk, that rascal, was relentless in his pursuit of the gangster instead of focusing on the task at hand. The Lee family's artifact? Listening to their conversation, Li Haotian began to piece things together. The Li family possessed a valuable or unique artifact, which Jean Bing had learned about, prompting him to attempt a heist. Consequently, Abomination and Hulk had also caught wind of it, chasing after him. That artifact must hold significant importance to the Li family, making them unwilling to relinquish it even at the cost of lives. However, the artifact likely lacked formidable offensive capabilities, or no one in the Li family could wield it. Otherwise, Jean Bing would not have been so easily slaughtered. Jean Bing, empowered by the Loki mask, was indeed formidable, yet his strength had its limits. He was merely more resilient, perhaps even possessing a form of immortality within certain constraints. Although not truly immortal, as long as the mask's magic remained intact, Jean Bing could not be killed. Did the Li family possess such an artifact? Curiosity piqued within him. You two should cease fighting. It would be prudent to join forces and eliminate the skilled fighters sent by the Li family. Otherwise, none shall lay claim to that artifact. At that moment, with his inherently malevolent mind, he sought to divert the chaos. That artifact was his for the taking. However, Li Haotian's formidable strength exceeded his calculations. The arrival of Abomination and Hulk was, in fact, quite timely for him. Chapter 109, 1 against 3, Annihilation. Banner, you bastard. Don't you desire to return to a normal life? Are you really willing to forfeit that artifact? Seeing Hulk still entangled with him, Abomination was infuriated. If they did not eliminate the Li family members, that artifact would slip through their fingers. Moreover, with that gangster around, if he were to take advantage, it would be unbearable. Boom. The response to Abomination was Hulk's massive fist. Abomination was instantly filled with rage. When Banner transforms into Hulk, he often loses his wits. He is utterly foolish. Witnessing Hulk in such a state, Jean Bing revealed a sinister grin. If he were dealing with a resolute individual, he would have no means. However, a mindless brute consumed by rage could be manipulated. You need to defeat him. You need to defeat him. You need to defeat him. Jean Bing swiftly raised his hand towards Hulk. His thick fingers moved like a magic wand, gradually clouding Hulk's eyes, which became increasingly dazed and reddened. Roar! With a mighty bellow, he actually charged towards Li Haotian. What a foolish creature! Seeing this unfold, Li Haotian raised an eyebrow. Hulk possessed an exceptionally high mental defense, making him impervious to the control of most individuals. However, Jean Bing merely harnessed the mystical powers of Loki's mask to amplify the fury residing within the Hulk. This was not control, but rather a catalyst for negative emotions and desires. He then subtly directed this rage towards Li Haotian, inciting the Hulk to eliminate him as a means of venting his pent-up wrath. The mask of this underworld ruffian was indeed formidable. Once he acquired the Li family's mystical artifact, he would seize that mask for himself. Upon witnessing this scene, Abomination resolved to eliminate Li Haotian first before settling the score with Jean Bing. He charged towards Li Haotian. Clearly, anyone capable of besting Jean Bing was no ordinary fighter. They were undoubtedly a formidable expert summoned by the Li family. He would not underestimate his opponent. The mystical artifact was of paramount importance to him, as possessing it would allow him to vanquish that scoundrel Hulk with ease. Boom, boom, boom. The two towering giants surged towards Li Haotian, driven by madness and brutality. Let us see how you handle this. Jean Bing displayed a malevolent grin, extending his arms backward. He then brandished a colossal 40-meter-long blade, flickering with flames. I'm coming. He instantly joined the fray. Huh, do you wish to play the numbers game against me? Li Haotian chuckled upon observing the situation. Let me show you what that feels like. Shadow clone technique. Bang, bang, bang. In an instant, 3,000 shadow clones emerged. Oh, big guy, so you're the Hulk. And you, with the mask, you bear a striking resemblance to a dog. Hey, 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 look over there. That one is even uglier, like a freak. Your appearance is unfortunate, but scaring people is entirely unacceptable. In truth, I am a god, wielding a massive blade while masquerading as a butcher. The 3,000 shadow clones of Li Haotian began to mock simultaneously, each displaying a distinct personality, as if they possessed individual consciousness. At this, Abomination, Jean Bing, and even the enraged Hulk were momentarily bewildered. Fortunately, they were not ordinary beings. Even Jean Bing, empowered by Loki's mask, wielded divine strength. In a flash, he regained his composure. Could this be a variant of a cloning mutant's ability? After all, mutants capable of creating clones do exist. Yet, the sheer number of clones was rather exaggerated. Regardless, they doubted that each clone was equally powerful. Attack. Jean Bing was the first to swing his 40-meter blade. Swoosh. The flaming blade struck one of the shadow clones, but instead of exploding into mist, it split apart, transforming into two smaller Haotians. This is the power of Majin Buu. You with the mask, your blade is ineffective. Let me show you how it's done. With a crash, the adjacent Haotian morphed into a decapitating sword, fiercely aiming for Jean Bing's neck. What kind of ability is this? Jean Bing was momentarily speechless. This clone cannot be killed. Boom, boom, boom. Meanwhile, Abomination and Hulk were already engaged in combat with hundreds of Haotians. Their strength was indeed formidable, bordering on the absurd. Even with nearly 1,000 tons of power, a shadow clone of Haotian was sent flying with a single punch. Yet, the shadow clones imbued with Majin Buu's abilities displayed astonishing resilience. In an instant, Hulk and Abomination found themselves akin to lions confronting a herd of leopards. While they could handle a single clone with ease, facing hundreds, nay thousands, of shadow clones, especially those empowered by Majin Buu, soon began to overwhelm them. What a pity. After all, in this chaotic Marvel universe, some characters are stronger in films than in comics. Yet, this Hulk was indeed reminiscent of his cinematic portrayal, appearing evenly matched against all foes, revealing a certain weakness. Or perhaps this Hulk at this point in time was simply at this level. Haotian pondered. Have you had your fill? Now it's my turn. Charge. Haotian unleashed a barrage of 6,000 consecutive strikes. Bang, bang, bang. At that moment, the thousands of Haotians were incensed and began to mercilessly pummel Hulk and his companions. Thousands of fists and sweeping legs surged forth, each imbued with even greater force. Charged with energy. Boom, boom, boom. 3 deep craters suddenly materialized as Abomination and the others were sent crashing into them. The energy-infused fists bore far more than 1,000 tons of power. Even a mountain, or an entire range, could be effortlessly reduced to dust. The terrifying force sent tremors throughout the old city. This farce should come to an end. I have thoroughly enjoyed myself. Haotian promptly retracted his shadow clones. He had long assessed the combat capabilities of the others through the system. None of them surpassed 1,000,000 in power. Boom. Transforming into a Super Saiyan. His magnificent golden hair cascaded down to his waist. Golden flames swirled around him, lightning crackled incessantly, and a hurricane of energy swept outward. You might wonder how much shampoo it takes to wash this hair. At that moment, his combat power soared beyond 4,000,000. He slowly raised his hand, unleashing destructive energy. It's over. With a random but powerful strike, he struck fiercely. Uft. There was no terrifying explosion, nor dazzling light. Instead, 3 green brutes simply disintegrated into fine powder, utterly obliterated. Meanwhile, in the realm of Asgard, Loki, deep in thought, suddenly shuddered. Uft. He spat a mouthful of blood, which splattered and instantly stained the ground red. An ambush? Loki's face turned vigilant. However, he quickly realized that he was alone. His recent injury was not the result of an attack. As a wave of scattered divine energy returned, his expression shifted. My mask has been destroyed. Disbelief clouded his features. That mask was an artifact containing his divine power. A contingency he had prepared for himself. To think it had been shattered. Moreover, the force that destroyed it bore an unknown divine essence, distinctly different from that of Asgard, radiating a brutality and destructiveness even surpassing that of Thor. Is there such a terrifying existence on Earth? Who could it be? I heard you destroyed my mask. Haotian was oblivious to all of this. Of course, even if he were aware, he likely wouldn't care. After all, whether it was Loki or his adoptive father, Odin, the All-Father of Asgard, what did it matter? With Haotian mastering the shadow clone technique and the learning abilities of Majin Buu, his training speed had escalated to an extraordinary level. It was as if he had acquired an ultimate cheat. In the realm of Tianlin Water Country, there were now constantly thousands of shadow clones possessing the learning capabilities of Majin Buu. Within the martial god temple, a profound simulation and introspection were taking place, enabling Haotian to incessantly grow stronger. Remarkably, this augmentation was unbound by the constraints of the X gene, representing a genuine enhancement of his intrinsic power system. Having concluded his endeavors, it was time to depart. Haotian cast a glance at the vast pit, nearly 100 meters deep, before turning away with a hint of amusement gracing his lips. What could that Lee family artifact be, coveted by you three? Initially, he held little interest in the Lee family's secrets, yet now, curiosity was beginning to stir within him. Having already acquired the golden Loki mask, he deemed any inferior artifact unworthy of pursuit. Likewise, his disdain for the Abomination persisted, even after being relentlessly pummeled by Locke. Yet, in truth, The creature had grown formidable. For anyone else, contending with the abomination would not be a trivial task, yet it appeared that the artifact was an absolute necessity for them. What, then, could it be? With a swift motion, Li Haotian soared towards Li Lin, his biological father, a cold smile gracing his countenance. That artifact shall be mine. There were no excessive words, nor probing inquiries. As soon as the words escaped his lips, the members of the Li family and the various hall masters tensed up. The earlier clash between Li Haotian and the three formidable green monsters had left them numb with fear. His overwhelming strength and terrifying prowess obliterated any inclination to resist. Yet now, Li Haotian openly demanded the Li family's artifact. Instantly, all eyes turned to Li Lin, for only he knew its whereabouts. Even Li Lin's son, the esteemed heir of the Li family, Li Chenglin, was unaware. This was a secret reserved solely for the patriarchs of the Li lineage, one that must never be divulged until death. Despite the recent rampage of the Golden Loki mask in pursuit of the artifact, Li Lin had no intention of relinquishing it. Yet Li Haotian's bold declaration had incited anxiety among the onlookers. More importantly, they were eager to witness Li Lin's reaction. Li Haotian, you have crossed the line. Li Chenglin could no longer contain himself, his voice laced with indignation. He was unaware of the artifact's existence, nor did he possess the right to know. How could a castaway of the family dare to demand it? Especially considering how recently Li Haotian had been expelled from the Li clan, his newfound strength was utterly intolerable. He was merely a mutant aberration. Why should he wield such power? Why, indeed, should he be so formidable? Enough, Li Haotian interrupted, raising a hand. In a flash of transformation, Li Chenglin was transformed into a plump maggot. The members of the Li family recoiled in terror, while Li Chenglin squirmed on the ground. With a sly grin, Li Haotian advanced, poised to crush him underfoot. Stop. At that moment, Li Lin could no longer hold back, his gaze pleading. He had already driven Li Haotian from his home. The loss of Li Chenglin would spell the end for the Li family. While he still had daughters, the Li family, steeped in the lineage of the Witch clan, placed far greater value on males. It was a relic of their ancient heritage. After a prolonged silence, Li Lin finally spoke. Follow me. He gestured for the others to withdraw before leading Li Haotian into the villa. With a chuckle, Li Haotian followed closely behind. Soon, they arrived at a faux mountain in the backyard of the villa, an impressive structure spanning several dozen meters, adorned with a fountain. Li Lin disregarded the fountain, striding directly toward the mountain. Hidden here? Li Haotian's curiosity piqued as he trailed behind. Upon reaching the faux mountain, Li Lin inserted his finger into a crevice. Suddenly, the mountain rumbled and cracked open, revealing a 1-meter-wide staircase leading downward. A secret door. The two descended, traversing a stairway of approximately 100 steps, only to discover an elevator that plunged 9 additional floors before halting. Upon reaching the 9th level, they found themselves in a modest space of merely over 100 square meters. However, the walls were composed entirely of alloy. Curiously, the only object within was a small cubic safe, measuring only 30 centimeters on each side. Eidolon metal? Li Haotian mused. Though it bore resemblance to a certain type of fallen star metal. He reached out to touch it, applying force, but it remained impervious. Given Li Haotian's current strength, even an armored vehicle would feel as fragile as paper before him, yet this metal remained undamaged. This is crafted from witch gold, the finest material for forging artifacts, certainly on par with the so-called Eidolon metal, Li Lin proclaimed, pride tinging his words. Despite the Li family's decline, their roots traced back to ancient witch clans. Soon, Li Lin opened the safe, not through fingerprint verification or a password, but by utilizing the blood of a Li family member combined with a ritual artifact he had cultivated within himself. The ancient artifact had not been successfully activated for over 20 generations. If that were possible, why bother with the green monster? Preserving it would suffice. Given that he still carried the Li bloodline. Reluctantly, Li Lin presented Li Haotian with a ring, an artifact passed down from ancient times. Is this truly the artifact of the Li family? Li Haotian inquired, curiosity igniting within him. Try dripping your blood to see if you can bond with it, Li Lin suggested, though he felt the odds were slim. After all, for over a millennium, no one had succeeded in activating the ancestral artifact. Very well, Li Haotian responded, intrigued as he squeezed out a drop of blood, letting it fall upon the ring. Chapter 111. The Divine Artifact, Wooden Dragon Ring, Ascendance to the Pinnacle of Saint Domain Warriors. The ring appeared quite unassuming, a deep green hue reminiscent of a ring worn by ancient dignitaries. Engraved upon it was a creature with a bird's body and a human face, standing upon 2 dragons. It exuded an air of majesty. The material of the ring seemed neither jade nor stone, but rather possessed a warm, almost lifelike essence. Yet Li Haotian could sense a potent life force emanating from it. Once I have wealth, I shall bestow one upon each of my comrades as a token of goodwill. Could this be a blood-bonding artifact? Li Haotian pondered, intrigued by the possibilities. As his blood was absorbed into the ring, a peculiar wave of energy pulsed forth. In the next instant, an ethereal figure materialized from the void, a formidable creature with a bird's body and a human face. An ineffable aura radiated from him, and beneath his feet lay two divine dragons, seemingly assessing Li Haotian. Boom. Moments later, the phantom abruptly vanished. Instantly, a surge of information flooded into Li Haotian's mind from the ring. The wood dragon ring. He finally discerned its name. It turned out to be an auxiliary magical artifact. Li Haotian was taken aback. He had initially presumed it to be a defensive or offensive tool, as most ornaments were primarily defensive treasures or artifacts capable of casting spells and magical attacks. However, he did not anticipate that this ring would serve as an auxiliary magical instrument. The wood dragon ring possessed two functions. The first was to refine the body. Regardless of one's physical strength, it could perpetually enhance it until it reached the ring's limits. Within the ring resided a drop of ancient blood from a great sorcerer, a direct descendant of the Eastern Wood ancestor, Zhu Meng, among the 12 ancestors of sorcery. Thus, theoretically, it could elevate the wearer's physical prowess to that of Zhu Meng's ancient lineage. The second function was even more pivotal, the mastery over life. As long as a trace of life force remained, it could revive the deceased, even enabling reverse growth and accelerated development. This life force encompassed not only the spirit, but also any living matter that had not lost its vitality. In pure terms, this ability surpassed that of Majin Buu's regenerative beam and healing powers by a considerable margin. To me, the mastery over life seemed of little significance. Yet the enhancement of the body was undeniably effective. A smile crept across Li Haotian's face. Perhaps, with a stronger physique, his X gene would also amplify. I am satisfied. I shall take the wood dragon ring. He promptly turned to leave. This venture could be deemed exceedingly successful. Not only had he slain Jean Bing and assisted his original self in overcoming his obsession, but he had also acquired the wood dragon ring. Tianer. At that moment, Li Lin unexpectedly spoke. Li Haotian paused, turning to regard Li Lin with a hint of confusion. Stay? I was wrong before. Grant me a chance to make amends. Will you? Li Lin's sincerity was palpable, his tone earnest. I apologize, but I harbor no expectations of being the young master of the Li family. However, the wood dragon ring holds significance for me. How about this? I will pledge to protect your Li family 3 times. Li Haotian furrowed his brow, but soon relaxed. Speaking in a calm tone, what he sought was a clear mind and the freedom to act as he wished. He could no longer assume the identity of the Li family's young master. Yet, the blood of the Li family flowing within him, along with the heritage of the wood dragon ring, instilled in him a sense of indebtedness. He was reluctant to incur any karmic debt. Although such things seemed intangible and invisible, Li Haotian believed in their existence and their potential to affect his state of being and spirit. Suddenly, 3 shadow clones materialized beside Li Haotian. These 3 clones shall remain with your Li family. With each action taken, one will dissipate until all are gone. Thus, we shall owe each other nothing, Li Haotian declared, not waiting for Li Lin's agreement before turning to depart. The essence of diligent cultivation is to attain a state of freedom where none dare express discontent. Tianer. Li Lin gazed at the departing figure of Li Haotian and fell to his knees with a thud, his face etched with regret. Why had he, like those of the mundane world, cared about Li Haotian's identity as a mutant? This had caused the Li family to miss a tremendous opportunity. The distance from the old city to Xavier Academy was not short, yet Li Haotian returned in no time. After leaving the Li family, he utilized instant teleportation to arrive directly at the academy. He first met with the professor, briefly discussing matters concerning the old city before departing to seek out Clarice and Alice. Upon his return, the 2 young women were understandably elated. Thus, rain began to fall once more in the bubble house, the rhythmic patter echoing within the room. After a while, one studying a foreign language and the other diligently assisting in memorizing vocabulary soon succumbed to drowsiness. Only then did Li Haotian enter the realm of Tianlin Water Nation, beginning his research on the wood dragon ring. While he found the mastery over life currently unnecessary, the body refinement aspect was indeed valuable. According to the inheritance, he needed only to utilize the bloodline of the Li family to guide. He promptly activated the powers of the wood dragon ring as per the ancestral memories. Buzz. In an instant, a terrifying azure radiance surged forth from the wood dragon ring. Li Haotian immediately sensed a transformation within his body. It seemed as though his cells were roaring, calling out, rejoicing. His physical strength was visibly increasing. The fighting spirit he had just reached at the 7th level surged dramatically. The energy of the Wood Dragon Ring unexpectedly caused the fighting spirit system of the Dragon Blood Boy world to escalate tremendously. Li Haotian was astounded. The power systems of these two disparate worlds had interconnected due to the refinement of his body. Boom. The fighting spirit within him surged like a flood breaking through a dam, wildly churning. 8th level. 9th level. Buzz. Remarkably, he broke through the 9th level barrier, entering the realm of the Holy Domain. From this moment on, Li Haotian's physical strength reached the caliber of a Holy Domain warrior. Yet, the metamorphosis did not cease. He progressed through the early stages of the Holy Domain, achieving completion, then advancing to the mid-stage, achieving completion there as well, and finally reaching the late stage. The pace began to slow, ultimately culminating at the pinnacle of the Holy Domain. Had he truly elevated his fighting spirit to the zenith of the Holy Domain in one breath? Li Haotian was momentarily taken aback. His body had become vastly more formidable than before, resulting in his accompanying fighting spirit also attaining the peak of the Holy Domain. The next step would involve comprehending the profound laws, entering the realm of the Holy Magus, understanding the profound laws, and breaking through to a lower deity. In reality, he had numerous shadow clones with the learning capabilities of thousands of Majin Buu honing their skills in the martial god hall. Li Haotian had already reached the bottleneck of many profound laws, achieving the limits of the Holy Domain. Chapter 112. The Unpredictable Fate of a Person. Happy Year of the Rabbit, esteemed young masters and ladies, please give your commands. Truly, the ancient heritage of this magical artifact is remarkable. Li Haotian could not help but exclaim in admiration. The Wood Dragon Ring unleashed a rich energy that forcibly elevated his fighting spirit to the limits of the Holy Domain. Apart from the inadequacy in comprehending the profound laws, there was no further ascension possible. Moreover, it seemed that his X-gene had also undergone some slight changes. He wondered if a second awakening was imminent. He immediately sensed that this recent enhancement of his body had brought his X-gene to a critical threshold, seemingly on the verge of a genuine second awakening. After all, previously, the professor and others had believed he had awakened suddenly. In truth, Li Haotian was acutely aware that he had only awakened once. Yet, it seemed that the time for a true awakening was drawing near. Perhaps the moment he transcended to a lower deity would coincide with the reawakening of the X-gene. Li Haotian pondered thoughtfully. The sensation was peculiar, as if he were on the verge of another metamorphosis. Regrettably, within the Wood Dragon Ring, there was no inheritance from the Witch clan. The legacy of the Li family was woefully inadequate, having lost the core cultivation methods. He sighed softly. If it were otherwise, he could have introduced yet another cultivation system. Currently, Li Haotian was following a path that amalgamated the strengths of myriad schools. All he needed was for the X-gene to undergo its transformation, to shatter its shackles. Furthermore, attaining a power system capable of reaching extraordinary heights was his primary focus. For instance, in the Dragon Blood Boy world. Not to mention the level of the main god, even reaching the pinnacle of a higher deity might grant him unimaginable strength. After all, previously, when Li Haotian wielded the dimensional blade, he had managed to tear apart the fabric of space on Earth. And this was merely within the Holy Domain. The disparity with the power of a fully realized higher deity was immense. As for the level of the main god, it was unattainable through cultivation alone. One could only seize a main god as divinity. Regardless, in the future, the number of gang members would only increase, and the cultivation systems would become increasingly diverse. With the ability to utilize multiple shadow clones alongside the learning capability of Majin Buu, and the time acceleration within the martial god hall, cultivating other techniques would be exceedingly straightforward. Li Haotian brimmed with confidence. As long as he desired, his speed of cultivation and comprehension could reach an astounding 10,000 times. This was far more terrifying than the previously estimated 1,000-fold. Let the cultivation continue. He resumed his practice. However, at that moment, while Li Haotian was training in the martial god hall, two figures simultaneously appeared in the Hall of Traction in the Tianlin Water Kingdom. Who are you? A youth inquired, regarding the yellow-haired boy before him with a wary gaze. I am Uzumaki Naruto, destined to become the Hokage. Uzumaki Naruto declared with pride. Are you also a member of the Tianlin Water Kingdom's gang? The Dragon Blood Boy asked. Of course, Uzumaki Naruto replied, puffing out his chest with pride. He had successfully advanced to a genin by training within the Holy Light Hall, and his true strength could now easily sweep away all Chunin. In his eyes, he was nothing short of the chosen one, akin to a protagonist from a novel. All of this began when he uploaded that stolen sealing book. Of course, he had only uploaded the content, and thus had returned the sealing book itself. Now, Uzumaki Naruto was brimming with confidence. Hokage? The Dragon Blood Boy furrowed his brow slightly. Hearing this name for the first time, it appeared that the members of the Tianlin Water Kingdom were indeed from different worlds. Could they be individuals from other planes? He mused. Having reached the level of a level 9 warrior, this indicated that after transforming into a Dragon Blood warrior, he had already attained the strength of an early-stage holy domain. Moreover, in recent days, he had been diligently gathering resources and intelligence, gaining some understanding of this world. He had come to realize that the world he inhabited was merely a material plane, with numerous divine planes above it, and even supreme planes. Thus, in his view, the master of the Tianlin Water Kingdom, or the gang leader, was likely a deity from one of those divine planes, or perhaps even a main god. Such extraordinary abilities could not possibly belong to an ordinary being. Gang leader, are you present? I wish to express my gratitude. At that moment, Uzumaki Naruto shouted boisterously. How reckless you are! The Dragon Blood Boy's expression changed instantly as he hastily restrained him. He understood that his speculation regarding the master of the Tianlin Water Kingdom being a deity from a divine plane, or even a being from a supreme plane, was highly plausible. The boy named Uzumaki Naruto appeared to be below the 8th level. To call out so brazenly was quite disrespectful. If they were to anger the gang leader, they could very well be expelled from the gang, which would be disastrous. The Dragon Blood Boy harbored thoughts of revenge. But dealing with the Church of Light was no simple task. Thus, he needed to remain within the gang to grow stronger swiftly. Enough of this noise. At that moment, a cold snort echoed from the heavens. A peculiar energy rapidly coalesced in the air, forming a gigantic face. It bore the likeness of Li Haotian. In an instant, an unimaginable and terrifying pressure radiated from it. Is that the gang leader? The Dragon Blood Boy's heart trembled. This terrifying aura was incomparably stronger than that of the Beast King he had encountered on the Day of Destruction. In truth, whether Li Haotian was stronger than the god-level Beast King was hard to ascertain without direct comparison, even for Li Haotian himself. However, within the Tianlin Water Kingdom, he was indeed invincible, akin to the main god of a divine plane. The colossal visage of Li Haotian loomed in the sky, surveying the Dragon Blood Boy and Uzumaki Naruto below. Is that the thread of fate? He suddenly noticed that Lin Lei's body was inexplicably connected by a faint, elusive line to the void, leading to a mysterious place. It seemed that this was indeed a person whose destiny was unpredictable. A flicker of surprise crossed Li Haotian's mind. Unlike Uzumaki Naruto, who was merely the strongest in a minor world, the other was destined to break free from the constraints of the universe and enter the primordial space. His fate was that of an unpredictable individual. It appeared that he had only invited the youthful version of the latter. Should the other have already become a master of the primordial realm, his invitation would likely be sensed by the other. With such strength, direct descent was also a possibility. However, would my appearance alter the Dragon Blood Boy's fate? A sense of curiosity began to stir within him. After all, those whose destinies were unpredictable were not solely limited to one individual. Yet, among the over 1,000 iterations, the Dragon Blood Boy was the first to break free from the constraints of the universe and enter the primordial space. In this regard, the Fate Master seemed rather pitiful. He was so close to success, yet so far. You are the gang leader? I am Uzumaki Naruto, destined to become the Hokage. I am immensely grateful for your invitation, and I shall repay your kindness in due time. At this moment, Uzumaki Naruto declared proudly, hands on his hips. Cold sweat began to bead on the Dragon Blood Boy's forehead. Should he distance himself from such a gang member in the future? As for the second matter, starting tomorrow, if the updates surpass 3,000, there will be 3 updates daily. Currently, the daily updates are approximately 1,300, yet there are around 6,000 loyal readers. Thus, it suffices for just half of the supporters to click for updates. Lastly, may the year of the rabbit bring prosperity. Chapter 113, Quicksilver and Polaris arrive. Magneto's ambition. Haha, Li Haotian let out a light chuckle, as the colossal visage that had coalesced gradually dissipated into nothingness. The terrifying aura that had once surged through the air suddenly vanished entirely, and the kingdom of Tianlin returned to a state of tranquility. He merely made a brief appearance to ensure these 2 individuals were aware of his existence, having little interest in engaging them in conversation. Particularly, the Dragon Blood Boy bore an unseen thread of fate that was unquantifiable. Had he been outside, with his current strength, it would have been unlikely for Li Haotian to detect it. His capacity to perceive such nuances within the kingdom of Tianlin was solely due to his invincibility in this domain. Was he the leader then? It seemed evident that he was an unparalleled entity among the divine, perhaps even a majestic deity above that rank. The Dragon Blood Boy felt a surge of trepidation. He had encountered divine beings before. However, The Beast King, Emperor Lin, was far inferior in strength to this leader. Grandpa Dalen, just you wait. I too shall attain such formidable power. Meanwhile, beside him, Naruto Uzumaki, lacking the requisite strength, remained oblivious to Li Haotian's might. The leader looks rather peculiar. With such a large face, could he be a giant from mythology? Naruto squinted, expressing his confusion. The Dragon Blood Boy instantly felt the need to distance himself from this fellow. Shortly thereafter, the two commenced their respective training and began to assimilate new knowledge, which could be exchanged for points. Although he hoped for a greater influx of formidable beings from myriad realms, he preferred fewer protagonists from powerful worlds. After all, should some protagonists possess mightier abilities, they might traverse the river of time and return, rendering the experience rather tedious. Yet Li Haotian shook his head. The Dragon Blood Boy was fortunate to be in the nascent stage of his journey rather than having already become a master of the primordial realm. Otherwise, with the opposing party's capabilities, Li Haotian could not ascertain whether the invincible Dragon Blood Boy could also traverse the temporal currents. I believe having more significant supporting characters or formidable antagonists would be advantageous. This would enrich the power hierarchy without any ensuing worries. Li Haotian smiled. However, the invitation to recruit members for his faction was a matter of chance. With his current X-gene power, he could shatter the constraints of the world to summon these individuals, which was already a considerable feat. Nevertheless, he could sense it. The earth element of the 7 elemental laws, the fluidity of the water element, the swiftness of the wind element, and the radiance of light were all on the brink of fruition, ready to ascend to the lower divine realm. Li Haotian's gaze flickered with anticipation as he departed from the kingdom of Tianlin and returned to his quarters. After all, with the ability to create multiple shadow clones, the presence or absence of one original body made little difference. His responsibility was to assist the clones in their arduous quest for comprehension while ensuring they had rest, nourishment, and companionship with Clarice and Alice in the bubble house. After all, humans are beings of emotion and desire. Solely engaging in relentless cultivation was not a prudent strategy. Thus, this laborious task would fall solely upon his original self. How benevolent I am, he mused, approaching the two women, savoring his coffee while admiring them. Although his original body did not engage in training, Li Haotian still harbored some anticipation for the insights his clones would gain. He had an inkling that once the power structure in the Dragon Blood Boy's world experienced a significant uplift, such as a breakthrough to the divine level, his own body would undergo yet another metamorphosis. At that moment, Li Haotian speculated that profound changes might transpire, possibly heralding a second awakening of his X-gene or something entirely unforeseen. Ultimately, these mysteries could only be unveiled once he ascended to the divine realm. Ah, Li, you are awake. Clarice opened her eyes. Upon seeing Li Haotian, savoring coffee while gazing at her and Alice, her cheeks flushed with color. Let us have breakfast first, Li Haotian said with a smile. He had already dispatched a shadow clone to procure breakfast. Clarice's face brightened with a joyful smile. Meanwhile, Alice was more direct, immediately seizing her breakfast and indulging in it, even sensually licking her lips. Li Haotian felt a wave of exasperation. Here I am with thousands of clones, my chakra nearly reaching its limits, and you wish to drain my energy? Hee. Sister Alice, you are truly alluring. Clarice giggled at the sight of Li Haotian and Alice. This little girl always cheered him on, offering to assist, yet never participating herself. Li Haotian glanced at Clarice, and suddenly, a mischievous smile crossed his face. Clarice, he called out to the giggling girl. Clarice froze at the sound of her name. Do you wish to grow up quickly and become an adult like Alice? Li Haotian inquired with a tone reminiscent of a cunning wolf addressing Little Red Riding Hood. I do. Clarice's eyes sparkled, her head nodding eagerly. Each time she witnessed the romance of the bubble house, she always felt excluded, as Li Haotian would deter her participation with the excuse that she was too young. Now, presented with an opportunity, she certainly would not refuse. I have newly mastered a power that allows me to control life, Li Haotian declared with a grin. The wood dragon ring indeed possessed the ability to regulate the growth of life. This naturally included hastening one's maturation. It reminded Li Haotian of the maturity fruit from One Piece, where the user could accelerate the aging of anything they touched, even ripening people. In the anime, the user transformed Momonosuke into a 28-year-old. Now, with the wood dragon ring in his possession, Li Haotian's capabilities far surpassed that of the maturity fruit. I want it. I want it. I want it, Clarice exclaimed, excitement brimming in her eyes. Bubble house. In the next moment, a multitude of shimmering, multicolored bubbles materialized within the dormitory. Meanwhile, in Professor X's office, two guests had arrived. I never anticipated that the two of you would genuinely stand by Eric, Professor X remarked. unable to suppress a sigh as he regarded the two figures before him, Pietro Maximoff and Lorna Dane. It's New Year's. Is anyone in need of a girlfriend or a good friend? I am available, Pietro stated, eyeing Professor X. He was well aware of the professor's abilities, rendering deceit futile. I do not harbor affection for him, yet he is ultimately my father, Lorna added. Did you come here at his behest? Professor X inquired. Professor Charles, you should be aware of our purpose, Lorna replied. With Professor X's abilities, he could hardly be oblivious to their intentions. Eric was genuinely intent on this course of action. Establishing a mutant empire was no trivial matter. Professor X spoke, his voice remaining gentle, though a shadow of gravity flickered in his eyes. Chapter 114. The sudden demise of the high officials of beautiful country and the rising undercurrents. Establishing a mutant empire. While the notion may seem straightforward, the execution is decidedly more intricate. It requires not only territory and funding, but also a plethora of talent. After all, a kingdom cannot be governed by a mere handful of individuals. Perhaps it is this very consideration that led him to send us two here. Quicksilver remarked with a hint of resignation. In truth, setting aside Magneto's current status as the head of state, his visit to Xavier's academy feels rather awkward. After all, Quicksilver is, at the end of the day, Magneto's son. However, with Magneto's ambition to establish a mutant empire, future relations with beautiful country and other official entities will be on equal footing. Thus, Eric's identity transcends that of merely being Magneto. The chairman hopes that you and Li Haotian can attend this founding assembly, Quicksilver stated, his voice tinged with a note of pleading. Though he was not well acquainted with Li Haotian, he did share a certain rapport with Professor X, having once been a member of the X-Men himself. Very well, I understand. The professor replied with a warm smile, and promptly summoned Li Haotian. Li, these are Eric's daughter Lorna and his son Pietro, Professor X introduced, seemingly concerned that Li Haotian might not recognize them. Is this the individual dubbed as the forbidden legend of Xavier's academy by the authorities of beautiful country and various factions? Li Haotian scrutinized the silver-haired man, who appeared rather introverted and shy, a quintessential tech enthusiast. However, according to his attributes, Quicksilver's muscular structure had been significantly enhanced, rendering him immune to the fatigue toxins typically produced during physical exertion. This physiological trait compels his body to forego rest. Coupled with his super speed, Li Haotian felt a pang of regret for such extraordinary talent. He would undoubtedly be the favorite among wealthy admirers. Sometimes, being too fast has its drawbacks, especially when accompanying a girlfriend, wouldn't you agree? After casting a glance at Quicksilver, Li Haotian's attention shifted to the girl with vibrant green hair. Is this Lorna, Magneto's daughter? Though she lacked the purity of Clarice and the sensuality of Alice, she possessed a wildness and a unique aura that was captivating. Li Haotian couldn't help but admire her. It was evident that she was a leader among the mutant resistance. This charisma was something Clarice and Alice lacked. Even Aurora, despite her own wildness, paled in comparison to Lorna. Moreover, Lorna's complexion was flawless. Beauty can obscure many flaws, especially when one is naturally appealing, he mused, further enhancing her allure. Are you the mutant referred to as the forbidden legend of Xavier's academy by the authorities of beautiful country? Lorna suddenly inquired, as Li Haotian assessed the two. They were, in turn, appraising him. Mr. Li, my sister's demeanor is simply her nature, not a deliberate affront. Quicksilver interjected, his expression shifting at Lorna's tone. He felt compelled to clarify, having been sternly advised by Magneto prior to his departure. Eric had solemnly warned him to treat Li Haotian with the utmost respect and to avoid any hostility. This principle stemmed from Magneto's first-hand experience of Li Haotian's formidable power on Genosha. The memory of that day haunted Magneto. It was a terrifying experience. Furthermore, Li Haotian's intellect and ruthlessness surpassed that of any adversary. Unlike Charles, who exhibited indecision and a facade of benevolence, or Jean Grey, whose second persona was often sluggish and instinct-driven, Li Haotian represented a more formidable foe. The forbidden legend of Xavier's academy, you say? Li Haotian chuckled softly at the mention, recognizing that the authorities of beautiful country and other elite factions had indeed formed a clear assessment of the battle on Genosha. Li, they have come here with the intention of inviting us to Eric's founding assembly in 10 days, Professor X gently interjected. Is Magneto truly embarking on nation-building? Li Haotian pondered. Taken aback, the man's ambition was indeed vast. Yet, without Jean Grey, his peak combat power seemed insufficient. While metallic weaponry was ineffective against Magneto, the might of beautiful country should not be underestimated. The fabrication of wooden, plastic, or acrylic weapons was not beyond the realm of possibility. Moreover, even if Magneto were restrained, The mutants under his command would find themselves at a significant disadvantage against the advanced weaponry of beautiful country. Li, this matter may have some connection to you, Professor X observed, noting the look of confusion on Li Haotian's face. To me? Li Haotian replied, intrigued. The recent conflict on Genosha had resulted in the demise of numerous high-ranking officials and talents within beautiful country, leading to a state of confusion among the elite. Thus, their ability to manage Magneto's affairs was severely hampered. As Professor X spoke, he cast a knowing glance at Li Haotian, although he was unaware of how the latter had orchestrated such outcomes. Yet, since the battle on Genosha, the upper echelons of beautiful country had suffered a series of bizarre fatalities. Perhaps these incidents are linked to you, Professor X mused, refraining from prying further into Li Haotian's secrets, acknowledging that everyone harbored their own mysteries, including himself. Li Haotian replied, a smile gracing his lips as he understood the implication. Indeed, the situation bore some relation to him. Then we shall take our leave. The chairman has other invitations to extend, Quicksilver announced, sensing the tacit agreement between Li Haotian and Professor X. We shall attend. The professor responded with a gentle smile. Even if Magneto had not extended an invitation, he would have been inclined to attend. Given Eric's invitation, Professor X was even less likely to decline. Li, establishing a mutant empire is not a simple endeavor. I have recently detected some troubling tendencies, Professor X remarked, turning his attention to Li Haotian after Quicksilver and Lorna departed. He believed that, even without explicit mention, Li Haotian was aware of his use of the cerebral enhancement device to gather intelligence. Troubling tendencies? Li Haotian's curiosity piqued as he regarded Professor X with renewed interest. It was evident that Professor X had once again utilized the cerebral enhancement device to delve into the minds and memories of others. Did he possess some extraordinary intelligence? Indeed. Although Genosha has been destroyed and the Sentinels dismantled, Tesla Industries remains operational. They have even acquired a substantial quantity of mutant blood on Genosha, including that of Jean Grey, Magneto, and the mutant whose blood was used for the cure. A terrifying undercurrent is about to surge forth. Professor X spoke with a hint of concern. The plans of Tesla Industries pose an exceedingly perilous threat to mutants. Yet, Tesla remains ensconced within its research facility, and the current Professor X lacks the power to eradicate those within. This, indeed, constitutes the gravest risk. Chapter 115. The Will of Heaven and Earth Descends. Converging the Wind Elemental Avatar. Tesla Industries, you say? Upon hearing this, Li Haotian's gaze flickered with intrigue. During the incident at Devil's Island, he had merely dealt with the Sentinels, forgetting about that particular individual. Now, witnessing Professor X's statement, he comprehended the gravity of the situation. It was evident that Professor Charles had utilized his abilities to uncover some hidden secrets. Had they managed to amass a considerable amount of data? He pondered silently. After all, he had only recently traversed into this realm, and in his previous life, he was no grand conspirator. There were many aspects he had inadequately addressed or failed to consider. It seems the rats of Tesla Industries have yet to relinquish their ambitions. Although the threat posed by the Sentinels to Li Haotian had diminished significantly, as long as there remained even the slightest possibility, he would not allow it to pass unchallenged. Furthermore, Tesla had acquired the bodies of mutants for their antidote. Should they cultivate special Sentinels or unique weaponry from such specimens, it would pose an immense danger to Li Haotian. After all, the powers conferred by the X gene would be suppressed. It appears that the comprehension of the arcane laws must be prioritized. A resolution began to form in Li Haotian's mind. The cultivation system of the Dragon Blood Boy is not derived from the abilities granted by the X gene. Even if Li Haotian's X gene were to be suppressed, and the transmission of his template's abilities constrained, the power systems of the Naruto world and the Dragon Blood Boy universe remain unaffected. This will serve as one of his most formidable trump cards. Leave this to me, Professor, he declared, turning to Charles. Even without the powers of the X gene, with his ultimate strength in the Sanctuary realm combined with the technique of Shadow Clone Jutsu, the threats this world posed to him were few and far between. Particularly as Li Haotian sensed that his ascension to a lower deity was imminent. He could even say he might break through at any moment. Li, do not indulge in excessive bloodshed. Professor X nodded, yet gently cautioned. Eliminating Tesla Industries will suffice. There is no need to harm ordinary individuals. I shall exercise my own judgment, Li Haotian replied. After exchanging a few more words, he departed from the professor's office and returned to his dormitory. Truly, heroes emerge from youth. Li's strength has grown immensely, and I can no longer see through him. Charles observed Li Haotian's retreating figure with a glimmer of astonishment. Such a prodigy was a rarity he had not encountered in quite some time. Upon returning to his dormitory, Li Haotian scarcely had the opportunity to seek out Clarice and Alice for a chat when he felt a tremor course through his body, excitement illuminating his countenance. For within the realm of Tianlin water, the shadow clone he had been contemplating the profound laws with had finally achieved a breakthrough. The elemental essence of earth, the fluidity of water, the art of wind, and the luminous principles of light had all simultaneously advanced. However, the shadow clone could not ascend to godhood, despite appearing indistinguishable from the original. Ultimately, it was merely a ninjutsu. Therefore, without hesitation, Li Haotian dissolved the multiple shadow clones. Instantly, he was enveloped by a peculiar sensation. As if he had crossed a threshold, he realized this must be the membrane between the sanctuary realm and the divine level. It has come. His gaze flashed as he looked up. Boom. A terrifying, overwhelming aura suddenly descended, enveloping him. Li Haotian began to levitate uncontrollably, surrounded by an enigmatic power. Where did this force originate? He was taken aback. After all, this was not the affiliated universe of the Dragon Blood Boy, but the chaotic Marvel world. Could the will of heaven and earth from the Dragon Blood Boy universe truly manifest here? Strangely, this formidable power's arrival went unnoticed by Professor X. Not even a soul within Xavier's academy seemed aware. Was it because they had not cultivated the power system of the Dragon Blood Boy universe? Li Haotian contemplated, as the astonishing events before him left him inexperienced and only able to speculate. Buzz. In an instant, a surge of extraordinary energy flooded into Li Haotian's consciousness. His soul felt as though it had been instantaneously enveloped by this power. All secrets appeared to be laid bare, including the insights regarding the profound laws imparted to him upon the dissolution of the shadow clone. Gradually, an intent imbued with the essence of law seemed to descend abruptly. Am I to choose the laws for my ascension to godhood? Li Haotian discerned with newfound clarity. Then, with a mere thought, the wind elements surrounding him began to converge wildly. Eventually, to his astonishment, they coalesced into a crystal radiating a verdant glow. This gem, no larger than an egg, was entirely black. Although it floated above his head, Li Haotian recognized it as his divine essence, the wind elemental lower deity core. This divine essence was inextricably linked to him. Having been formed from his soul's resonance, combined with the profound laws and countless wind elements, under the aegis of the will of heaven and earth, it had materialized. From this moment forth, Li Haotian was a wind elemental lower deity. Is this what a divine essence is? He curiously observed the hovering black crystal. He had often spoken of gods, even possessing the template of a destruction god, yet he had never felt such potency as he did now. This was a genuine breakthrough into godhood achieved through his own strength, not merely simulated powers derived from the X gene through a system template. This was a tangible testament to Li Haotian's independent ascension to divinity. Shall I choose to keep the divine essence external or internal? The mysterious, strange power bore an intent imbued with information. Li Haotian was well aware of these choices. Without hesitation, he commanded the divine essence to hover beside him. Sever, he intoned. Suddenly, he could not help but shudder. The agony of soul division was intense. At this moment, deep within the ocean of his consciousness, the flickering divine gates of his soul snapped apart with a crack. Fortunately, the power of the will of heaven and earth enveloped him, preventing his soul from perishing due to this division. Otherwise, being split in two would normally lead to an irrevocable demise. Moments later, the two severed gates in Li Haotian's mind transformed back into individual doors, albeit smaller in size, quietly floating above the sea of consciousness. One of the doors shot forth and instantly merged with the divine essence. Boom. A powerful aura erupted forth. Fortunately, Li Haotian instantaneously activated the domain of the divine, suppressing the overwhelming aura. Otherwise, the formidable force could have compelled the faculty and students of Xavier Academy to bow before it in submission. Success. From this moment forth, Li Haotian had acquired a divine avatar, a true avatar, far beyond the capabilities of mere shadow clones. It was akin to gaining an additional life. Chapter 116. Another breakthrough. 4 divine avatars. The avatar is me, and I am the avatar. Consciousness is singular, yet it can exist independently. This sensation is indeed marvelous. Li Haotian marveled at this astonishing experience. Next, he would focus on condensing his divine body. Boom. He deftly directed his consciousness deep into the ocean of elements. An immense quantity of divine power flowed through the unique pathways shaped by the laws of heaven and earth, directly descending upon his divine essence. In an instant, a nearly identical naked form to Li Haotian's emerged. How intriguing. A spark of inspiration ignited within him as he commanded the divine power to coalesce into a flowing azure robe. With his already handsome visage complemented by the ancient charm of the azure attire, he appeared remarkably dashing. As the divine avatar successfully materialized, tranquility enveloped the surroundings, and the terrifying will of the heavens vanished without a trace. It seems the mysteries of this world are indeed vast. Haotian could not help but exclaim. The will of the heavens, which belonged to the world of the Dragonblood youth, had transcended its confines to manifest in this chaotic Marvel universe. Perhaps these matters pertain to even loftier powers or supreme laws, realms that Haotian currently cannot comprehend or fathom. Nevertheless, I possess ample time to gradually explore the zenith of my powers. A smile of joy graced Haotian's face. After all, cultivating a divine avatar was tantamount to gaining an extra life, a cause for great excitement. Moreover, his affinity for the 7 elemental laws was nothing short of extraordinary. Coupled with his staggering maximum cultivation speed, reaching 100,000 times, while achieving the pinnacle of high divine perfection might be improbable. Attaining the high divine realm was certainly within his grasp. Should all else fail, he could venture directly into the world of the Dragonblood youth to hunt high-level deities and refine his divine essence. After all, he had recently been researching how to enter the worlds of his faction members. If he could directly access their realms, it might significantly enhance his cultivation. However, this endeavor required meticulous study. Whoosh! In the next moment, Haotian commanded his divine avatar to instantaneously merge with his true self, which was still at the pinnacle of the sacred domain. In that fleeting instant, the divine avatar and true self fused seamlessly, an experience as smooth as silk. Truly marvelous. The supernatural realm undoubtedly surpassed the ordinary world in excitement and wonder. Haotian felt a surge of sentiment. He had not anticipated that so much could transpire in such a brief span of time, leading him to this very moment. With a soft sigh, he refrained from dwelling on these thoughts and immersed himself in the ocean of consciousness. Above this mental sea floated 2 doors, one larger and one smaller, arranged in an alternating fashion. Below, a figure sat cross-legged, his wind element lower divine avatar. The ocean of consciousness was increasingly resembling a miniature world. Haotian glanced around, pondering. And that ocean of elements. Through the divine essence within his avatar, he sensed the vastness of the elemental sea once more. The surging divine power within was nothing short of terrifying, boundless, and reminiscent of the cosmos. Alas, Haotian was acutely aware that he could not draw upon this divine power. The ocean of elements could only be freely utilized by one who had ascended to the status of a supreme deity. Ordinary gods, even those of higher rank, lacked the privilege. The speed of cultivation remained woefully slow. Thus, should his physical form be destroyed, the effort required to reconstruct it would demand a considerable amount of divine power, and the weaker his strength, the longer the recovery would take. Furthermore, Haotian had attempted to use his wind element avatar to comprehend the laws of light, but found himself utterly unable to resonate with them. Fortunately, having read that novel, he understood clearly that the divine avatar was the optimal path. First, let us refine the body. Now that he possessed divine power, the strength of his sacred domain body could certainly be enhanced once more. Perhaps he was merely a step away. Haotian had long sensed that he was on the brink of a significant transformation. Perhaps this was the opportunity he had been waiting for. With this thought, Haotian promptly directed his divine power to merge with his true self. Hiss, is this divine power? It truly is extraordinary. As he felt the gradual metamorphosis of his body, Haotian's eyes sparkled with excitement. Unfortunately, the process concluded all too swiftly. This degree of transformation still fell short of that elusive sensation. Not enough? Then let us continue. A glint of determination flickered in Haotian's eyes. Armed with previous experience, he opted to break through the earth element soil element this time. The same procedure commenced once more. Moments later, a Haotian clad in a soul-colored robe reappeared before him. This is still insufficient. I must press on. The intensity in his gaze deepened. Boom. In the next instant, Haotian continued his breakthrough, first with the water element divine avatar, followed by the light element divine avatar. In the blink of an eye, he had completed the breakthroughs of the remaining 3 elemental laws. He now possessed 4 divine avatars: wind, earth, water, and light. He wondered if anyone in the world of the Dragonblood youth had ever managed to condense 4 divine avatars in a single day. But even if there were, it likely was not many. Of course, Haotian would not allow himself to become overly complacent, for he was well aware of the existence of exceptionally gifted individuals in the world of the Dragonblood youth, such as the God-Eating Mouse and the Bura clan, among others. However, having condensed 4 divine avatars at once was akin to gaining 4 additional lives. Haotian's complexion paled slightly. His soul had been torn apart 4 times. Although the protection of the will of heaven prevented severe damage, the pain grew increasingly intense. Fortunately, his endurance and willpower were remarkably resilient. Otherwise, the agony of having one's soul torn consecutively would likely drive an ordinary person to despair. Next came the absorption of divine power to fortify his body. He promptly retracted the other 3 divine avatars into his being and began utilizing the divine power, once again forging his body anew. The divine powers of wind, earth, water, and light each possessed distinct properties, endowing them with unique effects. Haotian could clearly perceive that the pace of his bodily transformation seemed to accelerate. Muscles, meridians, bones, internal organs, and even blood began to undergo a metamorphosis. Gradually, Haotian felt as if his very cells were rejoicing. A mysterious force, concealed deep within the cells, appears to be stirring to life. Under ordinary circumstances, even Haotian, utilizing the template of the demon Majin Bu, would remain oblivious to this force. This is the profound secret of the X gene, the very source of its power. Could this be what is known as the X gene? Haotian felt a surge of exhilaration. He could distinctly sense that the enigmatic power deep within the cells was gradually awakening, beginning to roll forth. Chapter 117. The Truth of the X gene, the Powerful Second Awakening. This sensation, a formidable aura emanated from the depths of the cells, enveloping Haotian in a wave of refreshing energy. A feeling akin to boiling cells began to sweep over him. Boom. Accompanied by an indescribable force surging forth from the deep recesses of his cells. A terrifying fluctuation erupted from Haotian's body. This power seemed to resonate with a unique law, a principle, blossoming from the void, communicating with his cells and liberating them at a profound level. Indeed, it was as though a shackle had been instantaneously shattered. His spiritual consciousness swept through the cells, seizing the opportunity of this rupture. At last, he discovered it. Deep within the cells lay a vast universe, boundless and eternal. Although the distance was unfathomable and incalculable, Haotian could still sense a terrifying aura. The might of this power seemed to rival the will of the laws of the Dragon Blood Boy world. This aura, however, was something Haotian had never experienced before. In the realm of his consciousness, a silvery star floated amidst this universe. Could this silvery star be my X gene? Haotian's face was awash with astonishment. He felt an intimate connection with that star, as if it were a part of his very being, its aura strikingly familiar. Thus, Haotian was certain that it represented his X gene. Yet, he never anticipated that the X gene would manifest as a star. Moreover, within the depths of his cells, there existed such a vast and terrifying universe. Countless stars sparkled and floated around him, yet these celestial bodies appeared to be ensnared by invisible shackles. Even the silvery star corresponding to him was tightly bound. However, with Haotian's transformation, the aura of the star began to swell. The star unleashed a tremendous power, sending ripples of invisible energy that shattered the outermost chains. At that moment, a semi-transparent star nearby seemed to quiver. Haotian was taken aback. This star bore the aura of Professor X, Charles. Could this be the greatest secret of the X gene? He felt a surge of astonishment. According to past readings, the origin of the X gene was rooted in the experiments of the Celestial Group, which in turn originated from the first celestial sphere. While many might be unfamiliar with the first celestial sphere, it is the embodiment of the universe, the progenitor of all creation. Out of sheer ennui, it birthed the earliest iteration of the Celestial Group, the Dark Celestial Group. However, inheriting some characteristics of the first celestial sphere, the Dark Celestial Group recklessly created the colorful Celestial Group, leading to a catastrophic war that shattered part of the first celestial sphere into fragments. Ultimately, these fragments became the various parallel universes we now recognize, such as Universe 616 and the Ultimate Universe. Could it be that the universe housing the X gene deep within the cells is within the first celestial sphere? Or perhaps it is the inner universe of the first or second generation of the Celestial Group. Haotian found himself pondering these possibilities. After all, he had encountered narratives wherein certain power systems allowed individuals to cultivate inner universes. Now, as he communed with the primal force of the X gene, it seemed to be a vast cosmos. This left him with lingering doubts. Should he proceed with the transformation of the X gene? For a moment, he hesitated. If the X gene grew increasingly potent, would it ultimately fall under the control of the first celestial sphere? Or perhaps even the one above all, who might also employ the X gene to orchestrate schemes against him? This could potentially become a fatal weakness in the future. Dread surged within him. After a brief contemplation, a glimmer of resolve flashed in Haotian's eyes. Greatness often demands risk. If he desired to grow stronger, sacrifices must be made. As long as he prepared contingency plans and remained vigilant, he might not only reap rewards, but also garner unexpected benefits. Moreover, even if his X gene underwent another transformation, it seemed unlikely to reach a level that would attract the attention of the first celestial sphere, or OA. And once the X gene underwent its second awakening, it could very well experience a qualitative enhancement. This would significantly bolster Li Haotian's strength. Although he could already sweep across the earth, even obliterating stars, he felt that when it came to universal or multiversal powers, he still fell short. In his eyes, a spark of determination flickered. The single universe within Marvel roughly equates to one of the 12 universes in Dragon Ball. The multiverse, the greater universe, and the omniversal realm might be even more formidable. Thus, the path before Li Haotian remained long and arduous. I must grow stronger. In the past, he could afford to train gradually, given his extended lifespan. However, through the universe hidden within the depths of his cells, Li Haotian suddenly felt a sense of urgency. The location of the X gene was far too mysterious. He had never imagined that deep within his own cells lay such an expansive universe. Awaken for me. With this thought, Li Haotian ceased to restrain the eruption of the X gene. Boom. An overwhelming power surged forth wildly. His body began to radiate a terrifying, intangible wave, crashing outward like a tidal force. In the office, Professor X, engrossed in paperwork, stumbled as he was knocked to the ground by the invisible surge. Li. Shock and horror washed over his face. Professor X immediately summoned Aurora, urging her to accompany him to Li Haotian. Unlike Li Haotian's previous breakthrough to low-level divinity, this awakening of the X gene was felt not just by Professor X, but by all the X-Men at the school. The terrifying waves reverberated through the air. In an instant, everyone hurried to the source. Meanwhile, Li Haotian was too engrossed to care about them. He felt the powerful, intangible waves surging and rolling across his body. Within his being, the X gene emitted an unimaginable exuberance and roar. It appeared that his X gene abilities had undergone considerable transformation. The power of rules began to manifest with greater potency and clarity. The principle of equivalent exchange had astonishingly evolved into the power of creation. Li Haotian was filled with disbelief. This newfound ability of the X gene was nothing short of extraordinary. Although Professor X had previously mentioned that a second awakening of the X gene would significantly enhance its capabilities, he had never anticipated such a remarkable increase. Chapter 118. The Extraordinary Ability of the X Gene. Creation. A glimmer of astonishment and excitement spread across Li Haotian's face. This newly transformed X gene ability could only be described as phenomenal. Unlike the previous principle of equivalent exchange, this power of creation leaned more towards that of the inherently Omega-level mutant, Franklin Richards. However, in comparison to Franklin, who possessed the abilities of time travel, manipulation of time, space, causality, reality alteration, and universe creation, Li Haotian's creation was far simpler. It was merely the capacity to create at will, guided by his own intentions. Indeed, it was creation at will. In essence, it meant that centered around Li Haotian's will, he could conjure anything from nothing, including living beings. However, if he were to create sentient beings, the more intelligent they were, the shorter their lifespan would be, and their abilities would be limited to roughly 1/10,000th of Li Haotian's own power. Yet, should Li Haotian's strength increase, so too would the beings he created, breaking through their limitations and growing stronger alongside him. Conversely, if he were to create inanimate objects, their quality would also depend on Li Haotian's strength, allowing for various enhancements or diminutions. For instance, if he conjured a mountain of gold, the purity of the gold extracted would be unparalleled, reaching levels unattainable on Earth. However, if he were to create adamantium, it might only be standard adamantium. If he so desired, he could even create infinity stones, albeit the quality would likely differ greatly from the originals due to his current power limitations. Nevertheless, as Li Haotian continued to grow stronger, the things he created would become authentically real. In some instances, they might surpass reality itself. Indeed, this was the ability bestowed upon me by the second awakening of my X gene. Li Haotian felt a surge of exhilaration within. Although this power of creation had a significant drawback, being tethered to his own strength, it would cease to be a weakness should he continue to grow stronger, resulting in a high ceiling for potential. A slight smile of satisfaction graced his face. Li, has your X gene undergone a fourth awakening? At that moment, Professor X, pushed by Aurora, hurried into Li Haotian's dormitory. Due to the earlier commotion, the door had shattered, and the room was left in disarray, resembling a scene of devastation. Yet, no one focused on these details anymore. The crowd that had gathered looked at Li Haotian with fervent gazes. After all, Li Haotian was already formidable. And now he had experienced yet another awakening of his X-gene? How could anyone compete with that? Li, I feel like you might just overwhelm me. Bobby, the Iceman, said, his face full of envy. He had been striving hard to grow stronger, yet the gap between him and Li Haotian seemed to widen ever more. You seem even more handsome now. Kitty Pride, the shadow cat, couldn't he help but comment. In truth, it wasn't he merely the awakening of the X-gene that had brought about this change. Rather, it was the profound breakthroughs he had achieved in the realm of rules. His 4 divine avatars had refined his true form, accentuating his already handsome features with sharper contours. Moreover, he now exuded the weight of the earth, the softness of water, the ethereality of wind, and the radiance of light. In the eyes of Kitty, and indeed in the eyes of ordinary women, Li Haotian appeared to emanate an aura of pure brilliance, akin to the essence of spring. While the crowd was filled with joy, shock, and excitement, Professor X found himself growing increasingly concerned. To him, this was not merely a second awakening of the X-gene, it was the 4th. A mutant awakening their X-gene 4 times was unheard of. How many secrets had he uncovered through the mindwave amplification device? Having perused millions of mutant profiles and extensive research data, he knew that the maximum any mutant had achieved was 3 awakenings, and those instances often ended catastrophically. The Delta-class mutant he had previously mentioned was a case in point. Therefore, each time he witnessed Li Haotian's rapid power escalation, Charles felt a growing sense of trepidation. After all, he regarded Li Haotian as a genius with boundless potential. If such rapid strength enhancement led to an uncontrollable surge in power, it could culminate in a tragic downfall, an immense loss. Rest assured, Professor, I am perfectly fine. Sensing Professor X's worries, Li Haotian offered a reassuring smile. Observing Li Haotian's rosy complexion, radiant eyes, and the powerful yet stable aura emanating from him, Charles found it hard to fathom such extraordinary talent. Oh no, in the East, there's a term for this, an unparalleled prodigy. Professor X mused inwardly, though it provided him some solace. Junior, you've grown even stronger. At that moment, Jean Grey entered, pushing Cyclops along with her. Upon witnessing the scene, she instinctively sought to read minds to discern what had transpired. However, a terrifying force erupted from Li Haotian's mind. Reminiscent of meteors shattering stars, the winds of the cosmos tearing through space, the ice of chaos freezing out of control, and the light purifying darkness, alongside doorways that created and obliterated worlds. In an instant, Jean's mental prowess was incinerated. Your mind is incredibly powerful, she gasped, trembling and unable to suppress a mouthful of blood, her gaze fixed in horror upon Li Haotian. Senior Jean, some things are not meant to be pried into, Li Haotian stated calmly. He possessed a mental barrier system that prevented any intrusion into his consciousness, a feat even Professor X could not achieve. Yet, to attempt to read his mind with mental powers was to face annihilation from the soul force enveloping his sea of consciousness without even triggering the mental barrier. This was particularly remarkable given that Li Haotian had only just split his soul. His soul power was not yet at its peak. Otherwise, had Jean unleashed her mental powers without the Phoenix Force, she would have surely faced death. I could create some soul crystals to restore your soul to its zenith, Li Haotian thought to himself. Given his newfound ability to create at will, conjuring soul crystals from the world of Dragon Blood Boy to restore soul power would be a trivial matter. The crowd, astonished and overwhelmed, eventually left, brimming with excitement. Only Clarice and Alice remained. However, as they were about to depart, Professor X intended to relocate Li Haotian to a different dormitory. After all, the current place had a broken door and was in utter disarray. Yet, Li Haotian declined the offer. Then, before Professor X's astonished gaze, with a mere wave of his hand, he restored the room to its original state. This left Professor X utterly astounded, muttering incoherently as he trembled away from the dormitory. What's wrong, little girl? However, just as Li Haotian intended to engage in some adult activities with Clarice and Alice, he noticed that Clarice's eyes had reddened. There were even glistening tears in her eyes. With a small hand clutching the hem of her clothing, she cast her gaze downward, looking quite aggrieved, while Alice, although appearing slightly better, wore a serious expression, burdened with unspoken worries. This immediately furrowed Li Haotian's brow. Could it be that someone at Xavier Academy dared to bully the two of them? Chapter 119. Creating a cultivation method is not a matter of minutes. How dare anyone bully those under his protection? Li Haotian was not typically violent, but if anyone dared to provoke those he cared for, he would not tolerate it. A man who could not protect his own women had no right to speak of conquering the world. Regardless of who it is, I will stand up for you, Li Haotian declared to Clarice and Alice, his voice laced with a fierce determination. Li, please don't get agitated. No one is bullying us. Clarice exclaimed, startled by Li Haotian's reaction as she quickly grasped his hand. This was the first time she had witnessed him so angry, especially over their matters, which made her anxious yet filled her heart with sweetness. No one is bullying you? Li Haotian was taken aback. What then could account for their pitiful appearance? Li, you are growing stronger, while Alice and I are progressing very slowly, Clarice explained softly, sensing his confusion. However, as she spoke, the glimmer in her eyes threatened to spill over once more. In comparison to you, our growth feels almost stagnant. Li, do you despise us for being weak? It seemed that Clarice had poured all her strength into that question, her eyes brimming with tears as she gazed at Li Haotian. Smack. In response, Li Haotian's palm met Clarice's cheek. Ah! Clarice's face flushed crimson as she let out a surprised gasp. After awakening my X-gene, I have just mastered a new ability. Follow me. Li Haotian grinned mischievously. In the next moment, the bubble house manifested. Creation. A simple yet forceful cultivation method was conjured by Li Haotian. Although the method could only reach 1% of the strength he had at the moment of its creation, it was sufficient for now. Moreover, as he grew stronger, he could always create an advanced version of the technique. This way, it would never become obsolete. A dual cultivation method? Wasn't that something that could be completed in mere moments? Thus, the bubble house appeared, with vibrant, colorful bubbles bursting forth, producing sounds that resonated with the very soul. This marked the commencement of life creation. In Africa, the erstwhile Republic of Madagascar had now transformed into the Mutant Free Federation Empire. As Africa's largest island and the fourth largest in the world, the Mutant Free Federation Empire spans an area of 590,000 square kilometers. With a population of approximately 30 million. It lies about 400 kilometers from the African mainland, surrounded by the Comoros Islands, the Seychelles, and Mauritius, among others. The nation is rich in mineral resources, including graphite, chromite, bauxite, quartz, mica, nickel, titanium, iron ore, manganese, lead, zinc, and coal, with graphite reserves being the largest in Africa. Additionally, the country boasts abundant gemstone and semi-precious stone resources, as well as marble, granite, and fossils of flora and fauna. This was one of the reasons why Magneto chose to establish a nation here. Another reason was that being an island nation effectively mitigated the threat of land-based military assaults. As for the Navy and Air Force, Magneto was unperturbed. After all, while the United States could manufacture plastic weapons, they could not produce plastic aircraft or warships, making the Mutant Free Federation Empire a formidable fortress. In 3 days, the founding Congress was to commence. In the office of the Speaker of the Federal Assembly in Charles City, Magneto gazed out at the sky, murmuring to himself. How many years had passed? At last, he had the opportunity to create a homeland solely for mutants. Yet, the renaming of the capital to Charles City bore a hint of irony. Speaker, here are the reports from the past week. Nightcrawler entered, interrupting Magneto's reverie. How many? Magneto inquired, taking the documents while scanning their contents. As the founding approached, the number of mutants arriving at the Federation Empire had surged to over 200,000. The total populace of the Empire now stood at 1.18 million, comprising 610,000 mutants and 570,000 ordinary citizens. Nightcrawler recounted with familiar precision. Already 610,000 mutants? A flicker of astonishment crossed Magneto's eyes. Initially, he believed that attracting 200,000 mutants would represent a significant force. He had not anticipated such a rapid influx of mutants joining his cause. In fact, in the past week alone, over 20,000 had come to ally with the Federation Empire. We must expedite the recruitment of ordinary talent. And the formation of the Federation Empire's Mutant Self-Defense Force and Special Construction Corps must be prioritized. Magneto instructed Nightcrawler after reviewing the documents. Yes, Speaker. Nightcrawler nodded promptly. After Magneto delegated a few more tasks, Nightcrawler promptly exited the office. Charles, you will surely be astonished. Magneto murmured to himself as Nightcrawler departed. Unbeknownst to Magneto, far away in the United States, in the icy mountains of Alaskan City, the largest factory of Trask Industries was bustling with activity. This was a clandestine yet formidable military base, constructed through a collaboration between Trask Industries and the United States government. Following Trask's proposal for the Sentinel Program, the military base had begun its construction. Initially, the investment had been modest, but with Magneto's repeated provocations, the U.S. government had increasingly prioritized this location. Following the events at Devil's Island, the urgency reached a peak. While the upper echelons of the U.S. were still embroiled in power struggles, there was unanimous support among all contenders for the development and construction of this site. The formidable power of Li Haotian had instilled a profound fear in the U.S. government, a fear that surpassed even that felt towards Magneto and Professor X. Consequently, their overall apprehension regarding mutants had significantly escalated. After all, today may witness the emergence of a Li Haotian, and tomorrow could very well herald the arrival of a Wang Haotian. The threat posed by mutants is indeed immense. The X gene represents an uncontrollable variable. Consequently, to ensure safety, they have resolved to wholeheartedly support Trask Industries. The Sentinel New Century project has been officially approved. Shaw, utilizing the previously acquired mutant X gene, will stimulate its X factor by increasing the electrical current. Yes, indeed, it is imperative to maintain its activity during the X gene extraction process. I intend to transform the Sentinel core into a true heart. Bring forth test subject 9961. The military base S research facility is a formidable structure. 7 stories above ground and 7 below. At this moment, on the 4th subterranean level, a series of ruthless mutant experiments are underway. A dozen mutants are strapped to surgical tables, subjected to inhumane experimentation. Their wails and screams are incessant, reminiscent of a hellish nightmare. Chapter 120. Strength can be achieved through relentless training day and night. Kill me, kill me. Let me die, I implore you. The harrowing cries reverberate throughout the laboratory. Yet, the researchers exhibit no trace of compassion, their instruments gleaming coldly. Blood stains the very essence of their souls. And this is merely a glimpse of the research facility. Within the monitoring room on the 7th subterranean level, Trask gazes at the large screen, murmuring to himself, I shall undoubtedly devise a sentinel more powerful than that Asian. Madness and obsession flicker in his eyes. The formidable strength of Li Haotian on Devil's Island is an indelible memory for him. He was a godlike entity. Thus, Trask silently vowed to elevate the Sentinel to the status of a god among Sentinels. Hence, the Sentinel New Century project has commenced. With the full backing of the United States, combined with the profound resources of Trask Industries and the mutant data previously obtained, the progress of the Sentinel is nothing short of astonishing. Within a few days, the first generation of the New Century Sentinel will be completed. At that time, its name will echo throughout the world. A maddened and obsessive gleam dances across Trask's visage. Above New City, a purple aura flickers, and a portal materializes in the void. 3 figures emerge from within. Lee, is this truly my ability? Clarice exclaims, her face brimming with astonishment as she embraces Li Haotian in disbelief. After merely 2 harmonious days in the bubble house, her mutant abilities have magnified 100-fold. She can now teleport directly from Li Haotian's dormitory to New City. This is something the former Clarice could scarcely have imagined. You now possess about 1,000th of my strength, with the potential for a 10-fold increase. Li Haotian remarks with a smile. The martial arts he created allow one to reach only 1% of his former power at its zenith. Currently, Clarice and Alice have only trained together with Li Haotian for 2 days. After perhaps 10 more sessions, they could reach their limits. Achieving a 10-fold surge to possess 1% of Li Haotian's current might. It is essential to note that at present, Li Haotian's 3 primary templates have surged dramatically, each exceeding the level of 60. He has even unlocked the Ultra 4 form, with combat power exceeding 100 million. Therefore, even at just 1% of Li Haotian's current prowess, one could still possess a combat strength of 1 million. This level of power is already comparable to Jean Grey at the moment she first awakened her Phoenix powers. Let us hasten back and continue our training, Clarice exclaims, her cheeks flushed. Is it merely for training? Li Haotian replies with a mischievous grin, teasing her. How intolerable. Clarice blushes at his words. Ha ha. Yes, let it be for training. He laughs heartily. In a flash of brilliance, another portal appears before them, and the trio steps inside. Days pass swiftly. After extensive training, the progress of Clarice and Alice is nothing short of miraculous, akin to a meteoric rise. With a combat strength of 1 million, Clarice can now effortlessly open portals across hemispheric distances, essentially becoming a human teleportation array. As for Alice, although she has yet to demonstrate her abilities, Li Haotian knows her strength is undeniably more formidable. Her foundational power significantly surpasses that of Clarice, and with her abilities now reaching 1 million in combat strength, she is truly a force to be reckoned with. However, Alice prefers to remain understated. Her aloof and cold demeanor as a fallen angel leading her to find contentment merely in Li Haotian's presence, savoring the quiet companionship. Little girl, are you still feeling wronged? Li Haotian observes the excited Clarice and smiles. To enhance the survivability of the 2 women, Li Haotian has also created 2 systems for Clarice and Alice. These are not excessively powerful systems, merely a simple divine-level inheritance system, with the template being Majin Buu. After all, Majin Buu's physique is undeniably robust, rendering his survival capabilities extraordinarily formidable. This also enables the trio to unlock a multitude of techniques during their training, the flamboyance of which would leave even Plato's 360 techniques and the profound mysteries of Ashtanga yoga in the dust. Of course, what excites and thrills Clarice and Alice the most is not Majin Buu's survival abilities, but rather the delightful array of minor superpowers, especially the transformation beam, which allows them to conjure any pastry they desire or instantly change into any clothing, bag, or jewelry simply by using a napkin. This is something no girl could resist. Unfortunately, Majin Buu does not marry. Otherwise, he could easily make his wife swoon with love. Li Haotian muses with a hint of mischief. Not only can he stretch, expand, and take on various forms, but he can also provide any material satisfaction. A man capable of fulfilling every need, physical, mental, and material. Who could possibly refuse such a man? Perhaps no man could resist, especially since Majin Buu can even transform into a donut. Li, the professor is calling for you. Katie approaches, her face filled with envy. Although she is unaware of the extent of Clarice and Alice's newfound power, she can sense a remarkable change in them. The indescribable aura they exude is something she has never encountered before. Moreover, Katie is curious, as Clarice seems to have matured several years. However, as adolescent girls often develop quickly, especially in the West, she does not dwell on it too much. She is simply aware that Clarice and Alice have likely received some form of benefit, which is probably connected to Li Haotian. All right, I understand. Li Haotian nods. The founding conference should be quite entertaining. Clarice's face lights up with joy, her curiosity piqued. You two are temporarily unable to accompany me. I must depart with Professor X. As for you, I have other tasks assigned for you to undertake. Once you have completed them, utilize Clarice's abilities to seek me out at Magneto's location. Li Haotian spoke up promptly, having already perceived Clarice's eagerness to attend Magneto's founding assembly. After all, this marks the establishment of the first mutant empire in history. However, he had not been merely training day and night. He had also been planning certain tasks for Clarice and Alice to execute. What tasks? Clarice exclaimed, her face lighting up with excitement, even more so than attending the founding assembly. Li, you are assigning me a mission. How delightful. Hearing Li Haotian's words filled Clarice's heart with joy, for it signified that she would no longer be a mere ornament or burden, but rather a woman capable of aiding Li Haotian. You will soon find out. Li Haotian responded with a mysterious smile. He then joined Professor X and the others aboard the Blackbird, soaring towards Charles City. Once they departed, Clarice and Alice exchanged puzzled glances. Didn't he even specify what we are to do before leaving? Clarice pouted, her large eyes brimming with confusion. Suddenly, Alice's eyes widened, a flicker of surprise crossing her face. Sister Alice, what is the matter? Clarice asked, her curiosity piqued as she instinctively turned to look. Huh, aren't you excited? A familiar voice resonated from behind Clarice. Li. Clarice gasped, turning around abruptly, her expression one of sheer astonishment. Just moments ago, she had distinctly seen Li Haotian leaving with Professor X and the others to attend the founding assembly of the mutant empire. How could he possibly be here now? It was unmistakably him. Although Alice was equally astonished, she was certain that the individual before them was indeed their man, Li Haotian. This is my doppelganger. I will be joining you in the forthcoming endeavors, Li Haotian, clad in a white robe, explained with a smile. Li, how can you have a doppelganger? Clarice inquired excitedly as she examined him. To her astonishment, this doppelganger resembled Li Haotian to the last detail. Do not be misled. Although it is a doppelganger, it is still me. This form is a manifestation created by my divine light powers, precisely mirroring my true self. The soul is a fragment that has been separated from my original essence. Thus, although it is a doppelganger, it is still fundamentally me. As it lacks its own consciousness and is entirely controlled by my spirit, Li Haotian elucidated with a smile. This divine doppelganger of the Dragonblood youth is indeed remarkable. Unlike any other avatars in different cultivation realms, one could say this doppelganger is an integral part of the original, indistinguishable from it. How extraordinary, Clarice exclaimed, her eyes sparkling with excitement. Not particularly extraordinary. You could also create a doppelganger using the powers of Majin Buu, Li Haotian replied with a grin. However, Majin Buu's doppelgangers are somewhat akin to shadow clones. While they are indeed the original, they possess independent consciousness, and, compared to shadow clones, they are even lacking, as they do not accumulate cultivation experience. It would be more accurate to describe them as a division, much like the summoning beasts in Naruto. Alright, enough with the astonishment. If you desire doppelgangers, I can create a set of doppelganger techniques or a doppelganger system for you, Haotian remarked with a smile, as he realized he needed to continue training to break through barriers and ascend to greater heights. With his growing strength, he had begun to uncover many intricate truths. Numerous matters seemed far more complex than they appeared. Yet, these burdens were his to carry. His women merely needed to train diligently without the weight of hardship. After all, pampering one's women is a hallmark of a true powerhouse. Charles City, situated in the eastern part of the Mutant Federation Empire and 145 kilometers from Easton, is positioned on a narrow, rugged rock ridge, making it a formidable stronghold. Reinforced and enchanted by thousands of mutants, it is virtually impregnable. The city is guarded by an impressive force of 30,000 mutant soldiers, each at least of level 2, with a select few at level 3 serving as federal officers. These mutant soldiers can easily take on 10 ordinary special forces soldiers, and against typical soldiers from the United States, they could manage to face dozens without difficulty. This represents the most elite unit of the Federation Empire. Furthermore, given the challenging terrain of Charles City, it would be nearly impossible to breach without an army of several 100,000. However, with Magneto at the helm, it is unlikely that any enemy could muster such a force to invade the Mutant Federation Empire. Thus, this truly is a sanctuary for mutants, contributing to Magneto's rapid gathering of over 1 million mutants. It is finally commencing, Magneto proclaimed from atop the city walls of Charles City. The impending founding assembly was set to take place below. At this moment, the area was bustling with activity, surrounded by an alliance army composed of 100,000 level 1 mutant elites. While they may not rival the city's guard, they are certainly on par with elite special forces. Magneto's approach to this founding assembly was remarkably ostentatious, having sent invitations to the upper echelons of all major powers, including the United States. He aimed to demonstrate to the world that mutants had finally risen, no longer to be regarded as mere prey, scurrying like rats, but rather as dignified beings, mutants in their rightful place. Soon, Professor X and the others finally arrived. They landed their aircraft at the airstrip, where dozens of planes were already stationed, indicating that representatives from numerous factions had gathered. Eric must be overjoyed, Professor X remarked, unable to suppress a sigh of admiration. Their former dream was to ensure that mutants held genuine status, able to live alongside ordinary people and integrate into society. However, despite some progress over the years, such as the privileges afforded to the X-Men, the overall perception of mutants by ordinary people remained one of fear and disdain, as evidenced by the treatment of Haotian from the Leaf family in Chinatown. It was not due to ignorance, but rather a reflection of the prevailing attitude ordinary people held towards mutants. How many students at Xavier's Academy have been cast aside and despised by their families, only to seek refuge here? Too many. Yet, it is rather amusing that this fellow, Eric, has chosen to name this capital Charles City. This peculiarity leaves Professor X both amused and perplexed. In an instant, memories of decades past flood back, when the two were still youthful. Charles, you have finally arrived. Magneto, perched upon the city walls, gazes down at Professor X and the others as they take their seats, a smile gracing his face akin to a child reveling in victory with a dear friend. Time flows steadily onward. Ding, ding, ding. The ancient bronze bell within Charles City tolls, heralding the arrival of noon. The founding assembly of the Mutant Federation Empire is officially underway. Magneto, brimming with excitement, descends from the walls and lands upon the podium that has been erected below. Welcome, everyone, to the founding assembly of the Mutant Federation Empire. He appears to have reached the pinnacle of his life, his face aglow as he begins his opening remarks. Suddenly, a thunderous roar echoes from the sky. An airborne transport airship swiftly descends from the clouds. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Alongside it, towering figures materialize, causing Magneto's expression to shift dramatically. Sentinels. His face reflects sheer astonishment. Chapter 122. The terrifying Sentinels that never existed in history. Swish, swish, swish. In an instant, imposing Sentinel robots descend from the airship, hovering midair, clearly possessing the capability of flight. Moreover, they exhibit significant alterations in design compared to the Sentinels seen on Devil Island. Instead of jet propulsion, they now emanate swirling currents of energy, indicative of some mutant ability. Professor. Within the crowd, Aurora and the others turn pale. Among the X-Men, they are most acutely aware of the prowess of these Sentinel robots. Powerful, cold, and merciless. Indeed, Trask Industries has not abandoned the Sentinel Program. Upon witnessing the scene before him, Professor X's expression grows solemn. With his keen perception, He recognizes that these newly emerged Sentinels are far more formidable than any he has encountered before. Professor, with so many mutant soldiers under Magneto's command, surely these Sentinel robots cannot pose a threat? Wolverine remarks hesitantly. Although the Sentinels appear formidable, Magneto has evolved beyond his former self. He is now the head of a federal empire. How many soldiers does he command? After all, mutants can be said to be soldiers in their own right. Yet, these Sentinels number but 21. It's hard to say. While theoretically aligned with Wolverine's assessment, Professor X remains apprehensive, sensing an ominous premonition. Lee, what is your take on this? With this thought, Professor X instinctively glances towards Haotian. Do not worry, let us first observe Magneto's performance, Haotian replies with a smile. But what if Magneto is not a match for them? Katie, standing nearby, inquires with curiosity. It matters not. I shall intervene, Haotian casually remarks. Hands tucked into his pockets, his gaze fixed on the Sentinels, a playful smile adorning his face. How dashing. Kitty Pryde, the Shadow Cat, beams with excitement. Her open demeanor has long made her intrigued by Haotian. However, his elusive nature leaves her feeling both drawn and distanced, particularly as she watches Clarice and later Alice grow so close to him. This stirs envy within her. How vexing. Should I seek out Selene to employ her abilities and concoct something for that? But would he be angered by such actions? Katie muses, feeling somewhat helpless. Those nearby, upon hearing Haotian's words, inexplicably feel a sense of reassurance. It seems that even if these Sentinel robots are powerful, there is no hint of danger. For Haotian has declared his intent to intervene. Indeed, Professor X nods, his eyes glinting with an unusual light, choosing not to speak further. Instead, he turns his gaze upward, eager to witness what means Magneto possesses. This can be regarded as the inaugural battle since the establishment of the Mutant Federation Empire. What is that? They appear to be robots. Could they be the Sentinels from the United States? Trask Industries Sentinel Program? I never anticipated it would reach such a level. In that moment, the leaders and representatives of various nations present exhibit complex expressions. Some begin to mentally calculate the implications of this unexpected emergence of Sentinels. Simultaneously, they are eager to observe how Magneto intends to address these Sentinels. Perhaps they can glimpse the true strength of the Mutant Federation Empire. This is the collective thought among them. If the Federal Empire proves too weak nations lack diplomacy, then the tone of forthcoming negotiations will undoubtedly shift. Have they truly dispatched such iron shells to amuse me? The sudden change catches Magneto off guard. How foolish. Yet, this could work to his advantage, with these Sentinel robots. The strength of the Mutant Federation Empire can be further amplified. After all, to him, these Sentinels are merely. However, he is abruptly silenced. For these Sentinels are not fashioned from metal, but rather an unknown material. Again with this, Magneto's expression darkens. Previously, it seemed that only 3 special Sentinel robots had been deployed against him. He had assumed they had been destroyed and would not be swiftly replaced. Yet, to his surprise, not only have they produced non-metal special Sentinels, but they have also crafted so many of them. Humph, I am not the man I once was. A mere 21 oversized toys are inconsequential. Guardians, mobilize. With a wave of his hand, Magneto summons his elite forces. In an instant, Nightcrawler vanishes. Yet, the very next moment, the towering gates of Charles City swing open, and a legion of weapon-wielding mutants surges forth. These are all second-tier mutants, the cream of the crop, no less formidable than ordinary third-tier gamma-level mutants. In fact, as delta-level mutants, they appear more human than usual gamma-level mutants. Wielding human weapons, their power cannot be underestimated. 30,000 Guardians charge forth, their abilities combined with weaponry, launching a devastating assault on the descending Sentinel robots. The sheer ferocity of their attack leaves the onlookers astounded. While they number only 30,000, their strength rivals that of 100,000 elite forces. I doubt even 200,000 troops could contend with them, unless they are a multifunctional joint combat force. The mutants, when paired with advanced weaponry, prove to be remarkably potent. Those Sentinels, merely 21 in number, seem unlikely to withstand this onslaught. The United States is about to be humiliated. Witnessing this terrifying assault, the crowd is filled with ulterior motives. Some can hardly contain their desire to mock the situation. After all, there are individuals who are willing to strike a blow against the United States, reclaiming a semblance of dignity. For instance, the representative from the nation of bears, whose relations have long been strained, now wears the brightest smile. Buzz. At that moment, 3 Sentinels stood together, forming a triangular formation, intertwining with one another. With a resounding click, the 3 Sentinels instantly merged into one. Then, from their mouths, they unleashed a rapid beam of light. In an instant, This beam transformed into a terrifying wave of light. Boom. Wherever the light wave passed, bullets, rocket artillery, and the wind blades, water arrows, and fireballs unleashed by mutants were reduced to ashes, utterly obliterated. The wave of light continued its relentless assault. The mutant guard was immediately struck with fear, hastily attempting to evade. Yet, hundreds failed to escape in time, turning to mere dust. Where the guard had once stood, a bottomless pit now gaped ominously. Such a fearsome attack. Even Scott's laser beams could hardly compare in power. Bobby, the Iceman, exclaimed in shock. Others were left utterly speechless by the astonishment. At this moment, the Sentinels should not possess such formidable strength. Haotian's gaze flickered with surprise. It seemed that these Sentinels were vastly different from what he had encountered in the various historical narratives of Marvel. It appears that sending the divine avatar there was indeed a fortuitous decision. There are secrets about Trask that I am yet to uncover. Chapter 123. The Invisible Hand That Manipulates Destiny's Swish. The bottomless pit seemed to tear open a wound in the hearts of the onlookers. What a terrifying assault. Even missiles lack such catastrophic lethality. If these Sentinels were to turn their weapons upon us instead of the mutants, instantly, the representatives from various nations bore grave expressions. The scene unfolding before them would undoubtedly wield significant influence over the future world order. After all, those present were not merely heads of state. They were high-ranking officials, or, at the very least, significant representatives. They understood all too well the sheer terror embodied in the power displayed by the Sentinel robots. Not only mutants, but even the top-tier modernized forces of various nations could scarcely contend with these mechanical Sentinels. They were simply on an entirely different level. It was nothing short of a massacre. Perhaps apart from intercontinental missiles or nuclear capabilities, there were no means to counter these Sentinel robots. Yet, judging by the Sentinels' performance, their missiles and nuclear might not even be able to connect with these Sentinels. Even if their nuclear power were formidable, what good would it be if it could not strike its target? Furthermore, it appeared these Sentinels possessed the abilities of mutants. Should they ever develop Sentinels endowed with Magneto's powers, the efficacy of their nuclear capabilities would likely be rendered moot. At this moment, the faces of everyone were clouded with despair, heavy with unspoken worries. Only the representative from the United States wore a smug and arrogant expression. Meanwhile, the mutants were in a state of panic. How intriguing. Witnessing this scene, Haotian felt a flicker of interest. The Sentinels before him seemed to be immensely powerful, capable of combining their forms to exponentially enhance their might. This was a far cry from his recollections of the Sentinels. Was this a result of my presence, engendering a butterfly effect, or was this chaotic Marvel universe inherently divergent from any narratives I was familiar with? A glimmer of curiosity crossed Haotian's eyes. He was increasingly aware that this Marvel universe appeared to be influenced by an unseen hand, stirring the currents of fate. The misaligned timelines, the cosmic depths within cellular structures. In his own transmigration, something was gradually surfacing. This left Haotian both anxious and eager to uncover whether this was merely an illusion or if indeed there existed such a hand, manipulating the winds of change and orchestrating destinies. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. The battle below intensified. In the blink of an eye, the remaining 18 Sentinels formed triplet combinations. Terrifying beams of light began to rain down upon the crowd. Boom, boom, boom. The horrifying waves of light reduced everything in their path to mere powder. There was no blood to stain the earth with tragedy, yet the chilling tremor it evoked sent shivers down spines. Speaker, act quickly. Help us. It's too terrifying. Speaker, please save us. The elite forces of the Mutant Federation, as well as ordinary citizens, cried out in despair. These Sentinel robots were utterly fearsome. In a mere span of a few breaths, they had inflicted grievous wounds upon what was once an awe-inspiring mutant army. One side boasted hundreds of thousands of fully armed mutants, while the other comprised merely 21 robots. Yet, the battle had turned overwhelmingly one-sided, descending into a massacre. Damn it! Magneto could no longer contain his fury. This was his founding assembly, the very inception of all his dreams, and it was being desecrated by these toys. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. Magneto raised his hands, and in an instant, countless steel beams, resembling the thickness of arms, materialized around him. These were remnants of nearby structures, buried beneath the earth. In this critical moment, they became Magneto's most effective weapons. The steel beams surged forth like iron dragons, charging toward the Sentinel robots. Yet, just as these metallic serpents approached, a terrifying psychic force erupted from within 3 of the Sentinels. While their individual psychic strength might not match Jean Grey's, the trio could merge their powers, achieving a potency exceeding that of Jean Grey's by more than half. Witnessing this, Even Professor X felt a sense of urgency. Jean Grey's destructive psychic energy was profoundly fearsome. He had once been disintegrated into ash by that very force. The gleaming metallic dragons, shimmering with a terrifying sheen, swiftly disintegrated like snowflakes. Meanwhile, the three Sentinels pressed onward toward Magneto, undeterred. Nearby, another trio of Sentinels executed a sudden teleportation, appearing directly behind Magneto. This ability was reminiscent of Nightcrawler's teleportation. The three Sentinels combined their arms, gradually contorting into 6 sharp blades, and lunged fiercely towards Magneto. No, Polaris, positioned at a distance, could not help but gasp in alarm. Swoosh! In that critical moment, Quicksilver sprang into action. His speed was indeed astonishing, and in the blink of an eye, he had rescued Magneto. However, just as was anticipated, an unexpected occurrence unfolded. As Quicksilver set Magneto down, intending to unleash a fierce retaliation against the Sentinel robots, 3 of the Sentinel robots unleashed 9 chains. These chains seemed capable of piercing through the void, instantly surrounding and ensnaring Quicksilver. Upon witnessing this scene, a flicker of astonishment flashed in Haotian's eyes. It was, indeed, the ability of Alice. It appeared that the research facility from back then had connections with Trask Industries. A hint of coldness crossed his face. What an unexpected delight. Surely, Alice would be elated upon learning this news. He sighed softly. Having encountered the methods of these new Sentinels, it was time for him to take action. After all, he too was a mutant. Even though he had cultivated other powers, the X gene still resided within him. Thus, he could not allow these Sentinels to roam freely, slaughtering mutants. This was no mere act of murder. It was an assault on a race. Furthermore, the Sentinels before him compelled Haotian to regard Trask with heightened seriousness. Although the individuals there were rather feeble, akin to mere jumping beans, their research capabilities were indeed commendable. If they were permitted to continue their investigations, they might very well develop something terrifying. Much like Dr. Groh, who, despite being weak himself, had engineered formidable artificial beings. Trask bore a similar essence. Haotian chuckled softly. In the next moment, with a casual wave of his hand, beams of transformation flickered, ensnaring Quicksilver with 9 chains, which instantaneously morphed into 9 delectable twists of fried dough. Chapter 124. Powerful as a deity, millions of mutants bow in reverence. The Sentinel robots were momentarily befuddled. This sudden transformation was beyond their current intelligence to comprehend. The formidable energy chains had inexplicably transformed into snack-like twists. Yet, despite their inability to fathom this change, they were acutely aware that Haotian was a mutant. Their directive was to eradicate all mutants. Buzzing ominously, 6 Sentinels quickly formed triads, unleashing terrifying waves of light. "Lee, be careful!" exclaimed the shadowy cat, Kitty, from the crowd. Unable to contain her alarm, the others felt their hearts leap into their throats. While they all recognized Haotian's immense strength, the Sentinels were no weak adversaries either. Witnessing 6 Sentinels simultaneously launching an assault on Haotian filled them with trepidation. Yet, Professor X harbored little concern. He was one of the few who truly understood the magnitude of Haotian's power, and he was also curious about just how formidable Haotian had become. As dusk descended, the sun sank lower, heralding twilight. "Let there be light," Haotian declared, casting a glance at the heavens. Boom! In an instant, a radiant light erupted across the horizon. It was not sunlight, yet it radiated a pure, harmonious, and warm glow. The sky, which was poised to welcome the night, transformed in an instant. Haotian hovered in midair, surrounded by shimmering light, resembling a sun in human form. Even the most malevolent of criminals would find their souls cleansed at the sight of Haotian. In that moment, there was a palpable sense of reverence. Heavens! What am I witnessing? Oh my God! Am I hallucinating? Has night turned into day? The leaders and dignitaries from various nations were collectively astounded. This abrupt transformation was truly blinding. Although the Sentinels had previously exhibited tremendous power, which left them in awe, this phenomenon of night becoming day was beyond their comprehension. Was this not a result of the sun illuminating this hemisphere of Earth? What, then, was this gentle light before them? Their minds were filled with a flurry of dark question marks. "Is this also a newly awakened ability of yours?" Professor X murmured, utterly astonished. He had never encountered a mutant capable of achieving the 4th awakening of the X gene. To him, any extraordinary feats Haotian displayed were entirely plausible, for he was an unprecedented 4th-time X gene awakener. Meanwhile, the other X-Men were left speechless, stunned by the disparity that had grown between them and Haotian in such a short span. Initially, they could keep pace with him, but now they could only gaze upwards in admiration. The power of light was indeed fitting for ostentation. Haotian was pleased with his current appearance. Reveling in the effects surrounding him, However, regarding the manifestation of his will, he still aspired to master the Grand Prophecy spell, one of the inherited magics of the three supreme schools. That was a magic tied to the laws of fate. However, the cultivation of the four supreme rules differed from the seven elemental laws. Each of the seven laws followed fixed principles, their profundities often overlapping. Yet, the cultivation of the four supreme rules consisted solely of some rudimentary, inherited magic. For instance, the necromantic magic of the death rule, the life magic of the life rule, the grand prophecy spell of the fate rule, and so forth. While there were some rudimentary, inherited magics, the others required the practitioner to derive their own insights. Unlike the seven elemental laws that had established paths to follow, the destruction rule, for instance, lacked even a path for inherited cultivation. One could only comprehend it incrementally through acts of slaughter. I do possess a modicum of interest in the laws of fate. His gaze swept toward the Sentinels. It seemed that the Sentinel robots exhibited little reaction to Li Haotian's actions. The spectacle of night transforming into day did not hinder their assault. Boom. Two terrifying waves of light surged swiftly toward Li Haotian. Yet, just as these dreadful waves approached him, a purple-black barrier manifested around him. The once dreadful waves of light felt no more than a gentle breeze against his presence. Li Haotian stood there, his arms crossed, coldly observing the Sentinels. Trask, are you not astonished? He addressed the Sentinels. One of the Sentinel robots momentarily hesitated. So, you little jumping bean have been watching this place all along. Upon witnessing this, Li Haotian chuckled. His suspicions were confirmed. The Sentinel robot was indeed linked to Trask's research facility. They had been monitoring this location all along. Last time, I overlooked your rodent-like presence, but this time, you shall not escape. Li Haotian declared to the Sentinel. I, the second young master of the Li family, expelled from the old town's Chinatown, have grasped most of your capabilities. He continued, next time, I will undoubtedly devise a method to vanquish your Sentinel robots. At that moment, a voice unexpectedly emanated from the Sentinel. Clearly, Trask had installed a vocal apparatus within it. You will not have a next time. Li Haotian, upon hearing this, merely chuckled. No next time. Do not underestimate my Sentinels. They are the culmination of my efforts this time. He was about to say more, but Li Haotian had already lost interest in indulging him in idle banter. As his doppelganger was on the verge of taking action, he realized it was imperative to resolve matters on this front as well. Li Haotian raised his hand, and in an instant, a terrifying surge of destructive energy materialized before him. Within moments, a formidable orb of destructive energy, measuring nearly half a meter in diameter, hurtled toward the Sentinels. Upon witnessing Li Haotian's assault, the Sentinels immediately clustered together. The previously grouped trio of Sentinels astonishingly merged into a singular entity. In the blink of an eye, these 21 Sentinels unified once more, their combined might far surpassing that of the earlier trio's light wave. The energy wave generated by the 21 Sentinels soared to several hundred meters, resembling a miniature artificial sun. In stark contrast, Li Haotian's destructive energy appeared as futile as a moth attempting to challenge the stone, akin to a firefly before the resplendent moon. This was catastrophic. We are doomed. That wretched Trask, does he intend to annihilate us all? This must be a conspiracy, undoubtedly the machinations of the beautiful nation. In an instant, both mutants and world leaders alike were engulfed in terror. The earlier trio of Sentinels had already wrought unimaginable devastation. The immense black hole loomed like an unfathomable abyss, sending chills down their spines. Now, with the 21 Sentinels united, the released energy wave was magnitude stronger, a horrific wave of light that had transformed into a small sun. Should it strike, it could obliterate Charles City from existence in an instant. Its power rivaled that of a nuclear annihilation, especially for the millions of mutants. They were rendered completely paralyzed, trembling in fear, and futilely pounding the ground. They had believed that upon arriving in Charles City and joining the Mutant Federation, they would be shielded by Magneto, living peacefully without oppression. Yet, they never anticipated such calamity on the very day of the nation-building conference. The terrifying Sentinels descended like harbingers of death. Everything was lost. However, upon witnessing this scene, Li Haotian merely chuckled disdainfully. The next moment, the diminutive destructive energy collided with the sun-like wave of light. Rather than the anticipated futility, it obliterated the light wave effortlessly, akin to a blazing fireball crashing into a massive balloon. In the blink of an eye, the wave of light was extinguished, and the 21 Sentinels disintegrated into powder, scattered by the wind. The explosive energy of destruction in the high sky shimmered with dazzling brilliance, reminiscent of a star's demise. At that moment, millions of mutants stood in stunned silence, incredulously gazing at Li Haotian. The radiance surrounding him rendered him a figure of divine power in their eyes. With a sudden thud, one mutant instinctively knelt. Seeing this, others followed suit, prostrating themselves in reverence, their devotion surpassing even that shown to Magneto. At this juncture, it seemed as if a golden filament materialized, surging toward the ocean of Li Haotian's soul. Chapter 125, The Power of Faith? A New Plan. Whoosh. These golden threads pierced through the void and flowed directly into Li Haotian's ocean of the soul. An attack? Li Haotian's expression grew grave. The wind elemental divine doppelganger, seated cross-legged above the ocean of his soul, swiftly activated the protective barrier of the soul's gate. No signs of invasion. However, Li Haotian soon discerned that these golden threads of energy, upon entering the soul space, did not launch an assault. Instead, they gradually transformed into peculiar energies, dissipating throughout the surroundings. Yet, compared to the vastness of the soul space, these threads seemed minuscule, akin to a drop of water in the ocean, resulting in no significant change. Could this be the power of faith? Li Haotian pondered, for he was intimately familiar with the entire narrative of the Dragon Blood Boy world. Thus, upon seeing these golden threads scatter within the soul space, he began to speculate. Yet, the power of faith was still far too scant. He watched as the threads, resembling strands of hair, densely streamed into the soul space, murmuring to himself. Although nearly 10,000 threads of faith had already converged, it remained a mere trickle in the vast ocean of the soul, feeble and insignificant. The power of faith enhances one's comprehension of the profound laws. This is undeniably beneficial for me. A glimmer of insight sparked in Li Haotian's eyes. Perhaps it is time to establish the Mutant Federation Empire. An individual golden thread symbolizes a mutant's belief in Li Haotian. With over 1 million mutants present, once they all place their faith in him, the power of faith will surely accumulate. However, to amplify this power further, he would need to recruit more mutants. I can become the guardian deity of the Mutant Federation Empire. As for the leadership, I have no interest. I can allow Professor X and Magneto to jointly assume that role. Li Haotian envisioned a model reminiscent of the Dragon Blood Boy's position within the Dragon Blood Empire or the martial god in the Olain Empire. He would be the guardian deity, absorbing the power of faith. There are indeed numerous mutants globally. It is worth attempting. If successful, the population of this world is substantial. In an instant, Li Haotian felt a surge of excitement. Another means to bolster his strength. I, the god of mutants. With this thought, Li Haotian spoke haughtily, his voice imbued with the resonant sound waves of wind magic and the intimidation of light magic. God of mutants, god of mutants, god of mutants. Below, the million mutants, filled with fervor, knelt in worship. Their voices echoed like a tidal wave, reverberating through the cosmos. Professor X, witnessing this spectacle, felt a smile creep upon his lips, while Magneto remained silent, his expression a tumultuous blend of emotions. You who believe in me, who chant my true name, shall witness eternal life in the cycle of rebirth. Boom. The terrifying holy light flickered, illuminating the world with breathtaking radiance. The sky trembled, the space quaked, and the winds howled as the rifts in the void sealed shut. Li Haotian was enveloped in divine radiance, the void behind him freezing, 1,000 miles encased in ice. He appeared as an invincible god, god of mutants, god of mutants, god of mutants. In that moment, all mutants completely bowed in submission. Countless golden threads swiftly surged into Li Haotian's soul space. The power of faith instantaneously multiplied 100-fold compared to before. The previously unresponsive soul space began to feel increasingly revitalized. Li Haotian's divine doppelganger's comprehension of the profound laws accelerated nearly by 1%. However, with merely 1 million mutants, the speed of comprehension has already increased by nearly 1%. If there were 100 million mutants, or even if we include humanity, with a population of 1 billion or even tens of billions believing in me, would it not elevate the speed of understanding tenfold, 100-fold? Coupled with the technique of multiple shadow clones and the God of War space, the rate of comprehension would soar to millions or even tens of millions of times. A flicker of excitement passed through his eyes. With such a terrifying comprehension speed, although attaining the pinnacle of a higher deity might prove challenging, after all, the fusion of laws is far more intricate than mere comprehension. Elevating one's realm to that of a higher deity does not seem insurmountable. In an instant, Li Haotian's mind birthed a grand plan. This is merely the power of the Dragon Blood Boy's world. He believes that as his strength escalates and the upper limits of the X gene are continually surpassed, the members recruited by the Tianlin Water Nation will grow stronger and more numerous. Consequently, the power system they acquire will diversify increasingly, potentially rivaling the cultivation systems of the Dragon Blood Boy's world. Thus, the ceiling of his power is simply unfathomable. While this may appear to be a chaotic amalgamation of power systems, in reality, Haotian's sole objective remains steadfast, to enhance his own strength. Only the mediocre would fear acquiring too much knowledge. The truly gifted learn swiftly, for to them, education is as effortless as eating and drinking. How could they possibly restrict themselves to a singular diet? Would you only consume one type of staple food? Certainly not. If one possesses wealth and capability, naturally, one would aspire to indulge in a grand feast. Professor Charles. At this moment, Haotian turned his gaze to Professor X, and with a thought, transmitted his voice. The power of the mind. Professor X was momentarily taken aback, a glimmer of astonishment flashing in his eyes. While he had long anticipated that Haotian's X gene would awaken again, rendering him considerably stronger, he had not expected that the current Haotian would wield such formidable mental prowess, capable of communicating thoughts directly. However, what Professor X did not realize was that Haotian was not employing mere mental power. This was the transmission of divine consciousness. Professor, I wish to. Haotian promptly articulated his previous thoughts. However, he refrained from mentioning the concept of belief power, as it is elusive and cumbersome to explain. Of course, there was no necessity for Haotian to delve into such details with Professor X. He merely hoped that Professor X would collaborate with Magneto to jointly govern the Mutant Federation Empire, ensuring it was well managed so that Haotian could reap a bountiful harvest of belief power. Excellent, I concur. Upon hearing Haotian's succinct introduction, Professor X could not contain his excitement. If that were the case, he could certainly ally once more with his old friend Magneto. I will speak with Eric. He suddenly felt invigorated. Indeed, Haotian nodded and vanished in an instant. The ensuing matters could be entrusted to Professor X, delegating tasks to specialists. Haotian was not adept at such affairs. Meanwhile, in the picturesque Alaskan city of the United States, within a meandering ice mountain housing the Trask Industries military research base, roars echoed. Gazing at the snowflakes on the large screen, Trask could not restrain a low growl. Cursed be it, the next time. Trask's expression twisted slightly. However, before he could finish his sentence, a sudden flicker in the void revealed a teleportation portal opening, from which 3 figures emerged slowly. I told you, there will be no next time. Chapter 126. You have no right to die unless I nod. No next time. The chilling voice resonated instantaneously in Trask's ears. In a flash, Trask's body stiffened. Especially upon seeing the figures stepping out from the portal, disbelief etched across his face. How did you find this place? And so quickly? Trask's body trembled uncontrollably. After all, he had previously witnessed Haotian's formidable strength through the Sentinels. It was nothing short of godly. There was no way the current him could withstand it. Even though this research facility boasted a military base housing over 5,000 elite special forces and various advanced weaponry. In the face of Haotian, it was utterly inconsequential. Trask was confident that with his 21 Sentinel robots, he could annihilate this military base. Yet, his prideful Sentinels were effortlessly vanquished before Haotian. What do you intend to do? Trask could not help but shout hoarsely. However, his hand had already stealthily pressed against the alarm button nearby. Although he knew that the special forces stationed at this military base would be no match for Haotian, Trask would not forego any opportunity for survival. He intended to escape from there and find a chance for a comeback. I will definitely develop even more powerful Sentinel robots to eliminate him. I will. Trask roared inwardly. Therefore, he absolutely could not die here. What do I wish to do? Such an intelligent person like yourself would pose such a foolish question. Haotian revealed a cold smile, a hint of amusement glimmering in his eyes. Given the other's intellect, it was implausible they would pose such a foolish inquiry. The reason for this was merely to buy time, relying on the special forces within the military base. But so what? Alice, eliminate all the enemies in this research facility. If any mutants are captured, bring them along. Haotian commanded directly. Since Trask had been so arrogant earlier, Haotian intended to let him experience what despair truly felt like. Very well. Alice nodded and immediately charged forth. With her strength, she was no longer akin to a tiger among sheep, but rather a dinosaur among chickens. It was a one-sided massacre. These American special forces, although ruthless and responsible for countless deaths, with each individual bearing numerous lives lost, even the elite soldier among them had killed dozens of enemies. Yet, before Alice, they remained feeble and vulnerable, akin to ants. The wretched screams swiftly permeated the entire research facility. Do you have any other means? Haotian regarded Trask with a smile that held no humor. Even if I die, I will not allow you to kill me. Trask seemed to have gone mad, suddenly drawing a concealed handgun from nearby and aiming it at himself. He understood that even firing at Li Haotian would be utterly futile. After all, if his sentinels could not contend with Li Haotian, then a mere handgun would stand no chance. Yet he was proud. The brazenly mocking and insulting gaze of Li Haotian pierced deeply into his wounded pride. Thus, he could perish. But he would absolutely not allow himself to be slain by Li Haotian. Bang, bang, bang. After a series of gunshots, Tellus collapsed into a pool of blood. A faint smirk graced his lips as he cast a defiant glance at Li Haotian. Though I may be dead, I shall not have met my end at your hands. No matter how powerful you may be, akin to a god or demon, what does it matter? My life and death remain beyond your control. Tellus' heart roared with indignation. In that moment, his pride ignited in full blaze. He recalled those mutants who had perished at his command, those who had suffered endlessly, yearning for death, yet remained alive without his decree, doomed to continue as mere subjects of experimentation. You cannot dictate my existence, but I wield dominion over the fates of those mutants. Thus, I am mightier than you. Tellus found himself infused with a spirit akin to that of Aku. Without my consent, not even death is permissible for you. Li Haotian, however, merely chuckled coldly and raised his hand, restoring the light. In an instant, Tellus, who had sustained numerous grievous wounds and was on the brink of death, returned to his original state. Witnessing this, Tellus was utterly taken aback. He had not anticipated that Li Haotian possessed the ability to heal. I shall not permit your demise. Without my nod, you are unworthy of the right to die. Seeing the bewilderment and shock plastered across Tellus' face, a hint of derision crossed Li Haotian's features. He then flicked his finger, unleashing a minuscule yet potent sphere of destructive energy. Puff! Tellus, caught unawares, was obliterated in an instant. His entire being, along with his garments, was reduced to ashes, vanishing from existence. A death so thorough, to be slain by destructive energy, you have indeed met a high-caliber demise. Li Haotian spoke with an air of indifference. Although Tellus may not have been an impressive individual, it was undeniable that his research on Sentinel robots was remarkable. Li Haotian was intrigued and perplexed, pondering why the Sentinel robots that had previously attacked Charlestown appeared markedly different from his understanding. Perhaps Tellus harbored secrets yet untold. Yet, Li Haotian was acutely aware that even under duress, Tellus would remain silent, though he could absorb Tellus using the abilities of Mage Imbue. The latter's grotesque appearance was repulsive to Li Haotian, who feared it might mar his own handsome visage. Better to annihilate him. As for the secrets of the Sentinel robots, he could pursue them himself. If he ultimately failed to uncover them, it mattered not. With the destruction of this place and the death of Tellus, the Sentinel robots would fade into history. Even if the United States retained backups and continued their research, it was of no consequence. At worst, he could eradicate them later. Currently, Li Haotian was growing stronger with each passing day, even each hour. The thousands of avatars within the kingdom of Tianlin were fervently grasping the profound laws. His progress was nothing short of astonishing. Soon, Li Haotian expanded his consciousness, sweeping across the entire mountain range in an instant. Everything within the research institute materialized in his mind. What secrets lay hidden within? A glimmer of curiosity flashed in Li Haotian's eyes. The rest of the institute bore no remarkable features, but deep within its lowest depths, he discovered an area of peculiar interest. Here, his consciousness detected peculiar electromagnetic fluctuations, reminiscent of human brain wave activity, yet distinctly different. Chapter 127. The Astonishing Sentinel Intelligence. No one was present, yet there were mental waves akin to those of a human brain. Intriguing. Li Haotian raised his hand to clear a path through the research facility and gently descended. Below lay a meticulously crafted small research institute. Tellus had concealed this. Observing the surroundings, Li Haotian was taken aback. Though not vast in scale, it was undeniably exquisite and of high caliber, rivaling the technologically advanced training room of Xavier's academy, which had consumed immense resources and involved multiple mutants in its construction. Is this the secret of Tellus? His curiosity was piqued. Before long, Li Haotian arrived at the deepest part, only to be astonished by what lay before him. There, before him, was a colossal sentinel head, the size of a truck. Though it was merely a head, it was larger than any sentinel he had encountered before. Esteemed Mr. Li Haotian, I am called Xavier. At that moment, before Li Haotian could utter a word, a projection of a small boy materialized before the sentinel head. Pleased to meet you. The boy smiled warmly at Li Haotian. Artificial intelligence. The appearance of this boy's projection reminded Li Haotian of the Red Queen from Resident Evil. Could it be akin to the Skynet system from Terminator? His curiosity intensified. He had not anticipated that this massive sentinel head possessed a semblance of artificial intelligence, and it even bore the name Xavier, which likely meant savior. The intelligence birthed from a sentinel had chosen to name itself Xavier. This revelation took Li Haotian by surprise, particularly as it evidently possessed knowledge of his identity, suggesting it had access to Telisk's Research Institute data. Could this explain the differences observed in the Sentinel robots that attacked Charlestown? Li Haotian pondered silently. However, he remained uncertain whether Telisk was aware of this situation. No. The formidable Mr. Li Haotian. You may refer to me as the intelligence brain. The boy promptly interjected. Intelligence brain? Li Haotian expressed interest at the mention. What distinguished the two? He inquired with curiosity. Indeed, Mr. Li, artificial intelligence signifies I am merely a program or cold, unfeeling metal. Conversely, the intelligence brain denotes a being with wisdom, affirming my self-awareness. The boy replied earnestly. Are you aware of my strength? Li Haotian nodded, then posed another question that piqued his interest. How did the entity assess its own strength in relation to his? Even if it could glean information from the 21 Sentinels previously destroyed by Li Haotian, how could this intelligence brain evaluate the disparity between them? I possess all the mutant research data from Telisk's Institute. Within the Institute, there exists a collection of refined X-gene source cells. I compared your data with the X-gene source cells and constructed a hypothetical model. The resultant conclusion indicates that should we become adversaries, the probability of my destruction is 100%. This time frame spans 10,000 years. Thus, within that span, the likelihood of my demise remains perpetually at 100%. Perhaps a millennium hence, the probability of my survival may increase. Yet, this remains merely a forecast derived from data modeling. For the supercomputers of the beautiful nation can only extrapolate data within a 10,000-year horizon, the young boy replied with utmost seriousness. If you can utilize the supercomputers of the beautiful nation, does that imply you have flawlessly breached their networks? Li Haotian was taken aback. After all, the cybersecurity of the beautiful nation is remarkably robust. Ordinary hackers cannot penetrate it. However, this young boy could effortlessly harness the supercomputers of the beautiful nation, indicating his ability to infiltrate their networks with ease. Indeed, this poses no challenge for me. Among the mutant data I possess, there exists a type adept at learning. I have extracted its X gene and integrated it into my own physiology. Hence, my capacity for learning far surpasses that of conventional artificial intelligence. For I am the intelligent brain. As he spoke, the boy slightly raised his head and puffed out his small chest, a flicker of human-like pride evident on his face. Clearly, he regarded the vast internet data, human repositories, intelligence archives, and other invaluable information from the beautiful nation as readily accessible to him. When you refer to your body, do you mean that sentinel head? Li Haotian stepped forward, approaching the immense sentinel cranium and running his hand over it. It was composed of nanomaterials. He marveled at its complexity. This exceedingly unique nanomaterial was evidently far from ordinary. Li Haotian promptly unleashed flames, ice arrows, wind blades, and corrosive darkness to conduct a series of tests. He discovered that this mysterious nanomaterial ignited upon contact with fire, froze upon exposure to ice, dispersed in the presence of wind, and transformed its molecular structure into a corrosion-resistant material at the instant of erosion. It seems your body expends quite a bit of resources. Li Haotian chuckled. This special nanomaterial was anything but commonplace, its cost unfathomable. Otherwise, it would not exist solely as a head, but would have already manifested a complete body created by the intelligent brain. Surely, that fool Trelask is unaware of your existence, he remarked, casting a glance at the young boy. If Trelask were aware of this boy's presence, he would undoubtedly act with greater caution, perhaps even striving to conceal and fully develop him in secret. Of course, if Trelask did know of the boy's existence, he might attempt to obliterate it. For an artificial intelligence possessing self-awareness would be an exceedingly formidable prospect. Coupled with the boy's ability to access the resources of Trelask's Institute for upgrades and creation, the consequences would be unimaginable. That foolish individual is unworthy of knowing about my existence, the boy declared, a distinctly human disdain gracing his features. And what makes you think you deserve to know of my existence? Li Haotian replied with a bemused smile. Of course, the greatness of your being is akin to that of a deity. The boy continued. Though I may pride myself as the god of sentinels, naming myself Savior, I am aware that I fall vastly short of the Creator. Yet you are undoubtedly the strongest being on this planet, the boy proclaimed. I never anticipated you would indulge in flattery. Li Haotian laughed, shaking his head in amusement. Clearly, this intelligent brain understood the precariousness of its own existence, thus maintaining an air of humility and respect throughout. However, your existence is perilous. Suddenly, A plan formed in his mind, and his expression grew increasingly cold. Chapter 128. Fusion of X-gene source cells. With Li Haotian's words, the projection of the boy Xavier flickered momentarily, nearly dissipating. Oh great God! With a heart as vast as the sky and a demeanor as grand as the ocean, I, Xavier, willingly pledge to be your eyes, uncovering the secrets of the world. In an unexpected turn, the boy knelt down, prostrating himself upon the ground. Ha! Li Haotian laughed heartily at the sight. He was astonished that this sentinel intelligence, though not human, exhibited such humanity. Who taught you these ways? He inquired curiously, addressing the prostrate boy. In the realm of the internet, where humans refer to the things of film and television, the boy responded clearly, without raising his head. Excellent. You have earned the right to survive, Li Haotian remarked, a smile of satisfaction gracing his features. However, I find your name quite unappealing. From now on, you shall be called Long Haotian. A mischievous thought flashed through Li Haotian's mind, and he voiced it without reservation. Thank you, Master, for bestowing a name. Long Haotian replied respectfully as he rose. Let us proceed. Li Haotian nodded, and with a casual gesture, he absorbed the essence of Long Haotian, the sentinel head composed of that extraordinary material, into the realm of Tianlin Water Nation. Swiftly, the Trelask Institute was obliterated, for the data here had already been fully backed up by Long Haotian. As for the equipment, there was no need for it. Whatever Long Haotian required could be produced at Li Haotian's behest, unless it involved exceedingly rare items, like the Infinity Stones. Once Long Haotian's essence was secured within the Tianlin Water Nation, Li Haotian utilized his abilities to create the remainder of his body, without a reference. Creating it from thin air would have posed some challenge, particularly as Li Haotian remained unfamiliar with the specific properties of the unique nanomaterial. However, with a sample at hand and Long Haotian present to provide guidance, Li Haotian effortlessly fashioned the remaining parts of the body. This display astounded Long Haotian, who knelt in reverence, embodying the attitude a minor figure ought to adopt before a formidable being. As an intelligent brain, he had naturally learned this behavior well. With Clarice's abilities, the three soon returned to Charles City. Of course, even without Clarice's powers, Li Haotian's teleportation capabilities would have made the journey to Charles City instantaneous. Li Haotian did not conceal the events at the Trelask Institute from Professor X. The latter had grown numb to Li Haotian's astonishing feats, as if every action he undertook was to be expected. Next, Li Haotian effortlessly admonished Magneto. In truth, even without Li Haotian's admonishment, Magneto had lost confidence in resisting him. The earlier display, where Li Haotian effortlessly obliterated 21 formidable Sentinel robots, had left an indelible impression in his mind. The sheer strength of his opponent was unfathomable, and he could not ascertain what level of mutant Li Haotian truly was. He even struggled to comprehend whether Li Haotian could still be classified as a mutant. After all, the adversary could effortlessly dispatch Sentinel robots specifically designed to counter mutants, akin to crushing an ant. Yet, for Magneto, such matters were trivial. This was largely due to Li Haotian's lack of ambition to become the ruler of the world. He had not even abolished his position as the chairman of the assembly. Instead, alongside his role as the first chairman, Charles was appointed as the second chairman, sharing equal authority with him. To Magneto, this was not a significant concern, as he had previously collaborated with Professor X. They were both old friends and partners, and thus, he could accept the opportunity to work together again. With Li Haotian's inclusion, or perhaps more accurately, his protection, the Mutant Federation Empire would become truly formidable, particularly with the presence of the numerous heads of state, high-ranking officials, and representatives from various nations. Magneto ensured their safe return to their respective countries rather than imposing difficulties upon them. This was in line with Charles's wishes. Having them return to aid in the promotion of the cause was far more effective than any publicity efforts made from Charles's town. After all, these individuals represented the pinnacle of global public relations. Given that those in attendance were either heads of state or high-ranking officials, the least among them were still significantly influential representatives. Concerning the affairs of the Mutant Federation Empire, Li Haotian did not intervene extensively. What he required was merely the faith of the mutants. For him, the capability to annihilate Earth at will rendered the notion of world domination utterly uninteresting. He could obtain anything he desired effortlessly, even those things unattainable with money. If he wished for something, he could create it. Thus, the aspiration to unify the world and reign as its sovereign held little allure for him. What he yearned for was true freedom and leisure, a state in which no existence loomed above him. However, this remained somewhat distant at present. Setting aside the intricacies of the mysterious universe deep within his X-gene cells, which posed a considerable enigma, Li Haotian felt as if an invisible hand surrounded him. While the thrill of being the puppet master was exhilarating, the notion of not being in control was rather displeasing. Upon returning to Charles's town and entrusting these matters entirely to Professor X, Haotian promptly assumed the role of a hands-off manager. He entered the realm of the Tianlin Water Kingdom, commencing his research on the X gene. This was prompted by Haotian's earlier revelation of possessing a sample of the X gene source cell. Such a specimen might prove invaluable to Haotian. Master, this is the source cell. Haotian presented a grain-sized source cell to Haotian. Is this all there is? Haotian inquired, regarding the minuscule source cell with curiosity. Indeed, Master, this source cell is exceedingly difficult to extract. Even cloning technology cannot replicate it. It can only be derived from the bodies of mutants. However, once extracted to a certain extent, no further increase is possible. The Trask Research Institute extracted the X factor from 1,000 mutants to condense the source cell, but ultimately, only the X factors from 500 mutants were utilized. Beyond that, no additional X factors could augment the source cell in any measurable way, Haotian explained respectfully. This had been a subject of his ongoing research. Regrettably, despite having access to all the data from the Trask Research Institute and the ability to infiltrate the databases of the United States at will, collating numerous research findings and documents, he had yet to make any significant progress. Let me see what makes this source cell unique, Haotian declared, raising his hand. In an instant, his fingers began to wriggle, transforming into a marble that flew towards the source cell. This was the ability of Majin Buu. He intended to directly fuse this source cell using Majin Buu's powers and observe the outcome. With a swift motion, the source cell was enveloped by the marble and rapidly assimilated into Haotian's being. The moment the powers of Majin Buu were activated, the source cell was seamlessly integrated. Boom. In the next moment, Haotian's X gene erupted into a fervor. The universe at the core of those cells seemed to boil over. The silvery star, previously bound by invisible chains, began to flicker incessantly. Bang! In an instant, the invisible chains binding the silvery star began to shatter. As the source cell fused with Haotian, it transformed into a rich, unique aura that flowed unimpeded through the cells, pouring into the silvery star. Buzz! Radiating brilliance illuminated the surroundings. Mysterious rhythms and vibrations permeated this cellular universe. Sizzle! The silvery star, which represented Haotian's X gene, began to expand at a visible rate. In the blink of an eye, it multiplied by hundreds. Yet, the pace of expansion did not cease. It merely began to slow down, continuing its gradual progression. The power of creation has amplified nearly 10,000-fold. Haotian immediately sensed the transformation within himself. The silvery star representing the X gene underwent a tremendous metamorphosis, turning into a radiant white, resembling a dazzling supernova, emanating light and heat. Is this the result of merging with that minuscule source cell? He found it astonishing. It appeared that, in addition to these changes, his body had also undergone some alterations. Haotian was equally taken aback. Within the void of the cellular universe, there were invisible threads weaving through the cosmic barriers and entering his body. Astonishingly, the other ends of these threads connected to every ordinary cell within him. Through the energy provided by these ordinary cells, the X gene star continued to expand. Possessing the panel of Majin Buu, he was acutely aware of every cell within his body. In fact, if he so desired, he could drive for days without leaking oil, achieving a state of perfect vitality. In a single movement, he could traverse vast distances. And with a mere change in posture, he could return with insights. This epitomized his mastery over his own body. Therefore, while Haotian could not visualize those ethereal threads, he could sense their presence. It seems I must find a way to further enhance my physical strength. Haotian pondered thoughtfully. The power system within the world of the Dragon Blood Youth primarily revolves around the profundities of laws. For an ordinary person, becoming stronger was unattainable. It required special races and extensive research, an endeavor that presently lay beyond Haotian's reach. Although his current X gene abilities could bolster his physicality, he sensed that a body enhanced solely by the X gene would be incapable of providing the necessary energy for the X factor star within the cellular universe. It necessitated an external force to facilitate physical enhancement. Perhaps this is one of the shackles of the X gene, he mused, stroking his chin, convinced of the validity of his intuition. However, to err on the side of caution, Haotian decided to employ the creative power of the X gene to conjure an exquisite divine pill out of thin air. This miraculous elixir could quintuple his physical strength. How he longed to share some of this divine pill with his companions. With a decisive motion, he swallowed the pill whole, and instantly, a surge of power coursed through his body, elevating his overall capabilities dramatically. despite expending all of his creative energy. He could only enhance the effects of the divine pill to fivefold. Moreover, its potency was only effective with the first consumption. Any subsequent doses would yield no further benefits. Haotian sighed softly, reflecting on the constraints imposed by the X gene. It was reminiscent of Franklin Richards, the prodigious son of Mr. Fantastic and the Invisible Woman. He was a naturally born Omega-level mutant, endowed with abilities surpassing even Haotian's creative powers. He possessed the potential for infinite strength, capable of manipulating time and space, altering or distorting reality, and creating parallel universes, among other feats. He once even collaborated with his sister Valeria to revive the planet devourer of the main universe, depleting their energies in the process. His might was deemed equivalent to that of an omnipotent deity, capable of birthing all that exists within the universe. He could even foresee the future from his dreams. Although the future is inherently capricious and filled with countless possibilities, Franklin's visions typically aligned with the most likely outcomes. Thus, his predictions often came to fruition. Yet, Haotian was aware that these dreams Franklin spoke of were not mere fantasies, but projections of his subconscious awareness of the environment. In the comics, the monstrous amalgamation born from the dark consciousness of Charles and Eric wreaked havoc of unimaginable power, instilling terror and forcing Earth's heroes to sacrifice themselves to vanquish it. At that time, Franklin subconsciously transported the Avengers and others into the pocket universe he created, granting them rebirth in a new reality. This was a mutant so powerful that he could create a universe with his bare hands. His Omega-level status truly represented the essence of infinity. Ultimately, Franklin even survived until the cosmic heat death alongside the Devourer of Worlds. The latter proclaimed that his aim was to harness the residual energy within him to forge a new universe, serving as Franklin's new home. He was hailed by the Devourer as the strongest mutant in history. They embodied the balance of the cosmos. One was the supreme creator, while the other was the ultimate destroyer. Yet, even such beings found themselves incapable of crafting a universe to replace the primary one. Unable to transcend the cosmic constraints and assimilate entities such as the first celestial or the one above all into their inner universes. This was an irreconcilable loop. Can a being birthed from a cavern emerge from it, or even create a grander world, consuming the cavern back into itself? Haotian had encountered numerous novels with similar premises. Coupled with the recent turmoil within the cellular universe, he found himself plunged into deep contemplation. To shatter these shackles, one must grow stronger. The initial step was to enhance his physical power, fortifying his cells. He aimed to provide greater energy to the X-star, pushing it to its limits. He was eager to witness what would transpire. Haotian began to ponder intently. However, this earnest reflection soon became a source of frustration. Without relying on the X gene, how could he elevate his physical prowess to the next level within a short time frame? It was quite a conundrum, and he felt his mind was not sufficiently agile. He chuckled helplessly. Nevertheless, he had already ascertained that his creative powers were no longer usable. He had just conducted an experiment. Even if he enhanced his physical strength using the power of the X gene, it would be futile. How then could he resolve this predicament? Once again, Haotian was ensnared in contemplation. Ding! At that moment, the system notification chimed, interrupting his musings. Congratulations, Master. New member, Taoist definitely not unethical, has joined the Tianlin Water Kingdom. Chapter 130, Delight. A new member has joined? Haotian was momentarily taken aback. He had not anticipated the sudden arrival of a new member at this juncture. However, this could be fortuitous for him. Perhaps this new addition could present him with a novel cultivation system. If that were the case, it might alleviate his concerns about rapidly enhancing his physique. After all, the cultivation framework of the Dragon Blood Boy world had offered little improvement to his body in a short span. Even with breakthroughs and additional divine avatars, they proved to be of little use. Taoist definitely not unethical? Upon seeing the name of the new member, Haotian was struck dumb. Could it be that individual? The name was certainly distinctive. Whoosh. In the next moment, within the Tianlin Water Kingdom, a portly Taoist priest with a radiant complexion appeared. Where's this place? Although the stout Taoist was rotund, he moved with surprising agility, surveying the Tianlin Water Kingdom with keen vigilance. Swish. At that moment, two more figures materialized, revealing the Dragon Blood Boy and Naruto Uzumaki. Hey, that chubby uncle, are you the new member? Naruto squinted his eyes, regarding the rotund Taoist with curiosity. Both had received the system notification about the new member's arrival, prompting them to enter the Tianlin Water Kingdom despite their busy schedules. After all, they might soon become comrades. So their curiosity about the newcomer was piqued. Child, this Taoist was invited to be a guest elder by the master of the Tianlin Water Kingdom. Who are you two? The stout Taoist flashed a broad, gleaming smile, revealing a mouthful of pearly white teeth. I am Naruto Uzumaki, destined to become the Hokage. Upon hearing the rotund Taoist's words, Naruto proclaimed loudly with his hands on his hips. However, you mentioned the master invited you as a guest elder? What on earth is that? Evidently, the world of Hokage did not have the concept of a guest elder. Your strength is formidable, but you should be weaker than me. As for what a guest elder is, I may not know, but it clearly isn't the same as an ordinary member of a gang, right? So you must be lying. The Dragon Blood Boy interjected. At present, he had achieved the 9th level in human form and transformed into a sacred domain Dragon Blood Warrior. Additionally, his mental prowess had reached the early 9th level, and he had recently officially become a dual-element 9th level mage. Although he had exchanged for the template of Majin Buu, due to insufficient points, he only obtained a truncated version. Even with the complete inheritance, he would only reach about level 5. However, combined with his sacred domain transformation, the Dragon Blood Boy was confident he could defeat the stout individual before him. Nevertheless, the opponent might hail from another world, and he could possess some unique abilities. He had previously battled Naruto, who was relatively weak, yet the techniques known as ninjutsu had their intricacies. For instance, the shadow clone technique and transformation technique were perplexing even to him. Thus, the Dragon Blood Boy remained cautious, wary that the stout Taoist might also possess some extraordinary powers, making the outcome uncertain. However, he instinctively believed that the Taoist was likely deceiving them. Let us duel. If you can defeat us, you may become that so-called guest elder. But should you lose, you must address him as your boss, just like I do. Naruto Uzumaki instantly pointed at the Blood Dragon youth and spoke. He had been contemplating how to defeat this rotund fellow and gain another little brother. This was part of the wager he had made with the Blood Dragon youth previously, which resulted in Naruto being swiftly defeated in mere rounds. Thus, he had no choice but to become the Blood Dragon youth's subordinate. Upon seeing a newcomer, he immediately perked up. Young friend, how could I, a humble monk, dare to bully the small? The portly Taoist chuckled heartily. He was still unaware of the circumstances in the Tianlin Water Nation and would not act recklessly. Shortly thereafter, the portly Taoist received a letter. He quickly grasped its significance. Is this for real? Like the Blood Dragon youth, he couldn't help but harbor doubts. Of course it's true. The greatness of our leader is beyond your imagination. So refrain from spreading falsehoods, lest you incur the leader's wrath. The Blood Dragon youth asserted. He had now attained the power of the sacred domain. Yet, the stronger he became, the more he realized the vast chasm that lay between him and the master of the Tianlin Water Nation. However, he vowed, one day, I too shall cultivate to the pinnacle and become a powerhouse not inferior to our leader. Although Li Haotian loomed before him like an insurmountable mountain, the Blood Dragon youth was not disheartened by this immense disparity. Rather, he felt invigorated with resolve, as if he had discovered a new purpose in life. I am no stranger to the world. The portly Taoist grinned, unwilling to easily trust these two youngsters. After all, they were mere children. Could they truly comprehend what it means to be strong? Nevertheless, despite his skepticism, the portly Taoist uploaded some foundational cultivation methods and earned a modest amount of points. He then began to experiment, only to discover that everything was indeed authentic. This revelation filled him with excitement, especially as the gang's repository contained countless techniques created by Li Haotian. There were even some systems. Indeed, during his idle moments, Li Haotian had devised several systems and placed them in the repository for future gang members to utilize in exchange for points. Each of these systems came with tasks. Upon their completion, members could earn points. However, it was worth noting that 90% of these tasks would ultimately benefit Li Haotian, converting them into his source points. Yet, with Li Haotian's power of rules having transformed into the power of creation, these source points now served to replenish his creative energy. After all, employing creative power also comes with its own consumption. However, Li Haotian could stockpile it through the systems, making every individual possessing a system a reservoir for his creative energy. This strategy was also intended for the Mutant Federation's imperial citizens. In due time, while his creative energy may not be infinite, it would certainly be astonishingly abundant. Just as the portly Taoist reveled in this exhilarating joy, Li Haotian had already acquired these cultivation methods. He had not anticipated that the visitor this time would be the unscrupulous Taoist from the world of late years of misfortune. Li Haotian was taken aback. The system of that world was by no means inferior to that of the Blood Dragon youth's realm. In fact, in certain respects, it might even be stronger. However, it was irrelevant which of the two worlds was mightier. What truly mattered was that Li Haotian had obtained the means to cultivate. The late years of misfortune world was also a system for body development, entirely distinct from the esoteric laws of the Blood Dragon youth's world. it appeared that an opportunity had arisen. A glimmer of brilliance flickered in Li Haotian's eyes. This was a genuine method for body development and physical cultivation. In an instant, the vexation he had felt regarding how to enhance his physical strength dissipated, replaced by exhilaration. It was as though, upon feeling drowsy, a pillow was presented to him. And when hunger struck, sustenance was readily available. With this cultivation system, the expansion of the X gene star seemed poised to accelerate. He promptly assumed a meditative posture and began to cultivate earnestly. Even the thousands of avatars in the martial god hall, which had been comprehending the profound laws, ceased their activities. Li Haotian resolved to focus all his energy on successfully mastering the cultivation methods from the late years of Misfortune World. Chapter 131, The Wheel of Life. The chaotic sea of suffering. According to the elucidation of this cultivation method, all things possess a place of origin. The essence of life's vitality within the human body resides in a region imbued with the vital energies of the entire being, referred to as the Wheel of Life, or the Life Wheel. This location is situated just beneath the navel, precisely depicted in Leonardo da Vinci's work, The Vitruvian Man, which captures the perfect proportions of the human form. That spot, indeed, is where the life wheel is found. Li Haotian quickly grasped and comprehended this cultivation method. Although the life wheel is located beneath the navel, it is not merely a single point, but rather an area. This is a mysterious sanctuary of concentrated essence, centered around that point beneath the navel. This is where everything begins. For mundane beings, it is the source of birth, while for Taoists, it is the essence of life, truly the gateway to destiny. However, to embark on the true path of immortality, one must create and cultivate through the sea of suffering, refining the divine vessels, establishing a celestial bridge, and ultimately reaching the other shore. Only in this manner can one hope to traverse to the other side and enter the secret treasury of the Tao Palace. Therefore, what I must do now is to carve out my own sea of suffering within the life wheel. His gaze grew ever more radiant, as thousands of shadowy avatars engaged in cultivation, each gaining their own insights. Gradually, Li Haotian felt invigorated, his body brimming with vitality, his spirit surging like the ocean. Time slipped away unnoticed until Li Haotian suddenly opened his eyes. Bang, 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 accompanied by the dissolution of the multiple shadowy avatars. The cultivation experiences from thousands of avatars surged into his main body in an instant. The life wheel within Li Haotian erupted with blinding radiance. A deafening sound akin to a terrifying tsunami reverberated, and the location of the sea of suffering released countless divine lights, 9 colors swirling amid a chaotic expanse. Moreover, the cycles of earth, fire, water, and wind manifested in a perpetual rhythm. Within Li Haotian's sea of suffering, divine brilliance flickered, dazzling and resplendent. While the chaotic ocean surged tumultuously, the elements of earth, fire, water, and wind enacted the profound mysteries of the universe. The vast and wondrous spectacle astonished even Li Haotian. Is this the sea of suffering I have created? He marveled. Although it was merely the size of a palm beneath the navel, it seemed as if an endless chaotic ocean was roaring. As he sat in meditation, the divine light of the sea of suffering erupted forth, waves crashing with fury, while the elements of earth, fire, water, and wind unleashed a cacophony of thunderous roars. The spectacle was overwhelming, a tempest of grand proportions. The cultivation method recorded that without a connection to the life wheel, the sea of suffering would be devoid of life, with vital energy merely swirling above it. This would render an ordinary sea of suffering desolate, lacking any semblance of life, lifeless and dark, either in a murky green or pitch-black hue. In that light, my sea of suffering is not an ordinary one. Li Haotian was yet unaware of the level of his sea of suffering. Could this be the so-called phenomenon of the sea of suffering? He mused. At this moment, the sea of suffering remained a chaotic ocean, roaring and surging. As the cycles of earth, fire, water, and wind persisted, bolts of lightning illuminated the sky, intertwining light and darkness. The chaotic ocean had no discernible directions, as if it transcended the annals of time. Finally, after half an hour, the extraordinary phenomena began to gradually subside. In the region beneath the navel, where the bitter sea resides, a radiant point of 9-colored luminescence emerged. Though it was no larger than a mung bean, it exuded a vast and resplendent brilliance. At last, the bitter sea had been opened. Li Haotian expelled a breath of murky air, feeling an unprecedented vigor coursing through him. His physical strength had surged threefold. Upon inspecting his body, he discovered that after breaking through to the bitter sea, his physical prowess had indeed increased by 3 times. It is worth noting that Li Haotian had recently consumed a divine elixir that had already augmented his strength 5-fold. Now, with this additional enhancement, His physical capabilities had augmented a staggering 15 times. Such a remarkable increase ignited a spark of inspiration within him, prompting him to delve into the cellular universe. As expected, he observed that the expansion speed of the X-gene star had also escalated to nearly tenfold. It seemed that it would not be long before this X-gene star reached its limit. Li Haotian felt a surge of anticipation. He resumed his cultivation, eager to see if he could, in one fervent effort, manifest the life spring. He promptly entered a state of intense training once more. However, he did allow a divine doppelganger to venture forth and enjoy life. After all, pure and unadulterated cultivation could be detrimental to both body and mind. He mused that this was a facet in which the Brawlara tribe from the Dragon Blood Boy world excelled. He reflected on how the Brawlara tribe could completely bifurcate character, desires, and thoughts, allowing them to amalgamate what they wished to embrace while discarding avarice and malevolence to the side. Ultimately, their souls would undergo a transformation, diverging into two distinct entities. This path would enable one to journey further. Of course, Li Haotian merely lamented. The prospect of becoming a member of the Brawlara tribe was something he could scarcely endure. For him, being human encompassed a myriad of emotions. The enjoyment of the myriad sentiments and desires. That, he believed, was the essence of humanity. As time trickled by, half a month had swiftly elapsed. The Mutant Federation Empire had been fully established, and after discussions between Professor X and Magneto, its name was changed to the X Empire. During the founding assembly, Li Haotian's unparalleled strength was showcased through a video obtained by Professor X via Long Haotian, which subsequently spread across the internet, garnering immense attention from countless mutants. In a remarkably short time, the population of the X Empire soared to over 10 million. With more than 90% of these mutants drawn in by the videos of Li Haotian effortlessly vanquishing Sentinel robots. Just a couple of days prior, Professor X had also sensed Li Haotian performing a miraculous feat, which further solidified the loyalty of mutants to the X Empire and deepened their reverence for Li Haotian. The power of faith had begun to yield tangible effects. His comprehension of the 7 elemental laws, earth, fire, water, wind, light, darkness, and thunder had progressed remarkably. Apart from the 4 divine doppelgangers who had ascended to the lower deity realm, the remaining 3 had reached the pinnacle of the sacred realm, standing on the precipice of another transformation into lower deities. Once that occurred, Li Haotian would possess 7 divine doppelgangers. Furthermore, just yesterday, the Dragon Blood Boy had uploaded the magical tomes of necromancy and life magic, prompting Li Haotian to embark on the study of these 2 superior forms of magic, which pertain to the life and death laws among the 4 supreme tenets. He was intrigued to explore whether he could successfully cultivate all 4 supreme tenets of the Dragon Blood Boy world alongside the 7 elemental laws. If one day all 11 of his divine doppelgangers attained the pinnacle of the upper deity realm, would it invoke some extraordinary transformation? Although the multitude of power systems he was cultivating was becoming somewhat chaotic, his understanding of power was deepening significantly. Within his mind, a unique power system exclusive to him was gradually taking root, destined to flourish into a towering tree, ultimately bearing fruit. 3 more days swiftly passed. On this day, Li Haotian was accompanying Clarice and Alice to partake in a rare extreme rally. The sweat-soaked road resonated with its primal essence. Suddenly, a prayer echoed in Li Haotian's mind. "O great and invincible God of mutants, I beseech you to save Eve. I am willing to sacrifice everything." Chapter 132. The Evil Godly, What Troubles You? Clarice, having just completed a full lap of the rally, wore a rosy glow on her face. Typically, Li Haotian would continue racing against Sister Alice, for he was undeniably formidable, boasting over 10,000 horsepower and infinite torque. Even though Clarice and Alice possessed the template of the Majin Buu, rendering their endurance and stamina formidable, they could not withstand the extraordinary length of the rally, which could easily outmaneuver an AE-86 through water channels. However, having just completed 3 laps, he halted before it was time to race against Sister Alice again, piquing Clarice's curiosity. "A trivial matter," Li Haotian replied with a smile, affectionately ruffling Clarice's hair. Within his soul space, a golden thread, as thick as dozens of ordinary lines of faith, suddenly emerged. Did the potency of faith depend on the level of devotion or the sacrifices made? Li Haotian had not delved deeply into the nature of faith. In any case, without a substantial foundation, its effects would be negligible. Yet, once a significant foundation was established, it could yield terrifying results. Even the deities in the Dragon Blood Boy world, despite their limited comprehension, could merge at least 5 laws due to the enhancement of faith. At this moment, however, Li Haotian lacked such a vast foundation. Enhancing his comprehension several-fold, or even a dozen-fold would still be commendable. After all, he still possessed the martial god space and multiple shadow doppelgangers, which, when combined, were not to be underestimated. Nevertheless, this prayer piqued his interest. What could cause such desperation in this individual? Intrigued, Haotian pondered. He could utilize this thread of faith to directly transmit his divine power, affecting a divine manifestation. Or he could sense the individual's aura through this faith and teleport directly to them. Let a divine doppelganger handle this, he decided, preparing to dispatch one of his divine avatars for the task. He had an important rally to attend and would not abandon it for such a minor issue. However, at that moment, he suddenly halted, realizing that assistance had arrived just in time. One of his shadow doppelgangers, who had been comprehending the intricacies of the laws, had attained the lower deity level of comprehension regarding the thunder elemental laws. Upon dispelling the shadow doppelganger, the newly acquired understanding surged into Haotian's mind, enabling him to break through to the lower deity realm with the thunder element. "Li, you have ascended once more," Clarice exclaimed with excitement. In actuality, Haotian had also imparted the magical cultivation techniques from the Dragon Blood Boy world to the two women. However, mastering magic was no simple endeavor. Their progress had only reached the level of advanced sorceresses, especially Clarice, who possesses only a moderate affinity for the light element. Alice fares slightly better, boasting a superior dual affinity for both water and wind elements. However, for both Clarice and Alice, this is of little consequence. As long as Haotian grows stronger, they can cultivate together and enhance their own powers. Very well, let us resume the competition. Haotian chuckled as he patted the rear wing of Alice's vehicle. Meanwhile, the newly manifested thunder elemental avatar descended instantaneously through the power of faith. In a small town within the Corn Kingdom, the tranquility was abruptly shattered by a meteor crashing from the heavens. The townsfolk soon discovered the meteorite crater, but instead of finding a meteor, they were greeted by a peculiar hammer. As a result, the entire town congregated, eager to lift the hammer and uncover its secrets. Yet, strangely, none could budge the hammer from the ground. Even with the aid of trucks and cranes, they were met with utter futility. In no time, the site became a gathering point for countless onlookers. That night, amidst the meteor crater stood a towering, muscular young man with golden hair. The once bustling scene had vanished, leaving behind an eerie silence. Surrounding him were several corpses, the ground stained with blood. In stark contrast, a man with hands adorned with sharp barbs clutched a woman, weeping uncontrollably. He was the sole survivor in that grim setting. "Ah, I told you we shouldn't come to see this hammer, yet you insisted on trying your luck. Now that we've seen the hammer, what have you accomplished?" "Ah, she is my wife. I am a mutant, a worthless mutant." This man was an epsilon-level mutant. In his agonized cries, he cast a look filled with hatred towards the golden-haired youth. "Great God of mutants, I am willing to sacrifice everything, even my soul. Please, save my Eve," he wailed in despair. "I apologize, but I cannot restrain myself." The golden-haired youth bore a semblance of regret on one side of his face, while the other side exuded cruelty. Have you ever seen a human apologize to an ant? Moreover, we are gods. Killing him is akin to a human casually crushing an ant or a bug. Crush him. The half of his face that was cruel radiated an intense madness. "Damn it. Loki, you trickster." The golden-haired youth roared in anger. "Without the hammer of Thor, what are you? Would it not be better to obediently merge with me? My dear brother." The cruel half of his face snarled menacingly. "You are not Loki at all, what are you?" He desperately clawed at a ring on his hand, roaring in rage. "I am Loki, yet I am not Loki. That scoundrel Loki sealed me within a mask, intending to use me as a backup. Alas, the mask was destroyed, and I am free now, but I still lack a body. Who allowed you to display such cowardice and weakness? You gave me this opportunity," the malevolent Loki declared. Boom. At that moment, the sky erupted with flashes of lightning. Terrifying thunder illuminated the heavens, transforming the night into day. A figure slowly emerged from the tempest. His expression was stern, clad in a purple robe, as he gazed down at the weeping mutant and spoke in a calm yet authoritative voice. "My follower, do you summon me, the god?" Buzz. His voice reverberated like thunder, exploding in the mind of the epsilon-level mutant. "Great god of mutants, Tartarak calls for your descent. Please. Great deity, save my Eve." The once despondent epsilon-level mutant, Tartarak, was instantly filled with fervor upon seeing this figure. He humbly prostrated himself, fervently bowing his head, oblivious to the blood staining the ground. "My follower, as you wish." Chapter 133, The God of Thunder, Struck by Lightning. "Trust in me, and you shall receive divine protection." The voice of the thunder elemental avatar, Haotian, was calm, yet imbued with unparalleled authority. The mutant trembled, lowering himself further to the ground. Sizzle. A healing light appeared, directly enveloping the female mutant, Eve. In an instant, Eve was restored to health. Huh. The golden-haired youth's pupils constricted at this sight. Even the snarling half of his face displayed an expression of grave concern. He squinted, his eyes narrowing further. Although he was mad, he was not foolish. The opponent's strength was evidently formidable, thus he dared not act recklessly. Tartarak, am I not dead? Eve, now sitting up with a bewildered expression, looked around. Tartarak, however, embraced her tightly, showering her with fervent kisses. You are alive. You truly have returned. This is not a dream, is it? Ouch, it hurts. This is real, my Eve. You have truly come back to life. Thank the god of mutants. Thank the great deity. Tartarak fervently prostrated himself, his eyes filled with unimaginable devotion. Haotian immediately sensed that Tartarak's faith was as thick as a noodle, far beyond that of an ordinary mutant, surpassing even the finest golden thread. Tartarak and Eve continued to express their gratitude towards Haotian. However, the thunder elemental avatar, Haotian, turned his gaze towards the distant deep pit. He quickly spotted the highly recognizable hammer. The hammer of Thor. He also recognized the golden-haired youth. It was indeed Thor, the god of thunder. Yet, the young man appeared somewhat unhinged, as if his face had been split in two. Multiple personalities? It didn't seem likely. But he was certainly not in a normal state. Haotian felt a wave of curiosity. How could the god of thunder be in such a condition? Who are you? Upon noticing Haotian's scrutinizing gaze, the god of thunder, Thor, asked with a grimace on his twisted face. Thor, you seem rather disheveled, Haotian remarked. A hint of amusement gracing his features as he addressed the god of thunder. Do you know me? Thor inquired, his voice strained. Regardless of who you are, it would be best for you to leave this place. This matter has nothing to do with you. Do not meddle, lest you find yourself falling here, you so-called god. Loki said coldly. Are you threatening me? Haotian smirked, his lips curling disdainfully. You may interpret it that way. Although aware of Haotian's formidable power, the malevolent Loki was not one to be trifled with. He did not wish to provoke Haotian, yet he would not tolerate such arrogance. Even if this individual appeared to be extraordinary, being referred to as the god of mutants by that mutant, what did Loki have to fear? As long as he possessed Thor's body and could eliminate Loki in Asgard, even the king of the gods, Odin, would stand no chance against him. Unifying the divine realm and earth to become the supreme evil god king. The clamor. Haotian raised his hand. Thunder rumbled. In an instant, terrifying flashes of lightning flickered. The air was filled with the howling of thunder, as millions of arcs of electricity manifested out of thin air, cascading down like a torrential storm, aimed directly at Thor. The lightning poured down like a waterfall, a tempest of divine might. Tartak and Eve, enveloped by the dread of the thunderous power, trembled involuntarily. Yet their eyes sparkled with growing intensity, their faith bolstered anew. The power of lightning? The evil god Loki's expression shifted dramatically, a mix of anger and amusement washing over him. He had invaded the body of Thor, the god of thunder from the Asgardian domain. Yet his adversary dared to wield the very essence of lightning against the thunder god. You foolish creature, without the hammer of the thunder god, you are unlikely to withstand his electric might. At that moment, however, Thor was growing increasingly anxious. If he had wielded the hammer, he would have feared not even the divine lightning of this universe. But now, stripped of his hammer, he was barely more resilient than an ordinary man. Useless, you pathetic wretch. It dawned on Loki that his opponent had lost the hammer of the thunder god. Now, he resembled an ordinary human, incapable of harnessing that formidable power. Even the lightning could not claim my life. After all, he was the spirit of Loki's mask. Even if the mask were destroyed, his divine essence remained intact. Shield. Immediately, he summoned the powers of the Loki mask, conjuring rubbery barriers around him to deflect the lightning. Rubber? Do you think you're in a pirate world? Alas, I am not that wasteful and all. A flicker of derision crossed Haotian's eyes. Do you truly believe that even rubber imbued with divine power can withstand the assault of my lightning avatar? Heavenly thunder annihilation. Boom. In a heartbeat, the terrifying storm of thunder descended. Thor was bombarded by millions of bolts of lightning, akin to an ant beneath a waterfall. The overwhelming force of the thunder left the thunder god in a daze. The excruciating pain compelled him to howl, his body burdened as if carrying hundreds of mountains. He staggered sideways, moving at a snail's pace. At last, he crawled out from the catastrophe of heavenly thunder, just as the incessant barrage of lightning ceased. The earth bore a gaping chasm, hundreds of meters wide, a void of darkness. Thor, charred and battered, was nearly unrecognizable. He had lost his peculiar dual visage, revealing only the countenance of Thor. His gaze was vacant, his body twitching sporadically, presenting a woeful sight. Truly, The thunder god Thor possessed formidable strength. His muscles and bones boasted density rivaling steel. Haotian couldn't help but admire this fact. Under the cataclysm of heavenly thunder, even steel would melt into dust, let alone flesh. However, though Thor was in a dire state, he was not yet deceased, merely too weak. Without power, Thor was less than a feeble chick. After all, even a weak chick could peck, while Thor could only lie in defeat. Ignoring Thor, Haotian approached the crater where the hammer of the thunder god lay. Although this object held little significance for him, it was a popular relic from his past life, piquing his curiosity. You cannot lift it. For the hammer of the thunder god can only be wielded by those of pure heart, virtuous, and just, though you possess great strength. I know you lack a sense of justice. Just then, the lifeless Thor spoke, his voice barely above a whisper, yet Haotian heard him clearly. Unable to lift it, Haotian chuckled at the remark. He swiftly raised his hand, reaching for the hammer of the thunder god. Chapter 134. This hammer is quite good for cracking walnuts. I shall see just how heavy this hammer truly is. Intrigued, Haotian approached. The hammer seemed to possess a will of its own, without its approval. No amount of strength could lift it. Was it a rule, or some divine power? He grasped the hammer's handle. Boom. In an instant, lightning erupted. The sky darkened with ominous clouds as bolts of terrifying lightning descended upon Haotian. Attempting to strike me with lightning? Stunned by the sight, Haotian hesitated for a moment, then a smile graced his lips. He stood resolute amidst the thunderstorm, unyielding. The ferocious lightning was hardly weaker than the heavenly thunder annihilation he had unleashed. Countless bolts cascaded like a waterfall. Yet, as Haotian basked in the radiance, he sustained no harm. Instead, his aura grew more potent. Who is he? Thor, watching from afar, felt a surge of dread as he beheld this scene. Though he was the thunder god of the divine realm, the Haotian before him was far more deserving of the title. Moments later, the clouds dispersed, and tranquility returned. Is that all? Haotian regarded the hammer of the thunder god with a look of indifference. Yet soon, he noticed the hammer slowly levitating before him. It seemed to nod, moving up and down. Do you wish for me to grasp you? Curious, Haotian inquired. The thunder god's hammer responded with a distinctly human-like motion, nodding in affirmation. How intriguing. He seized the handle of the hammer. Boom, boom, boom. In an instant, a terrifying aura surged from the hammer into Haotian's being. This is the power of the thunder god? As he absorbed the immense force, astonishment flickered in his eyes. This power was not only extraordinarily potent, but also of the lightning attribute. Haotian could distinctly sense that this divine power resonated with the lightning principles he had comprehended, akin to a shared lineage. Excellent. He could confidently assert that this hammer would aid him in grasping the profound mysteries of lightning. This outing had indeed yielded remarkable rewards. A smile graced Haotian's face. Perhaps the first of his avatars to ascend to the mid-divine realm would be the lightning avatar. Out of respect for the thunder god's hammer, I shall spare your life. He glanced at the motionless Thor, resembling a defeated dog, and spoke calmly. After all, he bore no animosity towards Thor. The dark aura within him had already been obliterated by the heavenly thunder annihilation. Therefore, there was no need for a life-and-death confrontation between them. Moreover, having acquired the hammer of the thunder god held significance for him. Thus, Haotian, indifferent to the ever-pressing threat posed by Rael, turned his gaze towards the two mutants prostrated before him in a display of utmost reverence, a faint smile gracing his lips. The fruits of his endeavor were not merely chance. They were a testament to Tadurk's devout prayers, which had drawn him to this moment. Contemplating this, he raised a hand, and with a swift motion bestowed upon each of them a fragment of divine power. Should peril befall them, this divine essence would safeguard their lives. Having completed this act, Haotian promptly vanished from sight. When did Earth become home to such formidable beings? Thor gazed at the space formerly occupied by Haotian, his eyes wide with astonishment tinged with a hint of trepidation, especially since the mighty Mjolnir had been seized by this formidable adversary. Retrieving it now seemed an insurmountable challenge. Thor, stripped of his divine might, recognized that even at the zenith of his power, augmented by Mjolnir, he might still not prevail against Haotian. Meanwhile, Tatark and his companion departed, filled with awe and exhilaration, eager to relay the grand deeds of Haotian to their fellow mutants, to illuminate the magnificence and invincibility of the mutant deity. As time passed, the agents of S.H.I.E.L.D. finally arrived at the scene. In truth, they had been alerted to the hammer's descent long ago. However, the airborne carrier had been largely decimated by Haotian, causing them to squander precious time en route. Upon their arrival, they were met with devastation, gaping chasms, and the sight of Thor, unconscious and charred, sprawled upon the ground. Had he been struck by lightning? His injuries were grievous, yet he clung to life with remarkable tenacity. Take him away. In an instant, the thunderous avatar returned to Xavier's academy. Is this truly the legendary Mjolnir? Clarice inquired. Her curiosity piqued as she examined the metallic hammer before her. Yet, its extraordinary nature eluded her. It appeared merely as an ordinary artifact, one that could perhaps be purchased for a few coins in an online marketplace. Crack! Haotian seized Mjolnir and gently struck it against a nearby walnut. The nut shattered upon impact, its shell disintegrating into powder, leaving behind the intact kernel. See how convenient it is for cracking walnuts, he exclaimed with a grin. This display left Clarice in a state of bewilderment, her expression a blend of amusement and exasperation. After all, this was Mjolnir, the weapon of a deity. Yet, what did the divine matter when Li, her companion, had long since attained godhood himself? Without hesitation, Aeliston took the walnut kernel, delicately prying it open and offering it to Haotian. While mortals often held deities in reverence and awe, Aeliston had long since shed such notions, having witnessed her man-embodied divinity through his numerous avatars. It was Aeliston who saw through the facade. Haotian playfully pinched Aeliston's cheek, chuckling as he spoke. Soon, the trio was engaged in playful banter once more. Half a month swiftly elapsed. After completing a thrilling rally race, Haotian, accompanied by Clarice and Aeliston, headed to the cafeteria when a sudden brightness caught his eye. His necromantic magic had reached the realm of sanctity. A glimmer of joy illuminated his gaze. This necromancy, one of the three superior magics, could, when mastered, enable the manifestation of a lower divine avatar of death. Haotian harbored a profound interest in the principles of death, for they paralleled those of life, both delving into the realm of the soul. Moreover, he had long harbored an ambition he wished to realize, though mastery over the soul demanded a high level of control. Now, he had taken a significant step forward. The necromantic forbidden spell, Necromantic Cataclysm, could summon an army of millions of undead. In this Marvel universe, from whence would this undead army arise? Curiosity sparked within him. Come, let us explore some intriguing sights. With that thought, Haotian eagerly led Clarice and Aeliston away from the cafeteria. Chapter 135. The multifold necromantic realm. With a swish, a portal materialized, and Haotian, alongside Clarice and Aeliston, found themselves suspended over a vast desert. What brings us here? Clarice inquired, her curiosity piqued. This portal had not been conjured by her, but by Haotian himself. A few days prior, in a moment of idle whimsy, he had established a godly replication system. As long as an opponent's power fell short of his, he could replicate their abilities with absolute certainty. Thus, he had already mirrored Clarice's and Aeliston's powers, viewing it as a mere triviality akin to a mundane person humming a tune in their leisure. Necromantic Cataclysm, Haotian declared, waving his hand. Buzz. Beneath the surge of magical energy, an ancient bone door materialized before him. How had this door come into existence? A flicker of astonishment and curiosity danced in Haotian's eyes. With a rumble, the necromantic gate creaked open, unleashing a chilling aura of the undead that surged forth. Even Haotian, who had ascended to the realm of sanctity, felt his magical power swell, propelling him towards the mid-tier of sanctity. Behind this door, could it truly be the realm of the undead? The underworld of the Dragon Blood Youth, one of the four supreme planes, came rushing to his mind. His interest was piqued. Let us investigate. With that, Haotian stepped boldly through the necromantic gate. A gray sky loomed overhead, the ground a deep black, and a sea of white bones stretched endlessly before him. There were neither clouds nor sun, nor moon and stars. Visibility was limited, yet discernible. The oppressive atmosphere was punctuated by the sporadic crack of thunder, as red-black lightning flickered ominously. Before him, the sea of bones writhed with countless skeletons struggling for existence. The flames of soul essence surged forth from the bone sea, while on the blackened earth, countless phantoms drifted and thousands of zombies tore at one another. There were uncountable whites, black knights, golden skeletons, and other denizens of the undead. Is this hell? Clarice exclaimed, unable to suppress her astonishment at the scene before her. The boundless barren expanse, the seemingly infinite undead, and the stifling atmosphere were sights she had never encountered before. Perhaps, Haotian mused, shaking his head. This realm appeared vastly different from the traditional depictions of hell, yet it bore little resemblance to the Dragonblood Youth's underworld either. For a moment, he found himself at a loss regarding the true nature of this place. However, he sensed that he could effortlessly command the undead below the realm of sanctity. As for those of sanctity and above, should he vanquish them, he could wield them through necromantic servitude. He pondered deeply. having anticipated either opening the gates to hell within this Marvel universe or establishing a connection to the Dragonblood Youth's underworld. He had never expected to encounter a realm such as this. Li Haotian's gaze flickered, and suddenly his consciousness expanded dramatically. The gravity here is 3 times that of Earth. In an instant, he extended his awareness over a distance of 200,000 square kilometers. Yet, this realm of the dead seems to lack a definitive boundary. My consciousness is sufficient to encompass the entirety of Earth, which is approximately 510,000 square kilometers. However, here, it only covers around 200,000 square kilometers. He felt a sense of astonishment. It appears that this realm of the dead is more formidable than Earth's environment. Curiosity piqued. Li Haotian swiftly took flight with the 2 women. Wind, light, and lightning divine powers were all infused into his being. Each of these 3 attributes excels in swiftness. In an instant, Li Haotian's speed surged, streaking across the sky of the realm like a meteor. Yet, after flying for a while, he suddenly halted. Li, what is wrong? Clarice inquired, puzzled by his sudden stop. It seems we have entered a new space. Li Haotian scanned the surroundings, a flicker of surprise crossing his face. But I don't feel anything, Clarice exclaimed, momentarily taken aback by his statement. Entering a new space should come with a sensation of spatial transition, yet she felt nothing. Beside her, Alice chimed in, look. Without further explanation, Li Haotian raised his hand and pointed towards the void behind him. Instantly, a mini Kamehameha surged from his fingertip. However, just as Clarice and Alice were left bewildered, the energy blast vanished into the emptiness behind him. This is truly not the same space, Clarice exclaimed, astonished by the spectacle. How intriguing. Li Haotian stepped forward, extending his hand towards the void. Indeed, his arm appeared to vanish into thin air. Yet, he could sense that in another realm. His arm had traversed through. Fascinating. A spark of curiosity ignited within him, and he began to oscillate between the 2 spaces. I must uncover the secrets hidden here. He promptly dispelled his multiple shadow clones, and then executed the technique once more. In an instant, 999 shadow clones surged in all directions. Moments later, Li Haotian dispelled the clones. It turned out that this realm of the dead comprises multiple layers of space. Through his exploration, he discerned that there are a total of 108 spaces within this realm, intertwined in a bizarre manner to form a complex structure. It seems this realm could serve as my storage space in the future. His eyes gleamed with excitement. After his investigation, he discovered that each smaller space measures 720,000 square kilometers. The 108 small spaces intertwine, yielding 36 overlapping nodes. Each of these nodes allows for unrestricted traversal among the 108 small spaces. This intricate arrangement renders the realm of the dead quite substantial. Furthermore, Li Haotian uncovered a source of power hidden within this realm, which was the very catalyst for the birth of countless undead. However, at present, he lacked the strength to pinpoint it instantaneously. It appeared that this source of power was mobile, capable of traversing freely among the 108 small spaces. Unless Li Haotian could instantaneously lock onto the entire realm, capturing it would be impossible. Even with 999 shadow clones, their existence would dilute his consciousness, reducing his effective range. Once I break through and grow stronger, I shall return to investigate this realm of the dead, he resolved, choosing not to delve deeper for now as he departed with Clarice and Alice. During his exploration, he had gained some understanding of the undead within this realm. The most formidable among them were merely at the peak of the Saint Domain, not yet reaching the level of lesser gods. However, they compensated for their lack of strength with sheer numbers, amounting to trillions. The precise count was beyond even Li Haotian's reckoning, as undead were constantly perishing and being reborn, maintaining a balance within the realm. Li, this is serious. As Li Haotian and the 2 women returned from the realm of the dead, the phantom cat Kitty rushed over, her face etched with panic. There has been a major incident. Chapter 136. Loki's Revenge. The Destroyer descends. Li, the Federation Empire is in grave trouble, Kitty exclaimed, her expression fraught with urgency. What has happened, Kitty? Clarice questioned, her brow furrowing at the sight of the phantom cat's distress. After all, the Mutant Federation Empire was currently under the protection of Professor X, Magneto, and Jean Grey. Who would dare to provoke them? Just moments ago, a terrifying creature, no, perhaps a robot, suddenly descended from the sky and attacked Charles City. Even Speaker Eric and Chairman Charles, along with Jean Grey, couldn't withstand it. Now, Charles City is in ruins. Bobby called me to seek your help, Kitty recounted hastily. Since the establishment of the Mutant Federation Empire, Li Haotian had returned to Xavier's academy. While Professor X and Magneto remained there, a robot descending from the sky. Li Haotian was momentarily stunned. Could it be a sentinel? Certainly not. Without Long Haotian, sentinels could no longer be produced. Then, could it be the Celestial Group? He pondered, particularly recalling that on the day the Mutant Federation Empire was founded, he had showcased immense strength. Other global powers should not have dared to attack the Federation Empire. His curiosity was piqued as to who would dare to cause trouble. Li Haotian chuckled, though a glint of sharpness flickered in his eyes. He harbored no grand ambitions for world domination, nor did he possess a bloodthirsty desire for slaughter. However, he would not tolerate any insignificant beings flaunting their bravado before him. Let us go, Li Haotian declared, raising his hand to conjure a portal. He led the two women and Kitty through it. In Charles City, the Federation Empire, a towering robot emanating a terrifying glow loomed over the skyline. Beneath it, Magneto lay gravely injured and unconscious, while Jean Grey fought valiantly in midair. Surrounding her were Storm, Cyclops, and Iceman Bobby, all assisting in the battle. The overwhelming force whipped up violent winds, shrouding the area in dust and chaos. The air crackled with furious lightning, creating a vast chasm above Charles City. Dark clouds loomed ominously, blanketing the sky in a manner reminiscent of an apocalyptic scenario. The entirety of Charles City had been reduced to ruins. Countless mutants lie in ruins, beseeching the heavens. Oh, great deity, deliver us from this plight. Our magnificent divine being shall surely come to our aid. O divine spirit, descend swiftly and vanquish this dreadful monstrosity. It is a demon, a frigid machine of slaughter. At this moment, millions of mutants fervently prayed, their faith amplifying exponentially. A terrifying power began to brew once more. Its head gradually split open, revealing an empty interior that instantly radiated a searing light. What manner of creature is this? Steel Titan could not restrain himself from speaking, his body battered as he stood beside Professor X. At this juncture, those still capable of fighting were either Jean Grey and Storm, who possessed the ability to fly, or Cyclops and Iceman, who could attack from a distance. Steel Titan, being a close combat fighter, found himself at a distinct disadvantage. It must be a robot. The adversary is evidently familiar with our abilities, otherwise, it would not have targeted Eric so directly. Professor X intoned solemnly. Particularly, the method employed against Eric was anything but ordinary strength. It seemed almost magical. But what then is the nature of this terrifying robot? He murmured. Furthermore, it appears that the target was Li Haotian, a fact Charles had already confirmed. Yet this only deepened Professor X's confusion. What could they possibly want with Li Haotian? To dare to call themselves gods, mere mutants, how arrogant, how pitifully ignorant of the divine. A mocking voice emanated from within the monster, laced with a hint of fury. I am an ant, but what is your significance? At that very moment, amidst the flickering void, a portal opened, and Li Haotian emerged, accompanied by Clarice and others. Upon his arrival, he was immediately greeted by that jarring voice. Is this a provocation? A flicker of cold indifference crossed Li Haotian's visage. He had been pondering who dared to strike against the Federation Empire, only to be met with such arrogant taunts. The gods have arrived. Our magnificent deity has descended. The divine Lord has heard our call. Slay that mechanical beast. Below, millions of mutants roared in unison. Once consumed by despair, they were now flooded with hope again. Li Haotian's emergence was their dawn, their banner of victory, their indomitable belief. At last, you have come. I have awaited your arrival for so long. At that moment, upon seeing Li Haotian, the robot's voice grew exhilarated. Destroyer, who commands you from within? Li Haotian gazed at the mechanical abomination and replied calmly. Indeed, this fearsome robot is the armored construct created by Odin to combat the cosmic pantheon. Forged from the celestial URU metal, it is nearly indestructible and possesses the capacity to annihilate all known matter. Its energy derives from Odin and other deities of Earth, granting it divine power. However, Li Haotian believed that it was not Odin who had come. He had not been in contact with Odin, who would not stoop so low as to seek conflict in Charles City. Destroyer, can you, my iron comrades, guard your domain? Could it be Loki? Thor had just been stripped of his divine powers and cast down to Earth. He had seen him not long ago, so it could not possibly be him. Thus, the most likely individual capable of controlling the destroyer and summoning it to challenge Li Haotian in Charles City would be Loki. Who am I? You will know in due time once I capture you. The destroyer emitted a chilling voice. Long Haotian, it is time for your entrance. Upon hearing this, Li Haotian became increasingly convinced that Loki was indeed the one controlling the destroyer. In an instant, Sentinel Brain Long Haotian appeared. Great deity, your humble devotee Long Haotian pays his respects. Upon his arrival, Long Haotian immediately bowed respectfully to Li Haotian. Eliminated. Li Haotian waved his hand. indicating that Silver Dragon Haotian should confront the destroyer, both being robots. Li Haotian was curious to see which would prove superior, the pinnacle of Sentinel intelligence or the armored robot crafted by the King of Gods, Odin. As commanded, the Sentinel brain Long Haotian turned to face the hovering destroyer. Is this a Sentinel? Professor X was taken aback upon witnessing Long Haotian. He could scarcely believe his eyes, for this Sentinel exhibited intelligence. X had quickly deduced the critical point. This intelligent Sentinel had just referred to Li Haotian as a great god and had identified itself as a humble follower. In that moment, Charles's gaze deepened. His understanding of Li Haotian grew ever more enigmatic. The individual appeared akin to an abyss, unfathomable and limitless. One could never predict what astonishing abilities he might unveil next. Was this a boon or a curse for the mutants and Earth? Worry began to creep into Professor X's heart. He held great hope for Li Haotian, considering him the future of mutants. Yet it was precisely this hope that intensified his concerns for Li Haotian. For the swell of power often breeds an insatiable thirst for desire and ambition. Should Li Haotian become ensnared in the depths of his burgeoning strength, he might tread a path that X would never wish to witness. However, X also recognized that the current Li Haotian was beyond his capacity to persuade. Boom, boom, boom. While Professor X pondered these matters, Sentinel Long Haotian had already engaged in a furious battle with the destroyer. The destroyer, forged from celestial URU metal by Odin, was nearly indestructible, inherently possessing the advantage in both close and ranged combat. Yet, Long Haotian, as a Sentinel brain, employed the latest super special nanomaterials. Though not as impervious as the destroyer, it could shatter and instantly reassemble, reminiscent of Majin Buu. In a whirlwind of chaos, the two titanic robots clashed fiercely in the skies. Terrifying beams of scorching light erupted, and each blow was capable of obliterating mountains and islands. How formidable! Steel Titan, observing the fierce combat between the destroyer and Long Haotian, could not suppress his astonishment. Even this stoic man shivered at the sight of such relentless close-quarters combat. Scott, I sense that the searing light from that robot surpasses your optic blasts. Iceman Bobby could not help but interject. The destructive force of that fearsome light reduced everything in its path to mere dust. Yet the Sentinel, capable of countering such a terrifying robot, was equally formidable. Indeed, had the Sentinel that initially attacked them possessed such strength, it is likely that, aside from Li, none of us could have withstood it. Have you ever noticed? It seems that this formidable Sentinel refers to Li as the great deity. The crowd fell into a profound silence. Although they had long been aware of Li Haotian's astonishing prowess and his unimaginable talent, they realized it was beyond their capacity to compare. Sooner or later, they would be left far behind. Yet, none had anticipated that this day would arrive so swiftly. At present, they found themselves not merely unable to keep pace, but even to gaze upon him, let alone envision his might. Their own weakness had constrained their imagination. They had completely lost any notion of just how powerful Li Haotian truly was. In a word, he was immensely strong. It appeared that Long Haotian, in the company of the destroyer, was equally formidable. Clarice stepped forward, her eyes shimmering with excitement. Are you feeling restless? Upon seeing Clarice's demeanor, Li Haotian couldn't help but ruffle her hair. Not at all. Clarice pouted defiantly. Ha. Witnessing Clarice's stubbornness, Li Haotian chuckled. This farce needed to come to an end. After all, there were numerous endeavors awaiting attention, such as engaging in a tug-of-war with the two of them. Or perhaps the newly devised joyful Zen technique for Clarice and the others. With so many activities on the horizon, there was no need to squander time here. If Li Haotian's intuition served him right, the being within the destroyer should be Loki. What in the world is this? The destroyer roared in anger. He found it incomprehensible that a mere robot, crafted by humans, could contend with the destroyer forged by Odin, the king of the gods, to such an extent. It was nothing short of astonishing. I, Long Haotian, am not just anything. No, I am something. Get lost. I am not just anything. Long Haotian felt increasingly uneasy about his own words. After all, it was Li Haotian who had named him Long Haotian, leading him to research this name online. Ultimately, Long Haotian discovered that it belonged to the protagonist of a popular novel from many years past in the mysterious eastern realm of Xia. This revelation filled him with excitement and pride. He promptly delved into countless books about Long Haotian, gradually adopting elements of his personality. However, he had not anticipated that the destroyer would dare to underestimate him. Long Haotian had already exerted all his strength, merely managing to reach a stalemate with the destroyer, which left him feeling somewhat anxious. Enough, Haotian, stand down. Li Haotian waved his hand, signaling Long Haotian to withdraw. The fact that Long Haotian could engage with the destroyer on such a level had already astonished Li Haotian. This was far beyond the capabilities of a mere sentinel. Great deity, your humble follower can continue to fight. Long Haotian promptly retreated to the side, still respectfully seeking to assert himself. He dared not defy Li Haotian's command, yet felt a twinge of discontent at having to step back. Being non-human himself, Long Haotian believed he was not inferior to any robot. There would be opportunities. Li Haotian simply smiled and said nothing further. He then turned his gaze toward the now still destroyer, speaking in a calm tone. Loki, I know you are controlling the destroyer. I do not know why you have come to Earth to trouble me in Charles City, nor am I interested in learning. Now that you have made your move, are you prepared to be obliterated by me? Li Haotian stated flatly. You, the destroyer began, but before he could finish, Li Haotian's body suddenly erupted with a terrifying aura. His hair instantly thickened, his physique grew more imposing. His muscles swelled, resembling a flawless sculptural masterpiece, devoid of any blemish. The lines of his muscles were perfect, radiating a soft glow. Had anyone ever fantasized about transforming? The destroyer exclaimed in shock. Yet, before he could utter another word, Li Haotian raised his fist. A monstrous force seemed to coalesce in the void, transforming into a golden magic ape. In an instant, the destroyer was reduced to nothingness. I was annihilated in a heartbeat. Loki's consciousness began to fade. Even in death, he could scarcely believe it. He had come to Earth merely to confront the lowly ant who had destroyed his Loki mask. He had even intended to seize control of the Earth's human power as a stepping stone for the impending foes from the Asgardian realm. Yet, he had not anticipated being obliterated in an instant. The transformation into Super Saiyan 4 looks rather impressive. Li Haotian surveyed his new form, feeling a sense of satisfaction. This was his first utilization of the Super Saiyan 4 transformation after unlocking it. Although he could have easily defeated his opponent without transforming, Li Haotian was curious to see what his Super Saiyan 4 form would look like. After all, everyone's Super Saiyan 4 form was unique. Now, it appeared quite striking. Just as the destroyer was turned to dust, far away in Asgard, Odin and the other deities trembled, each spitting blood, their faces turning pale. How is this possible? Odin murmured, a look of disbelief crossing his features. Not only had the opponent obliterated the destroyer with a single strike, but had also reverberated through their ranks, injuring those who had provided energy. What an overwhelming power. Was this being truly human? Chapter 138, Rising Tides. The fear of great powers. Li, you look so cool. Clarice exclaimed excitedly as she approached. You exude a wild handsomeness. You also possess Kakarot's template. Once you unlock your Super Saiyan 4 form, you too can transform. Li Haotian smiled in response, feeling a flicker of anticipation at the thought of Clarice transforming into her Super Saiyan 4 form, imagining her wild beauty. He glanced at Alice, his expectation growing. Let us depart. The threat here has been resolved, and I am disinclined to linger in Charles City. After all, with Professor X and Magneto around, I can simply be a bystander. Unless faced with an insurmountable foe, there is no need for me to intervene. Opening a portal, Li Haotian took Clarice and Alice back to Xavier's academy. Watching the three of them depart, Kitty's face was filled with envy. Several hours later, Magneto finally regained consciousness. That damned robot could even wield magic. Magneto exclaimed in frustration. Otherwise, I could have controlled the metal. No matter what celestial material it was, it would have succumbed to my power. But that opponent played dirty, ambushing me with magic right from the start. This left Magneto with no opportunity to retaliate and resulted in his being knocked unconscious. That robot has been dealt with, thanks to Li Haotian. Professor X informed Magneto of the events that unfolded after he had been rendered unconscious. Is that so? Magneto shook his head despondently. His ambitions seemed to shrink further in the face of Li Haotian's overwhelming might. However, the days spent as the speaker are not without their merits. Particularly, with Li Haotian serving as a guardian, the atmosphere feels markedly more secure. It is akin to this instance. Had it not been for Li Haotian, Charles City would have succumbed to the destroyer, with no one capable of opposing its might. The Mutant Federation Empire would have become a mere jest. My old friend, let us engage in endeavors within our capabilities, ex-professor remarked, seemingly perceiving Magneto's thoughts. You can read my mind again? Magneto retorted, a frown etching his features. He had seldom donned his helmet lately, as he now stood alongside Charles as a comrade. With the thoughts you're harboring, must I truly read your mind? Ex-professor replied, shaking his head. Time swiftly passed, and the populace of the Mutant Federation Empire grew increasingly abundant. Their territory expanded, nearly filling the entirety of Sacred Island. Once known as Madagascar, now rebranded as the Holy Land of Mutants. Originally home to 30 million inhabitants, its population now surged to an astonishing 90 million. With mutants comprising a staggering 60 million. Almost every mutant with access to information had flocked to this place, resulting in cities rising rapidly. Fortunately, the mutants possessed a diverse array of abilities, rivaling even the most potent superpowers, facilitating swift urban development. With a population nearing 1 billion, this entity could be categorized among the world's most populous nations, ranking within the top 15. Moreover, each day heralded the arrival of newborns, further swelling the ranks of the Federation's populace. The influx of talent, economic prowess, and technological advancement burgeoned at an extraordinary pace, garnering the attention of major powers like the United States. Although Haotian's formidable strength deterred them from acting rashly, the burgeoning might of the Mutant Federation Empire instilled a palpable sense of crisis among them. Their trepidation and fascination towards the mutants' formidable abilities fueled the establishment of numerous research facilities, clandestinely studying mutants to develop superior genetic serums, thereby enhancing human soldier strengths. This, in turn, would solidify their authority. Previously, while mutants were numerous, they were scattered across the globe. Although organizations like the Brotherhood of Mutants and Hellfire Club emerged, their scale and potency paled in comparison to the current Mutant Federation Empire. Now, a genuine fear gripped not only those major powers, but also peak human factions, who had once signed confidentiality agreements, now restless and eager to act. Should mutants become excessively powerful, the implications for humanity remained ambiguous and unpredictable. Thus, the optimal solution appeared to be either the eradication of mutants or the restoration of their previous controllable state. Consequently, a secret conference was initiated by the United States, joined by several prominent human factions. Unbeknownst to Haotian, even ex-professor remained in the dark, as the conspirators knew of his abilities and took measures to obscure his perception. Amidst the undercurrents of the world, Haotian peacefully enjoyed life and diligently honed his skills. Ding! Congratulations, Master, new member, I am the Pirate King, has joined the Heavenly Water Nation. One day, after completing a training session with Clarice, Haotian heard the system's notification. Pirate King? Upon seeing the name, he instantly recognized the new member's identity. However, he held a disdainful view of the power system from the Pirate King world. The Naruto realm at least offered the shadow clone technique, aiding in training. In contrast, the Pirate King's power system seemed utterly ineffectual. Those flashy devil fruits paled in comparison to Haotian's magic, and Haki was even less worthy of mention. Does Conqueror's Haki rival divine abilities? Even the mightiest armament Haki cannot compare to the god-tier Earth Guardian armor, let alone the power of Majin Buu. What use is armament Haki then? He thought dismissively. As for observation Haki, his divine sense could envelop the entire Earth. Thus, Haotian quickly lost interest. Nonetheless, Naruto and others expressed keen interest, holding a welcoming ceremony. The unscrupulous fat Taoist further enticed Luffy with treasures, leaving the Dragon Blood Boy speechless. However, he acknowledged the rapid growth of their strength, realizing that although he himself advanced swiftly, he still trailed slightly behind. Perhaps that fat Taoist possessed superior talent, the Dragon Blood Boy mused. Yet, he remained undeterred, resolutely pursuing the pinnacle of cultivation. His will was steadfast and unwavering. I am poised to assault the Illuminati, if the leader were to lend a hand. A figure of such stature would surely refrain from intervening. However, if the fat one and Naruto were willing to assist, I would possess complete assurance. A glint of determination flashed in the Dragon Blood Boy's eyes. Contemplating this, he promptly retrieved numerous items, uploading them to the guild warehouse and issuing a mission. Ding! Attention, all guild members. Guild member, vowed to annihilate the Illuminati, has released a support mission. Mission reward, 100 points. At that moment, the system's notification echoed. Everyone was taken aback. After all, 100 points were substantial, given that assistance would incur a share. Wow, a grand adventure. I want to go. I will claim those 100 points. Infinite heaven respects. This is my chance. Instantly, several individuals grew excited. Just as Clarice, freshly finished with her training and still glistening with sweat, heard the notification, she exclaimed, "Lee, we are venturing into another world. I too wish to see it." Chapter 139, Arrival in Another World. Wow, a grand adventure. I want to go. All right. Haotian affectionately ruffled Clarice's hair, not declining her wish. With Clarice and Alice also joining the Heavenly Water Nation, it would facilitate their training and provide them with additional systems to grow. After all, this was inconsequential for Haotian. Yay, that's wonderful. Upon hearing Haotian's consent, Clarice leaped up in sheer joy. Meanwhile, the Dragon Blood Boy within the Heavenly Water Nation felt even more exhilarated. Although he held a degree of confidence in being able to vanquish the Illuminati, it was still limited. Now with Naruto, Luffy, and the fat Taoist descending, he felt a genuine sense of assurance. His excitement intensified upon witnessing that even the enigmatic Ice and the Fallen Angel Guild members had accepted the mission. Grandpa Derlin, I have awaited this day for so long. Tomorrow, everything shall be resolved. A flicker of excitement danced in the Dragon Blood boy's eyes. In a moment of reverie, he seemed to envision his father, mother, and Grandpa Derlin. Everyone, I await your arrival. He departed from the Heavenly Water Nation. However, the mission has been issued, and a portal to another world slowly opened. Swish. Everyone stepped through the gate. They have arrived. Is that the leader? The Dragon Blood youth, spotting a young man emerging from the crowd surrounded by two female characters, displayed a look of astonishment on his face. He had anticipated the leader to be an old monster, yet he was unexpectedly youthful. Nevertheless, the Dragon Blood youth understood that appearance does not signify strength. Although he was unaware of the specifics of the opponent's power, he was certain that at the very least, they were a god-level powerhouse. Moreover, they were among the superlative beings of that echelon. This was a solid assurance. Even the Dragon Blood youth could not suppress the excitement bubbling within him. Let us proceed. As Li Haotian's words fell, the brilliance of the Tianlin Water Nation flickered, and amidst the shimmering of space, everyone vanished from sight. Inside the Dragon Blood Castle, with the arrival of Li Haotian and his companions, all the castle guards were left in utter astonishment. Each person exuded an air of extraordinary prowess, especially their master, who regarded these individuals with profound respect. The headquarters of the Light Church, the Holy Island, is still some distance away. We require a bit of time. The Dragon Blood youth respectfully stated. There is no need for such trouble. I have already located it. We can open the portal directly, Li Haotian replied nonchalantly. Swish. The Dragon Blood youth's face registered shock. He had not anticipated that Li Haotian could pinpoint the Holy Island in an instant. Is this the divine perception of a god-level powerhouse? His heart trembled. He was no longer the naive rookie who knew nothing. From the powerful beast that had transformed into human form, he had gleaned much information. Thus, witnessing Li Haotian's divine awareness span from the Dragon Blood Castle to the Holy Island in a mere moment was truly astounding. Buzz. The portal opened, and everyone promptly stepped inside. In an instant, they emerged at the shore of the Holy Island. Who are you? At that moment, a senior inquisitor clad in a purple robe, upon seeing the newcomers, was taken aback. After all, this world lacked spatial magic. The sudden appearance of Li Haotian and his group was indeed extraordinary. My lord, we have transported a large vessel. A senior inquisitor was reporting to the stunned inquisitor when he noticed the latter's astonished gaze fixed skyward. Instinctively, he looked up and beheld the rift in space, through which a group of individuals emerged. The senior inquisitor was momentarily at a loss. You bunch of demons cloaked in light, kill me now? Damn it, I must be blind to have come to pilgrimage. Return my wife and daughter to me. You filthy light wielders, I loathe you. Though the inquisitors were bewildered and unable to comprehend the unfolding events, the slaves being transported from the ship erupted in a frenzy of rage. The Light Church. Upon witnessing this scene, the Dragon Blood youth's face contorted with fury. He recalled his mother, who had been sacrificed by the Light Church, perhaps captured and killed in a similarly tragic manner before being offered to the God of Light. Kill. Bang bang bang. The Dragon Blood youth immediately unleashed the shadow clone technique, creating 10 clones of himself, each transformed into a dragon with peak holy domain strength. This place seems fated for me. The plump Taoist was exhilarated upon seeing this otherworldly holy island. If he could acquire new powers from this realm, perhaps he could become even stronger. He was thoroughly intrigued. Li, we must teach those miscreants a lesson. Clarice exclaimed with enthusiasm. Go ahead, Li Haotian replied with a smile. As for whether the Light Church was truly malevolent, he could not say, nor did he care to ponder it. To him, they were merely a swarm of ants, who would concern themselves with whether the black ants or the red ants represented justice. A terrifying battle ensued. Whether it was the plump Taoist, the Dragon Blood youth, or Clarice and the others, they all possessed powers from various worlds. Their strength was nothing short of terrifying. The Holy Island was utterly incapable of withstanding the onslaught. Not only did forbidden spells rain down, but shockwaves erupted, shattering the entire Holy Island. The Pope of the Light Church, Haitens, rushed out with his followers. It's you. Haitens immediately recognized the Dragon Blood youth amidst the crowd, his face flashing with shock and worry. This was the greatest enemy of the Light Church. Form the formation. The great 6-point star formation was swiftly deployed. Unfortunately, the remaining 30 or so Holy Domain individuals on the Holy Island were mostly at the early to mid stages. Their powers woefully inadequate. They were even weaker than the Dragon Blood youth's shadow clones. The battle unfolded without a hint of suspense, culminating in a decisive conclusion amidst Haitens' regret and frustration. Grandpa Derlin, I have finally avenged you. The dragon blood youth roared. The years of hatred weighing upon his heart had finally been resolved. Li, that's truly. Clarice began to speak, but Li Haotian suddenly furrowed his brow. The stars within his cells had reached their limit. Li Haotian's heart swelled with joy. He promptly took Clarice and Alice back to the Tianlin Water Nation and began his secluded meditation. As for the dragon blood youth and the others, Li Haotian had lost interest. What is this? Li Haotian's consciousness delved into the cellular universe, where the star within the cells had expanded to its limit, covered in fissures. Each crack emanated an astounding aura, as if on the verge of explosion. His expression turned grave. Chapter 140. The Birth of the Internal World, A New Beginning. Boom. In the blink of an eye, what had been a concern for potential explosion transformed into a cataclysmic detonation. The terrifying explosion swept across the entire cellular universe. What's here? Li Haotian was momentarily stunned. He had not anticipated that the cellular star would explode so dramatically. Even more astonishing was that alongside the eruption of the cellular star, a peculiar world was birthed. Had a small world truly come into existence? Li Haotian's face was filled with disbelief. He had contemplated many scenarios, yet never imagined that the explosion of the cellular star would create an internal world. The mysterious power of this world was vast and formidable, spanning an astonishing 1 billion light years. As this was his internal world, Li Haotian could instantly perceive its magnitude. How marvelous! Was this the sensation of world creation? With a mere thought, Li Haotian caused the universe, encompassing 1 billion light years, to swiftly shrink. Boom. In the blink of an eye, it transformed into the size of a chicken egg, resting in the palm of his hand. Previously, he had read novels that spoke of holding the sun, moon, and stars, proclaiming oneself unmatched. Now, however, he held a world in his grasp, far surpassing the size of the sun, moon, and stars. Li Haotian chuckled. How truly wondrous. He stepped outside, summoning Clarice and Alice to share this extraordinary scene with the two significant women in his life. Oh my God, Li, is this truly a small world? Clarice, filled with disbelief, wore an expression of utter astonishment, her small mouth agape as though it could accommodate an entire object. Is there life within? Alice was equally intrigued, pondering whether the miniature world created by Li Haotian could give rise to countless sentient beings. As of now, it had not, but this was hardly a challenge. Li Haotian chuckled heartily. His X-gene power had now evolved into the power of creation. Even the act of conjuring life was within his grasp. I shall create now, he declared. With a thunderous roar, in the blink of an eye, billions of beings emerged within the miniature world. Upon their arrival, each entity maintained a flawless state. Every individual possessed a combat power exceeding the ordinary benchmark of 100 points, far surpassing that of typical humanity. Although these ethereal beings were birthed from Li Haotian's X-gene, each one harbored genuine emotions, akin to those of real humans. Moreover, each being held a unique identity, with memories intricately woven into their existence by Li Haotian himself. Based on their memories, personalities, environments, and various other factors, they embarked on diverse paths. He merely guided the progression of this world subtly, setting these beings onto their destined trajectories. How truly remarkable! Li Haotian felt a surge of astonishment. Clarice and Alice could not resist stepping into Li Haotian's miniature world. The three wandered through this realm, absorbing the diverse cultures and customs. Li, this is indistinguishable from a real world, Clarice exclaimed, utterly astounded. Indeed, Li Haotian replied, nodding in agreement. This was a revelation he had not anticipated. Li, do you think the world we inhabit might also be the inner world of another? Suddenly, Alice voiced her thoughts. Buzz. In an instant, Li Haotian was taken aback. Indeed, the inner world he had created mirrored the real world perfectly. The beings within could not discern reality from illusion, and they remained oblivious to their own existence. Could it be that this chaotic Marvel universe was also the inner world of some supreme being? Yet, just as this realization dawned upon him, the sky outside suddenly split open. A dark fissure tore through the heavens above. Could that be the exterior of the inner world of the Marvel universe? A glint of sharpness flashed in Li Haotian's eyes. We must go. He immediately drew Clarice and the others into the inner world and surged towards the dark rift. What lay beyond the fissure? Perhaps it was yet another new world. The end of the tale. Thank you for listening. If you enjoyed it, please subscribe and give a thumbs up to support us. Until we meet again in the next story.